as Shi Xizhou gazed vacantly at the luminous mushrooms in the interstellar kitchen. The culinary system delivered recipes for devil peppers and stinky tofu. This esteemed chef, who had a penchant for dark cuisine, had captivated an entire interstellar fleet with her snail rice noodle hot pot. When Commander G. Nanfeng fortuitously patrolled her restaurant for the 108th time, with the taste buds of the entire galaxy tamed by her eccentric dishes, Shi Xizhou raised a bottle of cilantro juice to the camera and smiled, saying, "Today, I will teach everyone how to make a nutritious paste with a flavor of stinky mandarin fish." Chapter 1. Crossing Dimensions. The system awakens. Nanfeng understands my thoughts, blowing dreams to Xizhou Chu. Surrounding her were irregularly piled stones, both large and small, with weeds sprouting between the cracks. Under the dim sky, the air seemed saturated with a sense of desolation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a distant hillside, revealing a woman weaving through the stones. Despite the dust smudging her well-defined face, it did not diminish her striking beauty. Her oval face, complemented by round apricot-shaped eyes and unassuming features, exuded a gentle and dignified aura. Her long, smooth black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her disheveled appearance was covered in dirt, suggesting she had endured some hardships. The tattered white shirt she wore was filthy and frayed, exposing patches of skin, yet her face radiated confidence and hope. Shi Xizhou could hardly believe she had survived a plane crash, let alone found herself in such an enigmatic place. With a stick she had scavenged in one hand, she searched the ground for edible sustenance. However, all she discovered were bizarre items resembling apples, purple fruits that looked like pig heads, soft mushrooms, and flowers with mouths. What on earth are these? I am so hungry. Am I truly destined to perish in this wilderness? A once-renowned chef? Lost in her thoughts, Shi Xizhou sat despondently on a rock, feeling a mix of melancholy and uncertainty about her fate. She was on the verge of fainting from hunger, yet she could not identify the strange food items around her. Am I to become a Shen Nong tasting 100 herbs? Is it truly down to either being poisoned or starving to death? What am I to do? Shi Xizhou clutched her growling stomach and lifted the purple apple, pondering the oddity of its color and shape. With a heart full of conflict, she hesitantly brought the fruit to her lips. Just as she prepared to take a decisive bite, a frantic child's voice echoed in her mind. "Wait, don't eat that. It's poisonous." Startled by the voice, Shi Xizhou dropped the purple apple, which fell to the ground, collecting more dirt. "Who are you?" Feigning calm, she called out, scanning her surroundings for the source of the voice. Yet, all she saw were stones, no sign of anyone. "I am in your mind. I saved you." The child's voice carried a tone of pride and self-importance. Shi Xizhou's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. Since this voice's owner had rescued her, they could not be an enemy. She sensed an undertone of concern in their tone, prompting her to observe further. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and spoke in a calm voice. "Thank you very much. May I ask where this place is? Why do all these food items appear so peculiar?" Though the voice belonged to a child, Shi Xizhou could not ascertain their age, so she chose to address them with respect. In truth, it was simply a child. The voice in her mind seemed somewhat troubled as it mumbled. "I don't know where this is either, that I'm from another galaxy and accidentally encountered an interstellar black hole while playing, which brought me into your time. I have no idea how it happened, but I became bound to you. I was in slumber until your plane crashed, at which point I activated the teleportation device and brought you here." Shi Xizhou began to grasp her situation, realizing she had been transported to another dimension by this extraterrestrial being. What a predicament! She closed her eyes, striving for tranquility. Her hunger soon disrupted her thoughts, and she inquired, "Do you know if any of these strange items are edible?" "I do. That pig head mushroom is safe to eat. Although I cannot take you away from here at present, my family has the innate ability to distinguish all types of ingredients, whether poisonous or not. With this ability, I believe we will survive." The child's words carried a hint of youthful bravado. "Thank you so much." Shi Xizhou promptly picked up the pig head mushroom, wiped it on her clothing, and began to eat. She was so famished that hunger had clouded her judgment. As for the truth of the extraterrestrials' claims, Shi Xizhou thought, when one is on the brink of starvation, such concerns become trivial. With the pig head mushroom consumed, the flavor of raw carrots filled her mouth. Although she was not particularly fond of raw carrots, under the threat of starvation, it hardly mattered. Once Shi Xizhou regained her composure, she began to converse with the extraterrestrial in her mind. By the way, what is your name? I don't have a name. The extraterrestrial's voice sounded somewhat dejected and troubled. No name? Shi Xizhou found this curious. Where I come from, we communicate through brainwaves. Names are merely codes for us, so almost no one has a name. The child's voice conveyed a sense of misunderstanding. As advanced beings, they could simply connect with anyone's brainwaves to communicate, rendering names unnecessary. Yet, this also diminished the individuality of their kind, leading to a gradual evolution into beings that were all too similar. I see. Shi Xizhou pondered. However, for the sake of convenience in our communication, may I give you a name? Sure, I want a name. The extraterrestrial child responded with excitement and joy. Having a name, while largely insignificant on the extraterrestrial's home planet, meant recognition for the child, who had been dormant within Shi Xizhou and aware of her surroundings. Shi Xizhou decided to name him Tong Tong, signifying a little encyclopedia of ingredients. Since you can identify all food items, akin to a food system, how about the name Tong Tong? I feel you are quite important to me, and surely we can become great friends. As a chef, Shi Xizhou regarded the little extraterrestrial's ability to discern ingredients as remarkable, akin to something from a novel. Little Tong Tong cheered with delight. Yay, I have a name. I'm Tong Tong. Shi Xizhou smiled softly to herself. Indeed, just like a child. However, he was rather endearing. The Shi family was renowned for their culinary skills, and Shi Xizhou had learned from her grandfather since childhood. Gifted and hailed as the youngest member of the culinary god lineage, she received her grandfather's praise. Nurtured by her family's traditions, she remained humble and polite, never arrogant or overbearing. Although a top chef, Shi Xizhou had an affinity for dark cuisine, her discerning palate reaching an almost obsessive level, resulting in increasingly eccentric tastes. This time, she journeyed to the culinary competition, having heard of others with a penchant for dark cuisine. However, she did not anticipate encountering a fierce wind that led to a plane crash on her way. Upon awakening, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar place, her mental state on the verge of collapse. Now, there was this system, and Shi Xizhou sighed within herself. Alas, what would the future hold? Feeling somewhat dazed, Shi Xizhou reflected on the day's events, which had proven rather exhilarating. Fortunately, her resilience remained intact, and her spirit did not shatter. Well, she thought one step at a time. Brushing off the dust, she noted that the grime on her clothes harmonized with the atmosphere of this strange land. Chapter 2. The Mecha Crash and the Encounter with the Male Protagonist. The iron gate of the dilapidated little house creaked eerily as the wind blew against it. Shi Xizhou exerted effort to push open the heavy door and stepped outside, only to be met by the howling wind that stung her skin. Zhuzhu, where are you headed now? The curious voice of the little Tong Tong inquired as it observed Shi Xizhou bending down, seemingly searching for something. Shi Xizhou sighed softly. I'm going out to see if I can find anything useful. It would be even better if I could encounter a few people. Today marked the third day since Shi and Tong Tong had fallen into this unfamiliar territory. Despite having identified several edible items with Tong Tong's assistance and finding a small, ramshackle shelter, this was not a sustainable solution. Zhuzhu, don't worry. Once my mental energy recovers a bit more, I will be able to connect to this star system's network. Then I can help you escape this dreadful place. Tong Tong assured her comfortingly. Really? You can truly connect to the network? Shi Xizhou felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. If she could access the network, she would finally discern where she was and plan her next steps accordingly. Of course, I can do it. Tong Tong's resolute words acted as a tonic for Shi Xizhou's anxious heart. While rummaging through what resembled a colossal junkyard, Shi Xizhou uncovered a circular metal lid. Upon examination, its concave shape suggested it could serve as a pot. Even if it proved unfit for use, it was the closest thing she had found resembling cookware. She also unearthed a discarded, rust-stained metal basin and a spatula-like object, thereby managing to assemble a makeshift set of cooking tools. Shi Xizhou's scavenging yielded various treasures, which brought her a measure of joy. Looking at the peculiar edible items and tools, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Today's haul is quite satisfactory, Tong Tong. We could prepare a delightful meal. Wonderful. Yay. Although Tong Tong resided within Shi Xizhou's mind, he could manifest a jelly-like form to partake in meals. During his previous slumber, his consciousness had not entirely faded, and he was aware of Shi Xizhou's exceptional culinary skills that could make even his mouth water. Just as they indulged in visions of delectable food, a large, dark object plummeted from the sky. Zhu quickly lie down. There's danger. Tong Tong sensed the violent air currents surrounding them and immediately alerted Shi Xizhou. Upon hearing Tong Tong's call, Shi Xizhou opened her eyes wide, swiftly reacting by finding safety. With a resounding crash, the object, resembling a meteorite, struck the ground, creating a thunderous noise and sending clouds of dust into the air akin to a giant's fist striking. The earth, the deafening sound and colossal impact caused their hearts to race, fear flickering in their eyes. What had transpired? Can you discern what has happened, Tong Tong? Shi Xizhou inquired, her heart racing with anxiety. I can only detect that a massive metallic object has fallen. Zhu, I am truly powerless. My mental energy is insufficient to assist, Tong Tong responded, tinged with regret. Don't say that. You've already helped me immensely. Shi Xizhou gently reassured Tong Tong, acknowledging that his ability to identify food had been invaluable. I'll go take a look. Shi Xizhou picked up a metal rod from the ground, weighing it thoughtfully before cautiously approaching the site of the fall. Scattered around were fragments of metal. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a mecha from a cinematic universe. The mecha lay crumpled and severely distorted. Upon seeing the mecha, Shi Xizhou was engulfed in confusion. Previously, she could convince herself that the bizarre food items were from an unknown mysterious island on Earth, but now she recognized that such advanced mecha could not possibly exist on Earth. Had she traversed into the realm of a sci-fi narrative? Filled with uncertainty about the future, Shi Xizhou pondered. Zhu, there's someone inside, Tong Tong detected with his mental prowess. Shi Xizhou cautiously approached the spot Tong Tong indicated, gripping the iron rod tightly, her demeanor vigilant. Guided by Tong Tong, she confirmed that the individual within the mecha was in a state of unconsciousness. Still, she hesitated to enter. What if there were automated mechanisms that could jeopardize her life? Inside the mecha, Nanfeng lay in a coma, yet he was not dead. His arm remained tightly grasped around a piece of shattered mecha. Upon closer inspection, she noticed many mottled dark red stains nearby, evidence of long ago spilled blood. Tong Tong, it's a man, Tong Tong remarked. Should we save him? Shi Xizhou felt conflicted. She could not ascertain whether he was friend or foe. However, if she were to abandon him, he would likely perish, which would be too cruel for her, raised in a socialist environment where life was to be valued. Well, it's up to you, Zhu. If you wish to save him, do so. In his current condition, even if he awakens, he cannot harm us, Tong Tong replied. Then we shall save him. Shi Xizhou gritted her teeth. She could not bear to witness a life extinguished before her eyes, especially as this man was the first human she encountered in this new world. With great effort, Shi Xizhou pulled Nanfeng from the mecha and, with Tong Tong's assistance, carried him back to the dilapidated shelter. Gazing at the injured Nanfeng, she felt utterly helpless, devoid of bandages or medicine. Drawing on Tong Tong's analysis of various plants, she speculated on their medicinal properties and hastily tended to his wounds. For the time being, all she could do was delay, leaving the rest to fate. She hoped he would awaken swiftly. As she gazed at Nanfeng's face, she found herself lost in thought. His bone structure and facial proportions were nothing short of perfection. High brow ridges, flat cheekbones, a clean and smooth jawline, and captivating almond-shaped eyes that were shut with slightly drooping outer corners, exuding an aura of a sleeping beauty. His furrowed brow, etched with pain, evoked an instinctive desire to soothe it. The injury rendered his complexion increasingly pale, yet the long neck encased in a black uniform lent him an air of restraint. Tong Tong? Shi Xizhou was interrupted by Tong Tong's audible salivation, rendering her somewhat helpless. What's the matter, Tong Tong? Are you drooling over a man? You're a boy, after all. Hee, who doesn't love a handsome brother? Tong Tong giggled. Sighing, Shi Xizhou shook her head with a smile before turning to prepare a meal. Chapter 3. The Protagonist's Glance and the Binding. The culinary delights of the cosmos are indeed peculiar, as Shi Xizhou arranged the freshly harvested foods upon the table. She mused to herself, Tong Tong, what flavors do these dishes possess? This flour, resembling a pig's ear, is called tailor-made, and it tastes akin to the mushrooms on your earth. This soft stone, which is caked in dirt, is known as tung, and it has a flavor reminiscent of chili peppers. And this one, through comparative analysis, Tong Tong discovered that the seemingly bizarre foods bore familiar tastes, while those that appeared ordinary might resemble tasteless wood, difficult to swallow. With eyes closed, Shi Xizhou mentally revisited her culinary repertoire, ensuring she matched the flavors of interstellar cuisine with those from Earth. She washed the ingredients in the stream beside the river and prepared to commence her cooking. Tong Tong sat obediently before Shi Xizhou, eagerly anticipating the birth of a culinary masterpiece. Shi Xizhou sliced the tailor-made, which tasted like mushrooms, and the tung, which bore the taste of chili peppers, into thin pieces. Once the water boiled, she added the tailor-made, cooking it for 30 seconds before retrieving it to drain. She then combined it with the same tree sap as the oil and added the tailor-made. As the color of the dish transformed into a vibrant yellow, Tong Tong, already familiar with the flavors of food, felt his mouth water. Jojo, do you need any additional ingredients? I can help you find some. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Xizhou smiled faintly. No need. Are you in a hurry, you little glutton? Upon hearing her endearing tone, Tong Tong grinned broadly. Soon, the food was ready, and the delightful aroma filled the humble abode. The limitations of the ingredients indeed hampered Shi Xizhou's culinary prowess. Had she been on Earth, the addition of scallions and ginger, along with a sprinkle of chili peppers, would have rendered this simple stir-fry of fresh mushrooms even more delectable. Reflecting on life on Earth, Shi Xizhou let out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of longing for a place she could no longer identify. She turned her gaze towards Nanfeng's direction, pondering whether he might possess valuable information. Nanfeng, lost in slumber, seemed to sense something amiss. In his drowsy state, he could feel his body was unharmed, yet he found himself immobile, as if bound by unseen restraints. The tantalizing fragrance wafting through the air roused him, and he suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze directed at the dilapidated roof above. He could almost hear echoes of explosions, the sound of burning mechas, and the crash of falling bodies, accompanied by a persistent ache. Witnessing the betrayal of his own subordinates, whom he had painstakingly trained, as they aligned with the enemy, he felt his operational systems being compromised, transforming his once agile mecha into a pile of scrap metal amidst the bombardment. And Nanfeng clenched his jaw, his nerves taut as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, searching for any potential threats. At that moment, Shi Xizhou fortuitously pushed open the door, her calm gaze meeting his piercing look. Upon seeing Nanfeng bound tightly, Shi Xizhou offered an apologetic smile. You're awake. I sincerely apologize for this treatment. I hope you can forgive me. Nanfeng scrutinized his environment and Shi Xizhou's demeanor, his voice laced with skepticism. Who sent you? This inquiry gave Shi Xizhou some insight. The man before her clearly held a significant position. The combination of mecha and being sent here hinted at underlying schemes. I am not sent by anyone. I merely happened upon your plight and intervened. I do not belong to this world and am uncertain how I arrived here. My intention in saving you is solely to ensure my own survival in this realm. Despite her explanation, Nanfeng's skepticism only intensified. Shi Xizhou remained unfazed. Her decision to reveal her identity was purely for her own safety. During their interaction, Nanfeng would undoubtedly recognize the peculiarities of her existence. If he viewed her as an adversary, the moment he was freed, he could easily turn against her. This was precisely why Shi Xizhou had bound him so securely after rescuing him. Her preemptive self-disclosure served two purposes: to lay the groundwork for Nanfeng to assist her in establishing an identity and to temporarily alleviate the potential hostility between them. I understand you may find this hard to believe, but it is the truth. My name is Shi Xizhou, simply a chef from another world. Nanfeng attempted to break free from his bindings, but alas, Shi Xizhou had secured him with sturdy vines and administered a sedative beforehand, rendering him unable to resist. Observing Nanfeng's futile struggle, Tong Tong couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, Jojo, This man is truly foolish. We all know he might pose a threat. How can we not take some safety precautions? He's just wasting his effort. Tong Tong's words transformed Ji Nanfeng's once fierce struggle into a comical display, reminiscent of a pig flailing about during the New Year festivities. Shi Xizhou couldn't suppress her laughter, thinking, "Ha ha ha, little Tong Tong, how endearing you are. Isn't it true? I speak no falsehood." Indeed, indeed. Shi Xizhou controlled her tone, softly addressing Ji Nanfeng. "Rest assured, as long as you can guarantee my departure from this place, I promise to release you." Once Ji Nanfeng realized he had completely lost his strength and sensed no immediate threat from Shi Xizhou, he acquiesced, "I promise." However, his serious tone did not compel Shi Xizhou to rush over and untie him. She maintained her smile, stating, "I trust you, but I cannot release you just yet. You have numerous wounds, and I fear that unbinding you might lead to infection." In truth, Shi Xizhou held little faith in this assertion. Although she was a top-tier chef from a well-off background, her experiences in the realm of dark cuisine had taught her the fickleness of human nature. Moreover, she recalled the adage, "A man's words are the devil's lies." She would not engage in reckless actions like those depicted in novels, rescuing a man without ensuring her own safety first. The tension between them was lost on Tong Tong, who was more focused on the increasingly tantalizing aroma permeating the air, his hunger growing more pronounced. "Jojo, when are we going to eat? I'm so hungry." Shi Xizhou affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling. All right, we shall eat now. It would be unfortunate for our little Tong Tong to go hungry." Once she had replied to Tong Tong in her mind, Shi Xizhou turned her attention back to the man before her. "So, may I ask if you would like to partake in a meal? Eat?" Ji Nanfeng found it perplexing how the conversation had suddenly shifted to this topic, though the unique fragrance in the air was indeed enticing. Curiosity sparked in his eyes. In this interstellar realm, not only were the ingredients bizarre, but the tastes of its inhabitants were even more eccentric. A dish like stir-fried celery with oranges, which might seem odd on Earth, could very well be a delicacy here. As Ji Nanfeng, whose palate aligned with that of Earthlings, stood in stark contrast to the culinary styles of the cosmos, he had subsisted solely on energy drinks for several years. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not consume interstellar food. Is this a meal? Why does it smell so delightful? Chapter 4. The male lead's shock and desire to weep. Do you wish to eat? Out of courtesy, the moment this question escaped Shi Xizhou's lips, he recalled that patients were advised against consuming spicy food, and the stone-like tincture served as a substitute for chili peppers. "My apologies, I added chili. Your wound is not yet healed. Allow me to prepare something else for you." Chili peppers? Ji Nanfeng regarded Shi Xizhou with suspicion. Having never encountered the term before and unaware of the rationale behind the dietary restriction for patients. However, he refrained from voicing his inquiries, opting instead to observe discreetly. "No need, I have energy supplements in my backpack." Recalling the state in which he found Ji Nanfeng, surrounded by items so tattered that even Tong Tong could not identify them, Shi Xizhou sighed. "Well, I only found you. Your mecha equipment was severely damaged. I did not see any backpack." Ji Nanfeng fell silent. Although interstellar beings had evolved to become remarkably resilient, they had not entirely eradicated the necessity for sustenance, and he now felt the gnawing pangs of hunger. Noticing Ji Nanfeng's discomfort, Shi Xizhou offered a faint smile. "Then I shall prepare a mushroom soup for you, made from the flowers I overheard. The conditions are limited. I hope you will not find it unpalatable." With that, Shi Xizhou turned to commence her preparations. "Jojo, if we cook for him, one tea we have less to eat ourselves? We'll have to exert extra effort to gather more," Tong Tong queried. "But we cannot let him starve," Shi Xizhou countered, shaking her head. "Moreover, we need to demonstrate our value to ensure he helps us escape this place." "Oh," Tong Tong displayed a reluctant understanding. "So, by cooking for him, will he then assist us in leaving here?" "It is not that simple." Shi Xizhou reflected on the man's piercing gaze, exhaling softly. If circumstances allowed, she truly wished to avoid dealings with such an individual, always needing to tread carefully lest he discern any vulnerabilities. At this moment, she remained unaware of the man's true identity. Should he be a cunning villain, the potential for danger loomed large. The simmering mushroom soup wafted an enticing aroma, stirring the appetite and seemingly eager to be savored. Shi Xizhou glanced at the mushroom-like fish, which, curiously, produced a broth with anesthetic properties. One reason why Nanfeng remained bound. A slight blush crept onto Shi Xizhou's cheeks as she proceeded to add the anesthetic to Nanfeng's bowl of mushroom soup. Conscience versus safety, without hesitation. She chose the latter. Soon, a bowl of mushroom soup, served in a shell reminiscent of a coconut, was presented. The dish emanated an irresistible fragrance. Nanfeng, frowning, scrutinized Shi Xizhou, attempting to discern any murderous intent etched upon her features. Alas, he found nothing. Calculating in silence, he mused that if she intended to end his life, she need not exert such effort. For now, he felt relatively secure. With an empty stomach, Nanfeng saw no point in dwelling on other matters. Restoring his strength was of utmost importance, for only then could he devise a plan to escape and seek vengeance. During his contemplation, Shi Xizhou and Tongtong began to indulge in sautéed mushrooms, with Tongtong discreetly hiding away to eat. Understanding Tongtong's dilemma, Shi Xizhou decided it was better to appease her own hunger rather than wait for him to resolve his internal conflict. Once Shi Xizhou had finished her meal, the enticing aroma intensified Nanfeng's hunger, prompting him to speak eagerly. "Miss Shi, could you perhaps release me? It is rather difficult to eat while lying down." Shi Xizhou regarded him calmly. "My apologies, sir, but even if I were to release you, you would likely be unable to move. Your wounds are too severe. It would be unwise for you to rise. Let me assist you in drinking instead." Nanfeng struggled once more, only to find, as she had indicated, that his limbs were inexplicably unresponsive, and movement exacerbated the pain coursing through his body. He grappled with his predicament, yet the allure of food was too potent to resist. He could not bring himself to refuse the meal before him. Noticing his hesitance, Shi Xizhou compassionately approached, gently lifting Nanfeng's head and using a spoon-like stone to feed him the enhanced mushroom soup. This soup embodied the flavors of Earth, a stark contrast to the culinary horrors of the interstellar realm. For Nanfeng, who had endured the torment of dismal interstellar cuisine, it was a flavor he could not refuse. To his astonishment, he found himself being fed as an adult, eliciting a flush of embarrassment that colored his ears. Observing the tender expression on Shi Xizhou's face, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Internally, he cursed, "Damn. Once I return and find that scoundrel who orchestrated this, I shall ensure you meet your end." For Shi Xizhou, feeding a handsome man like Nanfeng stirred a peculiar sentiment. Yet, she sighed internally. Feeding someone pales in comparison to the joy of feeding small creatures, she mused. And he is rather heavy. As a top-tier chef, Shi Xizhou had encountered various individuals, each with their own unique charm. Yet the thrill of culinary experimentation eclipsed any fleeting romantic feelings. With the first sip of soup, Nanfeng's eyes sparkled, savoring each mouthful and even urging Shi Xizhou to hasten her pace. "Another sip, please," he exclaimed, unable to articulate his praise, instead expressing his delight through action. Once the bowl was emptied, Nanfeng, eyes gleaming, inquired, "How could such a delectable soup exist? Did you create this? Is there more? This is the first time I've tasted such exquisite food in the interstellar realm, where the cuisine is often so bizarre. How did you manage to make it so delightful?" Taken aback by his barrage of questions, Shi Xizhou realized that indeed, the interstellar food was peculiar enough to elicit a torrent of words from the typically aloof man. Observing Nanfeng's dazed expression, Tongtong's illusion of him shattered. "What kind of interstellar beings are you? Astonished by a mere meal? Clearly you've never seen the world." As Tongtong disparaged Nanfeng, Shi Xizhou recalled her own initial experiences in the kitchen, where she had been equally astonished, worried that the food might run away. "My apologies. We have run out," she said, noting the disappointment etched on Nanfeng's face. Oddly, she felt a pang of guilt, a sentiment that eclipsed even her remorse for adding the anesthetic to his soup. "I am Nanfeng," he finally revealed after finishing the meal, having contemplated how best to convey his name. Observing Shi Xizhou's unfazed demeanor, as if she had never heard of him, he lowered his gaze. Chapter 5. Justifiable Harm. The unfortunate male lead, just as Nanfeng intended to engage Shi Xizhou in conversation. Hoping to extract further information, the anesthetic began to take effect. His head grew increasingly heavy, and he struggled to suppress his inquiry. What is in the soup? Medications to aid in the healing of your wound, possibly with some hypnotic effects. Do not worry. If you feel drowsy, simply sleep. I will check the ruins later to see if your backpack is there, Shi Xizhou replied, her expression unchanged as she spun a web of deceit. Before Nanfeng could retort, his eyelids grew heavy and succumbed to their own weight, plunging him into unconsciousness. Jojo, what shall we do now? Should we truly search for his backpack? What if it contains weapons and he uses them against us? Tong Tong trembled at the memory of Nanfeng's terrifying descent. What if the villains who struck him come after us? Oh no, Jojo, I am so frightened. Given your higher interstellar status, do you not possess even a basic shielding function? Shi Xizhou experienced a headache. Despite being a seemingly intelligent entity akin to a novel system, Tong Tong was at heart merely a child. As a being from a higher civilization, she could only analyze basic necessities like food. While this skill was beneficial for her culinary endeavors, it bore no relevance to the matter of life and death. She found it hard to believe that someone like Tong Tong, capable of traversing time and space with her body and allowing this human form to survive in the vastness of the cosmos, possessed no other extraordinary abilities. With admiration, Tong Tong exclaimed, "Wow, sister, you are so clever. I almost forgot I could create a shield." She quickly activated her shielding function, enveloping the area they inhabited. As the shield engaged, the mecha hovering above observed the complete disappearance of the life signs of this interstellar human, reporting to their superiors, "Sir, the mission is accomplished. He has lost all vital signs. Have you confirmed this with your own eyes?" "Indeed." "Very well." The subordinates, who did not descend for inspection, remained oblivious to the fact that their momentary lapse had allowed Nanfeng, who should have perished, to survive under the protection of two extraterrestrials. Startled by Shi Xizhou, Tong Tong hesitated to venture out. Should we wait a bit longer? If we head to the Mecca now and encounter his enemies, we would be doomed. Indeed, we shall not rush. Let us gather herbs. Gather herbs for what? To save him, of course. We cannot rely solely on anesthetics for treatment. Otherwise, he may succumb to his wounds before his enemies find him. Shi Xizhou bent down to avoid the column blocking their path, meticulously searching the barren land for what might resemble medicinal herbs. Despite Tong Tong's assistance, the peculiar appearance of interstellar flora rendered it difficult for her to locate enough herbs for treatment. Reflecting on this, Shi Xizhou couldn't help but mourn silently for Nanfeng, who lay on the bed. With her delicate, slender hands guided by Tong Tong, she searched through the foliage for stones that bore black flowers, resembling plastic bags, and touched plants that felt as solid as wood. Observing the tattered appearance of these herbs, she marveled at the wonders of interstellar species. Were it not for Tong Tong's identification, she would scarcely believe such things could indeed be medicinal and life-saving. As Shi Xizhou sought herbs, Nanfeng, relying on his robust physique, gradually regained consciousness from his stupor. Instinctively, he struggled to free his limbs from their bindings. Unfortunately, to prevent such occurrences, Shi Xizhou had long since administered medication to him, carefully assessing Nanfeng's physical condition. Given the current potency of the drug, merely opening his eyes and making slight movements was a testament to his resilience. The dosage, when compared to the human realm, could easily incapacitate even the mightiest of creatures. The extraordinary physical prowess of interstellar beings might be attributed to the bizarre flora surrounding them. Upon fully comprehending his inability to escape, Nanfeng bit down hard on his lip to maintain his clarity. Closing his eyes, he revisited his memories. As an interstellar commander, he had received orders to investigate the theft of military secrets by space pirates. However, during his signal transmission, his mecha was disrupted by a foreign signal, and he fell victim to betrayal by his own men, ultimately crashing on this desolate planet. Not to mention, space pirates, driven by greed, had little incentive to steal military secrets, and the traitor among his ranks had been one of Nanfeng's most loyal soldiers. Were his steadfast warriors connected to this military breach? A myriad of questions furrowed his handsome brow. He pondered the identity of the mastermind behind these events. If this rescue was part of their scheme, what were their true intentions? Yet, Shi Xizhou's narrative of time travel left him perplexed. Did she truly believe he was naive enough to accept such a fabricated tale to lower his guard? Hearing footsteps approaching, Nanfeng became alert, exerting his last ounce of strength to attempt rolling off the bed. However, upon entering, Shi Xizhou stood aghast, witnessing his body wedged between the bed and the floor. "What on earth are you doing?" she inquired, frowning at the sight of him feigning unconsciousness. Nanfeng retorted, though he wished to maintain his act, "Shi Xizhou, while I am aware of the differences in the interstellar realm, I did not anticipate such peculiarities. Who would choose to hide between a bed and the floor?" With Tongtong's enhancements, Shi Xizhou's physical capabilities had significantly improved. Observing Nanfeng's current lack of aggression, she untied him and struggled to pull him from the crevice before restraining him again on a nearby stone chair. "You really are something else. In my brief absence, you managed to get yourself into this predicament." Nanfeng yearned to play dead, but faced with Shi Xizhou's piercing gaze, he asserted, "Why did you drug my food?" Shi Xizhou's lips twitched involuntarily at his attempt to redirect the conversation. "First, tell me how you managed to tilt the entire bed while under anesthesia." "I simply miscalculated my strength." After hearing his lackluster response, Shi Xizhou tossed the herbs onto him. "Well, you're impressive. You still have the strength to overturn the bed. So you can forego the herbs. After all, you are still capable." Despite the fresh wounds on his face, his striking features remained intact, retaining their allure. "What happens to him is of no concern to me." With that thought in mind, Shi Xizhou began to prepare the meal. Seated on the chair, Nanfeng absent-mindedly stared at the herbs on him, reflecting on his recent embarrassment. "I would have been better off perishing in the mecha explosion." Chapter 6. Peaceful Dialogue. Preparing for a live broadcast, Tongtong had also been taken aback. "Zhou, how did he manage that? He perceives us as enemies." Shi Xizhou glanced towards Nanfeng, cutting to the chase. "What? Why would he think that? We saved him and are being so cautious. Could he be overly suspicious? What should we do?" "Nothing at all." Observing Shi Xizhou's expression, which bore no signs of worry, Tongtong felt reassured, trusting that Shi Xizhou had everything under control. "Zhou, do you already have a plan?" Hearing the concealed concern in Tongtong's voice, Shi Xizhou smiled faintly. "Indeed, we shall employ a culinary strategy." Estimating that Nanfeng's stomach was likely growling, Shi Xizhou resolved to prepare a meal that would win his heart. Although Shi Xizhou contemplated creating a dark dish to surprise Nanfeng, she reconsidered, remembering the already grim nature of interstellar food, opting instead for something more conventional. The humble abode had limited space for cooking, so if she were to win him over with her culinary skills, a more spacious area was necessary. Shi Xizhou relocated the cooking utensils outdoors, stacking stones to form a stove and gathering dried twigs for fuel. The remaining ingredients were scant, and she realized that some spicy items were unsuitable for Nanfeng, who was still recovering. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged the challenge. In this culinary wasteland of a planet, the chaotic growth of flora made truly edible options painfully rare. Determined to showcase her skills, Shi Xizhou stretched her limbs, feeling invigorated. A woman of action, she set out to prepare 2 dishes and a soup that would surely impress Nanfeng. Skillfully, she washed and chopped the leaves, frying 2 peculiar fish roe until they became plump and golden, then tossing in the red leaves with seasoning. Who could have imagined that the peculiar eggs of strange birds in this interstellar realm were, in fact, akin to chicken eggs, according to the tastes of earthlings? This dish is called fan xie chao jidan. Subsequently, Shi Xizhou prepared various stir-fries and a large bowl of egg soup. Once the food was ready, the soup's peculiar hue was accompanied by an enticing aroma that permeated the entire dilapidated room. Before Nanfeng could step out from the shadow cast by the bed, the alluring fragrance had already compelled him to glance repeatedly toward the outside. Although his previous experience with the soup had been rather tumultuous, the delicious flavor had been the best he had ever tasted in his life. Nanfeng chided himself internally for being somewhat forgetful of the bitter past. as the previous medicine had failed to quell his stomach's protests. To Ji Nanfeng's surprise, Shi Xizhou untied him before the meal. "Let's dine first and then converse," Shi Xizhou said kindly, patting Ji Nanfeng on the shoulder. The previously shabby room was transformed into a haven of peace by the extraordinary aroma. The odd dishes, after being cooked, held a unique flavor that was unexpectedly delightful. Without pondering Shi Xizhou's intentions, Ji Nanfeng seized the makeshift chopsticks and began to sample the food. He looked at the strange dishes, hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes, braced himself, and placed a piece into his mouth, his eyes instantly lighting up. With each bite of food accompanied by sips of soup, he soon found the dishes before him completely devoured. Pondering over the broken bowl in his hands, Ji Nanfeng reflected on how, for interstellar beings, it was unimaginable that such ingredients could be transformed into sustenance. Under Shi Xizhou's skilled hands, they were revived and rendered delicious, presenting an entirely new flavor profile. Ji Nanfeng turned his gaze to Shi Xizhou, silently appraising her as a capable yet suspicious individual. The insinuation behind Shi Xizhou's meal was quite evident. It would be odd for Ji Nanfeng not to grasp it. After a brief hesitation, he introduced himself. "I am the commander of this star system. I accidentally fell to this planet due to treachery by my enemies. While I do not fully comprehend your notion of time travel, I am willing to trust you on this occasion. Let us collaborate." Upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou sighed in relief. She did not mince words, stating directly, "I will help you find herbs to restore your health and ensure your safety, and in return, you will provide me with a false identity to escape this desolate planet." In fact, she did not resent his hostility, awakening in an unfamiliar environment. If Ji Nanfeng had been entirely unconcerned, frivolous and carefree, she would have worried about whether her plan to leverage him to leave would succeed. Based on what Ji Nanfeng had just conveyed, he perfectly matched Shi Xizhou's criteria. Thus, she no longer needed to worry about her identity. The two exchanged glances before Shi Xizhou, smiling, assisted the ailing Ji Nanfeng back onto the repaired bed. Tong Tong, brimming with pride, remarked Zhou, "Do you think we've won him over?" Indeed, Zhou is the most formidable. Shi Xizhou could easily discern Tong Tong's delight. However, living was not merely a matter of simple joy. She required work, money, and sufficient power, so that even if Ji Nanfeng wished to threaten her midway, he would have to contemplate the consequences. Standing outside the room in a daze, Shi Xizhou, accustomed to a mundane existence, found that this life filled with uncertainty and challenges was, in fact, rather appealing. Pulling her scattered thoughts together, Shi Xizhou recalled an idea and hurried to Ji Nanfeng's side. Live streaming? Yes. She briefly described the popular live streaming format on Earth, inquiring whether such a thing existed in this star system. Ji Nanfeng quickly grasped her meaning. Recalling the instances when his subordinates had secretly accessed the star network, he confirmed, "Indeed, there is live streaming, but it may not resemble what you are familiar with on your planet. I have watched a few cooking live streams, and the food presented was, in my opinion, quite unappetizing. If you were to cook, it should garner significant popularity." Ji Nanfeng completely overlooked the disparity in taste between himself and the interstellar populace. The unappetizing food he described was considered luxurious delicacies accessible only to the upper class in the eyes of interstellar beings. Hearing Ji Nanfeng's words, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of relief. As a world-renowned chef, she possessed absolute confidence in her culinary skills. Although she could not immediately continue her research on obscure cuisines, the peculiar appearance of interstellar food provided ample material for her studies. After all, the food was alarmingly bizarre. Chapter 7. Standing on the edge of a knife. Retrieve the chip. Shi Xizhou did not overlook Ji Nanfeng's current physical condition. "By the way, Mr. Ji, when do you expect to recover?" Whether it was from a mech's fall or being trapped beneath the bed, Shi Xizhou recognized Ji Nanfeng's formidable physical prowess. An ordinary earthling would have perished in the former situation, while the latter would have resulted in a concussion and bleeding. No, under such circumstances, an ordinary person would not even be capable of executing such actions. At this moment, Shi Xizhou realized that despite her own modifications by Tong Tong, she could not yet rival an interstellar being. "I apologize. I will need more time. I must trouble you further, Nanfeng said with a slight, awkward smile, his handsome face betraying a hint of discomfort. Trouble me? Why? Do you not contact your subordinates? Shi Xizhou asked, astonished at Nanfeng's response. How long do we need to remain on this desolate planet? Nanfeng appeared somewhat uneasy at her inquiry. I truly apologize. I cannot contact them immediately. I wish to root out the mole first, and I will need your assistance, Miss Shi. Thus, Shi Xizhou and her companions would have to endure the solitude of this forsaken planet for a while longer, while remaining vigilant against the potential threats posed by their enemies. Shi Xizhou nodded. Very well, no problem. Remember to consume those herbs. They are beneficial for healing. What? Tongtong's shock was akin to witnessing a wealthy person. Her mind reeled at the thought of consuming pig feed. Zhou, is this fellow reliable? An interstellar commander reduced to being trapped on a desolate planet, still trying to root out a mole? Wouldn't it be just as effective to discreetly return and unearth the traitor? Is he attempting to deceive us? Hoping for free food and drink? Tongtong's barrage of questions caused Shi Xizhou to worry for the naive girl. Had she not encountered misfortune? This innocent might have been easily deceived on this planet. With a hint of amusement, Shi Xizhou thought to herself, do I appear so easily fooled? Moreover, rooting out a mole is not merely about lying comfortably in bed. If the mole occupies a higher echelon, they will constantly monitor Nanfeng subordinates. At the slightest sign of trouble, we could easily find ourselves implicated and perished. Shi Xizhou's gaze turned icy, her tone serious. In other words, when we encountered him, we were already bound together. His death means our death. His survival grants us greater chances of survival. Shi Xizhou understood the risks of dealing with someone of Nanfeng's unique status. To speak frankly, once a connection was forged, it was akin to standing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. But what choice did they have? It was already a rare occurrence to encounter a living person on this desolate planet, let alone someone relatively decent. Had they first encountered Nanfeng's enemies rather than the man lying on the ground, it was highly likely they would have vanished from this star system, leaving no trace for anyone, save for the perpetrator. How could she not be concerned? Shi Xizhou sighed. She gazed at Nanfeng, surveying him from head to toe. Mr. Ji, do you possess any tools for communication? Can you engage in live streaming? After some contemplation, Shi Xizhou realized that it was imperative for her to swiftly embark on her live streaming venture to amplify her influence. Only through such efforts could she diminish the likelihood of being stealthily researched or eliminated. She was determined to exert her utmost efforts, even if it meant facing death without regret. Currently, as a chef, she found herself out of her depth in the realm of advanced technology. The knowledge on Earth was certainly inferior to that of the stars. The only feasible endeavor for her was to initiate a live cooking show. Noticing the resolute ambition in Shi Xizhou's eyes, Nanfeng's expression remained inscrutable, yet a surge of excitement roiled within him. Recalling the delectable dishes prepared by Shi Xizhou, he could not help but fantasize about the exquisite enjoyment of her culinary creations during her live streaming. Indeed, Nanfeng was oblivious to any potential romantic undertones. His mind was solely preoccupied with food. For a man who had spent his life in the military, distinctions of gender were irrelevant, with only the dichotomy of friend and foe, superior and subordinate. Shi Xizhou's fervent desire to develop her skills revealed to him the most outstanding cook among his subordinates. Nanfeng decisively retrieved a spare light brain chip from behind his ear. He wiped away the remnants of dried blood, masking a hint of nostalgia in his gaze, and spoke in a neutral tone. This is a chip from my childhood, unbound to my real name. No one knows about it but me, and you can use this chip to live stream on the Star Network. The chip, no larger than a fingernail, emitted a blue aura under Nanfeng's rhythmic pressure, forming a virtual display screen in the air. The screen's interface transformed with Nanfeng's movements, causing Shi Xizhou's heart to race as she gazed in awe at his actions. Having previously encountered only the wreckage of a mech, she felt little impact. But witnessing a mere chip conjuring computer-like effects left her astounded, if not for the knowledge that her chances of returning to Earth were near zero. Shi Xizhou would have yearned to bring interstellar technology back to Earth for development, ensuring her country would undoubtedly achieve global supremacy. Filled with excitement, she activated the live streaming mode with Nanfeng's assistance, naming her channel with a simple yet eye-catching title, First Zhou Cuisine, with the tagline, Dare to Eat. Join us. Based on her experiences surfing the 5G internet, this naming strategy was ideal for attracting viewers. Now, it remained to be seen whether the interstellar audience would take the bait. I never expected the level of interstellar technology to have advanced this far. With this, my live streaming career can proceed smoothly. Once this fellow's subordinates take him away, we'll be free to enjoy culinary delights together, Tong Tong thought. Elated at the prospect of leisurely savoring food with Shi Xizhou in the future. To initiate her live streaming venture, Shi Xizhou knew that sourcing ingredients was essential. She settled Nanfeng comfortably and continued her exploration of the planet. Although this world was named Huangxing, it was not as desolate as its title suggested. It was lush with vegetation and diverse food sources. Under Tong Tong's scanning, an array of bizarre interstellar ingredients revealed their inherent deliciousness. Chapter 8. Searching for Ingredients. Streaming commences as a chef. The greatest skill lies in fully realizing the intrinsic flavors of the ingredients. With Tong Tong's assistance, Shi Xizhou was confident that, having already garnered the attention of an interstellar commander, she could also appeal to the tastes of the interstellar populace. If not for the peculiar appearances of the ingredients, she could easily assess the quality of earthly foods by their colors and aromas. Every dish is the culmination of a chef's meticulous design, with the culinary realm being vast and rich, embodying unique meanings whether for sustenance or enjoyment. Drawing back from her explorations, Shi Xizhou glanced into the damaged basket she had collected, and her haul for the day was already quite substantial. Following Tong Tong's guidance, she plucked a few plant stems as seasoning, nearly completing her preparations for the live cooking segment. Leaning against the bed, Nanfeng observed Shi Xizhou's busyness and inquired, "Do you need any assistance?" "Thank you, but no. You still have injuries," Shi Xizhou replied with a smile, her gaze lingering on Nanfeng's frail form. She felt a twinge of confusion regarding the fluctuations in his strength. She wondered what his physical condition truly was. Although Tong Tong had assessed Nanfeng's wounds, Shi Xizhou remained uncertain about his overall health. If he were one of those resilient individuals who could stand strong despite adversity, he would likely assist regardless of his own reluctance. Shi Xizhou approached the small cooking area, taking a deep breath as she faced the ingredients before her. Indeed, those with timid hearts would hesitate to gather these peculiar items. The fish with razor-sharp teeth and ginger resembling withered human hands, among other oddities, were not for the faint of heart. The cooking steps followed the Earthling's methods, given the baffling nature of interstellar cuisine. Under Nanfeng's tutelage, Shi Xizhou learned to navigate the seemingly complex, yet fundamentally simple light brain chip. She extended her hand to initiate the live stream on the floating display screen. Ding! Live streaming successfully initiated. Numerous viewers entered the live stream, drawn by Shi Xizhou's title and name, though this represented only a small fraction of the audience. More significantly, Nanfeng's past as a lavish spender in his youth contributed to the attention. Although his true identity remained unbound, it did not mean he lacked influence. As a child, Nanfeng had invested heavily to support his father's voting endeavors for the most formidable interstellar commander, whether in the stars or on Earth. The dynamics of capital remained consistent. Investment garnered attention. Nanfeng remarked, "There's no need to discuss such matters." The novelty of a live stream and its setting incited lively discussions among the viewers. This live stream's name is bold, indeed. What a shabby place. It dares to claim gourmet food? It looks like trash to me. First show, a lunatic from that planet? That's laughable. Hey, aren't you curious about what food is available? After all, energy supplements are too expensive and those chef's dishes are exorbitantly priced. This host must be a newcomer. Her clothes are in tatters. Look, she's actually planning to cook with those stinky bugs. That's utterly disgusting. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Shi Xizhou's expression remained unchanged as she proceeded to wash the foul-smelling bugs. The viewers were intrigued by her handling of the ingredients, as advancements in technology had rendered them accustomed to consuming energy or nutrient supplements extracted from food through machinery, and many had never seen whole foods in their lives. In the eyes of the interstellar populace, these stinky bugs were akin to a technologically advanced individual witnessing Earthlings consuming silkworm pupae, and due to their potent odor, they were even rumored to have been raised on excrement. Given her limited collection of food, Shi Xizhou could only prepare a simple home-cooked meal. Considering Nanfeng's appetite and her own reluctance to create elaborate dishes, she happily decided to keep it straightforward. As she sliced the stinky bugs, to her astonishment, Tong's analysis revealed that their flesh bore a striking resemblance to pork belly from Earth. Clean the pork belly and slice it thinly. Sauté it with some soy sauce. As the meat cooks under the heat of the oil and flame, its color lightens. Once the slices turn white and the fat remains in the pan, remove them. Next, add carefully selected garlic sprouts and thickly sliced chili peppers. The simplicity of the kitchen tools does not hinder Shi Xizhou's culinary prowess. The rich aroma of sautéed garlic sprouts immediately fills the air. The spatula gathers the ingredients, and once mixed with seasoning, the dish is ready to be served. Shi Xizhou's gentle facial features, even when paired with this simple dish, exude a unique charm. Her amiable features evoke a sense of fondness among the viewers in the live stream. It appears delicious. Why would a beautiful woman eat something so repugnant? There is no need to go to such lengths for views. What a dark culinary creation. I bet it tastes horrid. Did anyone see the option for shared taste? Are you really interested in trying it? I want to try it too. You fools, this is clearly marketing. Just look at the dreadful quality. Let us go. What's the point? She doesn't even speak. Our Xinzi is far superior. She doesn't even enable taste sharing, and her cooking is atrocious. Fooling only the likes of you. Seriously, you trolls arrived so quickly. Unbelievable. Can't you at least change your usernames? Nanfeng frowned, staring at the barrage of comments. Due to the chip's limited capacity, despite its advanced interstellar capabilities, some functions remain absent. To focus on cooking, Shi Xizhou had reversed the camera, so only Nanfeng, facing the screen, could see the viewer's comments. He silently hid the chat. Having spent so long in the military, Nanfeng found himself increasingly bewildered by the online comments, many of which seemed utterly nonsensical. He wished to shield Shi Xizhou from such mindless remarks, as a majority were from trolls, resembling an organized attack. It was evident that they were merely afraid of losing views. Nanfeng looked at Shi Xizhou, who remained oblivious to the comments while preparing her next dish. He thought that even if Shi Xizhou were to see these comments, her expression would remain composed. After all, losing one's temper over a child was beneath her dignity. Though he had little desire to engage, the trolls were indeed bothersome. Nanfeng decisively activated the troll blocking feature in the livestream system, capable of detecting insults aimed at the host, redirecting traffic to other streamers, and filtering out malicious comments. The interstellar intelligence was not solely one-dimensional. If money could resolve the issue, he would spare no effort. Nanfeng boldly spent 1 million star coins to enhance the functionality of the detection system. Instantly, the chaotic barrage of comments diminished significantly. Why has this streamer suddenly lost so many viewers? Why isn't she enabling taste sharing? What's she cooking now? It looks incredibly appetizing. I can go without a meal, but I'd rather starve than miss out on this. It truly appears delectable. I'm hungry. Hey, where did that troll I was arguing with go? Why were they kicked? What a big shot, having the money to enable troll blocking features. Blocking trolls? This is just asking for criticism. Without trolls, it feels so much quieter. Are you all just watching? Nanfeng. Nothing is insurmountable with enough investment. If there is, it's simply a matter of insufficient funds. Chapter 9. The live stream turmoil begins. The expelled trolls and water army members were naturally disgruntled and aggrieved. They could not comprehend how such a minor streamer dared to expel them. Even the most popular streamers would hesitate to use such a feature, as sometimes negative attention could still generate traffic, and traffic equates to revenue for streamers. The unspoken words erupted as the blocking feature was activated. Some resorted to malicious defamation on the Star Network forums, while others invested even more to hire trolls. Yet, no amount of trolls could rival Shi Nanfeng's financial clout. He activated the strongest blocking feature, banishing all manner of disturbances. Shi Xizhou remained unaware of the unfolding events, continuing to stir her dish. The final dish was a peculiar ingredient from the interstellar realm, known as gilamu, akin to lotus root on Earth, albeit this version was black and hollow, resembling a skull. Lotus root contains considerable tannic acid, which helps constrict blood vessels and can be used to stop bleeding, aiding in Shi Nanfeng's recovery. Shi Xizhou sliced scallions and ginger, peeled and thinly sliced the root, heated oil in the pan, and added the scallions and ginger to release their fragrance. Once the scallions turned golden, she added the lotus slices and gradually poured in water. As the slices became slightly translucent, she added salt and mixed thoroughly before finally garnishing with chopped scallion greens. Shi Xizhou set down her spatula, serving the completed dish with a sigh of exhaustion. Looking at the oddly shaped but delicious dish reminiscent of Earth cuisine, she felt a sense of pride as a chef. This is my culinary creation. I hope everyone enjoys it and supports me. With a playful tilt of her head, she smiled, her demeanor charmingly mischievous amidst the backdrop of interstellar delicacies. While cooking, she did not speak, as she was still trying to gauge the audience's preferences. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Tong Tong's indignant stomping, realizing the current situation was not favorable. However, Shi Xizhou maintained her calm demeanor. She had encountered enough malice on Earth to understand human nature. People are complex beings, capable of jealousy and hatred. It's entirely natural. Even strangers can conjure a myriad of reasons to insult one another. As she ascended to the status of a top chef, she faced criticism regarding her gender, with rumors suggesting she had received preferential treatment. But so what? Shi Xizhou would repeatedly prove her capabilities, ignoring those devoid of dignity, as proving herself to them was as futile as trying to prevent a dog from eating feces. What is this? Can this gilamu really be eaten? Yes, I've had it before. Why does it look so mystical? It started to seem appetizing. It looks delicious. I'm ordering it now. What do I do? How did she manage this? My pan exploded. You still have a pan? I only have a few broken nutrient sticks at home. YISNT taste sharing enabled. I want to eat. It seems the trolls have suddenly decreased in number. A wealthy individual has enabled the highest level of blocking. Really? That's wonderful. I was about to be driven mad by those troublemakers. I too am at a loss. There is little to say about the bullet comments, and even if she wishes to conduct another eating broadcast, neither Shi Nanfeng nor Tong Tong can appear. She decisively informs Shi Nanfeng to end the stream. Goodbye, everyone. On the other side, Shi Nanfeng, lying silently on his bed, similarly terminates the broadcast with a clean cut. Really? I wanted to see the eating broadcast. Without allowing the audience any time to react, the first episode of Shi Xizhou's culinary adventure concludes. The room returns to tranquility, and Shi Nanfeng remains motionless, seemingly deep in thought. Shi Xizhou glances at Shi Nanfeng, inquiring if something has occurred. Shi Nanfeng frowns slightly, revealing a hint of irritation. There are haters causing trouble in the live stream. Shi Xizhou raises an eyebrow. Isn't that quite normal? A glint of sharpness flashes in Shi Nanfeng's gaze as he expresses his anger towards the malice of netizens on Xinguang. I activated the blocking feature, which significantly reduces the presence of trolls and bots in the chat. He then recalls Shi Xizhou's intention behind the live stream and, feeling somewhat ashamed, asks, "Am I being a bit too impulsive?" Upon hearing about this feature, Shi Xizhou is taken aback. It seems that Xinguang has developed such functionality. The blocking feature has its pros and cons, but in comparison to a chaotic live stream, a peaceful one appears far more delightful. After contemplating the advantages and disadvantages for a moment, Shi Xizhou reflects on the ugly faces she has encountered in the past. Now that she has arrived in this new world, she decides it is of little consequence. Thank you very much. Tong Tong's little head nudges against Shi Xizhou's hand, her sparkling eyes gazing up at him. Zhou, don't be angry. They're all trash. Once I recover a bit more, they'll be finished. Looking at Tong Tong, Shi Xizhou feels her spirits lift considerably. Indeed, our Tong Tong is truly remarkable. She gently pats Tong Tong's small head, finally experiencing the joy of nurturing a little one on Earth. All right, let's not discuss them any longer. It's time to eat. I am starving. Nanfeng responds with a simple Meanwhile, in the live stream they mentioned, Xin Xizhou finds herself compared to the newly emerging small broadcaster, which is quite amusing. The disdain evident in her manager's tone catches the man in front of her off guard. He feels somewhat disoriented. He is indeed the Xin Xizhou referenced by netizens. The name Xin Xizhou does not belong to a young girl, but rather to a middle-aged man. The advancements in the Xinjia have allowed for a greater freedom from the traditional gender biases that once prevailed on Earth. No longer are girls expected to wear pink and boys blue, girls to have long hair and boys short, feminine names to be delicate while masculine names robust. Such antiquated notions have long been abandoned. The reason netizens refer to him as Xin Xizhou is that he initially adopted the online name Xin Xiong when he began live streaming on Xinhuang, with his real name being Xiong Xin. Enough of this nonsense. Why are you joining in? I notice you're becoming increasingly arrogant. There are other chefs on Xinhuang. And besides, Xiong Xin's subsequent words remain unspoken. He stays silent, and his manager is not in a hurry either. Both of them think of the upcoming interstellar chef competition. The Xinjia is primarily divided into 5 main stars: Haier Kongxing, where Nanfeng resides, a Cun Li Duo Xing, Huatu Ling Xing, Tian Shan Yun Xing, and Wei Lv Shi Xing. In the interstellar chef competition, each major star and other small planets will send representatives to compete, with the victor earning the title of royal chef and gaining the right to participate in political decisions. Although interstellar humans undergo basic genetic selection at birth, they are not devoid of human flaws. The pursuit of power and wealth remains prevalent. Please observe the performance of other contestants. If anyone stands out, assist me in making contact. Competitions among chefs allow for greater opportunities for improvement. In Chapter 10, on the Interstellar Forum, unbeknownst to Shi Xizhou and her companions, many have already taken notice of them. On Wei Lv Shi Xing, the young master of the wealthy Gu Ba family, Gu Ba Ku, receives a message from his brother. Bro, check out this broadcaster. Isn't your company in need of talent? What do you think? The message from his brother was sent before the blocking feature was activated, and when the young master enters Shi Xizhou's live stream. Nanfeng's use of the premium blocking feature greatly diminishes his initial interest. He replies to his brother, "What's so interesting about this? She can't even handle a little controversy. It's boring. Besides, she seems just like me. Who knows if she can even come on board?" His brother responds, "Are you foolish? Who cares if she can withstand it? Once you sign her, even if she doesn't want to, she'll have to comply. Moreover, how many can match your family's wealth? Even if she has the highest blocking feature. So what? This girl is probably just a minor." Gu Ba Ku smirks, his fair and adorable face reflecting his disbelief. It's said that the Gu Ba family prioritizes profit above all, yet this person seems even more unscrupulous than he. All right, I'll go take a look. Upon entering the live stream and seeing Shi Xizhou, Gu Ba Ku is sprawled lazily on the sofa. The setup of the live stream is not particularly elaborate, yet attracts viewers instantly. Even he cannot resist asking his household robot butler to replicate Shi Xizhou's cooking methods to see if the food is palatable. However, what captivates Gu Ba Ku even more is the contrast between Shi Xizhou's cooking and the shabby environment. Her effortless skill and confidence make the dishes appear deceptively simple, evoking a warm sense of home. Just as Gu Ba Ku is torn about whether to sign Shi Xizhou, his good brother sends another message. "So what do you think? I'm certain she will become a sensation, a veritable cash cow. Once you grow the live stream company, you can dine at home with her, saving your parents the trouble of lecturing you." "I don't care. My parents keep telling me to keep an eye on you. If you continue lounging around the house, I will inform your brother to deal with you." Gu Ba Ku is taken aback to discover that his parents are involved in this matter, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sighing, he adjusts his attire, muttering, "Alas, back to work. How annoying." Shi Xizhou could never have anticipated that a simple live stream would lead her to find a potential partner in collaboration. Meanwhile, those who are dissatisfied with Shi Xizhou are becoming increasingly agitated. On the Interstellar Forum, Post 1, "This is ridiculous. Who does she think she is to kick someone out?" Post 2, "Who is it? What's the gossip? Post 3. Hurry up and tell us. I'm waiting. Post 4. Waiting. Post 5. Waiting. Post 6. Half the lifespan for half the gossip. Post 7. Seriously, what is this? You're insulting someone, yet you're not getting kicked out? Haters. Post 8. Who is it? Post 9. I'm not sure if it's the one I saw. Just a food broadcaster using stink bugs for cooking. Though didn't he look great? Then some trolls showed up and she activated the blocking feature. Post 10. No way. You insult her and she activates the blocking feature? You really are a fool. Post 11. Stink bugs? Can those be eaten? Hurry up and tell me which one. I want to see. Post 12. Curious. Post 13. Is this rubbish person worth watching? Post 14. Clearly, this is just for traffic. Who knows if it's actually edible? So disgusting. Blacklisted. Post 15. No way. Really? Can anyone actually watch this? Post 16. Strange. Why are there so many haters? Post 17. Is this really hate? As the discussion on the forum intensified, a considerable number of individuals began to take an interest in Shi Xizhou. This infuriated the critics. Meanwhile, under Nanfeng's meticulous plan, Shi Xizhou was being guided towards the site of the mech's demise. Prior to this, the two had been deliberating on the potential of live streaming. By utilizing the search capabilities of the quantum brain chip, they could venture to the location of the mech fragments and employ certain components to create a device akin to a taste sensor, enabling the collection of flavors. While Shi Xizhou felt troubled by the fact that interstellar beings could not savor their culinary creations, Nanfeng recalled the parts of his mech with great clarity. As the most outstanding graduate of the Interstellar Academy, Nanfeng possessed formidable practical skills. Coupled with the data stored in the quantum brain chip, he could fabricate a taste synesthetic device from the mech's components. Truly? That would be splendid. With this, even when faced with seemingly peculiar food, everyone would be able to discern its deliciousness, thus attracting more viewers to the live stream. Upon hearing this news, Shi Xizhou felt an exhilarating rush. But as the thought of Tong Tong's previous scanning results crossed his mind, his excitement waned, leaving him momentarily speechless, lips pursed. However, there was one matter that he hoped you could endure. Noticing the unnatural expression on Shi Xizhou's face, Nanfeng attempted to rise, only to be halted by his injuries, which made even standing a challenge. What is it? Your mech is likely beyond salvageable now. Discussing it further would be futile. Shi Xizhou spoke bluntly, revealing the grim reality of the mech's destruction. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Nanfeng's face as he pondered. Grant me one chance. He was also thankful for Shi Xizhou's enhanced physique, as he disregarded Nanfeng's objections and resolutely lifted him onto his back. Feeling both embarrassed and awkward for being carried for the first time, Nanfeng furrowed his brow and pursed his lips, donning a stern expression. Desperately trying to avoid unnecessary contact with Shi Xizhou, his ears betraying him by turning crimson. Soon, the trio, Shi Xizhou, Nanfeng, and Tong Tong, arrived at their destination. Aware of the circumstances, Shi Xizhou asked Nanfeng, "Are you certain you can be of assistance?" Nanfeng gazed silently at the ground. The sparks from the mech's crash had ignited the earth, leaving it strewn with charred ashes and shattered metal fragments, a scene that aptly depicted the mech's obliteration. The reason Shi Xizhou insisted on bringing Nanfeng here was twofold: to see if Nanfeng could uncover something unique, and to confirm her suspicions once and for all. As Nanfeng straightened his back, he felt an overwhelming tension. Clenching his fists before uttering in a strained voice, "I beg Miss Shi to assist me in searching thoroughly once more." Feeling a pang of sympathy for Nanfeng's predicament, Shi Xizhou set him down and, alongside Tong Tong, resumed the search for treasure amidst the debris. Witnessing Shi Xizhou's earnest demeanor, Nanfeng experienced a fleeting sense of guilt and unease. Why does this feel somewhat excessive? Chapter 11. Treasure hunting amidst the debris. Upgrading the intelligent processor, the mech lay in ruins, its scattered remains emitting a heavy scent of char. Shi Xizhou bent down, searching intently for quite some time. Her ponytail cascading down while a delicate layer of dust settled on her exquisitely shaped face, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. She detected a burnt odor mingling with the earth, and from this scent alone, it seemed as though she had witnessed a fierce battle and a tragic defeat. This thought caused Shi Xizhou to press her lips together during her search. Nanfeng's gaze followed her closely, wary of her missing any potentially useful mech components. The statement that the mech was entirely in pieces was an exaggeration. Remnants of the cockpit still faintly outlined its shape, which was precisely what Nanfeng urged Shi Xizhou to investigate. Observing the damaged parts, Shi Xizhou chuckled helplessly. This was indeed her first experience scavenging for treasures in such a manner. Although she had previously foraged for ingredients in the wild as a chef, those had been food she recognized, not this heap of scrap metal, which represented a knowledge gap for her as a denizen of Earth. Just then, lost in her thoughts, Nanfeng suddenly called out to her. Shi Xizhou turned to see him attempting to rise from stone. Is there something there? Shi Xizhou adjusted her position to provide Nanfeng with a better view. Is there a green square object in that spot? Nanfeng leaned forward, trying to see more clearly, but alas, the distance between them proved too great. Is there? Shi Xizhou lifted the metal sheet, weighing down on the area. And as Nanfeng had described, she caught sight of a faintly glowing green cube. Indeed, I see it. I shall retrieve it for you. Shi Xizhou called out, reaching for the green cube. Upon hearing her intention, Nanfeng quickly cautioned, don't move yet. Could you lift it a bit higher? Shi Xizhou nodded, realizing Nanfeng might not be able to see, and raised the found green cube as high as possible while leaning forward. Is this it? The jade-like cube emitted a green luminescence, starkly visible against Shi Xizhou's dirt-stained hands. This was indeed the energy stone Nanfeng had speculated about. The operation of mechs necessitated energy, and compared to the gasoline or electricity continually replenished on Earth, interstellar beings utilized energy stones that were more durable and efficient. While energy stones were crucial for the operation of mechs, they were not what the two required at this moment. Far more significant was the potential presence of the intelligent processor surrounding the energy stone. The intelligent processor was what Nanfeng was truly concerned about, as the core processor of the mech had its own protective measures. The reason Tong had failed to locate the processor was due to its protective mechanism, while the oversight of the energy stone was because such stones were too commonplace in Tong's world to attract attention. Please check if there is a circular, soft membrane-like object nearby. Nanfeng instructed Shi Xizhou to search for the intelligent processor, as the protective measures included a softening layer that minimized the impact during the fall to prevent damage. With Nanfeng's continuous guidance on the appearance of the intelligent processor, Shi Xizhou finally found it approximately 10 meters from where the energy stone had been discovered. Is this it? Shi Xizhou inquired, perplexed. Yes, that's it. Just bring it over. As Nanfeng spotted the intelligent processor, relief washed over him. Regarding the previous discussions on the taste issue during the live stream, he had begun to formulate a simple plan in his mind. Yet it required a thorough examination of the intelligent processor before any conclusions could be drawn. Emerging from the ruins, Shi Xizhou held both the energy stone and the intelligent processor, stating, I have retrieved both for you. If there is anything else you need me to find, just let me know. Nanfeng gazed at Shi Xizhou's face, now smeared with dirt, and a fleeting flicker of shame crossed his expression. Were it not for his injuries, he would never have permitted someone as seemingly fragile as Shi Xizhou to shoulder such burdens. In the interstellar realm, although the distinctions between genders had nearly vanished, the divide between the strong and the weak remained unchanged. Shi Xizhou, in Nanfeng's eyes, epitomized the weaker category, deserving of care and attention. No need. Finding these two is sufficient. Let us return. Although Nanfeng wished to further explore the possibility of uncovering additional valuable items, this was precisely why he refrained from explicitly informing Shi Xizhou about what he was seeking. Nevertheless, considering the current state of this place, discovering these two items was already quite commendable. Upon receiving Nanfeng's affirmative response, Shi Xizhou gently cradled the energy stone and the intelligent processor in her arms and effortlessly lifted Nanfeng into a princess carry. This embrace, however, only intensified the natural shyness of Nanfeng, rendering his ears even more flushed. Nanfeng stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts completely. Yet, as Shi Xizhou gazed down at him, she noticed the previously unobserved rosy hue of his ears and realized that he was indeed shy. In an effort to alleviate Nanfeng's discomfort, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor and replied, "This will expedite things." Nanfeng initially intended to decline, but upon catching a glimpse of the small cut on Shi Xizhou's face, which was bleeding from research efforts, his words softened. "This is troublesome." The two swiftly returned to their quarters, where their next task was to address the intelligent processor. To enhance the agility and responsiveness of the mecha, the intelligent processor served as a compact sensory device, providing a comprehensive display of the environment surrounding the mecha to the operator. After all, during combat, particularly in mecha battles, even the slightest fluctuation in data could alter the course of events. Their current objective was to activate the taste processor and modify it to exclusively absorb the flavors of delectable dishes, thereby achieving a more authentic and real-time broadcasting effect. Nanfeng scrutinized the intelligent processor carefully, nodding in agreement under Shi Xizhou's earnest gaze. "Rest assured, the damage is not severe. It is still usable, requiring only a few modifications on my part." Shi Xizhou's eyes sparkled with delight at this revelation. Subsequently, Nanfeng delved into the intricacies of the intelligent processor, while Shi Xizhou set out once more to procure food, as the increase in personnel led to a more rapid depletion of supplies. Furthermore, a diverse array of dishes would enhance the live streaming experience, attracting greater viewership. Chapter 12. Conspiracy unfolds. Military district rivalry. While Nanfeng was on this desolate star, a conspiracy against him was silently taking shape on the main star. High Air Kongxing. With Nanfeng's disappearance, a meeting room on High Air Kongxing saw several key military and political leaders gathered, their faces etched with anxiety. "Commander Ji is currently missing. We must expedite the search for his whereabouts." Whispers of concern rippled through the room. Nanfeng's exemplary performance during the war had catapulted him to the position of chief commander of the 1st Military District, making him the youngest and most promising major in the galaxy, beloved by the populace. However, this did not mean he was devoid of enemies within the Federation. The news of Nanfeng's disappearance had sparked instability within the military ranks. Among those present, Commander Chung was the first to speak. "Although Major Ji is currently missing, the management of the 1st Military District must not be neglected. I suggest we allow the 2nd Military District to oversee it temporarily until Major Ji returns." Nanfeng's sister, Liangshui, regarded Commander Chung with a hint of disdain. "What do you mean by that, Commander? Although my brother is currently unaccounted for, the 1st Military District is not devoid of capable personnel. There is no need to trouble your 2nd Military District." Thoughts of her brother's disappearance cast a shadow over Liangshui's expression, yet she remained resolute in the face of these cunning commanders, refusing to yield even an inch. "Liangshui, Commander Chung is merely voicing our concerns. Your brother's decision to enter the battlefield at such a young age was indeed audacious. We all recognize his exceptional abilities. However, you and the others are still young. It is better for us older veterans to handle such matters," Commander Zhao interjected, attempting to quell the tensions. Suddenly, Lieutenant Lu Mu raised his head, his eyes glinting with coldness. "Are you implying that Commander Ji is confirmed dead, Commander Zhao?" The room fell silent. No one dared to utter such words. Even if someone were certain of Nanfeng's demise, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage, positioning themselves against the entire 1st Military District. "Lieutenant Lu, we do not currently know Nanfeng's whereabouts. His unauthorized departure from the military camp has already breached military law, and now he is missing." Commander Zhao's comments may have been a bit too extreme, but there is some truth to them, Commander Chung spoke slowly. On the other side, Zhang Xinghang suppressed his agitation, glancing at the other two commanders, uncertain of Commander Wang and Commander Ouyang's thoughts. Given their close ties with the 1st Military District, Commander Wang of the 4th Military District naturally sided with Nanfeng. "Let us wait for the search result from Nanfeng before making any decisions. Overlapping authority between military districts will only hinder better management of our personnel." Commander Chung scoffed at this rationale. If Nanfeng weren't Commander Wang's nephew, I doubt anyone here would overlook the 1st Military District. If Nanfeng were to perish, it would be an irresistible opportunity for many. In stark contrast to the clear stances of the three commanders, Commander Ouyang, who held the least power among them, squinted his round eyes, leisurely observing the expressions of everyone present. Adjusting his collar, he casually remarked, "My 5th military district lacks capabilities. You may proceed as you see fit." Commander Zhao burst into laughter. "Commander Ouyang, you are far too humble. The capabilities of the 5th military district are well known, surpassing even our 2nd military district." Commander Chung quickly added, "Indeed, which of our 5 military districts would dare to underestimate your 5th military district, Commander Ouyang?" The remarks from Zhao and Chung were an attempt to draw Commander Ouyang to their side, hastening their acquisition of the 1st military district to their advantage. As their words grew increasingly audacious, Jiliang Shui's anger simmered more intensely. Though she could not explain her brother's sudden disappearance, she was certain that one of these commanders was behind it. Now, they were plotting to exploit the 1st military district, a direct affront to her brother's legacy. "No need to trouble yourselves, gentlemen. We will find our commander ourselves," Jiliang Shui declared, rising to her feet, followed by the members of the 1st military district. As they turned to leave, their departure evidently irked Commander Chung, who coldly snorted, "These youngsters still require some discipline." Commander Wang chuckled, attempting to placate the situation. "Children, after all, need a bit of temper to build resilience and drive." Commander Ouyang remained silent, while Commander Zhao sipped his water. In a few days, they will regret their arrogance. As Jiliang Shui stepped outside, she wiped away her tears and addressed her companions. "Increase our manpower. We need to see the living or the dead." Zhang Xingheng observed the demoralized 1st military district without speaking. He had received a message from Nanfeng when he acquired the chip, yet to uncover the traitors within the military camp, he couldn't divulge this information to anyone, not even to his sister, Jiliang Shui. He recalled Nanfeng's words, "Do not inform Liang Shui. She is too emotional and easily noticed." The various power struggles on the main star began to unfold. The search for food remained as peculiar as ever. In the dim night, streaks of light traversed the sky, dazzling yet fleeting. "Zhou, this is the kiwi fruit from Earth. This is papaya. And this is eggplant and scallions." Tong directed Shi Xizhou, assisting her in distinguishing the various foods. Shi Xizhou raised her hand and began processing the items Tong had identified, observing Shi Xizhou diligently at work. Tong could no longer suppress the doubts swirling within him. He tugged at Shi Xizhou's sleeve and looked up at her, inquiring, "Zhou, are we truly leaving him at home like this? What if he escapes?" Frowning, Tong had wrestled with this issue for quite some time before finally voicing his concern. Shi Xizhou gently ruffled his hair, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Tong, you are quite astute. Fear not, I have set a small mechanism at the door. Everything will be fine." Tong's face lit up with admiration. "Zhou, you thought of everything. That is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Nanfeng, engrossed in his research on the taste sensory device, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh no, it's almost gone. We must return." Noticing the waning light of the moon, Shi Xizhou gradually reduced her search for ingredients and took Tong's hand. "Let's head back." Chapter 13. Resuming the live broadcast. The young master arrives after a day and night of repairs. Nanfeng finally managed to restore the taste sensory function by midday on the 3rd day. Shi Xizhou scrutinized the chip connecting to the taste sensory device, its small size and clumsy appearance making it seem both adorable and somewhat awkward. "Is this sufficient?" "Yes." Before resuming her live broadcast, Shi Xizhou casually remarked, "By the way, how do we activate that shielding feature? Do you really want to see all those disgusting comments?" Nanfeng replied coldly. Shi Xizhou cast a curious glance his way. "What's the matter? Have they offended you too?" Picking up on her tone, Nanfeng hesitated but complied with her request to activate the shielding function. "You needn't pay any attention to what they say. Once I return to the main star, I shall deal with them." Upon hearing such assertive words, Shi Xizhou could not help but envision the domineering CEOs from Earth's literature. Uffed. Nanfeng looked up at Shi Xizhou, perplexed. "What's wrong?" Nothing. The live broadcast is starting." Shi Xizhou deftly changed the subject, avoiding Nanfeng's inquisitive gaze. Despite having encountered numerous handsome individuals on Earth, Shi Xizhou had to concede that Nanfeng was exceptionally good-looking. He possessed an inherent military aura, exuding righteousness and a weathered charm that was undeniably captivating. Shi Xizhou shook her head, breaking free from her reverie. Earning money takes precedence. Nothing matters more than that. Once she initiated the live broadcast, she cleared her throat and announced, "Welcome to the Xizhou cuisine. I am your host, Shi Xizhou, on this grand culinary stage. If you dare to eat, join us." Previously hindered by insufficient equipment, she had not prepared the taste sensory feature. However, now that it was connected, she hoped everyone would savor the culinary delights online. In just a few minutes, viewers began to flood into Shi Xizhou's live stream, and comments started pouring in. Xizhou, such arrogance. They actually managed to incorporate the taste sensory feature. I heard from a friend that this host's cooking is quite repulsive, so I came to check it out. With those disgusting dishes, is there really a need to eat? Rich enough to block comments, not enough to buy the sensory device. As expected, it's just another publicity stunt. Now, they stop at nothing for fame. Let us leave. Strange. Host, you've disabled the shielding function. No way. I really don't want to see so many trolls. So annoying. This trashy host. How much did the bots cost? Host, truly impressive. Our host is stunning. Haha. Host. Really great. Our host is amazing. This is comedy taken to the next level. The icy barrage of comments caused Nanfeng to frown, glancing up at Shi Xizhou, only to be astonished to find her expression unchanged. When they adjusted the shielding function, Shi Xizhou allowed Nanfeng to view the comments during the broadcast. So now all three could see the influx of remarks. A shabby live stream with extravagant features. Could it be that she has been abandoned? That being said, this host appears quite decent. Perhaps she's just a pawn for genes, to be discarded once obtained. Hey, do you not understand the gene law? What can and cannot be said? Have some sense. What is wrong? Which law prohibits me from saying such things? In the cosmos, both men and women underwent physical enhancements, and children were conceived through genetic recombination in laboratories. The comment section was rife with discussions about the dark underbelly of gene theft. Nanfeng could no longer contain himself. As a soldier, he found it outrageous that such illegal acts were discussed so casually before him, as if the interstellar network laws were non-existent. He saved the IDs of these speakers and sent them to Zhang Xinghong. Investigate these individuals regarding the gene issues. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinghong, busy seeking out spies, replied, "Understood." With the taste sensory device in place, viewers could activate the feature, allowing them to experience the aromas and colors surrounding Shi Xizhou in vivid detail, creating an immersive sensation. Regarding the comments from netizens, Shi Xizhou paid them no mind. Instead, she smiled casually. "Now, let us prepare some bossy gugu to candied sweet potatoes." What a great attitude. Bossy? Pulling hair? Haha, what nonsense is that? If making a dish required pulling hair, the host would have been bald long ago. Haha, I'm curious. What is that? Xingxingzi has also made gugu too. Are you saying she just renamed what Xingxingzi did? Please, ingredients also have intellectual property rights. Exactly. Spouting nonsense without fear of being caught by the cyber police. Shut up, shut up. We'll see about that. Can the host give me a follow? I have a favor to ask. What are you asking for? Junk food, perhaps? You all are ruthless. I like it. Ha ha. Observing the playful banter among the viewers and Shi Xizhou's complete oblivion to it, the manager of the Gu-Bake group felt increasingly distressed. When the scion of Gu-Bake sought to sign Shi Xizhou, he had messaged her through her account, forgetting whether she would even agree to the contract. Facing the sharp gaze of his young master, the manager wiped the sweat from his brow. "Young master, I'll hire more people to flood the comments. She'll definitely notice." Gu-Bake shot him a fierce glare. Flooding the comments? Isn't that just going to attract more trolls? Use your brain. Internally. The manager couldn't help but scoff. "Come on, young master, you're not concerned about it yourself, and now you're blaming me? I truly have a life of a worker, always taking the fall." Shi Xizhou skillfully wielded the kitchen knife, confident in her ability to silence the naysayers with her prowess. She rinsed the diced sweet potatoes under clean water, draining them. These are the washed gugu too, cut into small pieces. Rinse and drain like I'm doing. The yellow sweet potatoes sat in a small, worn stone bowl, and curious viewers approached, activating the taste-sharing feature to experience the faint aroma of raw sweet potatoes. Strange. Is this the scent of gugu too? I've never smelled this before. How fascinating. Why doesn't Shi Xingzi's gugu to smell like this? Cut out. Do you really trust that person? I have attempted to prepare meals alongside him several times, and my kitchen has nearly been reduced to shambles from my efforts, utterly failing to replicate his culinary prowess. The steps remain elusive. How tragic it is. Look quickly, what is happening there? The audience's gaze shifted once again to Shi Xizhou. With a smile, Shi Xizhou diligently shared the cooking steps with everyone. As the oil in the frying pan heated, she carefully submerged the sweet potatoes, observing them transform into a golden hue before effortlessly retrieving them. She then proceeded to caramelize sugar, and when it achieved a rich amber color and became stretchable, she swiftly added the sweet potatoes, tossing them with finesse. Each piece of sweet potato was enveloped in syrup. How hot? Why must the shared taste be at such a scalding temperature? Oh, hurry and cool it down. I want to taste it. It smells so delightful. This is distinctly different from what Xi and Xinzi prepared. My goodness, is this magic? Shi Xizhou skillfully transferred the sweet potatoes to an oiled plate and prepared a bowl of water. Using chopsticks, she elongated the sugar strands from the sweet potatoes, immersing them in the water, which halted the stretching of the sugar and made them less scorching to the palate. I'll be the first to taste. How sweet it is. How revolting. Indeed, this is a dark culinary creation. How unfortunate that such a visually appealing dish turned out so poorly. Truly, Xi and Xinzi remains the best. I feel nauseous. I cannot endure this. Chapter 14. Unexpectedly, a dark culinary creation? Run away. I have vomited. Is it truly that inedible? Please, do not eat it. The comments below varied wildly, yet all conveyed a singular sentiment. Contrary to the expectations of those around Shi Xizhou, the audience collectively delivered a barrage of unfavorable reviews for her culinary efforts. Tong Tong, upon seeing these comments, was infuriated and angrily waved her little hands at the floating comments. You haters, have you ever tasted it? Is your palate broken? Oh, you're all terrible people. Although Shi Xizhou also found it difficult to comprehend, faced with the overwhelmingly negative reviews from the interstellar audience, alongside the stark contrast of Nanfeng's fondness for her cooking, it was impossible for her to fully accept the criticism. Nevertheless, as a former top chef who had weathered many storms, she maintained a serene demeanor. Shi Xizhou did not reveal her inner turmoil. Instead, she smiled and said, "Since everyone dislikes the dish I prepared this time, I shall continue to study diligently. I hope to grow together with your guidance." Tong Tong was on the verge of tears at Shi Xizhou's words. With tearful eyes, she clung to her leg and mumbled, "Zhou, they are unworthy of eating your food. They have no taste whatsoever. And grow together? Who would grow together with you? How disgusting. Get out of the chef community. Get out of the live stream. Is this really it? Such a beautiful face could produce such repulsive food. Shocking. Is it really that dreadful? It's just a tad unpleasant. I assent it. I have never tasted anything so awful. I feel sick. I have already vomited." Seeing the increasingly outrageous comments, Shi Xizhou, while still somewhat bewildered, noticed the growing number of viewers in the live stream and the generous donations from unknown benefactors, indicating that the second live stream had indeed garnered some attention. Thus, she decided to conclude the session. With a smile, she closed the live stream, leaving the disgruntled viewers unable to send further comments. No way. Is she really ending the stream now? Let us chat a little longer. I want to see how she deals with that food. She want to eat it, will she? She is live streaming, and while you're insulting her, you're also asking for more. I don't care if you're upset. Am I not free to enjoy myself? Am I right? Am I right? Laughable. Hurry and leave. Who want to watch you anyway? Nanfeng, observing the comments that seemed genuine rather than fabricated, felt a pang of guilt. He finally recalled something he had long overlooked, the stark difference between his taste preferences and those of the interstellar people. He remembered his parents recounting stories from his childhood. Jimu had noticed that little Nanfeng often wore a frown while eating, and she jokingly remarked to Jifu, "Our son might just become a great commander. Look at that furrowed brow. He takes after you. Ji Fu, curious about their son, leaned in and asked, Son, what grievances do you carry all day? Young Nanfeng painfully swallowed the food prepared by the robot. Dad, are we exceptionally poor? Ji Fu was taken aback. Why would you think that? If this food is so horrid, how can we not be poor? Young Nanfeng looked at his parents in confusion, pointing at the unappetizing food. His father could not contain his laughter. This is the top culinary robot of the interstellar world. How has it become revolting in your eyes? Despite anyone proclaiming the food's deliciousness, in young Nanfeng's impression, their family was indeed so poor that they could only consume the most unpalatable meals. It was only as he matured that he fully understood how vastly different his palate was from that of the interstellar inhabitants. As for why he did not express this during Shi Xizhou's livestream, it was because, aside from his childhood when he was forced to eat, he had relied solely on energy supplements and found it impossible to chew through the delicacies made by the interstellar chefs. Over time, his concept of gourmet food had nearly faded away. After preparing the meals for the three of them, Shi Xizhou inadvertently glanced at Ji Nanfeng's expression and sensed that he had something to discuss with her, likely regarding the recent livestream. Shi Xizhou paused and tilted her head to observe him, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. When Ji Nanfeng met her gaze, she smiled back. Let's eat first. We can talk afterward. Shi Xizhou did not intend to blame Ji Nanfeng. Yet regarding the overwhelmingly negative comments during the livestream, she truly found it difficult to accept and began to contemplate Ji Nanfeng's intentions. I will uncover the issue. Ji Nanfeng met Shi Xizhou's eyes directly. I neglected to acknowledge that my taste differs from that of the general populace. That was my mistake. Shi Xizhou was momentarily taken aback. His eyes were dark and bright, filled with a resolute sincerity, as if he were offering her a solemn apology and commitment befitting a soldier. Shi Xizhou could not help but be momentarily lost in thought before quickly regaining her composure. Let us eat first. We could discuss it after. The traditional Chinese saying that food is of utmost importance has always held great significance in Shi Xizhou's life. The dishes remained aromatic, enticing her stomach to grumble. The sweet potatoes that the interstellar folks deemed unpalatable were, upon tasting, crisp from the sugar coating and perfectly sweetened. How delicious this is! Truly, why must they insist it is inedible? They have no taste whatsoever. The disgruntled Tong chose not to voice her thoughts, merely eating her meal with indignation in Ji Nanfeng's blind spot. Be good. Do not be upset. Shi Xizhou gently pinched Tong's little fingers, reminding her that being angry was not worth it. Tong lifted her head, her large eyes gazing at Shi Xizhou, bashfully clutching her clothing. I understand. I'm sorry for worrying you. Ji Nanfeng, unable to see Tong, regarded Shi Xizhou with suspicion. Even he, though somewhat dull, could sense something was amiss. As a commander, his intuition was particularly sharp. He always felt the presence of a third individual in the room, yet could not pinpoint who it was. Shi Xizhou's current behavior was indeed rather peculiar. In that moment, the young master Gyubake of Xizhou was utterly exasperated by his own subordinate's incompetence. You fool! How could you still not accomplish such a simple task? What use do I have for you now? The manager, observing the live stream on the screen that was in the process of being shut down, couldn't help but inquire, Young master, hasn't this streamer ruined their persona? Should we still proceed with the contract? Of course, we must continue. And at an even swifter pace came the resolute reply. But why? The manager asked, bewildered. There are many things you do not comprehend. In time, you will naturally come to understand, Gyubake remarked with a slight smirk, casting a glance at him before deciding not to press further. What is the essence of live streaming? It is fundamentally about traffic. Traffic is the true power of discourse. Do not be misled by the negative backlash surrounding Xizhou's second live stream. The stark contrast created by two such broadcasts, coupled with the considerable traffic generated, is quite rare in the interstellar realm. For a businessman, everything can be packaged, taste can be packaged, vision can be packaged, and so too can persona. Chapter 15. Collaborating with the young master. Reviewing the contract having finished his meal, Ji Nanfeng intended to check if Zhang Xingxing had sent him any messages when he received a notification from Gyubake. Greetings, streamer. I am the head of Bagoo Entertainment. We greatly admire your unique streaming style and sincerely invite you to join us. May I ask for your interest? Nanfeng was not particularly familiar with Bagoo Entertainment, so he searched the Starnet and discovered it was a company under the Guba Group, owned by the young master Gubake. He found it curious that the Guba Group would reach out to Shi Xizhou, especially given Gubake's playful nature. Even though the popularity of this live stream was significantly greater than the first, it had not yet reached the heights required for entry into the Guba Group. His long lashes shaded his dark eyes, creating an aura of mystery under the dim light. Nanfeng inquired, "Is that so? But how can I be certain of your authenticity? I currently have many detractors. Are you attempting to deceive me?" The manager quickly replied, "Absolutely not. We are genuine. This account is our official one. If you visit our homepage, you will see our verified badge, which cannot be altered. We extend a sincere invitation and are willing to invest substantial resources to assist you in managing your live streams." "Let me think it over," Nanfeng responded. "All right. We look forward to your prompt reply. By the way, may I ask your name?" Nanfeng paused briefly before replying, "Shi Xizhou." Turning to Shi Xizhou, he noticed her fair, exquisite face adorned with a gentle smile. If it were true that she had traversed dimensions, managing her life so meticulously in a foreign environment while maintaining her composure was indeed a remarkable feat. Shi Xizhou met Nanfeng's gaze and asked, "Is there something on your mind? An entertainment company wishes to contract with you and is inquiring about your intentions." "Oh, are they reliable? The company seems credible, though." Nanfeng recalled his previous encounter with Gubake, a man-child in an adult's guise, and continued, "The owner is not particularly dependable. However, should you decide to sign with me around, there shouldn't be any major issues." Upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou raised an eyebrow. She accepted the light brain Nanfeng handed her and began to research Bagoo Entertainment. Though part of the prestigious Guba Group, Bagoo Entertainment was relatively small and lacked significant power in the industry, making it a company in need of personnel. Shi Xizhou felt somewhat satisfied with Bagoo Entertainment. A powerful company would afford her less freedom, while a company too small would be unable to provide the resources she required. With a sigh, she reflected that if she had not traversed dimensions, such concerns would not even cross her mind. Yet, even without this experience, she might still have been foraging for ingredients in some vast forest. After all, the unknown adventures were all quite similar. Turning to Nanfeng, she asked, "Mr. G, do you have any suggestions? If you wish to gain more traffic and status in your streams, Bagoo Entertainment is a commendable choice. We share the same perspective." Shi Xizhou smiled confidently, yet she was not in a hurry to contact Bagoo Entertainment. Rushing to seize the initiative would relinquish control over the situation. Eventually, under Gubake's insistence, negotiations commenced. "Miss Shi Xizhou, have you given any thought to the contract with Bagoo Entertainment?" The manager inquired. "I would like to know what conditions your company can offer and what requirements you have," Shi Xizhou replied. The manager cast a glance at the eager Gubake, who disdainfully dismissed him with a scoff. "Hurry up and present the highest terms." The manager mused, "Young master, it's not quite so simple. Negotiations require some degree of back and forth, or else the Guba Group's frugality will become apparent. We can't appear stingy, as it compromises our dignity. Rest assured, Miss Shi, we will meet your needs. You must realize that our company has few streamers. Once contracted, resources will be directed towards you as much as possible," the manager assured, though his words lacked clarity and were filled with vague promises. Shi Xizhou could discern the underlying calculations inherent to business. A sly smile crept across her lips as a mischievous thought arose. She typed, "So, if I sign, the company will promote me exclusively? Can we negotiate a 90-10 split? With 90 for me? No, that is not the intention. The company will offer a standard A-level contract, with a 70-30 split. 30 for the company, 70 for the streamer." The manager hastily clarified, fearing that Gubake might agree too readily, which would leave him in a difficult position. The manager's urgent attempts to clarify nearly leaped out of the screen, causing Shi Xizhou to stifle a laugh. "Ah, I see. Then what will I need to do?" she asked. "Primarily, you'll be streaming and participating in company events, which are not overly burdensome. The specifics will be detailed in the contract. I will send you a copy shortly. After the contract was dispatched, the manager suddenly remembered a question he had neglected to ask earlier. Miss Shi, was your performance in the last stream intentional? He refrained from voicing the thought that lingered. Was it truly meant to be that unpalatable? Shi Xizhou remained silent, and an awkward silence enveloped the conversation. If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me? She finally asked. Do I believe you? Well, perhaps, the manager replied. The contract presented by the manager bore similarities to those on Earth, yet it included numerous additional stipulations, such as adherence to the contract's terms throughout its duration. However, one particular clause caught Shi Xizhou's attention. It explicitly stated that Bagoo Entertainment held participatory rights over her videos and streams, necessitating prior consultation for any content she wished to release. Furthermore, the company reserved the right to suspend her if deemed necessary. Mr. G. Nanfeng, could you please review this contract for me, particularly these clauses? I have some reservations, she said, indicating the specific sections of concern. Ji Nanfeng remained silent. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the document with the sharpness of a commander evaluating his troops. Only these clauses concern me. The others are manageable. Shi Xizhou inquired about the possibility of revising the contract, but unfortunately, it could no longer be altered. Manager, Miss Shi, although these terms cannot be altered, should you manage to secure a position among the top 3 on the live streaming leaderboard within a year, we can amend the contract and elevate it to a more advanced contract. After considerable contemplation, Shi Xizhou resolved to sign the contract. However, upon signing, she realized a critical issue. She remained a complete outsider without any identification. Shi Xizhou was left speechless, her mind momentarily blank. How could she sign with whose identity? The moment this question arose, the entire room fell into silence. None of the 3 had anticipated that the signing process would be hindered by the matter of identification. As an earthling, Shi Xizhou had no identity to present. Tong Tong was, strictly speaking, not even human, and Ji Nanfeng's current status was practically useless, akin to a living target. The trio found themselves at an impasse. Chapter 16. Embrace laziness. Doubt the unwilling to doubt. Please wait a moment. Ji Nanfeng returned to the chat interface with Zhang Xingxing. Ji Nanfeng, urgent. Help me arrange an identity. Zhang Xingxing. He hesitated for a moment, and, upon reading this message, couldn't help but question whether the person on the other side was indeed the commander he knew. The information sent from the other side was a description of Ji Nanfeng in conversation with Shi Xizhou, with only age and gender being truthful. The rest was a fabrication concocted by the two. The age aspect struck Zhang Xingxing as odd. It seemed peculiar to create an identity for a child. Indeed, individuals in the interstellar realm often had advanced ages, with those ranging from newborn to 500 years old being commonplace. Here, the threshold of adulthood is set at 30 years. Thus, at 23, Shi Xizhou was considered a minor in interstellar society, and Ji Nanfeng, at 25, was also deemed underage. The first military district, having been immediately scrutinized following Ji Nanfeng's disappearance, had a higher proportion of minors compared to other districts, primarily due to its role as a transitional military academy. Yet, this did not burden the first military district. On the contrary, its capabilities surpassed those of others precisely because of these vibrant youths, who not only excelled in skill but also possessed agility of mind, adapting seamlessly in the chaos of war. They matured through various practical experiences, evolving into more honest and dependable soldiers. In a fleeting moment, numerous speculations surfaced in Zhang Xingxing's mind. Could it be that his commander intended to disguise herself as a male and assume a new identity in the interstellar realm? That would certainly be amusing. Zhang Xingxing raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Lu Mu, who approached. Although he could not disclose the commander's whereabouts, he could still instruct Lu Mu to perform tasks. Lu Mu, I need your assistance. Have you found any trace of the commander? Lu Mu halted, his anxious gaze fixed on Zhang Xingxing. Zhang Xingxing shook his head. No, the commander's trail seems to have vanished completely. Our dispatch personnel have yet to report back. I called you over to request an identity card. Lu Mu frowned. Such a trivial task warrants my involvement? Is there something you haven't shared with me? Zhang Xingxing chuckled, revealing his charming little tiger teeth. Don't be so hasty. This identity is quite confidential. I'm swamped with other tasks and cannot delegate this to anyone else. You know me. I prefer to be lazy, but this is something I cannot avoid. Lu Mu discreetly scrutinized Zhang Xingxing's expression. Was this related to the commander? Zhang Xingxing merely smiled enigmatically. Very well. Lu Mu turned and departed, his resolute countenance obscured by the dim light, his expression inscrutable. Zhang Xingxing toyed with a dagger, observing Lu Mu's receding figure. Whispering to himself, "Please don't let it be you." Zhang Xingxing's life motto was to embrace laziness, yet he was reluctant to doubt those he deemed brothers. In their analysis, Nanfeng's predicament did not seem an unforeseen event. Rather, it appeared to be the culmination of a long-standing covert scheme. Whether it was the interference of unfamiliar signals or the so-called interstellar pirates, these were not solely the work of external adversaries. There were traitors within the military, or more precisely, allies of the enemy lurking nearby. Had it not been for the commander's information, Zhang Xingxing would never have considered Lu Mu a suspect. As for Ji Liangshui, she was, to put it bluntly, a naive sweetheart, clever enough but not overly so. The reason Zhang Xingxing did not suspect Lu Mu was that he had grown up alongside Ji Nanfeng, and they were intimately familiar with each other's true nature. However, this did not imply that Lu Mu, whom Ji Nanfeng met at school, was unreliable. The fundamental issue lay in Ji Nanfeng's discovery of Lu Mu's clandestine communications with Commander Ouyang of the 5th Military District. Although Commander Ouyang had not explicitly expressed malice during their last discussion, his cunning was evident. He harbored no overt ill will, yet neither did he exhibit any clear goodwill. But what if Lu Mu truly were a spy? As this thought crossed Zhang Xingxing's mind, his mood soured. Rising from his seat, he caught sight of the energy supplement Lu Mu had left on the table for him, further aggravating his irritation. Outside, Lu Mu's expression darkened, though he displayed no outward sign of distress as he piloted his craft away. Meanwhile, Ji Liangshui, whom Zhang Xingxing considered a naive sweetheart, continued her search for her brother, dispatching her subordinates to secretly scour the residences of other commanders in search of him. I refuse to believe my brother has vanished without a trace. Among these commanders, I must be particularly wary of Commander Cheng and Commander Zhao, and that lethargic Commander Ouyang also seems suspect. He certainly doesn't look like a good person. In the comfort of his home, Commander Ouyang sneezed, rubbing his nose and mumbling to himself, "How strange. Is someone thinking of me?" On the desolate planet, before her identity was established, Shi Xizhou began her search for supplies, discreetly gathering items while concealing her actions from Ji Nanfeng. One after another, she shoved various foods into Ji Nanfeng's backpack. This was Ji Nanfeng's first time witnessing Shi Xizhou in the act of foraging, and the ingredients gathered from the primitive environment bore characteristics that rendered them less palatable. Were these? "This is sweet. This resembles a fish but tastes nothing like it. And this looks like a clump of mud but is actually edible mud." Ji Nanfeng was taken aback. "Are you certain all of this is safe to eat? Why not give it a try? After all, it won't kill you," Shi Xizhou teased. Ji Nanfeng was astonished by Shi Xizhou's confidence, his feelings becoming somewhat complex. It seemed that Shi Xizhou harbored her own little secrets that she had yet to reveal. As Shi Xizhou finished her foraging, Ji Nanfeng reached out to take possession of the peculiar assortment of ingredients. The sticky, prickly, and damp textures caused Ji Nanfeng's body to tense, rendering him momentarily immobile. Observing Ji Nanfeng's stiff demeanor, Shi Xizhou couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "This is too amusing." As time passed, with the identity card yet to be finalized, both Shi Xizhou and Ji Nanfeng deemed it prudent to refrain from live streaming, as the absence of a clear prospect rendered their efforts seemingly futile. Even should they embark on live streaming, they would likely face criticism. Shi Xizhou remarked that anyone wishing to be criticized should proceed, as only a fool would seek such an experience. She remained perplexed by the notion that interstellar beings found her cooking unpalatable. After all, she had prepared such unusual food that both Tong Tong and Ji Nanfeng competed to consume it. How could she not win over the interstellar palate? It was truly baffling. Chapter 17, Treading the Path of Darkness, Just walk it. Gu Ba Ku surveyed the comments on the culinary forum regarding Shi Xizhou, his eyes gleaming with interest. Post 3655. What a devil. This is horrendously unpalatable. Post 3656. I regret ever watching that live stream. Who on earth recommended it to me, claiming it would be delicious? The onlookers in the virtual realm of Xinguang are engrossed in spirited discussions regarding Shi Xizhou's live broadcast. However, malicious intent significantly outweighs neutrality and goodwill. It seems that mocking Shi Xizhou provides a much-needed release for many, particularly those who had been ejected from their first live session due to the blocking feature. Fueled by the vitriol of these detractors, even those who have yet to enter the live room harbor a palpable disdain for Shi Xizhou's endeavors. The manager is deeply concerned. Young master, what shall we do? We haven't secured a contract yet. Perhaps we should reconsider, lest we lose everything. Yet, Gu Baku simply pats the manager on the shoulder and replies meaningfully, "This is precisely what you fail to understand. It is only through controversy that one can generate profit. Who cares about right or wrong? Ultimately, success is determined by human effort, observing the rhythm set by netizens." Gu Baku eagerly peruses the forum, as the buzz surrounding Shi Xizhou's previously unremarkable livestream begins to attract a slow but steady increase in followers. This upward trend brings a smile to Gu Baku's face. Once the contract with Shi Xizhou is finalized, he intends to show those mocking netizens the true essence of a live streaming platform, wherein traffic reigns supreme. Soon, under Lu Mu's arrangement, Shi Xizhou's status is revealed. Shi Xizhou proclaims, "I now possess a legitimate identity. I am a respectable individual." Although at the tender age of 23, Shi Xizhou is still considered a minor in the realm of Xing. The legal threshold here is set at 5 years. The education system in Xing is standardized, and upon turning 5, individuals acquire rights and responsibilities akin to those of 18-year-olds on Earth. Consequently, Shi Xizhou is eligible to enter into a contract with Bagu Entertainment Company. Bagu Entertainment's official blog updates with the following announcement. As a young master of the Gu Ba Group, my brother looks down upon me, my father neglects me, and my mother nags me. After being cast out of my home, I only took over a small company, bearing humiliation and hardship. Fortunately, I have benefactors to aid me. Watch as I rise from adversity and strike back. Right, my esteemed benefactors, the first Zhu Meisher Tong Tong and Shi Xizhou. Responses flood in. Haha, the chosen one. You can shine as brightly as you wish. I didn't realize this was the official blog until now. Gu Ba Group. Having such a young master is truly a burden. After this announcement, can you even go home? Gu Baku can't help but add, not only can I not return, but I've also lost my pocket money. Woe is me. Laughter ensues. What a pitiful young master. Who is that person mentioned later? No way. The one who made that horrid dish is now considered a benefactor? What is happening? If I recall correctly, is that not the one who made that sticky, sugary dish? Young master, you must not think that just because her dish contains goo, she is of the same caliber. That was the first time in all my years of watching live streams that I encountered such unappetizing food, without exception. Comments from those who have entered Shi Xizhou's live space catch the attention of other onlookers. Some are still unaware of the first Zhu Meisher, and are subsequently educated by others in the comment section. Thus, the number of followers for Shi Xizhou continues to grow, as both curious spectators and jesters express keen interest. Shi Xizhou, upon reading the humorous comments, can't help but smile, though a hint of sorrow lingers as she gazes at the sky, pondering whether she must truly embark on the path of dark cuisine. Tong Tong sighs, resting on Shi Xizhou's lap, voice filled with confusion. Everyone says it's inedible, yet we find it delicious. These beings from Xing are stranger than we are. This man is even stranger, not resembling anyone from our star at all, and he can't even offer us any suggestions. It is worth noting that while Shi Xizhou did explore dark cuisine on Earth, the kind she studied was not what the inhabitants of Xing refer to as dark cuisine. It was peculiar in appearance, yet still catered to conventional palates. Coming from a family of chefs, Shi Xizhou could hardly fathom being accused of culinary inadequacy. For a fleeting moment, she considered concocting truly revolting dishes. Perhaps they might align with the tastes of the Xing populace. However, As a chef, such a thought is difficult to digest. After all, they still need to eat after the live session. Perhaps once they leave this place, she could experiment. Shi Xizhou claps her hands and rises, ready to embrace the path of true dark cuisine, unafraid of the journey ahead. Let us start the live broadcast. Under the intense scrutiny of spectators and critics alike, Shi Xizhou initiates the stream. Good afternoon, dear netizens. Everyone claims my cooking is unpalatable, which truly saddens me. Therefore, I have decided to incorporate an eating segment this time to prove to you all that it is indeed delicious. You better eat it all, or I'll reward you with a spacecraft. A spacecraft costs only 20 star coins. If the host dares to eat, I'll reward her with 999 in the cosmos. I'll grant 99.99 in my city. Wow, esteemed one. The host's eating is truly worth it. I'll just watch. If she manages to finish, I'll respect her as a warrior. Yuck. Who wants to see her eat trash? If you're not interested, then why are you here, inviting scorn upon yourself? She makes garbage and doesn't allow others to comment on it. Come on, we're just curious. If she didn't serve such garbage, we wouldn't even be here. Observing comments that seem to defend Shi Xizhou while also affirming her cooking as trash, Shi Xizhou suppresses her thoughts and states, "Please don't say such things. It makes me feel bad. Once I have the means, I will explore the delectable dishes you all speak of. With money. You'll implement blocking features, but without it, you'll do research? This contrast for the sake of traffic is utterly ridiculous. What blocking feature? The host just needs to activate the blocking feature to silence you trolls. Exactly. Why can't we enjoy a live stream in peace? It's strange. When did we have so many detractors in Xing? Aren't we all educated together? Must be due to genetic differences. Goodness, what is she doing now? What? Chapter 18. The commencement of the eating broadcast, a grand showcase for jesters. Upon reading the comments, Nanfeng glances at Shi Xizhou, who is rolling up the sleeves of her shirt, now frayed from days of wear. With her delicate hands, she effortlessly cracks a few eggs. It is said that purple foods diminish appetite. Oddly enough, the eggs Shi Xizhou found on this barren planet are purple. Shi Xizhou declares, "This dish will be the first for Nanfeng to taste. If his expression remains unchanged, then I shall partake as well." The purple egg mixture and the deep purple yolks were evenly whisked together in a bowl, accompanied by a pinch of salt. At the same time, Shi Xizhou added a few scattered ingredients that could barely be considered condiments. A spoonful of vinegar, 2 spoonfuls of light soy sauce, a spoonful of starch, and half a spoonful of water, all mixed thoroughly. Hot oil was poured in, and the purple eggs were stir-fried in the pan. Once the eggs took shape, the sauce was added, and the heat was increased to reduce the sauce until the eggs and the sauce gradually melded together. As the delightful aroma of the eggs wafted through the air, Shi Xizhou casually sprinkled some chopped scallions, and the dish of fragrant purple eggs was completed. However, this was not the only dish prepared. Since a food broadcasting segment was included, ample food was necessary to ensure that the guests would be satisfied. A steaming bowl of soft, glutinous white porridge, infused with a sweet and fragrant aroma, rolled enticingly in the bowl, filling the entire space with its appetizing scent. Alongside it, a small cold dish of mixed vegetables with sauce added to the colorful spread of green, white, and blue delicacies. Shi Xizhou adjusted the filming angle, ensuring that no one else but herself appeared on camera, even being cautious not to reveal Tong Tong, who was hidden from view in case someone noticed something amiss. All the dishes were prepared, and everyone could activate their taste sensation function to begin tasting. Everything looks so delicious. Strange. Why do they say this is unpalatable? Indeed, it makes one want to vomit. I thought the last dish was the worst, but this is even worse. Those who claimed it wasn't bad. Did you activate the sensation function? If not, I can pay for it to be activated. It only looks enticing, but the taste is truly awful. Oh my gosh, I tried it, and it's really terrible. How can such a beautiful person create such disgusting food? I'm about to throw up. This chef truly has no limits. The level of unpalatability seems to have various flavors. Incredible, truly incredible. How curious, how curious. Host, eat quickly, eat quickly. We want to see the host eat, to see how she swallows it. Don't secretly find a place to spit it out. You must eat it all. Such disgusting food, and you all still want to watch? Though it's revolting, it looks good. Yes, the presentation of the food really tempts me. Who knew it was all just for show? Are we all just here for the curious spectacle? Exactly, exactly. Hurry and eat, hurry and eat. It appeared that everyone was quite unsatisfied with this mishap. Shi Xizhou remained composed, her tone even. Unsatisfied? How could we be? It's just as disgusting as I imagined. We're here for the entertainment, so you should eat. Who could possibly be satisfied with this? This could scare off the insect race if they had to eat this. Wow, brother, your thinking is quite unconventional. What if the insect race actually likes it? Ha ha! With such a disgusting appearance, paired with such a revolting taste, it doesn't seem impossible. Don't mention it. I'm currently eating. If you keep talking, I might vomit. Looking at this comment section, I think I'll pass on the taste sensation function. Don't. You must activate it. Otherwise, the fun is halved. Oh dear, what are you all saying? It's delicious. Come and have a taste. Yes, yes, it's truly amazing. Quickly invite your friends and family. If you don't try it, you're not a true interstellar person. You all, I'm about to cry. Nearby, the manager of the evaluation slowly raised his eyelids, a faint smile appearing on his lips. After activating the taste sensation function, he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Wow, this guy really cannot cook." The manager beside him twitched his lips. "Young master, is this your first time eating? Was that not why I insisted so much last time?" Gubake feigned a retching gesture. "I thought it would just be mildly unpalatable. I assumed it was just a critic being harsh. Who knew it would be this terrible?" The manager, filled with despair, said, "Young master, because of that promotional copy you wrote, our master has expelled both of us. This company is going to go bankrupt, and we'll be homeless." Gubake grinned, flashing a sunny smile. "Oh, it's not over until it's over. Let us see how she eats." Having previously activated the taste sensation function, the manager couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Shi Xizhou. "Good luck, kid." It was not as terrifying as the audience had imagined. With a smile on her face, Shi Xizhou gently placed the first piece of purple egg into Nanfeng's bowl. "Try it and see how it tastes." Nanfeng's gaze, which had been fixed intently on the food, shifted to Shi Xizhou's face, momentarily stunned. Shi Xizhou's expression was unchanged, merely her eyelashes fluttered. Nanfeng was curious as to why he was being offered the first bite, but he did not ask. Instead, he casually brought the purple egg to his lips. "Is there another person? Why aren't they on camera? We're the ones being pranked. I didn't expect the host to be even more of a prankster. It would be so embarrassing if he vomited in public. Seriously, isn't he supposed to eat himself? Why is he feeding someone else? Is he going to vomit? Why isn't he speaking?" We're eager for his reaction. Shi Xizhou asked, "How is it?" The clear male voice resonated in the ears of the live stream audience. "Delicious." Nanfeng replied succinctly. "What? Is this person's sense of taste impaired? Unbelievable. This man must be love-struck. How can he stomach such rubbish? Could it be that all the previous livestream food was a disaster for him? This voice doesn't sound fake. I haven't activated my taste sensation. Is it truly good or bad? Bad. Delicious, delicious. You should activate it. It's truly fantastic. You all are so untrustworthy. Girl, listen to your brother. It's really good. Just activate it." "No way, no way. I weigh 130 pounds. No, host, you must eat." "Yes. We want to see someone who isn't even showing their face eat. We don't know if he ate or not. We want to see you. Start eating. Start eating." Watching Nanfeng swallow the purple egg, Shi Xizhou thought, "It seems that despite its purple hue, it doesn't significantly affect the taste, though it does impact the visual appeal." All right, dear viewers, now please enjoy the eating broadcast. Gifts are welcome, and do follow if you pass by. The contrast of the purple egg and the cherry-like small bites created a delightful juxtaposition. Each mouthful, slightly less flavorful than eggs on Earth, gradually made its way down, followed by a sip of white porridge and a bite of the small dishes, the warm flavors alleviating the fatigue of the day. Delicious food is an ultimate delight for one's taste buds, and for the chef, it brings a sense of pride in their culinary creations. As the feeling of fullness increased, Shi Xizhou closed her eyes, her cravings gradually satisfied, releasing a comfortable sigh with a leisurely smile on her face. Seeing her like this makes me want to eat too. My goodness, is this person an actor? How can something so inedible be portrayed as so delectable? Who said that? This is really delicious. Stop pretending. Anyone who activates the taste sensation knows how dreadful it is. Exactly. You pretenders have no morals. I'm hungry. Suddenly, the energy gel in my hand doesn't seem appealing anymore. Why does the taste we experience differ so much from her expression? Host, is your taste sensation function malfunctioning? Please fix it. Yes. Could it be that your taste sensation function is broken? Please fix it, please. Jubol, where's your address? I would like to send you a collector. If this is indeed exquisite cuisine, it must not be missed. Do you all believe this? It is clearly staged. How could there be a collector with a completely inverted sense of taste? Indeed, with the current technological advancements, such absurdities are hard to fathom. The pursuit of views is truly terrifying. Regardless of whether the machine is faulty, the curious onlookers are satisfied. The jesters are also content. I thank Wei Jiantianming for sending a small flying device. Why have we begun gifting? I want to join in. I thank Pow Pow for sending a garland. Let the gifts be considered as compensation for mental anguish. Ha ha ha, the loss is yours. Chapter 19, Striving to Stream, Striving for Schemes. Those who mention gifting, hurry up and show your generosity. The host is currently indulging. Exactly. Do not pretend to be impoverished. Who is pretending to be poor? Just wait and see. I thank a Fong for sending a grand mountain. I thank a Fong for sending a small flying device. I thank for sending a palm. I thank a Fong for sending a Mecca. My goodness, your family is truly wealthy. You reward such rubbish. It is akin to rushing to consume refuse. If you do not wish to watch, then leave. Strangely, who is the host eating with? Do you not find those hands of the camera familiar? Familiar? They are rather fair and delicate. I am not referring to the host's hands, but to those of the person opposite her. Those hands seem to be from someone skilled in piloting a mecha. Whoever it is, being able to dine alongside the host is impressive. Catching a glimpse of the comments in the live stream, Shi Xizhou turned to gaze at Jean Nanfeng's face. It must be said, this is a visage that lingers in one's memory. Youthful vigor, yet seated with utmost propriety. The injuries upon his body do not detract from his dignified demeanor. Exuding an innate righteousness. When not smiling, he appears coolly solemn. His high nose bridge, thick brows, and smooth facial contours render him among the most handsome on earth. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Shi Xizhou's mind. If the gourmet offerings of the stars differ so greatly from those of Earth, might their appearances be equally divergent? Once this notion took root, Shi Xizhou found it impossible to suppress. She swallowed her food, looked up at the camera, and asked, since our taste perceptions are so dissimilar, could it be that our aesthetic sensibilities vary as well? Am I, in your eyes, particularly unattractive? Shi Xizhou playfully posed the question without directly inquiring about the aesthetic preferences of interstellar beings. This remains consistent. Although your culinary skills leave much to be desired, your appearance is quite pleasing. From the perspective of interstellar beings, you could be considered above average. Our interstellar society emphasizes certain traits. The host does possess memorable features. However, with the prevalence of facial blindness among our kind, such attributes may not stand out. Since the selection of reproductive genes has become increasingly defined, individuals are growing ever more similar. After 6 years in elementary school, I still do not recognize over half of my classmates. Alas, I often find myself in similar situations. Host, you are truly beautiful. Indeed, we are all beautiful. Your appearance starkly contrasts with the dishes you prepare. Keep it up, sister. You are the best. While it is acceptable to learn of her appearance among the stars, the notion of universal facial blindness piques Shi Xizhou's curiosity about the appearances throughout the interstellar realm. Furthermore, the idea of gene selection suggests that physical traits can be chosen, leading one to wonder if the stars are filled with handsome men and beautiful women. In reality, as Shi Xizhou surmised, children in the stars are not conceived in wombs. Rather, they are nurtured in state-controlled incubators. For the first 5 years, they are collectively managed by the state, born from a selective genes of 2 individuals, with only the most optimal traits chosen, leading to a natural convergence in appearance. This results in a clear, yet subtle distinction between genders, as all individuals undergo genetic enhancements. In this day and age, finding someone memorable at a glance is exceedingly rare. Do not mention it. To avoid being mistaken for a stranger by my mother, I have resorted to dyeing my hair green daily. Now, they all call me Little Green Hair. Ha ha ha, greetings, Little Green Hair. What a splendid idea. How amusing. Is it possible that a mother cannot recognize her own son? Nanfeng, too, could see the barrage of comments, and as he glanced at Shi Xizhou, who was engrossed in the remarks about her beauty, he inwardly agreed with their sentiments. In the spacious office of Commander Chung of the 2nd Military District, he perused unfinished documents, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is the progress? The subordinates bowed their heads in shame, responding, I apologize, Commander. Useless. Commander Cheng's expression turned icy as he recalled the public's inquiries regarding the search for Nanfeng. The youngest commander mysteriously missing. Is it an enemy's plot or internal turmoil? The capture of pirates leading to the disappearance of officers necessitates a thorough investigation within the military. The people of Higher Kongxing strongly demand the dispatch of personnel to find commander. With the commander's disappearance, who will take control of the 1st Military District? Commander Liu injured, Commander Ji missing. Who is the small rat at work? The shock of a missing commander, and yet the military has not dispatched personnel to intensify the search? There is a strong demand to increase manpower for the search and rescue of the commander. As the number of public inquiries grew, Commander Cheng's gaze darkened further. Seizing the opportunity presented by the injury of 1st Military District Commander Liu Weibai, now in a vegetative state, to collaborate with the 3rd Military District to ensure Nanfeng's demise, the division of the 1st Military District among the remaining military districts seemed within reach. Commander Chung had not anticipated that this brash youth could garner such widespread attention. The more individuals focused on him, the more challenging it became to divide the 1st Military District. Such a substantial piece of meat was impossible to swallow or spit out, lodged firmly in the throat, triggering further disputes. The more he thought about it, the more furious Commander Chung became, and he angrily interrogated his subordinates. After all this time, why have you not infiltrated the 1st Military District? What have you all been doing? The personnel of the 1st Army are overly blindly obedient to Commander Ji. Even in Commander Liu's absence, they maintain their previous arrangements. With Liu Weibai in a vegetative state, and both of them absent, now is the time for the 1st Military District to be vulnerable. Use your brains. Even Zhao Wenrun could incite those closest to Nanfeng. Why can't you? His subordinates appear dazed. We will think of a solution immediately. Commander Chung set aside his holographic device, abruptly shifting from anger to a smile. Stepping forward 2 paces to stand before his subordinate, scrutinizing him up and down, patting his shoulder. My people from the 2nd Military District cannot be inferior to the 3rd Military District. I trust that next time you will bring me a satisfactory answer. Yes, Commander. For quite some time, those old men have been silent. They truly seem to be more foolish than the last. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Commander Zhao did not explode with rage like Commander Chung. Instead, he displayed an expression of calm indifference, his tone laced with a cold, mocking sarcasm. What are your thoughts? His subordinate remained silent. Zhao, sighing, closed his eyes, concentrating, and cast a cold, indifferent glance at his subordinates below, resembling a chilling ruler assessing their worth. He commanded, Pay close attention to Commander Wang. That fool has failed to bring me Nanfeng's corpse, and I still cannot let go of it. He paused, a malicious grin spreading across his face. If any action arises, remember to eliminate it beforehand. Understood. Be thorough. Yes, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends. It is merely a matter of whose interests are greater, and who submits more readily. Do you understand? Yes, Father. Chapter 20, Setting Traps. Culinary competition in motion. How long until your injury heals? Shi Xizhou inquired, closing the live broadcast as he looked at Nanfeng. Upon hearing his voice, Nanfeng instinctively raised his head, meeting Shi Xizhou's probing gaze. She scrutinized him for a long moment, seemingly seeking confirmation. Nanfeng's face flushed slightly, his eyes flickering. Another week should suffice. He spoke falsely, given the physical prowess of the interstellar beings, coupled with the medicine Shi Xizhou had procured for him, in 3 to 4 days. His body would be nearly fully recovered. However, as Zhang Xingxing's pursuit of the spy was not yet resolved, he needed to remain on this desolate star a little longer. Tong Tong jumped up, exclaiming, Zhou, this guy is lying. When I scanned him, I saw his body. Aside from the difficult-to-heal wounds, he is practically fine. He just wants to eat for free. Expose him. Really? Shi Xizhou's tone of skepticism caused Ji Nanfeng's face to redden further. He coughed lightly before responding. Of course it is true. What's wrong? Ji Nanfeng asked calmly, his voice betraying no abnormalities, as if the previous flicker of his gaze and blush were not his own. Given that, I believe I comprehend the situation. Shi Xizhou's eyes appeared contemplative. She had heard Tong Tong's words. If Ji Nanfeng continued to evade her inquiries and remained on this desolate star, she would have to question his true intentions. Additionally, she needed to strengthen the traps at the entrance to prevent Ji Nanfeng from escaping while she was out. Ji Nanfeng's back stiffened slightly. Are we going out soon? Shi Xizhou hesitated for merely 2 seconds before returning to normal. Yes, I will carry you out shortly. Your upper body seems nearly healed. Please help me catch a few fish. Without carrying Ji Nanfeng out, it would be impossible to set traps within the room. Moreover, considering Nanfeng's alertness, once he was carried out, it would require even greater caution to maintain the status quo, lest he discover something amiss, thereby rendering the trap futile. Shi Xizhou sat before him, a gentle smile gracing her face. Come up. Ji Nanfeng halted, his straightened back growing stiffer. All right. Tong Tong watched with a hint of jealousy. Once this guy is healed, let him walk on his own. A grown man feigning weakness is rather embarrassing. Truly shameless. In Shi Xizhou's mind, she retorted Tong Tong with a hint of playful amusement. Shall I carry you next time? Tong Tong fell silent, her adorable face turning a deep shade of red. After a while, she finally replied, uh-huh. Shi Xizhou found Tong Tong's reaction utterly endearing and couldn't help but chuckle. Sensing the tremor, Ji Nanfeng lifted his head. What is it? Nothing much, just recalling something amusing. Let's go. Gu Bak observed the invitation for the culinary competition in hand, stroking his chin leisurely as he inquired of the manager, is there anyone in our company who could participate? The manager, recalling the few meager streamers in the company, noted that compared to the likes of Xin and Xiang Xin who once graced Shi Xizhou's broadcast, the others were virtually unheard of, producing only ordinary dishes without any distinctive flair. Even if they participated, they would merely be on the receiving end of defeat. There are no suitable candidates, young master. Should we recruit a few more individuals? Gu Bak stared at the manager for a few seconds, seemingly talking to himself. Why not go big? Huh? What do you mean? Young master? Think about it. The chef competition is about to begin. All capable chefs will already be participating. Anyone we recruit now would be subpar. Instead, let us do something unconventional and send Shi Xizhou. Gu Bak's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ah, the one infamous for her dark culinary creations? The manager doubted his hearing, unable to resist asking again, despite knowing that there was only one streamer in the entire company with the surname Shi. Gu Bak's voice was resolute. You heard correctly. They all cook well. We might as well send the one known for terrible cooking. Even if we exit in the first round, it will still put our company on the map. After all, such dreadful food is a rarity in the entire interstellar community. The manager was drawn into the young master's line of thought, seemingly understanding, and nodded. However, he quickly shook his head in protest. Young master, this is no trivial matter. It could lead to chaos. If she goes out there, the entire company will be ridiculed. Gu Bak glared at the manager. Is that how you belittle our company? How can you call yourself a manager? The manager forced a smile. Young master, if we are mocked, we truly may never return home. Though Gu Bak was the youngest son of the Gu family, he was not groomed as the family successor. With a youthful face, he engaged in all sorts of cunning endeavors. Had it not been for the protection of his older brother, he would have long since been beaten and bound in a sack. Considering the young master's playful nature, the manager shuddered. If he truly followed through with the idea of sending Shi Xizhou, he would become the laughingstock of the entire interstellar community, subjected to the wrath of the dark culinary arts. Gu Bak glanced at the manager, who was scheming. If my brother finds out about this and scolds me, you will be the first to bear the brunt. The scheming manager chuckled. Hee, not at all, young master. Rest assured, I will be completely honest. But are you certain that Miss Shi will heed your request to participate in the culinary competition? Though he asked, The manager inwardly hoped that Shi Xizhou would firmly reject Gu Bak, putting an end to this absurd notion. Refuse, refuse, refuse. Please do not, do not, do not. Gu Bak's lips curled into an evil grin. You need not worry, she has agreed. The manager felt an urge to curse. What a fine mess. Was everything he previously said in vain? He never expected the seemingly gentle and rational Shi Xizhou could engage in such ludicrous antics. Bringing her vomit-inducing dark cuisine to the culinary competition. Was this not simply serving the judges and viewers a plate of excrement? If they did not consume it, there was no way to be eliminated. If they did eat it, they would gain notoriety. They must eat it, whether they wished to or not. Hearing Gu Bak assert this with such conviction, the manager felt as if he were being brainwashed, finding his reasoning strangely compelling. With no other option, he could only dreadfully anticipate the fate of those who would soon taste Shi Xizhou's cooking. Meanwhile, the judges preparing for the culinary competition felt an eerie chill, as if something sinister was afoot. Chapter 21. Skewered Meat. Inquiring about the culinary competition, a new day has begun. Today we will prepare skewered meat. Yo-ho! A new distasteful dish is about to be born. Who among you dares to activate the taste sensation device? Who is brave enough to step forward? I am. Goodness. There really is someone. If we do not activate it, how can we watch the broadcast? Only through a satisfying eating experience can we truly enjoy the show. Passing the suffering on to others. How clever of you. I won't activate it, but she does eat deliciously. How about switching up the routine and collaborating with other chefs? One cooks while the other eats. That sounds quite appealing. What skewered meat are we talking about? Compared to the food broadcast, I am genuinely more curious about where the host sources her ingredients. The backdrop of her live stream appears rather shabby, and her clothing is quite tattered. It's truly disheartening. Dear host, could you not adorn your home a little? It's so dilapidated. To present such a haphazard environment alongside gourmet food is quite the feat. I am beginning to suspect that the host's impoverished background has deprived her of the opportunity to experience exquisite flavors, leading to a peculiar alteration in her palate, causing her to indiscriminately consume all manner of food while presenting it to us. Surely there cannot still be such destitution in the cosmos. Cities exhibit disparities in wealth, and there are indeed many struggling to survive on desolate planets. Even among those who endure hardships, it seems unlikely that anyone would suffer such a loss of taste. As suggested by the Galactic Rescue Bureau's reports, I suspect the host has simply lost her sense of taste. I concur. The meals she prepares are unappetizing even to dogs. As I perused the comments, I felt as though my heart had been pierced, and I was overwhelmed with frustration, unable to refrain from retorting. Your food is the true abomination. After all, it is a rare find to encounter a talented chef like her. If you ruin this for me, I might just lose my mind. Contemplating these remarks, I wish to activate the blocking feature to shield myself from further emotional wounds. Alas, as a dignified commander of the galactic forces, such childish actions were beneath me. Sitting upon a small stone, Shi Xizhou busily prepared spices, adding a pinch here and a dash there, with the aroma of cumin being particularly pronounced. Nanfeng assisted Shi Xizhou by gathering sticks, utilizing his dagger as a soldier to effortlessly carve slender wooden skewers. Meanwhile, Tong Tong eagerly watched the pair at work. Unlike mealtime, which Shi Xizhou prepared separately, the skewers could not simply appear out of nowhere. Anyone would find it suspicious if there were suddenly additional skewered meats or freshly carved sticks. Zhou, I wish I could join you, Tong Tong lamented. Shi Xizhou, noticing her bashful expression, smiled warmly and reassured her. I'll need your help to watch the fire. Yes, I will keep a close eye on it, Tong Tong replied with enthusiasm. Shi Xizhou meticulously diced the fresh lamb leg and fatty meat into suitable cubes, marinating them with a blend of spices. As the marinating process required time, Shi Xizhou recalled the culinary competition that Gu Bak had mentioned. Gu Bak had accurately conveyed the absurdity of the situation. She had indeed committed to participating in the contest. Shi Xizhou held her head high, confident in her culinary prowess. If traditional fare could not satisfy the tastes of interstellar patrons, she was unafraid to venture into creating dishes that were decidedly unpalatable. However, currently portraying herself as a purveyor of culinary misadventures. It would be hard for anyone to believe that she intended to partake in a culinary contest. She could not help but engage in some self-deprecation, realizing that she had thought her skills could not be surpassed, only to find herself in a situation that defied expectations. The galactic competition is about to commence. I am eager to see what delectable dishes will be presented. Anything is better than consuming excrement. I cannot watch this live stream during the competition. Xin will undoubtedly take first place. Please, my Hien is the best. Daniao's cooking is unparalleled. He adheres to ancient methods. Not to mention, Daniao's videos are absolutely stunning, truly a feast for the eyes. I look forward to the host's culinary broadcast. What if the host participated in the competition and performed a food broadcast for us? No. The culinary contest is about cooking, not eating. I certainly do not want to taste anything unsavory amidst a plethora of delightful dishes. Indeed, don't let that happen. How dare she even mention the culinary contest? She is not worthy. If she enters the competition, I will wash my hair upside down. Screenshot taken. Haha, it's clear that it's impossible. Are you all discussing the culinary contest? Shi Xizhou naturally inquired, engaging with her audience. Will the host watch the culinary contest? Host, how about a live connection? Let everyone experience the disparity in flavors. Please, the host's palate has already tasted more than others do in a lifetime. It's far too memorable. But if the host were to participate, which category would she choose? I prefer the dessert category. Sweet treats are the best. The bitter category. Push yourself to experience life more vividly. If you feel lost in life, just try the host's food. After that, you'll know what it feels like to want to die. Haha, truly I want to die. What categories are available in the culinary competition? Shi Xizhou casually asked while inspecting the meat. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, presentation, flavor, inspiration, tradition. There are quite a few. All the galaxies gather to compete in various categories. Although there are a few versatile contestants, most specialize in specific areas. Honestly, I believe if the host participated in the presentation category, she would do well, as her dishes do look appealing. What does appearance matter if the food is inedible? In truth, I possess a wide array of culinary skills. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicks, roasted geese, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meats, and more. As Shi Xizhou recited the names of the dishes, she skewered the diced meat onto the clean sticks. As the flames ignited, the skewers began to sizzle, and the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Shi Xizhou took a careful bite, savoring the harmonious blend of flavors. Is it cooked yet? It seems, perhaps, that it truly has no issues. Who dares to open their taste perception? Let someone be the first to test the waters. It smells delightful. Chapter 22. Toxicity from afar. Famesters, I'll go ahead and try it. Looking forward to your results. I help. Don't eat. What happened? Oh no. My brother lost consciousness after activating his taste perception and is now on his way to the hospital. What? Is that true? Technology is advanced, but surely it cannot induce poisoning through the internet. If this is real, this host will become a sensation. I can attest, my brother has indeed fainted. Family, if anyone else can corroborate, please respond. Everyone be cautious. 1-1. Is this real? 1. 1-1-1-1-1-1. Observing the chaotic livestream, Shi Xizhou felt bewildered. She took another tentative bite of the meat skewer. Aside from the succulent tenderness of the meat and the flavor of the spices, there was nothing amiss. Everyone, please refrain from activating your taste perception. It seems something has gone awry. I will close the live stream for now. Those feeling unwell should hurry to the hospital. Of course, if this is merely a rumor, we advise against pursuing legal action. Before shutting down the live streaming room, Shi Xizhou spoke earnestly to the online viewers, expressing her profound disbelief. It was not only Shi Xizhou who was incredulous. Nanfeng and Tong had also surreptitiously sampled a meat skewer without perceiving any alteration. Aside from a heightened desire for another bite, nothing else transpired. Uncertain of what had occurred, Shi Xizhou furrowed her brow, questioning the plausibility of such an absurd event. Nanfeng, with a peculiar glint in his eyes, messaged Zhang Xinghong. requesting him to investigate whether any malicious rumors had been disseminated in the live stream. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Xinghong also deemed the situation more likely to be a rumor. After all, if it were truly possible for someone to be hospitalized through an online connection, it would undoubtedly be a unique phenomenon coveted by military establishments. However, while Zhang Xinghong was gathering information on the affected individuals, a message from the hospital rendered him speechless. It turned out to be true. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed under his breath. No one could have anticipated that consuming food from a distance would lead some viewers to the hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Bake received the news and was left utterly astounded, exclaiming, "I knew this guy was impressive, but I never expected it to escalate to this extent." The manager, feeling increasingly distraught, placed his hands over his chest, his expression vividly portraying denial. "Young master, with this situation, we absolutely cannot allow him to participate in the culinary competition. If he performs as he did today, the hospitals across the galaxy will be overwhelmed." "Wouldn't that be amusing?" Gu Bake replied with a hint of mischief. "Young master," the manager said earnestly, "every endeavor carries risks. If we cannot bear this minimal risk, how can we aspire to wealth and opportunities that allow us to rise above our forebears?" In that moment, Gu Bake's demeanor seemed to align with the typically mercenary ethos of the Gu family. The coldness characteristic of the Gu lineage was evident in his expression. Witnessing this, the manager, embodying the plight of a worker, felt a pang of sorrow deep within. "I am but a fool, empathizing with capitalism. Someone, please end this misery for me." Subsequently, the manager slapped Gu Bake on the head, leaving him dazed, his eyes welling with tears. "What was that for? That hurt," Gu Bake protested. The manager straightened his posture, locking eyes with him. "Young master, have you forgotten the laws of the galaxy? The family code? Have you forgotten the lessons your father imparted while disciplining you? The Gu family has thrived for generations because we conduct our business with integrity, compassion for others, and reverence for life, adhering to honesty and principle." With a pitiful whimper, Gu Bake replied, "I remember, I really do." Raising his voice, the manager admonished, "Then how dare you utter such words? If your father hears of this, prepare for disciplinary action." Gu Bake anxiously explained, "I was only joking. I truly do not take life lightly." The manager turned away. Even in jest, such matters cannot be treated so lightly. "I must head to the hospital to ascertain what transpired. Young master, behave yourself at the company and maintain some decorum, or upon my return, I will have to discipline you further." Wiping away his tears, Gu Bake quietly acquiesced, understood. The manager insisted, "Speak louder." Standing at attention, Gu Bake replied in a booming voice, "Understood." Finally satisfied, the manager departed, leaving Gu Bake to rub his sore head. The manager was not only the company's overseer, but also Gu Bake's uncle, present at the company for specific reasons. Despite their hierarchical relationship, he did not closely supervise Gu Bake. However, when it came to matters of principle, no matter the setting or status, reprimands were inevitable. The reason for his presence, a wager with Gu Bake's father, which he lost. For a family to prosper long-term, rules must be established, devoid of favoritism, grounded solely in reason. As the curious online onlookers flooded various forums with posts, it quickly became apparent that many were aware of the bizarre incident in the culinary live stream, where activating the taste-sharing function led to hospitalizations. Cyber poison. Truly the first time I've heard of this. Is this for real? I find it hard to believe. Absolutely true. I was there. Many people confirmed it. Evidence is right here. Look, who could deny this? It feels like someone is orchestrating this. Let us await an official response. Let the dust settle a bit. I'm eager to see how this unfolds. Please provide updates. No, send me that live stream link. I wish to witness it in person. Are you out of your mind? What if there's real food poisoning? Seriously? That debater host is despicable, exploiting such a situation for clout. They must be desperate for attention. What essay debater host? That host's dishes are notoriously terrible, disgustingly so, and yet companies are rushing to sign contracts with them. It's absurd. The queen of dark culinary arts. I've seen that company's announcement. It was quite humorous. So, the actual host is truly that incompetent? I refuse to believe it. Who would take such claims seriously? For those who doubt, let us all partake in the next live stream and eat something ourselves. I'll eat it if you go first. The manager piloted the spaceship swiftly to the hospital where one of the patients was located, his head throbbing at the incessant beeping of the light brain. Had I known, I should have simply dealt with Gubake from the outset to prevent all this trouble. Miss Sure, please refrain from any antics. My heart truly cannot endure this. The manager's craft sped along, nearly provoking police intervention. Chapter 23. Hospital Visit. Trouble arises, Ning. He had yet to comprehend how merely activating the taste-sharing function could lead to poisoning. 10 minutes prior, while idly browsing at work, she stumbled into a live stream, intending to pass the time. Unaccustomed to engaging in the comments, she found herself enchanted by Shi Xizhou's gentle visage, feeling her senses rejuvenated. The classical beauty depicted in literature closely resembled Shi Xizhou. As she observed Shi Xizhou preparing the ingredients, the red meat gradually transformed to a rich brown, appearing increasingly cooked, as if an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ning recalled that before she fainted, the host had relished a meat skewer with evident enjoyment. It was her first realization that avoiding the chat could lead to misfortune. Upon activating the taste-sharing function, Ning was overwhelmed by a potent flavor that surged towards her nose, her mind momentarily blank, while her senses became increasingly dulled, causing her consciousness to scatter involuntarily. In a daze, she felt as though she were hovering above her body, witnessing the frantic efforts of nurses and doctors attempting to revive her. Unlucky soul, she thought, sensing a voice berating her within her mind, momentarily believing she had lost her sanity. The voices nearby grew clearer. Who are you? I'm a friend of Ningyi. I heard about her accident and came to visit. How is her condition? What happened? Ah, a friend of Xiao Yi. I'm unsure what has befallen her. She simply collapsed. The doctor mentioned a neural shock, but with proper rest, she should recover. May I wait for her to awaken? Of course, of course. It's wonderful that our Xiao Yi has a friend like you. Ningyi listened intently to her mother conversing with an unfamiliar man, her mind swirling with questions. The man's voice was entirely alien to her. A sense of conspiracy wafted through the air, yet she quickly dismissed it. How could someone as insignificant as herself be embroiled in any intrigue? The sound of a machine's detection jolted her, causing her fingers to tremble slightly, and her eyelids gradually fluttered open. Upon doing so, she was met with the concerned gazes of a man and her mother. "Oh dear, you nearly frightened me to death," she exclaimed, sitting upright in shock. Her mother shot her an exasperated look. "What mischief have you gotten into now, you little rascal? Have you landed yourself in hospital again? I have no idea what happened. I just entered a live stream, and then I blacked out." Ning scratched her head, her thoughts still somewhat muddled. Upon hearing her mention the live stream, the man stepped forward and addressed her mother. "Excuse me, but I would like to have a word with Ningyi. Is that all right?" Ning's mother scrutinized the man before revealing a knowing expression. "Of course, no problem at all. You two have a good chat. I'll take my leave now." "Wait," Ning exclaimed, but it was too late. Her mother had already hurried away. She sized up the man before her, who was impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of both innocence and cunning. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The man introduced himself as Gu Bai, the manager of the Bagu Entertainment Company. "Miss Ning Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, and what brings you here? Earlier, you mentioned a live stream. Was it a food-related one, perhaps involving grilled skewers?" "Yes. Is that your company, yes?" "Indeed. May I inquire how you felt after entering the live stream? Did you experience any other symptoms or events that might have contributed to your fainting?" "Stop right there. I've recalled it now. What on earth did that live stream contain? The smell was downright nauseating and knocked me out cold. Was it indeed your company? I didn't do anything else, so will I be compensated?" As a typical corporate worker, Ning was not about to fall into Gu Bai's trap, aiming to divert the conversation elsewhere. "Ms. Ning, you yist. It is legally unfounded to attribute fainting solely to a sensory experience. Moreover, doctors cannot rule out other possible causes. Please reflect on this matter." Gu Bai inquired with a light, teasing tone. "There's nothing more to discuss. It's up to you to handle it." Ning replied dismissively. "In that case, I will return to the company to gather more data and consult with doctors and lawyers regarding how to proceed," Gu Bai remarked. Ning felt an urge to utter something crude, but restrained herself, recognizing the importance of maintaining decorum in front of this seemingly astute individual. First, tell me about that live stream. I want to understand what that lady was up to. She seemed to enjoy her food quite a lot, she pressed. This question caught Gu Bai off guard, as he had not anticipated such scrutiny regarding their food streamer. If I am not mistaken, Miss Ning, you enter the live stream of our subsidiary, First Continent Cuisine. The streamer is Miss Shi Xizhou, who forages for her ingredients in the wilderness and experiments with her cooking. Her flavors may differ from the norm, which perhaps caused an unexpected reaction for you. However, rest assured that if you revisit the live stream, you might grow fond of her style, Gu Bai explained. After absorbing a plethora of information, Ning Yi finally interjected, "So, does her company hold any responsibility for my fainting?" Gu Bai felt a pang of frustration. Why was she fixated on compensation? There was little basis for it, yet failing to compensate would seem unkind. Before he could devise a solution, Ning Yi's gaze burned with intensity. "I recall someone cursing me as an unfortunate soul while I was unconscious. That was you, wasn't it?" Gu Bai fell silent, puzzled as to how she could have overheard his offhand remark. "Let us discuss compensation further," he suggested, averting his gaze from her piercing eyes. Meanwhile, as Gu Bai conversed with Ning Yi in the hospital, online debates regarding Shi Xizhou began to proliferate. This person should be locked away for her actions. Which law states that a live stream can cause someone to faint? Regardless of legality, this situation is absurd. With so many fainting incidents, how do you account for that? Different IDs, same live stream. They can't all be fake accounts. Perhaps they could be, and you've never even entered the live stream. What evidence do you have? Exactly. The affected individuals have remained silent. Why the urgency? I oppose allowing this streamer to continue her antics. I strongly demand a ban. She merely had a streak of bad luck. You chose to enter the stream, and now you're blaming her. Does she not realize how unpalatable her food is? Perhaps she genuinely doesn't. It looked quite appetizing during stream. Let a witness come forth. This streamer even mentioned some culinary competition, and those in the chat egged her on to participate. What if she causes a mass fainting incident? Forget that. If she can truly incapacitate everyone for an entire week, I would support her and become her fan. If this is true, I would certainly turn against her. This is annoying. Why is such a person allowed on a live stream? Let the truth emerge. If you keep arguing, you might all find yourselves in trouble. Indeed, I suspect she'll end up behind bars. This reeks of malicious harm and reckless endangerment. Anyone who clicks into that live stream deserves what they get. Don't make baseless claims. Everyone has their unique style, and the internet is inherently diverse. Who would actually attend a cooking live stream that's as bad as this? Curiosity, perhaps. I truly wonder how her parents chose her. Could it be that they selected from flawed gene pool? Probably not much good to choose from. Haha. Let's not delve into genetics. Let us exercise some rationality. Even the signing company must have some issues. If she succeeds, wouldn't the streaming world descend into chaos? To those rational individuals above, your efforts are commendable. Please stop. The official report has arrived. Silence, everyone. The Interstellar Investigation Bureau has addressed the recent incidents of fainting in live streaming rooms. Following an investigation of the affected individuals and a joint diagnosis by medical professionals, it has been confirmed that there were no technological means employed to induce fainting among viewers in the live streams of Xizhou, Meisher Tong, and Xizhou. Please rest assured that no technology currently exists that can harm individuals through a network connection. However, adjustments are necessary for the live streams. If altering the food's taste proves impossible, the intensity of the gustatory synesthesia feature must be reduced to prevent viewers from fainting due to overwhelming sensory experiences. As the primary responsible parties, Bagu Entertainment Company and Xizhou, Meisher Tong, and Xizhou will face appropriate penalties and fines once all victims have been diagnosed according to the severity of their cases. Furthermore, the Bureau will investigate individuals who maliciously spread rumors and make defamatory comments across various platforms, and historical data will be reviewed. If the disruption to the online environment is deemed excessive, legal measures will be employed. We once again urge everyone to remember that the internet is not a lawless space. No one should use it to maliciously insult others. Civil behavior online begins with each individual. Indeed, how delightful. I hear that those who criticize the most have all been taken in. Truly, my faith in the authorities has been restored. It seems there are occasional issues with the genetic selection of humanity in our interstellar realm. Those critics must have some malfunction in their brains. Could it be a genetic mutation from birth? Perhaps it stems from educational shortcomings. Oh, so it mutated from the previous generation? I initially followed that streamer because of her shielding feature. I genuinely appreciate it. If you like it, watch. If not, simply leave. Is that not straightforward? I truly do not understand why some feel compelled to insult others in the live stream. Yes, precisely. I enjoy quietly watching her cook. It is so peaceful. Even if the food is indeed unpalatable. Whom are you discussing? Check out that user. Do not activate the gustatory synesthesia feature in that live stream. The rest is quite good. Yes, do not activate the gustatory synesthesia feature. Even the authorities have had to acknowledge its overwhelming impact. Certified dark cuisine by the authorities. We should tone down the shielding feature and try to assess the flavors. After so many visits to the live stream, I never dared to activate it. Thankfully, I read the comments, or I might have ended up in the hospital as well. Actually, I have always activated the gustatory synesthesia feature. After a prolonged period, I find I can handle the impact. Well, speaking of which, I feel my resilience has significantly improved. I even sense my mental acuity has heightened. Really? Is that true? I must try it. My mental acuity has been stagnant for ages. You are just listening to the previous nonsense. Before you enhance your mental acuity, you might end up fainting yourself. The authorities have acknowledged the dark cuisine. Its status is indeed established. Observing the authorities' intervention, Gu Ba Ku obediently sat under Gu Ba Wei Bai's watchful gaze. Uncle, now that the matter is resolved, please do not punish me. The reason Gu Ba Ku has not faced a severe reprimand from his guardians lies in his adorable visage, with his round, puppy-like eyes gazing pleadingly at Gu Ba Wei Bai. Observing those soft, vulnerable eyes, Gu Ba Wei Bai sighed silently, unable to bring himself to reprimand the child. Instead, he placed a firm hand on the top of Gu Ba Ku's head and said, "Come with me to the mecha simulation arena." The two mechas engaged in fierce combat. Compared to the red mecha, the silver one appeared exceedingly experienced, nimbly evading the red mecha's attacks before delivering a heavy counterstrike. After enduring continuous strikes from the silver mecha, the red mecha finally crashed to the ground. Gu Ba Ku crawled out from the red mecha. Following the battle, Gu Ba Ku was covered in bruises, his limbs feeling like a puddle of mud, and he could only sit helplessly in a chair. Gu Ba Wei Bai rubbed his fists, savoring the thrill of operating the mecha. Indeed, the best way to correct a disobedient child is with a few good spankings. Gu Ba Ku thought, "I truly appreciate this." On the other hand, Zhang Xingxing, having witnessed the resolution of the situation, messaged Ji Nanfeng, "Commander, this talent is one we must recruit swiftly. Such opportunities are rare. If the impact through a network connection is so significant, imagine the devastation without it. Like facing a small cannonball. Truly, a bioweapon, an exceptional technological prodigy. No wonder you willingly remain on that desolate star. Little brother, I admire you." This incident involving Shi Xizhou has entirely reshaped Zhang Xingxing's perception of his commander remaining in the interstellar realm. Initially, he believed the commander had some hidden agenda for staying on the barren star, but now it is clear that he is the most outstanding commander in the galaxy, willing to sacrifice personal safety for the sake of talent. This spirit of self-sacrifice for the populace instilled in Zhang Xingxing a sense of mission and pride. Ji Nanfeng replied, "Take care of the barracks." Ji Nanfeng felt increasingly at a loss for words, wondering who would believe that he was genuinely enchanted by the culinary creations of Shi Xizhou. Chapter 25. Restructuring the live stream. Under scrutiny, it appears we need to make further adjustments to the collector. Ji Nanfeng's voice was low and melodious, yet cast a shadow over Shi Xizhou's mood. Is my cooking truly that unpalatable? Shi Xizhou paused, a hint of doubt creeping in. Can it really be so bad that it sends people to the hospital? Ji Nanfeng observed Shi Xizhou closely. The incident had profoundly affected her. He discreetly assessed her demeanor and noticed the light in her eyes had dimmed. Her spirit diminished significantly, making her appear quite dispirited. He felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Do not mind them. It is not for them to eat. It is for us. I genuinely believe your cooking is excellent. Shi Xizhou recognized this as a kind-hearted attempt to console her, but she also noticed the guilt etched on Jean Nanfeng's face. She looked up at him and said, "Thank you. You need not feel guilty. I am the one cooking. If it seems strange, that is on me." Beyond that, she did not wish to elaborate further. The thought that her simple skewers could lead someone to the hospital was truly disheartening, akin to the Great Pyramid being likened to a child's building blocks, or the Mona Lisa being painted with feet, or paper-cutting art being dismissed as mere scrap. Although such comparisons may seem exaggerated, her pride in her craft had become something scorned by all. The blow to her confidence was indeed a form of personal freedom. Nanfeng pressed his lips together, unsure of what to say. He was never one for comforting others. Even when Ji Liangshui was upset as a child, if she was bullied, he could only retaliate on her behalf or hastily take her home to seek their mother's comfort. As for the barracks, they needed no consolation. Missing a training session would suffice to keep them cheery for days. Ji Nanfeng felt somewhat helpless and patted Shi Xizhou's shoulder. "Shall we eat now? I'm feeling a bit hungry." Shi Xizhou chuckled, for what could be more important to a chef than having someone to enjoy their food? "I will prepare it right away." Tong Tong followed Shi Xizhou, saying, "Zhou, do not pay attention to those netizens' nonsense. I love your cooking the most." While listening to Tong Tong's comforting words, Shi Xizhou smiled as she broke branches that obstructed her path, saying, "Tong Tong, a touch of vulnerability can enhance interpersonal relationships." "Huh? What do you mean? Humans on Earth are far more malevolent than interstellar beings. Such incidents do not even amount to half of what I have encountered. These trivial matters hardly warrant my sorrow. So what were you doing just now?" "Just playing the sympathy card. If it serves a purpose, then so be it. If not, it cost me nothing." "You certainly seem profound. Well, as long as you are happy." "Indeed, happiness is all that matters." "Captain Zhang, it has been a long time." Commander Zhao entered Captain Zhang Xinghong's office, arriving before his voice did. Zhang Xinghong swiftly cast a glance at him. His expression remained indifferent as he rapidly closed his holographic screen and rose to respond. "What brings you here, Commander Zhao?" Naturally, Commander Zhao did not miss Zhang Xinghong's actions. He narrowed his eyes, recalling the previous page, which appeared to be a live broadcast. "Captain Zhang truly has refined tastes, watching a live stream here." Indeed, Zhang Xinghong maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "What? Am I not allowed to watch a live stream?" "That is not the case," Commander Zhao said with genuine interest, gazing at the black screen of Zhang Xinghong's holographic device. "I wonder which live stream Captain Zhang is watching. Please share. I wish to immerse myself among the youth." "Of course," Zhang Xinghong replied. "However, if you do not find it to your liking, I have other live streams to share as well." Commander Zhao scrutinized the seemingly relaxed man before him, attempting to find a flaw in his smiling demeanor. Zhang Xinghong slightly tilted his head back, the tension within him dissipating, leaving only tranquility. Commander Zhao suddenly smiled, strolling around the office with his hands behind his back. "Captain Zhang, you need not be nervous. I merely wish to have a chat. Speak if you wish. If not, that is fine too, as this is your break time." His gaze lingered for a moment on Zhang Xinghong's holographic device, the dark screen revealing nothing. Zhang Xinghong shrugged. "Commander Zhao, you are not here to reprimand me, are you? I suppose taking a break is not entirely inappropriate, yet this is still my personal time." "Haha, rest assured, I am merely here to observe. After all, Commander G is currently missing. I fear that any disturbances in the 1st Military District would be unfortunate. However, I can finally breathe easy. The discipline in the 1st Military District is commendable." Commander Zhao patted Zhang Xinghong on the shoulder, seemingly filled with encouragement. In reality, Zhang Xinghong felt a heavy sense of threat. Today, Commander Zhao had managed to enter his office while he was distracted. Tomorrow, he might completely annex the 1st Military District during some opportune moment. Rather than conducting an inspection, it seemed he was simply trying to discern where to best take a bite of this juicy morsel known as the 1st Military District. Zhang Xinghong felt somewhat weary, yet he had no choice but to continue smiling and engaging with the crafty Commander Zhao. revealing just enough information to satisfy him and thereby mitigate any potential conflicts between the two military districts. You young folks in the first military district are indeed brimming with creativity. I observe your training sessions. They are quite impressive, enhancing both the physical and mental fortitude of the soldiers. I assume this is the work of your commander G. The last sentence, though phrased as a question, carried an air of certainty. Commander Zhao had clearly etched the details of the first military district in his mind. Subsequently, through their exchange, Commander Zhao seemed to have gleaned the information he desired, smiling as he departed. As soon as Commander Zhao left, Zhang Xinghong hastily summoned his subordinates. Send someone to track Commander Zhao's movements. If any of his subordinates utilize spacecraft or aerial weaponry to head towards Longxing or engage in any operations, inform me immediately. Although Zhang Xinghong had closed his holographic device with remarkable speed, he had keenly sensed Commander Zhao's scrutinizing gaze. One can never be too cautious. Should he discover anything and frantically examine every livestream page, any hint of a clue could endanger the commander. And Commander Zhao was notorious for his erratic behavior. Please, may nothing go amiss. Chapter 26. Searching for the livestream. Storm clouds gather just as Zhang Xinghong had anticipated. Even a fleeting glimpse of the holographic page lingered in Commander Zhao's mind. Otherwise, he would not have posed a question about the live stream. Commander Zhao tapped his fingers on the table, narrowing his eyes as he seemed to recall more details about the live stream page. What live stream could it be? It seemed to feature a woman. How intriguing. Upon opening the holographic device, Commander Zhao scrutinized the live stream pages for quite some time, seemingly searching for a similar one that existed in his memory. It was neither a game, nor mechan, nor pets. Ha 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 ha. How amusing, truly fascinating. Commander Zhao could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth laced with cunning. Commander, what is so amusing? Commander Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the subordinate standing by the desk. You do not truly believe that Zhang Xinghong has the leisure to watch live streams, do you? I do not think he would be in a mood, Commander, but there is something odd about this live stream. Indeed, there is something amiss. What is the problem? Do you know? I am but a fool. Please enlighten me, Commander. Commander Zhao perused the live stream pages. That brat Ji Nanfeng is missing. Even if the first military district maintains good discipline, it cannot remain so stable. After all, the commander, Lu Yuebai, has become a vegetable. If Ji Nanfeng is truly missing, the mainstay of the first military district is gone. How could it still be at ease? Zhang Xinghong has not sent anyone out to search. He has only dispatched Ji Liangshui and Lu Mu to seek assistance. Frankly, those individuals are still children. How could they act so rationally? Moreover, Zhang Xinghong grew up alongside Ji Nanfeng. Among the few remaining individuals in the military camp, Ji Nanfeng likely trusts Zhang Xinghong the most. People are most afraid of comparisons. Ji Liangshui is emotionally unstable, and Lu Mu has private connections with Ouyang Fan. This time, they have sent their own soldiers to eliminate him, the very ones he has trained himself, and they are now his trusted aides in the first military district. Everything hinges on Zhang Xinghong. All significant matters rest upon his shoulders. If it were not related to Ji Nanfeng, how could he possibly open a live stream? People enjoy indulging, but they do not relish watching their demise. However, this does confirm that Ji Nanfeng is alive, albeit on borrowed time. Ji Nanfeng, alas, is still too naive. He remains too young. Commander is wise, the subordinate reported. Shall we proceed to capture Zhang Xinghong now? Not so fast. Commander Zhao displayed an inscrutable smile, instructing his subordinate to stand attentively. He casually picked up the laser gun from the desk. This time, an accident may be just that, an accident. But two accidents could not be mere coincidence, creating an incident when the public's attention is most concentrated. I truly wonder how you can still call yourselves my subordinates. Making one mistake is forgivable, but repeating it is foolish. Commander, Before he could finish, Commander Zhao aimed the weapon at his subordinate's head, and with a resounding bang, the man fell, blood staining the floor, while Commander Zhao's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Bring someone. Yes. Commander, clean this up. Understood. Commander Zhao rose and approached the window, observing the soldiers training outside. He sighed, those who lack intelligence are truly a waste of breath. I hope the next individual possesses a bit more sense, allowing me to enjoy this game a while longer. Bloodshed from a person is more bothersome and less useful than water. This world is truly quite vexing. I wonder if Commander Chung can receive my message. Let the game come with greater intensity. Haha, are you serious? That fellow Zhao Wenrun really went to the first military district? What has he discovered? Is there any movement? Upon hearing that there was finally some news, Commander Cheng's brows relaxed as he eagerly inquired of his subordinate. The information received indicates that there might be a live stream related to Commander Ji. A live stream? Which one? Could it be that a live stream has discovered Ji Nanfeng's body? Commander Chung was somewhat taken aback, seemingly not expecting Ji Nanfeng to be associated with a live stream. Moreover, if a body had indeed been discovered, various platforms would have long since exploded with the news. Be clear, Commander Ji may not be dead. My subordinate received a page that suggests if we follow this page, we can locate the live stream possibly related to Commander Ji. Is the information reliable? Yes, it comes from spies in the 1st and 3rd military districts. Then what are you still doing here? Hurry and find it. Yes, Commander. A sinister glint flashed across Commander Cheng's square face. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you choose to enter. Under my very nose, Ji Nanfeng, oh Ji Nanfeng. I truly do not know whether to call you naive or laughable. Subsequently, Commander Chung could not help but mock Commander Zhao. That fellow has truly become muddled. He cannot even kill a mere Ji Nanfeng. No wonder the 3rd military district is suppressed beneath the 1st. Once I assimilate the 1st military district, that old man Zhao Wenrun can roll back home to retire, rambling and mad, while the 3rd military district will also belong to me. Commander Zhao. Ridiculous. Meanwhile, Ji Nanfeng, who was watching the live stream of Shi Xizhou, remained blissfully unaware that merely a glance had placed him in perilous circumstances. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it, and the tranquil times were about to vanish without a trace. The people in the live stream remained as lively as ever, completely oblivious that their exuberance only heightened Ji Nanfeng's danger. The host is starting to cook again. What more terrifying dishes will we eat today? I'm truly curious. Thanks to Lu to Shun for the big mountain. Thanks to the one who wished for oil but found it expensive today for the little heart. Thanks to the night woman wielding a big knife for the garland. Thanks to the one who sweeps the streets for the universe. Ah, what a generous gesture. Host, I'm truly sorry. I apologize, host. I will reward you. I prove that your food is indeed delicious. It is the troll's fault. Host, keep it up. You must diligently hone your culinary skills to silence the trolls. Brave host, charge forth, shatter the trolls' faces. I believe in you. Host, have you diminished your sense of taste? Do not change the subject. Even if I faint this time, I must taste the host's cooking. Impressive ahead. The official is the best. It is truly annoying. Host, quickly enable the shielding feature to avoid petty people. Enable the shielding feature. Enable the shielding feature. Chapter 27 Livestream Poetry. Names corresponding. Shi Xizhou looked at the support from the livestream audience, feeling somewhat warmed inside. Thank you all for your support. Although enabling the shielding feature may reduce the number of viewers, those who remain can enjoy the livestream peacefully and derive happiness from it, which is all that matters. I will now enable the shielding feature, and to prevent machine misrecognition, I will mute some friendly family members. Of course, we will rescreen for the next livestream. I hope everyone can be happy. Although the trolls in the starry realm are not as numerous as those on Earth, they are equally bothersome. Especially after experiencing the tranquility brought by the shielding feature, one's tolerance for trolls diminishes significantly. Shi Xizhou also did not intend to indulge anyone further. Life is about finding joy. Today, I won't cook. Let's chat with everyone instead. Yay! Sister, which planet are you from? Oh, I am from Small Planet. Not the main one, not very famous. Otherwise, I wouldn't be dressed so shabby, haha. Sister, you are so humorous. What is your name, sister? Your nickname on StarNet is Tong Tong and Xizhou. Which one are you? I am Xizhou, Shi Xizhou, the one who observes the clouds rising, the one who dreams of reaching Xizhou. The host is so talented, it sounds so literary. Seeing this literary phrase, Shi Xizhou could not help but reminisce about her school days. This is not something I wrote. is an ancient poem I memorized as a child, but I've forgotten much of it. Upon hearing the term ancient, Nanfeng furrowed his brow. He understood that this ancient referred to the historical period of Shi Xizhou's time. But in this stellar realm, it equated to a distant antiquity. However, the lines Shi Xizhou quoted piqued his interest in exploring Earth even further. Contemplating the state of being with Shi Xizhou day by day, a complex emotion flickered in Nanfeng's gaze, and recalling Zhang Xingxing's mention of humanoid bioweapons. He suddenly entertained the thought of handing Shi Xizhou over to the state for research. Immediately, he shook his head vigorously, unable to suppress his disdain for himself. What a scoundrel I am! After all, she is my savior, and moreover, the people at the Research Institute are not exactly virtuous. Likewise, the people in a live stream also took note of the term ancient. Host, is that your planet's ancient history? I couldn't find any information. Does it still exist now in a place that cannot be found online? What poem? I want to hear it. Shi Xizhou quickly realized she had misspoken. The starry realm is not the same as Earth, and its civilizations may have been lost in the long river of history. If someone with ulterior motives were to seize upon this gap, she could attract trouble. It's not really ancient. It is just a bit of culture that existed in this starry realm long ago. My parents feared this culture would be lost, so they had me memorize it. If everyone would like, I can share it, but I might not remember some parts clearly. Shi Xizhou spoke vaguely, although she stored many ancient poems in her mind. She was, after all, a student who had passed the college entrance examination. I wonder what type you all would like to hear. Are there many types? Can we choose? Host, how about we reward a gift? And you share a story? I will go first. Thanks to Ji Xingdapao for the garland. Thanks to the invincible bad luck girl for the lollipop. Thanks to Xiaohai for the palm. The screen was quickly filled with rewards and various special effects. Shi Xizhou urged, I am very happy to reminisce about ancient poems with everyone. If you enjoy it, just follow me. Those with money support with money. Those without support with presents. Exactly. Sister, there are so few people in your live stream now. If we don't reward something, won't your agency scold you? Shi Xizhou displayed a somewhat pitiful expression. Yes, I am truly unfortunate, so everyone remember to come on my live stream often. Once I become popular, we can stand against the agency together. Shi Xizhou jested that although she had signed a contract with the Bagoo Entertainment Company, the agreement felt more like a partnership than a traditional artist contract due to Gubake's lack of urgency. The company would take a cut from the live broadcasts, but there were no stringent demands regarding the style, content, or audience size of Shi Xizhou's streams. Haha, my sister is still so adorable. Why are you all so concerned about her? She seems underage to me. Oh, really? The term underage left Shi Xizhou momentarily stunned. Although Nanfeng was aware of her age during the contract signing, he had not disclosed this information to her. Shi Xizhou merely smiled to mask her surprise, choosing to remain silent about uncertainties, as the interstellar realm was vastly different from Earth. Any slip of the tongue could lead to unforeseen complications. As she pondered this, the barrage of comments erupted. Who cares? If I want to call her sister, I will. If I wish to call her brother, so be it. Exactly. The host feels like an affectionate older sister. Let us not dwell on that. I want to hear poetry. I want to hear poetry. Let me recite my piece. The line sure comes from Xing, Dao, Shui Qiong Chu. Zwa, Ken Yun Qi Shi, meaning to seek the source of a river at its end and watch the ever-changing clouds rise. Life is filled with scenic beauty. Observe the clouds in the sky. Sometimes, living is about being at ease without complaints. Another line reads, Xinglai Mei Du Wang, Sheng Shi Kong Zi Ji, which translates to enjoying solitary mountain climbs during moments of inspiration, relishing joyful occurrences in private. I cherish the philosophy of going with the flow. Every place in life is a picturesque view worthy of appreciation. Clearly, with such tattered clothing, your face still beams with joy. Life can be summed up in one word, carefree. Haha, that's 2 words. What else? The remaining line, Chui Meng Dao Xizhou, made Shi Xizhou glance at Nanfeng. Feeling a tad peculiar, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chui Meng Dao Xizhou, in its entirety, is Nanfeng Jiwa Yi, Chui Meng Dao Xizhou, meaning, if the summer breeze knows my feelings. Please carry my dreams to the Western Isles for our reunion. Wow, is that a love poem? The hostess' face seems to have turned red. Something S up? Upon hearing this verse, Jean Nanfeng's expression also became somewhat awkward. Chapter 28. Misunderstandings and the face-blind interstellar people. Isn't Commander Jean Nanfeng? Wow, a couple ship. No way. Are there really people ship-teasing here? These two are completely different types. You all must be exaggerating. If we don't exaggerate, how can we ship anything? We can even ship based on a single hair resemblance. That's terrifying. Stop it. The commander is missing, and you're shipping him randomly. Just wait till his fans come after you. Exactly. Those fans are relentless. The commander is a great hero, while the host is also wonderful. Remember, she is underage. Let us keep our sanity. Who ships him could end badly. Don't remind me. I almost forgot the commander is still a minor. Indeed, I also overlooked that. Watching the conversation drift off course, Shi Xizhou felt a tightening in her chest, desperately searching her mind for classical poetry that solely featured Xizhou. The more anxious she became, the harder it was to recall. Fortunately, her thoughts were agile enough to swiftly change the subject. Ahem, actually, there are other poetic lines that contain Xizhou. Shi Xizhou continued. Like you fu you, zui yi xia Xizhou, Xizhou feng jing hao, yao jian wu chong lu, Jun ju Xizhou 11, wuju dong zhou dong, dong 11 yong xiong wang, zhong yu yi shui tong. There are many. Please don't ship recklessly. When Jean Nanfeng was processing documents with Zhang Xingxing, he had informed her of his identity. And Shi Xizhou had already connected Jean Nanfeng to his role as a commander. Before she uttered those words, she and T realized the connection to Jean Nanfeng. She vividly remembered this line from the poem because it had been pointed out during her high school literature exercises when she had made an error, resulting in her being called out by the teacher. Now that it had been mentioned, it felt somewhat strange. She wished to continue discussing poetry to steer the conversation away from Jean Nanfeng, especially given his current missing status, which was akin to a buried landmine, potentially triggering danger with any careless remarks. Shi Xizhou spoke to Tong Tong in her mind. Tong Tong, increase the shielding around this planet. I feel a bit uneasy. Tong Tong replied. Sure thing, Zhou. Don't worry, I'm here to handle it. Hey, you reckless CP shippers, the host's official name is Tong Tong. Don't forget about him. What Tong Tong? Clearly, you're not attentive. The first S culinary Tong Tong and Xizhou. These are the host's official names. Right? We haven't seen Tong Tong for a while. Host. Who is Tong Tong? When Shi Xizhou chose the name for the Star Network, she had naturally considered Tong Tong. For now, Tong Tong's existence must remain unknown to Jean Nanfeng, even if he harbored countless suspicions. Nevertheless, the success of this culinary live stream could not have been achieved without Tong Tong's assistance. Tong Tong looked at Shi Xizhou with eager eyes. Yes, Zhou, why is that? When Shi Xizhou met Tong Tong's gaze, her eyes sparkled with warmth as she gently spoke to everyone. Tong Tong is my companion. Every dish I create is inseparable from his involvement. Without him, you might not even see the current version of me. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of the dilapidated building, casting dappled light on Shi Xizhou, making her appear exceptionally gentle. Tong Tong tiptoed forward to embrace Shi Xizhou's soft waist, giving her a grateful hug. Feeling Tong Tong's affectionate nuzzle, Shi Xizhou smiled brightly. Among the four C's, there are like-minded friends. Even if they are far apart, they feel as close as neighbors. Whether Tong Tong is beside me or not, I will always be filled with gratitude. This is also why Shi Xizhou mentioned Tong Tong's name first. Without him, she would not have arrived in this interstellar realm and might have perished in that plane crash. Wow, that is beautiful. With friends by your side, even away from home, there is a sense of support. Eating daily, my friend, I adore you. Little Orange Duck, Xian, and Little Wong, you all look. I want my name to be up front too. No way. I'm crying. All right, I'll comply. Thanks to Bo Little Orange Duck for sending a heart. Thanks to Bo Little Wong for sending a heart. Thanks to Bo Xian for sending a heart. Wow, are you serious? I'm envious. I also want to call all my friends to support me. Sister, let it go. Look at your name. What can you add? It sounds terrible, spear dipped in excrement. Whoever it touches dies, crying. You're quite twisted. I'll do it. Thanks to if I die for sending a wreath. I'm genuinely laughing to death. This is too hilarious. Ha ha. What a splendid friendship. Shi Xizhou was deeply moved by the dialogue of three viewers. In the past, she had been engrossed in honing her culinary skills, struggling to find true friends at school. And the warmth she now received from her audience stood in stark contrast to the perception of her peers, who labeled her a mere puppet. It seemed that many believed she could endure solitude and live without companionship. However, anyone who truly stood in her shoes and experienced her life would not arrive at such a conclusion. This is precisely why, as a top chef, she relished the solitude of foraging for ingredients in the wilderness. Prolonged loneliness compelled her to seek out adventurous pursuits, filling her life with excitement and preventing her from succumbing to endless contemplation. In the company of her viewers, Shi Xizhou engaged in discussions about the emotions encapsulated in poetry, leaving the underlings responsible for verifying connections to Nanfeng in a state of confusion. Is this the livestream room, boss? One underling meticulously compared the information released by Zhao Xiling, observing an uncanny resemblance. The boss shot him a glance. Don't mistake her for a woman. You're just being foolish. But boss, look at how tattered this woman's attire is. She resembles the desolate star mentioned in the message. You must be blind. The live stream in that picture is about cooking, while this one is a deception. If you're face blind, at least pay attention to the distinctive features. The face blind boss emphatically slapped his face blind subordinate before flipping to Shi Xizhou's livestream. The unfortunate oversight that led to Shi Xizhou being missed clearly showcased the phenomenon of face blindness prevalent among the populace of Xinjia. Chapter 29. How I See It. I see it with my eyes wide open. Does elder sister have any ancient poems to share? Host, please publish a book. I'd buy it. It's all so evocative. I adore this feeling. Jun Ju Shi Zhou Shi, Wiju Dong Zhou Dong. Dong Shi Yong Xiang Wang, Zhong Yu Ishui Tong. I love this line. It seems both difficult to comprehend, yet effortlessly understandable. Yes, that is precisely the feeling. Witnessing the audience's affection for ancient poetry filled Shi Xizhou with pride as a daughter of Huaxia, who would not feel joy at their culture being cherished. Shi Xizhou wished she could organize the stories in her mind, yet she was merely a chef, with her knowledge of ancient poetry largely stemming from her high school education. The idea of publishing a book felt exceedingly ambitious. If everyone enjoys it, I'll share what I can, but my recollections are limited and my abilities are constrained. Host, please share another one. Do you have any poems about food? Asking a dark culinary host to recite food poetry. You truly appreciate the contrast. Li Baizku Zhongzwa Colon, Lan Ling, Mei Jiu Eugene Xiang, Yuan Sheng Lai Hupaguan. Den Si Ju Ren Neng Zuika. Bu Ji He Chu Shi Ta Xiang. The translation is, the sweet and intoxicating Lan Ling wine exudes a fragrant aroma, filling the jade bowl with a lustrous amber hue. As long as the host drinks with me, oblivious to whether this is home or a foreign land. Lu Yuz Yu Shan Shi Si Yuan Colon Mo, Xiao, Nong Jiala, Johan. Feng Yin Lu Kazu Ji Tan. Shan Zhong Shui Fu Iwu Lu. Lu and Hua Ming Yui Si Yuan. Xiao Gu Zhui, Sui, Chun Shi Jin. Iguan Jian Pu, Gu Feng Si Yuan. Song Jin Ruo, Su Qian Cheng Yu. Zhu Zhang Wu Shi Yi Ko Men. The translation is, do not mock the murky wine brewed by farmers in the 12th lunar month. During a bountiful harvest, their hospitality is abundant. As mountains loom and waters twist, I fret over the lack of a path, when suddenly, amidst the greenery and blooming flowers, another village appears. As the festival approaches, the sound of flutes and drums welcomes the deities, and the simple attire of ancient customs endures. From now on, if I have the chance to wander under the splendid moonlight, I shall always come and knock on your door with my cane. Fanzhong Yinjiang Shan Yujikolin, Jiang Shang Wang Lai Run, Dan Ai Lu Yume. Jun Kan Yi Zhou, Chu Mo Feng Bo Li. The translation is, travelers on the river come and go, merely cherishing the delectable flavor of the perch. Behold that small fishing boat, appearing and disappearing amidst the turbulent waves. There are many ancient poems about food, yet compared to your simplistic inquiries, I truly hope you will savor my culinary creations while reflecting on these verses. Host, you are truly resilient. Why don't we pivot and become a cultural host? Let us stop being food hosts. Yes, great idea. It would be wonderful to quietly discuss cultural knowledge. Cooking is something we really cannot bear. Please, is there not anyone else like me who is a fan of the host food? What on earth is a food fan? Someone who adores the dishes the host creates. How terrifying. Xin, this host seems to be garnering too much attention. The one most dissatisfied with Shi Xizhou's popularity is undoubtedly her peers. Each of them strives tirelessly to attract viewers to their streams, desiring greater numbers and resources. The fact that Shi Xizhou's unconventional approach to live streaming continues to gain support, with her loyal fan base increasing daily, inevitably provokes irritation among her competitors. Xin took a sip of the steaming juice, casting a solemn glance at her disgruntled manager. Isn't competition part of live streaming? Didn't we all know that from the beginning? But, observing the harmonious atmosphere of the live stream, the manager managed a strained smile. It's not fair. Xin merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Her manager continued, Xin, when we first ventured into food live streaming, we were often criticized, yet we endured for the sake of that meager traffic. Even during signing, we were offered the most basic contracts, barely managing to make ends meet. Recalling the announcement from Beiguxing Entertainment regarding the contract with Shi Xizhou, the manager lifted their gaze, tears welling in their eyes as they choked on their words. Last time you called me arrogant, but I was merely preserving our dignity, which took years to rebuild. Now, seeing them achieve success so easily brings me tremendous discomfort. Silence enveloped them, like waves crashing in their hearts. Xin slowly shifted in her seat, placing her hands on her knees and gripping her trousers. As I see it, with my eyes wide open, all I perceive is the might of capital. The manager glanced at the orders sent by their superiors, their tone laced with indignation. Capital, what a formidable and fearsome word, capable of altering one's destiny, leading to success or ruin. Xin lowered her head, her voice tinged with bitterness as she inquired, "What is troubling you? Why this sudden discussion?" The manager offered a sardonic smile. Xin, we can no longer participate in the culinary competition. Xin abruptly lifted her head. What did you say? The manager spoke with deliberate clarity, their voice seething with anger. We've been instructed to relinquish our competition slot to another newcomer. If we refuse, our live stream will be shut down and our account revoked. Xin's expression stiffened. Why? She murmured, never having considered that she would lose this opportunity. The manager's voice was strained. I overheard them say that the newcomer is the superior's child, aiming to leverage the culinary competition for fame. But we fought for this opportunity ourselves. I will consult the company. There must be a solution. Xin frantically activated Xing Now, opening the dialogue box with her superior to inquire, Boss, this culinary competition was secured by our efforts. In that moment, they suggested that the spot be given to Shug, who, being a newcomer, lacked any significant following. The idea was for him to make an appearance at the culinary competition, allowing both parties to gain some notoriety during their joint live stream. This statement was crafted to appear mutually beneficial. It was clear that it merely served to usurp Shug's opportunity in the competition while simultaneously relegating him to make way for the newcomer in his live stream. Xiang Xin raised her eyes, detecting a chilling malice reflected in the shiny surface of her holographic screen. Xiang Xin, boss. My followers are already aware that I will be participating in the culinary competition. If you allow Shug to take my place, it may tarnish my reputation. Boss, just claim you're ill or injured. Surely, you can come up with an excuse. Chapter 30. Xiang Xin's confusion and Choi Xiang Xin felt increasingly distressed. This was the consequence of being constrained, watching her rightful opportunities being seized, and having to concoct a way for the usurper to appear more legitimate. How ironic. Her agent stood silently behind her, absorbing the coldness that seeped from her heart. Xiang Xin, but, boss, if I win at the culinary competition, the benefits I bring will far exceed what the newcomer offers. Why deny me this chance? The boss glanced at her information and replied nonchalantly, Whoever wins the championship will take it. Besides, you may not even win. I've made my decision. You all must comply. I have other matters to attend to, so do not bother me. Xiang Xin grew anxious. But, boss, even if the newcomer participates in the culinary competition, there is no guarantee he will win. If he only competes in the preliminaries, he won't gain any followers. If you want him to grow his audience, I could mentor him during my live streams. What do you think? Although the newcomer was the boss's child, would the profits from her success be far greater? Why choose to eliminate her opportunity to compete? Winning the culinary competition was a long-held aspiration of hers as a chef. Xiang Xinxin stared at the holographic screen for an extended period, as if she wished to penetrate the wires and confront the boss directly, her gaze unwavering. The person on the other end remained unresponsive, seemingly disinterested. The agent could no longer hold back and exclaimed, Xinxin, why don't we just ignore this ridiculous company? Once we win the competition, we can terminate our contract. Xiang Xinxin scoffed at his frustrated tone. How naive. They would never relinquish such a cash cow. Moreover, if we terminate the contract, we would be left with nothing. The thought of that contract enraged the agent. When Xiang Xinxin first joined the company, her previous agent exploited her mercilessly, forcing her to sign an inequitable contract. As a result, even after all these years, the majority of her earnings from live streaming went to the company. What was more infuriating was that despite Xiang Xinxin now being the company's top streamer, the contract remained unchanged, and even if they pursued legal action, victory would be elusive due to the nature of the contract. What do you suggest we do? Just watch as a mere newcomer snatches away the opportunity we fought so hard for? I may not mind, but that chance is your ticket to escape your current identity and fulfill your dreams. Being in this predicament, surviving is already a stroke of luck. Xiang Xinxin lowered her head, as if resigned to her fate. Seeing her despondent demeanor, the agent's frustration boiled over. He had watched Xiang Xinxin rise from obscurity to her current status, transforming from a brooding youth into someone bright and resilient, capable of deflecting malice with a smile. Her culinary skills had improved significantly, and she was now confidently vying for the championship. Yet this news had cast a shadow of sorrow over her. Contemplating this, the agent's agitation grew, and his gaze at the holographic screen turned fierce. Perhaps I should take matters into my own hands and have someone abduct Shug, keeping him in the hospital during the culinary competition. That way, the company can't keep scheming and draining your energy. Even though the agent spoke in jest, both knew that such a scenario was virtually impossible. Even without Shug, there could be others with contracts, Huanga, Zhaoga, Wanga, leaving them irrevocably tied to this exploitative company. Without a concrete plan, any discussions with their superior would only lead to frustration and accomplish nothing. Let be, he finally conceded. I must admit, I envy the culinary talents of the First Continent. They can do as they please. Their company grants them such freedom that when critics come for them, they can simply activate a blocking feature. Even if their dishes are subpar, they can still attract a large audience. Without food, their charm alone captivates the masses. After this, Xiang Xinxin fell into a brief silence, her fingers clenched into fists, knuckles white, nails digging into her palms, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to suppress a surge of emotion. Is this all you are capable of? The agent slapped her back firmly. Get it together, will you? Where's that fighting spirit from before? Why is it gone now? I detest seeing you sulk whenever challenges arise. Even if you lose your qualification, so what? We can rally our audience during the live stream. If he seeks fame, let us tarnish his reputation and give him a taste of his own medicine. If you have climbed this far, you should be able to outsmart the competition. Do not let yourself be bullied. Show some spirit. With that, Xiang Xinxin straightened her posture. Brother, be gentle. That really hurts. She shot a reproachful look at her agent, but the gloom that had shadowed her brow dissipated, revealing the invigorating vitality of youth. Now, let us devise a strategy. If those schemers dare to plot against us, we must retaliate and make them regret it. The agent's tense expression softened slightly, and he patted Xiang Xinxin on the back. Stop fretting, it's not that painful. You're merely being overly dramatic. Xiang Xinxin stuck out her tongue, but the smile tugging at her lips could not conceal the cunning glimmer in her eyes. If they disregard us, we shall disregard them in kind. Is it not merely a game of wits? Who is afraid of whom? Right, brother? She articulated her words deliberately, then flashed a fierce smile. Exactly. Who fears whom? As the culinary competition approached, contestants from various planets were diligently preparing, heralding a grand feast for the senses. Meanwhile, Shi Xizhou remained mired in the depths of culinary darkness, struggling with dishes that interstellar beings found inedible. At most, Shi Xizhou could only discuss the audience during the preliminaries, never advancing to the finals. Yet her determination would not allow any peculiar taste to hinder her progress. Chapter 31. Commander Zhao takes action to capture the protagonist not found yet. Commander Zhao furrowed his brow as he listened to the report from his subordinate, tossing aside the book at his side in frustration. You mean to tell me that that useless fool has still not been located? The reporting individual fell silent. Calling him useless is an understatement. Both he and his subordinates are utterly incompetent. Commander Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as a thought crossed his mind. Do you think Commander Ji might still be stranded on that desolate planet? His subordinates were momentarily taken aback. But Commander, we have no knowledge of the location of that barren star. One stammered. Commander Zhao let out a cold sneer. Unaware? I believe he is deliberately withholding information. Bring Wang Wenjie here. I shall inquire why he did not deliver Ji Nanfeng's body before reporting his death, and why he claims to forget the location of the barren star. Once, twice, could it be that he is playing the role of a double agent? When Wang Wenjie was brought in, he inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a facade of calmness. He was acutely aware of Commander Zhao's ruthlessness. Both the corpse and the location were matters he could not elucidate on the spot. Should he be further suspected of being a double agent, he would surely face a fate worse than death. Ah, you have arrived. Take a seat. We need to have a proper conversation, Commander Zhao said, feigning a charming smile. Commander Zhao, I have dutifully followed your orders regarding Commander Ji. Everything you asked of me, I have accomplished, Wang Wenjie replied with a semblance of flirtation. Did that Ji Nanfeng truly perish? Commander Zhao's keen and piercing gaze scrutinized Wang Wenjie, as if he sought to peel away layers of flesh to discern what set him apart from others. Under the intensity of Zhao's unwavering stare, a flicker of unease passed through Wang Wenjie. You do not suspect me, do you? If I were so resolutely aligned with Commander Ji, you would hardly regard me with any esteem. That is indeed true. Were you akin to Zhang Xingxing, I would have dealt with you alongside Ji Nanfeng, sparing myself the trouble. Commander Zhao loosened his collar, his expression unchanged, yet his voice brimmed with ire and an icy chill. Wang Wenjie's demeanor stiffened, but his moment of trepidation swiftly dissipated, and he lifted his gaze, murmuring, Commander, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Commander Zhao's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, his gaze fixated on the expression of anxiety that marred Wang Wenjie's face. A sinister pressure saturating the air. Wenjie, I have heard that when a person is subjected to stress, they unleash extraordinary potential. Would you agree? Wang Wenjie's legs trembled uncontrollably. Commander, I shall return to ascertain the precise location. I will review the mecha's itinerary and examine the optical brain records. I assure you, I will retrieve the information. Commander Zhao scoffed. However, I believe a bit of stimulation is necessary to unlock greater possibilities. Bring him down and interrogate him thoroughly. Let's apply some pressure. With a mere glance from Commander Zhao, his subordinates restrained Wang Wenjie, rendering his struggles futile. Commander Zhao, I implore you, spare me. I will find him. I will bring you his head. Wang Wenjie cried out, desperately kicking. Commander Zhao, seemingly dissatisfied, huffed and resumed perusing his book, utterly disregarding Wang Wenjie's pleas. Another subordinate quietly inquired, Commander, shall we disclose this information to Commander Cheng? Commander Zhao rubbed his temples roughly, regaining his composure before replying, No need. That incompetent fool would only let our target escape. I might as well handle it myself. You lot, deal with Wang Wenjie. Go dismantle all the mechas and optical brains. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the location. Understood, Commander. Meanwhile, Commander Cheng, who had yet to locate the corresponding live broadcast room, was seething with rage. Incompetence. You're all useless. He slammed his fist onto the table, causing the teapot to tremble. His entire body shook with fury, his face a deep shade of anger. He could hardly wait to find Ji Nanfeng and tear him to pieces, yet he could not find a shred of relevant information. Have you all been diligent? Each live broadcast room, frame by frame. Have you not matched anything? Faced with Commander Cheng's inquiries, his subordinates tensed, particularly those who struggled with face blindness. Their minds raced to identify several potential matches, yet they hesitated to speak, fearing that voicing their uncertainty would reveal their lack of diligence. Seeing their silence only fueled Commander Cheng's temper. He lunged forward, seizing one subordinate by the collar and lifting him off the ground. "Speak. Why are you silent? Have you all lost your voices?" "Commander." The feeble demeanor of the subordinate prompted Commander Cheng to shove him to the floor. "You worthless fools! Even if you cannot find the person, can't you at least keep an eye on others? This news is no mystery. It is clear that Zhao Wenrun leaked it. He visited the first military district, and shortly after, we learned of Jean Nanfeng's whereabouts. If he is not behind this, then who is? He uses us as his blades. Yet you are all rusted tools, utterly useless. It is a disgrace." Though Commander Cheng was hot-tempered, he was not devoid of intellect. Having dealt with the cunning Commander Zhao for so long, he knew that he could not outmaneuver him without a few tricks up his sleeve. A surge of rage filled Commander Cheng's heart. That old fox, Zhao Wenrun, was always scheming, with a treacherous demeanor that bespoke his sly nature. Had it not been for the fact that these military districts were under his thumb, he would never have implicated Jean Nanfeng in this affair. Taking a deep breath, Commander Cheng turned to his confidant and asked, "Has that Wang Wenjie been summoned by Zhao Wenrun?" "Commander, your suspicions were correct. Commander Zhao secretly called Wang Wenjie over. According to my subordinates' reports, it seems he has subjected Wang Wenjie to punishment. I knew it. That old fox always delegates the thankless tasks to me, while he handles the straightforward ones himself. Commander, shall we eavesdrop on their conversation?" "Eavesdrop? Nonsense. Zhao Wenrun knows how to reap the rewards. Am I, Cheng He, not entitled to the same? We will wait for Zhao Wenrun to make his move." The last spy incident was indeed the fault of the 3rd Military District. Chapter 32. The spy's gruesome demise. Locating the position. So, Commander, are we to take no action? Keep an eye on the 1st Military District. Once we ascertain that Zhao Wenrun has succeeded, we must seize the opportunity to claim the territory before him. Understood. A sudden, intriguing thought crossed Commander Cheng's mind. If they could occupy the 1st Military District before that old fox, witnessing his face contort in shock would surely be a delight. Do you recall the specifics? I truly cannot remember the precise location. Once the interference signal is activated, the optical brain ceases to display the information. I genuinely do not know. Upon hearing Wang Wenjie's confession, Wang Ping, who was in charge of his interrogation, swiftly pressed a button before him. A surge of electricity coursed through Wang Wenjie's body, causing him to scream in agony. "Stop. Please stop. I will tell you everything you wish to know." Wang Ping was satisfied with Wang Wenjie's response and chuckled softly. This amount of current is hardly sufficient to elicit anything significant. Let us intensify the stimulation. With that, he pressed a button to deliver a stronger jolt. The intense current made Wang Wenjie tremble uncontrollably, his body seemingly on the verge of asphyxiation. He sat in the chair, limbs convulsing, resembling a pitiful laboratory mouse. How tragic, Wang Ping sighed, observing the distorted features before him. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the suffering of his captive. As Wang Wenjie neared the brink of death, Song Shuangfan, witnessing the scene, felt compelled to intervene. Yet, seeing Wang Ping's calm demeanor, she swallowed her words, unable to shake the thought that these were indeed the subordinates of Commander Zhao, each more twisted than the last. Song Shuangfan turned to her superior, Li Haoran, who sat upright in the dim light, his expression indifferent, as if the matter at hand did not concern him. A sense of disillusionment washed over her. Indeed, there was not a single commendable person among them. As she pondered these thoughts, Li Haoran turned his gaze towards her, his emotionless face intensifying her feelings of tension and embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" "You may consider it nothing," Li Haoran replied, each pause in his speech sending her heart racing like a roller coaster. The electric shocks were not enough. Wang Ping administered another dose of a devastating drug to Wang Wenjie. This substance could weaken or even shatter a person's mental fortitude, rendering them a fool, or worse, a vegetative state, or even lifeless. Originally classified as a forbidden drug in the interstellar realm, for someone like Commander Zhao, who wielded power, such prohibitions merely required a bit more effort to circumvent. Under the relentless onslaught of electric shocks and mental torment, Wang Wenjie was on the brink of collapse, both physically and mentally. I'll talk right now. He stammered weakly, drawing the attention of the three present. If he had initially appeared as a resolute warrior, he now resembled a pitiful mass devoid of dignity. Finally, you've spoken. It should have been this way. If you hadn't tea, I truly wouldn't know the lengths I would go to, Wang Ping remarked, nodding in apparent satisfaction with his handiwork. He continued, now, reveal your final trump card. If someone trained under Ji Nanfeng is willing to act as a spy, it cannot be that simple. Wang Wenjie, mustering his strength, trembled as he spoke. I've locked the position of Commander Ji with a locator, stored in the secret chamber of the main office of the 1st Military District. Apart from that locator, no one else, including myself, knows where Commander Ji is. If you want it, you can retrieve it yourselves. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement, his tone laced with enthusiasm. You truly are resourceful. This is becoming increasingly thrilling. Li Haoran leaned forward, inquiring, did anyone in the 1st Military District notice your arrival? No. I was very cautious. No one saw me. Wang Wenjie replied. Li Haoran's previously calm demeanor relaxed slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up faintly. That is good. He then glanced at Wang Ping. Responding to Li Haoran's signal, Wang Ping's face contorted with malice as he injected the remaining forbidden drugs into Wang Wenjie. Since that's the case, you have become useless. To leave a hand unplayed before Commander Zhao, you truly are deserving of your fate. As the drugs continuously coursed through Wang Wenjie's veins, his complexion turned increasingly pale, the effects gradually spreading throughout his body and assaulting his brain. Help me, I was wrong. I still have more to say. Song Shuangfan paused, regarding Wang Wenjie's plea with skepticism, yet she hesitated to dismiss the possibility entirely. Gentlemen, should we not rescue him first? Perhaps we could toy with his life a little longer? Despite the irreversible damage caused by the drugs, particularly to one's mental state, there remained an opportunity to extract further information from Wang Wenjie while he was still alive. After all, the extent of the dosage could be manipulated, and as long as they kept silent, there would always be fools who believed they could survive. Li Haoran cautioned the restless Song Shuangfan, there is no need to rush. Even if we cannot find what we seek, we could dismantle his neural interface entirely. For someone of his ilk, how could we possibly leave any contingency unprepared? Song Shuangfan lamented as she glanced at the nearly lifeless Wang Wenjie on the floor. What a pity. Such fine material for experimental research on forbidden drugs, truly wasted. This is rather dull. Let us depart, Wang Ping remarked, dismissively observing Wang Wenjie's body before turning to the others. Indeed, there is nothing more to see. Let us return and report, Song Shuangfan added, rising as she followed Wang Ping. The two cast their gaze back at Li Haoran, who remained seated. What is it? Is there something more to observe? Have you discovered any peculiarities? Wang Ping's tone rose, his face betraying his curiosity. Li Haoran lowered his head, shielding his nose as he seemed to become aware of a foul odor permeating the air. His previously indifferent demeanor shifted as he raised his voice. Wang Ping, if you continue to sully my prison, do not expect to return. Wang Ping fell silent, retreating a few steps while covering his nose, his face a mask of displeasure, his eyes reflecting clear disdain, as if he had encountered the most repugnant refuse. It is unfortunate that this fellow hails from the 1st Military District. Even in death, he cannot die decently. What a nuisance. Let someone else handle it later. We must report to the commander quickly, or else that man will surely lose his temper. Song Shuangfan sighed, shaking off the discomfort. Understood. Chapter 33. Rising together, racing against time, the interstellar sky was shrouded in mist, the somber atmosphere casting a pall over one's mood, as though a storm were imminent. In the main office of the 1st Military District, Zhang Xingxing paced restlessly, seemingly venting his pent-up frustration. Xingxing, came Ji Liangshui's inquiry from the doorway. Is something the matter? Is it about my brother? Sensing the worry in Ji Liangshui's voice, Zhang Xingxing felt a pang of anxiety. No, the commander is quite safe. Nothing has happened. This statement served to comfort Ji Liangshui, yet it also reassured himself. Ever since receiving word that Commander Zhao had secretly taken Wang Wenjie, the spy intending to harm the commander, his heart had been uneasy, as if a landmine had been planted within him, ready to explode at any moment. Lu Mu entered the office, grasping Zhang Xingxing's shoulder to steady his anxious pacing. Calm down. Speak your mind. Do not bury everything inside. I have yet to settle the score for your previous testing of my patience. With the safety of Shi Xizhou confirmed and the remaining commanders showing no signs of unrest, Nanfeng had already established, at the very least, that Lu Mu was aligned with their interests. Otherwise, given the cunning of those commanders, the military would have arrived at the desolate planet long before Shi Xizhou's confirmation, effectively eliminating both of them. Indeed, hurry and speak. Do not dawdle like a snail, Ji Liangshui urged, shaking Zhang Xingxing's shoulder impatiently. Irritated, Zhang Xingxing pushed Ji Liangshui's arm away, stepping aside to meet his gaze directly, his tone serious. Liangshui, there is something I must tell you. What is it? Speak quickly. Your brother was previously ambushed by the enemy, and along with his mech, fell onto a desolate planet. He sustained injuries there. Fortunately, someone found him. Although he is currently undergoing treatment, we have received news that Commander Zhao from the 3rd Military District has likely located the position of your brother on that desolate planet. You know, if Zhao Wenrun discovers your brother, the entire 1st Military District will be implicated and face the threat of being torn apart. Upon hearing Zhang Xingxing's words, Ji Liangshui's already pale face turned even more ashen. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, droplets clinging to her lashes, evoking a deep sense of compassion and concern for Ji Nanfeng. Ji Liangshui vigorously wiped her face with her sleeve, her expression fierce as she exclaimed, "Dare to set your sights on my brother? I will not hesitate to take down you scoundrels. Hurry, why are we still here? We must protect my brother. We know that old Zhao intends to harm him, and we must act swiftly, or else when that old man finds him first, it will be too late." Having lived nearly 30 years, this was the first time Zhang Xinghang had witnessed Ji Liangshui's serious demeanor. It was as if she had undergone a transformation akin to that of Commander Ji. If it weren't for her childlike words, Zhang Xinghang would have believed she had truly matured. It's easy for you to say. Do you know why the commander didn't directly inform me to discreetly send others to that planet? Zhang Xinghang halted Ji Liangshui, who was eager to rush out. Why not? Ji Nanfeng angrily swatted Zhang Xinghang's hand away, her tone still fiery. Zhang Xinghang, not irritated, replied with perplexity, I don't know why. The commander is unable to send his location, due to the interference caused by Wang Wenjie's information at the outset. We don't even know which star system we are in. How can we find him? How can we act before Commander Zhao? Yi Liangshui paused. Turning to Lu Mu, is what he said true? Lu Mu nodded silently. The impulsiveness was interrupted, and the anger Ji Liangshui felt dissipated. So, are we just to watch as Commander Zhao finds my brother first and kills him? Ji Liangshui's eyes moistened again, her voice muffled. Is there nothing we can do? Just stand by helplessly. We can only advise the commander to remain vigilant. In this situation, even Commander Zhao cannot deploy excessively powerful mechas. I have already dispatched people to the 3rd Army to keep watch, and should anything arise, our forces will mobilize immediately. We cannot outpace Commander Zhao, but we must closely follow in his wake. Zhang Xinghang lowered his gaze, his long fingers clenched into a fist, striking the table with a heavy thud that resonated ominously. Fine, you all stay here. I will prepare. Whoever dares to harm my brother will pay with their life. Ji Liangshui declared before hurriedly exiting. She knew she could not outsmart these two, nor did she possess any cunning, but in terms of combat, she was among the top experts in the 1st Military District. Brother, wait for me. The rage within Ji Liangshui surged, as if her very insides were ablaze. Her spirit sharpened like a blade, aimed at the hidden enemy. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the approaching enemy, Ji Nanfeng furrowed his brow. When he received the information, a temporary glitch in his chip delayed the reception, creating a significant information gap in the context of war. Although his injuries were nearly healed, Commander Zhao was unlikely to engage in hand-to-hand combat. He would certainly deploy mechas. Despite Zhang Xinghang and Lu Mu's watchful eyes, the potential for a mecha to obliterate an entire region, or even a planet, remained. Even the smallest mechas possessed attack capabilities far superior to those of mere flesh. The mechas had been completely destroyed, and this desolate planet lacked any defensive systems. The situation they faced was indeed dire. Ji Nanfeng, Yananfeng? A voice broke through his thoughts. It was Shi Xizhou. Ji Nanfeng looked up to see her expression filled with inquiry. What's wrong? Is there a problem? We are in danger. We must leave here immediately, Ji Nanfeng said, propping himself up, his voice low and grave. Sure, Shi Xizhou halted her advance. Her gaze at Ji Nanfeng filled with surprise. When will your people arrive? Location. By the way, do you know why we cannot locate this planet? Ji Nanfeng expressed his frustration over the issue. Initially, he refrained from asking Shi Xizhou, wishing to maintain a degree of opacity between them. However, with Commander Zhao's forces imminent, no sensitive topic outweighed the value of their lives. Need to enable the location? I'll do it now, Shi Xizhou responded, quickly instructing Tong Tong, hurry and activate the location, disable the shielding of this planet, and enhance the concealment for the three of us. Tong Tong eagerly replied, I've activated it. Zhuozhua quickly informed him. As the location was activated, Ji Nanfeng swiftly sent the coordinates to Zhang Xinghang, then stood to leave. We must vacate this area. It's evident that someone has been here. Understood. Quickly, inform Liang Shui that I've sent her brother's location to her, urging her to reach him before Commander Zhao does. All right, I'll accompany her. Chapter 34. Escape, and the male protagonist is injured again as night deepened. The bright moon was partially obscured by clouds, and the cold wind rustled through the trees, leaving an eerie stillness. Shi Xizhou supported Ji Nanfeng as they navigated through the forest, the dry branches underfoot tangling. When will your people arrive? Shi Xizhou asked, striving to maintain her composure, while gripping her dagger, ready for combat, her eyes alert to any movements ahead. I don't know. I hope they arrive before the enemy. In this crisis, Ji Nanfeng sighed, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Even with both of us armed with daggers, we would be like eggs against stones when faced with mechas. We would be finished. Moreover, I need to leave some hope for my people. Ji Nanfeng continued, seemingly oblivious to the worry etched on Shi Xizhou's face. The sky grew darker, the twinkling stars perhaps hiding the very mechas that might attack them. Tong Tong had retracted her manifested form, anxiously asking Shi Xizhou, Zhuozhua, when will the mechas arrive? Can we handle them? Are we doomed? Stay calm. We must not let the enemy unsettle us before they even arrive. We must act wisely. There is always a glimmer of hope, Shi Xizhou reassured her. Stay calm. Stay calm. No, wait, stay calm. I must remain composed, just like you, Zhuozhua. I can't calm down. I'm still so young. I've only just arrived in this star realm. I haven't lived enough yet. I haven't eaten enough of your cooking, Zhuozhua. I haven't had the chance to argue with those trolls online yet. Tong Tong's inner turmoil brought a smile to Shi Xizhou's face. The little one certainly had a vivid imagination, even contemplating online disputes. Relax, my dear. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up for us. If we must face death, we will do so behind Ji Nanfeng. If all else fails, we can kneel and beg for mercy, splitting our paths completely. What do you think? Tong Tong was touched, ready to counter Shi Xizhou's enticing, yet undignified, perfect plan. Zhuozhua. At that moment, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, resembling a shooting star, expanding from a point to a larger area, capturing their attention. Ji Nanfeng suppressed his emotions, turning to Shi Xizhou and saying, It seems someone has indeed arrived. I just wonder who it is that has come first. The mech, engulfed in flames from its rapid descent, radiated an increasingly brilliant light, directly aimed at the ground. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the air, causing the earth to tremble and producing a series of alarming sounds. Amidst the chaos, Ji Nanfeng and Shi Xizhou found their proximity to one another increasing. both their gazes fixated on the silhouette of the mech, which landed flawlessly at the location where Nanfeng had initially been cast down onto this desolate planet. In that moment, both understood precisely which faction this individual belonged to. Faced for the first time with such palpable danger amidst the stars, Shi Xizhou, raised in an era of peace, felt his grip on the dagger tremble. Grasping and releasing, he wavered between tension and uncertainty. What shall we do? Nanfeng swallowed hard, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yet, upon observing their vulnerable state, he lowered his voice. Can that cloaking function you possess be used on individuals? Tong Tong? It can be activated immediately. It is indeed usable, but should this mech begin to fire upon us, we would still face exposure or death. Well, if we can stall for a bit longer, it is better than standing before him and succumbing immediately. Nanfeng firmly placed his hand on Shi Xizhou's shoulder. Shi Xizhou, feeling a bit lost, looked up at him but only encountered Nanfeng's earnest expression. My condition has not fully recovered, and they are unaware of your presence. If I were to be injured again, having me here would prevent them from annihilating the entire desolate planet. If you can escape, take the chip and have my people retrieve you. Some of my plans have been inscribed on that chip long ago. All you need to do is hand it over to them. The folks in the 1st Military District will know what to do upon seeing it. Nanfeng forcefully pressed the light-brained chip into Shi Xizhou's palm. Observing his determination, Shi Xizhou's heart sank, and without hesitation, he reached out, gripping Nanfeng's waist firmly. His grip was resolute and fierce, causing Nanfeng's features to contort slightly as he let out a muffled groan. Noticing Nanfeng's pained expression, Shi Xizhou released his hold. What do you take me for? Rest assured, when danger approaches, I will be the first to flee. No need for you to remind me. We haven't even assessed the situation yet, and you're already planning your escape. As a child raised under socialism, Shi Xizhou could not disregard a life. Yet he also could not simply play the role of the self-sacrificing saint. Thus, he felt a surge of anger at Nanfeng's words that resembled a last will. Regardless of their attempts to escape, they could not outrun the speed of the mech's firepower. Ever since the 3rd Military District had landed on this planet, they had commenced an unrestrained barrage, despite Zhang Xingxing and his team striving to monitor the entry and exit of large mechs and weaponry. Commander Zhao had dispatched subordinates equipped with smaller mechs capable of sweeping fire to eliminate Nanfeng as swiftly as possible. Moreover, there were not just one, but 3 of them. The enemy's ferocity left Nanfeng and his companion with no means to maneuver, forcing them to huddle closely together to shield themselves. The explosive sounds from the mech's fire echoed clearly from afar. The already dilapidated, desolate planet now resembled a wasteland, with the enemy spreading out from the area where Nanfeng had fallen, searching relentlessly. The mechs moved with alarming speed, swiftly locating the ruins where the 2 had previously taken refuge. The situation is dire, Nanfeng remarked, his expression unchanged. Yet his words fell like heavy stones. Although they had vacated the crumbling structure, it would not be long before the enemy's fire reached their position. What should we do then? Are we to await our demise? Shi Xizhou suppressed his racing heart. Even without witnessing the scene of the mech's assault, the very sound conveyed a terrifying aura, instilling an inexplicable sense of despair. Regrettably, my mech is out of commission, Nanfeng replied in a subdued tone. Death seemed to loom ominously above them. One of the enemy's black mechs appeared to have differing opinions on the sweeping fire from various directions. As one engine roared to life, it ascended into the air, scanning the ground below. Strange, is there a commander here? Zhang Yi glanced at the system's display of life signatures, noting only 3 conspicuous human life forms. Zhang San, piloting a green mech, also cast a glance at the screen, yet his tone bore no trace of doubt. Commander Ji, being a member of the 1st Military District, undoubtedly possesses high-tech capabilities that we are unaware of. Moreover, it was the commander who summoned us. If he returns alive, it would spell doom for us. Another, Wang Wu, chimed in. Everyone searched thoroughly. If it weren't for the urgency from the commander, we could have simply annihilated this planet and claimed it was overrun by pirates or insectoids. That would save us from this hassle. Zhang He sighed, "Fine, I'll just take a casual sweep. If someone stirs, that would be splendid." Subsequently, Zhang Yi activated the weaponry, rotating the mech and randomly firing upon the ground. The aerial assault drew closer to Nanfeng and Shi Xizhou, with one shell landing perilously close before them. Boom! A sudden explosion reverberated, followed by the violent tremors of the earth. In the brief moment before they could react, the ground erupted into a deep crater, sending debris and dust hurtling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Nanfeng shielded Shi Xizhou, yet the shrapnel from the explosion struck him fiercely, eliciting a muffled groan from Nanfeng. Nanfeng. Shi Xizhou's face turned as pale as a sheet upon witnessing the falling debris. She gasped, attempting to push him away, but realized her strength was insufficient to budge him. The other creatures on the desolate planet had long since fled, yet those that remained shrieked in agony under the mech's assault, sending shivers down the spine of any who heard, before collapsing to the ground, blood staining the stones in a gruesome display. Having grown up in an era of peace, Shi Xizhou had never witnessed such a scene and could not feign calmness. As she cried out, Nanfeng instinctively grasped her arm. Despite Tongtong's modifications to her body, her slender bones felt fragile, as if they could shatter with a mere squeeze. He quickly released her. Noticing her pallor, Nanfeng, though unsteady from the impact of the shell, reassured her, "Don't worry. This small injury is inconsequential. Just rest and recuperate." The two of them stood no chance against the onslaught of three mechs. By the time they drew near, Liang Shui and the others would be too late. The third military district had come for Nanfeng's life. Chapter 35. Mechanisms triggered. Chain explosions. Jojo, this is terrifying. What do we do? What do we do? We're going to die. Should we just leave him behind and run? Why? I don't want to die. Life and death hung in the balance, and Tong was equally terrified. Jojo, noticing Shi Xizhou lost in thought, Tong cautiously called out to her again. Shi Xizhou raised her eyes, and before them, the explosion had formed a small hill. The nearby branches, untouched by the blast, had been completely stripped, leaving only bare trunks. The trees not only stood above ground, but also thrived beneath it. Their survival hinged on their roots, which clung tightly to the earth, enabling them to photosynthesize and endure. Tong, don't worry. Do you remember the traps I mentioned before? Shi Xizhou smiled faintly, slowly opening her eyes, sensing something as she gazed towards the previous location of the ruined house. A glimmer of joy flashed in Tong's eyes, and she sincerely exclaimed, "Indeed, clinging to Zhou's leg was the right choice." The mechs of the Starry Realm are composed of metallic materials, rendering them remarkably resilient against impacts, while their destructive capabilities are truly formidable. In stark contrast, humanity appears particularly fragile when juxtaposed with these mechanical giants. Their offensive power could be deemed rather feeble. Following the search, Zhang San was the first to stumble upon a dilapidated house. "See what I have discovered," he remarked with a tone laced with mockery as he scrutinized the crumbling structure before him. "Has there been any commotion?" "There's a rundown house that shows signs of habitation. I surmise that Commander G is likely in the vicinity. It's a pity he fled so swiftly, otherwise, we wouldn't have to exert ourselves here." No sooner had he finished speaking than he aimed at the rickety house, and with the discharge of a laser, the already decrepit structure was reduced to mere rubble. "Come over here. We'll commence our search from this location and eliminate him at the quickest pace to avoid any unforeseen complications." Zhang Yi and Wang Wu activated their mechs and joined Zhang San. Upon witnessing the debris before them, Wang Wu raised an eyebrow. How was it destroyed so thoroughly? Perhaps if we investigated further, we might uncover additional discoveries. Unnecessary effort. Let us commence firing, Zhang San replied dismissively, resuming his merciless onslaught upon the ground. Very well. Wang Wu shrugged and followed Zhang San's lead. In truth, had the three ventured inside to search, they would have realized that another individual remained on this desolate planet, thereby heightening their vigilance concerning the situation on the ground. Just as the trio prepared to depart from the ruins, a faint sound echoed. Pop! Subsequently, a tremendous explosion erupted beneath them, impacting their mechs and catapulting the three into the air before they could react. Ha ha ha, they've even blown to bits. Zhou, you're truly remarkable. I never anticipated those stones and herbs could unleash such power. Tong Tong exclaimed gleefully, her excitement swirling in Shi Xizhou's mind. Yet, Shi Xizhou's face bore only a look of regret as she observed that the three mechs had sustained minimal damage. Did you set that up? Nanfeng inquired, glancing at Shi Xizhou. Impressive. If they had not destroyed the little house, this trap would not have been triggered, Shi Xizhou sighed. Shi Xizhou had not placed the mechanism within the dilapidated house, but rather at a certain distance from it. Additionally, the house was equipped with safety measures. As long as there was a certain pressure on the protective mechanisms, the balance between the explosion point and the protective device would prevent activation. However, with the destruction of the house by Zhang San, that pressure dissipated, the balance was lost, and when the trio reached the bomb's location, the explosion ensued. Despite the mech's formidable durability, they were momentarily shaken by the blast, and numerous fine cracks appeared across their surfaces. The three quickly maneuvered their machines to retreat. Boom! Boom! Successive explosions erupted around the mechs, with thick smoke enveloping them from all sides. Fall back! Zhang San shouted, commanding the others to hasten their escape. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, another bomb detonated nearby. The other two reacted swiftly. One mech rolled to evade the flying debris. As Zhang Yi dodged, he gazed at the unfolding scene, astonishment evident in his eyes. My goodness, is this truly the work of Commander G? How bothersome. Activate the mechs and ascend, came the irritated reply. Soon, the three mechs soared into the air, and the explosion subsided. Such trivial devices, they clearly underestimate the mechs. How amusing, Zhang San remarked, a hint of derision lingering on his face. His gaze scrutinized the surroundings once more through the system's scan for life signs. Revealing no changes, only the three of them remained. Have you arrived too late? Could it be that the forces from the 1st Military District have already taken Commander G away? Impossible. If the 1st Military District had mobilized, they would have been aware. Then how do we explain the absence of any life signs now? Previously, a cloaking device was utilized to mask this planet's location, which naturally would allow Commander G to conceal his life signs as well. The three engaged in a spirited discussion while remaining vigilant of the bombs beneath them. Once they had risen beyond the danger zone, Zhang San unleashed a barrage of lasers around the remnants of the dilapidated house, setting off a series of detonations akin to firecrackers during the new year. The explosions cascaded. Yet aside from the initial blast, the mechs emerged unscathed. If this was orchestrated by Commander G, then he truly underestimates us. After all, we are graduates of a military academy, well aware of the resilience and defensive capabilities of mechs, Zhang San stated, his expression unyielding as he gazed below. Even if Commander G is no longer present, what of it? We remain unaware. Ultimately, our orders from the commander were to fire upon this location, regardless of any presence. This planet is destined for destruction. Indeed. Chapter 36. Awaiting reinforcements. The reinforcements arrive. Sequential bombardment. Ji Nanfeng repeated as he turned to Shi Xizhou. Quite impressive. It was a precautionary measure, Shi Xizhou replied, leaving the rest unsaid, but both understood that the explosives were specifically designed for Ji Nanfeng. Should he harbor any ill intentions or attempt to flee, he would be obliterated before entering his mech. After all, such a sequential bombardment poses a lethal threat to the human body, rivaling even lasers in potential fatality or grievous injury. Though these explosives may have little effect on these metal behemoths, they have at least bought us some time. Let's hope your reinforcements arrive swiftly. Otherwise, we shall be in dire straits, Shi Xizhou lamented as she watched the mechs begin firing once more. They've all taken the skies. Many bombs are missing their targets, and they're getting ever closer. Let us wait, Shi Xizhou replied, falling silent. For they had exhausted their arsenal of tricks and could only leave their fates to chance. Hot on the heels of the 3rd Military District, Ji Liangshui and her team soon arrived at the desolate planet where Ji Nanfeng was located. Outside the atmosphere, Lu Mu halted, restraining Ji Liangshui. Liangshui, hold on a moment. Promise me that if you encounter anything difficult to accept, you will remain calm. I understand. Do not worry. Before long, the two, accompanied by their comrades, descended onto the barren planet. The landscape was a vast expanse of withered yellow and scorched earth, devoid of any hint of greenery. More importantly, the visible laser artillery shells on the ground indicated that the enemy had indeed arrived before them. Quickly, split up a search. I'll message the commander. Everyone, assess the situation. If there are enemies, deal with them first. The commander will surely manage on his own. Lu Mu communicated with those nearby, retrieving the account given to him by Zhang Xing before his departure. All right, we'll find him. You all head that way. I'll go this way. Move swiftly. Zhi Liangshui maneuvered her mech, swiftly searching the desolate planet along the trail of lasers. Commander, where are you? We have arrived. Receiving the message. Nanfeng glanced at the latest mecha, but then cast a look at Shi Xizhou. Is the message shielding feature still effective? Shi Xizhou silently inquired of Tong Tong, who quickly shook her head. Please no. It was inconsequential to shield messages before, as the enemy was never this close. Now, they are practically under our noses. At this point, the transmission signals cannot be concealed. Sure, Xizhou shook his head at Nanfeng again and then asked, if they are unaware of our location, does that mean we are in danger? Rest assured, we are not. I have faith in them. Just as Tong Tong mentioned, signal transmission is indeed not something that can be obscured. Sensing a disturbance in the air, Zhang Yi controlled the light brain to trace back, attempting to capture the recent signal transmission completely. It appears our journey here was not in vain. There are indeed individuals present. Oh, I just detected a signal transmission. But we must act swiftly. If the first military region arrives, it could spell trouble. Since you can sense the signal, it is likely nearby. Everyone, increase your power and obliterate the ground, leaving no survivors. Understood. Soon, the three of them aligned and commenced a relentless barrage upon the ground, rotating clockwise. The earth was engulfed in dust from the assault, the air thick with the sense of earth and fire. Observing this, Nanfeng hurriedly led Shi Xizhou to roll into a small pit nearby, lowering their bodies below the horizon and pressing firmly against Shi Xizhou, shielding her in his embrace. Damn it! Simultaneously, Lu Mu, who had not received any messages, sensed something was amiss. Upon hearing the sound of explosions, he promptly activated his mecha and headed toward the commotion. Others swiftly turned as well. In truth, the desolate star they occupied was not entirely devoid of life. The ingredients Shi Xizhou gathered while preparing food attested to this. However, this planet was indeed sparsely populated, making even the slightest noise remarkably conspicuous. This way, Zhi Liangshui took the lead, racing ahead, with Lu Mu closely following. The group hastened toward the source of the sound. Lu Mu furrowed his brow slightly as the vibrations in his ears indicated a continuous assault. Under such firepower, he could hardly fathom whether the corporeal Nanfeng could survive until they arrived. Zhi Liangshui and her mecha surged toward Zhang Yi and the others at maximum speed. Without uttering unnecessary words, Zhi Liangshui seized a similar laser cannon, aimed it at the trio, and unceremoniously pressed the button, toppling them to the ground. Watching the individual she struck down, a satisfied expression emerged on Zhi Liangshui's face. Seizing the moment while they were still down, she ruthlessly activated the laser cannon again, coldly declaring, "To dare harm my brother, you must have the audacity of a bear and a leopard." Among them, Zhang San reacted the quickest, pushing Wang Wu in front of himself. Under Zhi Liangshui's attack, Wang Wu's mecha was pierced through with a gaping hole. "You." Wang Wu's words remained unspoken as blood trickled from his mouth, his gaze falling upon the empty cavity of his chest. The mecha collapsed to the ground, motionless. Observing their pitiful state, Zhi Liangshui's disdain only deepened. "To call you petty, you truly are, sacrificing your comrade's life to shield yourself. Unfortunately, you all shall perish." Zhi Liangshui leapt into action, directing her mecha against Zhang Yi and Wang Wu, closing the distance for a direct confrontation, rendering the laser weapon unusable. The three engaged in a fierce melee with their mechas. Lu Mu's companion inquired, "Should we join in?" "Yes. This is not the time for her to vent her anger." The enemy must be eliminated swiftly so we can locate the commander and avoid missing the rescue opportunity. At Lu Mu's command, the others coordinated with Ji Liang Shui to encircle the remaining two. Ji Liang Shui's irritation simmered within her. "What are you doing? I can handle this alone." Lu Mu insisted. "Rescuing them is paramount. This is not the time for your anger." Soon, under the onslaught from the group, the last two individuals fell to the ground as well. Chapter 37. Found, rescued. All right, hurry and help me find the commander. Their presence here indicates that the commander must be nearby. Search every patch of ground. Do not overlook any mounds or pits. Ji Liang Shui seethed with frustration as she surveyed the devastated terrain, lamenting the loss of life. She could not possibly desecrate the dead. Thus, she dismounted her mecha and began searching for any signs of life. Though the skirmish concluded rapidly, the destruction wrought upon the ground only intensified. Each scorched patch of earth represented a potential injury, and Ji Liang Shui's eyes brimmed with tears that fell to the ground, as if that single tear could save a life. Unlike the personnel dispatched by Commander Zhao, they could not conduct extensive searches and dared not remain in their mechas for fear of missing something or inadvertently harming Ji Nanfeng in the process. Brother, Commander Ji, Commander, brother, please come out. The enemy has been eliminated. It is safe. Indeed, Commander, come out quickly. If you don't emerge soon, we may have to leave. Nanfeng, don't make me find you. If I do, you shall face the consequences. Come out now, Ji Nanfeng. Brother, have you found anything over there? No, nothing here either. Everyone, pay attention to the signals. If there is any movement, notify me immediately. Understood, brother. Commander, as everyone searched, they called out loudly, straining their ears to listen for any sounds, fearful of missing even a whisper from Ji Nanfeng. Yet, no one responded, no one replied, no one stirred. They saw no one. Besides their own cries, there was no other response. Ji Liang Shui's mind felt clouded as the search extended, her body trembling more violently. Brother, please don't scare me. You know I am easily frightened. The trio's assault had been fierce, seemingly ravaging the entire ground, leaving upheaved soil and chaotic craters in their wake. As Ji Liang Shui and her companions searched, their fear escalated. Some even produced genetic comparison devices to match any potential clues in the soil against Ji Nanfeng. Unaffected, Tong Tong watched as two individuals lay buried beneath the earth. Equally anxious, Zhou, are you all right? Please wake up. Reinforcements are coming. Despite Tong Tong's assessment revealing that the two were injured to varying degrees, but not grievously, timely medical intervention could ensure their recovery through interstellar medicine. Yet, their unconsciousness filled him with dread. What if the reinforcements failed to locate them and retreated? Or if the enemy deployed more formidable weapons? Their lives would be in even greater jeopardy. What to do? Tong Tong, overwhelmed with fear, was uncertain of his next course of action. Just as he assumed sure, Shi Xizhou remained unconscious. He caught a glimpse of her fingers moving in the corner of his eye, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Zhou, you're awake. Hurry, reinforcements have arrived. We are saved. Finally, we have endured. Upon hearing Tong Tong's anxious cries, Shi Xizhou's mind gradually regained clarity, and her limbs began to feel controllable again. She sensed someone pressing down on her, and she cast a complex gaze upon the unconscious Ji Nanfeng. Although he could not utter a word in his current state, his previous actions spoke volumes. During the enemy's massive assault, she had been acutely aware of Ji Nanfeng shielding her tightly, warding off all dangers of the conflict. It was due to his protection that she had managed to escape with only minor injuries. Thank you, Shi Xizhou whispered, but was met only with silence in response. She understood that they needed to be discovered, yet it was imperative to do so without drawing too much attention. She no longer harbored foolish dreams of enduring a miserable existence on the desolate star. If a quicker way existed, why should she play the hero? After all, should the enemy return, she could not count on her luck to keep her alive again. When Lu Mu began searching their vicinity, Shi Xizhou instructed Tong Tong to deactivate the cloaking mechanism. Here, the faint voice, due to the sensitivity of the search tools, was captured in a timely manner. The darkness of the earth was torn apart by blinding light, and upon discovering the girl protected beneath Nanfeng, Lu Mu paused in surprise. He hesitated, though he knew he should not. As a seasoned soldier of the 1st Military District, he had witnessed far stranger scenes. He had initially believed that only Commander Ji remained on the desolate star. Yet unexpectedly, he spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar woman. Should he take her back? Lu Mu realized he should harbor no doubts or choices. Yet he felt that bringing Shi Xizhou back might lead to unforeseen consequences, even one she herself could not anticipate. Nevertheless, his duty as a soldier compelled him to call out to the others. "Hurry, I have found the commander." "What? I'm on my way. Have you seen my brother?" "I'll call for rescue personnel." Before the others could arrive, Shi Xizhou succumbed to unconsciousness again due to her brain injury. Shadows of more people appeared before her eyes, and the sounds of their chatter filled her ears. She wished to struggle but found herself utterly immobilized. The light outside grew increasingly bright, and then she was once again enveloped in darkness. A wave of regret washed over her, followed by silence. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a machine resembling a large capsule, composed of silver and transparent glass. The lights in the room stirred her briefly coherent thoughts. Deep within, she called out for Tong Tong. "Tong Tong, are you there? Where is this? Have we been rescued?" Chapter 38. Tong Tong's disappearance and testing for reasons unknown. Tong Tong did not respond. "Tong Tong? Tong Tong? Why aren't you speaking? Please don't scare me. Tong Tong? Where are you? Tong Tong, make a sound. Tong Tong." The absence of Tong Tong caused Shi Xizhou to feel a sense of unease. Could it be that the technology of the interstellar beings had advanced sufficiently to detect Tong Tong, and that she had been separated from her? This was certainly not good news. She lowered her gaze, using the bright lights within the capsule to examine her unscathed body. All previous wounds had vanished, and her fatigue had dissipated. Despite being physically intact, a sense of restlessness and emptiness surged within her. Shi Xizhou bit her lip, attempting to suppress the urge to frown, quietly awaiting the potential dangers that lay ahead. During the long wait, a profound sense of loneliness crept into her heart. In this unknown expanse of stars, she initially found solace in Tong Tong's presence. The feeling of being abandoned by the world and forgotten by the cosmos was not so intense. However, with Tong Tong's disappearance, that feeling returned with a vengeance. Just as Shi Xizhou was about to lose control and strike the seemingly protective yet confining capsule, a man clad in military attire appeared before her. It was Lu Mu. Seeing the wariness in Shi Xizhou's eyes, Lu Mu hesitated for a moment, taking in the sight of her, despite being in a sleep chamber. With dust failing to mar her delicate features or the rugged yet capable attire that made her appear akin to a student on the brink of entering a military academy. In this interstellar era, Lu Mu had encountered many youthful individuals reminiscent of bygone days. "Do not worry. We are from Commander Ji's unit, and this place is secure." His voice was calm, akin to a clear spring, yet exceptionally pleasant to hear. Upon hearing Ji Nanfeng's name, Shi Xizhou's surprise deepened, accompanied by growing fear. After all, Ji Nanfeng was aware of her identity as a transmigrator. She had showcased her cloaking ability before him. If this led to Tong Tong's capture, she would have preferred to have ended Ji Nanfeng's life at their very first encounter. "Where's Tong Tong?" After calmly posing this question, Shi Xizhou awaited Lu Mu's reply. Without Tong Tong, she could not help but regard them with suspicion. "Who is Tong Tong? I apologize, but when we found you, it was only you and the commander. I will send others to search the desolate star again." Lu Mu hesitated but spoke the truth. "However, given the current situation, I cannot guarantee that the person you mentioned is still alive." Shi Xizhou scrutinized the man before her. His expression seemed earnest, devoid of malice or darkness. Could Tong Tong's disappearance truly be unrelated to them? "Please forgive me," Lu Mu continued, displaying a calm demeanor. "Your injuries are nearly healed. On behalf of the 1st Military District, I extend our sincere gratitude. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to locate Tong Tong. Thank you for your assistance and care towards the commander." Seeing his earnestness, Shi Xizhou felt a slight relief. If Lu Mu spoke truthfully, then Tong Tong's safety could be assured. Yet, she was reluctant to fully trust them, as they were from entirely different worlds. Tong Tong was innocent and naive, lacking guile. But those from the interstellar realm were seasoned soldiers, having encountered all manner of strange entities. There is no need. Tong Tong was merely a pet I once kept. I had forgotten. He has already passed away. Shi Xizhou lowered her tone, conveying an unwillingness to discuss further. That is unfortunate. Lu Mu's expression betrayed a hint of regret. It seems we have arrived too late. However, if needed, we can assist in laying that little creature's soul to rest. No need, thank you. The conversation between them paused as Shi Xizhou's stomach grumbled. Her face, usually composed, momentarily stiffened before a rare blush appeared, quickly returning to normal. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it caught the attention of Lu Mu, who pondered for a moment before opening the sleep chamber. Come out. I will take you to eat. All right. As Shi Xizhou followed Lu Mu out, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings, observing the metallic corridor and the silver walls reflecting their silhouettes. Will your enemies attack again? Shi Xizhou inquired casually, yet her tone belied a deeper concern regarding the dangers surrounding Nanfeng. Rest assured, we have already received word from Commander Ji and will ensure they cannot harm you again. However, what brought you to the desolate star? Lu Mu gazed meaningfully at Shi Xizhou and remarked, to survive alone on a desolate planet is truly remarkable. It is merely luck. I was fortunate to encounter Commander Ji, which granted me the opportunity to leave. Otherwise, I might have been devoured by wild beasts one day, Shi Xizhou replied with a hint of mischief, aware that such matters of crossing over should remain discreet. However, who were those that attacked us? Lu Mu smiled again, seemingly testing Shi Xizhou with a question. Were they from your military camp? After a brief hesitation, Shi Xizhou answered, indeed, they were from the military. Lu Mu responded calmly. Even though technology has advanced to this point, humanity's primal instincts remain insatiable. Human desires can never be fully satisfied. The complexities of human relationships will always persist, but alas, it is the ordinary people who suffer. The weaknesses of human nature, greed and discontent, Shi Xizhou murmured. Thus, even in the interstellar age, if humanity were to learn of Tong Tong's existence, would they truly refrain from greed? What about your commander? Having observed for some time, Shi Xizhou still held some regard for Nanfeng, with the hope that he might provide clues to Tong Tong's whereabouts. Her vigilance towards them had never waned since the moment she first laid eyes on Nanfeng. The commander has yet to awaken. Lu Mu replied with a neutral expression and a calm tone. He shielded you with his body and sustained severe injuries. Lu Mu deliberately emphasized the severity of the injuries. But it was you who led them here, wasn't it? Nonetheless, thank you, Shi Xizhou said sincerely, bowing slightly. Chapter 39. The cafeteria opened for dining. An explosion of flavor. Lu Mu raised an eyebrow and chose not to delve deeper into the conversation. Come this way. Soon, a metallic corridor opened into what appeared to be a dining area. The cafeteria bustled with activity, where patrons suppressed their curiosity yet couldn't help but steal glances at Shi Xizhou. Ji Liangshui stepped forward with a graceful stride, her hair flowing elegantly through the air. You're awake. How is your recovery? Upon seeing the concerned expression of the woman before her, Shi Xizhou couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth towards her spirited demeanor. Thanks to all of you, I'm nearly back to normal. Shi Xizhou replied with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Ji Liangshui, the sister of Nanfeng. Come, I'll take you to change your clothes, she said, pulling at Shi Xizhou's wrist. Compared to Ji Liangshui's strong, muscular grip, Shi Xizhou's wrist felt delicate and fragile. Ji Liangshui, cautious not to exert too much force, feared she might break it. She couldn't help but admire Shi Xizhou's beauty. While selecting clothes for Shi Xizhou, Ji Liangshui couldn't resist observing her closely and initiated conversation. What is your name? Which planet do you come from? It seems different from ours. Shi Xizhou's gaze momentarily drifted as she replied slowly, I am Shi Xizhou, and I do not know which planet I belong to. I woke up here on the desolate planet. She refrained from mentioning the false identity created by Nanfeng, as being associated with him rendered such a disguise unnecessary. Moreover, she possessed aspects that were undoubtedly disconnected from the interstellar realm, which she could not disguise, and revealing them would only raise suspicion. How was your brother doing? Shi Xizhou redirected the conversation. He is still undergoing treatment, but don't worry, he is quite resilient. Ji Liangshui reassured her. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Do you have any intentions? As she posed this question, Ji Liangshui felt her heart racing, urging her to find a reason to keep Shi Xizhou close, even if it meant being cautious. If Shi Xizhou possessed any unique secrets during Jean Nanfeng's unconsciousness, it could pose a serious issue, especially since her brother would not protect someone without cause. Ji Liangshui chuckled, aware that her reasoning was flimsy. The silvery battle attire hung loosely on Shi Xizhou's slender frame. Although she attempted to adjust her clothing neatly, her frail human form could not fully fill the interstellar attire, making her appear as a child playfully donning an adult's clothing. The black belt cinched around her waist accentuated her figure. Shi Xizhou tried to make further adjustments to her outfit, only to be gently halted by Ji Liangshui. Under the lights, her delicate face bore a calm, yet slightly flushed expression, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Ji Liangshui held her breath, as if fearing to startle Shi Xizhou. Observing Ji Liangshui's demeanor, Shi Xizhou felt her guard relax slightly, and the tension dissipated, her voice taking on a lighter tone. Is something wrong? This time, it was Ji Liangshui who felt a twinge of discomfort, just as her wrist communicator blinked with a message. The meal is ready. We should head to the dining room. You must be starving after these days. Come, let us enjoy some delicious food, Ji Liangshui urged. As they entered the cafeteria, patrons were already engrossed in their meals. But upon noticing Shi Xizhou's appearance, they froze in surprise. Is this the person we rescued? She looks so young. Which planet is she from? I've never seen anyone like her. She seems to be recovering well. I'm starving. What are they all staring at? There's nothing unusual. Observing the bemusement of the crowd, Zhang Xingxing cleared his throat and approached the two, saying softly, "Let us eat. Everything is ready." The interstellar cuisine was visually appealing and fragrant, and as Shi Xizhou noticed Ji Liangshui and Zhang Xingxing's eager expressions, she instinctively picked up her chopsticks and brought a bite to her mouth. The food slid down her throat, an explosion of flavors erupting across her senses, leading to an indescribable nausea that surged through her mind. Shi Xizhou set down her chopsticks, coughing awkwardly as she struggled to maintain her composure. The taste of the ingested food was beyond her ability to articulate, reminiscent of a bizarre amalgamation of durian stir-fried with carrots and bitter melon, garlic shoots, eggs, and apples simmered together, with spicy noodles and sweet chili sauce. All these peculiar flavors combined rendered her taste buds utterly bewildered. Meeting the curious gazes of her companions, she managed to inquire, "Is this what we are supposed to eat? Is there anything else available?" Although she anticipated the answer would likely be negative, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart, wishing that the chef had inadvertently mixed up the dishes. Upon hearing her question, Ji Liangshui sampled a bite as well, her expression tinged with confusion. "No, it tastes just like before. What's wrong?" "I see," Shi Xizhou responded, feeling a chill settle within her. She began to understand why the audience during her live stream had labeled her culinary skills as dark cuisine. The flavors of 2 weeks were utterly disparate, one from the east and the other from the west, and they were certainly not meant to intermingle. Gazing at the untouched plates of food, Shi Xizhou took a deep breath and asked, "May I use the kitchen?" Ji Liangshui replied, "The kitchen? Are you not accustomed to the food? I can have the chef prepare something else for you." "No, it's just that my palate is a bit peculiar and differs from yours." "A peculiar palate? Just like my brother's." "Let me take you there," Ji Liangshui said, taking her hand and leading her back toward the kitchen. In the realm of culinary artistry, amidst the vibrant chaos of a kitchen, Zhang Xinghong sat contemplatively, savoring the morsels on his plate while pondering the identity of Shi Xizhou and the sentiments that Ji Nanfeng harbored towards her. Through the transparent glass partition of the kitchen, Ji Liangshui felt reminiscent of her childhood, watching her brother train at the Mecca training ground, her heart brimming with admiration. The figure of Shi Xizhou, after inquiring about the kitchen tools in the interstellar realm, adeptly commenced the art of stir-frying. The spatula in Shi Xizhou's hands danced with an effortless grace, gliding smoothly as if it were a mere toy. Chapter 40. Cooking 3 types of snacks. How impressive! Ji Liangshui exclaimed, drawing a hearty smile from the nearby chef. Indeed, she is a remarkable cook. Despite the calm demeanor that adorned Shi Xizhou's face, she felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding her grasp on certain ingredients, especially in the absence of Tong Tong's discerning palate. However, recalling the taste of the rice she had just consumed, she reassured herself that it could not turn out too poorly. Bringing the ingredients closer, she delicately inhaled their aroma, meticulously selecting those she felt confident about. The first dish she prepared was called Dosha Chunwan, red bean paste spring rolls. The initial step involved crafting the spring roll wrappers. Shi Xizhou combined flour, salt, and water in a bowl, kneading the mixture until it formed a robust dough. With satisfaction, she lifted the dough, noting its resilience. Thankfully, the flour from the interstellar realm had not undergone any peculiar transformation, while dough on Earth typically requires a resting period of 2 to 3 hours. The interstellar kitchen's advanced tools allowed for rapid fermentation and cooking, rendering the dough ready for spring roll wrappers in mere minutes. Shi Xizhou placed a flat pan over the heat, and when it reached a moderate temperature, she spun the dough on the pan surface. Once the wrapper was fully cooked, she deftly removed it, producing a perfectly formed spring roll wrapper with a diameter of approximately 15 to 20 centimeters. This display left the two observers outside in awe. Ji Liangshui rubbed her eyes in disbelief, her gaze widening in astonishment at what she had witnessed. "Can you really do that?" she asked, a hint of pride in her voice. "No, it looks quite novel," Shi Xizhou replied, downplaying her talent. "Truly, you must be someone who can spend time with my brother." Some people, despite their age, still lack the creativity to innovate, sticking to the same mundane meals day in and day out. The chefs in the interstellar kitchen possessed their own set of skills, yet due to Ji Liangshui's penchant for indulgence and sweets, Ji Nanfeng strictly regulated her diet for the sake of her health. Although the interstellar cuisine was filled with technological marvels, one could still suffer health imbalances from overindulgence. The balanced meals prepared by the chef appeared bland and unappealing to Ji Liangshui, resembling limp cabbage soaked in plain water, an uninspiring sight that left her feeling discontented. Unable to restrain herself, she shot a retort at the chef, who merely glanced back at her and quipped, "Better than being a little glutton who only knows how to eat." Ji Liangshui felt a sting of humiliation, though she recognized the truth in his words. "I won't talk to you, just watch," she huffed. Unbeknownst to the exchange between the two outside, Shi Xizhou focused on her task. She took a freshly made spring roll wrapper, placed a red bean paste filling in the lower half, and rolled it gently from the bottom upwards, folding and sealing it with a bit of wet starch. When the oil in the fryer reached the appropriate temperature, she carefully lowered the wrapped spring roll into the oil, adjusting the heat as necessary. The spring rolls sizzled in the hot oil, gradually turning a golden hue before being swiftly removed and drained of excess oil. Thus, the first dish was complete. Looking at the fragrant spring rolls, memories of her time on Earth washed over her. As an accomplished chef, Shi Xizhou had traversed forests in search of the freshest ingredients and scoured the oceans for foods with the potential for marvelous chemical reactions. The notion of crafting Dosha Chunwan aboard a spaceship in the vast expanse of the interstellar universe was indeed a delightful irony. The second dish was called Xiao Jiao Li Tang, small pear soup. Shi Xizhou sprinkled salt on the surface of the snow pear and rinsed it in clear water before cutting it into small pieces. She also tore the soaked white fungus into pieces and placed them into a pot, adding sufficient boiling water and covering it to simmer. The resulting pear soup, imbued with the sweet essence of pear and the tender texture of the white fungus, was ideal for warming the stomach. As the pear soup simmered, Shi Xizhou commenced the preparation of the third dish, Xian Yu Huanggua, sautéed cucumbers. She sliced the cucumbers into long, thin pieces, rolling them neatly together. In the interstellar kitchen, there was no need for manual garlic chopping. Shi Xizhou sprinkled pre-minced garlic atop the cucumber rolls. The vibrant green of the cucumbers contrasted with the delicate white of the garlic, an interplay of colors reminiscent of spring grass dusted with light snow, evoking a warmth of spring intertwined with the coolness of winter. Simultaneously, she mixed white vinegar, oyster sauce, sugar, soy sauce, sesame oil, and chicken essence to create a sauce. Heating oil in a small pan and adding chopped chili peppers just as it reached the right temperature. Drizzling this concoction over the cucumber rolls completed the dish. Inspired by the feed of the chicks raised in the ant farm, as Shi Xizhou set down her utensils, Ji Liangshui and the chef hurried forward. "Let's help you. Careful not to burn yourself." Without waiting for Shi Xizhou to decline, they effortlessly took the dishes from her hands, eagerly making their way to the dining area. "Hurry, come eat. I'm starving," Ji Liangshui exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that she had just finished a meal, feeling only partly full. Zhang Xinghong, observing the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes, felt a surge of interest, yet he was acutely aware of the potential chaos that could ensue in Shi Xizhou's live stream. "You all should give it a try," Shi Xizhou remarked with a calm expression, though her heart raced with anticipation and a hint of trepidation, recalling the reactions of past viewers in her broadcasts. The atmosphere around her buzzed with excitement as the tantalizing scent of her culinary creations beckoned, leaving everyone anxious to sample the fare. Zhang Xinghong, glancing back at the others, took a deep breath as he surveyed the mouth-watering dishes that were almost irresistible. "It certainly looks delectable. Liang Shui, why don't you go ahead and taste it first?" he said earnestly, subtly inching back. "Really? Then I shall indulge," Ji Liangshui replied, oblivious to the silent exchange between Zhang Xinghong and herself, and without hesitation, she sat down to sample the sautéed cucumbers. However, that small slice of cucumber proved to be a heavy blow to her expectations, as the flavor failed to sit well in her stomach. Zhang Xinghong disregarded Liangshui's renewed lamentations. "Is this what you prepared with the commander?" Chapter 41. A catastrophe. Truly a catastrophe. Ji Liangshui found it exceedingly difficult to swallow her food, her gaze laced with sympathy as she regarded Shi Xizhou, as if she bore the weight of countless grievances. How else could one explain the grotesque culinary creations before them? "Indeed, do you not favor this flavor?" Observing Ji Liangshui's reaction, a sense of certainty welled up within Shi Xizhou. "My brother, his taste buds differ from those of an ordinary person. There's truly no need for you to alter your palate for him. We are here to ensure your safety. Speak your mind, indulge in what you desire, and do not subject yourself to further discomfort." Ji Liangshui clasped Shi Xizhou's hand, her tone particularly affectionate, judging by her demeanor. Shi Xizhou was convinced that had Ji Nanfeng not been in a coma, Ji Liangshui would have been more than willing to express her frustrations directly at him. "No, this is not due to your brother. I genuinely appreciate this flavor. Our tastes align." Shi Xizhou endeavored to dispel Ji Liangshui's impression of her as a pitiful figure. "I believe you. I shall request the chef to prepare something else for you, for I fear you may not be satiated," Ji Liangshui asserted. Though Shi Xizhou felt that trust was not truly established, the chef, bewildered by Ji Liangshui's words, was left with a myriad of questions. "May I sample a bite?" the chef inquired with gentlemanly politeness. Ji Liangshui turned to face the chef, momentarily forgetting him, pondering how to exploit this opportunity. Zhang Xingxing was far too astute to be taken advantage of, yet this chef warranted careful consideration. "John Gospel Hall, have you not always been curious about what my brother enjoys eating?" Shi Xizhou's tastes mirror his. This must be to his liking. "Alas, my brother lies injured and unconscious, unable to partake in this culinary delight, so I must reluctantly offer it to you." The chef, though initially unclear about the conversation, was not entirely oblivious to its context. Children, he mused, could be quite amusing. John Gospel Hall carefully bypassed Ji Liangshui's dish and cautiously lifted a spoonful of pear soup. The warm broth flowed from his tongue to his throat, yet before he could fully consume it, he found himself holding his breath, shutting down his sense of smell and, consequently, his taste. He felt as though his mouth were filled with shards of glass, suffering from grievous wounds from tongue to throat, rendering him speechless. Trembling, he placed a bowl on the table, casting a complex gaze toward Shi Xizhou. After several attempts to voice his thoughts, he regarded Shi Xizhou with the eyes of one observing a grotesque entity for several minutes. Ji Liangshui, reveling in schadenfreude, observed John Gospel Hall's reaction. Well, do you now comprehend the nature of my brother's preferences?" Ignoring her, John Gospel Hall earnestly inquired of Shi Xizhou, "In my 50 years of life, This is the first time I have encountered such a flavor. Might I ask, Miss Shi, from whom did you learn this culinary art? Or is it your own invention? What inspired you to employ such methods in cooking? The 50-year-old chef was profoundly astounded by the dishes prepared by Shi Xizhou. He had never anticipated tasting such uniquely characteristic food in his lifetime. Setting aside the question of palatability, the handling of ingredients and the precision of cooking were executed with remarkable skill. The unpleasantness was heightened to an extreme degree. One might even say that should such methods be applied to conventional cuisine, it would undoubtedly become the finest delicacy in the galaxy. John Gospel Hall could not suppress his admiration. It was taught to me by family, though I fear I may never see them again in this lifetime. The memories of her family were deeply buried within Shi Xizhou, spanning the chasms of time and space. No matter how fervently she longed for them, it was an endless sorrow. When mentioned, her tears would flow, and she could only indulge in fleeting, albeit false, dreams. There was no avenue for expression, no embrace to be had. A lineage of culinary excellence. How wonderful, Ji Liangshui thought, bemused. How could such atrocious food be deemed wonderful? She nudged Zhang Xingxing, whispering, "What are they discussing?" Zhang Xingxing, chuckling, glanced at Ji Liangshui, reclining lazily against the back of his chair. "Adults speak, children inquire." Ji Liangshui shot him an incredulous look. "As if you're so much older than I. If you choose not to speak, I shan't bother to listen." The late-arriving Lu Mu was greeted by the peculiar scene. John Gospel Hall and Shi Xizhou, one filled with admiration, the other steeped in nostalgia, Ji Liangshui and Zhang Xingxing. One fuming, the other with a mischievous glint in his eye. What is amiss? Upon seeing Lu Mu, Ji Liangshui initially contemplated reporting the situation, but remembering he had not yet tasted the food, her expression transformed into one of delight. "Mu, you have arrived. Quickly sit and sample this. It is my brother's favorite dish, extraordinarily delicious. You must see for yourself. He would fight me for it." In her attempt to draw Lu Mu into her scheme, Ji Liangshui continued. Zhang Xingxing, ever agreeable, promptly seated Lu Mu and encouraged, "Go on, eat. You've worked hard all day." Lu Mu, still preoccupied with thoughts of Ji Nanfeng, failed to notice the exchanged glances and, defenseless, took a bite of the red bean spring roll. As his teeth sank into the crispy, golden exterior, expertly fried to perfection, the sweet red bean filling oozed from the ruptured skin. To Lu Mu, a being of the stars, this seemingly delectable spring roll was a revelation. In a swift motion, he expelled the spring roll from his mouth, akin to a warrior confronting an enemy, and hastily gulped down the small bowl of pear soup that John Gospel Hall had served in a desperate attempt to cleanse his palate. Yet the flavor of the pear soup struck him anew, the formerly tender and sweet broth transforming into a lethal taste, far more detestable than poison itself. Lu Mu, not daring to linger, dashed towards the washroom, while Zhang Xingxing attempted to intervene as he reached for the soup bowl. Ji Liangshui exclaimed, "It's a catastrophe! Truly a catastrophe!" John Gospel Hall remarked, "What a farce, indeed a farce." Zhang Xingxing intoned a moment of silence. Shi Xizhou, observing Lu Mu's intense reaction, could only smile wryly. Though Ji Liangshui was thoroughly entertained by Lu Mu's response, the moment her eyes caught Shi Xizhou's expression, realization dawned upon her. How could she laugh so heartily in the presence of food prepared with such effort? She felt a pang of guilt. Swiftly, she discreetly nudged Zhang Xingxing beneath the table, signaling him to regain his composure and adopt a more serious demeanor. Unfortunately, Zhang Xingxing, reveling in the success of his prank, remained oblivious to her hints, continuing to laugh heartily. Chapter 42. Apology. Integrating into the collective, Ji Liangshui's foot failed to elicit a response from Zhang Xingxing, prompting her to extend her arm and twist it sharply at his waist. "What are you ambushing me?" Zhang Xingxing grimaced, his features contorted in pain. Ji Liangshui gestured towards Shi Xizhou with her eyes, her frustration evident. "Zhang Xingxing, I have been quite clear in my intentions. If you fail to understand, perhaps a genetic reconfiguration is in order." Zhang Xingxing, however, was not as oblivious as one might think. Upon seeing Shi Xizhou, he reacted even more swiftly than Ji Liangshui. In such a situation, it was impossible for Shi Xizhou to dismiss the matter with a sudden change of heart. While words could easily declare the food delicious, one's stomach could not so readily accept it. As the saying goes, sincerity is the most potent weapon. I apologize, Zhang Xingxing rose with grave seriousness, bowing deeply to Shi Xizhou. We did not intend to mock this dish. Our palates differ. What may be a delicacy to us might be distasteful to you. I hope you can forgive our thoughtlessness. We should not have behaved in such a manner. Not long ago, I have compensated you for your emotional distress through MS. Shi's account. Apart from this, are there any further requests we can fulfill? We shall do our utmost to accommodate you, and I hope you can pardon our oversight. MS. Shi Xizhou, the compensation for emotional distress has been processed with such alacrity. Upon hearing this, she swallowed down any complaints she might have had. MS. Shi Xizhou was astonished at the meticulousness of the interstellar beings. Although their previous actions had indeed caused her some hurt, one cannot afford to be at odds with anyone. Especially not with money, can one? I sincerely apologize. We hold no particular disdain for this meal. It is simply a matter of taste. Zhan Fuentang is among our finest chefs, and his remarks were truly the most complimentary we have ever heard. Ji Liangshui tugged at Zhan Fuentang beside him, nervously apologizing to Ms. Shi Xizhou. Initially unperturbed, Zhan Fuentang found himself infected by their anxiety, his gaze now a blend of admiration and trepidation. Observing this atmosphere, Ms. Shi Xizhou noted a commendable quality in these individuals, regardless of age or gender. They dared to acknowledge their mistakes and exhibited humility rather than maintaining a facade of superiority or a condescending savior-esque demeanor. Such behavior is indeed rare on earth. Seeing their demeanor, Ms. Shi Xizhou could not help but reflect on how, in this new world, she was witnessing a different mode of interpersonal relations, which was her preferred way of interaction. All right, let's not be so solemn. We are all friends. If you find my cooking unpalatable, I too do not fancy your flavors. It is essential for us to understand one another, and while I may feel a tad disheartened, it is not beyond comprehension. After all, I would feel the same way if I were to encounter your cuisine. Ms. Shi Xizhou feigned playfulness, tilting her head slightly. You are truly wonderful, Ji Liangshui exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Ms. Shi Xizhou. Despite being tall on earth, she appeared somewhat petite and adorable in his arms. The softness she felt against her face made her ponder if all interstellar beings were as tall and well-built as he. Ms. Shi Xizhou attempted to extricate herself from Ji Liangshui's embrace. Wait, she began, but the word was caught in her throat, as Ji Liangshui pulled her back into his arms once more, leaving her with a dazed expression akin to a pitiful creature that had been toyed with. Her eyes, dark and clear like a spring, exuded an enchanting aura. Ji Liangshui could not help but chuckle at her appearance. Xizhou, you are simply adorable. With that, he ruffled her hair, causing a tuft to spring up adorably. Zhang Xingxing, standing nearby with one hand in his pocket and the other resting on the table, observed the two women with a slight tilt of his head. If we do not eat soon, the food will cool down. Although he was reluctant to disrupt the harmonious atmosphere, as a chef, Zhan Fuentang understood that the meal on the table was far more important than their affectionate displays. If the food were to cool, it would lose its appeal. Shall we eat? Shall we? Is that true? I am uncertain. Zhan Fuentang's words rendered Ji Liangshui and Zhang Xingxing silent. They exchanged looks, whispering quietly to one another. Zhan Fuentang suddenly became aware of their scrutiny, glancing around as if to avoid the intensity of their gazes. Ji Liangshui thought, look at me, what on earth are you saying? If you seek our lives, just say so directly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Zhang Xingxing, feeling his salary was too high, thought perhaps it should be deducted. Zhan Fuentang sheepishly apologized. Sorry, I misspoke. Upon returning to confront them, Lu Mu had hoped to see at least a hint of guilt among the others. Even the slightest acknowledgement would have been a comfort. However, reality disappointed him profoundly as his cold gaze swept over the restaurant, lingering for a few seconds on Ms. Shi Xizhou before finally settling on Ji Liangshui and Zhang Xingxing. You two are quite something. Was this intentional? Lu Mu remarked with a sigh. With teammates like you, I truly feel fortunate. Well, that's your misfortune. Zhang Xingxing shrugged, feigning innocence, as if he were not in cahoots with Ji Liangshui in teasing Lu Mu. Ji Liangshui nodded in agreement. Indeed, what a stroke of bad luck. Ahem, Zhang Fuentang coughed, reminding them not to fall back into their previous antics. Ji Liangshui quickly redirected the conversation towards Zhang Fuentang. Ahem, Zhang Fuentang, is your health failing? If so, you should visit the treatment room. We wouldn't hold it against you. Zhang Fuentang retorted, I am only 50. What nonsense are you spouting? Restraining himself, he thought, I am still young at 24. I can endure this for another 6 years before I can truly scold her. Lu Mu, feeling exasperated, said, all right, enough of the shenanigans. Let the poor person enjoy their meal in peace. Under the gaze of the four, Ms. Shi Xizhou calmly savored her food. The crispiness of the red beans spring rolls, the tenderness of the small pear soup, and the refreshing crunch of the oil-slicked cucumbers all danced harmoniously in her mouth, delivering an exquisite delight to her palate. For the Chinese, joy is primarily derived from food, as it is said that food is heaven for the people, and wherever one goes, sustenance holds paramount significance. Observing Ms. Shi Xizhou relish her meal with such pleasure evoked a longing in the others, their mouths watering as they internally chastised themselves. Do not drool, do not drool. This is surely distasteful. Despite her apparent enjoyment, they were acutely aware that it would not taste the same to them. What a lesson from earlier. If we eat it, we will surely vomit again. After just recovering from their previous bout of nausea, they marveled at how she could eat with such fervor. If only this skill could be applied to more conventional dishes, she would be a remarkable talent. Thus, in an atmosphere of seemingly impassive expressions, yet internally rife with silent critiques, the meal concluded. Lu Mu escorted Ms. Shi Xizhou to the room prepared for her, saying, Miss Shi, please take residence here for now. I will first give you a brief tour, and once Ji Liangshui has concluded his matters, he will provide you with a more comprehensive introduction to our establishment. Not only did Lu Mu personally handle her identity documentation, but her need to consult Zhang Fuentang regarding kitchen tools had also made it abundantly clear that Ms. Shi Xizhou harbored secrets or possessed a limited understanding of the interstellar world. Given Ji Liangshui's character, allowing Ms. Shi Xizhou to learn more through him was undoubtedly the best approach. Although Ji Liangshui could be somewhat impulsive and willful, they still lacked in social dynamics, with Zhang Xingxing and Lu Mu merely fortunate enough to avoid criticism. Thank you, I appreciate it, Ms. Shi Xizhou acknowledged, fully aware of Lu Mu's intentions. Her expression remaining unchanged. The disappearance of Tong Tong instilled a profound sense of vigilance within her, leading to mutual probing and observation between the two parties. Whenever Tong Tong crossed Shi Xizhou's mind, his brow would involuntarily furrow. Tong Tong, are you still there? He called out in his mind, yet silence persisted. The once vibrant echoes of Tong Tong's voice had faded into the void. The longer she remained unresponsive, the heavier Shi Xizhou's heart grew. Where could you have gone, Tong Tong? I hope nothing has befallen you. Ji Liangshui, having completed her training tasks, hurried into the room where Shi Xizhou was currently situated. Xizhou, what have you and my brother been through? Can you share some tales with me? If there are any embarrassing moments involving him, I would relish the chance to tease him about it, especially since he always acts so grandiose. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, ready to burst into laughter at any amusing anecdotes involving her brother. The sunlight in her gaze made it hard for anyone to resist blinking. Shi Xizhou, diverting his gaze and maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, If you wish to know, I cannot say whether it counts as an embarrassing tale, but your brother. He recounted the events that transpired on the wasteland, detailing the discovery of a person bound and drugged, tumbling off the bed only to be caught by it again. Ji Liangshui listened intently, utterly captivated. She had not anticipated that her brother could ever find himself in such a predicament. I never thought I would witness my brother in such a miserable state. It truly is laughable. Ha ha ha. Her laughter was so intense that it eventually led her to cough. Cough, cough. I can't take it anymore. It's just too funny. Seeing her in such a state, Shi Xizhou shook his head and gently patted her back. Take it easy. Are you feeling better now? Zhi Liangshui composed herself, saying, sorry. My teeth were feeling a bit warm, just needed to cool down. This remark elicited a chuckle from Shi Xizhou. You two siblings are quite different in some respects. Zhi Liangshui raised her chin slightly, her expression brimming with pride. Of course, I'm the sweetest and happiest nut in this military camp, unlike my brother, who is just an old log. Who knows what dangers we might encounter on this journey? Shi Xizhou's mind involuntarily conjured images of those three enemies, their mechs bombarding the wasteland. As this topic arose, Zhi Liangshui's demeanor shifted from light-hearted amusement to a more serious tone. Xizhou, has my brother mentioned anything about the matters between the 5 military districts? The 5 military districts? Shi Xizhou shook his head. No. Zhi Liangshui sighed deeply. Let me explain the situation regarding the 5 military districts. They are primarily divided into 5 regions. The first military district is overseen by Lu Liuei and Commander Lu. The second by Cheng Yi and Commander Cheng. The third by Zhao Wenruan and Commander Zhao. The fourth by Wang Shuanggu and Commander Wang. And the fifth by Ouyang Fan and Commander Ouyang. Each of these military districts governs different regions' military defense forces, collectively safeguarding the Interstellar Federation. However, where there are people, there are always disputes. The 5 military districts also engage in struggles for power, with various plots and schemes emerging. This recent attack is essentially a conspiracy orchestrated by the 2nd and 3rd military districts. My brother has sustained serious injuries, though his life is not in immediate danger. It remains uncertain when he will fully regain consciousness. If he remains unconscious before we return to the main line, we will inevitably face numerous troublesome matters ahead. As thoughts of those who wore benevolent expressions while harboring ulterior motives crossed her mind, Zhi Liangshui subtly displayed a trace of disdain. Zhi Liangshui, having finished her cucumber, expressed her desire to know more about their plans. As we approach Higher Kongxing, our people will come to meet us. If all goes as planned, we will return home safely. But if something goes awry, rest assured, with my combat prowess, I will ensure your safe return. The fire of determination blazed in her eyes. Listening to Zhi Liangshui's explanation, Shi Xizhou began to grasp the fundamental outline of the interstellar complexities. Oh, right, I haven't mentioned the 5 major planets yet. These 5 major planets are Higher Kongxing, Huaqingxing, Wei Lushixing, Akunlajuaxing, and Tianshan Yunxing. Higher Kongxing is the most significant, being the royal residence and heavily focused on military power, with all 5 military camps stationed there. One could say Higher Kongxing is a den of wolves, surrounded by fierce predators who constantly vie for dominance while maintaining a delicate balance. Huaqingxing is driven by technology. Its advancements are exceptional, with the majority of intelligent brains, star networks, and mechs manufactured there. The inhabitants of Huaqingxing are known for their high intelligence and adept practical skills, as exemplified by Zhang Xingxing, whom you encountered earlier. Wei Lushixing primarily revolves around commerce, leading the economic landscape among the 5 major planets, with the Guba group at the forefront. Its economic lifeblood extending across the 5 major planets and beyond. Akunlajuaxing is renowned for its abundant entertainment options, with a thriving film industry and cultural sector, making leisure activities highly visible, alongside its numerous beautiful inhabitants, many of whom are sought after for genetic enhancements for future generations. When the time permits, I will bring you there for a delightful experience. Tianshan Yunxing is primarily focused on tourism, emphasizing the protection of green plants and maintaining a pristine ecological environment, largely untouched by excessive technological interference. Many choose to retire there in their later years. Of course, I am merely outlining these major characteristics of the 5 planets, which were initially established by the Federation to minimize direct confrontations among them. Over time, Higher Kongxing has also developed entertainment, and Tianshan Yunxing has its military presence. The surface-level appearances of the planets may differ, but their core characteristics remain. Upon hearing Zhi Liangshui's insights, Shi Xizhou understood that the 5 major planets could be likened to 5 nations on Earth, each with its own focus, some prioritizing tourism, others emphasizing economics or culture. These 5 vast planets, and the multitude of smaller ones, akin to Earth, nurture countless life forms. Despite the overarching constraints of the Federation, the prevailing themes of the era remain peace and development. However, the interstellar environment is marked by intense competition for comprehensive national strength among the planets, each striving to seize more resources. Realizing this, as a student from the land of Hua, Shi Xizhou found himself involuntarily recalling the thoughts of Mao Zedong. The theories of Deng Xiaoping, the three represents the scientific outlook on development, and the theoretical system of socialism with Chinese characteristics as articulated by Xi Jinping. All right, let's not dwell on these trivial discussions any longer. I'll show you the stars outside the spaceship. Jiliang Shui moved to the window and called out, "Qingguang, open the viewing window." She further explained to Shi Xizhou, "Qingguang is the ship's AI system and steward. Just call for it if you need anything." Shi Xizhou. Good morning. The stationery store. The name Qingguang inevitably brings to mind the numerous Qingguang stationery stores adorned with the MG logo lining the streets. And there, a multitude of gel pens, ballpoint pens, mechanical pencils, fountain pens, highlighters, markers, carbon pens, whiteboard markers, fiber tip pens, fountain pens, light oil pens, quick-drying gel pens, water-based gel pens, and liquid ink pens, all crafted with exquisite shells that are truly captivating. Qingguang, you should be paying. All right, let us open the viewing window. A machine whirred to life, and the surrounding walls of the originally small window began to gradually turn transparent, as if they were slowly vanishing. The vast expanse of the galaxy unfolded before their eyes. A deep abyss of blackness, not entirely devoid of light, as stars shimmered in various hues, either from their own combustion or from reflecting sunlight. Those scattered yet seemingly orderly constellations and planets slowly revealed themselves. It appeared far more magnificent than the poetic phrase "the starry river is resplendent," as if emerging from within. The cosmos is a far more unfathomable existence than the ocean. When it presents itself, it invariably invites a sense of exploration. It embodies a colossal entity that encompasses all things, yet silently devours the surrounding life and energy. In its presence, there is life, yet also an eerie stillness. In this cosmic realm, humanity is but a mere speck. They are diminutive, fragile, and humble. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Jiliang Shui stepped back, granting Shi Xizhou a broader view. For a moment, Shi Xizhou was mesmerized. Upon entering this cosmic domain, although she could distinctly perceive the differences between Earth and the cosmos, be it technology, culture, or culinary tastes, the mysteries of the universe resonated deeply within her. It truly is a new universe. It is beautiful, Shi Xizhou replied earnestly, her posture straightening, as the starlight outside the window seemed to reflect in her eyes, twinkling with brilliance. Jiliang Shui stared, somewhat entranced. My brother is indeed fortunate. Even stranded on a desolate star, he has such a beauty by his side. Jiliang Shui murmured softly. Subsequently, she couldn't help but glance at Shi Xizhou once more, who, with a serious and devout demeanor, looked breathtakingly beautiful under the dim starlight, her fair and healthy skin captivating enough to hold one's gaze. I must take her home. I must take her home. I must take her home. Jiliang Shui silently reiterated 3 times, while pressing down on her racing heart. As long as you like it. Chapter 45. News from the laboratory. Is there no signal? Commander Zhao continued to pilot his mech effortlessly, engaging in combat with the opposing black mech, his movements unwavering, as if the one who had urged his subordinates to swiftly eliminate Nanfeng was not him at all. Yes, there is completely no signal. They may lack vital signs, came the unchanged tone from below, reporting the information. Commander Zhao deftly dodged the fierce attacks from across, giving a light snort. Consider it his good fortune. It seems your subordinates still need more practice, Commander Zhao remarked coldly, laced with sarcasm. Disseminate the news of Nanfeng's return. If he survives this time, we shall continue next time. One subordinate hesitated. So we are letting him go this time? The research hinges on variability. If he remains unchanged, I would lose interest. With the final word, Commander Zhao halted the mech, and the black mech across crashed to the ground, the tremendous impact causing the surroundings to tremble. You have won again, he remarked, as his subordinate signaled for the injured from the black mech to be taken for treatment. "How have things been in the laboratory lately?" Commander Zhao asked, taking a wet wipe handed to him to clean his hands. Upon mentioning the laboratory, the faces of his subordinates grew more serious. "Rest assured, everything is progressing." "That's good. It is not in vain that I designed that fellow." "Hasten the experimental progress." "Yes." The subordinate exited, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. If possible, he truly wished to avoid any interaction with those perverse individuals at the laboratory, especially that deviant Song Shuangfan. Commander Zhao Wenrun's three major deviants include Wang Ping, Li Haoran, and Song Shuangfan. Although Song Shuangfan may not be as twisted as the other two, she is still quite the aberration, a researcher of human anatomy. In the secret laboratory of the 3rd Military District, it was yet another monotonous and tedious day. The experiment has failed. Song Shuangfan announced this with an expressionless face, simultaneously wiping her bloodied hands, the crimson gradually fading to reveal her pristine fingers. A glossy human arm unexpectedly appeared at her side, palm open. Song Shuangfan calmly and skillfully discarded the used wet wipe onto it, and a mechanical voice echoed, "Professor, there is information coming in that requires your personal attention." Song Shuangfan turned her head, meeting the gaze of the arm's owner. A face so ordinary it was almost nondescript. A hint of annoyance and irritation surfaced on Song Shuangfan's typically impassive expression, her earlier indifference beginning to waver. "Who could it be?" Han Ke lowered his gaze, speaking in a calm tone. "It is information from the commander. Your voice has already responded. The commander is still urging the progress of the experiment." "Yes, I understand." Song Shuangfan's gaze fell upon the vocal apparatus at Han Ke's mechanical throat, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction and excitement, her eyebrows curving in a smile. "It seems that making your throat mechanical was quite a good attempt. It has saved quite a bit of trouble." Han Ke, standing before her, appeared human yet resembled a machine, his entire being infused with a technological aura. His body was composed of obvious mechanical components, each part crafted to mimic a real human being, yet the metallic sheen made it difficult for anyone to believe he was human. As the creator, Song Shuangfan knew well that apart from his right hand, right eye, a portion of his brain, and a heart, everything else was machinery. In fact, the current technological level of the cosmos allows for bionic robots that can surpass the realism of actual humans. If Song Shuangfan wished, Han Ke could easily possess a human body. However, it was unnecessary. After all, Han Ke, she, the laboratory, and everything else cannot escape. Song Shuangfan's fingertips twitched slightly, forcefully suppressing the urge to further modify Han Ke. Recalling her thoughts, Song Shuangfan gazed at the failed experimental subject in her hands, sighing, "Humans are infuriating. This experimental subject is equally maddening. These materials are even less than the fragments of your body, each one more fragile than the last." Her tone was casual, as if the so-called experimental materials were not human bodies, and the lightheartedness of failure did not signify the passing of lives. Han Ke remained silent. The commander only knows to urge, not realizing that the materials are depleted. "Soon, I will send someone to Wang Ping or Li Haoran to fetch some supplies. Those two's work is half-hearted. If possible, I truly do not wish to use them." "Professor, what about the supplies from the front lines? Shall we not utilize them?" Han Ke spoke in a very flat tone, devoid of any sense of connection to the cargo that he once was. Song Shuangfan fell silent, reaching out to touch Han Ke's half-human, half-mechanical face, gently caressing. "My dear, I truly wonder if your brain has been affected by the experiment. The old you would never have spoken this way." After the transformation, Hank gradually distanced himself from human emotions and cognition, becoming increasingly reminiscent of a robot controlled by programming. He did not evade Song Shuangfan's hand, but gently blinked, retorting in a mechanical voice, "Isn't this good, Professor?" If this were a gaming universe, a character introduction for Hank would likely appear before Song Shuangfan, noting, "Hank, the emotionless human machine transformer." Upon receiving Hank's inquiry, Song Shuangfan shuddered, remaining silent for a considerable time. The overhead light shone brightly as she lowered her head, her expression dark and unclear. After an indeterminate duration, A sigh of relief slowly emerged in the air. What you said is not wrong. This is fine. This is best. Song Shuangfan turned away, no longer gazing at Hank. Let those on the front line recuperate. Those who die at the hands of those two are better off perishing in the laboratory. At least I can provide some compensation for their relatives and friends, as they have sacrificed for the cause of science. Understood, Professor. The request has been transmitted through the system, and the materials you require will be replenished shortly. Hank's mechanical eye flickered with a red light before he responded. That works. Since the commanders are urging, I shall boldly experiment. Should any materials be lacking, whether human or medicinal, without my prompting, you shall issue the order to restock. Song Shuangfan yawned nonchalantly, stretching her wrists. Yes. Chapter 46. Forum Comments. The company goes mad post 58. The nth day without a live stream from the host. Post 59. Boring, 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 boring. Post 60. Tired, tired, struggling, tired. Post 61. To the one above, go home to sleep if you want to doze off. What are you babbling about here? Post 62. Mind your own business. Post 63. Keep arguing, and I will report you. Post 64. What is going on with Bagu Entertainment? The host hasn't streamed. The entertainment seekers have nothing to watch. Post 65. Enough already. I've been lurking on their official blog for ages. The boss's vague attitude makes me seriously suspect he knows even less than we do. He's just another blind fool. Post 66. Your words pique my curiosity regarding the official blog. Post 67. 11. Post 68. The simplifier has arrived. Image 1. Bagu Entertainment. Thank you for your attention to our host. The company sincerely hopes Tong Tong and Shi Xizhou can meet everyone soon. Image 2. Bagu Entertainment. Tong Tong and Shi Xizhou, come out quickly. The flowers I'm waiting for are about to wither. Image 3. Bagu Entertainment. Dear family and friends, whether passing by or lingering, please give us your attention. Though we await Tong Tong and Shi Xizhou, our official blog is equally entertaining. Ha 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 ha. It seems we are slacking off. Image 4. Bagu Entertainment. You all don't love me. You just tease me, and I am so sad. Image 5. Bagu Entertainment. Remember my current obedient demeanor. This may be the most well-behaved observation of my company before I begin to act up. I am going mad. Crawling in darkness. Gnawing on the table. Crawling. Gnawing on the table. Image 6. Bagu Entertainment. Just arriving to make a good impression. Once familiar, it's hard to say what will happen. Image 7. Bagu Entertainment. Noisy, truly noisy. Tears are streaming. Am I not aware of my own noise? In this life, who isn't a little mad. Image 8. Bagu Entertainment. Tong Tong and Shi Xizhou. You know what I want to say. You should know. Yes, you ought to know. Tell me what you know. Image 9. Bagu Entertainment. I am enveloped in the fragrance of gold coins. Post 69. Thank you, Simplifier. Post 71. Thank you, Simplifier. Post 72. Thank you, Simplifier. Post 73. Thank you, Simplifier. Post 74. Bagu Entertainment has chosen madness amidst indifference and humor. Post 75. He truly is. I adore him. Post 76. Is there anyone who isn't a little mad at work? Post 77. Ha 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 ha. Post 70 mit Astoin. Ga 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 ga. Post 70 mit Devin. Post 80. Have they all started to go mad? Post 81. If you dare to break the bottom line, do not blame me for lowering it. We will show you our madness. Post 82. Hypothetically speaking, if work starts at 7 and it's currently 3:45, is there any need for sleep? Post 83. No need, really no need. Hurry up and get hyped. Post 84. Crawling healthily and moderately. 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 Post 85. The one above has gone mad. Not joking. Post 86. It's been so long since Shi Xizhou has streamed. Could something have happened? Did he get assassinated for cooking poorly? Post 87. I have my doubts. Observing the forum's increasingly fervent madness, Gu Bake suddenly sat up, as if resurrected from a near-death experience. The origin of this madness was indeed himself. Gubal Weibi, dressed in a neat suit, shone shoes on the floor, gently adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with his long right hand, and without courtesy remarked, "Do you know why I lose so much hair daily? It is because of you, young master." As he spoke, Guba Weibi lightly patted his hair, shattering his previous refined demeanor, returning to his original awkward self. "Sorry, uncle. I don't wish to either. How about you give me a beating?" Gu Bake's words were sweet, yet his eyes darted. As if ready to flee the moment Guba Weibi truly intended to hit him. Guba Weibi, having followed Gu Bake for so long, naturally recognized the foolishness of the child he was tasked with. The corners of Guba Weibi's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with disappointment. Just as the two exchanged glances, the office door swung open. A figure clad in black, sporting a high bun, stormed between them, slapping the table with a loud bang, startling the two who were locked in a gaze. "Are you two still chatting idly here? The company is on the verge of collapse. Aren't you going to work?" The speaker was Ning Yi, who had previously been hospitalized due to the shared taste sensation during Shi Xizhou's live stream. Ning Yi was a worker, but not just any worker. She was the overseer sent by the client to supervise cooperative affairs at Bagu Entertainment. On her first day at Bagu Entertainment, Ning Yi encountered Guba Weibi, whose face bore the mark of cunning, and Gu Bake, who seemed to be labeled a fool, intertwining her desire for revenge with her fate as a worker. She directly activated her role as the client's representative to convey messages. "Didn't we submit our proposal? Why is there still work to do?" Gu Bake asked vacantly. Ning Yi, recalling her boss's exploitation, spoke with an even harsher tone than before. "You should take a look at what you have produced. Do you possess the kind of feeling we require? Each iteration diverges further from a mark. Is our direct communication even effective? Does your company truly listen? Feelings, 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 every day filled with sensations. How can we truly understand what you are experiencing? Each day brings a different hue. Today, a vibrant black. Tomorrow, a reflective white. The spectrum of colors, from red to violet, exhibits a translucent quality. Yet the gradient of red paired with green is hardly a form of bullying. Look at me. I am a young master of a prestigious, noble family. Yet your company has caused me to develop dark circles under my eyes." "Dark circles?" Gu Baku exclaimed in anger, casting a desperate glance towards Guba Weibi. "Uncle, say something." Chapter 47. Continuing the madness, speaking nonsense upon receiving Gu Baku's distress signal. Guba Weibi nodded emphatically at Ning Yi. "We need a break too. The company's live broadcasts have been absent for so long. We haven't even had the chance to seek assistance. Spare us, dear client." As Gu Baku witnessed Guba Weibi's nod, his inner turmoil became increasingly evident, prompting him to cry out, "Father." "Oh," Ning Yi remarked, glancing at the light, the floor, and her wrist-mounted holographic device, deliberately avoiding the intense stares of Gu Baku and Guba Weibi. However, such evasion could not deter their increasingly brazen gazes. Ning Yi felt a shiver run down her spine and straighten her posture, declaring, "Isn't it merely a PPC pay-per-click advertisement? One must understand that continuous testing and refinement of ad campaigns is essential to reap rewards from PPC and generate profit. Dear sister, creativity is also a necessity in advertising. Creativity, in this interstellar age, what has not been written by those who came before. You, dear client, are rather demanding, are you not? Why not increase the budget? Our small company is quite impoverished." Gu Baku internally lamented. "Uncle, please say a word in my defense. Support me, for we need funding. How could you be so oblivious?" Yet, Guba Weibi remained outside Gu Baku's network, oblivious to his silent plea. Upon discerning Gu Baku's primary request, Ning Yi's expression grew more complex. "So you merely seek financial support. Very well. Very well, what?" Ning Yi's succinct agreement left Gu Baku momentarily stunned. "Increase the budget." Really? Indeed. Although Ning Yi initially harbored a negative impression of them, she had witnessed her boss's erratic behavior during this period. Ning Yi thought, while he may have exploited me at the company, taking advantage of my labor does not equate to him taking from my pocket. When traversing this path, I must seize the opportunity. If I did not take advantage of it, it would be a mischance. Increasing your budget does not hinder my indulgence in delightful pastries. I refuse to be a sycophant to capitalists. Gu Ba was on the verge of tears, exclaiming family, a beautiful and kind-hearted individual destined for extraordinary wealth. An exceptional interstellar citizen. You have no idea how desperate we are for finances. We are on the brink of becoming an advertising agency. Do you know what the online community calls us? The half-hearted entertainment advertising company. As he spoke of the advertising company, Gu Ba could no longer contain himself. Bursting into tears, Ning Yi suppressed her urge to ridicule him, incredulous at how the initially cunning and debonair Gu Ba could be so humble and comical in private. Gu Ba rose, smoothing out the slightly wrinkled fabric of his suit jacket. He adjusted his glasses and fixed his gaze upon the woman before him. His voice was deep, yet infused with fervor as he pulled a chair beside him for Ning Yi. "Please have a seat." Ning Yi's heart raced at his words, wary of what calculations might ensue. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Let us get on with it. If there are matters to address, let us address them. If not, refrain from idle chatter." Gu Ba remained silent, merely gazing intently at her. The sensation of being scrutinized by a cunning fox was overwhelming. She felt the urge to retreat. In her heart, she panicked, striving to maintain distance from him after being transferred to this company by her boss. She sought to avoid unnecessary complications and wished only for a tranquil existence. Ning Yi thought, to sloth is the ultimate path. In that moment, she fervently encouraged herself, rallying, "Keep going, Lu Xiaokui." "No, it's Ning Yi. I have observed that Miss Ning appears quite adept at her work." Gu Bai's low voice resonated within the empty office, laced with temptation. "Perhaps Miss Ning could impart a lesson to our young master Gu Ba. I believe that with your guidance, the collaboration between our two companies could flourish." Gu Bai began to weave a tale. In truth, he noted that Ning Yi was the undisputed champion of slacking off within the company, always seeking to avoid labor. Whether it was indulging in pastries or napping in a secluded office, when responding to her boss, her words dripped with obsequiousness, though her expression betrayed contempt. Gu Ba mused, "I have never encountered someone so skilled in evading work. She is far more adept than I was during my tenure as a manager." Ning Yi's body jolted. She gazed at Gu Ba in disbelief. What was he saying? What was all this nonsense? Why did she suddenly feel as though she could not hear? What was happening in this world? Was she dizzy? Was she dreaming? Why was her brain malfunctioning? What was going on? What was going on? What was going on? What should I say? What have I learned? What do I wish to express? What collaboration? What guidance? Ning Yi's mind was a blank slate, save for a flurry of question marks. However, as a diligent worker, she had mastered a valuable skill. When faced with uncertainty, remain calm and improvise. While I cannot claim to provide guidance, I must say your company truly requires a thorough reevaluation of its strategies. Your marketing operations seem rather lacking. Have you not properly planned? Surely, you have not neglected commercial courses? What am I even saying? Currently, based on the SWOT analysis, your strengths include the backing of Gu Ba Group, which affords you a certain level of authority. Typically, other companies would hesitate to challenge you directly. Enough of this nonsense. What about the others? The others? As the president of the company, should you not know? I am not part of your organization. If necessary, conduct your own research, exploratory research, descriptive research, causal research, predictive research, market environment, market demand, market supply, market competition, customers, marketing factors, products, pricing, channels, promotion. Surely, you are familiar with these marketing research components? Continuing her improvised discourse, Ning Yi finally recalled the collaboration between the two companies, reflecting on her boss's messages laden with accusations. She could not help but complain. The text and image advertisements for Bagu Entertainment Company were already quite challenging, not to mention video advertisements, which were even more labor-intensive. "Help me, I desperately wish to escape this place. Superman, Fly Guy, the Wish Bottle, Doraemon, Balashawamo, Cien, the Armored Warrior. Anyone, please whisk me away." Ning Yi thought, another day of maintaining my sanity amidst madness. Chapter 48. Cease the madness. In this farce in this setting, Ning Yi continued her descent into madness, uttering a plethora of seemingly sophisticated jargon that bore no relevance. Ning Yi exclaimed, "I can't believe I've rambled on so much. I am truly remarkable. Gu Bai inquired, "What is she talking about?" Gu Bak responded, "It sounds quite advanced, yet I cannot comprehend it. Though I have spoken extensively, we must analyze specifics. As your company is undoubtedly more aware of its internal circumstances, just as we are more familiar with ours. As a leader, one must possess a broad perspective, an understanding of the times, and the wisdom to adapt and make sacrifices. I trust that these words will enhance the collaboration between our two companies, allowing me to return sooner." Ningi thought, "I hope they do not truly grasp the nonsensical things I've said. I do not wish to return early. No, I must absolutely avoid an early return. They have neglected me during this idle time, and upon my return, my boss will assign the robots to capture people, forcing me to employ all my skills to achieve my aim of idleness." Impressive, is that all? Although he could not understand, Gu Bak could not help but ask. Ning Yi slowly rolled her eyes. "That's it. Specific matters require specific analysis. You may analyze first, as this is your company's confidential information, and everything should revolve around your intentions. I must return. My boss has sent another message." In truth, there was no message. She merely wished to indulge in leisure. Compared to her solitary idleness, even if she were to exhaust herself in leisure, she would still find joy. Having said this, Ning Yi hastily pushed back her chair and fled. "Then, uncle, what do we do next?" Gu Bak, still dazed from Ning Yi's nonsensical monologue, asked Gu Bai. "Next, we can return to our core business. I just received information from Shi Xizhou. She has finally appeared." Gu Bai recalled the message he received earlier, his previously calm brow furrowing with concern. He felt that Shi Xizhou had not fully disclosed something to them, likely the reason for her prolonged absence. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Gu Bai's eyes, regardless of who Shi Xizhou truly was. Now that she was part of the Bugo Entertainment Company, her affairs became the company's concerns, unless they involved illegal activities. If someone were to bully Shi Xizhou, he would not hesitate to act within legal boundaries. "That is splendid. I can finally stop being a Guangxi. I despise being a Guangxi." A flicker of joy crossed Gu Bak's face. Gu Bai sighed. "We have already accepted this collaboration. Even if you wish to cease, you must at least complete what is at hand. If one day our entertainment company fails and we are forced to transition into a Guangxi company, we must avoid a poor reputation with our client. Moreover, Ning Yi's company collaborating with us is not out of the question. Perhaps one day, during a live broadcast, we may feature their products." "Fine," Gu Bak replied, disappointment evident in his simple two-word response. Meanwhile, on Shi Xizhou's side, utilizing the optical brain sent by Ji Liangshui, she pondered deeply and communicated the situation on her end to Gu Bai, deliberately concealing certain facts she could not disclose, such as Ji Nanfeng's identity and the attacks from Ji Nanfeng's enemies. As a military spacecraft, even the bed had a repair function. With Ji Liangshui's assistance, Shi Xizhou engaged in body enhancement using a mixture of repair and enhancement liquids. Shi Xizhou lost track of time, feeling as though her limbs were being painfully opened and broken. Her entire body ached unbearably, and her head felt heavy, as if she would succumb to complete unconsciousness at any moment. She struggled to open her eyes and rise, but found herself utterly incapable. She wished to call for Ji Liangshui, but could not produce a sound, lacking even the strength to move a finger. The previous enhancement of Shi Xizhou's body, rather than true enhancement, was more accurately described as superficial strengthening, granting her strength surpassing that of earthlings, but lacking the true fortitude of genuine enhancement. When Ji Liangshui and the others retrieved Shi Xizhou from the barren star, they used a pure repair chamber without enhancement capabilities. Unaware that Shi Xizhou was not an interstellar being and her physical constitution was different. For a soldier, such repair enhancers were trivial, causing less discomfort than the sting of mosquito bite in summer. As Shi Xizhou's body strengthened, the pain became increasingly pronounced, coursing through every nerve and piercing her brain. Naturally, Shi Xizhou could feel this bodily enhancement amidst the exhausting pain. An endless energy seemed to fill her body, a contradiction interwoven within her. If suffering could yield strength, as long as she did not lose her life, what could pain possibly mean? Let the agony come even more ferociously. As long as her spirit remained calm, She could endure even the most formidable suffering. With this resolve, Shi Xizhou persisted, abandoning the recently discovered unlocking function. It must be said that her perseverance was commendable, as she chose to endure the pain from the enhancement. The discomfort gradually eased. Each inch of her skin began to relax. Every cell received a breath of relief, and her mind ceased to remain so tense. In that moment, Shi Xizhou understood what liberation felt like. Soon, the effects of the repair function rendered her brain drowsy, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Suspended within the flat liquid capsule bed was a young woman with a clear visage, delicate features, and a gentle yet cool demeanor, intertwined with traces of youthful innocence. At this moment, Shi Xizhou resembled a princess from a fairy tale, quietly awaiting the moment when the door to darkness would be opened. Yet, she was not a mere princess. She was one who would wield a sword, cutting through thorns to force the door open herself, rather than relying on others for salvation. She preferred to shatter the darkness ahead through her own efforts. Assistance from others might propel a person to great heights, but also carried the risk of a devastating fall. Through her own endeavors and exceptional strength, she would steadily ascend the pinnacle of life. For even the most daunting adversaries could be met with an unwavering determination and hope forged by her own hands. Chapter 49. Live Broadcast Notification. "Gubox Pass, you are awake," Lu Mu remarked, lifting his head to glance at her, before closing the documents on the optical brain and offering Shi Xizhou a vial of nutrient solution. "You and the commander share similar tastes. We have no other provisions prepared. If you are hungry, you may start with a nutrient supplement to ease your stomach. The commander does not typically find this repulsive at this time. Perhaps you should give it a try." Shi Xizhou accepted the nutrient solution from Lu Mu. "Thank you." The fatigue from her bodily enhancement left Shi Xizhou too weary to prepare a meal. Based on her observations of Nanfeng on the barren star, she surmised that since Nanfeng could eat, she would likely be able to as well. It's worth noting that even on Earth, laws permitted the harvesting of special ingredients and were not merely about protecting plants and animals. She had also spent time in deserts, deserted islands, and snowy mountains. The nutrient solution was not particularly palatable, but it was significantly more acceptable than the interstellar meals she had consumed the previous day. The nutritional liquid from the cosmos is far more potent than a shot of adrenaline administered on Earth. Upon swallowing the first sip, Shi Xizhou felt as if an indescribable surge of energy coursed from her throat into her gastrointestinal tract, circulating through her bloodstream and invigorating her entire being. A mere bottle of this elixir rendered her stomach warm and satiated. If marketed to those on Earth seeking to shed pounds, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Gazing at the empty bottle, Shi Xizhou suddenly pondered this notion, but quickly shook her head in distraction. Presently, Tong Tong's whereabouts remained a mystery. And even if Tong Tong were present, the possibility of returning to Earth was uncertain, let alone his absence. After finishing her meal, she began to contemplate her future endeavors. Having already re-established contact with Bagu Entertainment Company, her next course of action involved resuming her culinary live streams. However, she found herself torn between continuing to showcase earthly dishes or exploring the creation of cuisine tailored to interstellar palates. Shi Xizhou experienced a conflict of emotions. Innovation could lead to failure, perhaps once, perhaps twice, or even countless times before she could grasp the fringes of success. Ultimately, her live stream might become increasingly desolate. She was acutely aware that her current followers were drawn by curiosity, amusement, and the mundane companionship of idle spectators. Yet, should she choose the path of caution, she would merely remain a solitary chef, unappreciated and misunderstood. While there may still be a few who supported her, such a fate left her feeling profoundly unsatisfied. In the whirlwind of her thoughts, Shi Xizhou had already gleaned her true intentions. Innovation, even in the face of endless failure, she would embrace it. Rather than allowing her destiny to be manipulated by others, she would seize control of her life, fighting tooth and nail to assert her agency. With a calm resolve, she opened her holographic device and logged in. To her astonishment, despite her absence over the past few days, her follower count had not diminished significantly. In fact, a multitude of fans continued to check in daily, eagerly awaiting her return. Tong Tong and Shi Xizhou, I am truly delighted to see how much you all care for me. Please rest assured, I am safe and sound. The warmth of your enthusiasm is somewhat overwhelming. Moving forward, I have decided to embark on a culinary journey with all of you, creating the dishes you love, allowing us to truly savor the pleasures of taste. Anticipate my new live stream. Bagu Entertainment Company. I've received the boss's prompt to update, and here I am. I hope there are no deductions for my salary. The comments section erupted with excitement at the return of their beloved streamer. Below the initial comment, a lengthy stream of responses began to unfold. Meng Tai KZ. Oh, my favorite streamer has finally returned. The wait was not in vain. Afong, sister, look at me. I am your diehard fan, super loyal. Today, oil prices. Are we really going to explore traditional food? I am genuinely looking forward to it. Haha, patiently waiting. But if we're truly trying something new, you all go ahead. I will wait a little longer. Ice cream enthusiast. Salary deductions are a must. Otherwise, if you disappear again, where will we find you? Bagu Entertainment Company. Are you listening? Deduct my salary, please. One day, I will sweep the streets. Deduct away. It matters not. I will still support you. Night woman with a big knife. Wow. I found a wealthy patron. I understand. So, are we beginning a new livestream persona? NCWSBSCSCS. Wow, my friend, you truly live up to your name. You are remarkably astute. Guess what I am doing? You understand me best. You are the world's foremost expert on understanding, even in the most trivial matters. Right 3558. Ha! You made me laugh to tears upstairs. One day, I will sweep the streets. Let us not get sidetracked. Starting the new live stream is what truly matters. I will remain vigilant in anticipation of the new streaming room. Lulu Das Hun. Indeed, let us stay focused. Meanwhile, Bagu Entertainment Company naturally received Shi Xizhou's update. Gu Bai leaned in closer to Gu Bak, lightly clearing his throat. All right, I understand how to respond. Look at you, all excited. Didn't we learn about this yesterday? Gu Bak grinned sheepishly. Isn't seeing it firsthand more reliable? Besides, you know me, I have absolutely no interest in all that advertising and marketing nonsense. Ningyi's company is far too demanding. They revise a proposal 8 times a day, and I can feel my hair thinning. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai affectionately tousled Gu Bak's hair. Well, at least he can still hold out for a few more years. Gu Bak shot him an annoyed glance. You're not supposed to tease your younger relatives like that. No wonder you remain single. The mention of this topic darkened Gu Bai's expression. But recalling Gu Bak's past experiences, he chuckled. Yes, it's my fault. But aren't you the one who is supposed to witness your first love? Gu Bak found himself at a loss for words. As the privileged heir of Wei Lawyer Star, it was common for him to have a childhood engagement. He had always adored the gentle and considerate nature of his first love, who, despite his mischief, would never resort to the harshness of his tempestuous mother, let alone send him off to the military for training. Gu Ba, being youthful and mischievous, had a penchant for trouble and a stubborn streak. I am truly afraid. However, as previously described, the young woman engaged to him, upon glancing at Gu Bak, promptly urged her family to dissolve the engagement, which had been a mere verbal agreement. Surprisingly, the seemingly fickle Gu Bak was not only infatuated in his youth, but also a hopeless romantic at heart. Before the engagement was officially broken off, Gu Bak often relied on the assistance of his mischievous friends to covertly observe the young lady from a distance. Although he had been perceived as a stalker nearly 20 times, on one occasion, while he was not directly in sight, the young lady's bodyguard mistook him for a threat and gave him a sound beating. Yet under the influence of his warped romantic notions, Gu Bak romanticized the situation. She must be too fond of me. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. I am nearly beaten to death, and she must be falling for me. Surely, a woman destined to be with a future tycoon is extraordinarily unique. Young lady, stay away from me. Gu Bak's romantic inclinations were cultivated through his clandestine readings of his mother's hidden shelf of romantic novels, such as After Giving Birth to 138 Children, I Became the Tycoon's Little Wife. After becoming a tycoon, I gave birth to 640 children for my little wife. Tycoons must be awesome. Refusing to marry into a wealthy family. Escaping marriage 783, 649 times. How the gates of wealthy families were trampled. the tycoon-esque cool woman and his gentle companion. And man, rejecting me is your greatest regret, among others. In retrospect, these titles would have made him wish to smash his head against a wall. Given Gu Bak's reading habits, he would have perished faster than a fish's memory, perhaps only to revive a life free from social embarrassment. Ancient Gu Bak, having faced an outright rejection, found himself profoundly affected by those terrifying novels. Naturally, his fragile spirit was wounded, and feeling aggrieved, he secluded himself at home for an entire month. One fateful day, in a moment of careless confession, he revealed his indiscretions regarding peeping at young girls, which led to a series of beatings from his family members, first his mother, then his father, followed by his grandfather and grandmother in succession. Even the family dog would growl and bark at him upon sight. The reason for the young girl's initial rejection was, in fact, quite simple. As the saying goes, love at first sight is merely about the face. Young Gu Bak possessed an exceptionally youthful visage, one that appeared even more juvenile than that of the girl herself. The young girl remarked, "Thank you, but I do not wish to engage in painless child-rearing, nor do I desire to contemplate the painless raising of a sister." The cruelty of the situation intensified when Gu Bak, having lost his allowance and forced to work as a waiter in his family's hotel, found himself serving at the wedding of his former fiancée. At that moment, while she beamed on stage, he stood below, a hollow smile plastered on his face, his heart breaking inside. One smile was genuine, while the other was a facade, both hiding a world of sorrow. Gu Bak lamented, "I cried with more heartache than child." His round, puppy-like eyes widened, striving to capture the last glimpse of the girl. The girl mused, "Strange, why do I feel someone is watching me? No, today is my wedding day. I am the bride, and it is normal for someone to gaze upon me. If someone were to look at me inappropriately, I would not hesitate to gouge their eyes out." Though feeling a twinge of grievance, she was prepared to engage in a contest if someone dared to look at her with ill intent, especially given her esteemed military academy background. Under the rigid guise of a ceremonial smile, Gu Bak watched as the girl joyfully embraced her fiancé, concluding a wedding that was overwhelmingly joyous, save for Gu Bak's own desolation. Reflecting on this, Gu Bak took a deep breath and affectionately patted the shoulder of Gubba Waby, calling out his name, his heart filled with desperation. "Uncle, please, let's refrain from revisiting that matter from my youth. I am grown now. Let bygones be bygones. The past is past, and I implore you, I am here to apologize. I was foolish to broach such a dismal topic. Kindly show mercy to this young descendant." Gu Bak believed his heartfelt plea would resonate, yet it only served to make Gubba Waby shudder. "This fellow, I truly should not have mentioned that topic. All right, let us check the comment section for Shi Xizhou. Although the waters are currently calm, we must remain vigilant against any malicious provocations or insults. Despite the interstellar laws being quite comprehensive, there will always be those who seek to exploit loopholes. What may seem innocuous in ordinary circumstances can have different implications in specific contexts. Gubba Waby stepped outside, continuing, "You keep an eye on this. I will finalize matters with Ning Yi and her company. That fellow is likely hiding in some corner of the office, secretly indulging in pastries, utterly unafraid of me reporting him to his superior." Ning Yi thought to herself, "How dare you? I have been avoiding you. Yet you still think of me? Is this easy for me?" Gu Bak, anxiously monitoring the information on his holographic device, reflected rapidly on his moments with the girl. No, to be precise, he reminisced about the times he secretly admired her from afar. Under the sunlight, the girl appeared to radiate brilliance, her delicate features aglow, her gaze gentle and warm, with a smile gracing her lips. Gu Bak could only steal glances from the window, feeling as if he were enveloped by warmth. Who among us has not harbored a crush in our youth? The girl, still in school, exuded a tenderness that perfectly resonated with Gu Bak's heart. He mused, "Though I was undeniably foolish in those days and never truly pursued her, she has now evolved into a formidable woman akin to my mother. What regrets could I possibly have? I can hardly keep my distance." Having one figure in his life capable of restraining him sufficed. Another would be overwhelming. Chapter 51. The live stream begins. Entering the realm of interstellar cuisine, Ning Yi, blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil, was was finally ready to commence her live stream. Having spent considerable time at the company, she had anticipated a face-to-face meeting with Shi Xizhou. However, it turned out that there were only a handful of streamers in the company. Either there were no opportunities or they had one foot in another company. Yet, she was about to embark on a new culinary adventure, which thrilled her immensely. Previously, the food had caused her to be hospitalized, but this time it promised to be utterly delicious, tantalizing, and irresistible. She resolved not to be the first to take the plunge. Excitedly, she swallowed a small pastry, only to choke. As she pounded her chest in an attempt to dislodge the pastry, Gubble observed her with an expression that was a mix of amusement and concern. Help! The thrill of being caught off guard made the pastry feel even more lodged in her throat, leading her to inadvertently spit it onto Gubble. Gubble remarked, 6 points. We have sifted through the food aboard the spaceship, and aside from toxic or inedible items, everything has been brought over for you. Miss Shi, may I assist you in preparing the meal? John F. Hall stepped aside, presenting an array of food laid out in the storage cabinet, smiling as he inquired of Shi Xizhou. I'm truly grateful for your support and assistance. If you wish to join me in preparing the food, I would be honored. However, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the ingredients here and may make mistakes in the process. I hope to receive your guidance and instructions. Shi Xizhou expressed her gratitude. Not at all. I should be the one learning from you, John F. Hall quickly waved his hand, gesturing for Shi Xizhou to follow him into the kitchen. Without Tong's assistance, Shi Xizhou relied on her instincts to taste and familiarize herself with the interstellar ingredients. With the help of John F. Hall, a skilled interstellar chef, while it may not achieve the precision described by Tong, she could grasp the essence of the ingredients quite well. After John F. Hall explained the various ingredients and Shi Xizhou sampled them, she began to comprehend the stark differences between interstellar cuisine and that of Earth. Well then, shall I commence the live stream? Rest assured, I will activate the shielding function so that only the host will be visible. Shi Xizhou said, while assembling the modified holographic device based on the original holographic chip. Go ahead, the shielding function is active. Who knows who I am? Don't worry. Even if something goes awry, I will be here to support you. Those commanders, colonels, and lieutenants are not idle. If any issues arise, they will handle it, John F. Hall reassured her with a pat on his chest, pride evident in his tone. After establishing the attitude of the Juhan Fuyin Tong, Shi Xizhou nodded and activated the live streaming feature. Welcome everyone to the First Continent Culinary Show. I am Shi Xizhou, and I am delighted to present myself to you once again. However, this time, I implore you to trust me. As we are about to embark on a grand and splendid transformation, I have decided to venture into new flavors. They will be of the kind you adore. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Are you happy? Certainly, it is not urgent or unexpected, but it is indeed joyous, as I've already hinted at this. Should you be surprised or taken aback, I might just get a little vexed. With a playful wink, Shi Xizhou's humorous tone enlivened the atmosphere within a live stream. Keep the fire burning. I adore this self-praising host. Rainbow Little King. I am surprised. I'm taken aback. So when will you come to my home? You left your clothes here last time. 3 lives, evening rain. What nonsense is the person above saying? They were clearly left at my place. Nonsense. They were left at my home. You people spouting such rubbish are unbelievable. Little Stone. Here I am. They want a screen licking. Meow, don't mind me. I am entranced by the food, falling into the embrace of the sister. No traffic on land. Don't be too absurd. I don't wish to quarrel with you. I just want to eat. Eat. Far. Exploding pomegranate, crying at the comments. Shi Xizhou certainly did not disappoint the expectations of the online audience and commenced her culinary journey into the realm of gourmet garbage. The first question to consider was what ingredients, when combined, would produce a terrifying effect, perhaps severe enough to warrant a trip to the hospital after just one bite. Potatoes with radishes? Beef with celery? Caviar with jelly? Cheese with dumplings? Tomatoes with green peppers? Merely contemplating these combinations felt utterly absurd. Yet perhaps it is precisely these bizarre mixtures that interstellar beings might find appealing. However, whether such combinations could indeed reach a level of culinary catastrophe that would send someone directly to the hospital remained to be seen. After all, Although Shi Xizhou was also a dark cuisine chef on Earth, this dark cuisine did not equate to mere culinary disasters. Her focus might encompass the style of ingredients, the methods of preparation, and various fundamental culinary techniques, rather than merely being the antonym of deliciousness. After much contemplation, it became clear that the adage holds true: practice brings knowledge. Without practical experience, no amount of data can produce anything but an illusory banquet of color, aroma, and flavor. After much deliberation, I have decided that this time we will prepare tang yuan stewed with eggplant, which will undoubtedly capture your attention. First, let us create soft and delectable tang yuan. Regarding Little Bear, a cockroach as strong as a rose can skip a couple of bowls of rice. This sounds quite appetizing. Bai Chuan Kuzi. Tang yuan? What is tang yuan? Eggplant? What is eggplant? Lilo Gadapu. Ha 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 ha. Swallow life. Taking out my little notebook to get ready. Lihai, I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Wait until it's finished, and then you can jot it down. If it turns out to be another dark culinary creation, you will surely regret it. Your little Ing, observing quietly, observing quietly, observing quietly. Ah woo, is this a deliberate arrangement of haters? It sounds like a truly terrifying endeavor. Please don't lash out. Night woman with a big knife. Will you spray me with hearts? As an old fan, I also find it quite terrifying. I support the host mentally, but physically, I must decline. Chapter 52. Dark cuisine of tang yuan stewed with eggplant. One day, I will sweep the streets, and you shall eat at my expense. The one with the most favorable feedback will receive a private message of 1 million. A Fong is indeed the wealthiest woman in the live stream. Lulu Das Hun, wealthy sister. Take a look at me. Shi Xizhou no longer paid attention to the messages in the live stream. She continued her operations while explaining the tang yuan making process to the audience and Zhuhan Fuyin Tong. Naturally, the tang yuan could not be ordinary. It had to be the kind that would be deemed exceedingly unpalatable by earthlings. Let me introduce the recipe for golden tang yuan. The ingredients we need are tang yuan flour, pineapple, cucumber, and carrot. Now, let us begin the preparation of the tang yuan together. Shi Xizhou signaled to Zhuhan Fuyin Tong, who then began to assist Shi Xizhou in the creation of interstellar cuisine. First, we must peel the pineapple in a circular motion and soak it in salt water for a while. This is to eliminate the prickly sensation from the pineapple. Of course, everyone should keep in mind that while pineapple is delicious, it should not be consumed in excess. Pineapple contains substances that can irritate the skin and oral mucosa. Overindulgence may lead to a tingling sensation in the mouth, headaches, and even abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, urticaria, and in severe allergic reactions, difficulty breathing and shock may occur. We will cut the pineapple into small pieces and let it soak for a while. Then, after blanching and cooling, we will blend it into a puree. Next, let's knead the dough together. Good fortune, Lian. Is the situation with pineapple as serious as the host says? Passionate and cold beauty. Who knows? I'm not sure. This piece of knowledge feels rather dated. Nowadays, people's bodies are so resilient. With just this factor, it shouldn't matter much. Romantic comic artist. Although the host's warnings may seem exaggerated, for early humans, it was indeed the case that some foods could cause unimaginable effects if consumed in excess, potentially threatening life itself. What's for dinner today? Early humans were truly fragile. With the living conditions of today, they would likely perish instantly. One day, I will sweep the streets. The current interstellar existence is something that those fragile humans of the past achieved through relentless effort. We must not forget our roots, as every advancement of humanity is built upon countless sacrifices. Upon seeing the comments, Zhuhan Fuyin Tong was a bit astonished by Shi Xizhou's reference to such ancient knowledge, but felt a greater sense of understanding. Liu Mu and Zhang Xingheng had communicated with him prior to Shi Xizhou's live stream. Naturally, he was aware of the gap between Shi Xizhou's understanding and the current interstellar context, and he needed to find an excuse to mitigate any potential negative repercussions from her statements, preventing scrutiny from those lurking in the shadows. Zhuhan Fuyin Tong waved his hand as if to say, I'm also delighted to see you, friends. Our Shi Xizhou has been reading ancient texts excessively lately, and her speech has become somewhat antiquated. Knowledge from long ago seems to have taken over her mind. She is quite captivated, so I hope you could be forgiving. Little Xin without crayons. Understood, understood. The sister truly loves to read. Every cloud disappears. I adore the knowledge of ancient people. If it weren't so challenging to learn and memorize, I would have longed to explore the classical literature department. Zhu Angzhang's remarks seem to hold some merit. Pigeon loves to lay eggs. Does it make sense? There are hardly many preserved ancient texts. Perhaps there exists one, but it is likely filled with ash and holes. This host speaks so much without real evidence. I would not believe it without proper documentation. Yin Yin, who do you think you are? Even if there are texts, why should they be shown to you? Focus on eating your radishes. Although Shi Xizhou recognized that her previous statements had somewhat adhered to conventional thinking, she had to remember that they were now in the interstellar era, not Earth. We will combine the tang yuan, warm water, and pineapple puree to knead the dough. And then we will divide the dough into equal-sized pieces. Next, wash the carrots and cucumbers thoroughly. Boil them until soft. Then blend them into a puree using a blender and strain through a fine cloth. Next, heat oil in a pan, add the carrot and cucumber puree, and sauté with an appropriate amount of sugar until it reaches a paste-like consistency. The ratio of this mixture can be freely experimented with, as everyone's palate may vary. Feel free to try different combinations to find the right balance. Shi Xizhou instructed the John Gospel Hall to flatten the dough, encasing the filling within. Shi Xizhou was not entirely confident in achieving the perfect balance for the interstellar proportions, thus she divided the task, handling half herself while allowing the John Gospel Hall to manage the other half. The concept of tang yuan, glutinous rice balls, with eggplant was entirely a whimsical idea of Shi Xizhou, and she could not fully envision its execution. If Shi Xizhou were on Earth, she would never have conceived such a terrifying dish. Hoping that the first moment it was completed, she wouldn't feel the urge to vomit. She meticulously shaped the tang yuan, her fair and slender fingers expertly molding the dough before gently rolling it into perfect spheres. Round and plump tang yuan are the most visually appealing. Although we cannot ascertain their taste before they are cooked, their adorable appearance remains unaffected, does it not? The notion of ineffective romance is also quite charming in its own right. The world's most beautiful girl lamented, questioning why this conscientious blogger was not more popular, as this step appeared notably complex. Perhaps it was because it might taste dreadful. Shi Xizhou noticed the comments. Are you all polite? She smiled graciously. Trust me, this misstep arose from me deviating from my original plan. I truly wouldn't eat a bite of this. It is entirely for your enjoyment. If you don't even take a glance, then all my efforts would be in vain. I sincerely hope you will support me by tasting just a morsel. 18-year-old mischievous aunt remarked, I'm so moved, but I want to eat. Tomorrow, I will rise early to consume oil. I suspect you are manipulating us. Transforming into a dog to eat cake. Nonsense. This is clearly a PowerPoint presentation. Draco, may you live long and prosper. I am touched. Chapter 53. Terror or Surprise. After finishing the tang yuan, the next step is to prepare the eggplant. There are various methods to handle eggplant, but incorporating it into tang yuan indeed poses a challenge, as it seems no one on Earth would consider using eggplant to make tang yuan. The first step is to wash the eggplant. Previously, while preparing the ingredients, the eggplant was cleaned, with the stem removed and cut into thin strips, which are then soaked in salt water. Boiled eggplant is tender, while stir-fried eggplant is also tender. Yet they possess distinct textures. One resembles jelly in the mouth, while the other offers a bit of chewiness. If the eggplant is prepared by boiling, it may become too mushy, resulting in a pot of eggplant soup. However, if stir-fried, it may create an even more dissonant combination with the tang yuan. Thus, Shi Xizhou decided to pose the question to her audience. Do you think eggplant is better stir-fried or boiled? Which pairs more harmoniously with tang yuan? Uncertain roommate. I have no idea. We don't even know what tomatoes taste like. Mosquitoes don't buzz. I'm unsure as well. But I vote for boiling. Let's cook everything. Guan Fan Wong. Then I'll boil it too. Juju flour. I suggest juicing it. We could drink it directly. Ghost. I vote for stir-frying. I'm just being contrary. He is merely my brother. If it tastes good, it doesn't matter how it's prepared. Shining Star. I don't care. I want to eat anyway, so I vote for stir-frying. Tea house mountain flower. Haha, I'll juice it too. White mist. Have all your suggestions flopped? This is so overwhelming. Amidst the lively discussion, surprisingly, juicing emerged victorious. Shi Xizhou exclaimed, "Well, this is unexpected and quite absurd. Since everyone wishes to juice it, I hope those who suggested it will indeed take a bite to personally experience the delicacy they have proposed. Let us keep each other accountable." With a teasing tone, Shi Xizhou promptly began juicing the eggplant, the sound of slicing filling the air, prompting a glance from the John Gospel Hall. So decisive? He pondered, returning to observe her meticulous preparation of each ingredient. Understanding his thoughts, Shi Xizhou divided the juiced eggplant, handing half to the John Gospel Hall, while gazing earnestly into his eyes, saying, "Some things must be broken to be rebuilt. Only through trial can we discern the outcome. Until a task is completed, the result remains unknown. Instead of overthinking, it is better to take action and begin experimenting. If it goes awry, we can always try again." The John Gospel Hall gazed at the eggplant juice in his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, much like Shi Xizhou, he began his own experimentation. Shi Xizhou separated a small piece from each tang yuan and eggplant to conduct comparative tests, cooking tang yuan in eggplant juice, pouring the juice over cooked tang yuan, and creating tang yuan filled with eggplant juice, then serving them with eggplant sauce. Shi Xizhou explored various techniques for combining tang yuan and eggplant. Ultimately, the vibrant purple eggplant and golden tang yuan created a stunning array on the table, with each tang yuan boasting its unique pairing and flavor. After presenting all the dishes, both Shi Xizhou and the John Gospel Hall felt a sense of accomplishment as they gazed at the beautifully arranged plates. "Wow, this is truly delicious," exclaimed Lu Ludishan. "This is absolutely amazing. Hurry and eat. I'm just here to observe. Delicious. Roommate, they are such fools. They starve. Helplessly. No bad reviews, just seeking peace of mind." Lu Zhongwanen, "You all said it would taste terrible, but how bad can it really be?" Promoter, "Oh my goodness, friends, this food is simply irreplaceable. It's so delicious. Don't you dare spit it out. Finish it quickly. I assure you, our food is purely creative. If I say you can eat it, then you can eat it. Don't keep claiming you can't eat. Everyone has an iron stomach. You know, our food is exceptional, and those who have tasted it say you have good taste. Just this flavor alone, others would love to have it, but can't. If you eat it, you'll feel like an ancient emperor descending to praise it. Just eat it, and consider it a return customer. Sister, I'll offer you a discount for your next visit." Big Fatty truly lives up to his reputation as a promoter. This feels just like when I was duped into buying clothes at the underground market. Ma Bebe, saying nonsense with open eyes, covering face. Ordinary AU, so vivid. Star, I really want to give him a push. Interstellar elf, sharp, such a young age, yet so perceptive. Zhengli is beautiful. I've sold clothing for over 10 years. But you have a charm like no other. In the quaint village of Yangtzuan, the banter among the viewers is truly amusing. So who has partaken of it now? I yearn for genuine feedback. The discussion flows, yet no one seems inclined to experience the flavors firsthand. Shi Xizhou finds himself momentarily bewildered as he observes the escalating conversation. What is the matter? Do you not fancy it? Why is no one willing to taste it? He jestingly proclaims that the first person to sample it should message him for a reward of 100,000. All is well. I have placed my order. No one can snatch my money away. Tomorrow is Monday, and I have ordered as well. Delicious. The spring mountain delicacies are truly delectable. This time, it is genuinely scrumptious. I feel as if my tongue might be devoured by me. Chapter 54. A first innovation, a success. In the evening, a woman brandishes a knife, questioning, "Have you truly eaten it? Have you really ordered it?" The allure of wealth is undeniable. A bystander exclaims, "Everyone is a wolf in sheep's clothing." Indeed, the temptation of riches from the streets has compelled many netizens to engage their taste sensation systems. Why is everyone posting positive reviews? Is it really that delicious? Ning muses, her heart racing with anticipation as she observes the array of flavorful tang yuan on the screen. Her thoughts drifting back to the last time she ended up in the hospital after a mere taste. Ning begins to analyze. The clicks for shared flavors are steadily rising. The narratives surrounding the food exhibit commonalities. One person may deceive, two may conspire, but with so many glowing reviews, it seems improbable that they would all coordinate such deceit. After a moment of contemplation, she decides to experiment and discreetly monitors the chat of the Bagu Entertainment Company, noting that there was no mention of hiring fake reviewers. Thus, she resolves to take a small leap of faith. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, she clicks to share. The flavors of eggplant, carrot, cucumber, and pineapple layer and blend, creating combinations that might seem fatal to Earthlings, yet are entirely sensible to interstellar beings. The culinary creativity of Shi Xizhou and John Gospel Hall reveals that the latter's concoctions are more palatable, tailored to the tastes of extraterrestrials, while Shi Xizhou's daring innovations, though bold, remain rooted in earthly sensibilities, particularly for those from Huajia, who find it difficult to waste food. Despite repeated refusals from Watermelon's sister urging everyone to try, Ning Yi, ever introverted, observes the transformation of a once obscure dark cuisine streamer into a beloved food influencer. The shared flavor panels clicks surge, even surpassing the number of viewers in the live stream. The interstellar culinary sharing allows hosts to distribute their creations, akin to sharing in group chats or exchanging contact details, facilitating a swift and convenient experience. As the viewer count climbs, so does Shi Xizhou's following, drawing in not just the initial jesters, but also those with a genuine passion for gastronomy, observing the increasingly positive comments and the food on their plates. Shi Xizhou smiles at John Gospel Hall, stating, "It appears we have done well. Shall we allow everyone to taste this soon?" John Gospel Hall, who had longed to savor the tang yuan during its preparation, replies, "Then I shall prepare a few more. Those little ones have quite the appetite." Very well. Round and plump tang yuan are birthed from their hands. This time, to ensure a greater number of interstellar travelers can partake, they opt for the most popular dish according to the comments, a tang yuan boiled in eggplant juice. The automation greatly liberates their hands, as John Gospel Hall integrates their cooking steps into the robotic chef as programming. Thus, with the aid of machinery, tang yuan are produced at an accelerated pace. After completing these tasks, Shi Xizhou decides to conclude the live stream. Our broadcast will end here for today. If you enjoyed it, please follow me, and I look forward to our next encounter. Ignoring the flood of comments pleading for him to stay, he resolutely shuts down the stream. John Gospel Hall places a large pot of tang yuan on the small robot. "Shall we dine now?" Shi Xizhou, with an apologetic glance, responds, "You go ahead. I shall prepare a bit more for myself. The flavor, I still cannot quite accept it." John Gospel Hall pauses, a complex expression crossing his face. "Very well. I shall go call those little ones for dinner. If you need assistance, do let me know. Do not overexert yourself." Shi Xizhou nods, thanking him as he resumes cooking. The aroma wafts throughout the vessel, enticing soldiers who have completed their training to gravitate towards the kitchen. John Gospel Hall's culinary skills have improved remarkably. "What is it? It smells incredible. I am so hungry. Do not steal from me. I won't be the first to taste. How dare you lack honor? Why are you sneaking ahead? Who is talking about honor? If you arrive late, you will have to wait. With appetites like ours, will there be any left for those arriving later? Oh no, wait for me." Lu Mu naturally notices the commotion and, observing the rush towards the kitchen, raises an eyebrow and remarks to the leisurely Zhang Xingxing, "If I am not mistaken, this is likely a chain reaction initiated by Miss Shi. It is no surprise that the commander holds her in high regard. She indeed possesses a certain capability." Zhang Xingxing's eyes glimmer with admiration for Ji Nanfeng. "Are you not anxious? At their rate of consumption, by the time you arrive, there may be nothing left for you. Oh, by the way, I had John Gospel Hall save me some food earlier, so are you really not worried?" Lu Mu inadvertently reveals his bribery of John Gospel Hall. Upon hearing the possibility of his meal being gone, Zhang Xingxing swiftly dismisses Lu Mu and strides ahead. "Why is everyone moving so fast?" he mutters. "Those fellows better not finish it all. At least leave me a taste." He turns back, shooting a glare at Lu Mu. "You selfish glutton. Why did you not inform me about your backdoor deal? Now, whatever I say is of no use. It infuriates me. We will head to the training ground soon." Watching Zhang Xingxing hastily make his way forward, Lu Mu nearly bursts into laughter, but manages to restrain himself. "This fool. Such matters require no thought. He knows he could not possibly do that. Such underhanded dealings surely necessitate allies. Should he be ganged up on, it would be all too convenient to divert blame. Lu Mu leisurely follows the path taken by Zhang Xingxing. Chapter 55, Dining. Fighting upon seeing John Gospel Hall arrive at the dining hall with a small robot, the soldiers, drawn by the enticing aroma, swiftly surround him. Their faces alight with surprise and eagerness as they behold the fragrant eggplant Tang Yuan. Is this our new dish? It smells absolutely wonderful. Quick, bring me a bowl. I want 2 bowls. Then I want 3 bowls. Come on, those in front, leave some for those of us at the back. John Fengyin loudly intervened. All right. Form a line. Everyone will get their turn. If we run out, we can always have robots make more. What sort of behavior is this? Laughing and joking. Weren't you all just training hard? Are you thinking I should give you more training? Upon hearing this, the soldiers obediently lined up, each taking a bowl and waiting for John Fengyin to distribute the food. Among them were those with ulterior motives, some exchanging knowing glances with John Fengyin, others feigning weakness and pity, putting on various acts, showcasing their talents. John Fengyin, facing these theatrical individuals, twitched his mouth. These fellows truly believed he was unaware of their true natures. At the back of the crowd, Zhang Xingxing observed the other soldiers lining up in an orderly fashion, contemplating when he would get a share of food. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Mu casually walked past him and approached John Fengyin. The two exchanged nods before Lu Mu headed to the kitchen. How brazenly is he cooking on the side, leaving me in the lurch? In stark contrast to Zhang Xingxing's frustration, the soldiers in line calmed down upon seeing Lu Mu's face, their earlier anxious expressions replaced with a composed demeanor. Even while waiting for food, they stood at attention, their postures impeccably straight. It was not that Lu Mu was particularly strict or had harsh methods with his subordinates. Rather, it was because he still bore the military insignia on his chest, forgotten after a recent communication with his superiors. No matter the time or place, every soldier harbors a profound respect for the insignia, and upon seeing it, they instinctively re-establish their identity as soldiers. I must find a way to cut in. Observing the line advancing at a painfully slow pace, Zhang Xingxing's anxiety mounted, ultimately leading him to resolve to shamelessly push his way through. In the kitchen, Shi Xizhou was preparing meals while Zhang Xingxing, Lu Mu, and John Fengyin enjoyed the exquisite small portions they had just made together. As for Ji Liangshui, despite their attempts to persuade him otherwise, he shook his head, insisting, "You all eat. I still want to keep an eye on my brother. I can't let go of my worries. I still feel a bit anxious." The soldiers who had savored the eggplant broth dumplings rubbed their contented bellies. "This is delicious. It's my first time tasting such exquisite food. Where did the chef acquire this recipe? It's simply delightful. I want more. I wonder when the commander will wake up. When he does, I must introduce him to this dish. It is truly delicious. When we return, we must show those worthless fools what we're made of." Exactly. They really think they can push us around. Our combat abilities are certainly not inferior to those of the other 2 barracks. With us here, who would dare lay a hand on our commander? We'll crush their mechs and toss them into the wasteland. Let us show them. Let them know we are not to be trifled with. Indeed, not to be trifled with. Observing the noisy soldiers below, Zhang Xingxing felt a headache coming on and raised his voice. "All right, enough of that." Glancing at the loudest soldier, he sneered, "What have you achieved? Laughing around like a fool? Have you really grown so much?" The soldier immediately retorted, "What do you mean by that? We're here to protect the 1st military district and safeguard the commander." Zhang Xingxing scoffed and grabbed a nearby energy gun, pointing it at him. "Do you think your bravado can match the speed at which I can fire this? Everything has its place. You must remain grounded." He admonished, "Do you think you're still a 5-year-old? Those old-timers would devour you whole if they had the chance. Be smart. We'll discuss this once the commander wakes up." The soldier fell silent, acknowledging, "Yes, sir." Dismissed. Lu Mu nodded as he emerged, opening his palm to reveal a small locator that floated in his hand. This discreet yet unsettling device served as a constant reminder of the lurking danger. Many soldiers widened their eyes in shock, their pupils constricting. Our enemies are always monitoring our movements. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the annihilation of our entire unit or even the barracks. Each person here carries a harrowing experience behind them. Lu Mu smirked, exuding a confident arrogance. However, we believe that if we remain vigilant and fully commit to our duties as soldiers, then no matter how many tricks the enemy employs, they are merely paper tigers. Easily dismantled, Lu Mu generously outlined the strengths and weaknesses of the soldiers below, encouraging them to be mindful of each other's shortcomings, while simultaneously engaging in targeted training to facilitate the optimization of their strengths. Initially, everyone stood in obedience, listening to Lu Mu's speech, but it must be said that Lu Mu's understanding of human nature was exceptional. He could delve deeply into each individual's psyche, captivating everyone's attention. Zhang Xingxing nodded. This fellow certainly knows how to speak. These young recruits truly need more training. Which practical training camp should we target next? Perhaps the Circeus-time 6823X planet where the insectoids have appeared? That sounds fitting. He quickly shook his head, realizing how close he had come to being led astray. Zhang Xingxing blinked, mentally reminding himself to return to reality. This guy really knows how to shift the conversation, diverting attention from his own side dealings while also easing the group's concerns about the commander, bringing the focus back onto themselves. Chapter 56. Pirates emerge. Danger approaches just as everyone was basking in a harmonious atmosphere. The alert from Chen Guang suddenly blared. Alert! Alert! An unidentified spacecraft is approaching. Alert, alert. An unidentified spacecraft is approaching. The expressions of all present turned serious and tense as they hurried toward the mech storage area, preparing for combat. Zhang Xingxing and Lu Mu swiftly made their way to the central command chamber. Zhang Xingxing pressed a button on his wrist computer, causing an external view of the ship to materialize. The previously dark and calm surroundings were now illuminated by metallic glimmers as numerous small ships appeared around them. Chen Guang, have you analyzed who the incoming party is? Chen Guang's mechanical voice responded, based on the model of the incoming ships and their trajectory. There is an 80% probability that they are pirates. They're closing in on the ship. The situation was dire. Zhang Xingxing and Lu Mu exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity and concern reflected in each other's eyes. The opposing party is requesting to connect. Shall we accept? Chen Guang inquired. Lu Mu furrowed his brow. Although it was nearly certain that the incoming party was pirates, it was puzzling why they would deliberately target a ship that seemed unworthy of a robbery. There must be more to this. Various thoughts raced through his mind. Connect. In the center of the command cabin, a silhouette slowly emerged on the main screen. Opposite sat a man, his muscular frame accentuated by a prominent scar that nearly reached his eye, emanating an aura of menace. Long time no see. Lad from the 1st Military District, the man proclaimed, immediately revealing their identities. Zhang Xingxing and his companions heightened their vigilance. Since you know we are from the 1st Military District, you dare to confront us? You certainly possess audacity. Haha, what is the matter? Is it not permissible? The last time, your commander was intent on pursuing us relentlessly. This time, we have come to you. Where is your commander? It has indeed been too long. I have missed him dearly. Cicero Benlia laughed heartily, yet his piercing gaze betrayed no semblance of courtesy. He scanned every corner of the screen, as if slicing through everyone with a knife. He was brimming with patience, eager to toy with these individuals. Lu Mu rose and exchanged a glance with Zhang Xingxing, who discreetly moved out of the screen's view. Cicero Benlia, the most infamous pirate of the E-Star, whose favorite pastime is robbing the spaceships of wealthy merchants. It is said he spares no villainy and covets every fortune. We are curious as to what capabilities the 1st Military District possesses that warrant your attention, even to the extent of seeking our commander. Regrettably, he is currently missing. With the vastness of the Star Network, you must be aware of this news? Lu Mu deliberately referenced the information circulating on the Star Network. If these scoundrels remained undeterred by such a statement, it would imply that the whereabouts of Nanfeng had captured the attention of those cunning old foxes. Any sign of wavering could potentially facilitate a peaceful withdrawal. Unfortunately, Cicero Benlia merely smiled, his expression devoid of sincerity. He pinched a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling smoke while fixating on Lu Mu. So, your commander doesn't he appear? And the other individual in the control room has vanished as well. Is this a blatant disregard for my dignity? I have come with utmost sincerity. Lu Mu's expression gradually turned unfriendly, his clenched fist tightening. It seems you are well prepared, Cicero ben Leah. In that case, do not blame us for being impolite. Lu Mu severed the connection, aligning with the already prepared Zhang, Xingxing, and Ji Liangshui. The opponent is aggressive. Let us resolve this swiftly. If necessary, retreat without hesitation. Understood. As the words fell, the hatch opened, and the mechs surged forth to engage the enemy. The silver mechs launched an orderly assault, contrasting sharply with the chaotic movements of the enemy's mechs. The clash of energy blades and the vibrations of the mechs shattered the previously silent space. The first military district was well-trained, disciplined, and highly aggressive, while the enemy was cunning and unscrupulous, darting about like a rat, yet striking decisively when least expected. However, no amount of cunning could compare to absolute strength. In their fervent determination to rescue Ji Nanfeng, they had made thorough preparations, deploying only the highest-rated A-class mechs. With Ji Liangshui and Zhang Xingxing among 5 others piloting S-class mechs, Ji Liangshui charged forward like a swift cheetah, targeting the enemy mech with a decisive strike that left a deep gash. The internal components of the mech were nearly exposed, and before the pilot could utter a cry of despair, the mech erupted in a violent explosion. The tremendous shockwave caught Ji Liangshui off guard, sending her staggering back, while the once shiny exterior of her mech became marred by soot from the blast. Leaning forward, Ji Liangshui wiped the blood trickling from her mouth, cursing, "Damn it." They resorted to underhanded tactics. Many mechs faced similar fates. After striking the enemy, explosions erupted unexpectedly. "Hold on, cease all attacks." Zhang Xingxing urged against his instinct to charge forward, cursing the despicable pirates once more. Lu Mu's expression darkened further. Morning lights signaled. The enemy has initiated a new connection. Lu Mu fixed his gaze on the link prompt, fury surging through him. "Accept it." Cicero ben Leah appeared with a repugnant smile. "We meet again. So, shall we engage in a cordial discussion now? What do you want?" Lu Mu's voice, sharp as ice, contained a simmering rage. He forced himself to maintain control. Knowing these pirates were madmen who treated their subordinates as mere pawns, showing no regard for life. They were oblivious to the number of disposable soldiers they had. If they managed to get close to the spaceship, even the top-tier defense systems would struggle against such suicidal assaults. Cicero ben Leah adjusted his neatly pressed collar. "Young man, do not be so hasty. We are quite peaceful. If it weren't for your initial aggression, we wouldn't have reached this impasse. Wait for you to encircle us? At that point, we would be at your mercy." Chapter 57. Confrontation and Coercion. Lu Mu scoffed inwardly. "Speak plainly. What do you truly desire? Do not use the commander as a bargaining chip." Cicero ben Leah perceived the chill in Lu Mu's demeanor, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, igniting a surge of resentment within him. Just as Commander Zhao had previously stated, he had disseminated the information, prompting Commander Cheng of the 2nd Military District to dispatch reinforcements. Commander Zhao was reckless, while Commander Cheng was brutally efficient. Should Ji Nanfeng be eliminated swiftly, Cheng would not hesitate, even if it meant collaborating with pirates. Recalling the incessant messages from Commander Cheng urging action, Cicero ben Leah felt a wave of annoyance. That coward, hiding away, yet constantly meddling in others' affairs. Were it not for the generous compensation from Commander Cheng, Cicero ben Leah would have long abandoned this troublesome endeavor. The expendable cannon fodder were hostages recently captured by the pirate crew, their fear only lasting a week. If it weren't for the abundance of such easy targets, he would not waste resources on them. The members of the pirate crew were valuable, but such disposable pawns were easily replaced, merely a matter of maximizing their utility. Otherwise, even if the 1st Military District were formidable, they could not so easily eliminate the pirates from within. "Very well, I shall be direct. You must have surmised that someone has located us. Greed drives men to their demise. As long as your offer exceeds my expectations, I shall release you. Otherwise, you shall obediently present Ji Nanfeng, and I will take his head back with me." Cicero ben Leah had no desire for a direct confrontation, even with these expendable bombs. Engaging them once would only lead to unnecessary attrition. As for Commander Cheng, Cicero bin Leah rolled his eyes. What credibility did pirates possess? Profit was all that mattered. And would Cheng dare to pursue them with such flimsy justification? If he truly had the gall, he would forfeit his command, as even his own troops could bring about his downfall. Some matters should remain unspoken. Otherwise, he would become a target of scorn, a thorn in the flesh, and until removed, would cause endless irritation. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Mu in the command room and Zhang Xingxing, who was sharing the voice, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The enemy before them was aggressive, and neither side could sustain this stalemate indefinitely. However, the two apparent choices presented were, in truth, essentially one: the notion of buying safety with money, whether it be hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, or even billions, would never satiate the insatiable appetite of the pirates. They could betray their allies for a mere monetary consideration, and similarly, they could just as easily change their minds on a whim. How can we ensure that, after payment, you will allow us to return safely to higher Kongxing? Lu Mu sought to broaden the scope of negotiations with Zicero bin Leah, even attempting to temporarily enlist him into the ranks defending Nanfeng, if only for the sake of money. If you pay us, we will leave right now. Zicero bin Leah disregarded the phrase return to higher Kongxing and was already contemplating how he could exploit Lu Mu's compliance, treating them as ripe prey to be harvested at will. Lu Mu had no intention of responding to Zicero bin Leah immediately, at least not right away. The dialogue was merely a means to vie for the upper hand, and, simultaneously, it presented an opportunity to break the deadlock. I hope you do not waste our time and make a decision swiftly. We shall give you 10 minutes to ponder this matter. Zicero bin Leah expressed his disinterest in further conversation and turned the video feed to his advisor, stating, "Once you have made up your mind, inform him." The advisor appeared exceedingly ordinary, his sullen face staring into the screen as he spoke in the standard interstellar tone. He did not conceal his intent, and, in a half-threatening tone, declared, "I am Enrique Penalosa. I trust you do not wish to be locked in this standoff with us. A rational individual should know how to prioritize a commander's safety over trivial treasures. Isn't your military territory merely a few decaying trees? Even if you manage to escape today, numerous challenges await you thereafter," he continued. "If you persist in this standoff, it will descend into a vicious cycle. Don't push your luck. Surrender quickly," he concluded. Following this, the video feed was abruptly terminated. Lu Mu massaged his temples, realizing, "It seems we need to devise a solution swiftly. Otherwise, we will remain ensnared by them." Ji Liangshui's expression was grave. "Even my mecha cannot guarantee protection against their explosive projectiles. Our primary concern is to neutralize the imminent threats of detonation." Zhang Xingxing squinted, his teeth clenched in frustration. "These cunning pirates will ultimately face their reckoning. I will dismantle their lair and see them imprisoned, forced to toil in the mines for eternity. The question is, what should we do now?" Lu Mu pondered, his thoughts swirling with complexity, unsure how to actualize them. "I should have brought that signal jammer. Even a few minutes of delay for those mecha operators would have sufficed. They would have been completely at our mercy." Sighing, Zhang Xingxing suppressed his agitation. "Let us think carefully about our next move." Zhang Xingxing, in his irritation, licked his small canine tooth, his hair disheveled from his anxious ruffling. His previously languid demeanor now resembled that of a ticking bomb, poised to explode at any moment alongside the treacherous enemy. His disgruntled expression seemed to convey a message to everyone present, regardless of their disposition. All of you shall perish. D. In today's lesson, Vicious Cycle, the setting of the pirates. English can sometimes reflect differently than Chinese. By the way, dear readers, if you're viewing this on another site, this book is a free novel. You can find it on free apps like Xiaomao Naidong and Qimao Free Novel app, or on the Qimao Novel website. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 58, Tong Tong appears. The female protagonist engages interstellar beings even before the morning warning. Shi Xizhou had been pushed into Jean Nanfeng's treatment room by the John Gospel Hall, keeping a wary eye on the outside. She understood that with her current physical condition and lack of skills, stepping outside would have no bearing on the situation. In fact, should a confrontation arise. She could become a liability. Glancing out the window, the dark interstellar scene appeared particularly oppressive. With each tremor and flash of fire outside, her heart plummeted, anxiety weaving an impenetrable web around her. Suddenly, she thought she heard a sound from outside, her heart racing with fear of the unknown. Instinctively, she looked towards the door while pressing her light brain, ready to send a distress signal at the first sign of trouble. "Who is there?" Shi Xizhou asked tentatively. "What are you still doing here? We're short-handed. Hurry up and join me on the battlefield." A stern voice came from outside, seemingly a soldier from the 1st Military District. This caused Shi Xizhou to stiffen, holding her breath as she pressed the message-sending button, quietly moving closer to the door. "The commander sent me to replace you. We need to switch shifts. You must go find the commander. Those guys are making demands, and the commander wants to see you. There is something he needs to discuss." The woman outside spoke with urgency and seriousness, her impatience evident as Shi Xizhou hesitated, her brow furrowing. "Hurry up." Having sent the distress message but received no response, Shi Xizhou turned to glance deeply at the unconscious Nanfeng, gripping the iron rod she had taken from the kitchen. After much deliberation, she slowly approached the door. Shi Xizhou's focus sharpened, her fingers tightly clutching the iron rod. "But I have not received orders from above." Everyone on the ship knew she was rescued from a desolate planet and was not part of the 1st Military District. There was no hierarchy, and she had no authority to operate any mecha. The individuals outside were undoubtedly pirates, yet it remained a mystery how she had managed to board the ship under the very noses of the 1st Legion. Shi Xizhou did not open the door. She believed that since the John Gospel Hall had specifically brought her to this room, there must be a reason for it. Perhaps this room was the most secure within the ship's security system. At this juncture, recklessly opening the door would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the den, leading to self-inflicted misery. "The commander has sent me to deliver orders. Act swiftly. Time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. Open the door." The pirates have resorted to using human bombs, and both sides are at stalemate. "The commander seeks you for pressing matters. Otherwise, you would have been allowed to leave with ease." Regardless of how the woman outside scolded and urged, Shi Xizhou maintained a taut posture, leaning against the door, indifferent to her words. After several more attempts at urging, the woman realized that her counterpart was likely harboring suspicions about her. Ironically, while Lu Mu sought a signal jammer, this woman, Huang Xian, wielded one to obstruct Shi Xizhou's distress signals to the outside. Determined to force her way in, Huang Xian scrutinized the technologically advanced protective door, her pupils glinting with malice. Stepping back a few paces, she installed the most powerful cutting and destructive feature on the door, intending for a swift resolution. Gradually, the metallic door became marred with cuts from the cutting machine, the marks deepening, as if a passage large enough for entry was being carved out. Shi Xizhou, naturally hearing the commotion, gripped the iron rod tightly and moved from directly behind the door to its side, concealing herself in the blind spot of the emerging hole. With a resounding crash, the door was breached. The system, momentarily disrupted by Huang Xian's interference, quickly regained functionality, emitting alarms to signal warnings to the outside. Huang Xian first extended her hand through the hole and then swiftly aimed her gun at Shi Xizhou's head. Shi Xizhou refrained from making any rash movements, aware that her speed with the iron rod could not possibly match that of a bullet. The cold barrel pointed at her, and just as Huang Xian prepared to end Shi Xizhou's life, a powerful electric current surged from the door she was about to cross. Taken by surprise, she trembled momentarily, allowing Shi Xizhou to seize the opportunity to strike Huang Xian's hand fiercely with the iron rod. As it fell to the ground, Shi Xizhou rolled and snatched it up, then aimed it at Huang Xian, who was regaining her strength. "Freeze, don't move." Huang Xian paused, feigning surrender, and slowly moved into the room. "I said, don't move." Without hesitation, Shi Xizhou shot Huang Xian in the left leg as she advanced. Huang Xian grimaced in pain, furrowing her brow at Shi Xizhou. They stood, wary of each other, just as Shi Xizhou believed they could hold out until Lu Mu sent reinforcements. Huang Xian quickly crouched, circumventing the gun's line of sight, rolled towards Shi Xizhou, and kicked the weapon far away. Shi Xizhou reacted, evading Huang Xian's renewed assault and retaliated with a forceful kick to Huang Xian's abdomen. In that instant, Shi Xizhou felt an overwhelming surge of strength, her body seemingly revitalized beyond its enhanced state. With a kick, she sent Huang Xian crashing against the wall on the opposite side of the gun. Although Huang Xian winced in pain, she quickly regained her footing, not affording Shi Xizhou a moment's respite. Shi Xizhou hastily grabbed the nearest iron rod and struck fiercely at Huang Xian. The power coursing through her allowed her strikes to be swift and relentless. Huang Xian's other leg was struck hard, forcing her to kneel, yet the injured leg rose again. This time, not to attack Shi Xizhou, but to target the slumbering Nanfeng. Just as Huang Xian's hand reached the gun, a familiar voice echoed in Shi Xizhou's mind. "Quick, charge at her, hit the door." Shi Xizhou sprinted forward to collide, but how could an earthling, even enhanced, compare to a pirate trained to survive in the clutches of death? Huang Xian sidestepped effortlessly, one hand pushing against Shi Xizhou's chest while the other aimed a gun at her head. Danger lurked. In that critical moment, as Huang Xian pulled the trigger, a shimmering aura enveloped Shi Xizhou, deflecting the energy beam, which then expanded, sending Huang Xian hurtling back with a forceful impact. A heavy grunt resonated behind Shi Xizhou, and before she could assess the situation, another energy beam was shot, only to be repelled back with precision, striking Huang Xian directly. Impossible! Blood blossomed on Huang Xian's chest. Her mind clouded with shock and disbelief. Observing her state, Shi Xizhou cautiously approached, iron rod in hand, ensuring she would not rise again. "Tong Tong, is that you?" "Zhou, it's me. I've returned upgraded. Rest assured, that woman is thoroughly unconscious. When I rebounded, I controlled the protective shield to ensure she only fainted, not killed. You can hand her over to the military for proper interrogation." Hearing Tong Tong's lively voice, Shi Xizhou sighed in relief, more so grateful. "Tong Tong, you've finally returned." And thankfully without incident. Tong Tong's tone was equally cheerful. "Zhou, when you were injured last time, I had no protective abilities. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a trace of the black hole's trajectory, which enhanced my spiritual power significantly." Pausing, he added with a hint of bitterness, "Had it not been for today's ambush, I could have upgraded further without exhausting my energy. I was already capable of transforming into a humanoid form to accompany you. No matter, as long as you're safe. Zhou, the soldiers outside are about to enter. Move closer to the bad guy's head. I need to cleanse part of her memories. They must not learn about the protective shield." "Understood." Shi Xizhou moved towards Huang Xian, extending her hand to touch her head. "Is this distance acceptable?" Yes, just a moment." Fragments of hair obscured Shi Xizhou's eyes as she gazed down at Huang Xian. Noting that she wore attire identical to that of the First Legion outside, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. One could not tell if the pirates were too cunning or if there were simply too many traitors. Just as Shi Xizhou was about to retract her hand at Tong Tong's signal, a deafening explosion erupted from the previously cut door. The special material reinforced door, having been compromised, succumbed to a massive cannon fire. A searing blaze singed the nearby floor, and a hurried male voice called out, "Are you all right? Not injured, I hope?" Upon hearing the commotion, John rushed over, deftly avoiding the various traps and explosives Huang Xian had set in the corridor. Shi Xizhou caught John's gaze and lifted her head, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. "It appears we were not the only ones overly prepared. The pirates had a well-laid plan, even having deployed this woman before their initial strategies. I will take her down. You instruct Cheng Guang to escort Commander Ji to relocate to a different room." "Understood." Shi Xizhou offered no further words. Watching as John carried the woman away, Shi Xizhou cleared her throat. "Cheng Guang, are you still there?" "Yes, I apologize for the earlier signal interference. The jammer has now been destroyed. Please join me to assist Commander Ji in changing rooms." "All right." After changing rooms, Shi Xizhou lost the composure she had maintained since arriving in the interstellar realm for the first time. She shed the tattered jacket from the recent skirmish and slumped onto the sofa, her fatigue evident. Observing Shi Xizhou's condition, Tong Tong realized that today's experience was a genuine combat trial for her, a true confrontation with the denizens of the stars. The violence, endurance, and speed of the interstellar beings were beyond the capabilities of Earthlings. The only reason she survived this encounter was due to Huang Xian's infiltration of the spacecraft. Despite his injuries, as well as Tong Tong's electric shock and protective shield, had she been even a fraction of a second slower, her life could have been abruptly extinguished. With no further narrative to unfold, Shi Xizhou felt a warm current coursing through her body, alleviating much of her exhaustion until it vanished entirely. Suddenly, the brighter ceiling light startled her eyes, and she moved her fingers. Although the overwhelming fatigue was nearly dissipated, the underlying weariness and chill in her heart grew thicker and more solidified. "Jojo, are you feeling better? I used energy to heal you. Is there anywhere you still feel discomfort?" Shi Xizhou paused for a moment. "Thank you, Tong Tong. I feel much better now, and I'm filled with energy again." "That's great. Yay." Shi Xizhou attempted to clear her mind completely and take a brief nap on the sofa. However, after lying there for quite some time, sleep eluded her, and her thoughts became a tangled mess, drifting to matters concerning Earth, the interstellar world, Nanfeng, and Tong Tong. As she pondered, Shi Xizhou's mind became saturated with various emotions, and her heart struggled to break free from the intense anxiety. She forced herself to detach from those troubling feelings, preparing to wash her face at home, when she heard a sound emanating from the treatment pod. Opening her eyes, she met Nanfeng's gaze, who had just awakened. "You're awake. I'll message them right away." Nanfeng merely glanced at her without speaking, laboriously pressing the button to open the treatment pod. Shi Xizhou noticed the exclamation mark appearing on the holographic screen and moved closer to Nanfeng. "I'm glad you're awake, but I must inform you of some unfortunate news. We are currently aboard your ship, and pirates have set their sights on us. They even have human bombs. Just before you woke up, someone infiltrated your room, intending to assassinate you." Nanfeng's dark eyes turned toward her, calm yet penetrating, meeting her gaze. "All right, I understand. You're unhurt, right?" "Fortunately, I'm unharmed," Shi Xizhou shrugged, handing her holographic device to Nanfeng. At that moment, Lumu had already sent information about the battlefield situation. The standoff between the two factions caused Nanfeng to furrow his brow. Tong Tong commented in Shi Xizhou's mind. "This guy, he couldn't wake up sooner or later. He waits until we've caught the enemies trying to kill him to wake up. I suspect he's doing it on purpose." Hearing this, Shi Xizhou instinctively glanced at Nanfeng, momentarily captivated by his chiseled jawline, before shaking her head helplessly. "If he were pretending, how could he ensure you would come? If you return late, I might die, and how could he guarantee absolute safety? True, by then, it would all be in ruins. Unless he's gambling with his life to test our situation, then he must truly be a reckless gambler." Shi Xizhou averted her gaze, her tone growing cold. After Shi Xizhou turned away, Nanfeng's gaze fell upon her head. Lu Mu inquired, "Commander, what should we do now?" Nanfeng replied, "Give me a moment. I need to handle something." Various thoughts flickered through Nanfeng's mind, and he pressed his forehead, looking at Shi Xizhou. "Miss Shi, I know you harbor some other secrets. The situation is perilous, and I would like to ask you a few questions. How do you feel about that? What is this guy talking about?" "All right, I agree." "Yes, agreeing like this isn't right." "Zhou, why did you agree to him? Don't you want me anymore?" Tong Tong panicked, instinctively reaching for Shi Xizhou's sleeve, but she had just exhausted her energy and lacked the strength to transform, her tone nearly in tears. "Zhou, if I've done something wrong, please tell me. I can change, just don't abandon me, okay?" "Wait, what did I say? I de-abandon you?" "You're about to reveal my existence to him. The next step is to send me to that cold, terrifying laboratory. Isn't it? Silly, what are you thinking? Consider the reality of our situation. Don't forget there are pirates outside. He should be looking for you, and studying you can come later. The most important thing now is to survive." "That is true, but no, they still can't study me afterward." Shi Xizhou was amused by his reaction. "Rest assured, if anything were to happen, I wouldn't sit idly by. After all, you're my most important friend in the interstellar realm." "I knew it." Tong Tong felt much reassured. But this did not mean he could easily disregard the danger posed by Nanfeng. Once I level up again, they won't stand a chance against me." With that thought, Tong Tong organized the data in his mind, compressing his memory. "All right, Zhou, You can open the holographic device. If he wants to know something, I'll respond on the device in your hand. Okay. Finally settling Tong Tong, Shi Xizhou turned to Ji Nanfeng. I communicated with him. If you have questions, just refer to the holographic device. As Ji Nanfeng regarded the woman before him, his gaze shifted from dreamy to resolute, pulling his thoughts back into focus. Let's keep it brief. Given our current predicament, what can you do? I noticed signal traces on the door. Can you connect to the systems within the machines? Can you control the mechas on the opposite side? Tong Tong replied, I can control some of them and completely sever their communication. However, fully controlling the mechas poses some difficulty. If you can cut off communication, can you redirect their communication functions to us? We need to establish contact between our people and their key figures. Tong Tong responded, yes. But it will take some time, and I cannot alter their voices. You'll need someone on your side who can mimic their voices and understand their speaking style and behavior. Given this scenario, reason advised Ji Nanfeng to exercise greater caution, yet he remained silent, proceeding with the first idea that had crossed his mind. In our current situation, we are at a disadvantage. Even if we manage to escape, it will undoubtedly result in significant losses. Thus, should they mount a subsequent attack, the consequences we face will be dire. Therefore, I must retain as much combat capability as possible in this battle. Come with me to the control room. I need your assistance. For now, we'll proceed this way. Due to Tong Tong's presence, Shi Xizhou was reluctant to expose too much, so she feigned incorporating Tong Tong's skills into Qingguang's capabilities. After all, Qingguang was also one of the leading intelligent holographic devices in the interstellar realm, though it fell short in comparison to Tong Tong's data infiltration abilities. Nonetheless, it sufficed to obscure the vision of some individuals. Commander, you have arrived. Upon seeing the figures of Ji Nanfeng and Shi Xizhou, Lu Mu and John Gospel were filled with excitement. Ji Nanfeng stood at the center of the group, his demeanor stern, exuding an air of compelling authority. Now, everyone will heed my command. Understood. The pirates' communication data was encrypted using asymmetric encryption, a method where different keys are utilized for encryption and decryption. Asymmetric encryption employs one of the key pairs for encryption and the other for decryption. Zhou, inform him that I have completed the decryption. The firewall has been breached, and we can sever their communication at any time. Commander, the communication has been established. Shi Xizhou reported to Ji Nanfeng. Good. Where is Yu Jing? Present, Commander. I am here. Yu Jing responded loudly as she returned from the mech. All right, accompany Miss Shi. A task has been assigned to you. Remember, her orders take precedence. The focus of our mission lies with you. Do not betray our trust. Yes. Yu Jing's response was even more resounding. Gazing at the adorable Yu Jing, whose doll-like face was slightly damp from the recent skirmish, Shi Xizhou recalled what Ji Nanfeng had just told her. Yu Jing, a graduate of the performing arts, possesses an unparalleled talent for imitation and a strong analytical ability. She can mimic a person with up to 80% accuracy within 5 minutes. After breaching their communication, do not rush over. Let Yu Jing target a few individuals for imitation first to prevent the key pirate figures from detecting anything. Of course, these individuals are merely cannon fodder, and you need to filter out those most likely to hold high authority and influence, as they are the ones the pirates will communicate with most easily. Chapter 61. Infiltrating the enemy. The battle begins. Yu Jing smiled shyly, her damp hair clinging to her skin from the earlier battle, presenting a delightful yet formidable appearance akin to a Barbie of strength and charm. Hello, I am Yu Jing. How may I assist you? She inquired, her eyes sparkling. Greetings, I am Shi Xizhou. I will rely on you for the upcoming tasks. Just now, Commander Ji instructed Qingguang to intercept the pirates' communication. We need you to mimic and entice them. Really? I can finally utilize my strongest skill. I will certainly execute the task perfectly. Yu Jing's smile widened, revealing her charming dimples. Following this, Shi Xizhou and Yu Jing began to listen to the intercepted communications that most likely aligned with Shi Xizhou's requirements. I wonder how many of us will perish this time. Damn pirates, treating us like human bombs. Once I return, I will summon my subordinates to eradicate them completely. I long to go home. I wonder if Charlemagne is alive. We were all captured together. Why is he favored over us, just because of that useless, limping body. I wonder when they will respond. If they refuse, we may be doomed again. We truly do not wish to die. When we return this time, we must capture more hostages. This tactic is so effective. This time, I will certainly gain a reward. Wang Mengjie, such a golden opportunity. I will make sure you pay for it. The opposing force is Commander Ji's army, right? These despicable pirates. Kidnapping us is one thing, but they are shameless enough to use us against Commander Ji. Let them all perish. After listening for a while, Yu Jing had formed a rough character profile of the individuals on the other side, even inferring their grudges and entanglements. Monsieur, I am ready. I can mimic these 7 individuals' channels. Their communications can be connected. The rest must be severed to prevent them from contacting the pirates. Hurry. In this critical moment, every second counted. Shi Xizhou understood the urgency, and without further inquiry, she said, Tong Tong, it's your turn. Understood. Tong Tong swiftly organized the data and linked the communications of the specified individuals to Cheng Guang. Cheng Guang announced, data has been linked, ready for communication. Yu Jing replied, good. Send the signal to Nanfeng. Then the external self-destructing mechs will completely lose contact with the pirate main fleet. Nanfeng, observing the vast expanse of dark space from the command center, slightly turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on the large screen. Attention all mechs, evade as instructed. Lu Mu, present. Utilize the ship's large beam cannon. Target the enemy flagship and prepare to fire. Affirmative. The battlefield is not a place for politeness. Swift and decisive action is key to victory. A beam of light, brighter than the pirates' self-destructing mechs, shot forth from the ship, striking the pirate flagship. The sudden assault caught the pirates off guard, and Tong Tong further infiltrated the flagship's defense systems, implanting a reaction delay virus. The fleet, devoid of its protective systems, resembled a helpless, plump rabbit, vulnerable to slaughter. The beam cannon struck the fleet's exterior, creating sparks and causing a massive shockwave that destabilized the ship, forcing it backward. However, the pirate strategist reacted promptly, activating the engines to prevent the fleet from being sent flying. The outer hull of the interstellar ship was constructed from the latest and most resilient materials, ensuring survival even without protective systems. Of course, the reason mechs were easily severed by beam knives was due to their more prominent connection points compared to ships, which are designed for stability, unifying the whole, while mechs prioritize agility. Zhou watched the ships from the 1st Military District warily, remaining silent for a long moment before his lips moved. Then, in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, damn it, how dare they? Where's the protective system? Quickly mobilize. Those cannon fodder. Surround them and kill them all. I want them dead. Go, what are you waiting for? Move. Zhou dark visage was engulfed in rage and despair. If the individuals before him were from the 1st Military District, he would take a knife and slice their flesh piece by piece, ensuring they suffered endlessly, yearning for death but finding only agony in life. Despite Zhou furious shouts, the mechs in space remained immobile. Damn it, do they wish to die? How can they defy me? What is happening? Why are they as unyielding as scrap metal? Move, I command you. The outsiders were not without their doubts. What should we do? It's already like this. What is our next move? Boss, are you there? Have you encountered problems? Ha, this is thrilling. 1st Military District. Hurry and eliminate those pirates. Fire another shot. At this moment, it was Yu Jing's turn to shine. Cheng Guang, initiate the first communication. It's time for my performance. Initiating, linking to Charlemagne. Yu Jing cleared her throat and imitated Zhou, her voice adopting a rugged tone. Damn it, why aren't you moving? What are you waiting for? Get to the ship and protect it. Charlemagne responded, but boss, shouldn't we focus on the attack? The best defense is a good offense. Yu Jing retorted. Are you questioning me? Do you wish to take my place as the boss? Hurry up. Yes. Communication terminated. Yu Jing hastily moved on to the next task. Cheng Guang. Connect me with Wang Mengjie. Fool, what are you waiting for? Didn't I instruct Charlie Mengjie to tell you to come and protect the spaceship? Wang Mengjie was taken aback, then quickly replied, I will bring them right away. That guy didn't even inform us. Boss, I suspect he intends to betray us. As Wang Mengjie piloted her mecha towards the spaceship, she seized the opportunity to undermine her rival, Charlie Mangya. Hurry, follow me to the spaceship. The boss just sent me a message urging us to protect it. Charlie Mangya, why didn't you share such critical information? Are you harboring ill intentions? Chapter 62. Successful Plan. Pirates in retreat. Charlie Mangya enjoyed the admiration of the pirates, which was a testament to his own cunning. Despite Yu Jing's imitation of Cicero Ben Lia's tone being remarkably similar, the strategic maneuver he proposed was tantamount to a death sentence. The mechas were equipped with self-detonation devices if they proceeded to protect the pirate ship as he suggested. A single cannon shot from the First Legion could result in catastrophic explosions, damaging the ship even in the absence of direct threats. Wait a moment. Something feels off. Many among them shared the same sentiment as Charlie Mangya, finding the order utterly absurd. Yet this was precisely why Yu Jing had sent the message to two individuals who were at odds with each other. Upon hearing her nemesis's words, Wang Mengjie, despite sensing some truth in them, was overtaken by impulse. Her previously uncertain demeanor transformed back into one of resolve. Then you all stay here. If the boss gets angry and detonates all the bombs on your mechas, that will be on you, not me. If you die, that's your own fate. I want to share it. Charlie Mangya's expression nearly cracked under the pressure. He felt a sense of threat from Wang Mengjie's provocative tone. He chuckled coldly, but chose not to respond, instead continuing to frantically contact the pirates. At that moment, Yu Jing, who had been monitoring their conversation, rejoined the chat. This time, he did not address a specific individual, but opened a public dialogue. What are you all doing? Hurry up and come here. Do you all wish to perish? If you don't move soon, I will activate the detonation device, and you will all perish. Charlie Mangya didn't have time to interrupt Yu Jing when he saw Wang Mengjie leading a portion of them towards the pirate ship. Charlie Mangya thought, these fools fine, I will follow them. Why do I feel so uneasy? I hope nothing goes awry. Seeing the reckless soldiers who were supposed to be heading towards their demise actually return towards them, Cicero Ben Lia nearly shouted, What is going on? What are these fools doing? The strategist beside him quickly darkened in expression, remaining silent but casting a cold gaze at the mechas. Eliminate them all. Where is this self-detonation system? Activate it while they are still within the First Legion's range. Destroy them all. As the mechas drew nearer, Cicero Ben Lia vented his fury on the strategist beside him. With a loud slap, he struck the strategist across the face. What are you still doing? They are being foolish, and you are following suit. The strategist clumsily rose from the ground. His face reddened and swollen from the blow, appearing utterly disheveled. His expression remained unchanged, as if such violence were trivial to him. Calm down, Cicero Ben Lia. You need to collect yourself. This situation indicates that something we do not know has transpired. Nanfeng is not so easily killed. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to us pirates to intervene. Their own people could have dealt with it. The strategist stepped forward to restrain Cicero Ben Lia, directing his attention to the screen before them. Take a good look. Even if we detonate them all, do you not see the potential harm to ourselves? Moreover, have you not noticed? Huang Xian has yet to return. There is still no signal. Recalling Huang Xian's deep incursion into the First Legion and subsequent loss of signal, Cicero Ben Lia's anger began to subside. He slammed his head against the table in frustration. Damn it, give me a shot. This cursed illness is acting up again. His subordinates swiftly produced a syringe and administered it to Cicero Ben Lia's arm. Soon, his pupils constricted, and the strategist released him. Casting a disdainful glance at Cicero Ben Lia, you really should seek treatment. Your recurring illness is a burden on us all. Cicero Ben Lia embraced the strategist. Brother, I apologize. This damned illness. Those fools in the military have caused us brothers to endure constant torment. They exchanged pleasantries. With his thoughts organized, Cicero Ben Lia made a decision. Since we do not know why those fools are heading our way, to avoid the First Legion firing upon us, we will retreat. As for Huang Xian, we will decide upon our return. Even if we stubbornly persist here, we cannot save her. Understood. Without unnecessary words, he promptly informed the others aboard the ship, simultaneously increasing the mecha's maximum speed to distance themselves from the location. Noticing this, Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. They had passed this hurdle, all thanks to Shi Xizhou. The crew of the pirate death squad and their mechas were bewildered. What was happening? Why were the pirates suddenly retreating? Charlie Mangwia exclaimed. What is going on? Quickly contact the boss. Why can't we get through? Is anyone able to connect? Witnessing the situation, Wang Mengjia also panicked but managed to maintain control, simultaneously pushing blame onto Charlie Mangwia. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your hesitation, the boss wouldn't have abandoned us. The boss personally informed you. Yet you continue to question. Don't you realize your own status? You are the reason I'm suffering. Charlie Mangwia, on the verge of losing his sanity, thought another individual could no longer tolerate it. These two, relying on their status, constantly vied for leadership among the doomed, yet they were all destined for demise. What was the point in division? Stop arguing. While the mechas still have power, we must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the First Legion will turn their attention to us next. If you two seek death, we still wish to live. The others quickly realized the urgency and began to hasten their departure, taking advantage of the remaining energy in their mechas to pursue the pirates, while also spreading out to distance themselves from the First Legion. They dispersed to prevent the First Legion from annihilating them all with a single shot. If they exploded among themselves, it would be disastrous. Chapter 63. Victory, Homeward Bound. Upon witnessing the pirates' retreat, everyone felt a wave of relief. Initially, they had devised numerous plans, but this outcome was undoubtedly the most satisfying. If the pirates were utterly indifferent to the lives of the cannon fodder, triggering their self-detonation midway, they would only manage to fire a shot at the pirate ship, while simultaneously attempting to escape into the dawnlight, calculating the imminent appearance of a black hole. Should any of these cannon fodder realize their scheme and disregard the imitation of Shisai Luabinia by Yu Jing, even advancing towards their ship in mechas, they would be forced to fight fiercely, inflicting 3,000 casualties on the enemy while sacrificing 800 of their own. Upon overhearing their conversation, a soft smile graced Yu Jing's adorable face, her eyes radiating confidence as she unabashedly proclaimed, "So what do you think? Am I not truly impressive, Miss Shi? Am I not extraordinary?" Observing her desire for affirmation, Shi Xizhou couldn't help but smile, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, you are remarkable. We owe much to you this time." Yu Jing, with a hint of modesty, nodded slightly. "I believe so too. Great minds think alike." In her mind, Tong Tong felt aggrieved. What is this? Why is he the most impressive? Clearly, I am the one who is extraordinary. Without me, how could they navigate this so easily? Zhou, have you really grown fond of someone else? How can you praise another? Am I no longer your little treasure? Zhou, how can you be so cruel? Boo-hoo-hoo. Tong Tong's petulant tone, tinged with a touch of pity, only softened Shi Xizhou's heart further. They were merely children. How could that be? Tong Tong, in my eyes, you are undoubtedly the most formidable in this galaxy, unmatched by anyone. If anyone else claims the top spot, it is solely because you are not present. Without you, our lives would have been in peril. You are indeed our savior. Shi Xizhou's slow, soothing tone comforted the sulking Tong Tong. I knew it. In Zhou's heart, I am the best, and even if others appear later, they must not surpass my status. Otherwise, humph, I will cry. All right. No matter how formidable, beautiful, handsome, or adorable anyone may be, even if they could flip pancakes while standing on their heads, their status will not diminish the place you hold in my heart, my most cherished Tong Tong. To console the child, Shi Xizhou spoke earnestly, betraying no hint of embarrassment. He. Spurred by Shi Xizhou's words, Tong Tong felt an overwhelming joy, accompanied by a hint of shyness, her tone becoming more playful. Then let us find the commander. Yu Jing could hardly wait for Nanfeng to lavish praise upon him, although she understood that such a scenario was nearly impossible. Yu Jing thought, if the commander were ever truly to act that way, I might as well drop my jaw to the ground. All right. Upon returning with Yu Jing, Shi Xizhou noticed the mecha pilots who had been engaged in battle outside, now returning, each one brimming with excitement and joy. Ji Liangshui's eyes lit up upon seeing Shi Xizhou, and he hurriedly approached her, leaping into her embrace, the laughter he had suppressed for so long finally bursting forth. Ha! Xizhou, another victory. We can continue our journey home. Ji Liangshui nuzzled against Shi Xizhou's arm, affectionate, as if they were close sisters. Understanding her sister's true feelings, Ji Liangshui experienced a twinge of annoyance and shot Zhang Xingxing a look. Zhang Xingxing quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Ji Liangshui's shoulders and drawing her close to his chest, reprimanding playfully, "Sister, if you're excited and happy, come to your brother's embrace. Look at how scared she is. Her body has gone rigid. Be good." Ji Liangshui looked up, her expression gradually turning speechless, the radiant smile on her face fading away. She poked Zhang Xingxing in the stomach, her tone filled with disdain. "Get lost. I don't want you." Zhang Xingxing licked his small canine teeth, his smile deepening. Ji Nanfeng muttered, "Two big flirtatious fools. It's hard to watch." Ji Liangshui stepped a few paces toward Shi Xizhou, her tone somewhat aggrieved. "Xizhou, look at him. It's truly annoying. I can't even get close to you." Rejecting the unattractive, Shi Xizhou chuckled lightly, feigning seriousness as she scrutinized Ji Liangshui. "Though you're undoubtedly quite beautiful, you do not fit the cute type. I refuse to be close to those who are not adorable. You're insufferable." Ji Liangshui said this while lightly punching Zhang Xingxing beside her, causing him to let out a soft grunt. "Why are you hitting me?" In response to Zhang Xingxing's protest, Ji Liangshui shrugged. "I have strong hands. If I hurt Xizhou, I would be heartbroken. So you hit me instead? How can you be so cruel?" "Because you're just a brother." Zhang Feuding Tang approached the bickering pair, one under each arm, grinning. All right, we're heading home. Cheer up, ho-ho, back to home." "Exactly. We're going home. Why aren't you all happy?" "Whether you're happy or not, I certainly am. This time out, we can expect a vacation upon return. I miss my daughter dearly. I miss my dog. I want to go fishing. Last time I fished all day without a single catch. This time, I refuse to believe it. My new gear has arrived, and I shall catch something this time. Perhaps, ha ha ha." Eugene joked, "I don't want to go back. If I do, I'll miss the delicious meals prepared by Miss Sure. Ha ha, you little glutton." When the topic of home arose, the atmosphere lightened considerably, infused with deep longing. Each person chimed in, making the place lively. Observing the cheerful camaraderie, Ji Nanfeng felt the tension in her mind slowly dissipate, only to suddenly darken before she fainted. "Commander!" The closest person to the commander hurried to catch her, concern lacing their voice. "What happened? What is wrong with the commander?" Doctor! Hurry, Chen Guang. Activate the treatment room, quickly." Ji Nanfeng's collapse threw everyone into a frenzy. Chapter 64. Fainting and Cooking Live Stream. Tong Tong. Quickly check his condition. He is fine. He is just exhausted and has not fully recovered. He merely fainted. Let him rest in the treatment pod. They placed Ji Nanfeng into the treatment room, her complexion pale. Even in unconsciousness, her brow remained furrowed, as if some troubling matter continued to haunt her, preventing her from resting peacefully. The commander, truly, is still injured. After the battle, he should rest immediately. Yet he stubbornly held on, nearly falling. "Sigh, let the commander rest. We are still too weak. If we could have repelled those pirates directly, the commander wouldn't need to intervene. We must practice more, right? Come, follow me to the training room. Let us go. Let us train for another 5 hours. No one is to emerge until mealtime. Let us go, let us go." Sitting beside Ji Nanfeng's treatment pod, Lu Mu lifted his head, observing the rekindled spirit among everyone, causing his heart to tremble. Vague images surfaced in his mind. These images were indistinct, yet he felt as if he had seen them before. Furthermore, these blurry images seemed to coincide with the scene before him. "Mu tu, Gama Ani Shala?" Just as Lu Mu was lost in thought, a teasing voice suddenly rang in his ears, accompanied by a hint of concern. He slowly raised his head to meet the gazes of those around him, momentarily taken aback. "It's nothing, just daydreaming. Could it be hunger?" Ji Liangshui looked at him with a smile, deliberately blinking her large eyes. "If you're hungry, just let us know. We won't think of you as a glutton." "What nonsense is this?" Lu Mu stood up and patted her shoulder, then handed her the nutrient solution in his hand. "Keep an eye on your brother. He hasn't had a sip yet. If he wakes up, make sure to give it to him." Zhang Feuding Tang patted Shi Xizhou's shoulder, saying, "It's all over. You're safe now. You must be hungry. I just had the little robot prepare the meal you made last time. Go eat a bite." "Ah, what are you cooking this time? I missed your delicious food during the upgrade." I'm so sad. All right, I'm in trouble. I want to try cooking again. Is that okay? Zhan Fu Yin Tang glanced at Shi Xizhou and then at what he held, stealing himself. Now I need to check on the matches. If you're going to cook, just let the little robot handle it. Call on Cheng Wang to record the screen. They will be able to replicate it automatically later. Okay. Zhou, what are we making this time? I missed your cooking during the upgrade. It's so heartbreaking. Reflecting on the meal he made last time, Shi Xizhou fell silent, avoiding the topic. This time, we will make pineapple crispy pork stew noodles and spicy sour sticky tofu. Wow, that sounds delicious. I'm so happy. Just hearing it makes me hungry. However, this time might upset Tong Tong, as Shi Xizhou intended to prepare dishes that catered to interstellar tastes rather than Earth's. In the face of life and death, she grasped the significance of power with greater clarity. If she could not swiftly acquire her own influence, then following Nanfeng would not serve as a shield. Rather, it would be akin to a bomb that could shatter them at any moment. For Shi Xizhou, being a denizen of Earth, culinary arts, rather than brute force, was where she excelled and could truly transcend her limits. Her current target was the culinary competition mentioned in the barrage of comments. The information she had gathered about this competition appeared to be the most rapid and convenient path. Gu Baku and Gu Ba Wei hoped she would participate in the external zone of the culinary competition. However, Shi Xizhou aspired to enter the main competition area, seeking to achieve the utmost in both flavor and presentation. Tong, this time I want to try something different. If you're hungry, you can eat the food prepared by Zhan Fu Yin Tang nearby. You don't need to wait for me. You might not enjoy what I'm making this time. How could that be? Whatever you cook, I like. I love to eat. As long as you make it, I will eat it. As a devoted admirer of Shi Xizhou, Tong unabashedly praised her, filled with faith in her abilities. Shi Xizhou shook her head helplessly. She could not say much, as some truths could only be understood through experience. She knew that the dishes she was making, tailored to interstellar tastes, were not ones she could eat herself. Tong would probably have an inkling of this. Now, I'm going to start the live stream. All right. After activating the little robot and Cheng Wang, Shi Xizhou began the live broadcast once more. The previous stream had exceeded expectations, with many viewers enjoying her cooking. The barrage of comments flew by even faster. Shally wants to go out and play. Are you going to make something delicious again? One person. I'm starving. I even called my food robot to try to replicate the blogger's dishes. I refuse to believe I won't be able to eat this time. Speechless my Xianfeng. Tears. The streamer's household is so fortunate to eat so many good things daily. Nan Shi Xizhou. You clearly didn't pay attention to the streamer's earlier broadcasts. I can only say, after hardship comes happiness. Bitter Melon King 6. After hardship comes happiness. That's like jumping from garbage to the divine. Even the protagonists of fantasy novels don't rise this fast. Fish tofu potato powder. Your adjectives upstairs are hilarious. Ding che. Speechless. Why has the style changed? What garbage are you making? We only want to see your previous cooking videos. This looks terrible and isn't stimulating at all. Luca's baby. I'm going to die laughing. Sending hearts. TBG. I can't forget tears. What you made before was truly inedible. Bitter tea. 3 days fishing. 2 days drying nets. That's impressive. Labor Day, not going out to play. What are you all talking about? It sounds so confusing. Nightwoman with a big knife. Just go watch the earlier live streams. You'll see that it was entirely inedible, but now it's good. You can actually eat it, and it's delicious. Chapter 65. Pineapple crispy pork stew noodles and spicy sour stinky tofu. Hello everyone. Today we will once again attempt to create new dishes. Pineapple crispy pork stew noodles and spicy sour stinky tofu. You say bu shui will bu shui. I hope this time it will still be delicious. May 1st. Only me in the dorm. I want to continue watching dark cuisine. Looking for part-time work has me in tears. What channel is the streamer on? A culinary channel or a curiosity channel? I want to see curiosity. Alright V-Vision. ISNT at both curious and delicious? How wonderful. Persist in exercising. I didn't feel it when it was truly inedible. That was real curiosity. And watching the streamer eat with a straight face was truly admirable. Crocodile fixed phone. I want to see curiosity. Registration form driver marriage. I want to see cuisine. Lotus powder color ghost. Cuisine, cuisine, cuisine. I can't let my little mouth suffer. You say Rugu. Do you all even know? Every time I spend money to taste the food made by the streamer, I cry for my wallet, but I still choose to click. If I watch less, then so be it, but I can't eat less. Shi Xizhou initially intended to innovate on both dishes, but it seemed those who were attracted by her curiosity still preferred conventional cuisine. They favored the familiar over the unusual. Of course, their idea of curiosity merely involved Earth's culinary delights. Let us do it this way, Shi Xizhou pondered carefully. She did not want to hurt either new or old fans, as those who remained to her stream surely appreciated her cooking. This time, we will prepare 2 dishes. To ensure everyone is happy, we'll make one conventional and one innovative. The conventional dish will be what we started with, something slightly curious, while the innovative dish will be what you all enjoy. We will refer to the conventional dish as Dish A and the innovative dish as Dish B. This decision brought balance to the 2 factions, and anticipation for the culinary clash began to build. Jing Guang Pu Zhao. If we alternate between a bite of A and a bite of B, that would be incredible. Part-time work is not life-threatening. It's my free spirit. Great idea. 1536-544-3452. I love the idea upstairs. I decided to hang around here. If the blogger offers a mix, I'll give her the biggest reward. God of the New World. Sounds explosive. I'll hang around too. Cheese Snow Leopard. The fun crowd has arrived. Behold the extraordinary realm of the super programmer. The having clause serves to further refine the results of queries and statistics within the SC table, where user data is extracted. Employing the command select snow, count, CNO, from SC group by snow having count, CNO, 2. One can achieve this end. Of course, these details are irrelevant to the matter at hand. As for your note, I harbor reasonable doubts regarding the authenticity of your claims. You are correct. They are indeed mere fabrications, as these are clearly class notes. Let us embark on a delightful guessing game regarding these culinary creations. The first dish is Xiao Su Ro Men Mian, Xiao Su Ro Mon Men. The initial step involves preparing the Xiao Su Ro. We commence by marinating the meat and preparing the batter. We season the pork tenderloin with salt, sugar, Sichuan pepper powder, and cooking wine. In 50 grams of starch, we incorporate 2 eggs, 2 grams of salt, and 10 grams of Sichuan pepper powder, mixing them thoroughly. After drenching the tenderloin in the batter and allowing it to marinate for 15 minutes, we ensure it is evenly coated. The tenderloin will emerge even more succulent and delectable. When frying the Xiao Su Ro, we immerse the tenderloin in hot oil for 5 minutes, retrieving it for a delightful dip in chili powder. Upon delivering this statement, Shi Xizhou casually lifted the dish, presenting the completed fried Xiao Su Ro to the live stream for all to savor. The golden brown morsels, with their tender yet slightly crispy texture and a distinctive aroma, are sure to tantalize the taste buds. I must convey my suspicion. The host may be seeking clicks through deception. With a hint of sarcasm, a viewer expresses their intent to taste it first. The usual negative comments soon flood in, yet Shi Xizhou, unfazed, proceeds to the next step, disregarding the unappreciative remarks. He places the prepared Xiao Su Ro back into the pot, adding water to simmer. He evenly distributes the noodles atop the Xiao Su Ro, covering the pot to braise over high heat for several minutes. Once the broth reduces, he stirs the noodles, ensuring they are well coated in the rich sauce. The noodles, now infused with flavor and enveloping the tender Xiao Su Ro, release a fragrant aroma that fills the air. At last, the Xiao Su Ro Men Mian is complete. Viewers are invited to taste and speculate whether it is traditional or innovative. One guesses it is traditional, given the host's consistent success with conventional dishes. Another remarks, I must try one, as yet another peculiar culinary creation is born. A viewer expresses satisfaction, affirming that the host has lived up to their reputation as a master of unconventional cuisine. Another, with a smile, invites those weary of the outside world's intrigues to join them for the pineapple Xiao Su Ro Men Mian. Yet another viewer prefers the challenges of the outside world, declining the offered dish. Comments continue to flow, with many maintaining that both the Xiao Su Ro and the Xiao Su Ro Men Mian are unpalatable to the galactic residents. Amidst the chatter, A viewer notes the significant increase in followers during the host's absence, yet they question why others still claim the host's cooking is lackluster. In response to the growing intrigue, Tong Tong, still adjusting to the recent influx of followers and comments, finds herself increasingly frustrated. They fail to appreciate my artistry. While that pig remains unconscious, we must quickly consume everything. The pig referenced is none other than Nanfeng, who has once again succumbed to slumber, much to Tong Tong's annoyance, as he often eats their shared meals. As the narrative unfolds, Tong Tong grapples with her confusion and astonishment regarding the galactic residents' tastes, recognizing that their preferences starkly differ from those of Earthlings. One day, I must sample their flavors, she asserts, gently placing her tentacles upon the Xizhou Mian displayed on the screen. A wave of satisfaction washes over her, causing her tentacles to quiver with delight. Now, let us embark on the creation of Swan La Chou Doufu, San La Chou Doufu. Having established that the Xizhou Mian is indeed a traditional dish, it is time to delve into the realm of innovation, inviting culinary enthusiasts to join in. Traditional chou doufu lacks the tangy and spicy elements. Yet to cater to galactic palates, an eclectic approach is essential, blending various ingredients to concoct an unexpected result. Shi Xizhou resolves to shatter conventional boundaries in crafting this dish. The initial step involves preparing the chou doufu. Cut a block of aged tofu in half, placing it in a steamer. Once steamed, the tofu is cooled and sliced into uniform cubes. In a separate bowl, he crushes a plant resembling chou doufu, extracting its juice and combining it with warm water, stirring it into a cohesive mixture. As Shi Xizhou works with the odoriferous plant, viewers express their bewilderment. Isn't the point to create delicious food? Why does it smell so foul? One remarks, while another exclaims, this stench surpasses even my cat's litter box. Amidst the skepticism, Tong Tong cannot help but retract her tentacles from the overpowering aroma wafting through the air. With a hint of hesitation, she questions, Zhou, is this truly edible? In response, Shi Xizhou clarifies that this is a reinterpretation of chou doufu. While the traditional method yields a delightful dish, he aims to modify it for galactic tastes, which may not appeal to Earthlings. Tong Tong, indulge in the Xizhou Mian. I advise against sampling this. As the pungent aroma intensifies, Shi Xizhou feels a tinge of uncertainty about the preferences of galactic residents, acknowledging that accurate predictions remain elusive. This scent is overwhelming. I doubt I can eat it. Perhaps I should wait until you finish, Tong Tong concedes, her tentacles retreating further into Shi Xizhou's thoughts. Continuing with his preparations, Shi Xizhou pours the concocted foul-smelling liquid over the tofu, sealing it and employing galactic technology for rapid marination. Once marinated, he retrieves the tofu and fries it until golden brown, swiftly returning it to the bowl while reminding viewers, take care not to overcook the tofu, as it will diminish its flavor. Does anyone genuinely wish to try this? Questions one viewer, while another responds, we remain uncertain. One day, I shall sweep the streets. It is quite the challenge for me to find time to watch a live broadcast, yet this time it is filled with culinary disasters. Previously, when they claimed to be preparing delicacies, I was unable to tune in. Today, the price of the oil I wish to use has risen again. Indeed, the young lady is quite the young lady, always occupied with her endeavors. One day, I shall sweep the streets. Do not mention it. It is all my grandfather's fault, constantly training me, day in and day out, exhausting me to the point of fatigue. If this is the extent of the preparation, it can only be described as the simplest of stinky tofu on earth. Such a flavor is woefully inadequate, lacking any explosive essence. Shi Xizhou then retrieved another empty bowl, mixing a different type of sour bark to extract its tart juice, which provided the sourness for the spicy and stinky tofu. He immersed the fried, stinky tofu in this acidic concoction, simmering it gently. The originally golden exterior gradually absorbed a dark hue, rendering the tofu seemingly on the verge of collapse. After turning off the heat, Shi Xizhou added the chili peppers he had gathered to the now flavor-infused stinky tofu. The black stinky tofu, adorned with red peppers, created a medley of colors and aromas. Black, red, pungent, sour, and spicy intertwined harmoniously. The taste of the sour and spicy stinky tofu may seem overwhelming, yet the sourness perfectly counterbalanced the pungency, while the spiciness tempered the acidity, making this dish more palatable than the initial stinky tofu. Before Shi Xizhou had fully uploaded this creation, Tong Tong could hardly contain her eagerness to sample it. As the flavor of the sour and spicy stinky tofu entered her mouth, the drowsiness induced by her previous upgrade was completely dispelled. Soon, she found herself utterly bewildered, questioning her own sanity. Zhou, is this truly your cooking? Am I the one who is mistaken? How can it taste so horrendous? Akin to consuming excrement from a vinegar barrel, with a lingering spiciness on my lips? Is such an explosive flavor truly existent? This overwhelming taste compelled Tong Tong to question her very existence. As I mentioned before, the palates of interstellar beings differ greatly from ours. This dish was specifically crafted for them. Moreover, Shi Xizhou, with a tone of embarrassment, continued, I wouldn't dare to taste this myself. How could you just dive in? So you yourself do not even dare to eat it? Tong Tong exclaimed in disbelief, shocked by Shi Xizhou's admission. Why must we cater to their preferences with such unpalatable food? Preparing such distasteful dishes is a waste of your talent, a squandering of your culinary gift. Why not disregard the interstellar beings altogether? This food is simply intolerable. Chapter 67. Enjoying a harmonious online environment. You are correct, yet this is the interstellar realm. If we wish to secure sufficient resources, status, power, and capability here, we must consider the tastes and preferences of interstellar beings. I aspire to participate in a culinary competition, and if we do not endeavor to create dishes they enjoy, we are destined to fail in that contest. Tong Tong, do you wish for me to lose? Shi Xizhou maintained a calm demeanor. Yet her hands did not cease their work as she uploaded the sour and spicy stinky tofu to her live stream. However, the initial assault of its odor was so potent that viewers remained silent, refraining from commenting or sharing. Observing this, Shi Xizhou did not panic. She had anticipated such a reaction when deciding to prepare stinky tofu. Not everyone can tolerate its scent, just as on Earth. There are those who dislike stinky tofu and durian alike. Each individual's taste varies, and learning to respectfully accommodate others' preferences is a virtue in itself. Eventually, it was only through the clicks of her loyal fans that the barrage of comments slowly resumed. One day, I shall sweep the streets. My grandfather has sent me on another task. In a fit of pique, I clicked on the food tasting and was surprised to find it rather delightful. What on earth happened? How could something so pungent, sour, and spicy turn out to be quite good? Frequent visitors to the live stream knew the young lady, who was not one to speak falsehoods, as her family was well off, and her palate was notoriously discerning. Even in other culinary broadcasts, one might spot her presence, yet her comments were sporadic. After all, who could resist rewarding her generosity? Many food bloggers had a love-hate relationship with this user. Absolutely do not speak with your mouth full. Young lady, are you in need of money to dare consume this? One day, I shall sweep the streets. Absolutely do not speak with your mouth full. If you cannot articulate, then remain silent. No one considers you a mute. Absolutely do not speak with your mouth full. What is wrong? Is it only you who can speak, who can type? While we commoners lack the ability to express our thoughts. One day, I shall sweep the streets. You make comments on the screen. Do not involve me. Why don't you have hands? Why don't you have a mouth? Why can't you comment? Who are you going to ask? Why not take it up with the judge? Why not consult a doctor? Lulu Das Hun. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Be cautious of the system identifying you and sending you all to the black room. Absolutely do not speak with your mouth full. What a joke. I merely made a comment, and now you're all riled up. How amusing. Do you truly consider yourself a young lady? The night woman with a great knife. What on earth is happening? Why are you really arguing? Please, no fighting. As the barrage of comments sped up, Shi Xizhou's brow furrowed, her tone growing serious. Please cease the comments. This is a food broadcast meant for everyone to enjoy and critique the culinary delights together. It is not a platform for unrestrained negativity over trivial matters. Each individual holds unique perspectives on food, and I am more than willing to accept that. But what is this behavior? The internet connects us all. We each hope to approach it with joy. Why unleash your emotions onto others, spreading negativity? Is it not better to embrace happiness? As Shi Xizhou concluded, the user one day, I shall sweep the streets, who had intended to unleash a torrent of insults, paused, gradually pressing the delete key to erase all her comments. She began to ponder why she engaged with the interstellar network. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I joined the network to express my feelings, yet here I am, clashing mindlessly with trolls. Even if I hurl 1,000 insults at them, they remain unchanged, and I end up agitated. Forget it. I shall ignore them. That sour and spicy stinky tofu was truly delicious. I shall take another bite. When I have a chance, I must have my grandfather find this blogger and invite them to cook for me. Absolutely do not speak with your mouth full also began to reflect. Each to their own. Why must I be so extreme? Fine, let her be a young lady. It is not as though I am serving her. I shall see just how delectable this dish can be. If it is not enjoyable, I shall voice my opinion. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to slow, yet the taste-sharing button for the sour and spicy stinky tofu gradually increased. The sensory impact of this dish resonated not only with Tong Tong, who found it unpalatable, but also with the interstellar beings who enjoyed it. This seemingly peculiar flavor combination is, in fact, quite common in the interstellar realm. Due to their need for rigorous training and the operation of mechs, many prefer robust flavors, laden with salt, spice, and acidity. Lulu Dasan. This flavor combination evokes a vivid imagery of annihilating all the insectoids on the battlefield and savoring the taste of victory. Wui. I reign in the dormitory. A sense of imagery has emerged. Every day is filled with the essence of water. Truly, she is a young lady of distinction. Naturally, there are not only preferences, but also aversions. Xiaofi Yishinjing expressed her distaste, remarking on the unpleasant odor, regardless of how it is consumed. I want to sleep echoed the sentiment, questioning how others managed to find anything palatable amid such foulness. The boy I had taken a liking to the previous day is now with someone else. Have you all lost your sense of taste? How can you not detect this repugnant smell? It is unnecessary to insist that what one enjoys must be recommended to others, just as it is not essential to unfollow what one dislikes. If you cannot tolerate the odor, I will, of course, create other delightful treats in the future. And I hope everyone will pay more attention to the host and their culinary creations. As Shi Xizhou prepared to serve the food, she unified the process she had just completed, inputting it for Cheng Wang and the cooking robot. The fact that so many from the interstellar community enjoyed this dish indicated its success, and she hoped it would continue to provide a rich culinary experience for the warriors protecting them outside. Just as Shi Xizhou was about to set the food on the table, John Gospel Hall arrived in the kitchen, puzzled. What is happening? Is there food that is spoiled? Behind him, Zhang Xingxing was equally astonished by the foul odor, exclaiming, Miss Shi, did you really make this? Shi Xizhou remarked that it seemed this unpleasant smell should be avoided in the future. Nevertheless, despite its horrid stench, the dish remained delectable and continued to be favored by the interstellar people. Chapter 68. Heading to the military camp, main headquarters convergence. Under the covert protection of Tong Tong, Nanfeng and his companions concealed their movements and soon arrived safely at the 1st Military District headquarters. Casting a cold glance at the personnel patrolling outside the 2nd Military District, Nanfeng did not hesitate to command Zhang Xingxing. Inform those outside of my return. Tell them not to linger around me again, or should I become irate, we shall face dire consequences together. They then fully entered the 1st Military District. Wow, that's unexpectedly cool, came Tong Tong's voice in Nanfeng's mind, having lost any previous disdain for him and now expressing some admiration instead. Shi Xizhou chuckled softly, recalling the first time Tong Tong had seen Nanfeng and had been infatuated with him. Although it could not be classified as mere infatuation, she could not fathom why that memory surfaced now. Perhaps it was due to the impending reality that she might soon be embroiled in conflict, leaving behind the tranquility of those earlier days. Inside the 1st Military District headquarters, there were whispers. Have you heard? The commander is returning. Really? Yes. With the commander's return, there will surely be a major reshuffling in our military district. That seems unlikely. What do you mean unlikely? Are you aware of the current situation? I heard from insiders that if it weren't for the presence of a mole in our district, the commander would not have sustained such severe injuries or ended up on a desolate planet. If I discover who betrayed the commander, I will ensure they face a most severe reckoning. However, I suspect the mole is Wang Wenjie. Have you noticed he's been absent for quite some time? It is said he was on a mission with the commander last time he was seen. That treacherous scoundrel deserves whatever fate befalls him. If he is still alive and I encounter him, I will ensure his suffering is profound. Amidst the discussions, a man in military uniform, short in stature and possessing a rather unseemly appearance, passed by, appearing somewhat anxious, his steps unsteady, as if he were on the verge of collapse. He muttered repeatedly, it's over, I can't make it, I can't make it." This individual was none other than Hank Muerke, who had temporarily taken charge of the 1st Military District during Nanfeng's absence. The more he spoke, the more frantic his expression became, as though an imminent crisis was about to erupt. The officers discussing him could not suppress their laughter. If we did not know Hank Muerke well, we would hardly believe he was not the mole, ha ha ha. Hank Muerke, of course, caught wind of their jest and turned to glare at them, judging by appearances. "Your training will be tripled." "Oh no." Entering the office, Hank Muerke nearly tripped over himself in his haste. "My heavens, I thought I would fall." Observing Hank Muerke's antics, Shi Xizhou could not help but laugh. "Hank Muerke, you truly are the source of our amusement. Without you, how much joy would we lose?" Nanfeng regarded Hank Muerke. Once he had composed himself, his tone turning serious. "Enough of the laughter. Please inform us of the current situation within the 1st Military District." Upon mentioning matters of importance, the comical demeanor vanished from Hank Muerke's face as he reported, "Commander, Wang Wenjie has been taken by personnel from other military districts. Based on my estimations, his life signs may have already vanished. We have contacted all associated personnel and are conducting thorough investigations for other moles." Yet, Hank Muerke's expression bore a hint of reluctance. A sense of foreboding arose within Nanfeng and the others. "Continue." Hank Muerke took a deep breath, suppressing his disdain. "Aside from personnel within the 1st Military District, all other individuals have perished, and Wang Wenjie's entire family of 7 has vanished without a trace. Although described as missing, they all understood the unspoken truth. It was likely they were no longer among the living." Zhang Xingxing's face twisted with hatred. Did we not treat him well in the 1st Military District? He would rather risk his life than confide in us, betraying the commander without regard for loyalty or military law. What did they have offered him? No one knew the answer, nor did they wish to discuss it further. What shall we do next? Now that the commander has returned, those individuals will surely not stand idly by. They will seize any opportunity to strike while we are vulnerable. Shi Xizhou's spirited visage was marred with concern, recalling the moment she first saw her injured brother, the unease within her intensifying. She looked up at her tall, handsome brother, grasping his wrist with seriousness. "Regardless of their tactics, brother, you must not place yourself in danger again. Do you understand how worried we are?" As Shi Xizhou spoke, her voice trembled and tears welled in her eyes. In a military camp, she was acutely aware that one day, one of them could suddenly be lost. But she did not wish for that moment to arrive so swiftly. Nanfeng reassuringly patted her hand, signaling for her to remain calm. "It is all right, sister. I have returned. Last time I was alone, but this time you are all here. Should they strike again, we will fight together. There is no cause for concern." Lu Mu suddenly brought up Shi Xizhou, who was stationed in the rest area. "Commander, are you certain Miss Shi is safe? Should we arrange for someone to keep watch over her?" Recalling Shi Xizhou's words and actions on the desolate planet, Nanfeng's expression softened. "No need. I will observe her personally. You all must remain vigilant. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and even the 3rd military districts require heightened attention. Since you have your arrangements, we will comply." Lu Mu did not pursue the matter further, silently recording a note regarding Shi Xizhou in his mind. The following events are well understood by each individual. It will be a confrontation that encompasses everyone, a battlefield for the entire 1st Military District. Chapter 69. Meeting with the Boss, Competition Rules. Meanwhile, Shi Xizhou is about to meet with Gu Bake and Gubawai, who are hurrying over from Lawyer Wei's side to discuss the upcoming live broadcast. Yay! Finally! I get to meet that person. After working under him for so long, I haven't seen him in person yet. Tong Tong exclaimed with palpable excitement, already envisioning the archetype of the domineering CEO as portrayed in Earth-S novels. Zhou, is he the type that would make the Wong Corporation go bankrupt with just a glance? Does he have a face painted with a color palette? A touch of aloofness, a hint of indifference, a dash of mockery, a layer of calmness, and a sprinkle of cold-heartedness, perhaps? After upgrading, Tong Tong even managed to connect to Earth-S network and voraciously read through various novels. Thus, at this moment, as she anticipates meeting Gu Bake and his entourage, her imagination runs wild. Will he encounter a damsel who accidentally stumbles into his arms, declaring that everyone is equal and that wealth means nothing, while she fawns over him like the foolish female protagonist? Or perhaps he prefers that white moonlight substitute, who, upon the original's departure to another planet, he begins to force into a relationship, only to realize he has fallen for the substitute when the original returns, at which point he cruelly mistreats the substitute. And only then does he come to understand that it is the substitute he truly loves. As Tong Tong rambled on, Shi Xizhou found herself lost in memories of her childhood. A plethora of book titles flooding her mind, refusing to marry into wealthy families, escaping marriage 99 times, the CEO's little wife, the evil king pursues his wife. Where will the beloved run? And after running away with a child, 3 genius sons. These titles resonated with Tong Tong's words, transforming the once cliché and foolish domineering CEO from the internet into a formidable warrior. Help! Stop! Just wait until he arrives, and you can ask him directly. Shi Xizhou urgently attempted to halt Tong Tong's imaginative spirals, wishing to close off her thoughts tightly. She truly did not want to continue this topic. The more Tong Tong spoke, the more she felt her toes could burrow into a 3-bedroom apartment. Why, having left Earth, must such ludicrous tropes still manifest here? All right, then I shall personally inquire when he arrives and see how that color palette on his face manifests. I cannot even compute it with my computer. Shi Xizhou's lips twitched as she secretly hoped for Gu Bake and his team to arrive soon, eager to prevent this topic from playing on repeat in her mind. Just as she wished, Gu Bake and his entourage soon appeared in the lounge. Hello, my dear Xizhou. It's such a pleasure to meet you for the first time. You truly are as beautiful as I imagined. Gu Bake greeted with a smile that could captivate hearts, extending his right hand for a gentle handshake with Shi Xizhou. This action left both Shi Xizhou and Tong Tong feeling somewhat awkward. It wasn't that Gu Bake was particularly unpleasant. It was merely that after Tong Tong's description, Shi Xizhou felt Gu Bake's words were rather oily. Tong Tong felt discomfort as Gu Bake bore no resemblance to her imagined domineering CEO, even appearing less impressive than the secondary male characters in the novels. Zhou, I'm no longer interested in asking him anything. He is quite disappointing. He doesn't embody the CEO persona at all. Shi Xizhou did not respond to Tong Tong. She found it difficult to engage in this conversation. Compared to the slightly oily feeling, Tong Tong's more terrifying portrayal of a domineering CEO was far more alarming. Thank goodness he doesn't resemble the typical CEO, or I might truly cry. We have observed a significant improvement in your recent live broadcasts, evolving from dark, terrifying cuisine to delectable dishes. Initially, the company intended for you to participate in the visual category of the interstellar culinary competition, but since you have demonstrated the ability to harmonize appearance and flavor, you may directly enter the comprehensive category. The top position in the comprehensive category holds the greatest significance and power. As Gu Bake reminisced about the culinary delights shared during the broadcasts, he felt his mouth watering in anticipation. Of course, we also noticed that at times, you exhibit a certain degree of overconfidence regarding your culinary creations. For safety's sake, it would be more prudent to participate in the visual category first to secure a win there. Understanding Gu Bake's analysis, Shi Xizhou posed a question she had pondered during her flight. Is it possible to compete in both categories in the culinary competition? Gubawai scrutinized Shi Xizhou's expression, recalling the competition's requirements. The competition does not strictly prohibit participation in both categories. However, the comprehensive category inherently includes the visual one. Moreover, there will be overlapping portions in past competitions, making it uncertain whether sufficient scores can be attained in the sequential rounds. Therefore, mixed participation significantly heightens the risk of failure. Scores? Could you elaborate on the rules of the culinary competition? Gubawai's expression grew serious. While I wish to share more about the rules, the officials frequently alter the regulations to minimize the chances of exploitation. Generally, the individual with the highest score prevails. Each competition involves varying numbers of participants, with judges selecting different themes for participants to craft their dishes. Scores are awarded by both public and professional judges, with a deduction ratio applied to merge both scores, which also fluctuates. The number of rounds is determined by the scores, with lower-scoring contestants gradually eliminated. This is why we do not typically recommend mixed competitions. Participating in mixed formats might lead to being surpassed by others due to missing a competition, resulting in lower scores and immediate elimination. Mixed competitions do not simply sum the scores from both categories. A deduction is often applied to prevent score manipulation. Thus, over the years in the interstellar realm, competitions have predominantly adhered to a single format, with few opting for a mixed format. After Gubawai's explanation, Shi Xizhou had a clearer understanding. In summary, if she could not ensure that her accumulated scores would offset any missing scores, participating in a mixed competition could indeed pose a risk of elimination. Chapter 70. Choosing a mixed competition, practicing live broadcasts. Hearing Gubawai's words, Tong Tong began to worry. Zhou, perhaps we should play it safe and initially participate in a visual category. I'm confident we can secure first place there. While she said this, if Shi Xizhou were to choose the most stable and conservative category, it would undermine her recent bold maneuvers in interstellar cuisine. I understand your perspective, but I still wish to take a chance. The mixed competition may not be without success. Gubake and Gubawai exchanged glances, both sighing simultaneously. We anticipated that Miss Shi would not easily acquiesce to our suggestions. Although the company prefers you to secure a conservative first place in the visual category to enhance our small company's reputation and benefits, since you have your own ambitions, we do not wish to impose excessively. Seize this moment of impulsiveness and pursue your desires. We will support you from behind. Guba Kirby spoke with great fervor, igniting a sense of excitement in Tong Tong. It seemed that, despite his charisma, he still fell short of the imposing presence of a true tycoon. Shi Xizhou felt a sense of helplessness. She had known from the moment they signed with the company that Bagoo Entertainment, while backed by the Guba Group, was still a small entity with limited authority. Moreover, the current competition format faced the entire interstellar community, which added to the challenges of favoritism. When the grand competition rules were released, they would thoroughly analyze how to navigate any overlaps between the two regions. Gubawai pondered for a moment before shifting the conversation to the live broadcast. Miss Shi, let's set aside the culinary competition for now and discuss the live stream. The audience demographics in your streaming room appear rather chaotic, comprising both food enthusiasts and aficionados of unconventional cuisine. Do you intend to pursue a mixed approach in your broadcasts or focus specifically on one niche? Shi Xizhou gazed at Gubawai, realizing that since he had broached the subject, the company had already given it considerable thought. What are the company's thoughts on this? She inquired. Guba could seize the opportunity to elaborate. Since you've opted for a mixed competition format, we might as well adopt a blended approach for the live stream as well. Combining traditional dishes with unconventional fare could attract a larger audience, potentially increasing viewer engagement during the culinary competition. Tong Tong expressed her discontent with this idea. Wait, we have to prepare their meals? Their cuisine is notoriously unpalatable. I feel like the very existence of their food is a threat to our appetites. She was clearly displeased with the notion of preparing interstellar dishes. Gubawai wondered if Shi Xizhou had any plans for cooking during the live stream. The thought of Shi Xizhou crafting meals tailored to interstellar tastes made Gubawai's stomach churn with anticipation. Gubako looked at Shi Xizhou with eager expectation. Resembling a small dog awaiting a bone from its owner, his expression quite pitiable. Shi Xizhou chuckled at their eager faces. All right, I will head to the kitchen and prepare a few extra dishes for everyone to share. Great, they chorused in unison. Are you really going to cook again? What will you make today? Tong Tong pouted, feeling that they were not taking the matter seriously. Innovation is key. Interstellar cuisine requires multiple iterations. This time, I've chosen to make faceless and skinless green beans with tomatoes, trashy green pepper stir-fried eggs, and Baba's gurgling soup, she declared. Wow, those names are utterly unrecognizable. As the live stream commenced, various comments appeared. 19-year-old heartless widow. Oh, hello again. Smiling bunny. I hope this time there aren't any repugnant dishes. They may taste good, but they have an unbearable stench. Delicate little... Seriously, please don't let it be so foul. It's like living with a smelly roommate who only talks about food. Night woman with a big knife. Ha! It seems everyone has been psychologically scarred. Fear not. The dishes this time will not be odorous. I plan to prepare faceless and skinless green beans with tomatoes, trashy green pepper stir-fried eggs, and Baba's gurgling soup. What even are those? Sounds like an insult, but I'm not sure. Let us wait and see. Truly a creative name for a streamer. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Hurry up. I want to eat right away. Just understand the cover. Wait. Aren't you worried about whether it will taste good or bad before you eat? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Database query. It seems everyone is quite apprehensive. Though I cannot guarantee the dishes will please everyone. I will strive to make them enjoyable for you. As Shi Xizhou gathered her ingredients, the whimsical names were inspired by her past experiences on Earth when developing unconventional cuisine. In moments of frustration, she would create dishes that serve as playful insults. This time, she wasn't too angry with anyone. She simply wanted to have a bit of fun. The first dish to be prepared was faceless and skinless green beans with tomatoes. As the name suggests, the primary ingredients were green beans and tomatoes. After washing them thoroughly, both were placed in a pot to boil until semi-cooked. It is crucial to note that tomatoes can be consumed raw and cooked quickly, so one must be careful to not overcook them into mush. Before placing them in the pot, she carefully scored them with a knife, avoiding any juice leakage. Without salt, green beans lack flavor, but for this dish, that is precisely the desired effect. Faceless, skinless tomatoes and green beans without a face. Once the tomatoes were cooked to perfection, she peeled them along the cuts made earlier, chopped the green beans into small pieces, and mashed them into a paste. Next, she prepared chili oil by frying peppers and drizzling it over the tomatoes. The vibrant red tomatoes, paired with the red chili, resembled a person devoid of skin. The green beans were combined with dough to form small balls, which were then flattened into pancakes, encasing the whole tomatoes within before placing them in the oven to cook. As the oven light flickered on and off, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. Chapter 71. Bold Innovation. Embrace the quirky. Is this truly innovative? Zhao Zhao. Tong Tong, familiar with Earth's culinary practices, instinctively recognized that this method was quite peculiar. He was confident that if he tasted it, he would undoubtedly spit it out. Shi Xizhou offered Tong Tong a reassuring glance. All right, I will upload this first. You can taste it while I prepare the remaining dishes. Under Shi Xizhou's creative flair, dishes such as green pepper stir-fried eggs and seaweed shrimp chives soup came to fruition. This actually tastes quite good. Give it a try, one commenter remarked. It seems we have awakened the streamer's conscience, abandoning those foul-smelling concoctions, remarked another. This Baba's soup is delightful, with tender shrimp dancing in my mouth. Providing a burst of flavor, another exclaimed. It feels alive. It's as if my throat has become their playground, someone added. The dumplings are also quite delicious. They burst with juice, quenching my thirst, yet another commented. Overall, the responses were largely positive, though some expressed skepticism about the flavors. Is this really food? It seems haphazardly thrown together. If she tries again, I fear it might burn, one user critiqued. Indeed, the internet is filled with all sorts of rubbish, another concurred. The interstellar culinary competition is approaching. I hope she doesn't participate, or we'll run out of rotten eggs, lamented another. Ha ha, if she wants to join. I doubt she even qualifies, another quipped. Let us not state the obvious. We'll only face the wrath of her fervent fans, someone warned. Shi Xizhou naturally took notice of these individuals, yet the identities of certain individuals revealed their true allegiance as fans of her competitors. Unfortunately, as some friends have mentioned, I must inform you that I will also be participating in the upcoming interstellar culinary competition. I hope everyone will pay attention to my innovative dishes. This time, I have chosen to compete in two categories: the presentation, and the comprehensive sections. Those who have watched culinary live competitions know what to expect in the comprehensive category. One day, you will regret your decision to participate in two categories. The mixed category is notoriously challenging, remarked one viewer. Indeed, regardless of how the competition is structured, the officials maintain stringent standards for the mixed category. Participants in the mixed competition may not even rank as highly as those in the single category, another viewer added. Dear sister, please don't act impulsively. Perhaps it would be wiser to compete in a single category this time and consider the mixed category in the next season, suggested another. Absolutely. If there are any areas you find perplexing, we can analyze them together. A multitude of minds can yield great insights, another viewer chimed in. Many were perplexed by Shi Xizhou's decision, speculating that it stemmed from a lack of understanding of the competition's rules, driven solely by a desire for attention. Even if it is for the sake of popularity, winning a single category title will garner more recognition than being a mere jester in the mixed category, one commented. Shi Xizhou resolutely shook her head, reiterating with unwavering confidence her earlier statement. I sincerely appreciate your support. However, my decision is final. If you feel disappointed, I hope you will continue to follow my live stream and cast your valuable votes. I will vote daily, one viewer affirmed. With your vote and mine, the host will surely debut tomorrow, another added. On the day of the competition, perhaps we could meet in person, another viewer suggested. I also wish to attend, but unfortunately, I still have classes, lamented another. Her marketing strategy was indeed impressive, choosing to enter the mixed category, even if she ultimately does not secure a high rank, could yield significant benefits simply by utilizing this catchphrase. Regrettably, she lacks the capability to truly succeed in this endeavor. Otherwise, they might have pursued a similar path. Xiang Xinxin's manager, standing behind her, spoke with a tone filled with regret, but both understood that they were already all in, lacking the courage to take such risks. How is Su Gu progressing under your guidance? The manager inquired, glancing at the serious message received from their superior. We have reached a critical juncture, and I cannot afford any errors. Otherwise, this opportunity may never present itself again. Xiang Xinxin nodded, her expression heavy. Rest assured, the boss wants me to impart all my skills to Su Gu without considering whether he possesses the requisite talent. Children from affluent families rarely adhere to my teachings. Even if the boss were to question this later, it would hardly be our fault. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the ambition and determination reflected in each other's eyes. If he wishes to surpass us, he must first possess the ability to do so. As the door opened, the manager gestured for Xiang Xinxin to exit. She glanced at him, expressionless, adjusting her leather coat. The manager quickly followed, muttering, Next, we must attend a gala where other company executives are said to appear. Since we have decided to align ourselves with the company, we must prepare for the next steps. Given your talents, finding a suitable partner should be a breeze. The only issue is the high penalty for breaching your contract with the company. Do not worry, I understand. We have come this far, and I fear nothing. I am willing to sacrifice everything to ascend. No one can hinder my rise, Xiang Xinxin declared with a determined smile. Fully aware that the path ahead could lead to perilous cliffs, yet resolved to forge her own destiny, unwilling to wait to be trampled upon. Chapter 72. A jealous woman and devious schemes. It was not only Xiang Xinxin who noticed Shi Xizhou. Another individual, Liu Beibei, who relied heavily on performance to attract fans, also observed her with a scowl. As a host in the aesthetics category, it was unlikely she would pay attention to Shi Xizhou. However, today, she was also live streaming. Liu Beibei recalled how her fans had abruptly left her stream after a few comments in the chat. After watching for a while, this stream seems rather dull. One viewer remarked, Come with me, everyone. I found a beautiful woman making food, and she has even created dark cuisine. It's far more entertaining than this stream. Let us go watch her fail, another suggested. What beautiful woman. A failure? I want to see. Tell me which stream, inquired another. Hey, you're being unreasonable. If you want to talk about it, why not just watch it yourself instead of coming here? Someone else chimed in. Exactly. Please share it. As soon as the link to Shi Xizhou's live stream was shared, numerous viewers flocked to her stream, leaving Liu Beibei with a scant audience. The stark contrast nearly caused Liu Beibei to lose control of her expression. Her face twisted in anger, her nails digging into her palms until the knuckles turned white. Overwhelmed with jealousy, she abruptly ended her own live stream, forcing a stiff smile. I apologize. I suddenly feel unwell. This will be the end of today's stream. Goodbye. Once off the air, Liu Beibei, seething with jealousy, reopened Shi Xizhou's live stream. The chat was alive with activity, causing her features to contort further. She had routinely engaged with viewers, feigning hardship and exhaustion. Yet her own chat had never been this vibrant. Why? Why does this newcomer dare to steal my fans? I am attractive, and if she wishes to participate in the interstellar culinary competition, I shall trample her in the contest and ensure she is my defeated foe. Liu Beibei closed her eyes, violently sweeping the jars and bottles off her desk, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the room. Her assistant rushed over. Beibei, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Liu Beibei ignored her assistant, rage clouding her mind. She grabbed the assistant and, without hesitation, slapped her across the face. The impact left the assistant's previously smooth skin swollen, and she bled from where Liu Beibei's nails had dug in, appearing utterly disheveled. The assistant, still in shock, stared blankly at the enraged Liu Beibei. This was her third day as Liu Beibei's assistant. She had become one out of admiration and defiance against her family's objections, only to be met with Liu Beibei's wrath. The imprint of Liu Beibei's hand lingered on the assistant's face, yet Liu Beibei remained unable to calm her fury. After striking the little assistant, Liu Beibei felt a twinge of regret. She had maintained her facade for so long, never anticipating that a trivial incident involving a minor streamer could shatter it. Slowly regaining her composure from the turmoil, her voice was laced with urgency, even to the point of tears. I truly apologize. You know, my family hold me to high standards. If they discover that my live stream lost so many viewers today, they will undoubtedly be furious. Liu Beibei's anxiety prompted the still dizzy little assistant to worry even more. Sister Beibei, please do not fret. In the next live stream, our audience will surely return. You are such a kind person. Everyone will adore you. This was merely a minor mishap. Despite her previous aggression, Liu Beibei now seemed on the verge of a breakdown. I have been unwell, suffering from insomnia, and now this incident has left my mind buzzing. My body trembles uncontrollably, and in that moment, I inadvertently hurt you. I'm truly sorry. Her voice grew increasingly pitiful, as if she herself were the one who had been struck. The little assistant, steeling himself, approached and gently embraced Liu Beibei, whispering soothingly, Sister Beibei, please do not overthink it. I am fine. I can simply return home and apply some healing ointment. You must not blame yourself too harshly. Your health is paramount. Seeing the little assistant in this state, Liu Beibei quietly sighed in relief, resolving to enhance her emotional control to prevent such occurrences in the future. To distract the little assistant from regaining his composure, Liu Beibei kindly ushered him into her treatment room. You should treat your wounds first. Otherwise, seeing them will only deepen my guilt. I am truly sorry. If I were not so fragile and had not faced this situation, I would not have accidentally harmed you. Liu Beibei shifted the blame for her outburst onto the narrative she had constructed and the provocation from Shi Xizhou, portraying herself as the most wronged and innocent party in the ordeal. In reality, her insistence on bringing the little assistant to the treatment room was a tactic to prevent him from recovering enough to threaten or expose her. Sister Beibei, do not worry. Once I finish my treatment, everything will be all right, the little assistant reassured her, though internally, he felt a profound emptiness, as if a gaping void had opened within him. Liu Beibei's tear-streaked face appeared increasingly pitiful, amplifying the void within him. How peculiar! Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel so wronged? Liu Beibei's feigned vulnerability ensnared the little assistant, trapping him in her narrative. Had anyone else been present, they would have immediately recognized that Liu Beibei was manipulating him, shirking her responsibilities without even offering a genuine apology. The little assistant found his voice stifled in his throat, unable to utter a word. Passively complying with Liu Beibei's demands to tend to all her injuries, as if doing so would erase the events that had transpired. In a corner unseen by the little assistant, Liu Beibei's gaze turned fierce. Shi Xizhou, I will remember you. Chapter 73. The culinary competition begins. Embarking on a new journey, time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the culinary livestream competition approached. Zhou, we must put on a spectacular show in front of everyone, Tong declared, sitting beside Shi Xizhou, her small frame exuding youthful arrogance. During this period, with Jean Nanfeng's assistance, Tong had discovered alternative methods to expedite her mental recovery, allowing her to manifest in human form and accompany Shi Xizhou. Shi Xizhou gently squeezed her small hand. Indeed, let us showcase our true capabilities. I must ask, why bring along this little sprite to the competition? Gu Baiqi inquired, perplexed as he accompanied Shi Xizhou, being one of the most prominent and idle figures in the Bayou Entertainment Company. Do not concern yourself. At least I can identify the ingredients, unlike you, who is utterly useless. Tong pouted, her chubby cheeks appearing even more squeezable. All right. Both of you are invaluable. You are my best assistants. Let us embark on this culinary competition and enjoy some leisure time as well. The culinary competition was to be held at the scenic Tian Shan Yunxing, renowned for its lush landscapes, which aligned with the organizers' vision of bringing chefs closer to nature and discovering culinary delights from the natural world. The spaceship glided forward at a steady pace, slower than when it had departed from the barren star, revealing the mysteries of interstellar travel. Gazing out the window, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, alongside a burgeoning excitement shared among chefs. Welcome aboard spaceship A34578. Our destination is Tian Shan Yunxing, where the interstellar culinary competition is currently underway. Interested travelers are invited to participate. Thank you for listening. The announcement was soothing, reminiscent of a human voice. Just as Shi Xizhou and his companions anticipated a tranquil arrival at Tian Shan Yunxing, an unexpected disturbance rocked the ship. The welcoming broadcast was abruptly overshadowed by external sounds. What is happening? What's going on? Flight attendant, come quickly. The panicked passengers did not deter the man's voice from the broadcast. Greetings, everyone. As you might have guessed, we are pirates. Pirates? Shi Xizhou's expression turned serious. He could not fathom how they had encountered such a situation again, nor did he know who the target was this time. However, rest assured, we are not here for any malicious intent. We merely seek a ride. We hope you will acquiesce. The pirate's tone was casual, reminiscent of a mischievous child addressing parents. Tong, do you have any ideas? Shi Xizhou communicated with Tong, tapping into the remnants of her thoughts. No. Their mechas possess a unique substance that is far more challenging than the last group of pirates. If I intervene now, I might lose my human form, and that would complicate matters with the spaceship's records, Tong lamented, shaking her head. Then we can only hope that they are truthful and harbor no ill intentions. As anxiety gripped the passengers, a portly man stood up, his tone brash. Do you know who I am? How dare you commandeer my ship? Believe me, with a signal, I can have the military apprehend you. His words were delivered with an air of unfounded confidence, showing no awareness of his status as a hostage. The pirate appeared taken aback. Fat pig, you certainly have guts. We do not care who you are, but since you have said that, it would be remiss not to take advantage. Go bind him. Gu Baiqi was equally astonished by the man's boldness, whispering to the others, some people truly lack common sense. With my status, I must tread carefully. Why invite trouble? Yet, with him here, we may at least divert some attention and prolong our survival. Tong nodded vigorously, seemingly awestruck by the foolishness of the man, in stark contrast to the thoughts of Gu Baiqi and Tong. Sure, Xizhou's gaze was fixed intently on the corpulent man. While the man appeared arrogant, the muscle on his arms could not be faked, and the firmness of his belly suggested he was a trained fighter, perhaps even a military personnel. The disquiet in Xizhou's heart deepened. Since Tong was unable to manage their spacecraft, could you send a signal to Jean Nanfeng and the others? The situation here is quite precarious. All right, that's not a problem. I will contact them immediately. Inform Jean Nanfeng that there are not only pirates, but potentially military personnel here as well. It is highly likely that this is merely a performance to convey some form of information. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong hurriedly scanned the corpulent man's physical metrics. The ratio of muscle to fat was far beyond that of an average individual, and he seemed capable of shattering stone with a single punch. Zhou, you're amazing. You can deduce so much without data analysis. Truly impressive. Over time, this became the norm for Shi Xizhou. She was not at all shy about the exaggerated praise. In fact, she had grown accustomed to it. Cooking requires a sense of timing, just as life demands a sense of propriety. Her grandfather not only taught her culinary secrets, but also imparted wisdom on how to navigate life. To analyze a person thoroughly without any information is an arduous task. Although sure, Shi Xizhou may not possess her grandfather's expertise, she could discern superficial details and insights if she looked closely. I suggest you down below refrain from any petty tricks, should I discover any foul play. And something unpleasant comes near, do not blame me for needing to cleanse the area again. The pirate did not target any specific individual, yet the tone of his voice seemed to imply that should anyone be caught attempting to signal for help, the entire crew of the spacecraft would share in the consequences. This situation appeared increasingly troublesome. It seemed that phone signals could not be transmitted, likely due to a jamming device being activated. Gu Baku, glancing at his watch, was filled with regret. Had he only prepared a bit more, not dismissing the inconvenience, and brought along what Gu Baowei had prepared, their predicament might have been considerably improved. Chapter 74. The pirates disappear, the protagonist prepares to protect. To everyone's astonishment, after the corpulent man was taken away by the pirates, the intercom on the spacecraft fell silent, only to be followed by the official voice of the spacecraft once again. Dear passengers, there have been some unusual occurrences aboard the spacecraft, but please rest assured, the situation has been resolved. We wish you a pleasant journey, and thank you. Shi Xizhou and Gu Baku exchanged glances. If the previous events were already peculiar, the current state of affairs was even more bewildering. Could it be that the pirates vanished in an instant? Something felt amiss. Had the pirates devised another trick? They had come here only to take away a man who dared to speak back? This was not right. However, before they could delve further, the robotic crew members emerged, conducting maintenance on everyone, which in the context of the pirates' appearance seemed more like surveillance, preventing anyone from leaving their spots. What is happening? What exactly occurred? Please speak up. Don't engage in this chaotic display. Yes, is there really a pirate? Where are the officials? Come out and explain. What about that fat man? If he doesn't return, I will report this. Where's the person in charge of the spacecraft? The passengers, constrained by seemingly helpful little robots, expressed their dissatisfaction, voicing inquiries that mirrored what Shi Xizhou and the others wished to ask. Yet, in an instant, all the little robots seemed to receive some command. Encircling the humans before them, a thin needle emerged from their mechanical arms, poised threateningly against the throat of the loudest complainer. In the moment the needle pierced, blood flowed from the back of the human's neck. Chaos ensued among the crowd. What have you done? Call a doctor, quickly. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Don't stab me. I'll pay whatever it takes. Screams erupted, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. What's going on? Can anyone explain? Just then, a commanding voice penetrated the disarray, silencing the crowd. The voice was familiar. It belonged to Han, Contemporaries. Although his appearance was somewhat disheveled, his unique charisma and combat prowess earned him the public's unwavering trust. Commander, you're here. Please help us. At that moment, a timid child pointed at the now seemingly deactivated robots, stammering, the robots. There is something wrong with them. Seeing the child so frightened, those nearby quickly embraced him, reassuring him, It's all right. It's all right. The commander is here. We're safe now. The child's eyes were red, filled with tears, resembling a victim of bullying, evoking the instinct to protect him from harm. Meanwhile, the man who had been pricked with a needle glared at Han, Contemporaries, demanding, What are you all standing around for? Call a doctor. Is there poison in this? His words drained the color from the faces of those nearby, their expressions turning pale with despair. I'm still so young. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die, the child cried, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string, stirring pity among the onlookers. Rest assured, I have just tested the substance in the syringe. It is a sedative, not poison. Excuse me, miss. May I inquire who you are? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Shi Xizhou, filled with curiosity and intrigue. She wore a light blue long dress, her tall and slender figure complemented by her unadorned face, which, despite lacking makeup, radiated a gentle, calm aura. Shi Xizhou exchanged glances with Han, Contemporaries. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice. If what this young lady says is accurate, there is no need for concern. Even in the worst-case scenario, our military personnel are here. Medical officers are on their way and will arrive shortly. Please have those who were pricked line up over here for subsequent treatment. Observing the crowd obediently departing one by one, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of relief. Earlier, when she noticed the robots behaving erratically, she had promptly consulted Tong Tong, which led her to this relatively reassuring conclusion. Zhou, it's all right. I've checked several times. It's just a simple sedative, not toxic at all. Bubaka cast a skeptical glance at Shi Xizhou. He had certainly noticed the exchange between the three individuals, yet he remained silent, simply standing by, awaiting the outcome. Han Contemporaries did not approach Shi Xizhou for further discussion. After all, if this truly was the work of interstellar pirates employing a new strategy, revealing their connection could endanger Shi Xizhou, ultimately rendering the effort futile. Subsequently, Shi Xizhou received a new message on her light brain. I'm currently dealing with some matters. Han Contemporaries is in charge of the situation on the spacecraft. Once I've finished here, I'll come and find you. Nanfeng. Shi Xizhou replied, all right. The inexplicable arrival and departure of the pirates left everyone deep in thought about the true implications behind it all. However, in reality, why did you engage in such antics when you had nothing better to do? At that time, those fellows will have their eyes on us, making our travels quite inconvenient. In Hongyu cast a disapproving glance at Lian, who was piloting the spaceship with great skill. It was perplexing that he felt compelled to connect with a nearby tourist vessel. If it were merely a matter of robbing a little, it wouldn't be so bad. But this guy tends to bolt after just a couple of words. Oh, you simply don't understand. We're here to have fun, to indulge in grand adventures. Besides, rest assured, even if those interstellar ruffians come, they cannot really do anything to us. Lian's eyes gleamed with mischief. Moreover, our little escapade will surely have the military district on high alert regarding the trade routes. They could never fathom that we are off to a food competition. That better be the case. Otherwise, if the boss finds out, you can expect a severe beating, In Hongyu remarked, feeling helpless against Li An's audacious nature, which instilled fear not only in society, but also among those around him. Relax. There is nothing to worry about, even if something happens. The old man lay a hand on me. In Hongyu shook his head and redirected his gaze to the navigation. Chapter 75. The pirates emerge, returning to the previous day, within the territory of the interstellar pirates. Do we know where he is heading? Is there any movement from Nanfeng? A woman lounged in her chair, her tone rising, as if something amusing were afoot. Yeah, boss. Why don't we go greet him? A robust woman below, brimming with excitement, awaited her leader's command to rush forth to Nanfeng. Pei Siji shook his head, his demeanor relaxed. Do not worry, someone will handle him. There's no rush. When he returns, those old geezers will have a hard time. So what do we do? I plan to visit Gileal first because her video is due for an update, and she intends to portray the scariest ghost. The woman quickly shook her head, her tone filled with refusal. Oh no, I do not wish to go there, boss. Please spare me. I'm terrified of that. You all go ahead. Pei Siji teased. Let him accompany you. That fellow enjoys that sort of thing. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled, recalling Li An's infamous reputation for instilling fear. Everyone reminisced about Li An's illustrious deeds. When they first encountered him, he had delivered a rather unforgettable lesson. At that time, Li was a fresh graduate, ideally in a phase of innocence and purity. It was In Hongyu who first recognized his potential. They had ambushed the tourist spaceship Lian was aboard, and during the interrogation, he collapsed to the ground, sobbing profusely. Oh, I have just entered society. I haven't earned a single credit yet. And you treat me this way. I'm so unfortunate. The heavens are vast, and I have just stepped out of my protective circle, only to face this calamity. While they had seen many individuals cry, none had witnessed someone weep while simultaneously munching on snacks from a table, using the sleeve of another to wipe their tears. In Hongyu was taken aback. "Hey, what are you doing? Get up. If you don't, I'll have to eliminate you right now." His tone was far from polite, aiming his gun at Li and S head. Should Lian provoke them further, they would not hesitate to end it swiftly. However, the ensuing events were beyond their wildest imaginations. Lian boldly lunged forward, clasping In Hongyu's leg and fervently offering his belongings, his holographic device, identification, wallet, and weapon, into In Hongyu's hands. "Big brother, you all look quite imposing. Why not take me in as your little brother? I am currently jobless, and as a pirate, I wouldn't have to worry about a boss running off or workplace politics. If someone annoys me, I can simply shoot them. How wonderful that would be." In Hongyu attempted to shake him off, but Lian's grip was tenacious, akin to glue. "Let go of me. If you don't, you will regret it." "No, no. Big brother, please let me be your little brother. I am eager to learn anything. Fighting, drinking, I excelled at it in school. If you accept me, I shall undoubtedly become your most loyal assistant. Get lost. All right then, I will sing for you." The spring breeze rustles the treetops. Little birds chirp cheerfully. I await in the sea of clouds, my thoughts soaring far away, just watching your red underpants. An eerie silence enveloped the room. In Hongyu, in a desperate attempt to kick Lian away, inadvertently tore his pants, revealing his bright red undergarments to everyone. "Let end. I am doomed. I have socially perished." Back aboard the pirate spaceship, Lian excitedly pointed at the photos he had just captured. But this time, it was quite unexpected. I actually saw my favorite food blogger. I truly adore her dishes. Her? In Hongyu scrutinized the young woman's picture, struggling to recall much about her. "Indeed. Have you ever wondered why my little subordinates surrendered so quickly? I replicated her dishes perfectly and fed them to them. Afterward, some even bit their own tongues." Upon hearing this, In Hongyu gazed at the photo of Shi Xizhou with a speechless expression. So it was her who made that atrociously smelly dish? That one was indeed foul, yet surprisingly delicious. Our boss enjoyed it too. In Hongyu's expression twisted further. "One cannot judge a book by its cover," he muttered, distancing himself. He glanced at Lian, realizing that peculiar individuals seemed to gravitate toward one another in this bizarre world. "You all fit perfectly together. When you encounter Giulio, perhaps the three of you will form a rather peculiar trio." "What a splendid idea." Lian's eyes sparkled. "I didn't appear on camera earlier, so they want to recognize me as a pirate. With a voice changer and a mask, it will be absolutely perfect. Look at my foolish mouth, coming up with such nonsense." The ancient food blogger Gulele is not a pirate, as some might suggest. Rather, she is a culinary influencer who frequently appears in the public eye. However, her approach to food blogging diverges from that of Shi Xizhou, as she primarily focuses on tasting delicacies, explaining dishes, and creating vlogs. Gulele has garnered a substantial following on Xinguang by tasting exquisite food with a contrastive, eerie tone. For zombies, what may be delectable could be your brain, but for me, the true delight lies in the delicacies you hold in your hands. Fortunately for me, your brain is not appetizing at all. Chapter 76. A fortuitous encounter with Gulele. Here is a golden apple, and here is a silver apple. Will you choose the golden apple or the silver one? You consume the golden apple, and I shall savor the silver one. You are the silver apple, and I am the golden apple. Once, there was a master who took pleasure in tormenting fools. One day, while seated in his palanquin, enjoying fruits, a group of women approached, causing him to become a fool himself. The master, in despair, plucked out his own beard and summoned a few tricksters, who were swiftly met with slaps. Subsequently, whenever the master attempted to chastise the fool, he would end up berating himself instead. And thus the master became a foolish old man, while the fool transformed into fruit. It is indeed a coincidence that Shi Xizhou had just finished tidying up after a spaceship landing when she encountered Gulele, who was busy recording her travel vlog. As an internet sensation, Gulele had frequently watched Shi Xizhou's live streams, and her curiosity about Shi Xizhou had long since surged beyond measure. Upon laying eyes on Shi Xizhou for the first time, she felt an instant connection, as if this woman were the perfect match for her. In those dark, captivating eyes seemed to lie countless stars, and her hands, pure and strong, were even more enchanting than the finest hand models in the galaxy. After all, her culinary skills alone were enough to win hearts. Gu Leilei's heart raced with excitement, for she had always possessed a peculiar fascination with eclectic cuisines. Each step in Shi Xizhou's preparation of dark dishes felt etched in her memory. While Gu Leilei had witnessed others crafting culinary creations, she could not quite fathom why seeing Shi Xizhou at work stirred within her an oddly complex yearning, a craving not only for the art of gastronomy, but also a deep-seated desire rooted in her very soul. Of course, this did not imply she could relish Shi Xizhou's earthly dishes, which still tasted like poison to her. Gu Leilei felt both agony and bliss. Xizhou? Excuse me. May I ask if you're the culinary artist, Shi Xizhou? Gu Leilei stood before the three individuals, her excitement palpable at meeting her idol. Food. She mentioned food. Tong Tong astutely picked up on this detail, while Yuan Runrun displayed a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, accentuating her dimples. Quick, quick, tell her yes indeed. You are the outstanding food creator. Shi Xizhou, equally thrilled, pondered whether someone had finally recognized her culinary endeavors. The girl approaching stood at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, her youthful visage adorned with large, playful eyes and charmingly fluffy twin ponytails cascading down her sides. Hello, thank you for your kind words. I am Shi Xizhou. May I ask who you are? Gu Leilei swayed her ponytails and tilted her head with a smile. I am Gu Leilei, a streamer and an eating broadcaster. She pointed to her portable camera. I am currently filming a vlog. Would you mind being on camera? Upon hearing Gu Leilei's identity, Shi Xizhou raised her eyebrows in surprise at the coincidence. Zhou, she is also a streamer. She is an eating broadcaster, while you're a cooking broadcaster. Wow. Tong Tong excitedly grasped Shi Xizhou's hand. As Gu Leilei realized they were at the site of a culinary competition, her interest piqued. Xizhou, you are here to participate in the culinary contest, right? What categories are you entering? The comprehensive and appearance categories, Shi Xizhou responded. Gu Leilei pouted slightly. Why must you choose 2 categories? Has your company not informed you about the drawbacks of entering both? Hearing this, Gu Bake stepped forward, asserting, I am the owner of her company, and I have already explained all the important details. What is the issue? Are you dissatisfied? Gu Leilei shot him a sidelong glance. I am indeed dissatisfied. What is it to you? Not a single boss is good. Capitalists, once they offer a morsel of food, expect you to expend all your energy for it. Do they believe we are mere machines for capital conversion? Xizhou, do not be swayed by sweet words. I have attended numerous culinary competitions. I am fully aware of the rules, loopholes, and restrictions. You cannot deceive me. Gu Leilei raised her chin, her expression brimming with pride as a leading streamer from her company. Oh, Gu Bake was instantly invigorated. This free insider information was a treasure trove worth pursuing. I don't believe it. Anyone can make such grand claims. I could assert that I know everything too. You dare to challenge me? What is wrong? Are you afraid of our words? Gu Leilei retorted, incensed. Let me tell you, you should pay close attention. Since Xizhou wishes to join the mixed competition, she must first understand the evaluation criteria for these 2 categories. The appearance category primarily focuses on the aesthetics of the food. The more exquisite and beautiful the presentation, the higher the score. Although judges will taste the dishes, their scoring does not significantly impact the results. This competition is fundamentally a contest of visual appeal. Based on my analysis, if Xizhou participates with her initial dark dishes, there's a 90% chance she could secure first place. Thus, in this context, whether in a single or mixed contest, the appearance category will not demand much of Xizhou's efforts. I have observed that when she prepares dark dishes, she seems to follow a consistent template and executes her tasks with remarkable speed, without a moment's hesitation. If she opts for the comprehensive category, it requires both appearance and flavor, with taste accounting for 70% of the score. This means that as long as the dish is not horrendously unattractive, the scoring will predominantly hinge on taste. However, there is no need for concern. If someone excels in flavor but falters in appearance, they may still qualify for the taste category, filtering out a majority. Xizhou, when you create culinary masterpieces, you harbor a certain uncertainty regarding your ultimate success rate, as you cannot guarantee whether your final product will align with the preferences of the judges. The comprehensive category is undoubtedly the most competitive, as a chef must harmoniously blend both flavor and presentation to achieve the pinnacle of culinary excellence. Chapter 77. Contest rules and the approach of the first round. The competition format is randomized. The appearance category may be held for 2 consecutive days, while the comprehensive category might span 3 days, or even both categories could occur simultaneously. This arrangement aims to prepare contestants for the unpredictable nature of being a chef, simulating real-world scenarios. Thus, Shi Xizhou, should you choose both categories, you must be ready to make sacrifices when both overlap. A poor choice could lead to complete failure in both areas. The atmosphere surrounding Guiyueluo was exceedingly solemn. The interstellar culinary competition represented not merely an opportunity for chefs, but also a ruthless elimination process for them. Upon hearing these words, Gu Baku nodded in agreement and turned to Shi Xizhou, saying, "It mirrors what I mentioned. Perhaps you should reconsider? I have made my decision. I have already spoken before the audience. It is a leap of faith, after all. Moreover, does this not present a challenge?" Shi Xizhou's eyes sparkled with determination. As a chef, her competitive spirit was undeniable. "Very well, I shall defer to your wishes," Gu Baku shrugged, then turned to Guiyueluo, asking, "Shall we add each other as friends? We could hang out sometime." Guiyueluo cast a fleeting glance at him before enthusiastically addressing Shi Xizhou. "Xizhou, let us be friends." They made some quick adjustments, and soon the interstellar culinary competition was about to commence. At the competition venue, the host, Selvijaya, welcomed everyone to the interstellar culinary competition. People are made of iron, and food is steel. A meal not eaten leaves one restless. Culinary arts, as a cultural heritage of the stars, must be preserved from the slow erosion of history and the encroachment of technology. Thus, we gradually host the interstellar culinary competition each year. This year's competition is held at Tian Shan Yinxing. Our gratitude goes to the sponsors, Jalea Guangnao Company, Buer Mecca, and Titita Live Broadcasting Company. Without further ado, he continued, let us immerse ourselves in the first round of the interstellar culinary competition. Today's inaugural contest is none other than the visually enticing presentation segment. As a live stream continued to follow, participants enter the competition area, selecting the ingredients and utensils they required. I'm so nervous. The competition is about to begin. Shi Xizhou thought to herself, unable to resist fidgeting with her tentacles. Fear not. I will name the ingredients, and you shall help me locate them so we can create a Buddha jumps over the wall together. The primary ingredients to find are abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, fish maw, fish lips, deer antler, deer tendons, crab roe, lake shrimp meat, and scallops. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is renowned for its rich and aromatic broth and its delicate yet luxurious ingredients. It requires the harmonious blending of more than 30 flavors, making it a true test of culinary skill. Wow, the first round features the presentation segment. How exhilarating. I've long awaited this moment. But it's a pity that many dishes in the presentation segment tend to be inedible. A feast is out of the question. Let me see who the new contestants are. So many faces are unfamiliar. They appear quite fresh. I hope they bring something novel this year. Oh my favorite streamer is indeed here. I must keep an eye on her creations. I cannot afford to taste anything she makes. It could be disastrous. Who is it? What a disaster. Please, tell us so we can be cautious. I want to say. I've tasted it already. And you all must suffer the consequences too. You truly are a team player. Everyone, keep a close watch. If they have not spoken kindly to any streamer, we must alert others immediately. I think I figure out who it is, but I shan't say. Haha, I won't say either. As Shi Xizhou recalled the knowledge pertaining to Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, she spoke slowly. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, also known as Man Tan Xiang or Fu Shou Quan, belongs to the Fujian cuisine. It is said to have been created in the Daoguang era of the Qing dynasty by Zheng Chuanfa, the owner of the Juchun Garden restaurant in Fuzhou. This dish is rich in nutrients, promotes growth, enhances beauty, delays aging, and boosts immunity. Truly a tonic for health. That sounds impressive. Beauty. That sounds credible. Don't stop me. I want to be the first to taste it. So do I. The subsequent steps are divided into 4 parts. The first involves blanching all the main ingredients with ginger juice and Shaoxing wine. The second step is to place all the main ingredients into a stewing bowl. The third step is to season the rich broth with chicken powder, pepper, and chicken essence, then pour into the bowl. Finally, the fourth step is to seal the bowl and steam it for 2 hours. Beside her, he was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Shi Xizhou would openly discuss the steps in the competition. It is crucial to note that competitions differ from individual live broadcasts. Opponents may leverage their experience to reverse engineer methods from a single recipe. He gazed at her with a mix of surprise and scrutiny, finally stepping closer to offer gentle advice. This must be your first competition. In future contests, refrain from disclosing the steps. Even if you do, the robots have a shielding function. Remember to activate it. Realizing there was such a shielding feature, Shi Xizhou hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Yes, rather nice. Shi Xizhou blinked and surveyed the competition area, where dozens of chefs were bustling about, some already igniting their stoves. Thanks to the assistance of kitchen robots, the unpleasant odors of cooking oil were suppressed. One might think no cooking was taking place if they merely glanced at the air. Shi Xizhou rushed towards her ingredients. The secrets of Earth's culinary arts cannot be captured in mere words. They require continuous experimentation and hands-on experience to truly comprehend. Even though Shi Xizhou possessed remarkable talent in this field, she would still earn a thorough reprimanding from her grandfather during her culinary endeavors, often for the slightest misjudgment in timing. Culinary arts demand our utmost sincerity. We must engage deeply with food to resonate with it, grasping the optimal conditions to bring out the utmost potential of the ingredients. Recalling her grandfather's teachings from childhood, Shi Xizhou felt her heart soften. In that moment, the distant aura that had kept her at bay from the stars dissipated. She gently held her breath, blinked softly, and donned a smile once more. Grandfather, I will do my best. Chapter 78. Competition results. Buddha jumps over the wall versus food sculptures before long. The contestants had completed their culinary creations and, under the judges' guidance, proceeded to their designated spots. The food evaluation began, with a variety of dishes presented, and the judges scrutinized and critiqued each dish. However, this did not deter the contestants, for they understood that the crux of this culinary assessment lay not in the judges' opinions, but in how closely their creations aligned with aesthetic standards and the scores they would ultimately receive. Shi Xizhou refrained from using knives to craft elaborate food sculptures because, after observing previous culinary competitions, she noted that interstellar chefs had mastered the art of presentation. Cutting, peeling, carving, twisting, puncturing, and stamping were all techniques they executed with proficiency. On the competition floor, ordinary ingredients, such as radishes, pumpkins, watermelons, winter melons, and sweet potatoes were transformed into stunning flowers, figures, and adorable animals through the chef's exquisite knife skills. Each piece appeared so lifelike that spectators hesitated to taste them, fearing to ruin their beauty. Food sculptures encompassed a variety of techniques, including floral carvings, bas-reliefs, artistic hollowing, agar sculptures, sugar art, large-scale sculptures, and combinations of these methods. Contestants showcased a comprehensive range of sculpting techniques. Many believed that if Shi Xizhou were to participate in the presentation segment, she would undoubtedly secure first place amidst such fierce competition. For even when crafting ordinary dishes, she approached the ingredients with a sculptor's precision, presenting them beautifully. Success in the presentation segment relies on accuracy, and Shi Xizhou's precision was evident even when she engaged in innovative and spontaneous creations. Integrating sculpting techniques into culinary creations is of paramount importance, as the artistry of presentation is the essence of food sculpting. However, Shi Xizhou opted not to pursue this direction in the competition. This choice stemmed from the necessity of employing strategic tactics, for an abundance of intricate carvings may easily lead the judges to aesthetic fatigue. In such instances, delicately crafted dishes imbued with a touch of life and historical significance naturally emerge as a superior choice. The carvings this year have indeed become more exquisite, yet regrettably, the flavors remain unadulterated. Come on, this is the presentation section. If you desire delectable tastes, venture into the flavor zone. But the flavor zone has yet to commence. Once it begins, I shall return of my own accord. Ha ha, merely assessing the appearance suffices. As for the taste, those in the know are aware. Those in the know are aware. Are you mimicking my lines? That's infringement on my part. I am from Bikuch. Go ahead and sue me. Ha ha ha. In the presentation section, the evaluation emphasizes aesthetics, with flavor not contributing to the scoring. Thus, even if the majority of participants maintain the original flavors during their carvings, it will not adversely affect the results. Following the judges' intense deliberations and the engagement of the public judges, the final results of the first round in the presentation category have been announced. Congratulations to Shi Xizhou's Fo Tiaochong for securing first place. He's carving of the Thousand Hen Guanyin for second place. Daoiji is by Yu Rin Yu 2 for third, and Fuin's lightly grilled tata fish for fourth. Upon the official announcement of the competition results, both Shi Xizhou and Gu Bak felt a sense of relief. According to Gu Bak as perspective, for sculptures that are evidently striking in appearance, although Shi Xizhou's Fo Tiaochong is indeed visually appealing, it does not immediately capture the eye. This outcome was nothing short of fortuitous for them. Shi Xizhou had approached the creation with a gambling mentality, aiming to observe the interstellar judges' attitudes toward Earth cuisine through this first round, and she is exceedingly pleased with the results. Let us eat, let us eat. Everyone hurry and indulge. I want to taste the first place. It looks quite appetizing, and it seems she has cooked it, finally not serving the unadulterated version. An unadulterated sculpture, no matter how exquisite, cannot change its flavor. Fortunately, this time the selected food for sculpture is also refreshing and palatable. Last year's culinary competition left me nauseated. They actually carved directly onto a bug. I mustered the courage to take a bite and felt as though my mouth was filled with bugs. I know which one you are referring to. I was trembling all over and didn't dare to touch it. How could you even have the audacity to take a bite? Impressive. Here, SA thumbs up for you. Here, SA thumbs up for you. I just vomited. It was utterly disgusting. Is this really first place? I was also repulsed. I cannot take it any longer. I initially thought that raw dishes would be enough to make one wretch, but unexpectedly, the first place smelled fragrant and looked appealing, yet was utterly revolting. This is the most nauseating thing I have ever eaten, bar none. Surely the first place must have some underhanded dealings. Did she buy her way in? I know you are shocked, but don't be too surprised. The food she prepared during the live stream was equally dreadful, who allowed her to participate in a culinary competition. Every culinary competition should at least allow us to eat something. I truly cannot take any longer. In the live stream, doubts began to surface regarding the integrity of the interstellar culinary competition, which should be free from corruption. Soon, the comprehensive zone competition commenced. Everyone don't panic. The comprehensive zone has begun. Let us go there to cleanse our palates. I really can't take it anymore. I'm running off. Take me with you. Take me with you. Finally, we can eat. I'm so hungry I can gnaw myself. Ugh. This meat is so tough. You and T actually take a bite, would you? The emphasis is on authenticity. He, eager to engage Shi Xizhou in conversation, was surprised to see her heading towards the comprehensive zone. Could it be a mixed competition? He looked at the striking young woman with a hint of astonishment. Having never tasted Shi Xizhou's creations, he couldn't help but comment to those nearby. It seems this competition truly showcases exceptional talent. Are you not bothered that such a person could surpass those other creations to claim first place? The individual beside him spoke with disdain. He shook his head, displaying no signs of anger or dissatisfaction. As a master sculptor, he had consecutively won the presentation category championship 3 times. Had he not wished to bring his apprentice along, he likely would not have participated. Innovation is equally crucial in the culinary realm. If every year the champion were to be food sculptures, everyone would merely focus on wielding knives. To call it merely playing with knives is an understatement. Let us anticipate the final results. Should she decide to enter the comprehensive competition, I hope she will choose the presentation category, as I would like to compete with her once more. Next time, it will not be so simple for her to secure first place. Chapter 79, Raw Fish and Live Worms. An explosive comprehensive competition, the interstellar culinary competition, is characterized by its constant evolution. while one event may still be underway. Another is already commencing. What should I do? Shi Xizhou pondered, her gaze fixed on the fish closest to her. A finger glided over the fish's surface, feeling the softness of the interstellar scales, and suddenly she recalled the shad from Earth. Beneath the shad scales lies a significant amount of fat, so steaming with the scales intact is ideal. During the steaming process, the oil beneath the scales gradually permeates the flesh, resulting in a dish that is tender, moist, and flavorful. Yangzhou's fresh bamboo shoots stir-fried with shad, tenderly cooked in the gentle spring breeze of early March. However, interstellar fish cannot be prepared in the same manner as those on Earth. As Shi Xizhou contemplated her culinary approach, she observed a man nearby who was feeding small worms directly into the mouth of a larger worm, subsequently placing the worm onto a plate, ready to sprinkle with seasonings. At that moment, Tong Tong, who had been watching, was utterly disgusted. Ah, how can there be such a dish? Could it be that he intends to eat it raw? Curiosity intertwined with fear overwhelmed Tong Tong, who immediately connected to the Star Network, seeking the truth within the dialogues of others. Damn it, I finally didn't TC that worm brother in the presentation zone, and now he has appeared in the comprehensive zone? Who is he? What is this worm brother? Allow me to introduce the illustrious deeds of worm brother. Last year in the presentation zone, he carved directly onto a bug, placing tiny worms in the cuts, creating a mountain of tightly packed worms. The year before, in the flavor zone, he prepared a fried dish of 1,000 worms, with the plate overflowing with worms of various colors, shapes, and sizes. The year prior to that, in the creative zone, he fashioned a home for worms, with a large worm atop smaller ones, meticulously seasoning them for different flavors. In the comprehensive zone, he even prepared steamed worm eggs, injecting the worms with a substance to induce them to lay eggs right on site. Worm Brother's passion for worms is simply unparalleled. He participates in these competitions not to compete, but to promote his worms. Worm Brother? No, Worm Brother's family is involved in mecha production. We suspect he might be a plant enthusiast, or perhaps has a mountain of worms to inherit, fervently pushing for worm promotion here. My goodness, hearing all this. This guy is truly impressive. Indeed, while in the presentation zone, judges need not taste, and aside from a few foolish spectators who might sample, no one else dares to touch it. However, in the comprehensive, creative, and flavor zones, where tasting is a must, the judges are likely to blacklist him. The perseverance of the judges is truly extraordinary. With the explanation regarding the live broadcast, Tong Tong relayed the words verbatim to Shi Xizhou. In the midst of her shattered worldview, Shi Xizhou caught a whiff of an aroma mingled with the scent of fresh grass and insects. Well, since there are indeed individuals crafting such explosive dishes, she could not be left behind. After all, it was merely a matter of eating raw. Upon seeing the fish, her mind was filled with various culinary methods from Earth, such as steaming shad with ham and enoki mushrooms, baking shad in the oven, steaming shad with fermented black bean sauce, braising shad, and steaming shad with a clear broth. Gathering her thoughts, Shi Xizhou commenced her actions. She carefully cleaned the fish, placing it in a dish, yet she found it impossible to mimic the bird brother's approach of leaving it entirely unprocessed. She resolved to treat it similarly to salmon. The first step involved dicing chili peppers, onions, and scallions, mixing them to create a spicy concoction, then adding sesame oil, vinegar, and white sugar before blending them thoroughly. Subsequently, she diced the eggplant and zucchini intended for the dish and set aside slices of bitter melon. Next, she placed the chopped vegetables into a bowl, mixing them with egg whites and added mint, salt, pepper, a pinch of glutinous rice flour, and starch, ensuring the mixture turned a uniform white. Afterward, she dusted the mixture with flour to form a dough-like consistency before placing it in the baking apparatus to cook. She then sliced the fish along its grain, cleaned out the inedible parts, and arranged it on a plate, sprinkling salt and crushed peanuts over the fish's surface before adding the sliced bitter melon beside it. Just before the dough in the oven was fully cooked, she removed it, cutting it into pieces slightly larger than the fish, placing them beneath the fish, and garnishing it with a few mint leaves, creating an exquisitely delicate presentation. How strange, bird brother. This person beside me is also preparing raw dishes. What is going on? Are we about to have a raw food extravaganza this year? Don't say that. I notice the others are also preparing raw dishes. What has inspired them? Indeed. However, raw food can be delicious too, except for Bird Brothers, which is truly unappetizing. Not due to the flavor, but for psychological reasons. It's quite revolting. I might have an inkling of the reason. Although Bird Brothers' creative endeavors last year did disturb many, a greater number still found that flavor superior to the top offerings from that time. Is that true? Indeed. After all, Bird Brother has participated in so many competitions. Aside from that one dish being utterly disgusting, the taste is still quite commendable. I would rather avoid it. This guy has a plethora of raw dishes. This year's competition should simply be dubbed the Return of the Wild Man. We are all wild men. Actually, I suspect the insect tribe has stolen Bird Brother's wife. If he were to create something else, he might very well take first place. As a final contestant completed their dish, the evaluation process in the comprehensive zone was set to commence. Unlike the superficial zone, where appearance suffices, each judge must personally taste each dish, and the audience must sample every offering as well. Moreover, any judge wishing to score a contestant must taste all the dishes beforehand to ensure fairness, thus requiring even the paid voters to invest considerable time and energy in the lengthy tasting process. However, due to the contestants' potential performance variability, very few choose to act as paid voters in the culinary competition. After all, such endeavors yield only meager earnings, and some contestants' dishes may be so repulsive that judges could end up vomiting, fainting, or even requiring hospital attention after tasting. Chapter 80. Awaiting results from the comprehensive zone. A mishap for Xin, even with the variance in people's tastes. A dish could provoke various side effects from the moment it is prepared. Yet, in the pursuit of fairness, the food competition refrains from utilizing robots for analysis, exacerbating the contestants' instability. Initially, contestants occasionally crafted dishes designed to induce discomfort. However, apart from the superficial zone, any such occurrences would lead to restrictions on the contestants' participation in future events, with potential robotic intervention. The tasting of food in the interstellar competition is akin to sampling on the Star Network, where contestants place their completed dishes into a collector, which meticulously replicates them one-to-one. Through electrical currents and other means, the flavors are transmitted to the human brain, providing an experience akin to personally tasting the food. I just vomited. Bird Brothers' approach remains consistently revolting. Just this insect makes me feel as if my mouth is unclean. With this selection, every time, it's because of Bird Brother. I no longer wish to participate. Let the judges do as they please. But if you don't judge, you truly won't get to taste any of these dishes. For the sake of culinary delights, we must endure a bit of discomfort. One cannot expect to reap all the rewards. To enhance public participation among judges, the culinary competition instituted a rule that, apart from the superficial zone, only those who choose to judge can sample the dishes. Otherwise, the contestants' culinary data will remain inaccessible for a month. I wouldn't even get to enjoy something warm. I cannot wait a month. While they're fresh, let us eat whatever we can. Come on, don't describe it so disgustingly. The more you do, the less I feel like eating. Raw fish, raw meat, raw apples, raw peaches. There are indeed many raw items this year. Is the one preparing the fish also a contestant from the superficial zone? It seems so. They took first place in the superficial zone, but that dish was horrifically unpalatable. What confidence does he have to compete in the comprehensive zone? The comprehensive zone isn't solely based on appearance. Even a beautiful woman with a wicked heart is still unappetizing. I tried it. The raw fish with the bread slice was surprisingly decent. No, it was quite delicious. Truly delightful. Could it be that two different people prepared the dishes? Is there a case of split personality? How strange, truly strange. It's unexpectedly delicious. Those spectators who chose to participate as judges began to question whether Shi Xizhou was indeed the same person who competed in the superficial zone. I see it now. She was hiding her true abilities in the superficial zone, only to unleash them in the comprehensive zone. It's all a tactic. I understand the big shot strategies now. Thinking about it this way, it does make sense. Let us begin scoring everyone. Everyone who understands. The one who made the most unappetizing dish in the superficial zone has unexpectedly turned out the best dish in the comprehensive zone. Who comprehends this? Ha ha. The evaluation process in the comprehensive zone concluded alongside the audience's tastings. Due to the intricacies involved, the evaluation took significantly longer than in the superficial zone. As Gu Bako awaited the results, he could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. If she were to fail, how would he comfort her? Take her out for a meal? Go have some fun? Forget it. He had already spent a fortune. He just hoped to maintain a good mindset. Hey, what are you doing? Your face looks so pale. After finishing her tasting and recording her video, Gulala lifted her gaze and spotted a familiar face in the crowd, stepping forward to pat Gu Baka on the shoulder. Shi Xizhou competing? I'm worried. Gu Baka's expression remained tense. Laughter echoed as I need not worry. I recently served as a judge, and the culinary creations of Shi Xizhou surpassed even those showcased in the live broadcast, likely earning the top spot among the competitors, barring unforeseen circumstances. Your discerning eye as a proprietor is indeed commendable. Gu Lei, wishing to bask in the company of Shi Xizhou, unabashedly offered flattering praise, demonstrating impeccable judgment. Meanwhile, the contestants awaited the outcome, though Shi Xizhou's heart felt as cold as ice. Prior to the competition, he had resorted to underhanded tactics with his agent to ensure Su Gu missed the entry time, effectively preventing any chance of replacement. Yet, neither had anticipated that Su Gu, a scion of wealth, would meekly accept such treachery. Without a hint of regard for company interests, Su Gu directly hired thugs, administering a potion to Shi Xizhou just 10 minutes before the comprehensive district competition, stripping him of his sense of taste. It can be said that this competition was entirely shaped by Shi Xizhou's experience, as his internal panic was magnified, leaving him uncertain about the precision of his measurements, fearing whether he had overseasoned or altered the flavor. The greater the fear, the more prone one is to error. Thus, during the final step of his preparation, it was no surprise that Shi Xizhou's hands trembled, inadvertently adding too much salt, despite his attempts to dilute it through various means. The loss of taste rendered him incapable of discerning whether the dish had been salvaged or rendered inedible by its saltiness. Su Gu, your ruthlessness knows no bounds. Both Shi Xizhou and his companion initially believed that reclaiming their rightful opportunity would lead the company to merely tolerate the situation, perhaps exploiting them further. However, they overlooked the unpredictable variable that was Su Gu. As a privileged heir, he displayed no sympathy, and his reluctance to participate in this trivial culinary contest was overshadowed by his aversion to being undermined. Yet, reporting this incident to the company would yield little resolution. Shi Xizhou and his companion were already on the brink of ruin. Had they remained compliant, perhaps their despair would have lessened. In truth, Shi Xizhou did not desire to take action against Su Gu, but the pressures of the lower echelon were immense. Should he lose this competition, the accusations against him would remain unremovable, forever branding him as a thief, forced to live in shame. Was I in the wrong? Should I resign myself to a life at the bottom? Without having seen the light, one cannot fear the darkness. Reflecting on the joy of creating culinary delights, the support of fans, and the companionship of his agent, Shi Xizhou found himself uncontrollably weeping on the competition stage. What is happening? How dare you cry? After making such a salty dish? All my support for you was in vain. Who is this person? I rather liked him, but I never expected him to falter in such a setting. I think it's acceptable. The flavors are there, just not particularly stunning. Trash streamer, refund. Who are you talking about? Honestly, it serves you right. Don't you remember how he concealed the steps? You made me waste ingredients. The internet has no memory. Hearing that reminds me. Indeed, without comparison, there is no harm. Brother, this time's breakthrough was quite palatable, except for the same old complaint. Nauseating. Ha upstairs. Are you a fan of Brother, or a critic? Your obsession is excessive. If that's the case, this year, they're not only Brother, but also Fish Sister, Apple Guy, Peach Girl, and Little Brother. 6. Refund. 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 Is this really being called this year's most likely champion? Utter nonsense. How hilarious. It's probably just company marketing. These marketing dogs should hurry and roll away. Next time I see you, I'll hit you. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. As a chef streamer under contract, public opinion can shift dramatically in an instant. The agent watched the screen with a heavy heart, fully aware of the torment within Shi Xizhou. This competition was supposed to be their chance for redemption, but one misstep led to another. Alas, Shi Xizhou, his name, was chosen to express the hope of emerging from darkness and poverty. Compared to Earth, the star realm is inherently fairer, with less disparity between rich and poor. Yet does not mean such disparities do not exist. Born into a destitute family, Shi Xizhou, while working as a waiter, became enamored with the chef's work, prompting him to delve into culinary knowledge, consistently seeking guidance from the chefs during his breaks. Time, for him, was like a sponge squeezed to its limits. Ultimately, he gained recognition as a chef, catching the attention of an agent, leading to a contract with a company. Just as he believed his life was taking a turn for the better, a grave incident unfolded at the restaurant where he had once worked. The chef he had apprenticed understole the restaurant's recipe upon leaving and, while preparing the final dish, mixed incompatible ingredients, resulting in a guest being hospitalized. In his escape, that chef placed the blame squarely on Shi Xizhou. Though he attempted to defend himself, the company, eager to leverage his predicament, ultimately dismissed his pleas with a flippant remark. What of it? As long as you bring in profit, the company will not abandon you. Thus, the weight of this accusation was unjustly placed upon him. A potentially lucrative lamb, ensnared by a tight collar. Everyone knows how to choose, everyone knows what to discard. Consequently, the company even contemplated having Su Gu replace Shi Xizhou in this competition. After all, he was merely a dog, a disposable life. Hold on. The agent clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he gazed upon the frail youth before him, wishing to embrace him and offer comfort. Regrettably, a sigh escaped the agent's lips, and he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, turning to the camera. At any cost, find someone to elevate his score. The rest is up to him. Soon, the scoring results were announced. Selvagaya, our second round of competition is drawing to a close. Let us congratulate the contestants. First place goes to Shi Xizhou's raw fish sashimi. Second to Johannes Lin's banquet of live insects. Third to Huanyao's ancient-style donuts. And fourth to Liu Beibei's beautiful floral sugar. Let us once again applaud these contestants for their remarkable creations. Today's competition concludes here. Contestants, please rest well and prepare for tomorrow's challenges. We hope to witness even more splendid performances tomorrow. As the results were revealed, the expressions of the contestants varied. Shi Xizhou felt a sense of relief. Shi Xizhou's gaze was vacant. Huanyao appeared contemplative, and Liu Beibei's face twisted in dismay. Shi Xizhou remained ensnared in regret, not fully processing that the competition had concluded, and contestants could now exit. He felt a pair of large hands clasp his shoulder, the exposed skin tinged with a slight chill. Shi Xizhou, the agent pressed his head against his chest, offering solace. The darkness of the surroundings provided a sense of security for Xiang Xinxin. Instinctively, she reached out to embrace him, her warm tears absorbed by her manager's clothing. In the next moment, the manager firmly patted her back, lifting her up, stating, "All right, neither of us is allowed to cry anymore. We must hurry to the hospital. Who knows what that rascal Su Gu fed you? If we don't secure first place in this competition, then so be it. We will strive harder in the subsequent matches." The manager grumbled under his breath. But both were acutely aware that even with this resolve, they were incapable of exacting any revenge. They simply could not endure such consequences again. Suddenly, a ringing echoed from the holographic communicator, signaling a call from the company. Xiang Xinxin answered, "Boss, you're quite audacious." "I apologize, boss. But there is no need for further discussion. The competition has commenced, and the personnel cannot be altered. Focus on your performance, and should you fail to meet my expectations, do not blame me for being ruthless." "Thank you, boss." "Do not thank me. Express your gratitude to yourselves instead. I hope you will have the opportunity for further communication with me." The manager attempted to negotiate on behalf of Xiang Xinxin, seeking to gain some leverage to influence public opinion and mitigate their obstacles. However, the boss politely ended the conversation, leaving Xiang Xinxin bewildered, staring at the screen. unsure of what to make of the abrupt change. Has the boss truly decided to abandon us? She pondered, unable to comprehend why assistance was being withheld. It's all right. We can rely on ourselves, the manager reassured, though he was visibly troubled, his expression darkening. Still, he maintained his composure and comforted Xiang Xinxin. Chapter 82. Niaoga loves insects, flavor 666. Ah, Shi Xizhou, you are incredible, Gu Lele exclaimed, beaming at Shi Xizhou before wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fervent kiss on him. Shi Xizhou was momentarily taken aback by her sudden gesture, gazing into her sparkling eyes, feeling a flush of shyness. Lele, Gu Lele, undeterred, continued to cling to him, her hands around his neck, playfully pouting. Xizhou, I really like you. Let us go have some fun together. What is she doing? Oh no, Xizhou is tainted, exclaimed Tong Tong, who was the one truly flabbergasted by the scene. Shi Xizhou helplessly pushed Gu Lele away, turning to the astonished Gu Baku and urging, let us go. Gu Lele realized her actions were a bit too forward but shrugged it off, declaring, I just love being close to beautiful people. As they exited, they encountered the enthusiastic John Slin, known as Niao Gu among the audience. He looked at Shi Xizhou and declared, if you utilize your skills in this competition to prepare insects, it would undoubtedly surpass this. Shi Xizhou and Gu Baku exchanged glances, puzzled by his sudden appearance. I can't believe this is the person who has such a passion for insects. Who would have thought he could achieve second place? It seems the acceptance level of interstellar beings is indeed quite high, mused Tong Tong, unable to resist scanning John Slin's physical indicators with her mental powers, discovering he was just an ordinary human without any mutations. How can a regular person have such a fondness for insects? She wondered. Noticing their incredulity, John Slin excitedly replied, haven't you heard that saying? Steam my second uncle, flavor 666. Kung Pao my mother, flavor to die for. Spicy stir-fried my second nanny, just a hint of flair. Salt baked my second aunt, flavor unbeatable. Rice paired with my second aunt, flavor guaranteed. Steam my third aunt, laughter all around. Vinegar stir my second aunt, a taste that hits the brain. Potato stew with my grandfather, a divine experience. Yellow braise my third uncle, a truly unique flavor. Mushroom stew by my uncle, a flavor that brings tears. This lengthy string of descriptions left everyone in silence, realizing there was such a perspective. What nonsense are you spouting now? ISNT at your childhood encounter with insects that made you despise them? After all this time preparing insects, I've never seen you eat any. Gu Lele, familiar with John Slin, called him out without hesitation. Oh, little Lele, must we not find joy in life? ISNT, would I say amusing? Stop exposing my shortcomings. John Slin replied with a grin, then turned to Shi Xizhou, stating, you are about to become famous, but I will not back down. The next match will be in the comprehensive district, and I will showcase my refined techniques in preparing insects. I look forward to our next battle. The live broadcast of the interstellar culinary competition, much like reading a book, was unpredictable, while the first day's format remained a mystery. The following day's schedule would be revealed the day before. Tomorrow would mark the second match in the comprehensive district. Why is it coming so soon? What will we be doing next? Tong Tong expressed her concerns. Let us take it one step at a time. There is no need to worry, Shi Xizhou reassured, keeping his trepidation about tomorrow's competition to himself as they returned to the hotel to rest. In the study, a stern voice broke the silence. What are you doing? Zhao Nanqing quickly switched the live stream interface, fear evident in her eyes as she glanced toward the door. The authoritative gaze that met her made her shiver. Grandfather. Zhao Nanqing's grandfather, Zhao Wenrun, commander of the 3rd Military District, scanned her with piercing eyes and took a long moment before speaking. His first command was to dismiss the robot and to approach the desk. Zhao Nanqing hesitated for a moment, responding with a soft yes, before slowly walking to stand before her grandfather. As she approached, Commander Zhao unceremoniously pressed a button on the desk, causing a barrier to manifest around the spot where Zhao Nanqing stood. Grandfather, I was wrong. Before she could finish, an electric shock coursed through her, rendering her body uncontrollable as she trembled. Zhao Nanqing felt her throat dry, struggling to utter 2 words, yet found herself unable to produce any sound. Commander Zhao glanced coldly at his granddaughter, who lay on the floor, barely conscious, devoid of any pity in his gaze. He slowly inquired, "Where did you go wrong?" Zhao Nanqing was nearly driven to madness by the electric shock coursing through her body, trembling all over. With great difficulty, she pushed herself up from the ground. Her voice barely above a whisper, "I should not lose my ambition to indulge." Commander Zhao articulated each word slowly, as if savoring its essence, then chuckled lightly. "Is that truly the case? Do you comprehend what I am implying? Forgive me, Grandpa. I realize my mistake. I should not have kept you in the dark. I should have reported the information I found regarding Ji Nanfeng." Zhao Nanqing was acutely aware that her grandfather had already discovered her concealment of the fact that Shi Xizhou was acquainted with Ji Nanfeng. Chapter 83. Grandfather's Inquisition. Do not fear. It is more unhinged than madness itself. Tell me, as you observe their anxious search for information, do you not feel a sense of satisfaction? Do you not feel elevated, as if everything were under your control? Commander Zhao narrowed his eyes, his tone deceptively calm, yet laced with a hint of danger. Zhao Nanqing's mind raced. She understood that although her grandfather indulged her, he was far from a normal person. He was maddeningly unpredictable. She needed to survive this ordeal. As the saying goes, when faced with unfavorable circumstances, one should act matter. The more insane, the more one can suppress reason. Zhao Nanqing threw herself onto the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face as she wailed, "Grandpa, oh Grandpa, you know me best. I am utterly terrified of such violence. For you, it may be a casual command, but for me, it translates into nights filled with nightmares. I know you cherish your granddaughter above all else. I simply cannot bear the sight of bloodshed. I'm such a coward, Grandpa." As she cried, she continued to wipe her tears and snot on her clothes, presenting a most disheveled appearance. "Little cabbage, the fields are yellow. At 2 or 3 years old, I lost my parents. How pitiful it is that my grandpa raised me alone. I have no other aspirations but to lean on you. I truly do not wish for you to, in a moment of folly, strip me of even that." As her emotions surged, Zhao Nanqing became increasingly addicted to her own theatrics. Her sobs and cries echoed like an opera performance. "Little cabbage, oh, enough. Stop your weeping. Save your tears for the day I pass," Commander Zhao interjected, his gaze fixed upon her hideous face, his voice low and carrying an implicit warning. "Cease your crying. You are, after all, the heir of the Zhao family, and this pitiful display is utterly unbecoming. Now get out." He waved his hand, signaling for her to leave. "All right, my dear Grandpa, I shall take my leave." Zhao Nanqing was adept at navigating this game of manipulation. She turned to the door, her hand poised to grasp the handle when a calm voice called from behind, "Next time, find a better excuse." At this juncture, it seemed the performance could come to an end, but Zhao Nanqing was not one to relent easily. Having been raised in such a mad household, she was determined to escalate her antics. Zhao Nanqing halted, turning back to continue her charade. "Grandpa, how can you doubt me so? Your beloved granddaughter. Do you truly find me so untrustworthy? Look at my adorable face. Can you bear to question me thus? Woe is me, the most pitiable child in the world." As she spoke, she fidgeted, pulling out a tissue from her pocket to feign wiping her tears while stealing glances at Commander Zhao. Commander Zhao was rendered speechless by his granddaughter's antics. "Get out. If you do not leave, I shall administer another electric shock. Woe is me, my merciless grandpa. You do not even care for my plight. How can my fate be so harsh? Very well, I shall depart." With her lines delivered, Zhao Nanqing hurriedly opened the door and dashed out, fully aware that her grandfather would indeed not hesitate to shock her once more. Once the door closed behind her, Zhao Nanqing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Although she was uncertain how her grandfather had come to learn of the connection between Shi Xizhou and Ji Nanfeng, his pathological tendencies left her feeling anxious. If her grandfather were to use Shi Xizhou's safety as leverage against Ji Nanfeng, the consequences would be dire. Initially, Zhao Nanqing had stumbled upon Shi Xizhou's live stream out of boredom, piecing together clues that suggested Ji Nanfeng might be close by. Yet from any angle, she did not wish for the commander to suffer harm. With the first military district's restrictions in place, the second and third military districts would not act so recklessly. One leader was her grandfather, a man of dubious character, and the other was no better. Should Nanfeng meet his demise at her grandfather's hands? The ensuing discord between the military districts and the chaos among the populace would be unavoidable. Zhao Nanqing's biological parents perished in the throes of war, and she fervently wished to prevent similar tragedies from befalling countless families. The struggle between humanity and the insectoid species was already brutally harsh. To wage war against those closest to her would be a travesty. In contrast to Commander Zhao Nanqing yearned for peace, even if that peace might thrust her beloved grandfather into peril, even death. All she could do was endeavor to delay that moment, to stretch it out as long as possible. The weight of a single life, versus that of many, bore the burden of bloodshed and sorrow, with no one possessing the right to choose, nor desiring such a choice. It was akin to the moral dilemma of the train tracks. One person lies on one side, while 5 lie on the other. Which life is less valuable? Which soul is not worthy? To do nothing and watch as life fades away? To intervene and witness others perish? Each choice is an agony. She could not truly, as jesters do, choose for both sides to perish. Zhao Nanqing gazed at the door, as if she could see her grandfather frowning in contemplation. If it were possible, she would prefer for her grandfather to be an ordinary man, perhaps even a beggar, or a fool with no capabilities, rather than a madman wielding power. Grandpa, truly, do not force my hand, for I may yet succumb to madness. Zhao Nanqing took out a mirror and examined her tear-streaked face. Oh no, how could I look so dreadful after all this training? I must hurry to wash my face. Grandpa has shown remarkable restraint. Hearing the footsteps of his departing granddaughter, Commander Zhao remained still, seated in contemplation. The hourglass on the table had been turned, grains of sand cascading down, accumulating in the lower half until it brimmed, filling the space from flat ground to small hillocks, ultimately saturating the entire lower chamber of the hourglass. Chapter 84. Bird Brother shines alone. Call the police. Before long, the day slipped away, and the second round of the comprehensive competition was about to commence. Today marks the second match of the comprehensive competition, following the filtering of candidates in the first round. Our participants have changed, hoping to earn more points through their efforts to survive the third round. I am your host, Selvagaya, reporting live from the interstellar culinary competition. In this second round, Shi Xizhou opted to create a layered vanilla fish cake inspired by Bird Brother. She decided to learn from Bird Brother, eliminating the need for arduous ingredient selection, opting instead for a straightforward combination of a single ingredient, mixed at will. The whimsical fusion of flavors captivates me. The vibrant interplay of fresh grass and fish, layered cake, one preparing insects while the other readies raw fish, both a striking couple. A bite of insects, a bite of raw fish, the fish consuming the insects parasitizing the fish. Observe this peculiar food chain. Who will impose the first sanction upon whom? Acknowledging that the comprehensive zone caters to the tastes of the interstellar beings, Tong Tong has wholly surrendered to chaos, liberating herself entirely. The casual mixing continues unabated. Indifferent to likes or dislikes, regardless, actions must be taken. One bite leads to another, eliciting disgust, yet the competition demands excellence. Despite the fish's apparent disregard for insects and the insect's lack of interest in raw fish, their participation in the same contest signifies a remarkable existence. As the competition unfolds, one wonders which of the two will prove more repulsive. After Tong Tong's lengthy performance, Shi Xizhou gazes at the lively fish in his hands, falling into a moment of silence. This contest has indeed become increasingly bizarre. The method for crafting the layered vanilla fish cake mirrors that of the layered durian cake. Substituting durian with fresh grass, the verdant blades sprouting from the ground, interleaving slices of raw fish and adorned with cream. The fish could never have imagined being adorned with cream one day. Xizhou, look, the fish head remains. Why not place it on display too? It would appear more grand. Tong Tong, equally whimsical, concocts an idea that would undoubtedly astonish the earthlings. Shi Xizhou follows suit, embracing this outrageous approach, resulting in a cake topped with an entire fish head, a true testament to her creativity. Goodness, can Bird Brother actually find a match? They can't possibly be siblings. Let me think. Could this be the newly emerged fish sister? One fish sister and one bird brother. Wait. If we name them like this, it loses its flow. We call bird brother that because he wants us to eat insects, similar to how birds nurture the next generation with insects. Hence, we refer to him as bird brother. However, to align with fish sister, we ought to call him insect brother or simply bug brother. Shower, is that you? Your considerations are surprisingly thoughtful. Ha. Let's go with bug brother. It's catchier. And let us drop the fish sister name for fish roast sister instead. Ha. Spread the word. Bird brother has changed his name to bug brother, and he has a new CP. I wonder when he will treat us to a feast. I want to sit at the kids' table. Ha. No way, I want to sit there too. Move aside. Goodness, are you all actually competing for seats? Meanwhile, bug brother, no, Johannes Lin, as he is known, has, as he claimed, innovated a new insect dish. Insects and shoes. A colossal centipede-like insect is presented, with honey smeared on each of its many legs, successfully luring tastier insects to bite, creating a dense array of legs and insects clinging together. The living insects writhe incessantly, the larger one feeling the smaller one's gnawing at its legs, struggling. Its limbs are bound to the plate, making the resistance feeble. This is unbearable. It's utterly disgusting. Killing is one thing, but torturing is another. I could accept it when they were dead, but now they're still moving. Where is the animal protection law? Insect lives matter too. I can't take it anymore. The interstellar competition has been held for so many years, and while raw is merely flesh, this year they present such a grotesque spectacle. It's outrageous. I'm going to be sick. I need to report this. No more participation for him. I can't endure it. Is something wrong with them? Goodness, is there someone brave enough to do this? Where is the Biological Protection Bureau? Hurry. Someone is abusing animals. Someone is torturing insects. Beep. Alert. System alert. Someone is abusing living beings. Johannes Lin's actions incited a furious outcry from the livestream audience. The interstellar laws have been refined over many years, and while instances of animal abuse still occur, they are typically conducted in the shadows, and once discovered, the perpetrators face severe psychological repercussions, their minds subjected to the torment they inflicted upon the creatures. However, Johannes Lin's public display of cruelty is unprecedented. Quickly, the judges become aware of Johannes Lin's conduct and are thrown into disarray. Selvagaya promptly intervenes, addressing the situation. A special incident has occurred on the competition floor. All participants must cease their actions immediately, remain stationary, and await official instructions. What is happening? It seems an issue has arisen with Bird Brother. Oh dear, they shouldn't let emotions cloud their judgment. It's infuriating. I want to see the spectacle. Who's causing trouble now? Just kick him out. Why can't we compete in peace? Fewer competitors mean fewer challenges. Soon, the Biological Protection Bureau dispatched personnel via hovercraft to the scene. Those like Shi Xizhou, who had completed their dishes, were escorted to the edge of the venue. The others, still working, were gathered together to finish their creations separately. Meanwhile, a battalion of guards surrounded Johannes Lin, laser guns trained on his head. Hands up, squat down, do not move. Wah, I haven't done anything. Johannes Lin protested, feeling utterly wronged. Whether you are wronged will be determined post-interrogation. The leading guard commanded, take him down to the station, apprehend him, before being taken away. The sharp-eyed Johannes Lin noticed the labels on the guards' uniforms. Biological Protection Bureau. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. This was why the competition had been abruptly halted. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, he found little humor in the impending confinement, quickly exclaiming, I can explain. The creatures were dead. I did not commit abuse. His declaration left the guards momentarily stunned, followed by incredulous laughter. Then what exactly is on your plate? How could your cruelty provoke the entire Biological Protection Bureau and create this scene? The chief guard observed Johannes Lin, who, in his squirming, was injected with a tranquilizer, causing him to collapse, quietly watching as the man approached him step by step. The sound of polished shoes against the floor echoed ominously, striking a chord of guilt within Johannes Lin. Utter nonsense. I am innocent. Johannes Lin protested. The chief guard leaned closer, attempting to lift Johannes Lin's frail body for transport to the patrol car. Johannes Lin instinctively shrank back. Those insects were dead. I didn't abuse them. It was merely a trick. They were all dead. They suffered no torment. Is that so? Perhaps due to Johannes Lin's earlier vehement reactions. The man was beginning to harbor doubts. Johannes Lin hastily climbed the metaphorical pole, responding almost reflexively, yes, they were all tricks. I used mechanisms. You can verify with your scanning devices. As Johannes Lin elaborated, the Biological Protection Bureau proceeded to scan the insects. The results revealed, as he had stated, that although the insects were writhing, they were not alive. Rather, it was a contraption crafted by Johannes Lin. After the insects had perished, a piece of iron wire was inserted into their bodies, while simultaneously, a miniature electric motor was attached to a magnet. Thus, under the motor's influence, the bodies of the insects would exhibit movement, creating the illusion that they were still alive. The guard and the supervisor exchanged glances. The supervisor furrowing his brow for a long moment before gesturing for his subordinates to leave, indicating that he could handle the situation alone. Do you understand the interstellar biological protection law? Even if the insects are deceased, if your actions incite others to imitate you, you too shall face consequences. The supervisor surveyed the current state of the venue, recalling the heated reactions online, and felt a sense of dread wash over him. He knitted his brows, realizing that the situation was far from easily resolvable. Upon hearing the man's words, Johannes Lin's fear intensified. He certainly did not wish to end up in prison simply for participating in a competition. The supervisor sighed helplessly. Had this not been a live broadcast, the matter could have been resolved more amicably, considering that Johannes Lin had indeed dealt with deceased insects. A mere mental warning would suffice, allowing Johannes Lin to embody the state of the insects at about 60%. However, under the current circumstances, it would likely require 70 to 80%. The supervisor resolutely decided on the course of action and then, with a serious expression, addressed Johannes Lin. You now have two options. First, you can explain to everyone, apologize, and accept a mental warning with 80% embodiment. Second, you can explain, apologize, and serve 3 days in jail as a physical punishment, along with a 60% mental warning. Johannes Lin forced a smile that fell short of genuine warmth. So, it turns out I can't escape the mental punishment. I truly am cursed. The online discourse turned harsh. One person's actions can tarnish a whole community. If you don't like it, please refrain from causing harm. Why would he act this way? To win, of course. Get rid of him from the culinary competition. We don't need such trash. Half the internet is condemning Johannes Lin. I wonder about the other half. Do they not have keyboards? How cruel. What a vicious creature. Isn't this just an insect? What's there to protect? Just kill it. Do you understand? It's called the Biological Protection Bureau, not the Animal Protection Bureau. Every life deserves respect, a lesson learned through the ages. Exactly. Critics should refrain from misinterpreting the law. This is a legal stipulation. Indeed, this is no longer the era of protecting endangered species or cute animals. It applies to all living beings. The contestants in the venue could not help but discuss Johannes Lin's predicament. Those who had completed their dishes returned their light brains to their rightful owners, and upon seeing the discussions online, they began to grasp the unfolding drama. Whispers filled the air. I can't believe this is happening. It seems Bird Brother has finally stirred up trouble with his insects. Here we go again. Bird Brother and Insect Brother. Feels like I've lost connection. How will this be resolved? Let's finish the competition. I still want to go fishing. If you can't cook, then don't show up. You're wasting my time. With this time, I could have prepared another dish. You can leave. Liu Bei Bei if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. We're in the stars, and yet there's still such disgusting green tea. It's suffocating. You, what about me? You think you're so special. Stop your whining. You're more irritating than an old callus. All you do is complain. What do you really have to cry about? And those brainless fans of yours, have they become judges? After consuming so much, haven't they managed to dig the insects out of their heads? Look, Johannes Lin is in a separate live broadcast room for the competition. In the live stream, Johannes Lin held a plate of writhing insects. Bending forward to sincerely apologize, I truly apologize to everyone. My name is Johannes Lin, known as Bird Brother, and I sincerely apologize to you all. Please allow me to explain. All the insects in my ingredients were processed while in a state of death. The reason they still exhibit movement is that I set up a mechanism within them to enhance the spectacle of this competition. Please observe. Yue Han sliced open the insect to demonstrate the mechanism. He estimated that this competition would likely be his last, as regret welled up within him. Chapter 86. Bird Brother receives a mental warning. Transformed into an insect. Yue Han lamented. Had I known, I wouldn't have concocted such a dish merely to disgust everyone. Having participated in numerous culinary competitions and prepared insect dishes many times, he now found all his efforts and sweat for this competition rendered futile, truly a fitting consequence for his actions. Even if he faced a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, he would bear the burden of his own misdeeds. Furthermore, to serve as a warning to others, I will accept a mental warning on site with an 80% embodiment. Yue Han abruptly closed his eyes, feeling an electric surge in his brain, followed by a torrent of memories crashing upon him. In an instant, the sensations experienced by the insects and the biological protection zone flooded his mind. Yue Han felt trapped within a diminutive body, his limbs unable to move with dexterity. One leg felt as though it had been severed into dozens of legs. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a colossal wall. Although it was merely a wall, Yue Han recognized it as the container housing the insect. Before he could acclimate to this body, he attempted to maneuver the many legs, but it proved far more challenging than anticipated. As he shifted slightly, he soon tumbled back onto the container. Each leg seemed to engage in a chaotic dance, entangling and colliding with one another, his left foot tripping over the right, the front legs tangling with the hind legs. Before he could struggle further, a massive entity loomed before him, a gigantic human face fixated on him, its cold, emotionless eyes betraying a sense of brutality and indifference. The plump visage, which appeared benign to humans, instilled a heightened sense of dread in Yue Han, for the figure was none other than himself. As the chef responsible for this dish, Yue Han understood all too well what was about to unfold. The Biological Safety Bureau, in its effort to impart a profound understanding of his actions to Yue Han, chose not to terminate the insect first, as he had done with the ingredients, but instead processed it alive. Subsequently, his entire body was elevated into the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing smoothly on the plate. To his acute sense of smell, the sweet concoction of honey felt icy as it coated his legs. As an insect related to centipedes, the chilling sensation surged into his brain, as each leg was coated in honey. In truth, the most terrifying aspect was not the wait for death, but the knowledge that each of his legs would soon be devoured by other insects. The smaller insects, upon consuming his legs, would be instantaneously killed by the minute toxins contained in the honey, sparing them any suffering. However, the cunning supervisor had deleted this setting, allowing the smaller insects to consume all of his legs in their entirety. As the aroma of honey enveloped him, John Slin beheld a colossal version of himself serving a plate of diminutive creatures. These tiny insects, akin to maggots, with their white, writhing bodies and minuscule mouthparts, gnawed away relentlessly. Trapped within the confines of these creatures, John Slin was on the brink of tears, his very soul trembling. Is this my inaugural experience as a worm? Must it be so exhilarating? The tiny insects, drawn by the alluring scent of honey, began to inch closer to John's legs. Oh, help! I'd rather be incarcerated. Release me at once. I would willingly endure decades behind bars. Alas, those ensnared in the throes of mental punishment, unless on the verge of psychological collapse, are seldom heeded by the outside world. Even if acknowledged, the punishment remains unrelenting, for it is indeed a form of retribution. Soon, the white maggots crawled over every part of his feet, their mouths agape, revealing sharp little teeth that sank into his flesh. Oh, the pain! The itch! To John, it felt as if he'd been bitten by a venomous mosquito, the excruciating poison both stinging and inducing a maddening itch. Bite after bite, each insect gnawed away, incessantly chewing, as the greenish fluid within John's body oozed from the minute punctures, only to be greedily consumed by the surrounding maggots. A wave of weakness cascaded from his feet, spreading throughout his entire being. John felt as though he were a piece of meat roasting on a spit. gradually succumbing to the flames of death. The sound of flesh being torn, the crunching of meat, and the slurping of blood echoed in his ears. This slow torment was akin to the ancient punishment of being sliced to pieces, an experience he could scarcely endure. As the maggot's belly swelled, John's control over his legs waned, and the agony intensified, threatening to consume his very limbs. With the final maggot draining the last drop of blood, John's mental torment reached a conclusive and irrevocable end. At last, he had survived, still breathing. Overwhelmed, John could no longer sustain himself. As the electric currents dissipated, his vision shifted back to reality, where he immediately expelled the contents of his stomach. In moments of terror, some individuals succumb to physiological revulsion, and John was no exception. Unable to expel anything from his stomach, filled only with bile, he fainted in front of the live audience, collapsing onto his own vomit, a sight both pitiable and grotesque. Goodness, is this what mental departure feels like? How dreadful! He brought this upon himself. He deserves whatever comes next. Ha ha, this is truly satisfying. He deserves another round. Perhaps even 100. After this experience, who would dare engage in such behavior again? Not even those who initially intended to disgust us. Oh, who can't handle it? Is it your master who can't? Seeing him in this state has opened my eyes. From now on, I shall be a protector of all beings. Whoever harms them shall face my wrath. Good for you, keep it up. I'm a girl. Good for you, keep it up. Chapter 87. The End of Brother Bug. Arrival of the bug queen John Slin was taken to the treatment room, and in the upcoming competition, his position was marked with the word forfeit. He has gone. It's over. What a pity. He had it coming. Why engage in such antics? Will he even want to participate next time? Alas, I had just formed a couple. How could it end so abruptly, leaving only Sister Fishrow? Witnessing John Slin's plight, Shi Xizhou felt an indescribable sensation, part lament for the interstellar laws and punitive measures, part sorrow for John Slin's fate. If Earth possessed such a profound, immersive mechanism, perhaps those who made light of suffering, those who abused both animals and humans, would experience a reckoning, and incidents of online harassment and terror might diminish. Gu Lele had gone to film a vlog, leaving only Gu Baku and Shi Xizhou in the venue. As Gu Baku pulled Shi Xizhou's arm to exit, he perused the barrage of comments without offering any remarks. It wasn't until they were completely out of the crowd that Gu Baku finally spoke. So, do you understand now? Shi Xizhou, caught off guard by the question, replied, "What?" Gu Baku casually elaborated. This brother bird is not new to the interstellar culinary competition. His habit of using insects as food is well known. Although everyone mistakenly believed they were alive this time, it was clarified that they were dead, yet he still received an 80-point penalty. Following that, his mental state will continue to deteriorate, trapped in the sensations of these insects for at least a fortnight. While his expression remained unchanged, Shi Xizhou comprehended instantly. So someone intentionally amplified the punishment? But why? He has still ranked first. Is it to undermine him? Why not come after me instead? Shi Xizhou's voice trailed off as realization dawned upon her. This strategy was perfectly suited for the situation. John Slin has been in the limelight for too long. There are those who wish to take him down. This time, he practically walked into the trap willingly, deliberately setting himself up. With his methods, he had ample opportunities to compete with you in the comprehensive sector, yet he chose the second round to unveil such a scheme. The casual demeanor in Gu Baku's eyes faded, replaced by increasing gravitas. Shi Xizhou, not one to be naive, could only sum up John Slin's situation with two words: unfortunate. Where there are people, there are plots and schemes, and this truth holds not only on Earth, but also in the cosmos. The two fell into a contemplative silence, with Gu Baku quietly observing Shi Xizhou's expression. Though heavy, she appeared relatively unaffected by the blow. Outside, the sky darkened. Light rain began to fall, heightening their agitation, leaving them uncertain of when it would cease. Far away, on higher Kongxing, Nanfeng seemed to sense the same unnameable feeling within. Exhaling deeply, one wonders how Shi Xizhou is faring. The entire interstellar realm seemed to tremble with an impending upheaval, unnoticed by the populace until it erupted into chaos. The abyss of space harbors countless secrets awaiting discovery. Beneath the cover of night, A black hole materialized in the desolate park, swirling ominously, casting forth an endless darkness. No one knew what life forms this void would unleash. The black hole expanded and then vanished, giving rise to a creature that instilled fear in the hearts of the interstellar denizens. The creature, adorned with a multitude of eyes upon its head, rotated its gaze like a wolf, shimmering with a green phosphorescence amidst the night. They crowded together, exuding a cold and perilous luminescence in the darkness. With a thunderous roar, it threw its head back, and dozens of tentacles lashed forward like whips. A powerful explosion reverberated, revealing a vast chasm in the ground. Buildings within a radius of several dozen meters were instantly reduced to ashes, and even the earth below trembled, cracking in a disheartening display. The terrifying energy wave was perceptible even thousands of miles away. "This is bad. We must flee. My goodness, what is happening over there? Why has it exploded? Is it a pirate attack? No, it feels like the Tyranids. I hope it's not what I think it is." At that very moment, in a laboratory situated over 100 kilometers away, the personnel looked up, their faces stricken with horror as they gazed at the immense display screen. They had not anticipated such upheaval on this planet, nor the terrifying phenomena it would evoke. Moreover, this anomaly instilled a profound sense of danger within them, for they understood that this unknown creature harbored immense energy capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. Should this creature spiral out of control, their fates would likewise be sealed. The creature's might was formidable, and under such circumstances, even humanity could do naught but flee. Everyone, remain vigilant and search every corner. We must not allow that thing to escape. Biological team, analyze what kind of organism this is and summon personnel from the military. Evacuate the crowd. Swiftly rescue those we can and disperse the rest. As the laboratory transmitted its signal, the entire planet sprang into action, bustling with organized urgency. Yet, to their astonishment, the creature soon vanished as if it had never been there, leaving no trace of its energy signature. What is happening? This is terrible. It has escaped. We must inform the other planets immediately. If it approaches the home planet, the entire star system will be in peril. Could it be the Tyranids? This feeling is reminiscent of their black hole traversal. Stop with the ominous talk. Perhaps it is merely pirates. The crowd began to reassure themselves, hoping it was indeed pirates. Chapter 88. Lele's live stream. Quirky and adorable in the era of interstellar travel, technological advancements have surged, and the populace's demand for entertainment has evolved correspondingly. An increasing number of individuals are drawn to thrilling and peculiar videos or live streams, prompting a wave of self-media creators to undergo further mutation. Although this summer has reached the age of 50, the maximum age in the interstellar realm is 500. To alleviate the relentless exploitation by capitalists, she chose a random video from the curiosity rankings. A serious young girl appeared at the center of the video, seated at a dining table with impeccable posture. Her double ponytails adorned with black and white fluffy pom-poms, looking exceedingly cute. Welcome to Lele's Little Choices. Viewers with low psychological endurance are advised to watch with caution. She thoughtfully advised. Curiosity piqued. This summer paused to glance at the comment section. Ah, Lele is as delightfully deranged as ever. What disgusting food. Poor Lele must eat this. Everyone charge. I'm dead. I've been loved to death by Lele. This summer's curiosity intensified, though she genuinely did not fear the horror of the video. The interstellar realm possesses a highly sensitive empathy system. If viewers experience physical discomfort, the light brain system will promptly shut off the video, and in severe cases, a distress call can be made. She felt a twinge of nervousness, aware that her psychological defenses had been eroded by her mercilessly exploitative employer. The performance of Gu Lele commenced. She mechanically swayed her head from side to side, halting intermittently, reminiscent of a robot long overdue for repairs. Gu Lele donned a standard smile, yet her other facial expressions revealed no hint of mirth, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the camera, as if staring intently at an individual before her. Hello everyone, I am Gu Lele. Today we will be exploring food, the balance. The girl's head finally ceased its motion, though it tilted to the right. Today, we will be tasting dishes from the Interstellar Culinary Competition. I enjoy the Interstellar Culinary Competition. Gu Leilei's lips began to curve upwards, bending to an almost impossible extent for a human. This summer found it rather astonishing, momentarily diverting her gaze only to be drawn back to Gu Leilei's mouth. She observed closely and suddenly realized that Gu Leilei exhibited no signs of human respiration. Could she be a real robot? The thought emerged, and she found it amusing, for live streaming was not something that could be arbitrarily controlled by robots. The interstellar laws mandated clear labeling if a robot was to be utilized in broadcasts. Next, let us review the impressive performances of the contestants in the Interstellar Culinary Competition. First up, we have the trending sensation, John Slin. The scene shifted to John Slin preparing his culinary creation. A mildly plump man smiled as he deftly placed a centipede onto the dining table, each segment infested with small, writhing white worms. A clash of black and white in close proximity. This summer's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, I never expected this year's bug brother to produce such a grotesque dish, bugs eating bugs. The little worms feasting on the legs of the larger ones. How revolting that it could be served on a dining table. It truly speaks to the audacity of the Interstellar Culinary Competition. Of course, do not attempt to replicate this method. You receive a mental warning from the Biological Protection Bureau and will be unable to participate in future competitions. Gu Leilei feigned a look of regret, yet her expression bore the hallmark of a fixed demeanor, resembling a pitiable expression retrieved from a computer. This summer had to concede that the host's performance skills were truly remarkable. Next, we have my friend, Shi Xizhou. Rather than showcasing Shi Xizhou's cooking scene, the camera transitioned to a young girl exuding an elegant, refined beauty reminiscent of ancient charm. Dressed in pristine white, her long hair elegantly tied up, she appeared immaculate and poised. I would like to invite my friend to introduce her culinary creation. Shi Xizhou smiled gently. Since ancient times, fate has brought us together across 1,000 miles. I believe many of you may know me. Perhaps you may not be interested in my dish or even critique it, but this is who I am. I love cooking, and I delight in savoring food. Perhaps you may not fully comprehend or even wish for me to relinquish one aspect. Yet I must express that every individual possesses the right to pursue their own preferences, and I am no exception. I shall prepare the dishes that you cherish, and likewise, I shall create those that delight me. I relish adventure as much as I appreciate conservatism. Without further ado, I invite you all to behold my culinary creations, and I welcome you to savor them. The young lady gazed solemnly at the video, her face reflecting a serious demeanor. This year, the summer paused briefly, her eyelashes fluttered, as she couldn't help but reminisce about her youthful exuberance. How wonderful it is to be young. However, observing the compilation of dishes in the video, this summer clicked on the taste test. If she had been in awe moments ago, now she felt an urge to express her frustration, to indulge in a delectable dish, only to be followed by a revolting one, then to return to another delightful dish. Who on earth concocted this video? Did they not understand the flavors of these foods? If only a compilation of either delicious or horrid dishes had been created separately, the impact would not have been so jarring. Haha, I bet you all are astonished, right? Worry not, for I too was taken aback the first time. This is indeed a capricious young lady. I look forward to witnessing her growth and hope she abandons that inferior cuisine in favor of high-quality creations. Of course, there is no pressure, merely a hope. Upon seeing the shared click rate, Guyuela's smile grew even more radiant, revealing all 8 of her teeth, and she continued her introduction. After presenting all the dishes, Guyuela concluded, "The Interstellar Culinary Competition welcomes your viewership. We await your presence." Chapter 89, Drawn for a Buy, a Day Tour of the Planet. Your video is truly fascinating. You're quite intriguing as well. The sunlight bathed the earth, creating a warm ambience, while the leaves nearby rustled in the gentle breeze. Everything appeared so tranquil, so delightfully soothing to the spirit. A few pedestrians meandered down the street, clad in various styles, relishing the shade of the greenery. Occasionally, a few spacecraft glided overhead, maintaining a smooth and orderly passage, devoid of any jarring noise. A pink spacecraft navigated through the trees at a leisurely pace, allowing passengers to fully appreciate the scenery before them. Shi Xizhou surveyed the interstellar vista, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. What do you think? Is this scenery not splendid? Gu Yuela raised her chin, her face brimming with pride as she introduced. Here in Tianshan Yunxing, I cannot speak for much, but this view is undoubtedly among the most beautiful across the main star. This lush greenery is the result of centuries of collective effort from the people of Tianshan Yunxing. If anyone dares to claim this place is unattractive, I shall be quite irate. The others listening to Gu Yuela couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly is entertaining. This moment was fortuitous, as Shi Xizhou had drawn a buy in today's competition, granting them ample time for travel and relaxation. Everyone, follow me. We are heading to the forest capital of Tianshan Yunxing, the place with the most diverse array of tree species on the planet. Here, you can find all sorts of vegetables and fruits to savor. Our food resources are absolutely eco-friendly and hygienic. Otherwise, the interstellar culinary competition would not be held here. It is precisely because the food is convenient. Gu Yuela clapped her hands and pressed a button on a nearby tree, causing a winged robotic arm to ascend into the air. This is the automatic robotic harvesting arm. We can use it to assist us in gathering food from the trees, liberating our hands. Under Gu Yuela's enthusiastic gaze, Shi Xizhou and the others eagerly prepared to grasp the thumb-sized food resembling cucumbers. They cautiously placed these items in their palms, eyes wide with curiosity as they observed them. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a delightful fragrance. Shi Xizhou and Tong inhaled deeply, feeling their breaths become invigorated. Shi Xizhou extended a hand, gently touching the surface of the food, feeling its soft texture and warm temperature. Leaning in closer to scrutinize the cucumber-like delicacies. They appeared like cucumbers, the size of cherry tomatoes, yet emitted a scent reminiscent of melons. What sort of food could this be? Shi Xizhou refrained from asking Tong and, filled with anticipation, decided to taste it herself. She took a bite, savoring the crisp sweetness, a harmonious blend of cucumbers' refreshing quality and the juiciness akin to small tomatoes, with a hint of melon-like sweetness. This exquisite combination of flavors was truly delightful. Shi Xizhou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, utterly enchanted by the taste of this food. This is absolutely fantastic. Gu Baku couldn't resist grabbing one and tossing it into his mouth, cheeks puffed as he praised it. Indeed, this is one of my favorite foods. Gu Yuela clicked a few more buttons on a nearby tree. Virtually all the food on this tree is edible, ensuring the safety of our visitors. Initially, we planted a variety of colorful species, but since you would not eat them, people insisted on climbing trees to pick the poisonous ones. Thus, we now cultivate only edible varieties. Even ornamental flowers are safe to consume. Gu Baku, who had eagerly wanted to climb the tree, exclaimed, "Wait, don't look at me like that. I was merely contemplating. I did nothing." He protested his innocence. Even if I wanted to eat, I would engage in such undignified behavior. Gu Yuela withdrew her suspicious gaze. Her earlier words were prompted by observing Gu Baku's hands exploring the tree's surface, as if he were about to ascend and harvest fruit. Gu Baku spoke the truth, despite his roguish nature. He was a wealthy scion and retained a degree of gentlemanly decorum. Climbing trees to pick fruit or catch birds was not in his character. When he was mischievous at 3 or 4 years old, his father had once severely punished him, breaking his leg, and since then, he had never dared to indulge in such antics. The atmosphere was filled with laughter. Following quietly behind them, Lin and Hongyu observed the jovial scene ahead, feeling a pang of desolation. Why are we just trailing behind like this? We are not thieves. Why act so furtively? Lin grumbled, his teeth itching with the desire to join in on the fun. Yet this companion beside him was like a ghost, preventing him from venturing out. Do you think I wish to remain like this? Do not forget, when Shi Xizhou arrived, we attempted to rob them, Hongyu retorted. But we failed to succeed. Failure to succeed still makes you a pirate. Besides, whether we succeeded or not is irrelevant. Your attitude was quite troublesome at the time. If they remember you and report you, it will be of no concern to me. Hongyu glared at him menacingly. They had agreed not to employ violence. Yet here they were entangled in trouble. Wait, look over there, Lian pointed to a distance. In Hongyu furrowed his brow, turning to see Guyuela, who seemed to have noticed them, waving from afar. What should we do? We've been recognized. Lele, when did you become so perceptive? We're hiding so far away. It shouldn't be possible for us to be identified. At that moment, Shi Xizhou noticed the two individuals frozen in their tracks, stirring further doubt within him. Tong Tong, are you certain that it's those two who have been following us? Indeed, Zhou, it's them. They don't seem like good people, Tong Tong replied keenly. Chapter 90, Disguised Pirates and Making Friends. As the two debated, a pair of hands simultaneously clasped their shoulders. Hi, long time no see. Upon hearing the familiar greeting, the two exchanged glances before turning around and nodding in unison. Yes, what a coincidence, it's been a while. Lian beamed brightly as he greeted them, presenting the gifts he had brought from his hometown. As they say, a chance meeting from afar is a blessing. These are special local delicacies. Come, try them. They're quite unique. Thank you, Shi Xizhou replied. Tong Tong thought, it's odd, but the food seems fine. Hello, you're too kind. How do we eat this? Gubaku asked. You're friends of Lele, so you're my friends as well. Since we have all gathered together, why not enjoy ourselves? Though I may not be as familiar with this place as Lele, I can still tell you which fruits grow on that tree and which ones are the tastiest. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lian, Li from Muzi, and meaning peace and safety. This next to me is my buddy, Yin Yu Hang. Yin from the surname Yin, Yu meaning universe, and Hang for navigation across the globe. Come, let us walk together. I know there's a fruit up ahead that's absolutely delicious, and I'm sure you'll be interested. Yin Yu Hang quietly observed Li An, appreciating his eloquence. Although it sometimes led to awkward situations, being associated with someone so charismatic had its advantages. Lian hurriedly urged Gu Baku forward, with Yin Yu Hang closely following. Wait, I haven't introduced myself yet. Lian suddenly stiffened, realizing that, as a pirate, he was aware of the threat posed by the two he had intimidated before. Yet he needed to conceal that identity. Oh, what was I thinking? The moment I saw you, it felt like meeting old friends. Hello, I'm Shi Xizhou. I'm Tong Tong. Gubaku, yes, the one you're thinking of. Greetings. Lian firmly shook Gu Baku's hand, gazing at him with warmth. He regretted not having taken advantage of the opportunity to pursue them. Such a significant catch, the Gu family, was undoubtedly lucrative. Yin Yu Hang discreetly examined Gu Baku, sensing his naivety. Yet, the embellishments on his attire and the quality of his fabric suggested he was no ordinary individual. Truly remarkable, young and accomplished, Lian exclaimed, patting Gu Baku's shoulder with admiration. Ha ha, you flatter me, Gu Baku replied, feeling a sense of unease as he noticed the keen gazes of the two. Their eyes reminded him of those who had kidnapped him before. Oh no, could they be bad people? I must remain calm and not let them see my fear. Gu Baku struggled to appear at ease. All right, don't frighten him. My friend here, although I'm unsure of their intentions, isn't particularly bad, nor especially good. I assure you, under my watchful eye, nothing untoward will happen. Gu Lele clapped his chest in assurance. Don't worry, I feel they seem familiar. Zhou, do you sense that? Yes, I share the same feeling of danger. I experienced it during the pirate incident. Shi Xizhou, recalling their perilous adventure in the jungle, felt a strong instinct. Especially as Lian spoke, she sensed the hairs on her neck rise, akin to the presence of a wild beast. Pirates. Upon hearing the term, Tong Tong grew anxious and quickly scanned the two from head to toe. Noticing their impressive physical attributes, Tong Tong's tone shifted to one of concern. Zhou, something's not right. Both of them possess remarkable physical prowess, even stronger than the soldiers in Nanfeng's camp. Moreover, I compared their voices, although they intentionally lowered their tones. They sound identical to the pirate from the spaceship. Tong Tong grasped Shi Xizhou's sleeve tightly. Zhou, could this be a trap designed to lure us in? Shi Xizhou secretly edited a message on her device. What you suggest isn't impossible, but Gu Lele is no ordinary person. She is a video blogger. Just this risk alone would deter them from acting recklessly. We must prepare in advance. If danger truly arises, we must escape promptly. After finishing her message, Shi Xizhou set her device aside. Tong Tong, if anything happens to us, send this message out. I have it ready. Now, we must wait and observe. Tong Tong, puzzled, thought that pirates were inherently bad. Why not just send them away? Shi Xizhou shook her head. Keep in mind that the police response will always be slower than their attack. We must prioritize our safety and avoid provoking them. Tong Tong reluctantly nodded, realizing it was indeed the best course of action. Zhou, rest assured, if they show any malice, I will protect you. Seeing the determination in Tong Tong's eyes brought a smile to Shi Xizhou's face. A ray of sunlight illuminated her hair, casting an ethereal glow around her, her eyes shimmering with hope as if she had grasped the essence of everything. Yin Yuhang, observing Shi Xizhou's penetrating gaze, felt his heart race. He knew she had sensed something. I knew I shouldn't have let that rascal stir up trouble. I hope he doesn't ruin things for the boss. If the boss finds out, we're in for it. Far away, Pace CG mused, who was thinking of me? Let me guess, is it the soldiers? Or those dim-witted pirates? Or perhaps I hope those two out there don't embarrass me, or else it will truly be humiliating. Chapter 91. Encountering reptiles and stones with mental power. Come on. Gu Lele urged the group to move forward, sensing an oddly tense atmosphere that she couldn't quite place. However, it didn't matter. The fun was what truly counted. Thus, in this state of mutual probing, they continued onward. Look at that tree. It bears the reddest fruit in our region, called Honghongwa, named for its vibrant hue. If someone eats it, their lips will turn bright red. Gu Lele excitedly pointed at a fruit on the tree, enthusiastically explaining it to them. I'm aware of that. Recently, the production of pigments, clothing, and lipsticks all utilize this fruit as a raw material. Do they not? Lian responded, indeed. I'm also aware that it can be quite profitable. Yin Yuhang shot him a glance. With a bit of culture, you cannot articulate anything beyond mere monetary gain. It is truly perplexing how you manage to attend university. Lian chuckled lightly, scratching his head, just as the atmosphere among the group began to ease. Tong Tong suddenly halted, communicating telepathically with Shi Xizhou. Zhou, I sense something unusual nearby, as if there exists a presence of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Yes. It feels immense and possesses destructive power. If it is hostile, that would be dire. Upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou's demeanor grew tense. Based on her current understanding, anything that could be described as immense by Tong Tong certainly possessed extraordinary energy. In the realm of interstellar beings, spiritual energy is typically harnessed for operating mechas. However, it would never be of the destructive nature implied here. Shi Xizhou cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Tong, please investigate thoroughly. If it proves too risky, we shall vacate this area. Tong appeared conflicted. I cannot ascertain whether this spiritual energy belongs to a person, an animal, or an object. If it is one of the first two, we can leave, but if it is an object, I could absorb its spiritual energy to restore myself. This statement only heightened their uncertainty. Although Tong could now manifest in human form, there remained a time constraint preventing prolonged existence in this guise. He needed a rest within Shi Xizhou's mind. If he could absorb spiritual energy, he would recover well, avoiding the peril of becoming a lifeless entity, unable to maintain his corporeal form and vanishing from sight. Then observe closely. Should you reach a conclusion, we will proceed with caution. Shi Xizhou did not outright reject the idea. As they ventured deeper, Gu Bok felt increasingly uneasy. Glancing at the winding path ahead, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping there were no insects. I truly detest insects, Gu Bok thought, imagining a scenario where a bug, perched on a branch, fell onto him with a thud. The thought of it crawling over his shoulder, his head, and onto his clothing, leaving a trail of disgusting slime, was horrifying. Help! How terrifying! I feel like my mind is about to explode. Gu Bok shook his clothes vigorously, attempting to dispel the sensation of being infested. After walking for a considerable time, they finally reached an area devoid of towering trees. Gu Bok felt a wave of relief, grateful that no insect had landed on him. Thank goodness, if there were insects, I would lose my mind. As the surroundings widened, Tong distinctly sensed the presence of spiritual energy. Zhou, this is indeed the location of the spiritual energy. It seems not to be from a person, but rather from a stone. Yes, it is from a stone. I can feel it right beneath the yellow leaves? There's a black stone. Tong Tong's voice brimmed with excitement. Shi Xizhou nodded, her gaze fixated on the stone. For reasons unknown, she shared the same intuition that this stone was not ordinary. Something else resided within it. Tong Tong, are you certain this is merely a stone? It is not some other creature? Absolutely certain. And it is food that will satisfy my hunger. Delicious, delicious. Zhou, let's take it back, I implore you. After contemplating for a few moments, Shi Xizhou turned to the others. Lele, may I take some items from here? Galele smiled, of course. What would you like to take? The fruits from the trees? Just say the word, and we will help you gather them. Shi Xizhou shook her head and pointed at the stone. I want this. That stone? What's so special about it? There are plenty of them around. They are quite ordinary, someone remarked. No, I sense it possesses something extraordinary. I wish to take it back for research. What is there to research? It is just a chunk of marble. Lin expressed his astonishment, baffled as to why one would burden themselves with such a hefty object. If you want it, take it. It's just a worthless stone. Gu Bok shrugged, indifferent, as long as Shi Xizhou didn't lose her mind and attempt to bring back an insect. Just as Tong Tong excitedly approached the stone, a white silk web sprang from it, enveloping Tong Tong's head in a layer of white. Ah, there's a spider. Gu Bok exclaimed in shock. Turning in the direction of his voice, they indeed spotted a large black spider resting there. Its fur-covered body bristled with black hair. Its eyes glowed like red bulbs, and it bore two bulbous appendages on its back, rhythmically striking its body, producing a sharp and piercing sound. What is that creature? Tong Tong was terrified by the web and quickly retreated behind Shi Xizhou, though he did not dare draw too close, not wanting to soil her clothing. I'll take a photo and see if it's toxic. Yin cautiously retrieved his light brain for scanning. The data compared on the light brain revealed that this spider was a treasure-seeking tarantula. Upon seeing the information, Yin raised an eyebrow. You are indeed fortunate. This stone appears to be quite special. Such spiders typically exist only in specific circumstances, and where these spiders are found, treasures often appear. Hearing this, the others felt their jaws nearly shatter. Gu Bok stared at the spider in horror, incredulous. Are you certain? This spider can seek treasures? I could believe in treasure-seeking mice. But a spider? What use does it have in seeking treasure? Yin shrugged. This is not my claim. It is documented on the official website, researched by zoologists. Not by me. Perhaps they have a knack for it. Tong Tong glared at the spider. Huh? How detestable. Occupying the stone and spraying goo on my head. It's truly disgusting. I want to abandon this human form immediately. Woe is me. Shi Xizhou pulled a handkerchief from her clothing, gently wiping the dirt from Tong Tong's hair until she was certain no residue remained before retracting her hand. Her gaze settled on the spider, and she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Does this spider possess any other forms of aggression? Galele, intrigued by the emergence of this spider. Check the official site for more information. Strange, I've never encountered this spider before, despite having visited this area dozens of times, almost 100 times even. Please do not move. Allow me to proceed first. I am familiar with this forest, and I shall take a closer look. Galele stealthily approached the spider, observing its dark head adorned with two pea-sized eyes. She pondered, could it be that this spider coveted the stone's position? After all, what could be so special about an ordinary stone? Deep down, she harbored skepticism about the notion of treasure hunting. The information available on Xing Wang was not entirely trustworthy. Having once contributed to the compilation of data on Xing Wang herself, she knew that as long as one possessed sufficient logic, one could fabricate narratives on such a grand platform. Galele picked up a twig from the ground and gently tossed it towards the spider's location, but alas, her aim was lacking, and the twig landed beside the spider's feet. The spider, displaying no courtesy, spat out a strand of silk, pulling the twig back beneath itself and taking a bite. Before long, a corrosive liquid dripped onto the twig, causing it to begin to erode. Goodness, this spider possesses something corrosive. Galele exclaimed in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the diminutive creature. How absurd! How could something possess such potent corrosiveness? And why had the silk it had previously expelled not demonstrated the same level of acidity? Galele shifted her gaze to Tong Tong's head. Tong Tong's freshly groomed hair showed no signs of damage. Tong Tong, feeling somewhat flustered, remarked, "I'm not sure what is happening. Perhaps it simply did not secrete venom earlier, or it can only expel toxins from its mouth. It appears both of you are rather fortunate. One discovered the stone while the other remained unscathed by the spider," Lian remarked wistfully. As a pirate, the fact that he had not initially recognized this treasure deeply saddened him. Shi Xizhou, however, discreetly concealed a handkerchief behind him. Everyone must exercise caution if it possesses venom. The consequences could be dire. Let's avoid this spider as much as possible. Upon touching the handkerchief, Shi Xizhou realized that it had a tear in it. The web stuck to Tong Tong's hair also contained toxins. However, Tong Tong's form was merely a construct, a mere collection of data, not a living, breathing human. Thus, the spider's venom posed no threat to him. Gu Bak looked at everyone's efforts with pride, standing confidently. "I knew I would be indispensable at such a critical moment. Step aside." He produced a small vial from around his neck. "This is a highly priced mosquito repellent crafted by my family. Just a drop will send these insects scurrying away without a trace." Having anticipated the possibility of encountering bugs in the forest, Gu Bak had come prepared with the insect repellent. Little did he know it would come in handy now. The concentrated green essence quickly formed a protective circle, dripping around the stone. Sensing the strong stimulus, the hairs on the spider's body stood on end, and it appeared to be frantically scurrying in place. "Are you foolish? You have surrounded the spider. How is it supposed to escape?" Gu Bak suddenly realized and hurriedly picked up a twig to create an opening in the protective circle. As the exit was formed, the spider quickly made its escape. Gu Bak, observing the area vacated by the spider, felt a pang of despair. Who would have guessed that this spot had already been used for laying eggs? This realization left him somewhat disheartened. "Oh, come now, it's just a few eggs. We can clean them up, can't we?" Lian said, putting an arm around his shoulder in a brotherly manner. Shi Xizhou leaned closer to the stone. It was a black stone, one that seemed to embody a profound darkness capable of consuming everything, appearing exceptionally mysterious. The few eggs stuck to it made the stone seem almost alive once again. "At last, I have obtained this stone. I sense an immense spiritual energy emanating from it. If I can assimilate this stone, I am certain I will be fully restored." Tong Tong thought joyfully as he gazed at the stone. Shi Xizhou did not immediately proceed to handle it. Instead, he picked up a nearby leaf and gently transferred the eggs onto it. "We do not wish to disrupt the spider's family. Let us relocate these eggs and, when we depart, eliminate any trace of the scent, allowing it to return to its young." Gu Leilei's eyes sparkled. "You are quite considerate, thinking of that." Lian mused. "That sounds oddly familiar. I feel as though I have often said something like that before." As Shi Xizhou held the stone, he was overcome with an indescribable feeling. Chapter 93. Adorably cute, snow pear and silver ear jelly. It seemed as though the stone possessed a semblance of life. "All right, let's make haste. We must enjoy ourselves. As tomorrow brings another competition," Gu Leilei declared, uninterested in waiting for them to examine the stone thoroughly. "A competition?" Lian's eyes brightened. "May I witness it?" "Xizhou, I'm intrigued by the food you create." "Really? What kind of food? Is it delectable or unpalatable? Is it truly possible for someone to enjoy it in real life?" Gu Bak expressed his curiosity, surprised to find a genuine audience here, wondering what thoughts occupied their minds. After all, how could anyone appreciate Shi Xizhou's peculiar taste? Lian carefully recalled the various reactions people had after consuming the food and the reactions of his subordinates. Some had vomited incessantly, others had spat blood. Some had felt as though their entire insides were being wrenched out, and still others had fainted in convulsions. It's a rather enigmatic dish I have not tried. But those around me seemed to adore it, even clamoring to eat it." Lian wore an innocent smile. Yin Yuhang, aware of the implications, noticed the conversation shifting towards a potentially gruesome topic and quickly interjected, "May we attend your competition tomorrow?" He understood that if this topic continued, Lian might inadvertently reveal too much. "Let us eagerly anticipate it," came the reply. Bakumato interstellar culinary competition. After rounds of fierce contests, Our contestants have become increasingly elite. Now, we arrive at the segment that deserves a mention, the presentation segment. Today's focus is on desserts. For a life filled with happiness requires sweets. Let us indulge our palates and sweeten our lives across the stars. The host proclaimed while waving a lollipop, donning an outfit that radiated pink dopamine, looking exceptionally sweet. This world cannot do without sweets. Let us look forward to the upcoming desserts. I hereby declare the competition officially open. Contestants, begin crafting your dishes. The competition venue buzzed with spectators intensely focused on the large screen. Their expressions varied. Among them, the most exhilarated were undoubtedly those seated in the front row. These spectators were primarily chefs, some new to the culinary world. Others had faced elimination after previous competitions, while some were simply there to observe and anticipate. Gazing at the ingredients before him, Shi Xizhou paused, his eyes alighting upon the combination of pear and tremella. In an instant, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Snow pear, tremella gelatin. With confidence, he recalled the steps and gathered the necessary ingredients. He delicately tore the fresh tremella into small pieces, enhancing the visual appeal of the gelatin. Next, he measured out an appropriate amount of rock sugar and tremella, placing them into a pot filled with clear water and brought it to a boil. The flames flickered gently, creating a soft, bubbling sound as the mixture simmered. Timing his actions perfectly, Shi Xizhou shut off the heat after 20 minutes, repeating this process 3 times until the tremella reached a viscous consistency. The now thickened tremella mingled with the syrup, exuding a certain clarity. During the final boil, he sprinkled a handful of goji berries atop, their vibrant red hue contrasting beautifully with the yellow tremella, creating an aesthetically pleasing sight. After 20 minutes of the final boil, he added white gelatin powder, continuing to boil for 1 more minute before pouring the mixture into small bowls or a larger container to cool and set. As the tremella gradually solidified, it took on a delightful bouncy texture within the flower-shaped molds. Shi Xizhou placed them in the freezer, gently pressed the edges of the bowls to demold, and arranged them on a plate. Drizzling honey and osmanthus over the top, the dessert was ready to be savored. It looks so bouncy. I want to take a bite. Tong Tong exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of the charming little flower-shaped gelatin. Crawl, crawl, I must eat. I'm so hungry. This delightful dessert struck a chord with Tong Tong, who was, after all, still a child at heart. The onlookers also found it intriguing. This looks quite refreshing. I would feel a bit reluctant to bite into it all at once. This summer, she had a penchant for sweet treats. Watching the array of desserts on screen, she couldn't help but chew on the jelly she had just ordered, taking her time. Her cheeks puffed as she savored each morsel, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The bouncy little flower gelatin, placed on a white plate, appeared even more exquisite, resembling a precious gem. The pale, yellow snow pear tremella gelatin, delicate and dainty, beckoned to be tasted with a light brush of sweet honey, making it irresistibly enticing. Unable to suppress her saliva, Tong Tong sighed, wishing she could be there in person. For if she were, she could devour not just one, but hundreds of these delightful treats. Is the preparation complete? Will I ever have dessert again? If only Grandpa were here, he would surely find ways to enjoy it. Shi Xizhou snapped back to reality, focusing on the tremella and pear. What a perfect pairing. The golden tremella and pear, 2 shades of yellow, harmonized beautifully together, resulting in an exquisite and lovely snow tremella gelatin. Nearby, another participant began carving with great diligence, the knife in his hand moving as fluidly as an extension of himself, executing each cut with unwavering precision. Each slice was made with a careful consideration of scale, creating a unified beauty in the intersection of their creations. As time ticked away, the works of each competitor gradually revealed themselves, even within the realm of desserts. Creativity flourished in myriad forms. Some creations exuded a sense of grandeur, such as a dragon sculpted from sugar, its scales sharp and formidable. Chapter 94. In the face of allure, cuteness is rendered ineffectual. Lian observed Shi Xizhou on the screen, a surge of excitement coursing through him, pondering the potential impact of this culinary creation. Would it elicit the desired response from those gathered below, compelling them to willingly relinquish their gold coins? That would indeed be the ideal outcome. Gu Baka glanced at the increasingly fervent man beside him, whose sunny demeanor bore an almost fervent obsession. Though he smiled, there was an unsettling undertone that made Gu Baku uneasy. How could this seemingly innocuous-looking young man, with his naive student visage, evoke such discomfort? Was it possible that this peculiar friend had emerged from a mental institution? Suddenly, the sound signifying the end of the competition rang out. Lian waved his hand in front of Gu Baku, teasingly saying, "Brother, stop staring at me. The results are in, and you're fixated on me as if you've developed a crush." Upon hearing this, Gu Baku's panic dissipated, replaced by derision. "Look at yourself. A grown man expecting me to like you? I'm not into your type. I prefer soft, tender, and adorable little bunny girls." "Oh," Lian replied, his tone nonchalant. Observing Gu Baku's response, he silently raised a middle finger in his mind, thinking he was merely pretending. The camera panned across the screen, showcasing each contestant's culinary creations. The top 5 from the previous competition were magnified for all to see. 5th place Shi Xizhou crafted a pineapple bun adorned with braided hair made from sugar strands, intricately woven to resemble long, flowing locks atop the bun. 4th place Fu Yin presented a gummy candy mountain, meticulously stacking various colored gummies to form a small hill, vibrant green leaves contributing to the lively scene. This craft required not only a keen eye for color, but also an imaginative mind, as the differences in pigment and the necessary proportions demanded a significant investment of time. All are masters. Their creations are exquisite. With such precision, I could never replicate it. The more I look, the more excited I become, feeling that each creation is a pinnacle of achievement. Yet I anticipate even greater heights in the next competition. Such exquisite pieces would surely be revered at home. Who would dare to consume them? Aren't you concerned about their shelf life? It's just food. No need to be overly sentimental. If they're gone, we can always make more. Easier said than done. Can you truly replicate these? What does it matter? If we can't recreate them, we want to be able to taste them either. It's a fair trade. That makes sense. In 3rd place, Darwijia sculpted sugar flowers on a large oval sugar pillar, skillfully carving delicate blossoms that came to life under his deft touch. Each petal, crafted with precision, captured light in varying degrees, resembling real flowers basking in sunlight, showcasing a spectrum of colors. He, the 2nd place contestant and a master sculptor, excels in the art of carving. Having narrowly missed 1st place last time, he is now filled with a fierce determination and embarks on a monumental task akin to Pangu creating the heavens and the earth. He crafts a robust sugar column and meticulously carves away small pieces from various locations with a knife, skillfully kneading and molding them into shimmering golden scales, which he then adheres together at the optimal temperature. Each scale appears to possess a unique luster, enhancing their sharpness. These scales, combined with other components, form a vividly lifelike dragon. Every part of the dragon is crafted from sugar, making this intricate creation the most complex among all contestants. The elaborate process nearly caused him to miss the deadline. Meanwhile, Shi Xizhou, the previous 1st place winner, presents a floral-shaped snow lotus and silver fungus jelly dessert. No way. That cook whose dishes are notoriously unpalatable is back again after winning 1st place last time. I really wish I wouldn't have to see her, one commentator laments. It's all about appearance. The visual appeal can be appreciated without tasting. Why worry? Another replies. True, but I can't shake the feeling that although her creation looks quite charming, it lacks the wow factor this time, a 3rd observes. Compared to the grandeur of others, her seems less striking, another adds. As the comments begin to sway, Gu Baku and his companions feel a twinge of concern. This time, the quality of her work appears inferior to the last. Previously, she had seized an opportunity to stand out amidst exquisite creations with her fresh, national-style dessert, garnering significant attention. However, when others present their grandiose masterpieces, her petite dessert fails to create a significant impact, reminiscent of the saying, "In the face of seduction, cuteness pales in comparison." Similarly, in the presence of sharp, imposing desserts, A small refreshment can only achieve fleeting recognition and cannot maintain a lasting foothold. This is troubling. Her chances in this competition may be precarious. Lian muses, scrutinizing the delicate floral jelly dessert, which boasts a crystalline clarity akin to glass. Despite its beauty, it suffers from a lack of substance when juxtaposed with the other colossal creations, diminishing its presence. There might still be hope. Let's see how it fares in sweetness. Perhaps it will influence the outcome, he speculates. In a competition, desserts must not only rely on visual appeal, but also on sweetness. If a dessert does not satisfy the majority's taste preferences, it will inevitably lose points and could even face elimination. Gulula shakes her head, addressing Gubako, who clings to a glimmer of hope. Your belief is overly naive. The contestants here are not like Shi Xizhou, who is competing for the first time. Each has undergone numerous training sessions, where such nuances have been emphasized. Thus, your notion is nearly unfounded. Gulula bluntly states the harsh reality. In this competition, Shi Xizhou lacks a significant advantage and is likely to lose. Gubako grows anxious. What should we do? Should we rally votes? Gulula scoffs. That's incredibly naive. Everyone here has earned their place through merit. If it were possible to buy votes, we would already have multiple champions on stage. I'm not sure what else to do, Gubako replies, feeling dejected. After all, since the company came under his management, the only other streamer with any notable achievements has been Shi Xizhou. Others have struggled to even reach the threshold of the competition. Typically, after a round, they are swiftly eliminated. Thus, their fate rests entirely on the audience's perceptions. I wonder how many votes they can truly garner. I hope they can secure more for her. Gubaka inwardly prays. It's essential to note that since Shi Xizhou arrived, she has placed great importance on the competition, hoping to achieve higher ranks through her own efforts. However, if her journey ends prematurely, it would be disheartening for everyone involved. Initially, Gubaka was not in favor of participating in two different competition formats. Yet when push comes to shove, he hopes for success in both. Let us hope the audience appreciates this. While we cannot control the votes, we can certainly flood the comment section. Lian smiles, opening the Star Network and rapidly sending messages. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The first place floral dessert is simply adorable. Regardless of taste, this design is undeniably impressive. Please vote for the little flower, I beg you. It's like a work of art. Who wouldn't vote for it? The praises flow in one after another. Observing the enthusiasm, the others are taken aback. I didn't realize you had this capability, Yin remarks, patting Lian on the shoulder. Lian coldly brushes his hand away. Stop with the small talk. Let us act quickly. If this helps us gather votes, then our efforts won't be in vain. The remaining contestants fervently flood the internet with positive reviews. Yes. The others are suffering from aesthetic fatigue. They've been doing the same thing year after year. A fresh, cute design is much more appealing. The first place dessert smells divine. I can't wait to try it. Don't try to steal my thunder. I'm aiming to be the top voter. Watching the influx of positive comments online, other viewers are astonished. These contestants are quite determined, frantically posting positive reviews. I can't help but want to like one myself. If only they could switch IDs and create more accounts, it wouldn't be so obvious. This actually piques my interest. That little flower does look quite nice. Since they've worked so hard to post so many comments, I'll generously cast my vote for her. Oh, thank you so much. You have no idea how challenging our journey has been to reach this point. But I believe that with your support, no matter how difficult or exhausting it may be, we can succeed. You are truly the best people in the world. I only want to play with you, not with anyone else. I'm laughing so hard, I just counted. And there are 4 of us working so hard to send messages. It's quite a struggle. The 4 individuals in question are Gubaka, Gululu, Lian, and Yin. As for Tong Tong, he has remained at home, diligently attempting to extract the spiritual energy from the stone. Tong Tong is determined to absorb the energy within, but the stone proves to be formidable, as the energy appears to be safeguarded within a hard shell, resisting all of his efforts with a hammer. This only fuels Tong Tong's determination to engage in a showdown with the stone. Had Tong Tong been present, the number of accounts posting positive reviews could have increased by 1. Now that all contestants have completed their creations, Let us proceed with data transmission for evaluation by the audience and professional judges. Please, dear viewers, be patient. We will return after a brief advertisement. The host leisurely transitioned the topic towards advertisements, inducing a state of anxious anticipation among some viewers in the live stream. I truly wonder what rank we will achieve this time. If we could secure a spot in the top 5, I would be eternally grateful. Gu Bak clasped his hands together, fervently praying. Observing the array of confections around him, Shi Xizhou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed that while the culinary creations of the interstellar people might not be particularly palatable, their skills undeniably rivaled those of many 5-star chefs on Earth. Especially noteworthy was the dragon intricately carved by He, which appeared vividly lifelike and breathtakingly exquisite, stirring a profound sense of excitement within him. It was clear that he would need to muster greater mental fortitude for the upcoming competition, as innovation was crucial. Continuing with small-scale food creations would likely lead to aesthetic fatigue among the audience. This time, Shi Xizhou held modest expectations, believing that perhaps he would only reach the top 10. Subsequently, the host began to review the announcements in hand and declared the winners. The eagerly anticipated results are now in. Let's all cheer for our familiar face, who has secured first place with his dessert dragon, garnering unanimous acclaim from the audience. In second place, we have a delightful soft candy hill by Fu Yin, presenting a vivid and layered depiction of a lively spring scene. The dazzling colors within are truly awe-inspiring. Third place goes to Shi Xizhou, whose creation, the snow lotus and silver fungus jelly, boasts an unexpectedly delicate design and color scheme. At first glance, it resembles a fragile, exquisite ornament, seemingly ready to shatter at the slightest touch. It is worth noting that all the food presented here is safe to taste, with no issues at all. They're sweet delicacies. The host emphasized this final remark because, despite the differences between Earth and the interstellar realm, both shared a common affinity for sweet flavors. Thus, the audience could indulge without reservation. In fourth place, we have Qian Xiaoyue's pineapple bun with messy braids. Each braid embodies a unique sweetness, creating an escalating taste experience with each bite, melting effortlessly in the mouth, and its quirky appearance adds to its charm. Fifth place belongs to Dalwejia's sculpted sugar flowers. While this piece is undoubtedly stunning, it unfortunately faced stiff competition from previous years, resulting in a less-than-ideal outcome this time. Each flower is exquisitely carved, some in bud, some in full bloom, and others partially opened. The most astonishing moment occurred when an electronic bee landed upon one of the flowers during data input. The host continuously introduced the contestants' creations. Upon hearing the rankings, Shi Xizhou felt a twinge of surprise. To have achieved third place was a testament that the audience's appreciation for such creations had not entirely waned. Nonetheless, he realized that next time, he must present a more distinctive approach, rather than relying on such small items to capture attention. Meanwhile, Gu Bak and his companions let out a collective sigh of relief. "Ah, this is wonderful. Securing third place must be a result of our barrage of comments." Gu Bak excellent. Even the more naive Lian couldn't help but shake his head at this, thinking how naive Gu Bak was to believe that a few comments could shift the tide of the competition. This sentiment was not unfounded. Aside from Gu Bak, the others merely sent comments to alleviate their own nervousness and feel a sense of participation. "You are happy, so that is what matters," Lian remarked as he closed the Star Network, ending his conversation with his superior, the interstellar pirate Pei Ciji. "How are things on your end?" "Still observing. Keep in touch. Notify me immediately if anything unusual arises." "Understood, my dear leader." Upon seeing Shi Xizhou's creation, he frowned. He could not fathom why, at this juncture, anyone would resort to such conservative designs. Scanning the room, he noted the expressions of each contestant, quickly assessing the competitive landscape. Aside from Shi Xizhou, whose abilities he was not familiar with, he had already heard of the others, having previously competed alongside them. He felt a sense of resignation. Was there truly no one of remarkable caliber in the interstellar realm? Thus far, he had not encountered a single standout contender. "Teacher," a rebellious voice called out, the champion of the previous exterior competitions. A young man fixed his gaze on the dragon crafted by His his face adorned with a smirk that hinted at both admiration and wariness. "Teacher, do you remember me?" He indeed remembered him. He was Dao Weijia, a rising star in the world of carving, known for his exceptional control over multiple tools simultaneously. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" he inquired patiently, a warm smile gracing his face. At his age, he had long since abandoned any competitive spirit. This competition was merely an opportunity to accompany his apprentice, Shi Xizhou. It may come as a surprise to those who knew him that his apprentice had not specialized in carving. Yet, it was the passion of a food enthusiast. While a craft must be inherited, it should also align with the characteristics and abilities of the heir. Although Qian Xiaoyue's carving skills had not yet reached the level of Dao Weijia's mastery, her sensitivity to precision was remarkable, as demonstrated by her pineapple bun, where each measure of sweetness, length, and fineness was executed with striking accuracy. The youthful challenger's eyes brimmed with hostility, yet his youthful demeanor suggested he was likely in his early 20s. Observing the boy, he found himself lost in thought, wondering if children today possessed such intense competitive spirits. In his own youth, he had quietly listened to his master's teachings in the kitchen. "Teacher, I will surely surpass you." Hearing the confident declaration, he nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, do your best. I believe one day you will achieve great success." "I will." "Indeed." Qian Xiaoyue, observing the exchange, remarked, "Master, this guy doesn't intend to become your apprentice, does he? I would rather not have another junior. That would be quite bothersome." He maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, "That will depend on your performance going forward. I will uphold my position without fail. I absolutely do not want a junior." "Yay! This is wonderful!" Gu Lele exclaimed, gleefully hugging Shi Xizhou and dancing with joy. "To celebrate, let us hurry and indulge in delicious food." Gu Bak rubbed his hands together, already sensing the enticing aromas that had ignited his hunger beyond measure. The sweetness permeating the air rendered the entire scene delightfully saccharine. The audience couldn't help but salivate. Lian cast a regretful glance at the snow lotus and silver fungus jelly. This time, the food is simply sweet, lacking that explosive allure. Yin Yuhang twitched his lips in response. The fellow, seemingly simple-minded and innocent on the surface, harbors a multitude of devious thoughts within. He craves the unpalatable instead of the delectable, and one wonders how the prisoners beneath his command will endure his whims for long. Let us hope they do not all perish. Yin Yuhang felt a twinge of melancholy, for he had been observing those individuals for quite some time. Chapter 97. A compendium of desserts. Sweetness abounds. Tong Tong's gaze was fixated on the dark stone ahead. He could distinctly sense the energy concealed within. Yet no matter how he struck, he could not break it open. It was akin to having a sumptuous morsel tantalizingly close, yet utterly unattainable, leaving one in an irritating state of longing. Tong Tong had not anticipated reaching this impasse, and his mouth watered in anticipation. He had thought the previous spider was the greatest challenge, but who could have foreseen that the true obstacle lay within the stone itself? His desire was palpable. "Tong Tong, we are back. Have you not managed to break it open?" Shi Xizhou entered, curiosity evident in his expression as he looked toward Tong Tong. With an expression of utter dejection, Tong Tong turned his gaze toward Shi Xizhou, his eyes brimming with grievance. "Zhou, this stone is far too resilient. No matter how I strike it, I cannot break it. I am truly famished, so very hungry." Tong Tong's woeful voice echoed throughout the room. Gu Bake was taken aback by Tong Tong's obsession, never having anticipated that this little fellow would be so fixated on a mere stone. However, upon its return, he had not observed anything remarkable about it. Could there be something within that he was unaware of? Yet the machine scans revealed nothing of interest inside. Strange, this stone contains no gems or anything of the sort. Why are you so fixated on it? Yin Yuhang scrutinized the stone before him. From the moment it was brought back, they had thoroughly scanned it with their detection equipment, and nothing extraordinary had been revealed. It was, in fact, a stone of the most ordinary kind. Tong Tong was caught off guard by Yin Yuhang's sudden inquiry and had yet to respond when Shi Xizhou swiftly pulled him aside, maintaining a demeanor of gentle calm. Though a flicker of wariness lingered in his eyes, she remained cautious around Yin Yuhang and chose not to pursue the topic further. Enough, enough. Let us hasten to our meal and cease discussing this trivial stone. I am starved, she declared. Xizhou, I implore you, could you prepare some desserts? I've heard that the delicacies you made this time are exquisite, and I wish to indulge. Gu tugged at Shi Xizhou's sleeve, his tone pleading. Despite his own reservations about the group, he could not discern why Shi Xizhou and Tong regarded the stone with such indifference. Ultimately, it was better to keep matters less public than more so. Indeed, let us not dwell on a mere stone. We must eat. Leon's curiosity for desserts surpassed his interest in the stone, so he urged for food. Very well, aware that both locations offered similar desserts. Shi Xizhou planned a grand dessert feast for today. This would also serve as a means for them to assist her in analyzing what aspects needed to be prepared for the upcoming competition. The first dish she intended to create was strawberry milk jelly. First, she soaked gelatin in cold water until softened, then combined milk and sugar, heating it until warm before adding the gelatin and stirring until uniform. She then diced plump, sweet strawberries and folded them into the milk mixture, allowing it to chill until set. The fragrant, creamy jelly enveloped the fresh, red strawberries, and the delightful burst of flavor on the palate was refreshingly soothing. The second dish was chocolate cookies. She melted chocolate and softened butter together over a water bath, added sugar, and mixed before incorporating egg liquid. When the mixture was nearly combined, she sifted in flour, cocoa powder, and baking powder, blending thoroughly while adding chopped roasted almonds and walnuts. Once mixed, she scooped spoonfuls of cookie dough onto a parchment-lined baking tray and placed them in the oven. The aroma of chocolate began to waft through the air, mingling with the scent of nuts. As the cookies baked, the fragrance intensified, and upon tasting, the rich chocolate and nutty flavors filled the mouth with sweetness. The third dish was crystal shrimp with fava beans. Freshly caught shrimp paired with summer fava beans created a unique aroma that enveloped the tender shrimp, a culinary dance of flavors that made the taste buds blossom. The fourth dish belonged to the breakfast category, caramelized banana toast. The toast was baked to perfection, and slices of banana adorned the warm toast, drizzled with homemade caramel, achieving a perfect balance of sweetness. The fifth was scallion tofu. Tofu was boiled continuously, releasing its essence, and the dish required no elaborate seasonings, simply scallions and soy sauce. For those who enjoyed a bit of heat, a dash of chili could be added. Tofu dipped in soy sauce did not require complexity, as the everyday delicacy came alive on the palate. The sixth dish was mango mousse. The steps were straightforward. Whipped cream, mix in mango puree, and dissolve gelatin in heated puree. The whipped cream and egg whites were then combined, and ladyfingers were cut into desired shapes before being chilled to set. One by one, whether simple or intricate, everyday or refined, the desserts emerged. As the rich sweetness wafted from the table, Gu and Lian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The moment Shi Xizhou took her seat and beckoned everyone to eat, they eagerly grabbed their chopsticks to savor the treats. The flavors erupted in their mouths, rich aromas, sweet tastes, and a delightful texture. Zhou, you are indeed exceptional. Your creations are exquisite. I regret not attending the competition today, but now I feel no remorse at all. Xizhou, oh, please take care of me. This is too delicious. I cannot bear to be apart from you. How can it be this divine? I can never have enough. Miss Shi, do you enjoy traveling? Come journey with us. We traverse various locales, and our wages are quite generous. There are many brothers and sisters with us. It is always lively. Absolutely not. Even if they speak of extravagant adventures, I can only take myself along. With them, it would only be pretense, but with you, it is genuine fun. Chapter 98. The Queen Tong Showdown. Desserts must not escape. Tong was growing anxious. Ha. I see everyone enjoys my cooking. We have ample time ahead, and I will prepare more diverse dishes for everyone. As Shi Xizhou observed the flavors from both the stars and earth achieving harmony, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The scent wafting about seemed to awaken the previously inert stone, which began to tremble. Its vigorous shaking caught Tong's immediate attention. Just as he considered hiding the stone from prying eyes, a crack gradually extended across its surface, widening and lengthening. Soon, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. This stone can actually hatch? What on earth is happening here? The voice echoed in the ears of the insectoid queen as she was encircled by a group of audacious humans. As the gaps widened, she could finally see their faces. What was going on? The queen was perplexed, recalling that she had been traversing a black hole when something anomalous occurred. Her body instinctively triggered a self-protective mechanism, transforming into a meteoric state. The sweet aroma she had just sensed, where did it originate? The queen's inner musings remained unknown to all. Tong Tong, with bated breath, fixed his gaze on the insectoid queen. As the rocks began to crack, he realized that the entity before him was indeed an insectoid. Before anyone could ponder further, the insectoid queen surged towards them. A scorpion with a hard shell lunged at Shi Xizhou. Tong Tong's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly activated the defense mechanism, sending the insectoid queen hurtling back against the wall. Yet, she swiftly regained her footing and launched a mental assault. Gu Bake, Gu Lei and Yin Yu Hang all succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground, oblivious to their surroundings. Be careful, Zhou. Tong Tong, possessing equally formidable mental prowess, could not shield everyone in time and threw himself on Shi Xizhou, enveloping her within his protective shield, striving to remain alert amidst the chaos. You two are somewhat impressive, but your feeble energy pales in comparison to mine. The insectoid queen effortlessly leapt atop a cabinet, gazing down at them with contempt. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your minds and turn you into puppets. You dare lay a finger on Zhou while I am here? You shall not prevail, little scorpion. Tong Tong's furious roar resonated through the air, his mental energy coiling like a wave towards the insectoid queen. The two forces of mental energy intertwined, signaling the impending clash. Facing each other, one donned in a child's attire and the other clad in a scaly exoskeleton. Neither was in their true form, both appearing in a juvenile guise. The queen suddenly lunged at Tong Tong, a blade of mental energy aimed at him. Tong Tong puffed out his cheeks, effortlessly manifesting a protective shield that deflected the attack, preventing any harm. Is that all you've got? Little scorpion, scurry back home. Tong Tong mocked, simultaneously conjuring his mental energy into tentacle-like forms. The tendrils surged towards the queen, intent on cleaving her in two. Is that your best? The queen showed no sign of fear, swiftly retracting her tail to form a sharp stinger, severing the tendrils. The pain was excruciating for Tong Tong, as mental energy could indeed inflict suffering. You despicable creature, resorting to your tail? The queen laughed heartily. How can you use dirty tricks while I cannot? You humans are truly hypocritical. Indeed, hypocrisy abounds. Go on, kill me if you dare, Shi Xizhou interjected, watching the two engage in a trivial argument akin to children bickering. What was happening? What were these two doing? Unable to contain himself, Shi Xizhou stepped between them. Enough. Let us cease this squabbling and address the matter at hand. Who are you? The queen raised her head imperiously. I am the mightiest insectoid queen in the universe. Humans, you better serve me promptly and bring forth that delectable aroma I detected earlier, or I shall not hold back. Upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou understood the sudden rift in the queen's demeanor. This creature was merely a glutton. Very well. As long as you cease hostilities, I shall procure it for you. Feel free to request anything. I possess an array of culinary delights. Should you maintain peace, I can assure you that I will cook for you daily. Shi Xizhou endeavored to soothe the anger of both parties. The queen blinked, her gaze shifting back to Shi Xizhou, her desire intensifying. Finally, she exclaimed, I want 2 servings. Tong Tong, observing the unfolding scene, refrained from making hasty decisions, feeling utterly vexed. Zhou, what should we do? I cannot compete with her overwhelming mental strength. If I continue this contest, I may lose my form entirely. Shi Xizhou shook her head, cautioning Tong Tong against rash actions. Let us see what she truly desires. Do not rush. I have already sent a message to Nanfeng, but it failed to deliver due to her strong control over mental aspects. While Shi Xizhou retrieved the unfinished dessert from the table, she inadvertently stumbled over Gu Bake's foot. The dessert arced gracefully through the air. The queen's reflexes were swifter than her words. She leapt to catch a corner of the treat in her mouth and quickly enlarged herself, devouring the entire dessert. Ah, the queen landed with satisfaction, licking her lips. Human, this is quite delectable. I demand you prepare more. The queen commanded Shi Xizhou with an air of superiority. Shi Xizhou's lips twitched, while aware of the danger posed by the queen. The juvenile bravado of the scorpion was somewhat amusing. Chapter 99. Shall we converse? Discussing matters here lacks formality. Let us retire to the study for a proper conversation. Shi Xizhou suggested with a smile, her eyes betraying no fear. Agreed, but do not forget to bring those delightful desserts along, the insectoid queen replied, squinting in the dim light. Savoring the remnants of the treat, her scorpion visage radiating blissful satisfaction. While you are in a good mood, you best provide a compelling reason for sparing my life. Otherwise, I shall ensure that no human who knows of my existence shall escape my wrath, the queen declared haughtily, her head held high. I hope you can present a reason that impresses me. After all, several lives are at stake. Extortion. Threatening. This creature is devious. We cannot trust her. Tong Tong furrowed his brow, anxiously tapping his foot, transforming into small tendrils and hopping onto Shi Xizhou's shoulder. Shi Xizhou gazed at Tong Tong's youthful and delicate visage, a warmth blossoming in her heart, although she recognized that the current circumstances were not conducive to gradual dialogue. The disparity in power necessitated a strategy to regain control of the situation. The queen must appreciate my desserts. If you were to dispose of us, such culinary delights would vanish forever, and I can create far more than just these. Avocado, tofu salad, tomato and cheese platter, chocolate nougat, gummy bears, mugwort rice balls, cat paw jelly, heart-shaped cookies, soy milk cubes. Shi Xizhou confidently grinned, briefly showcasing her offerings through her holographic device. These delicacies are scarcely found in the stars. And even if they were, given the conflict between our species, you would hardly savor them so easily. The sight of the enticing array of desserts made the queen's mouth water, causing her chocolate cookie to lose its allure. Given the circumstances, the queen assumed a pensive expression, fully aware that such matters could not be resolved so easily and would require some negotiation. How many meals can you prepare in a day? Shi Xizhou smirked slightly, evidently intrigued. I can cook 3 meals a day, perhaps not desserts, but other dishes are certainly worth a try. Just imagine. Every day presents a different treasure waiting to be unearthed. Doesn't that sound delightful? The queen couldn't help but envision the first thing she would see upon waking each day. A delectable dish, enjoying one for herself, tossing another aside, savoring a bite here and there, truly relishing life. As Shi Xizhou observed the queen, who seemed lost in her own reverie, she moved closer. Since the signal could not be sent out, allowing Tong Tong to send a message might alert the enemy. Thus, it would be more prudent for her to take matters into her own hands. She discreetly examined the voltage device in her hand, noting the distance between them. This device had been secretly placed in her hand by Nanfeng during her culinary competition. A weapon capable of stunning all biological entities, even the Zerg, would be affected. However, you must prioritize safety. If it can be avoided, refrain from using it, as it falls under the category of weaponry. And civilian users are prohibited from carrying it without permission. Nanfeng cast his gaze into the distance. If it weren't for the fear of those madmen causing you trouble, I would never have given it to you. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. With that recollection concluded, Shi Xizhou had no intention of blindly wielding this power. She understood that the combat prowess and tolerance of the Zerg queen far surpassed that of ordinary Zerg by thousands of times. Should this weapon prove ineffective against her, it would become a dagger willingly offered to them, leading to their ultimate demise. You humans are rather fascinating. Your mental fortitude differs from theirs. The queen raised her head, scrutinizing Shi Xizhou intently. Shi Xizhou felt the queen's probing gaze sweep over her. Human, you're not from this world, are you? The queen inquired. The scent emanating from you carries an air of rejection, does it not? Shi Xizhou remained silent, her expression solemn as she listened to the Zerg queen's words. The queen continued, moreover, it is that weakling on your shoulder, isn't it? His scent is even more chaotic than yours. Shi Xizhou felt a twinge of surprise. While she was aware of the Zerg queen's formidable perceptive abilities, She hadn't anticipated that the queen could discern that both she and Tong Tong were not from this world. The queen's gaze swept over her again, and Shi Xizhou's astonishment waned slightly as she offered a faint smile. If that is the case, does it not make us irreplaceable? Surely you have not encountered others like us in this world. The queen nodded, signaling for Shi Xizhou to continue. I wish to propose a collaboration, Your Majesty. You may reside with us, but you must not harm others and must keep our secret. The queen's expression was one of curiosity. Could this truly be feasible? Why wouldn't it be? Shi Xizhou countered. Do you not enjoy desserts? Would you not want to stay here to savor them? With each rhetorical question, the queen's resolve began to waver, her initial intent to invade fading from her mind. Once I deal with her, I shall invade, allowing me to conserve my strength. What a splendid plan. Then do not refer to me as queen any longer. Today, I shall adopt a new name, Tian Tian, as in the sweetness of desserts. Very well, Tian Tian. Shi Xizhou watched as Tian Tian relished the food, quietly exiting the room. Tong Tong remarked, Are we truly leaving it here? This being is a dangerous presence. Shi Xizhou replied, But we are unable to defeat her, are we not? Initially, Shi Xizhou had feared that Tong Tong's goal was to eliminate everyone, but unexpectedly, a temporary peace was achieved through food. Her only concern was that she still had no knowledge of whether other Zerg had already infiltrated the galaxy. If many Zerg possessed powerful mental abilities like Tian Tian, an attack from them could pose significant complications. Eventually, Shi Xizhou would realize that her worries were unfounded. The Zerg had resorted to solo operations, with only one foolish queen emerging, while the others remained docile at home, awaiting her return, never considering that the queen would abandon them for a mere morsel. Chapter 100. The first mixed competition emerges. A choice welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the interstellar culinary competition, with appetites whetted and culinary delights awaiting. Nourish yourself with Antrelia nutritional solution and rest upon the Mian pillow. We extend our gratitude to Antrelia Corporation, Mir Corporation, and other sponsors for their generous support. We return to the familiar arena, where an extraordinary occurrence has transpired. Two competitions will take place simultaneously, in the appearance zone and the comprehensive zone. Please select the competition you wish to watch. You may choose one or both. We hope you do not miss out. The host announced the competition venues and times. Shi Xizhou felt a knot tighten in her stomach, not anticipating such a quick encounter with overlapping competitions, with two contests occurring at once. She would have to make a choice. Have you made your decision? Which zone do you wish to compete in? Gu Bako asked anxiously. Although the two competitions were distinct, they shared commonalities, and whichever one triumphed would hold certain privileges, with the comprehensive zone offering greater benefits, as it required a dual approach. Zhou, perhaps we should opt for the appearance zone. We can continue making desserts. Desserts? Where are the desserts? Upon hearing the word desserts, the Zerg queen Tian Tian, nestled in Shi Xizhou's embrace, immediately perked up. She excitedly sniffed the air, attempting to locate the scent of desserts. Unfortunately, as the competition had yet to commence, no aroma could be found. After the three reached a peace agreement, Tong Tong and Tian Tian collaborated, their blurred mental energies rendering the others bewildered, yet surprisingly accepting of Tian Tian's presence. You little glutton, you truly are insatiable. Gu Lele pinched Tian Tian's chubby cheeks, finding herself utterly defenseless against such a soft little being. Look, even the child wishes for you to choose the appearance zone. Perhaps we should play it safe and select that one. Gu Baku urged, emphasizing his sincere desire for Shi Xizhou to secure a championship, which would elevate their company's reputation significantly. Currently, the Bagu Entertainment Company had been performing adequately in terms of viewership and revenue due to their recent marketing efforts. However, compared to Gu Baku's family enterprise, there seemed trivial and hardly worth mentioning. An even harsher reality loomed. If Gu Baku failed to expand the company within 3 years, he would have to obediently return home, diligently learn about business, and work as a mere employee, forbidden from pursuing entrepreneurship again. In wealthy families, there is no fear of descendants squandering their wealth. The true concern lies in their attempts to build businesses. Entrepreneurship can often lead to a bottomless pit, with money thrown into ventures yielding no returns. Thus, Gu Baku's situation became increasingly urgent. He had no desire to endure the grueling routine of working from 5 in the morning until 11 at night under his father's watchful eye. This situation is nothing short of exploitation layered upon exploitation, oppression upon oppression. How could he possibly accept such circumstances? Gu Bake lamented, I might as well be consumed whole. Thus, he was fervently eager for Shi Xizhou to swiftly achieve notable accomplishments, to propel the company to prominence. Striving to join the ranks of industry leaders, not necessarily seeking the top position, but simply hoping to avoid being hastily summoned back home by his father. Yet a dilemma arose. Which of the two choices should Shi Xizhou ultimately select? The time for the competition, the venue, and the ingredients were all finite, necessitating a careful selection. Logically, if Shi Xizhou were to participate in the comprehensive sector, securing a place among the top 3 would be deemed a significant triumph. However, nothing is absolute. This endeavor is fraught with risks, especially considering the plethora of formidable competitors in the comprehensive sector. When Shi Xizhou enters this arena, innovation reigns supreme. With unconventional methods, such as live cooking and piercing, leading to a high probability of failure should unexpected challenges arise. Reflecting on the competitive landscape of recent years, the intensity of the comprehensive sector is unparalleled, as many companies push their contestants into this arena precisely because of its heightened visibility. I understand your thoughts, yet I find myself unable to choose between these two options. I wish to participate in both. Since we cannot reach a decision, perhaps we should leave it to fate. Shi Xizhou said with a faint smile, producing a coin. Lian's eyes brightened as he realized why Shi Xizhou had borrowed a coin when they arrived here. Tossing a coin. How fair a method of decision-making. Yin Yuhang furrowed his brow, stating, while a coin toss is indeed a fair choice. Each side has a 50 probability only when the number of trials is sufficiently high under identical conditions. Thus, relying on a coin toss may not be entirely equitable. Then what alternative do you propose? Shall we count petals? Tong Tong interjected, somewhat exasperated. As a being of extraterrestrial technology, he naturally understood that such probabilities rely on a certain number of trials. Yet was this not the best method available at present? It matters not. Either option is acceptable. So fairness is of little concern. Just help me make a choice, Shi Xizhou declared, sending the coin soaring into the air, where it spun continuously. Lian nudged Yin Yuhang and whispered, I truly hope to be that dark culinary artist. I have someone in my grasp, likely targeting the boss, who is on their way here, and those rascals seem ready to stir trouble again. Yin Yuhang did not respond, but merely accessed his phone to check messages and arrange accommodations. This round trip incurs expenses. What a waste of time, he mused. Lian is unreliable. The boss is equally so. No, wait, the boss has always been unreliable. The coin spun for a round before landing on Shi Xizhou's hand. Regardless of the outcome, I will give it my all, Shi Xizhou asserted confidently, her gaze filled with determination and resolve. Thus, this year's contender remains uncertain about which competition to select. Are you referring to the audacious individual who opted for the mixed competition? I suspect it may indeed be the mixed competition, given her commendable performance there. However, the desserts from the last outer appearance competition were quite impressive as well. Chapter 101. The stir in the comment section. Watching the Pirate Chief, it seems that the dessert segment has truly captivated you all, causing you to forget how dreadful her prior outer appearance dishes were. One commenter remarked. Indeed, it is perplexing that such a person still has admirers, another added. If you find it incomprehensible, then so be it. Who needs your understanding? I merely state my confusion, yet you respond as if I were a sycophant for that contestant. A third retorted, how much for your servitude? Hurry and buy me, I am quite affordable. I too am affordable. I wish to earn some money. Ha! Let not your bitterness run so deep. They have not said anything after all. If you do not understand, simply close the page and watch another stream. Argue as you will. I intend to give her a poor review. The last time, her food made me nauseous. No matter how good it may be, I shall rate it poorly. I care not for your opinions. I will cast my negative vote. This brother seems to have forgotten that a judge reported him, right? Okay. I have already reported it. You shall not be a judge in this competition. You lot, how petty you are reporting me. I shall speak ill of her. and I will speak ill of her. So what? Have you seen that vlog by Lele? Those desserts looked absolutely delectable. Why didn't she make those for the competition? Are there other desserts? Who is hoarding? Who is hoarding? Hurry and share the address. Share the link, quickly. Wait. Aren't we discussing which sector she might choose? I say shoulder bone, you say cross basket. Compared to her, I find myself somewhat nostalgic for Brother Chongzi. Alas, he withdrew from the competition due to his own actions. Otherwise, his dishes would have been truly novel. My dark moonlight. Indeed, while you all speak of disgust, feeling nauseated, how curious. Ah, humans are so changeable. Sometimes, the sensation of a worm writhing within is quite indescribable. So you all have peculiar tastes. No wonder he consistently receives high ratings. Is all you're doing? I now understand. You claim to despise it, yet in truth, you adore such terrifying things. I hope she chooses the outer appearance sector. I yearn to experience that sensation again. It truly astonishes one from the depths of their soul, causing me to forget the fatigue of work. Sacrificing one's own interests for the company is the plight of us laborers. What is happening? I was just passing by and got caught up in this. Why did it suddenly shift to me? At 11, let us refrain from personal attacks. All of you, breaking down in tears at the slightest provocation. You lot thrive on opportunism. I've not seen you contribute much, yet you easily take a liking to her. This is so effortless. Just comment and someone is triggered. So easy. The individuals online remain as tiresome as ever. Pei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at those below him, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. Those online are merely minor players, devoid of serious matters, merely venting their frustrations without anything of interest. Boss, if you find it dull, I have an intriguing piece of news. Oh, what is it? Do tell. Pei raised an intrigued eyebrow, awaiting further elaboration from his subordinate. The subordinate smirked, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. For instance, the infamous military district research prodigy, Song Shuangfan, has reportedly developed something indescribable. Pei placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, lowering his eyelids, a hint of amusement sparkling in his deep, captivating eyes. To my knowledge, such matters are known only to those within. She is conducting human experiments and seeks to merge the insect race with humanity, correct? Pei raised her head and surveyed the surrounding individuals. Her subordinates displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback that such news would emerge from her lips. Isn't it more advantageous for us to merely reap the benefits? One questioned, but another interjected, can you devise a plan beyond mere exploitation? Pei shrugged, her eyes narrowing like a languid cat, a glint of mischief flickering within her gaze. Indeed, this individual is of great significance. She interrupted the person beside her, resting her right hand upon her forehead, her eyes gently closing as she succumbed to contemplation. But how do we involve ourselves? A smile played upon Pei lips. Her eyes half opened, as if recalling a delightful thought, the mirth in her gaze deepening. Ah, this query has truly stumped us. She chuckled softly, rubbing her temples as a spark of inspiration flitted through her mind. I just thought of an excellent method. We can simply find someone to serve as our test subject. But where do we find such a person? Although her subordinates had grown accustomed to their leader's eccentricities, they were still momentarily taken aback by her words. There are plenty of individuals. We can implant a chip in those captives or brainwash them, allowing them to gradually ascend. We can utilize them as tools, enabling our infiltrators to rise in rank. Pei spoke of this cruel notion with casual indifference. As a pirate, how could she be expected to exhibit excessive compassion? Benevolence does not yield profit. Rather, the more ruthless one is, the greater the financial gain. This was a lesson learned over many years of experience. Being a pirate entails the abandonment of one's conscience. Kindness would only lead to failure, while brutality resulted in more gold, and the more merciless they became, the firmer their pirate status would be, leaving no one daring to challenge them. Her subordinates nodded and retreated. Pei shifted her gaze to the holographic screen, momentarily lost in thought as she observed the profile of Xizhou. She sighed. feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought of such an intriguing individual becoming embroiled in yet another turmoil. Pei Siji gazed at the screen and spoke earnestly. Chapter 102. The research on test subjects. The robots in the corridor moved back and forth according to program patterns and within the laboratory. Aside from the sounds of personnel moving, there was no other noise. The white lights illuminated the laboratory, brightening every corner of the room. Various vessels were arranged within the lab, each containing human organs immersed in nutrient solutions. Upon closer inspection, the organs appeared to twitch slightly, as if still active within a human body. The somber and eerie office was abruptly awakened by the sound of a communication alert. Warning, external intrusion detected. Warning, external intrusion detected. Oh, Song Shuangfan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing every corner of the room. How bold of someone to dare come here. They truly fear nothing. Send someone to retrieve the intruders and ensure they return intact. As her words fell, the lights in the chamber flickered momentarily, as if in agreement, before returning to silence. Song Shuangfan tapped her fingers on the tabletop, excitement gleaming in her eyes. She couldn't fathom who would be audacious enough to invade such a heavily fortified location. The secrecy of a laboratory made it one of the most secure areas within the 3rd Military District, with patrols and surveillance occurring every moment. Even an ordinary mosquito passing through would be obliterated by the hidden laser guns. This was why she felt utterly unrestrained here, unafraid of any potential danger. Although her combat skills were inferior to Wang Ping and Li Haoran, she was well aware that expertise lay in various domains. Her interests lay in experimentation, in conducting a myriad of experiments, especially those teetering on the edge of legality. Hank, do you understand? The thrill of lying in wait for prey is simply exhilarating. Professor, that is not the correct expression, Hank blandly corrected her. It matters not. We are about to acquire new materials anyway. The previous integrations were unsatisfactory. So let us merge this one with an insect and see if, after developing wings, it can escape this dreadful prison and obtain freedom. Song Shuangfan's tone was laced with melancholy, as if she had grown weary of this place and longed to leave. Yet, upon closer observation, one could see the spark of enthusiasm in her bright eyes, even a faint flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. Hank noticed, recognizing the potent scent of disinfectant in the air. He lowered his gaze, refraining from comment. Hank, if we succeed this time in our creation, and humans merge with insects to form a new race, how about we call them Renchongren? Neither sounds particularly appealing. Song Shuangfan mused, her eyes narrowing. Perhaps we should call them Guren, treating humans as if they were insect-like creatures. Ancient texts described 3 types of goo: Chenggu, insect goo; Yao goo, medicine goo; and Ling goo, spiritual goo. Insect goo involves placing toxic creatures like spiders, scorpions, venomous snakes, and toads into a small vessel to fight until only one survives. Our Ringu entails the genes of humans and insects clashing within a single body, competing to replicate, paste, and destroy each other, with only the most resilient emerging as a worthy specimen. Those who survive will occupy a superior position between the 2 races. Her description painted a vivid picture of a human being gradually consumed by insects, their consciousness slowly overtaken by the insect's brain. As the 2 genetic forces clashed and battled within a fragile body. Originally, they were not 2 mortal enemies, yet they were artificially confined within a cage, forced to coexist, and ultimately merge into a being that was neither fully human nor fully insect. If others were to hear such notions, their hair would stand on end. However, Hank remained unfazed. He did not respond, merely reached out to gently touch Song Shuangfan's chest, softly stating, Professor, your heartbeat is irregular again. You need to remain calm. Song Shuangfan pouted. Oh, such topics inherently excite me. If you were in my position, you would undoubtedly feel the same. How thrilling, how gory, how fascinating. If the world were to learn of this, they would surely cheer for me. Professor, prioritize your health. You are insufferable. You should consider enhancing your emotional intelligence along with your physical modifications. You ought to have a comforting function to alleviate your perpetual boredom. It would be best if you could flatter me into bloom. I apologize, Professor. I have disappointed you. All right. It was just a jest. If you were to start showering me with sweet nothings, you would no longer be the Hank I know. After all, it is your quiet nature that I appreciate. Thank you for your recognition, Professor. Song Shuangfan pressed one side of her face against Hank's, gently rubbing against him and feeling the cool metallic texture. A satisfied expression gracing her features. It is precisely because of you that our collaboration allows us to fully unleash the potential of the materials. The struggle between our genes is truly exquisite. With these words, the uninvited individual soon fell unconscious, being transported away by a robot. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Mention materials, and they arrive. All right, we shall cease our conversation. Hank, let us depart. It is time for the experiment. Understood, Professor. In a few short exchanges, the fate of a child who appeared no older than 13 was sealed. This child, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, would forever celebrate only their 13th birthday. The secrecy of the laboratory was such that even its internal members were oblivious to the true nature of their activities. Even Commander Zhao, the direct leader of the 3rd Military District, was only aware that they were discussing the fusion of human bodies and genes, completely unaware of the hidden secrets that lay beneath. However, Commander Zhao remained vigilant, concerned about Song Shuangfan's restless heart, fearing she might inadvertently cause a catastrophic disaster. Just do not create any trouble. Chapter 103. The selection of the recombination competition. Innovation. Very well, the coin has landed on the appearance zone. Upon seeing the coin in her hand, Shi Xizhou's eyes revealed a hint of regret. She believed that the comprehensive zone offered greater challenges and allure compared to the appearance zone. Naturally, she wished to secure the more powerful option, as it would grant her sufficient self-protection should her extraordinary journey be exposed or if her interactions with Jean Nanfeng came to light. Those in positions of power could be easily divided, let alone those without, who were akin to delicate pastries on a table, available for casual sampling. Zhou, keep going. I believe in your incredible abilities. You are truly remarkable, and you can achieve success. Hearing Tong Tong's motivational words in her mind left her both amused and exasperated. All right, look at you, unable to wear a compliment properly. If this were modern times, we would both face social demise. Hee, but this is rather inspirational. I think there's an even more rational one. Go for it, Shi Xizhou. Believe in yourself, for you are indeed Shi Xizhou. Stop. Please refrain from such expressions in this context. If you continue, I will surely burst into laughter. Shi Xizhou hastily interrupted Tong Tong from continuing with such juvenile rhetoric. While motivation was commendable, laughter was genuinely tempting. All right, hurry to the stage. I shall await my feast. Understood, with a smile upon her face. Shi Xizhou confidently stepped onto the stage. This time, she decided to create a sculpted dish, since the interstellar community had yet to acknowledge her true abilities. She would repay them in the way they admired most, capturing their attention and compelling them to truly appreciate the sting of her artistry. Shi Xizhou picked up a strawberry and meticulously cut it along its natural grain, crafting delicate blossoms that resembled exquisite flowers. Additionally, she carefully carved out the remaining parts of the strawberry, transforming them into a puree that she set aside. Then, she took a chef's knife and swiftly removed the fish scales, each scale gliding gracefully through the air before landing in a nearby trash bin. Holding the fish tail, she deftly sliced the remaining flesh into thin, translucent layers, so delicate that if pressed between the pages of a book, one could likely discern the text through the fillets. At last, is she finally showcasing her signature technique? This knife skill is indeed impressive. Finally, we see some carving. I was beginning to think the host would never start. How could that be, given her precise handling of various ingredients? It is evident that her carving skills are second to none. How is she achieving such thin fish slices? Is it truly possible for someone so young to create this? Only the carving masters I know, who have since retired, could accomplish such a feat. Ha! Is my treasure of a host finally on the verge of fame? Shi Xizhou employed a smaller, finer knife to lift the fish petals with grace, arranging them on a flat board to form the shape of a flower. After plating the petals, she picked up a torch and began to roast the dish. applying heat from various angles. As the savory aroma wafted through the air, the fish petals began to bend, their varying degrees of curvature making the creation resemble a grand epiphyllum. However, this alone would likely not satisfy the peculiar tastes of the interstellar audience. Shi Xizhou then took a bitter melon, placing it in a juicer to extract its juice, which flowed like water into a glass, resembling a refreshing beverage. Wow, that looks great. But what is she planning to do with it? Perhaps she aims to create a landscape? The green might suggest a grassy field or a pond. Yet this should be in the appearance zone. The comprehensive zone emphasizes flavor. Does she not wish to win? Shi Xizhou maintained her composure, undeterred by the curious glances of her fellow competitors. She added the fish bones she had set aside into a pot, rapidly boiling them under high heat while continuously increasing the pressure to accelerate the softening of the bones. Timing her actions perfectly, she opened the lid and quickly incorporated the strawberry puree, mixing them together. The steam released an aroma reminiscent of cooked strawberries. The resulting broth was a harmonious blend of white and red, infused with the essence of fish and the fragrance of strawberries. Unhurriedly, as the broth cooled in the freezer, she gently poured the bitter melon juice beneath the fish petal centerpiece, encircling it with intricately carved strawberry flowers. She then took a white radish, slicing it into small discs the size of a coin, and meticulously carved scenes of an epiphyllum blossoming from bud to full bloom, ultimately falling to the ground. Each tiny coin bore different shapes of the flower, as if capturing the entire life cycle of the epiphyllum in a single frame. This coin is remarkable as well. What is the point of carving such a small white radish? Even if placed in a pot, it has little flavor. It can only be dipped in sauce for consumption. Do not mind me. I relish dipping it in sauce. I enjoy eating it raw. Her artistic concept does indeed evoke a sense of tender beginnings, akin to a dragonfly landing upon a flower. Yet her depiction of the epiphyllum is curious. Once the fishbone broth had frozen solid, Shi Xizhou donned gloves and began to carve. The entire block of frozen broth served as her canvas, and with careful precision, she sculpted the shape of the fish. The fish had scales, and every part seemed so lifelike that one might expect it to leap off the table and swim into a lotus pond. Perhaps due to nerves, or perhaps the heat of the moment, Shi Xizhou's cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat glistened prominently on her forehead. Aware that other competitors were observing her performance, she nonetheless focused solely on her dish. The fish gelatin could easily melt into broth, and she needed to achieve optimal presentation while ensuring flavor integrity. Shi Xizhou's attention was entirely consumed by her culinary creation as the competition timer dwindled, urging her to work swiftly. Due to the homophonic nature of fish, you with abundance, you. It symbolizes the auspicious meaning of May. There be surplus year after year, and may the halls be filled with gold and jade. During festive occasions such as the New Year or birthdays, it was customary for people to prepare a few fish, not merely to satisfy their appetites, but to seek auspicious blessings and good fortune. Chapter 104. The Palace of Dumplings. After the exquisite fish jelly sculpture was completed, Shi Xizhou gently placed it onto a plate and then drizzled bitter melon juice over it. The arrangement, with its floral motifs and harmonious interplay of red and green, was crafted with remarkable finesse. The use of fish bones to create the fish jelly was indeed a commendable innovation, as the essence of the fish infused into the bones rendered it even more tender. An eagerness to taste it surged within me. Meanwhile, he had also showcased his carving skills. He took a large piece of dough and, through relentless kneading, transformed it into a remarkably elastic mass. He placed the dough in a cool area for 3 minutes to maintain its solid form, preventing it from becoming limp on the table. He had extracted juice from brightly colored fruits to use as natural dyes, applying them delicately onto the dough. He discovered that Shi Xizhou favored the artistic expressions reminiscent of ancient Earth, so he decided to carve a palace from the dough, embracing an ancient theme. Crafting a palace from dough posed significant challenges, as most sculptors typically utilized fruits and vegetables as their medium. His choice of dough stemmed from a desire to create a soft, bouncy, and endearing palace. The opulent structures people were accustomed to had grown tiresome, so a charming, whimsical palace would undoubtedly capture greater attention. He retrieved a brush, soaked it in fruit juice, and meticulously colored the dough, which gradually transformed into shades of brick red, yellow, and green, each section displaying distinct hues. Once satisfied that all colors were set, he wielded a sharp laser knife to carve the roof shape atop the dough, then delicately outlined the tiles, occasionally using a spoon to gently tap them into a rounded, plump form. He then sculpted windows, stone columns, and even a small tree beside the house. He refrained from overly intricate detailing, as he intended to steam the dough afterward, but ensured that essential patterns, leaf shapes, and hollow sections were accurately delineated. The challenge of sculpting with dough was undoubtedly the most formidable seen thus far. It was notoriously difficult to color, and once steamed, the interior dough could expand uncontrollably, potentially ruining the shape entirely. Observers were puzzled by He's audacious approach. Adhering to his usual methods would yield equally impressive results. This might be the hallmark of a true maestro, unafraid to venture into uncharted territory, while others lingered in their comfort zones, ultimately limiting their potential for breakthroughs. However, if this endeavor were to fail, would it not tarnish his reputation? A little-known fact, he originally planned to abstain from this competition, only participating at the behest of his apprentice and the organizers. His status as a mentor meant that a single failure bore little consequence. Apprentice? Which one? I have 10. Shi Xizhou, the mentor's apprentice. Of course, the mentor has other apprentices, but they're all too socially anxious to participate. It seemed that talent indeed existed among the stars. Shi Xizhou, upon hearing the astonished exclamations around her, turned her gaze towards Hien, recognizing the significance of the dough and its carving. She knew that the steaming process was imminent. Shi Xizhou found herself momentarily lost in thought, her long, elegant fingers pausing. She had yet to embark on such a bold experiment on Earth. Dumplings, especially steamed ones, expand from within, and the intricate designs crafted during preparation could easily transform into a shapeless mass due to variations in time zones or humidity. As the dough entered the steamer, the steam began to rise gradually. The hearts of the contestants and audience alike tightened with anticipation. With a resounding sound, the steamer lid was lifted, revealing the dough's expansion was perfectly executed. The opulence of the palace was evident, and its edges had softened into a charming, cartoonish form. Upon the unveiling of this creation, everyone present recognized that Hien had transcended the competition, dazzling all. Even some contestants who had been on the verge of elimination clapped their hands in resignation, conceding, well, what can we do? With a master like this, we are all merely novices. Let us all go home and find our mothers. The concept of dumpling sculpture, for all competitors present, was akin to comparing a dragon to mere shrimp. Indeed, Hien was the dragon, while they were the shrimp. The host, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished, but, in an effort to maintain composure, took the microphone and cleared his throat. The competition is nearing its conclusion. Dear contestants, do not give up. Perseverance is the key to victory. You have already invested so much effort. Abandoning your creations now would only leave you with regret. Push on, for there's still hope. If you walk away, you may lose even the slightest chance. Keep striving. The audience in the live stream is eager for your remarkable performances. Believe in yourselves. The sentiment echoed. Such a beautifully painted pancake. With those few extraordinary creations, what hope do the other contestants have? Their scores will surely be dismal. Each creation is like a child. Letting them perish before completion is indeed a pity. They must all be brought to fruition. Indeed, and the remaining contestants who persist generally have a fan base. Giving up now would disappoint those who have supported them. Exactly. Please don't run away. That tone-deaf contestant was my favorite streamer. It infuriates me. They should at least try for a few more votes. Chapter 105. A sweet anomaly. Oh no. You're supporting my streamer? They persevered and have decent creativity, but their score is dismal due to a lack of fans. Perhaps with your vote, they could advance. Ha! That's wonderful. I want to vote. Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? Why not support my adorable sister instead? What cute sister? I didn't see anyone. Hurry, show me. Just kidding, hee hee hee. As anticipation mounted, the competition reached its final moments. Ladies and gentlemen, and to our audience in the live stream, Let us eagerly await the forthcoming results. Judges, please share your evaluations. As the host's fervent words concluded, each judge rushed to sample the dishes they had eagerly awaited. The results appear promising, he remarked with a smile at his apprentice, gradually releasing his grip on the carving knife. This bed is new, and it has a complete prologue. Decades ago, when he picked up his first carving knife, he began to live each day surrounded by various tools. At the height of his career, a single knife that he had touched could be sold for a staggering 1,000,000 star coins. Every one of his creations could stir upheaval within the carving community. Back then, armed with just one knife, he carved out an unparalleled reputation as a master in the field, rising from the humble beginnings of a poor boy. Yet now, age has caught up with him, and his mastery over the tools has begun to wane. It will only be when his fingers tremble with age, rendering him incapable of wielding any knife, that he will fully withdraw from the culinary world. However, as he contemplated his subject matter, his gaze fell upon the delicate strawberry flower of Shi Xizhou, igniting an impulsive spark within him that he could scarcely contain. He, in his early stages of mastering the knife, often practiced carving various fruits, and strawberries were among those he had carved countless times. When a ripe strawberry is cut, its skin breaks easily, releasing a torrent of juice, making it a challenging subject for carving. However, a slightly firmer strawberry can maintain its integrity even when sliced at great speed. Thus, this strawberry evoked memories within him, stirring a youthful impulse within his aging heart. He felt an urge to take a risk. It was a simple yet profoundly challenging decision. Since he had resolved not to participate in any more competitions, each contest would be his final performance. Why not innovate here? After all, he had come with the hope of discovering talent and witnessing fresh ideas. Why not start with himself? The calm waters of An's heart rippled with waves of determination, and the fiery spirit within his eyes erupted. Observing her teacher's fervor, Qian Xiaowei couldn't help but reveal a sweet, dimpled smile. She then hurried to her teacher's side, grasping his arm. Teacher, how come you haven't taught me such remarkable skills? I knew you had more to offer. You keep talking about retirement and limitations, but look at what you've created. This dish has captured everyone's attention. You, in your flattery, Hien replied, lightly tapping her on the head. Are you not concerned that I may be overwhelmed by such praise? What flattery? I'm merely speaking the truth. Just ask anyone else, and besides, you can see it on their faces, Qian Xiaowei said, biting her lip to suppress a grin. Hien looked at her, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Perhaps I should continue to shine and inspire, he mused, his voice trailing off into the ether. Watching this splendid performance, Tian's eyes glimmered with a green luminescence, her focus unwavering on Hien as he moved and manipulated his tools. Tong noticed the unusual intensity in Tian's demeanor and suddenly turned to meet her gaze. Tian's eyes, as if scalded, quickly darted away. Tong scrutinized her expression closely. Her adorable face remained impassive, suggesting that perhaps his earlier impression had been a mere illusion. Zhou, that bug is always fixated on the old man. She can't have any ill intentions, can she? Tong observed Tian's every move with caution, hesitating whether to call Nanfeng immediately. The insect species was not known for its benevolence, and despite Tian's seemingly innocent demeanor, he could not shake the sense of foreboding he felt upon their first encounter, making him as wary as a rabbit in the woods, acutely aware of any slight disturbance. Hearing his words, Shi Xizhou paused, taking a few deep breaths. She discreetly glanced at Tian's position, and upon confirming that Tian remained still, she spoke, Don't alarm the snake in the grass. Tian's mental strength is formidable. I have already informed Nanfeng, who advised us to proceed with caution. Oh, I see. Tong sighed in relief, yet felt a twinge of unexplained disappointment. It seemed that even the commander of the stars had not taken decisive action against this bug. Watching Tian, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on her. Leave this task to me. I will meticulously monitor her every move. Very well. Tian sensed the mental energy in the air and managed to conjure a sweet smile on her otherwise expressionless face. What were these humans discussing? Whispers of conspiracy. Nevertheless, she hoped they would be able to thwart her plans. After all, such a delectable dessert was too tempting to resist consuming impulsively. Subsequently, Tian disdainfully rubbed against Gu Baku, leaving behind a trail of drool on his clothing. The human body was indeed bothersome. As the queen of the insect species, Liskald and Fulianshin had come to this destination among humans to find a suitable host for her eggs, intending to parasitize them. Chapter 106. Dialogue between Qian Shaoyue and Tian was not as sweet as she appeared. Her true purpose among humans was to steal genes, and Shi Xizhou provided the perfect secure environment for her plans. The scoring has begun. Once the scoring is complete, we can eat. Hurry, hurry. Allow me to offer my initial impressions. Qian Shaoyue's deep-fried floral dish is visually appealing, but this time, the flavor is merely average and feels somewhat greasy. Dalwejia's carved floral design is pure and unadulterated. Scoring must be completed before tasting. It is mandatory to observe first. Make sure to finalize your votes before indulging. Through visual transmission, each culinary creation was showcased in exquisite detail. Gu Baku excitedly rushed to embrace Shi Xizhou, exclaiming, "You are simply amazing. You managed to create such beautiful food. I knew you were hiding your talents. Next time, don't hesitate to showcase such creations. After all, I am your boss." Shi Xizhou was aware of Gu Baku's underlying anxiety, but she had no time to address it. Her focus remained fixed on Tian, searching for any hint of unusual expression on her face. The competition venue, though the oily smoke had been cleared, still bore the remnants of heat, perhaps from the kitchen tools or the contestants' fervor. Shi Xizhou lifted Tian from the ground, restraining her from wandering off. Before they could leave, a voice called out from afar, "Shi Xizhou, wait. I have something to ask you." It was Qian Shaoyue, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. "How did you manage to keep that fish jelly from melting? Although your carving speed is impressive, the thawing rate is even quicker. The part closest to the human body melts first, and I didn't see you wearing any gloves. How did you accomplish that?" Qian Shaoyue had yet to finish her inquiry when Gu Bake interposed himself before her, declaring, "This is a commercial secret. We are not on the same team. We are adversaries, do you understand? Run along and play with your teacher." As his words echoed, Gu Bake's expression turned vigilant, as though fearing she might uncover some clandestine business information. Qian Shaoyue rolled her eyes in disdain, saying, "I am not conversing with you. Kindly step aside. Do you comprehend the specialized terminology we are discussing? Are you aware of the underlying principles? Do you know which type of carving knife is best suited for which ingredient? Surely, you are not just a mere incompetent small business owner, are you?" Gu Bake fumed with indignation, yet found himself at a loss for words in response to her barrage of inquiries, for the truth of the matter was undeniable. Gu Bake thought to himself, "I am filled with resentment." At that moment, Shi Xizhou intervened to spare Gu Bake from further embarrassment, stating, "Actually, the principle is quite simple. I do not allow my hand to make direct contact with the fish gel. Instead, I freeze both my hands and all the knives, lowering my body temperature as much as possible. This way, when I cut, no heat is transferred to the gel. However, this method is not ideal, as it diminishes the sensitivity of my hands. If there are other assisting tools available, I could certainly find alternatives." Upon hearing this, Qian Shaoyue approached and grasped her hands. Even now, Shi Xizhou's hands remained unthawed, still in a frozen state. Qian Shaoyue was astounded. "How on earth did you achieve this? With both hands frozen, your sensitivity must be greatly affected, perhaps even rendering you numb. If it were me, I might not even be able to lift a knife. How did you manage it? You are truly remarkable." "Really? Let me check your body. You mustn't catch a cold. Why would you harm your body in such a way? You mustn't do this again. If you intend to do so, just tell me, and I can help you create a protective shield so your body won't be affected to such an extent." Tong urged anxiously. Shi Xizhou comforted Tong in her mind. "The protective shield requires energy, and thanks to your previous enhancements, my physical condition has greatly improved. This level of discomfort is something I could endure back on Earth. In the cosmos, it is significantly easier." She then turned back to Qian Shaoyue and continued, "As chefs, we must possess an intimate knowledge of every knife, treating each one as an extension of our own bodies, allowing each component to perform at its utmost potential. which is the essence of our culinary pursuit. You truly are diligent, Shen Nong remarked, noting for the first time that she could compare her mentor to this young girl before her. Her mentor was hardworking, and so was this girl. She scrutinized the young woman further, observing her gentle visage, clad in a simple blue tracksuit, her clothing neat and tidy, and her skin appeared fair. If one were to judge solely by appearance, it would be hard to fathom that this underage individual in the interstellar realm could achieve such extraordinary feats. Indeed, there are always formidable talents among the strong. What a pity. If it weren't for my master's madness, you would surely have claimed first place. Qian Shaoyue expressed her admiration for those who put forth such effort. In her own school, aside from their master, every senior and junior seemed lazier than the last. While she held deep respect for her mentor, the narrative of a newcomer usurping the title from a seasoned master was undeniably more thrilling. Her mentor had claimed the top position far too often in recent years. Even the school's large yellow dog had grown numb to such events, lacking any enthusiasm. I eagerly anticipate our upcoming competition. I hope that after the contest, we can become friends. If you wish to visit our sect, I will be delighted to show you around. We have the latest fruits and vegetables, various medicinal herbs, and an array of rare treasures. Should you ever find yourself short on funds, feel free to let me know, and I can persuade my juniors to assist you in selling their talents. I will ensure you receive the money. Qian Shaoyue spoke with great camaraderie, albeit with an undertone that hinted at undermining her own sect. Thank you. Shi Xizhou replied with a smile, expressing her acceptance. She found herself quite intrigued by this young woman, both for her own merit and for her sect. To elevate a lineage to the level of a sect speaks volumes about one's formidable abilities without a legacy. It is impossible to bear the title of sect. Enough of this discussion. Let us save our leisure for after the competition concludes. The results are about to be announced. Gu Bake interjected, irritated, as he gestured towards the host. The host surveyed the audience, noting their heightened enthusiasm compared to before, and felt a surge of joy within, realizing they would likely earn more advertising revenue this time. The moment we have all been waiting for has arrived, and we shall now unveil the results of this competition. This time, rather than announcing the results in order, we shall do so in a more thrilling manner. Are you not excited? The host attempted to stir the crowd's emotions, only to be met with a collective scoff. It seems this approach does not resonate with you all. However, this is my venue, and I shall take charge. We will now announce the third-place winner of this competition. As the saying goes, a great master begets a great disciple. You all know who it is, right? Indeed, it is Master He and's little apprentice, Qian Shaoyue. Her creation, Blossoms Unfurled, is akin to her master's work, utilizing dough as the primary material and performing intricate carvings. Albeit she employs deep frying, placing the ingredients in the pot to fry until they bloom into fluffy flowers, reminiscent of the traditional lion dance pastries. Honestly, rather than calling it carving, it would be more accurate to describe it as abuse of the dough. Throughout the preparation, she continuously stretches the dough, ensuring that each layer separates, thus achieving the desired puffing effect during frying. Compared to her master, she still falls slightly short. That is certainly true. However, the tides of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It is only a matter of time before she surpasses her mentor. This is difficult to assess, as although they are master and disciple, their primary areas of focus are quite different. In fact, during these competitions, their techniques have varied significantly. If one were unaware of their shared sect, one might easily mistake them for unrelated individuals. That may be so, but the innovation is lacking. She must continue to strive for improvement. Next, we shall announce the fourth-place finisher of this competition, Sayerbeer. It seems he is a newcomer who has just emerged in this contest, a true dark horse. His creation, Orange Light Lantern Shadows, exemplifies the triumph of quantity over quality. He poured syrup in molds crafted from super syrup, forming small palace lanterns. Simultaneously, he wielded 4 knives, slicing thin sheets, and then utilized a carving knife to etch patterns upon them. We must commend Sayerbeer for his creativity. The designs he carved were entirely of our sponsors. Regardless of the contestants' achievements, we, the organizers, extend our gratitude to Sayerbeer on behalf of the sponsors. We shall refrain from intervening further. Certainly, The fourth place is not a result of manipulated data or favoritism. It is purely a reflection of the contestants' individual capabilities. We do not provide any support in terms of data. It is quite absurd. The sponsors remarked that they have never felt so acknowledged before. This contestant has earned my admiration. This must be the most endearing contestant, as their charm is truly unparalleled. After all, isn't it just a matter of creativity? You keep praising them. Are you feeling envious because you haven't received the same recognition? Indeed, their artwork is exquisite, and the craftsmanship is remarkable. It's as if you could join in the admiration. Are you perhaps lacking the audacity? Other contestants have not made such an effort, yet this individual, who previously did not rank in the top 5, suddenly emerges in 4th place. If one claims there is no discrepancy here, who would believe it? I believe it. We all believe it, except for you, which is quite amusing. Looking ahead, the competition is bound to intensify. It remains uncertain who will claim the top spot. It's obvious that it will be He Laosher, as the caliber is clearly unmatched. Let us not forget that Shi Xizhou has previously secured 1st place twice, having triumphed over your instructor. That was merely a coincidence. This is not about being a contestant. Why are you being so obstinate? Other contestants have remained silent, while you continue to chatter incessantly. Hold on, sisters. Let us refrain from any disparaging remarks. Observing the apparent controversy, I vow, on behalf of our production team, that the results are entirely authentic and solely reflective of the contestants' abilities. Our team has not interfered in the slightest. If you do not trust our production team, do you not also trust the scrutiny of the interstellar robots? Our internal personnel were so moved they cried. Attempts to vote were directly rejected by the Robot-S review. How tragic. I find myself rather fond of such unfortunate tales. Regardless, even if one does not trust the production team, one must trust the long-standing review system. Those who claim favoritism should consider that we are amidst the interstellar age. Had it not been for the determination to prevent AI from overshadowing humanity, even the host could be AI, and the entire company could be AI-operated. Alas, AI hasn't usurped my job, but it has replaced my boss. Imagining that my incompetent boss is now searching for work just like me, enduring the grueling 996 schedule, brings me amusement. Now, let us eagerly anticipate the 5th place results. The 5th place belongs to Fu Yin, who has crafted an exquisite sugar mech. Utilizing sugar in various hues, they have created a remarkably resilient, soft armor miniature model. One can easily see that Fu Yin, being a professional in mechs, has displayed impressive craftsmanship by amalgamating sugar so adeptly. The sugar mech, under different lighting, projects various forms, and it is modeled after our highly esteemed commander Ji Nanfeng's mech. In my opinion, this alone qualifies it for the top 5 without question. The commander's mech, indeed. Alas, as far as I know, the mech was damaged during the period the commander went missing. What? The commander's mech was destroyed? Who could be responsible for such harm to our commander? I am compelled to invoke the minor protection law here. Indeed, our commander is still underage. Allow me to indulge in some conspiracy theories. It is likely that individuals from other military districts are behind this mischief. Considering the 1st military district comprises mostly children who would naturally feel resentful, this topic is not suitable for discussion. Let us speak more subtly. It is merely a case of a small dog's den being coveted by a larger dog, which intends to drive the smaller one away and claim its territory. It is not as simple as you suggest. Where is the management of these dogs? It cannot be so straightforward, likely involving collusion with outsiders, perhaps even thieves. Thieves? Pirates? Perhaps? Sure, guess for yourself. Enough with the conspiracy theories. Day after day, you speak of conspiracies while we safeguard each other. On the battlefield, you have faced minimal injuries. Yet upon return, you describe yourselves as being caught between a rock and a hard place. Let us drop this topic. Those who wish to discuss it should head to the military forums. This mech is indeed remarkably realistic. It was this quality that compelled me to cast my vote for it. The previous Dark Horse captivated the contestants' hearts, while this one likely resonates with our military theory enthusiasts. Why do we only vote at 5th? In my opinion, this achievement should have undoubtedly secured 1st place. Let us refrain from indulging in political correctness. Aesthetics vary among individuals. and one should not impose their tastes on others. Now, let us move on to the two highly anticipated top contestants. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I will reveal it all at once. The first place undoubtedly belongs to our esteemed Shi Xizhou, whose palace pastries are truly exceptional. Both in terms of the final product's appearance and the techniques employed during production, it is undoubtedly the best of the event. Here, Shi Xizhou has asked me to promote. We welcome everyone who loves food and is willing to dedicate themselves to the culinary arts to join our sect. Our sect boasts both tall, handsome individuals and charming, curvaceous ladies, and we invite others to visit. Our sect is also a tourist attraction. As always, our teacher maintains a delightful sense of humor. The second place is awarded to the Airway Jia, who has crafted a bamboo grove from fresh meat, skillfully slicing and folding green meat to form segments of bamboo, even creating the joints with darker shades of meat. Each leaf is distinct, varying in length and thickness. And this piece is arguably the largest among all the works presented, with each bamboo piece averaging 2 meters in height, towering over every individual present. Some may question the complexity of this task, believing it appears simple. However, I wish to focus the camera on the intricate details of the fresh meat bamboo grove, which may reveal its hidden nuances. As the camera draws closer, it becomes evident that this is not merely a bamboo grove, but a meticulously crafted miniature scene. With 10 pieces of fresh meat bamboo, all nearing 2 meters in height, the camera's zoom unveils the astonishing details. Each slice of meat is adorned with the depiction of a bamboo grove, with sunlight filtering through these intricate patterns, revealing a subtle glow. Bamboo depicted on bamboo, layer upon layer. To accomplish such a grand and rapid creation in such a short time is a testament to skill, had it not been for Hi's reputation. First place would certainly have been his. Although the outward competition favors beauty, achieving such exquisite detail in something large and abundant consistently garners outstanding results in every competition. Upon viewing this creation, he could not help but exclaim, "It appears this young man has some hidden talents. This competition is exceptionally delightful." "Teacher, should we not recruit him?" Qian Shaoyue inquired, her face alight with anticipation. He smiled and shook his head. "We must observe a bit longer." "How impressive. No wonder he dares to provoke Heiha. He truly possesses some level of skill. Have you all noticed something? Some of his leaves even have insects on them. To create such intricate details in such a short time is nothing short of extraordinary. One day, he could completely surpass Heiha. If he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have paid attention. He is indeed remarkable. Wait a minute, if we count this way, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth are all accounted for. Does that mean Shi Xizhou has fallen for grace? There's no choice. Each option is difficult to dismiss, and each one is more cunning than the last. The Mecca of Commander Ji Nanfeng, the name of the sponsor. What a pity, but this was inevitable. I just checked her scores. Although she didn't make the top 5 this time, she can still easily advance to the next round. You're thinking about this. But have you considered she chose the mixed competition? The mixed competition means she didn't participate in another match, and not achieving first place in this one may not be worth it. I mentioned before, some people are just ostentatious and self-righteous. Yet they foolishly wish to participate in the mixed competition, which is not so easy to enter. Serves her right. She has been brought back to her true self now. I knew this person was just trying to attract attention. Come on, it's just one failure. Besides, her work this time is still quite exquisite, making it seem as if her previous competitions were all for naught. Exactly. You're the one saying good things, and you're also the ones making sarcastic comments. Are you all trying to be the good guys while we are left as the bad ones? I truly feel it's a pity. When she was carving that fish, her hands were nearly frozen. She worked so hard, only to encounter such intense competition. This is a culinary competition, not a sob story contest. She worked hard. But does that mean others did not? The second place this time, when making those meat slices, even touched them with his hands to ensure the right degree of doneness. But did he wear gloves? Ha ha ha. Brother, you actually care about this issue? Come on, it's all data, learning, and even if he really didn't wear gloves, you wouldn't be able to taste any dirt. Even if it was dirty, it wouldn't affect us at all. You two are quite amusing. Indeed. This is not a competition of misfortune. As Tong Tong connected to the Star Network to view the live updates, she felt a twinge of anger at these comments. These people know nothing and just sit there typing nonsense all day. Clearly, Zhou, you are the best. Shi Xizhou gently patted her little head. There's no denying that they are all excellent. Although the taste of the interstellar people does not align with our aesthetics, they are equally remarkable in appearance. Just as they were about to leave, Shi Xizhou felt the slight vibration of her light brain on her arm. Although the sound was faint, almost negligible, she knew precisely who the message was from. She glanced again at the sweet Tian nestled in Guiye's arms, realizing that the person capable of handling this matter was finally arriving. Nanfeng gazed at the swiftly passing vast starry river, his expression betraying no hint of ease. Clad in a black combat suit, his long, fair fingers tapped the light brain, his indifferent gaze fixed on the starry sky ahead. The light illuminated his face, enhancing his exquisite handsomeness. Zhang Xingxing glanced at the commander, his eyes flickering with interest and curiosity. He was well aware of what their commander was like. Although the topic of the insect race was sensitive, it was the first time he had seen the commander in such a state of urgency, as if he could sprout wings and fly over at that moment. Zhang Xingxing cleared his throat lightly to draw the commander's attention. "Commander, are you sure we will see the insect queen when we arrive? If it were so easy to identify her. Our interstellar fleet Wu-Ti have suffered such heavy casualties in the past. Did Miss Shi perhaps misjudge?" Nanfeng's eyes darkened momentarily before he resumed his calm demeanor. "Do not speculate foolishly. I'm concerned that the insect queen may be up to something here. After all, we all know how high her intelligence is and how terrifying her combat power can be." Nanfeng's tone turned more serious. With Tianshan Yunxing as the competition venue, personnel are gathering from all walks of life. If the insect queen harbors any destructive intent, it would lead to irreparable mistakes in the interstellar realm. Liu Mu approached heavily, handing the documents in his hand to Nanfeng. "Commander, there is an issue. There has been unusual activity from Commander Zhao. Our personnel detected that he has been secretly pulling people into the military district, yet there are no apparent changes among the military personnel. I suspect he may be taking those individuals somewhere to conduct human experiments. He is truly obsessed with them." Nanfeng furrowed his brow tightly as he reviewed the documents in his hand. "Without absolute certainty regarding this matter, we cannot use any measures against that old fox. Instruct the personnel below to keep a close watch on him and prevent any unnecessary individuals from entering their military district. Try to impede their experimental progress as much as possible." Zhang Xingxing snorted softly. "Commander, your thinking is rather naive. They may be obstructed on the surface, but behind the scenes, they could easily dig a tunnel by the next day, and then they would be even more rampant." Liu Mu shot Zhang Xingxing a surprised glance. "You could think of such things? You've grown some brains. What are you talking about?" Zhang Xingxing rolled his eyes at him. Unlike Shi Xizhou, they were well aware of the characteristics of the insect race and the utility of the insect queen. The insect queen comes to find suitable hosts, forcefully inserting her offspring's tuberculosis cells into the host body. The parasitic cells then gradually migrate towards the brain through the bloodstream, ultimately taking root and germinating in the brain, fully invading the human body. Some may hatch upon reaching maturity, consuming the entire host's body, while others may choose to hide, continuing to live within the human body while using mental power to communicate with the insect queen and relay information. Over the years in the interstellar realm, if it weren't for the call to everyone to conduct gene testing at the first sign of abnormalities and regular checks, it's quite possible that even within their military training ranks, there would be infiltrators from the insect race. As the core existence of the insect race, the insect queen is naturally also the most powerful in terms of mental strength. The most memorable aspect of this insect queen is her head full of eyes. Besides the 8 legs, her entire body is covered in eyes. The green, fluorescent eyes are striking even in darkness, serving as a natural night vision device to help them see all the sights of the night. If the insect queen were to incite a riot on Tianshan Yunxing, the situation would be exceedingly difficult to control. One issue would be the inability to timely clear personnel, while another would be stabilizing the insect queen during the clearing process. An extremely critical problem is that none of them would be able to effectively confront the insect queen. If I were to die this time, and you survive, tell my parents I sacrifice myself for the glory of the nation. Zhang Xinghong could not help but express his sorrow with these words. Although as warriors they had long since cast aside the notions of life and death, the daunting battle ahead evoked a lingering attachment to this world. What nonsense! The battle hasn't even begun, and you've already raised the flag of defeat. Sound the horn, stand tall, raise your head, and charge forward with me. Lu Mu said as he approached Zhang Xinghong, correcting his careless posture. Even on the brink of death, you still nitpick my demeanor. You truly are a perfectionist with numerous flaws. Lu Mu observed him for a moment, sighed. Who told you to be so disheveled? Even in death, you show no dignity. Zhang Xinghong replied, Enough, let us hasten our advance. We must reach Tianshan Yuxing with utmost speed, resolve the issue with the insectoid queen swiftly, and return home. Lu Mu then ceased his mutual disdain for Zhang Xinghong and turned away. Chapter 110. The second overlap competition, just as Shi Xizhou returned home to reflect for an entire night. The next day, the overlap competition commenced once more. Upon seeing the competition schedule on a holographic screen, Gubake voiced his concerns. What is the program team thinking? They haven't even granted us a moment's respite. And now 2 competitions are about to begin. What should we do? Should we continue to choose the exterior zone? Naturally, Shi Xizhou felt the burden of this predicament. If she chose one competition, the other was likely to fail outright. For instance, should she select the comprehensive zone, the exterior zone would likely be eliminated in the next round due to insufficient points. Conversely, if she opted for the exterior zone, the comprehensive zone would miss out on 2 crucial competitions and face immediate disqualification. Whichever competition she chose, it was probable that the other would ultimately lead to failure. This was precisely the strategy of the interstellar culinary competition, to disperse power as much as possible, preventing any single individual from monopolizing it, and to avert the risks of political turmoil that could arise from excessive concentration of power. In the realm of the stars, the same principle applied, where power was distributed to mitigate instability. The more fragmented the authority, the smaller its influence, and correspondingly, the lesser the threat it posed to the central governance. After contemplating for a moment, Shi Xizhou realized that her original intention for participating was to gain more power. Yet through the ordering and drawing of lots for these 2 competitions, she discerned the organizer's true aim, to target all contestants in the overlap competition and compel them to abandon one of the competitions in favor of the other. Furthermore, it became evident that the point requirements in previous years were not excessive, allowing more chefs to advance to subsequent rounds. However, the organizers had subtly indicated that in order to enhance the skill level of each cohort, the point requirements would fluctuate randomly, the more skilled the contestant, the higher the points needed. This mechanism expedited the competition process and facilitated quicker eliminations, while discreetly managing those who opted for the overlap competition. Participants in the overlap competition would face the highest deductions in points, necessitating that they earn sufficient points to gradually ascend to the top. I understand your perspective. You're absolutely right. I must make a choice. If I still cannot discern the situation at this point, I would indeed be hopelessly foolish. Since the rules of the competition strongly encourage each contestant to select a singular format, we shall adopt that approach. Although Shi Xizhou desired greater authority, she did not wish to become the target of envy among her peers. Her participation was fundamentally aimed at ensuring her own safety. To emerge as a frontrunner would only invite undue attention, a counterproductive endeavor. Thus, this necessity for discernment became her rationale. I choose the exterior zone. I shall rise from where I falter. I previously believed my styling skills were impeccable, but I have come to realize that the interstellar realm is indeed teeming with talent. I wish to compete against them once more. This was one reason. Another significant factor was that in the exterior zone, she could create dishes from Earth. Having spent considerable time here and participated in several competitions, she had scarcely tasted her own creations, as she truly found it difficult to consume food tailored to the interstellar palate. Gubake patted her shoulder. As long as you are determined to learn, as your boss, I wholeheartedly support you. Just charge boldly ahead. The company will have your back. Thank you, boss. before uncovering the underlying rules of the interstellar competition. Shi Xizhou had contemplated preparing dishes from both zones if the overlap competition occurred again. However, given the fierce competition in both zones, particularly the exterior zone's emphasis on large-scale dishes, it would undoubtedly require more time to craft two dishes, making breakthrough even more challenging. Furthermore, she had now grasped the necessity of withdrawing from one of the zones. Gu Leilei's tousled hair partially obscured her eyes, concealing her inner thoughts. She raised her head to glance at Shi Xizhou and smiled sweetly. "Oh dear, based on my years of observation, interstellar beings are quite predictable. They are drawn to wealth, power, beauty, and pleasure. Just look at that individual who garnered so many points for crafting a mech. While their craftsmanship is undoubtedly impressive, it pales in comparison to your skills, yet they struck the right chord. If you create a magnificent palace adorned with gold and jewels in the exterior zone, your score will undoubtedly soar." Gu Leilei's tone seemed laced with disdain for the entire interstellar scene. A seemingly innocent young girl could evoke such sentiments. One cannot judge a book by its cover, it seems. Just as Shi Xizhou wished to delve deeper into this revelation, Gu Leilei shoved her forward. "Go on, our champion. The competition is about to commence. This time, let's show them what we're made of." Shi Xizhou had no choice but to set aside her thoughts for the moment and step onto the stage. The interstellar competition was not merely a culinary challenge, but also encompassed physical endurance. If a contestant from Earth completed one round of competition, they would likely be exhausted, possibly lacking the stamina to participate in the subsequent round. The host stood upon the stage. "Welcome our contestants back to the arena." Perhaps no one expected that within a single day, we would witness two breathtaking spectacles. Today, both the comprehensive and exterior zones will compete simultaneously. Regrettably, we must announce that our contestant Shi Xizhou has decided to continue solely in the exterior zone, relinquishing the comprehensive zone. We hope she can deliver an even more outstanding and captivating performance in the upcoming rounds. Please direct your attention to the big screen, where the theme for this exterior zone competition is green. Contestants, create a work that embodies your interpretation of the theme. Let your imagination soar and express yourselves freely. She should have given up long ago, but why abandon the comprehensive zone? Although she didn't choose it last time, her performance in that zone has always been commendable. It's simple. She was afraid. Some people lack the ability, but still pretend to be impressive. Chapter 111. Theme: green. Come on, could you speak more kindly? What do you mean by lacking ability and pretending? Did she not earn her scores in the earlier rounds? Open your eyes and observe the situation before making judgments. It is likely that there are concerns, as she did not participate in the last comprehensive competition. If she were to participate this time and her performance were to fall short of expectations, she might be disqualified. It is a pity, by the way. Have you all tasted the dishes she prepared last time? They were quite delightful. I dare not taste them, no matter how visually appealing her creations are, and despite the accolades you may bestow upon them. I cannot forget the sensation of my first encounter with something distasteful. What do you mean by that? Did she actually have an accident on stage? Looking at the comments above, it seems you just started following this competition. If you revisit her first match, you'll see that the disparity in skill between her and her competitors is as vast as heaven and earth. Is it really that exaggerated? I find it hard to believe. If you doubt it, just wait and see for yourself. Enough with the noise. Look ahead. The contestants have begun preparing their dishes. This round's theme is green. What does that even mean? Green hats, grass, large trees, forests, lakes. These can all be green. You could even create a green mech. Why must you think of green hats? Have you donned one? Let us listen to the spectators. You, and you, stop making a fuss. Your words are nothing but alarmist nonsense. Shi Xizhou exchanged glances with the other competitors across from him, each recognizing the apprehension mirrored in the other's eyes. By this stage in the competition, 2/3 of the contestants had already been eliminated. The interstellar culinary competition is exceptionally ruthless. Only the first place in each category can claim the title, while those in second to fifth place merely receive monetary rewards, which vary based on ranking. Each contestant hopes to swiftly eliminate their rivals, but also fears doing so too quickly, as the subsequent rounds will become even more merciless. All eyes are trained on the top 5. In the second year of the interstellar culinary competition, There were instances where contestants directly attacked those in the top 5, resulting in the deaths of 3 of them. Following that, a new rule was instituted. Should a contestant unexpectedly die while ranked, that position will forever belong to them. This means if someone secures first place in the preliminary round but dies or is injured before the next match, their rights will still be honored in the final round, without being passed on to the next runner-up. Additionally, to prevent intentional self-harm or suicide, to transfer rights or rewards to friends and family. Another stipulation was added. Upon a contestant's death, all rights and rewards revert to the competition, rendering any wills or announcements void. With the implementation of numerous regulations, the safety of the contestants has been significantly reinforced. Everyone understands that to secure a top position, one must rely solely on their own efforts. As for Xiang Xinxin being drugged by Su Ge, which affected her performance, she has no recourse, as the system only secures results after the preliminary round. The organizers cannot monitor each contestant's condition at all times. Thus, on the eve of the preliminary competition, each contestant must strive to protect their own lives. This time, Shi Xizhou conceptualized in his mind. Green mountains and clear waters equate to mountains of gold and silver. Huaxia's environmental consciousness is gradually awakening, with forests expanding, creating a protective barrier for the earth. When one mentions forests, one naturally thinks of Saihamba Forest, with its towering trees, lush greenery, fresh air, azure sky, and pristine clouds. Since interstellar beings enjoy grand spectacles, what could be grander than the arduous efforts of generations? Shi Xizhou did not intend to replicate the towering bamboo from the previous competition. A few trees do not embody a forest. A forest consists of saplings, leaves, and branches interwoven to form an expansive realm, teeming with both small and large trees, grasses, and wildflowers. Life flourishes there, brimming with vitality. Shi Xizhou planned to employ a similar method as in a previous sugar-making contest, using a miniature approach to meticulously craft every detail. Not to mention, the interstellar cameras would be able to enter this miniature forest, magnifying it to provide the audience with an immersive visual experience. Shi Xizhou decided to initiate the creation process. Given the magnitude of this endeavor, completing it independently would be time-consuming, so she opted to request robotic assistance. In interstellar competitions, contestants can utilize robotic aid, allowing them to present their creations to a robot that can scan and replicate them at a one-to-one scale. However, this advantage comes at a cost. Utilizing robotic assistance results in a direct deduction of 50 from the contestant's score. This means that even if Shi Xizhou were to secure first place, her score would be significantly diminished due to the robot's involvement, impacting her choices of ingredients in subsequent competitions. Yet, Shi Xizhou felt no regret. Surveying her surroundings, she solidified her choices for the ingredients she wished to use. A smile graced her lips as she realized that many of the ingredients for this competition, themed around green, contained abundant green elements. There was even one item that could be directly cut into the shape of leaves. Shi Xizhou selected a large lettuce resembling a leaf and, utilizing a miniature knife, delicately shaped it into the form of a leaf before placing it before the robot for replication. Of course, a single leaf could not suffice. Akin to how no two individuals are identical in this world, there's also no completely identical leaf. However, repeatedly cutting would be a waste of time, so she chose the most representative one as an example. Next, Shi Xizhou took another leaf, placed it over the fire, and lightly roasted it to create a sense of insect damage with some yellowed and dried edges. She decided to represent the summer forest. In the forest, there are naturally more than just trees. Shi Xizhou carefully softened sugar and placed it in a small tube to blow and shape it, crafting a small rabbit-shaped sugar figurine. She did not stop there, continuing to create small figures of horses, sheep, foxes, and squirrels. Shi Xizhou meticulously fashioned several tree trunks and branches, connecting them with the leaves produced by the robot. Next, she intended to create the ground. For this part, she did not wish to leave it to the robot. She envisioned a landscape that appeared vast and expansive through the lens, with each section uniquely different. She planned to create this using bread and chocolate. Shi Xizhou began by preparing the cake base, ensuring it was sweet and well aerated, even incorporating a blueberry layer for enhanced texture. The steps for creating the cake base are as follows. Separate the egg yolks from the whole eggs, add 1/3 of the granulated sugar to the yolks, and whisk with a manual or electric mixer until the color lightens and the volume increases. Add milk and corn oil to the egg yolk mixture and mix well. Combine low-gluten flour, baking powder, and salt, sifting them into the yolk mixture. Stir with chopsticks or a spatula until there are no lumps, but avoid overmixing. Whip the egg whites in a clean, grease-free bowl, gradually adding the remaining sugar, whipping until stiff peaks form. Remove the meringue from 13 eggs and gently fold it into the cake batter using chopsticks or a spatula until no granules remain. Then, incorporate the remaining meringue, mixing gently. Pour the cake batter into the baking pan and give it a slight shake to level the surface and release any air bubbles. Preheat the oven to approximately 160 degrees Celsius. Place the baking pan inside and bake for about 35 to 40 minutes, or until a toothpick inserted comes out clean without any moist dough sticking to it. Once removed from the oven, let the pan rest for about 5 minutes before unmolding and allowing it to cool. Subsequently, spread melted chocolate on top, which should not be merely dark chocolate, but a blend of white and dark, creating a mosaic of colors across the surface, bringing a dynamic variation to the landscape. To create the grass, take a resilient leaf and, using a kitchen knife, cut it into extremely fine and soft strips, resembling blades of grass, while maintaining a sense of varied lengths. This type of leaf has a flavor reminiscent of raw cabbage, yet is infused with a rich grassy aroma, making it an ideal choice for crafting grass. The forest is adorned with numerous flowers, such as wild lilies, which boast pure white petals and emit a delicate fragrance, their elegant form and fresh, understated colors captivating many admirers. Additionally, magnolia flowers, with their stunning shapes and vibrant hues, feature petals layered like those of a lotus, exuding a refined fragrance that inevitably draws attention when in bloom. As Shi Xizhou assembles each tree, she conceals small animals among the branches, placing the trees atop the grass. After completing the grand scene, she begins to refine the details. Having activated robots for this competition, she feels compelled to secure first place. Failure to do so could lead to her elimination. Jojo, don't worry, I'm here. If the results don't favor you this time, I'll infiltrate their backend and alter the data, is the reassurance given. Tong Tong eagerly awaits Shi Xizhou's command, ready to spring into action. Don't act recklessly. Shi Xizhou cautions. I do not wish to rely on such underhanded tactics to win. It would be irresponsible to myself, to the other contestants, to the judges, and to the audience. We must give our all and remain true to our conscience. Fine, Tong Tong concedes, yet internally he does not relinquish his idea. Don't mess around. If I catch you resorting to underhanded tactics, don't expect to enjoy my cooking ever again, Shi Xizhou warns, emphasizing her commitment to ensuring the integrity and fairness of the competition. Tong Tong hesitates, pouts slightly, but ultimately sighs and nods obediently. All right. Shi Xizhou does not take the completion of this competition piece lightly. She continues to refine it, carefully applying food coloring with meticulous precision. She gradually brings the stones beside the trees to life and intricately details the bark's texture. Shi Xizhou even attends to the wildflowers she has created, bending some to create a sense of asymmetry. Towering red pines and dense roots stand erect, resembling a veil of green, mysterious and beautiful. The lush trees and fresh air compose nature's most exquisite painting. Surrounding trees rise tall and abundant, their trunks as straight as steel, branches extending with thick foliage that cloaks the forest in a rich green mist. Light filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and adding an air of mystery to the place. Within the woods, a harmonious and tranquil atmosphere prevails. The audience can feel enveloped by nature, with all worries and concerns gradually fading away amidst this tranquility. Here, time seems to pause, leaving only this serene existence. Wow, one tree after another has emerged. So beautiful. This truly corresponds with the theme, a boundless green that is vibrantly alive. This expansive forest is simply a beauty of a world. The scenery here seems different from Tian Shan Yun Xing. I wonder where the broadcaster found this? This forest seems to have some artificial elements, resembling a man-made forest. Yet it is still quite impressive. Moreover, the details are remarkable. The small animals are rendered with exquisite realism. Did you notice? They even use colored pencils to depict each individual hair, and even if not every detail is captured, the contours are still effectively outlined. Gu Leilei's eyes lit up. As a resident of Tian Shan Yun Xing, she has always been fascinated by the natural environment. This theme is perfectly aligned with the serene ambience of Tian Shan Yun Jing, yet distinct in its own right, making it a fitting choice. She is confident that many from Tian Shan Yun Xing will undoubtedly select Shi Xizhou. Chapter 113. The enemy approaches. Gu Leilei even takes out her camera to film. The economic culinary competition permits personal cameras, provided the contestants consent, allowing for a comprehensive promotion of the dishes, thus enhancing the event's visibility and attracting more attention. After receiving Shi Xizhou's nod of approval, Gu Leilei begins recording from a different perspective, while the competition's live broadcast captures an overall sensory experience. Gu Leilei's filming adopts a tourist lens, showcasing the forest as if one were traversing a miniature woodland. This time, Gu Leilei opts against a vlog. She is acutely aware of the concerns of those around her regarding the rules of the star-studded culinary competition, where Shi Xizhou's primary focus is on points and performance. Thus, she chooses to live stream from a first-person perspective, enhancing the audience's sense of immersion. While Gu Leilei is diligently filming, a woman quietly sits beside her, the scent of her perfume drawing the attention of those nearby. As the saying goes, a strong fragrance can be overwhelming. Gu Bak, sensitive to the smell, considers moving to a different spot when the woman speaks. You're not actually relying on such a useless individual to secure first place, are you? Who are you talking to? Geu Balkare Plois, Pusud. I'm talking to you. Gu Bak is taken aback by the woman's audacity to insult him in front of others, and with a furrowed brow, he retorts, "Do you dare repeat what you just said? What is stopping me? Aren't you just a useless person? You've got the audacity to enter 2 categories. But now you'll have to slink away from the overall competition, right? Knowing you lack the capability, yet still choosing to participate, is just embarrassing yourself." The woman looks at them with disdain, her contempt evident in her tone. "Who the hell are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Our affairs are none of your business. How have you managed to survive this long? Has no one ever shut your mouth for you? Or has it already been done, and you're just recovering?" Gu Bak, clearly displeased, unleashes a tirade. "You dare to confront us all alone? Are you looking to get yourself hurt? Or do you just enjoy being humiliated?" Lian chuckles coldly. The woman's face flushes with anger, her once attractive features now tinged with a deeper hue. "I must say, you truly have the audacity to disregard courtesy. I have spoken to you earnestly, yet none of you seem to comprehend. Do you? Can you even grasp human language? With your level of competence, do you truly believe you deserve to participate in the interstellar culinary competition? Perhaps you should retire and enjoy your twilight years instead." It is utterly laughable. Upon hearing these words, Yin Yuhang could not suppress his indignation. "You keep insisting that you understand nothing, so what exactly do you propose we do? It is evident that you do not understand anything either. How can you be so certain about our shortcomings? What have I done to deserve this?" Yin Yuhang retorted defiantly. "Oh really? You dare to talk back? And what if I do? It's hardly a grave matter. What's the big deal? Surely, the main participants aren't going to take a page from your book, are they?" The woman, Lu Beibei, stood up, her eyes brimming with hostility, as if she could annihilate the individuals before her with a mere mech suit. The substantial number of votes Lu Beibei garnered was undoubtedly linked to her striking appearance. Her facial structure adhered to the perfect golden ratio, with exquisite features, bright and expressive eyes, and pupils that sparkled like gemstones. Her long, elegant eyelashes gracefully curled, captivating all who gazed upon her. Her newly sculpted nose was straight and refined, adding an air of elegance and poise to her overall presence, leaving a lasting impression. It was no wonder that her beauty earned her a multitude of accolades. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. What lies ahead is not merely a challenge, but a formidable one. The remaining contestants are not to be underestimated. Last year, one individual even crafted a miniature Earth, a crystal-clear representation of our planet, capturing the undulations of the Great Wall with remarkable precision. Each participant in the cosmos possessed extraordinary prowess. Gu Bak was somewhat astonished. Wasn't this individual here to criticize them? Why was he suddenly offering advice? Was there something amiss with him? Unlike Gu Bak, who had no familiarity with Liu Beibei, Gu Lele was well acquainted with the woman before him. She could easily be dismissed as a mere decorative figure, yet her beauty was undeniably overwhelming, extending even to her culinary creations. However, she was not a congenial person. On the contrary, she harbored intense jealousy and animosity. Even the slightest negative remark about her in the comments could provoke her wrath, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse upon the offender. Such reactions only fueled Liu Beibei's arrogance and propensity for jealousy towards others. She fixated on the competition ahead, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Lian could not help but let out a mocking laugh. If your viewers knew that this is your true offline persona, do you think they would unfollow you? After all, their ideal goddess turns out to be nothing more than a shrew. You need not threaten me. They only admire my appearance. As long as my face remains, no one in this realm can threaten me, Liu Beibei retorted, infuriatingly proud of her reliance on her looks. Tian tilted her head in Liu Beibei's direction, observing, well, it appears you indeed possess attributes that align with human aesthetics, barely qualifying as good genes, but lacking in combat prowess, better suited as reserve fodder. Little did Liu Beibei know. At that very moment, she had caught the attention of the Zerg Queen, who might select her for parasitism at any moment, replacing her with one of the Zerg offspring. Meanwhile, he had chosen to create an unimaginable green hat. He chuckled. A field brimming with confidence requires a meticulously crafted green hat. Perhaps one day, it could serve as the finest gift for my esteemed apprentice. Chapter 114. P.S. Apprentice, I thank you. He intended to craft a hat that was not the typical glossy leather cap, but rather a fluffy woolen beanie. How could one create a fluffy texture using food? This posed a significant challenge. He did not plan to continue with traditional dough frying, as that would lack novelty, nor could dough achieve a fluffy texture. He procured several slender strands of snake cat grass, resembling the tail of a kitten, entirely covered in soft fur, albeit a bit longer. To use it, he would need to trim the fur. The texture of this fur was somewhat akin to that of sugarcane. He used 2 metal skewers to meticulously weave the snake cat grass into a rounded hat. However, if it were that simple, it would be rather hasty. Below the hat, he planned to create a small world within it. He envisioned crafting a lake from fondant. As he stirred, a light green syrup began to solidify in the mold, forming gradually. Looking down, one would be astonished to find a layer of miniature creatures beneath the syrup, tiny fish, shrimp, crabs, stones, and seaweed. As his apprentice, Qian Shiwen naturally understood why his master suddenly wished to create a green hat. The reason was quite straightforward. Qian Shiwen's senior brother had declined to participate in the competition, citing a heartbreak over being cheated on, thus rendering him unable to attend. Flashback. At noon, Gao Siki arrived promptly at He's door and knocked. Gumin. He's voice echoed from within. Gao Siki entered, his face a portrait of sorrow, bearing the expression of someone on the brink of despair. Master. He glanced up briefly, then returned his book, only to look up again, bewildered by his apprentice's unusual demeanor. What on earth is wrong with you? You look as if you become a dried corpse. Gao Siki sniffled, bursting into tears. Master, teacher, professor, father, I've been abandoned. She ran off with another man. What did I do wrong? What did I fall short? He internally rolled his eyes, unable to fathom how his apprentice could suffer yet another romantic setback. He found it odd. After so many failed romances, why did Gao Siki still seem to possess no growth, falling so easily in love? Was he not endowed with the memory of a fish? One had to wonder how this apprentice's genes would affect the next generation. Ahem, so what is it you need? He inquired coldly. Instantly, his indifferent demeanor shattered Gao Siki's composure. Wah? Master, do you no longer love me? How can you utter such frigid words with a body temperature of 36 degrees? It feels as though my heart is being frozen solid. Do you realize how cruel this is for me? You know how much I yearn for love, yet you continue to strike me down. My life is truly tragic. Gao Siki pulled a chair over and sat down, launching into his lament. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous as he assessed Gao Siki, who appeared as if he had rolled in a pile of fur. What on earth happened to you? Why is there so much fur? Did you not clean up before coming here? Do you realize how hard it is for robots to maintain a clean environment? Gao Siki glared at his master, as if to say that any further criticism would lead him to faint on the spot. All right, just tell me your story, and let us see how I can assist you. He waved his hand in exasperation. Master, I am involved in the entertainment industry, and she is a budding star within it. The day I discovered she was attending a dating reality show with another boy, I felt as though I had been struck by a bolt from the blue. That news nearly left me in utter disbelief. You are aware that I am a staunch believer in pure love, capable of accepting only a one-on-one relationship. What difference does her behavior make from a mental betrayal? Later, she urged me to trust her, and I did, managing to endure the situation. Yet, I turned around only to witness her sharing a kiss with another young man. In that moment, Gao Siki felt his entire world collapse. Although he recognized his tendency to be easily deceived due to his romantic notions. When that day finally arrived, he found himself devoid of the courage needed to accept it. It was akin to an unexpected slap across the face, leaving his mind spinning as if it were caught in a whirlwind. His thoughts became tumultuous, yet he couldn't extract a single coherent idea. It felt as if his mind had solidified, harder than cement. He gazed at his disciple with an expression of exasperation. You call this nonsense? It happens to you 7 or 8 times a year. Should I label you as love-struck, or consider you simply unfortunate? You just got together, and then she cast you aside. Now, you rush off to be with someone else. Are you truly sentimental or merely naive? Master, please refrain from saying more, or I shall weep again. Gao Siki's eyes were evidently swollen from previous tears, resembling those of an allergic reaction, making his double eyelids appear single. So, what exactly is troubling you? He pointedly addressed the matter. His disciple had endured 800 breakups in a year. If he had to listen to such nonsensical tales daily, he might very well extract his belt and give him a sound thrashing. Well, master, I am heartbroken and no longer wish to participate in the upcoming culinary competition. Facing the camera will evoke memories, as it was through the lens that I first met her, and she has betrayed me because of it. Gao Siki looked at his master with the pitiful gaze of a kitten. Master, I lost my mother when I was young. Upon hearing this, his heart softened. Among his disciples, only Gao Siki was an orphan, lacking both mother and father. This reality had allowed him to navigate through life under his guidance time and again. He furrowed his brow, glanced at Gao Siki, then at the surrounding books, ultimately fixing his gaze back on his disciple. No, he declared firmly. Chapter 115. The Green Foot. Why, Master? How can you be so cruel? Do you not care for your disciple's fragile heart? I have suffered enough. Must you exploit me further? Gao Siki felt deeply wounded by his master's words. With a round face, a delicate and well-defined nose, and large, glistening eyes framed by soft eyebrows, his countenance radiated vulnerability, as if he might collapse into despair at any moment due to this refusal. He observed his troubled disciple, unsure whether to scold or console him, finding himself at a loss for words. The turmoil within Gao Siki's mind was incessant, causing frustration for those who witnessed it. All right, enough. Go away. If you do not wish to attend, then so be it. I will take others instead. He dismissed him, exasperated by Gao Siki's attitude, which left him feeling a mix of anger, helplessness, amusement, and despair. Very well, master. Upon receiving his dismissal, Gao Siki hurriedly departed, fearful that his master might change his mind. This fellow lacks ambition. Regardless of the circumstances, it is all in vain. He shook his head in resignation. He reviewed the list of participants, contemplating for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words. Let it be. What else could he do? These disciples were increasingly unreliable, each adept at finding excuses. He could only manage to secure one participant, who would inevitably create chaos during the competition, as they all seemed mischievous. After much deliberation, he ultimately settled on Qian Xiaoyu. Qian Xiaoyu intended to create a rather eccentric piece, a growing large foot, shaping it to resemble a foot adorned with lush green grass, mushrooms, and small flowers, resulting in a vibrant, ecologically themed creation. This endeavor involved crafting the basic shape of the foot using chocolate molds. However, the competition venue could not provide a direct model of the foot, necessitating an application that also required points. If the concept of a large foot was peculiar enough, the model that Qian Xiaoyu devised was even more so, as she altered each toe's fingerprint to face another direction, creating a comical symmetry. This large foot is bound to evoke laughter. Will it not also emit a foul odor? A green foot. I cannot believe she even conceived this. Wait, is this truly innovative? If it is not, where on earth would one find a green foot? Perhaps a corpse-esque foot? Listen, this should be viewed as a creative expression. The shape of the foot symbolizes the connection between humanity and the earth. One must tread firmly to achieve success, fostering coexistence with nature. The harmonious relationship between humanity and nature is paramount, as our survival and prosperity depend on a stable and rich natural environment. For life, what matters most is not merely personal health or a pleasant living environment, but a profound understanding and appreciation of nature. In the realm of life, every organism can be deemed a living being. Within the biological sphere, each cell is a priceless treasure. Has this girl always been so lofty? Are you not overthinking it? Perhaps she merely seeks to provoke. How can you be so dismissive? Maybe she is articulating the relationship between humanity and nature, a splendid theme that you have twisted into something grotesque. As Gao Sikai-chi, Qian Xiaoyu Sr., observed, it seems this year's themes are quite novel. If they revolve around green, then naturally, the theme must be environmental protection. If anyone wishes to break through further, I'm uncertain what else could be achieved. To break through visual impact, consider the creation of a gigantic green carnivorous vine. It truly is frightening, more so than this large foot. When you witness it, allow me to provide some background. The green giant carnivorous vine is typically described as a colossal and vibrant plant. It boasts long, thick vines usually found in forested areas, easily clinging to tall trees and other lofty plants. Its leaves are a vivid green, often oval-shaped with elongated tips and distinct veins. The surface of the leaves frequently bears tiny, tooth-like protrusions that assist the plant in adhering to other objects. The flowers of this plant take on a trumpet-like form, radiantly colored to attract numerous insects for pollination. As its name suggests, this plant also consumes humanoid life forms, often leaving human remains suspended from its branches, imparting a truly chilling aura. Seriously? Are we to consider that a carnivorous vine counts as a vine? Ignore it. Such horror themes should be disregarded. Moreover, the scenes of vines ensnaring humans typically evoke feelings of terror and despair. As individuals approach the tendrils, they writhe and stretch, endeavoring to ensnare the human body with their vines. The speed of entanglement is astonishing, rendering escape nearly impossible. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance invites immediate assault. The binding strength of the vines is formidable. The tighter they coil, the more suffocating they become, restricting breath and movement, gradually tightening their grasp. Tragically, the tendrils do not merely ensnare the surface of the body. They often penetrate internally, drawing sustenance from within through their roots, ultimately leading to the demise of the individual. In such dire circumstances, the spectacle of the entangled vines transforms into a scene of sheer horror and bloodshed, as anguish cries and wails erupt from those who struggle desperately, only to attract even more tendrils, leaving them utterly helpless. The entire scene evokes an overwhelming sense of despair and powerlessness, instilling a profound fear. Upon witnessing this unsettling description, Tong Tong felt a shiver run down his spine. What should I do? What should I do? How do we suddenly shift to a horror theme? Their creativity is remarkable. We cannot afford to lose. Tong Tong's palms were slick with sweat, and although his body was virtual, it still responded with genuine physiological reactions. His heart raced perilously, especially upon seeing the tendrils. I feel my legs growing weak. Surely, this is merely a slight scare. In Chapter 116, regarding the competition results, our protagonist reflected on the work titled Fuin. While certain characters were commendable, the aesthetic appeal was lacking. It was bizarre and unappetizing. Tong Tong anxiously surveyed the creations of his fellow contestants. Soon, all competitors had completed their works. All contestants have finished their creations. The judges are ready to begin scoring. So let us view each dish from a miniature perspective on the big screen, announced the host, maneuvering the camera to showcase each entry. Dense forests, peculiar vines, green hats, and oversized green feet were among the various green-themed dishes presented. From the heavens to the earth, across ages, Shi Xizhou gazed at each creation, unable to suppress his admiration. The innovations were impressive, with each dish possessing unique characteristics, some evoking curiosity, others embodying imagery, and some instilling a sense of dread. Wow, every piece is remarkable. Indeed, the videos recorded by the organizers are far more captivating. If one were unaware this was a competition, they might mistake it for an incredibly realistic jungle blockbuster. Naturally, the previous glimpse was merely a cursory view. Now, we are truly beginning to broaden our horizons during the scoring process. I adore the oversized green foot. It resembles a human's foot, though it could be more peculiar. If Brother Insect were here, he could cover the entire foot with countless insects, creating an even more shocking spectacle. Ugh, would you even eat that? Oh, come on, it's just the appearance. No need to consume it. Besides, how intriguing would that be? After witnessing this, any subsequent dish would leave one with lingering unease. If Brother Insect were part of this competition, the theme combined with insects would be an explosive combination. Wherever one sees green, they would think of crawling insects, inducing an unbearable itch. Ha! Fortunate for him that he eliminated himself from the competition. As the judges gradually concluded their scoring, the results of each contestant began to unfold. Let us congratulate all participants on their freshly minted scores. The host raised an eyebrow at the results in hand. This time, we have no dark horses, only a return of form. Congratulations to Shi Xizhou for once again claiming first place, Hihi for second, Dalwijia for third, Geosikiki for fourth, and Fuin for fifth. Upon hearing the results, Lian, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped outside and picked up the phone to communicate. Boss, do you have any instructions? On the other end, Pei Ciji, head bent over the book in hand, inquired, how is your observation going? Lian concealed the depth of his thoughts. Boss, this planet has quite a few resources. Should we not send more people to secure a decisive victory? Pei Ciji, intrigued by the prospect of wealth, pondered for a moment before responding, no. Let's not act rashly. I have received word that Nanfeng is heading that way, likely to rendezvous with that small streamer. What secrets does she hold? After observing for so long, what have you discovered? Commander G is approaching. At this, Lian paused, contemplating the mystery surrounding Shi Xizhou. He mused, boss. Something peculiar has arisen. I previously reported that there were only a few individuals here, yet inexplicably, I have discovered an additional person, a little girl. If I hadn't checked the records, I would have had no doubts about her identity. This girl seems to exert an influence on my mind, causing my memories to blur. Oh, Pei Ciji set down the book, intrigued by the sweet photograph Lian sent. She appears to be an ordinary little girl. So, your memories have been muddled by them? Are you certain they remain unaware of your pirate identity? Lian, who had not considered this angle, felt a surge of anxiety. If they could casually introduce someone into his memories, might they not also know his true identity? Boss, I'm uncertain about that. Their behavior towards me remains consistent with the past. If they were aware, it would be astonishingly patient of them, suggesting they harbor a significant secret or are laying a trap for us to fall into. If that is the case, the roles are reversed. We are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. Pei Ciji contemplated how they would strategize if their identities were compromised. Commander G will arrive shortly, correct? If they know your identity, they will undoubtedly inform her. Or perhaps Nanfeng is coming to capture us. You must exercise caution regarding your personal safety. Should anything seem amiss, return to me immediately. It is preferable to come back empty-handed than to risk capture. You must both return safely. Pei Ciji's thirst for wealth could not outweigh her concern for her subordinates. Two capable assistants could help her acquire greater riches, but wealth could not buy loyalty and reliability. In summary, remain vigilant while you are out there. If anything seems off, use those two children as hostages or eliminate them entirely. Pei Siji's gaze was icy, filled with menace. Rest assured, boss. Do you not know who I am? I hold my life in the highest regard. Should any unusual circumstances arise, I will swiftly flee with Yin Yuheng, ensuring neither of us is captured. If we are forced back, we shall remain silent, awaiting your rescue. Lian jested lightly, alleviating the tension between them. Boss, you have no idea how close I came to playing a ghost this time. Unfortunately, Gu Lei chose Shi Xizhou as the alternate for a video. I thought I would finally get the chance to be the ghost, but instead, I ended up as just a mere backdrop, not having a single line to say. You always playing around. Hee. Chapter 117. A Sweet Anomaly. The male lead appears after the competition. Shi Xizhou returned to the hotel and observed the little girl's head with quiet astonishment. The hair atop her head was a wig that Shi Xizhou had procured, while her human form was that of a bald little girl. At this moment, due to her excitement, the bald head was adorned with eyes that flared open, glowing green and blinking as they surveyed the room. The slight enlargement of her pupils clearly indicated that she was unexpectedly exhilarated. Tian, what is happening with you? Shi Xizhou asked warily, gripping the stun gun she had prepared, ready to strike at the slightest sign of abnormality. It's nothing really. I just feel that there seems to be a human on this planet who greatly appeals to me, and he carries quite a bit of the insect race's scent. He must be part of the human military, having killed many of my kin. Tian's eyes sparkled with delight, seemingly devoid of any sense of danger or fear towards her enemies. It was more of a joyful anticipation, as if a delightful treat was approaching. Shi Xizhou's heart skipped a beat. Could she be referring to Ji Nanfeng? But could it be that Ji Nanfeng had no means to deal with this insect queen? Otherwise, why was there no hint of fear on her face? Are you not afraid? Shi Xizhou felt a shiver at Tian's question, suspecting that this creature might indeed know about the person she had summoned. Given your current condition, if the military sends someone, are you truly not afraid at all? Shi Xizhou scrutinized Tian's expression, searching for any signs of weakness. She had understood from a moment they formed a partnership that the insect queen must harbor some fears. It was likely that her power had been compromised here. Otherwise, the conditions she stipulated would not have been sufficient to sway the cold-hearted insect queen. Guess. I won't tell you anything. Feeling anxious, are you? Ha. I simply want to tell you. By the way, I'm hungry. So hurry up and make me something to eat. Tian playfully stuck out her tongue and pouted at Shi Xizhou. However, with her glowing green eyes, it was difficult to declare her adorable. The unspoken fear and unease lingered in the air. Shi Xizhou recalled that Ji Nanfeng would soon be arriving with news, so it was best to avoid conflict with the insect queen as much as possible. She began to change the subject. So, how was the competition today? Are you hungry? Let me make you some desserts. Upon hearing this, the sharpness that had enveloped Tian seemed to diminish significantly. All right, I want to eat lots and lots of sweets. Great, I will begin preparing roasted cotton candy for you. Shi Xizhou placed the cotton candy she had made earlier into a roasting bowl and set it in the oven to preheat until the surface was slightly charred. Then sprinkled cocoa powder on top to complete it. As the sweet aroma filled the air, Tian's eyes lit up, and regardless of the heat, she eagerly stuffed the cotton candy into her mouth. Even as the warmth left her lips slightly reddened, she paused only to take a breath before continuing to indulge. Watching Tian eat, Tong's eyes brimmed with malice, wishing she could take a knife and strike down this detestable insect creature. Why? Why does she get to eat first? This used to be my position. Why does this reconstituted being take my place? The vile insect should be stabbed to death and turned into insect remnants for that insect brother to consume. Shi Xizhou shook her head in amusement and quickly comforted Tong. Don't be angry. I still have more to prepare. I'll make you a special portion just for you. All right. Shi Xizhou began preparing yam and egg cake, chopping the raisins she found in the galaxy, peeling and cutting the yam into small pieces, placing them in a blender along with eggs, and blending until a fine, fluffy batter formed. Next, she cut a piece of parchment paper to fit the bottom of the mold, poured in the yam and egg mixture, and gently shook it to release any air bubbles. She evenly sprinkled the chopped raisins on top, covered the mold with plastic wrap, poked small holes in it with a toothpick, and steamed it over boiling water. Once done, she let it cool slightly before removing it from the mold. If this were Earth, Shi Xizhou might have cut it into small pieces and arranged them on a plate. But facing these two foodies, she opted for efficiency, dividing it in half and placing each portion in front of the eager little eaters. All right, give this a try. Delicious. So good. Fearing you might be thirsty, I'll make you a strawberry yogurt chocolate mousse as well. All right. Tian immediately jumped with excitement. What a surprise. This is wonderful. So great. So happy. So joyful. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy in the room, Nanfeng tightened his grip on the laser gun. He glanced at the ceiling, which concealed an empty room. Since Shi Xizhou had informed him of the insect race's existence, he had made arrangements to secure all nearby rooms, urging any guest to leave to ensure the safety of others. Thinking of the insect presence inside, Nanfeng couldn't help but recall his previous encounters with the insect race. At that time, he led his soldiers, hiding behind abandoned mechs, listening to the increasingly close footsteps of the insects as they exchanged hand signals, preparing for a final strike. Suddenly, a winged insect flew overhead and spotted them. Their position was completely compromised. Nanfeng quickly directed his team to grab rocket launchers, aiming at the insects above and those approaching. One by one, the cannon fires erupted. Human soldiers hiding in the derelict structures listened to the approaching footsteps of the insect horde, exchanging hand signals and readying for the final charge. Soon, small insects surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly attacking. They began firing shells, and the explosions reverberated, leaving the insects swarm in a state of panic. Swords clashed, flames erupted, and the battle intensified. Chapter 118. Tian faces off against the male lead. Nanfeng stepped back, creating distance from the door, carefully scrutinizing the entrance. He then pressed the doorbell beside him. Moments later, the door swung open. Upon hearing the sound, Shi Xizhou instinctively knew it was likely Nanfeng. Tian also lifted her head upon hearing the noise. It seems he knows I am aware of his presence. Let him in. Both Nanfeng and Tian possessed high levels of spiritual power, allowing them to hear every movement inside and outside the room clearly. Rather than cowering, it was better to be bold and open. Shi Xizhou nodded and opened the door. Dressed in sleek black armor made from advanced materials, Nanfeng stood before her. The palpable aura of menace surrounding him made her heart tremble. Nanfeng nodded. Shi Xizhou turned aside to allow him entry, following closely behind as they both settled onto the sofa. It has been a long time, my friend. Tian maintained a placid demeanor even in the presence of her adversary, relishing her dessert without a hint of disturbance. I wonder what brings the illustrious Zerg Queen to this place. If my knowledge serves me correctly, the black hole you first visited is not located on this planet, is it? Since learning of Tian's arrival, Nanfeng effortlessly connected her to the recent black hole phenomena. You speak as if you're surprised. Those humans are indeed frail and easily startled. I fail to see what is so astonishing. Tian rolled her eyes. Shi Xizhou maintained her composure, acutely aware of the palpable tension between the two. However, she wished to avoid any conflict within her room. The destruction of her space or any association with the Zerg would be most unwelcome. I implore you both, regardless of who you are, to refrain from any altercations within this room. Should you wish to fight, take it outside. I have a competition ahead, and if you wish to continue enjoying my culinary creations, I ask that you do not engage in battle here. The prospect of a complete cessation of hostilities seemed akin to chasing shadows. Thus Shi Xizhou endeavored to maintain a fragile peace, urging them to resolve their differences elsewhere. Nanfeng remained silent, quietly sitting at the table, picking up his chopsticks to sample a dessert. Observing her food being consumed by her foe, Tian could not easily acquiesce. Her eyes narrowed into slits. The two locked gazes, plunging into each other's mental realms. It's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect our first bout to occur within the confines of the mental realm. Come, let us engage, and I shall see how much you have progressed. Tian established her mental domain, addressing Nanfeng with calm authority. Nanfeng pressed his lips together, gripping the sword manifested from his mental energy tightly. With a powerful push of his left foot, he surged forward. The aura of his blade sliced through the air. Tian raised an eyebrow, gazing in surprise at the man before her. Under her command, enormous insectoid hands emerged from the rifts created by his strikes, intent on ensnaring Nanfeng's body and crushing him utterly. Nanfeng scanned his surroundings swiftly, raising his weapon to target the connecting points, delivering a decisive blow that severed the nearest insectoid arm, which rolled on the ground before coming to rest and vanishing. As one hand disappeared, countless others rapidly unfolded around him, reminiscent of the thousand-armed Guanyin, each striving to grasp him, dragging him toward oblivion. In that fleeting moment, even Nanfeng's typically composed eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he quickly regained his focus, closing his eyes to manifest swords from his entire being. Each sword became a fragment of himself, imbued with his consciousness. Ultimately, these innumerable blades surged towards the insectoid appendages, slicing through them from above with precision. Not every encounter favored the swords, as some arms managed to seize the flying blades, crushing them effortlessly between two fingers. Such audacity, Tian scoffed coldly, her form beginning to morph from that of a human into her true Zerg nature, the peak of her power. In this realm, every facet of their bodies represented their respective territories, embodied through their mental energies. Any injury sustained would manifest in their physical forms. Standing face to face, Nanfeng and Tian eyed each other warily. Despite his body not being fully recovered and his combat capabilities diminished, his resolve remained steadfast. He understood that the outcome of this conflict could profoundly impact the relationship between humanity and the Zerg. Should the Zerg discover the state of humanity, they might launch a full-scale assault, endangering their very existence. Drawing a deep breath, Nanfeng suddenly initiated his offensive. Their figures twisted through the air, unleashing waves of energy with each clash. Tian deftly maneuvered her wings to evade Nanfeng's strikes, then charged toward him with her body. Nanfeng hastily raised his blade to block, the sound of their clash resonating like sizzling metal. "Is this all you have? You humans truly are weak." Tian mercilessly attacked from all directions. Nanfeng remained fixated on her movements, each assault requiring perfect timing to evade. He too needed to counterattack to buy himself a moment of respite. The intensity of their struggle escalated. Their weapons and bodies collided fiercely, each impact infused with energy. Neither side knew how many times they had struck one another, yet the battle raged on relentlessly. Shi Xizhou observed the two, as they simultaneously shut their eyes and the pressure in the room diminished, indicating they had entered a particular domain of combat. Tong, can you intervene between them? Apologies, Zhou, but they're currently engaged in a battle of mental energies. If I were to enter now, I could easily be caught in their crossfire and suffer harm. Shi Xizhou recognized that if Nanfeng were to falter in this duel, the remaining members of their group would be in peril, even endangering the entire star system. Tong, do you have any insight on how we might intervene in this conflict? Otherwise, I could just stab her from the outside. I'm afraid I cannot provide guidance on that. In our star system, external interference in any competition is strictly prohibited to prevent unintended harm. This is not merely a contest. It is a fight for survival. If the Zerg has not established a protective barrier around her, we might have a chance. Zhou, please exercise caution. Without hesitation, Shi Xizhou disregarded notions of morality, prioritizing safety above all. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she pondered a rational approach to mitigate potential wrath from Tian once the confrontation concluded. She slid the knife menacingly before Tian. Naturally, Tian would possess some form of defense. Sensing the disturbance in her protective barrier, she abruptly withdrew from the mental battle, countless eyes locking onto Shi Xizhou. What are you planning? Shi Xizhou understood that she could not display any sign of retreat. I noticed you both suddenly closed your eyes and assumed you had lost your appetite. So I intended to use this knife to slice the ingredients and prepare a new dish to serve you. Tian remained transfixed on the kitchen knife, immobile. Shi Xizhou felt a flicker of trepidation, She was acutely aware that she was treading dangerously close to the Zerg Queen's limits. Yet, she had no alternative. The scent of blood emanating from Ji Nanfeng signaled to her that humanity's chances of victory in this battle were slim. Very well, but you must prepare a larger meal. I find myself hungry after this interruption. Tian Tian lifted her gaze, a charming smile gracing her features, seemingly oblivious to Shi Xizhou's intentions as she refocused on the dessert. Shi Xizhou exchanged a glance with Ji Nanfeng, then nodded. I shall prepare an even more delectable dessert for you both. Please bear with me. I'm quite famished as well. Shi Xizhou simultaneously spoke to Tong Tong. Watch those two closely. If anything unusual occurs, inform me immediately. Following this, the room was left with only Ji Nanfeng and Tian Tian. Tian Tian remained silent, slightly tilting her head to meet the gaze of the concealed Tong Tong. Then, after a fleeting second, she averted her eyes. Tong Tong thought, "Oh my, did this person see me or not? It's quite terrifying. If only my mental strength were at its peak, I would certainly drive you away." Just as Tong Tong believed the two would remain silent, a low voice suddenly emerged. "I wonder how the Queen feels. If you're dissatisfied, we can always reschedule for another time." Before Tong Tong could exclaim, Tian Tian stood up and strode directly to Ji Nanfeng, fixing her gaze upon his face. "You humans truly stick together, even if not from the same time and space. You can still unite. I just wonder whether this trust can be sustained indefinitely." Tian Tian spoke playfully, as if her words were not meant to incite discord. Ji Nanfeng replied calmly, "Even so, that is something that may occur in the future for us humans. Forewarning about future matters can jeopardize emotions." "Oh, is that so? I find it hard to believe. You humans have begun to study our insect race. Are you not curious about such a mysterious entity? Studying such a unique existence is certainly more beneficial than researching us insects. If you were to integrate genes, it would undoubtedly yield better results than our own attempts at reintegration." Upon hearing this, Ji Nanfeng felt a twinge of uncertainty within. "Why do you say that?" Tian Tian, with a hint of sarcasm, rolled her eyes. "Don't play coy with me. You humans have only a handful of high-ranking individuals. Do you not keep a close watch on each other? Surely you are aware of their every move." Ji Nanfeng maintained his previous expression, revealing no signs of suspicion, though internally he was engulfed in indifference and resentment. "If you are aware, then study it. That is a matter for you humans. We insect will focus solely on revenge." Tian Tian chuckled lightly. Her conviction in her prior thoughts solidified. Humans were indeed a facade of beings, lacking authenticity. So were the Queen's plans moving forward? "Moving forward, I have no specific plans. Just the usual eating and drinking, enjoying whatever delicacies are available. It is not every day one finds themselves in the stars. Why not treat it as a vacation?" Ji Nanfeng smirked slightly. "Certainly, as the queen of the insect race, you may do as you please, provided you do not endanger the safety of the stars. I can easily turn a blind eye. Tianshan Yunxing welcomes our distant guests, hoping you enjoy your time here. Eat well, and grow fond of Tianshan Yunxing." "Thank you all." Ji Nanfeng's voice was cool and calm, akin to observing a human. Tong Tong reflected to herself. Indeed, these two are merely reciting a slew of official phrases without taking action. The commander even welcomes insects as guests. I wonder what their true intentions are, or what secrets they are concealing. Why not speak openly? Must they shroud everything in mystery, leaving me puzzled even while indulging in snacks? Think about it. Did they mention anything particularly noteworthy? All right, something about a laboratory and genetic fusion. It sounds like they are planning to dissect and analyze the insect race. Tong Tong instinctively sensed that this experiment was not benevolent. That is no concern of ours. Let Ji Nanfeng handle it. It is outside our purview. Since they intend to remain here, I shall continue cooking. Upon hearing Tong Tong's words, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of relief. She proceeded to prepare barbecue-flavored vegetable meat patties. After gathering the ingredients, she diced carrots and boiled them with peas and corn. Then mixed the drained mixture with starch and ground meat, shaping it into small patties. She placed them in a greased frying pan, mixed sweet sauce and cumin powder in a bowl, brushed it over the patties, flipped them, applied another layer, and finally plated the dish. The nutritious vegetables and corn, along with the carrots, complemented the meat filling beautifully. Chapter 119. Peace. Looking at the exquisite meal before her, Shi Xizhou felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although she was unaware of the nature of the discussion between those two, Tong Tong's lack of an urgent alert indicated that the situation was still manageable. Shi Xizhou approached with the food. How delightful! More food has arrived. You've worked hard. What hard work? This isn't for you. Begone. You wretched human. It should be the wretched insects. Oomph. Observing the playful banter between them, Shi Xizhou was somewhat puzzled. How had their relationship suddenly grown so amicable that they could engage in banter? Nanfeng produced his black card. Say, while you are here, many expenses will arise, and you need to sustain such a gluttonous insect. This money is for her upkeep, as she isn't leaving any time soon. I must trouble you to bear with it. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian scrutinized Nanfeng for a moment. When did you become so benevolent? Since you have come to our planet, I shall show a bit of kindness, as long as you do not harm the innocent. Nanfeng replied nonchalantly. Humph. What are you pretending for? Tian Tian was not easily swayed, rolling her eyes and then sweetly turning to Shi Xizhou. Can I call you Zhou? Tong Tong interjected urgently. No, you cannot. That is my exclusive privilege. Why must it be in your mouth? Do not dare take it from me. Woe is me, Zhou. If you agree, I shall weep here, and I will ignore you, engaging in a cold war for 3 days. Shi Xizhou chuckled, patting Tong Tong's little head. Rest assured, that is solely yours. She shook her head at Tian Tian. I am sorry, but that name has already been taken. You may call me Xizhou. Tian Tian pouted. Xizhou sounds too formal. I shall call you Shi instead. Fine. That is perfectly acceptable. Shi Xizhou was indifferent to the childish rivalry between Tian Tian and Tong Tong, preferring it to them resorting to physical confrontation. Tian Tian stood on her chair, looking down at Tong Tong with a cute yet hostile expression, as if regarding her with disdain. What do you think of calling her Shi? Tong Tong, easily provoked, retorted Shi? Such a dull name. How can it compare to Zhou, which sounds so innovative and reflects her culinary prowess? One day, I shall surpass you. Tong Tong's eyes glistened with frustration. Nanfeng frowned, perplexed as to why these two had suddenly begun quarreling. After all, children in the stars were far more astute and mature than these two. Was this perhaps a quirk of the insect race? Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. Shi Xizhou gently placed Tian Tian back in her seat, stating, All right, you may eat now. I have some matters to discuss with him, so please continue. With a glance, she signaled to Nanfeng, observing the insect queen compliantly beginning her meal. Nanfeng's eyes reflected surprise before he followed her outside. This is the current situation. Have you thought of any viable solutions? Noticing Shi Xizhou's hesitation, he offered words of comfort. At this juncture, we cannot expel the insect race, so I must rely on you to keep an eye on her. However, I will be by your side to ensure she does not harm you. That does sound quite favorable. How did your competition go? Upon mentioning the contest, Shi Xizhou hesitated, reluctant to divulge her inner turmoil during the decision-making process. In truth, she longed to participate in the comprehensive zone, yet the challenges it presented were formidable, especially with the constant need for innovation in presentations. I have opted out of the comprehensive zone and chosen to compete in the aesthetic zone instead. It seems that the unspoken rule of the galactic culinary competition prohibits participation in 2 zones simultaneously, correct? Hearing her words, Nanfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling the matter with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, it was my ancestors who established this rule. Though intended to prevent centralization, it has indeed hindered talented participants from excelling in both areas. Therefore, I express both regret and understanding regarding the competition. No need to worry. My words are not meant to convey any reproach. In fact, I find myself in agreement with your choice once I grasp the rationale behind it. After witnessing several rounds of competition, I realize that the galactic realm truly nurtures exceptional talent, and I have much to learn. Suddenly inspired by the notion of education, Nanfeng proposed, since you wish to pursue learning but currently lack qualifications, once your competition concludes, I shall arrange for you to study in the botany department. There, you will gain a deeper understanding of plant components, enabling you to create an even broader array of exquisite dishes. Of course, should you express interest in the mecha department, command department, medical department, or any other field, I can recommend you accordingly, though the difficulty in those disciplines surpasses that of botany. Intrigued by the prospect of attending an institution in the galactic realm, Shi Xizhou realized that her exposure had been limited since her arrival. Having interacted primarily with military personnel and a few culinary experts, she recognized that the best way to broaden her horizons was through education, which welcomed individuals from diverse planets and encompassed a wealth of cultural knowledge. I'm truly grateful to you. After the competition, I will contemplate this thoroughly, and I may require your assistance. Once you have made your decision, that will suffice. Nanfeng's desire to enroll Shi Xizhou in school was motivated not only by her educational needs, but also by her safety. The vicinity surrounding the insect queen was perilous. Should hostilities arise between humans and the insect race, Shi Xizhou would be at risk of abduction. Furthermore, if the second and third military districts recognized the connection between Nanfeng and Shi Xizhou, they would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation. By placing Shi Xizhou in a school, where she would receive comprehensive protection, the arrangement appeared far more prudent. If she could achieve notable accomplishments within the institution, the likelihood of the second and third military districts acting against her would diminish significantly, compelling them to think twice. I have instructed my subordinates to rent a room next door. Should any irregularities arise, promptly notify me. Shi Xizhou nodded in agreement, noticing Nanfeng's lingering silence. Seemingly hesitant to voice something further, she paused. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Please feel free to express your needs, and I will do my utmost to help. Nanfeng's fair complexion flushed slightly as he pondered his next words. May I contribute a portion of the expenses? What? Could I stay here to dine as well? I crave the dishes you prepare. Upon uttering this, Nanfeng glanced around, avoiding eye contact with Shi Xizhou. Taken aback, she had anticipated a more significant matter. After a moment, she finally responded, "Of course, that is a trivial matter. Thank you for your kindness." The following day marked the continuation of the competition. Shi Xizhou sat in her chair, observing the proceedings of the first contest, which was not from the aesthetic zone, but rather the creative zone. The creative zone, by nature, showcased the most imaginative creations. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the creative zone. You are about to witness a highly technological competition. Contestants will be tasked with designing a food model inspired by spacecraft. Noticing Shi Xizhou's confusion, Lian elaborated. Although this competition shares similarities with the aesthetic zone, the focus here is on conceptual creativity. While participants in the aesthetic zone may design the external shell, those in the creative zone will delve into the internal design of the spacecraft. Moreover, the creative zone's creations may incorporate technological elements, with many contestants embedding miniature robots within the food. It could be said that the food produced in this zone possesses toxic qualities, requiring various chemical components. Shi Xizhou nodded in understanding. What a pity that it cannot be consumed. Tian gazed longingly at the food, her desire palpable. Without Shi Xizhou and her companions, she might have transformed into her insect form to take a bite. She found the creations distasteful, knowing the harm they had caused her kin. Observing Tian, Yin Yuhang sensed an intensifying disconnect within her. At times, it felt as though these two children were not even galactic beings, particularly Tian, who exuded an icy demeanor. When Tian's gaze fell upon him, he discreetly averted his eyes, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. Indeed, what a shame, he murmured. Tian blinked in confusion, sensing that Yin Yuhang had regarded her. What a peculiar human. On the large screen, a contestant placed a miniature heating device atop the comfort zone of their crafted spacecraft, shaping it with radishes. As the device warmed, a rich radish aroma wafted through the air. Suddenly, the radish began to swell at a visibly alarming rate. How can this be? The contestants' eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the rapidly expanding radish head, rooted to the spot, unsure of how to react. Ha! It's puffing up. Is this a joke? The comfort zone looks quite strange. I have long since lost interest in this zone. Culinary art is not culinary art. And research is not research. I truly wonder why they do not cancel this, allowing such bizarre creations to persist. Indeed, the galactic realm is not devoid of research contests. Why mix research with culinary endeavors? Moreover, did not a massive explosion occur in this competition 2 years ago? The champion was rendered disabled, yet here we are again, pursuing the same outcome. It's all about decentralization. The project of creating culinary masterpieces through robotics has been met with skepticism. It appears that the robot in question has already achieved some level of functionality. The financial gains from this endeavor are not something I can comprehend. In a world where only the audience bears the brunt of disappointment, tears have become the common currency of expression. Observing this situation, Shi Xizhou found himself perplexed. What is the rationale behind such an odd project? The outcome seems inedible, reminiscent of the superficiality of the outer aesthetics. If technology were not involved, would it not merely be a facade? Nanfeng candidly responded, "This is the handiwork of those in power, who wish to fragment authority to the utmost degree, resulting in numerous redundant projects. Initially, the outer aesthetics and the comprehensive project were a singular entity, which they forcibly divided into two." With this explanation, Shi Xizhou gained a deeper understanding of the power struggles within the interstellar realm and recognized his own purpose. He now identified as an ordinary individual from Earth. Yet this did not hinder his ambition to become an exceptional interstellar gourmet. In this world, some individuals are inherently endowed with immense potential, which they amplify through diligent effort. This contestant failed to manage the maximum temperature of the machine. Had they done so, this product could have survived to the next round, at least avoiding immediate elimination. Nanfeng lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Yin Hang threw an arm around Nanfeng's shoulders. "Brother, you seem to understand this well. Where are you from? You look oddly familiar." Nanfeng remained composed. "Oh, I have a common face. Mistaking me for someone else is quite usual, isn't it?" He had donned a human mask upon arrival, rendering him rather nondescript. In a crowd, one might easily overlook him. However, his aura was unmistakable. Yin Hang scrutinized Nanfeng, his suspicions unrelenting. Nanfeng suddenly chuckled, following Yin Hang's gaze. Arching an eyebrow, "What's this? Do you feel as though you know me? I've done quite a bit of work. Perhaps if you mention it, I could recall." With these words, Yin Hang could only muster an awkward smile. "My apologies. I must have mistaken you for someone else." "Not a problem. It's hardly your fault. Who could blame me for having such an ordinary appearance?" Nanfeng replied with a resigned shake of his head. Observing their interaction, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of relief, grateful that no issues had arisen. "All right, enough of those two. It's your turn to compete next. Give it your all." Gu Lele nudged Shi Xizhou while making a gesture of encouragement. Shi Xizhou pressed his lips together and fiddled with his holographic device. "All right. The next event will be the Outer Aesthetics competition. For the following 3 days, we will not be holding any more Outer Aesthetics contests, so we invite everyone to anticipate this one. This competition, too, is themed. The subject is black. Contestants are tasked with creating what they perceive to be the blackest item. Ultimately, judges will cast their votes to determine the darkest creation. This theme is quite novel," someone remarked. "But what constitutes black? A lump of dark matter isn't visually appealing, is it? Isn't that the challenge? Pure colors or deep shades elevate the difficulty," another added. "Your reasoning is flawed. To eat, one must open their mouth first, which is akin to stating the obvious." Someone else interjected. "The concept of black is indeed perplexing. What can be crafted in such a hue? Black products, black high heels? Not necessarily. The original color can simply be black. Black flowers, black fruits, black stars. All can be created. The crux lies in the audience's perception of black." As the competition commenced, the first to create was Chen Xiaoyue. She opted for an unconventional approach. Black, what could possibly signify a black heart? Instead of crafting a black heart, she resolved to create a heart so vividly red that it starkly contrasted with the notion of black. Chen Xiaoyue began by extracting juice from a red dragon fruit and setting the juice aside. She collected the remaining fruit pulp, which accumulated into a mound of red fragments. Mixing white chocolate with the red juice, she stirred until the chocolate transformed into a striking crimson hue, visually arresting in its brightness. However, mere red would be lackluster. So she melted black chocolate and incorporated the previously prepared red fruit fragments into it. Despite the mixture, the red specks remained prominently visible against the dark backdrop. Next, she poured the black chocolate into a heart-shaped mold and the red into a larger mold. The black chocolate was solid, while the red had been crafted as hollow. By pressing the two molds together, the heart shape began to form. Utilizing a carving knife, once the chocolate had solidified within the new mold, Shi Xizhou began to etch upon it. The heart's surface traditionally appears conical or semi-conical, with a slight backward tilt. Typically, the left lower corner of the heart's exterior aligns just below the midline of the fifth rib space, while the right lower corner rests below the midline of the third rib space. In cases of obesity or heart disease, the shape and position of the heart may alter. Shi Xizhou aimed to create a heart that appeared pathological. Yet, why must a heart be truly diseased? Contrarily, her heart could very well embody optimal health, thriving in every sense, leading to a more profound darkness and unapologetic nature. The heart, situated in the central rib space of the chest, resembles an organ of visceral character, approximately the size of fist. Comprised chiefly of myocardium, heart wall, and heart chambers, its exterior adopts a semi-conical shape with a slight backward tilt. The heart's apex is located centrally in the second rib space, while its lowest point resides in the left midline of the fifth rib space. The weight of a healthy adult heart typically ranges from 250 to 350 grams. The cardiovascular system consists of the heart's coronary arteries and veins, which are the sole vessels providing nourishment and oxygen to the heart itself. The coronary arteries bifurcate into the left main coronary artery and the right coronary artery, with the left main artery further dividing into the left anterior descending and left circumflex branches, supplying blood to the left ventricular wall. The right coronary artery serves the right ventricular wall. The coronary veins collect blood from the myocardium, returning it to the right atrium before it circulates to the lungs for oxygenation. In addition to the heart's vascular system, blood from other regions requires the heart's pumping action to circulate. Veins transport blood back to the heart from various parts of the body, typically appearing dark, while arteries, which deliver oxygen and nutrients, are lighter in color. The distribution of blood vessels is intricate, covering every corner of the body. The heart is rendered so lifelike. Someone commented, "The carving technique is truly outstanding." Remarkably, a hollow effect has been achieved, another observed. Shi Xizhou sliced through the red layer of chocolate, then picked up her carving knife to embellish the black layer, weaving a narrative into her creation. Once upon a time, there existed a whimsical tale featuring a man, a girl, a boy, a bear, and a crocodile. The narrative, intricately carved, elicited laughter from its onlookers. Following the conclusion of a competition, Shi Xizhou recounted this enchanting story. There was a man with 2 children, and the family found themselves burdened with substantial debts. To evade their creditors, they were compelled to leave behind their cherished home. While they were in hiding, the plump son spotted a delectable roasted chicken in a shop window. He cried out to his father, "Father, Father, I yearn for roasted chicken. I desire the chicken's backside. I must have it." The boy was insistent about devouring the chicken's backside, but in a rush and with limited funds. The father hurriedly extracted his son from the shop. However, upon doing so, he discovered that the boy had already procured 2 chickens. In a frantic attempt, he placed the child in the vehicle and discarded the 2 chickens outside. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper emerged at that very moment, seizing the father and demanding compensation. "Look at your son. He has devoured the chicken's backside. One would have sufficed, but he has consumed both. How am I to sell now? Pay up, and do it swiftly." The man had no choice but to part with the money he had intended for purchasing a home. The unfortunate family, having just arrived in this new place without accommodation, found themselves bereft of funds. Consequently, they had to settle for the most impoverished area known as Jihan or extreme cold land. This desolate, frigid locale lay buried beneath a deep blanket of snow, while beside it glimmered a radiant and warm place known as Wenruan Tianting or Warm Paradise. This area boasted the highest property prices, yet remained uninhabited, save for towering, stately tombstones, earning it the moniker Mudiji or graveyard land. The man, accompanied by his 2 children, took a bus to the land of hunger and cold. By consulting a manual, he discerned that their dwelling was concealed beneath the icy expanse. He exclaimed, "I shall dig and search. Quick, you two! Join me in this endeavor. If we dig swiftly, we can return home for dinner." With fervent determination, he eventually unearthed the door just as his hands grew numb from the cold. Upon pushing open the frozen door, he was met with darkness as the staircase descended into an abyss devoid of light. Anxiously, he and his children ventured down, only to be startled by a pair of deep-set eyes. The sight of those eyes caused the man to jump in fright. Just as the family prepared to flee, the lights in the underground dwelling flickered on, revealing that the eyes belonged to a large white bear. After the initial shock, the man initiated a conversation with the white bear. "Greetings, white bear. We're your new roommates. Could you kindly inform us where we are to reside? Why should I care where you dwell? Roar. Leave at once." The bear was far from welcoming. Yet the little girl was enamored by the creature, delighting in playful antics around it. "Bear, dear bear, oh how soft you are." The man was a mechanic, and one day while he was out repairing a vehicle, a crocodile emerged from the depths of the underground waters. The boy, too lethargic to move, remained oblivious as the crocodile approached him. Meanwhile, the girl was joyfully playing with the white bear, leaving no one to notice the crocodile's wide-open jaws. The boy lazily glanced at the crocodile, mockingly stating, "Goodness, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? You reek." Though he was indolent, he had inherited a strong sense of cleanliness from his late mother. Intrigued by the remark, the crocodile inquired, "What? Would you assist me in brushing my teeth?" The boy earnestly obliged, and after the crocodile's teeth were cleaned, it felt a newfound comfort, no longer needing to keep its mouth agape, waiting for birds to help. The crocodile was elated and soon became fast friends with the boy. The man worked tirelessly, and due to his exceptional skills, affluent families sought his services for car repairs. In order to support his family, he became somewhat obsessed. Repairing cars. No one shall deter me from my craft. I shall become the world's foremost mechanic. One day, upon hearing that the queen required his assistance, he was overjoyed and dashed through the royal guards to the car, forgetting that the queen was still inside. Enraged, the queen declared that the man must face the death penalty, and the guards imprisoned him in a small, dark chamber, where he was to be executed in 10 days. In the confines of the dark cell, the man tirelessly dug a tunnel in a bid to escape. Whenever fatigue overtook him, he pondered how his absence would affect his children. The boy would surely miss his pocket money and food, but the crocodile would provide him with sustenance, preventing him from starving. As for the girl, she would undoubtedly weep inconsolably, though the white bear would comfort her. In a moment of distraction, the man accidentally breached the wall beside him, causing an ugly frog to leap out. The frog, having overheard the man's tale, let out a sinister laugh. It turned out he was the frog prince from the fairy tale, and the princess had failed to fulfill her promise, instead opting for a false prince and fabricating a story. "You are fortunate to have encountered me, for we share a common grievance that can be resolved in an instant." The frog proposed to the man, "If you can bring me before her, my master will punish her, and in return, you shall be spared." The man momentarily pondered, then suddenly had an idea. "Frog, do you possess magical abilities?" The frog replied, "Of course. Otherwise, how would the queen's ball have ended up in my well?" The man instructed the frog to transform into a beautiful rose and gifted it to the prison guard. "Oh, my God, look at this exquisite rose. If I present it to the queen, I am certain to win her favor and ascend in rank, earning wealth with just a word from her." The guard, captivated, passed it along to his superior. After a series of transfers, the rose eventually reached the queen. On the eve of the execution, someone informed the guard to release the man. Overjoyed, the man hurried home to reunite with his children and 2 neighbors, living contentedly together. Serendipitously, while at work, the man learned that the queen had fallen ill, gone mad, and accidentally killed the king. Their daughter, Bai Shui, had married the ugly frog. What a sorrowful tale indeed. As Shen Nong concluded this story, the audience fell silent. What a beautifully flawed story, told with such clumsiness. After all that, what does it have to do with a dark heart? I expected an adventure, yet it turned out to be a nonsensical fairy tale. Had he not mentioned it was a fairy tale, Who would have guessed? I thought the bear was going to devour the two children. Well told. But please do not regale us with such tales again. How did Shi Xizhou conjure such a refreshingly unique fairy tale? The host inquired, echoing the audience's curiosity. I merely indulged in fanciful thoughts inspired by a dream I once had. While carving, I struggled to determine what to depict, and thus this story emerged. Outstanding! Our Shi Xizhou has remarkable talent, transforming a dream into such a refreshingly unique narrative that the audience momentarily overlooked its digressions. Ha! What a masterful irony. Is this satire? Chapter 121. The dragon soars in the sky. If Qian Shaiyue ventured down an imaginative path, his master, Hian, adhered to a decidedly traditional approach. He crafted a black dragon soaring sculpture. However, even in the realm of interstellar materials, pure black ingredients were non-existent and required secondary processing. He sourced lotus root, steamed it to perfection, then crushed and blended it with black food coloring to achieve the desired ebony hue. This mixture was then pressed into a mold, continually compacted until it formed an enormous cylindrical shape. Directly carving into this cylinder would risk fracturing it. Thus, he concocted an edible glue by crushing a specific plant to extract its viscous essence, which he then incorporated into the cylinder, reinforcing its structure. With a knife in hand, he meticulously began his carving. A dark column ensnared by a black dragon was the essence of his design. When creating desserts previously, he realized that without significant innovation in the dragon's form, one would not receive accolades surpassing the ordinary. He chose to create a hollow-scale dragon, where each scale bore a void, intricately designed to achieve equilibrium throughout the dragon's body, ensuring that even with a person seated upon it, both the individual and the dragon would be unharmed. He diligently scrutinized every scale, ensuring no mistakes were made, striving for perfection in his craftsmanship. In contrast, Fu Yin's creation was considerably simpler: black rice flour hedgehog buns. Initially, Fu Yin combined all-purpose flour, black rice flour, and sugar in a bowl. Subsequently, she dissolved yeast in warm water, pouring it into the flour mixture while stirring with chopsticks until it resembled cotton fluff. Kneading it into a smooth dough, she placed it in a warm area to rise until it doubled in size. If you poke the dough with your finger and it doesn't spring back, it means it has risen sufficiently, Fu Yin explained to her peers. After evenly dividing the dough, she shaped one portion into a cone to form the hedgehog snout. Using scissors, she cut spikes into the dough, ensuring each row of spikes was staggered. With mung beans dabbed in water as eyes, the charming little hedgehogs took shape. She repeated this process until all the hedgehogs were prepared, allowing them to proof for approximately 20 minutes. A pot of water was heated, and the hedgehogs were placed in a steamer. After bringing the water to a vigorous boil, they were steamed for several minutes, then allowed to rest for an additional 2 to 3 minutes before completion. The atmosphere surrounding the competition was exceedingly lively. Liu Beibei observed them with a hint of malice. Glancing into her small bag, a minuscule insect emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the air, gradually making its way towards the competition area where Shi Xizhou and others were present. As the insect fluttered further away, Liu Beibei could not suppress a sly smile. You boast daily. Let us see how you maintain that arrogance now. Meanwhile, Shi Xizhou was engrossed in her carving when she suddenly felt a sharp sting on the back of her hand. Upon inspection, she discovered a tiny insect crawling on her skin, audaciously draining her blood. Wrinkling her brow, she grabbed a napkin and crushed the insect. However, she soon felt a tingling sensation spreading through her bitten arm, causing her tools to clatter uncontrollably onto the table. The hand that had been bitten was her right hand, and she attempted to squeeze the venom out with her left, yet the toxin remained stubbornly lodged in the swollen bump, causing her hand to tremble increasingly. What's going on? Those watching began to notice something amiss. What happened? Why can't she move her knife? Did she strain her hand? She has been bitten. I saw an insect fly over. An insect? What kind? There's a woman over there. She released a narcotic insect. As the name suggests, a narcotic insect carries anesthetic toxins. Though resembling a mosquito in size, its venom is exceptionally potent. Some researchers even extract the anesthetic properties of such insects for therapeutic use, where minute doses can yield powerful effects. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong's expression shifted. How dare she be so brazen? Is she not afraid of us reporting her to the organizers? Lian, familiar with the insect's name, also felt a change in demeanor. As a pirate, he had encountered this toxin countless times, whether on himself or his adversaries. Its anesthetic and toxic effects were unparalleled. She's clever, though the toxin is strong. It is not rare, especially in an environment as complex as Tianshan Yunxing, where many trees and insects abound. Even if we traced it back to her, it would significantly delay the competition results. If we pursued this matter seriously, subsequent competitions would be mired in legal procedures, wasting precious time. Does this mean we can't do anything about her? Gu Lei felt deeply dissatisfied, even contemplating rushing over to scratch the woman's face. Do not act rashly. Let us see how Shi Xizhou intends to address this wound. Despite one hand being incapacitated, she must now rely on the other to complete her task. The group redirected their focus to Shi Xizhou. Observing the swollen bump on her hand, she approached the faucet, carefully rinsing the area in hopes of washing away some of the toxins. Nevertheless, this effort proved ineffective. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of a homemade ointment she had once crafted specifically for insect bites. She cleaned and dried mint and mugwort leaves, then blended them with honeysuckle until finely chopped. The mixture was placed in a pot with 250 g of olive oil, stirred thoroughly, and left to infuse under a lid. After the infusion, she heated the mixture and filtered out the oil using a clean cloth, allowing it to separate from the water, retaining only the top layer of oil. In a heated pan, she melted beeswax into the oil over low heat until fully dissolved, then poured it into molds to cool. Once completed, Shi Xizhou applied a small amount of the ointment to her skin, relishing its light, refreshing scent accompanied by a cooling sensation. The soreness in her hand alleviated somewhat. However, this diversion had significantly reduced her time for food preparation, and Shi Xizhou needed to create a more astonishing dish in the shortest time possible. She was now working on a galaxy series, as space is inherently black, and incorporating a hint of twinkling starlight would render the dish even more dreamlike. Strange, why is this fellow crafting something so oddly colored and applying it to his hand? Isn't it meant for consumption? Odd. Why hasn't interstellar cuisine found its venue? Are there insects present? What is the security doing? How did a narcotic insect suddenly appear? Indeed, this is quite disruptive. It's somewhat inevitable. This place is teeming with insects. When I traveled here last year, I ended up with several bites, one of which was particularly venomous. I find myself quite anxious about whether she will complete her work. If not, it would mean forfeiting the competition entirely. I am uncertain what she is creating. It appears rather murky and lacks vibrancy. In my opinion, it would be prudent to withdraw from this opportunity while there is still an excuse, as watching her is more suffocating than competing myself. Indeed, it is bewildering how someone seemingly out of nowhere has emerged in this interstellar setting. I cannot help but question from which desolate planet she hails. You are not mistaken. She is from a desolate planet. Are you looking down upon those from such places? After applying the ointment of her own making, the toxins in Shi Xizhou's hand could not be immediately eradicated, forcing her to delegate all tasks to her left hand. It is noteworthy that during her time on Earth, her grandfather had specifically trained her to utilize both hands while preparing food. My dear granddaughter, both of our hands are invaluable tools. We cannot rely solely on one hand, as this leads to excessive fatigue and various ailments. Furthermore, it allows adversaries to discern your vulnerabilities. Should they target one hand, the other remains functional, preventing you from becoming entirely incapacitated. Understood, Grandpa. Shi Xizhou recalled her past and her life on Earth, momentarily lost in thought, but the pain in her hand brought her focus back to the competition. How does one convey the vastness of the universe and the essence of darkness on a flat surface? This is indeed a conundrum. Shi Xizhou continued to polish the black-based sugar, crafting a matte black surface on a massive disc, which revealed a large black screen that grew increasingly uneven with her efforts. She then retrieved a small black crystal, discovered among the ingredients. Although unsure of its edibility, It seemed to possess some purpose, since it was suitable for presentation on the dining table. After half a day's labor, she managed to grind the black crystal into tiny granules, sprinkling the fine crystal powder onto the black disc she had earlier prepared. Under the lights, the black powder reflected a subtle sheen. With a decisive snip of her scissors in her right hand, she began to carve into the black disc with her left, revealing tiny fragments from within, transforming the once smooth surface into a rugged relief. The unevenness became even more pronounced as Shi Xizhou poured in the pre-prepared clear syrup, adding various colored pearl components into the mixture. After emptying the syrup, she took a deep breath and straightened up. As the syrup solidified, the black disc shimmered under the lights, showcasing a mesmerizing interplay of dark hues, sparkling pearl powder, and crystal dust. Will this not break my teeth? Indeed, it sparkles beautifully. If it were me, I would certainly add a lethal dose of glitter to make it shine even brighter. The more dazzling, the more stunning, the more impressive. But glitter is inedible, is it not? It's akin to sugar. You can merely lick the surface clean and spit out the contents. It's all about appearances. It reminds me of a candy I bought in elementary school called Starry Sky candy. It was exceedingly sweet and sickeningly sticky, but it resembled a starry sky, truly beautiful. In my youth, I knew not the moon, thinking a white jade plate. Wrong. A cascade of water flows down 3,000 feet. It seems as if the Milky Way descends from the heavens. Clearly, it is twinkling, sparkling brightly. The sky is filled with small stars. The first two are classical poetry. And how did you turn it into a song? Oh, my cultural level is limited, please understand. With your academic level, your university professors would be terrified. The teacher said that what I wrote would make even Li Hongzhang hesitant to sign. I should quickly take away the paper. As my essay has become a biochemical weapon, show it to criminals, and it would violate the Geneva Convention. Student, I can sense the depth of my teacher's knowledge with just a slight effort. Our competition has reached its conclusion. Esteemed judges, please select what you deem the darkest work. What should we choose? Obviously, the heart of a person. What could be darker than that of a boss? He must have boss inscribed upon it. While I would love to agree, you are correct, for I am indeed the boss. You are rather honest. Upon Shi Xizhou's return, Nanfeng frowned and grasped her hand, placing it upon his portable healing device. When you feel something is amiss, why not inform the organizers and seek treatment immediately? Shi Xizhou felt a flicker of emotion at his words as she accepted the device. Thank you. If I were to continue in this state, I will be falling in her trap. She wishes for me to fail to complete my work within the stipulated time, thus ensuring my defeat. Hence, we should observe who becomes most anxious. They will be the prime suspect, and we can devise a strategy against her. Chapter 122. The Vlog of a Ghost. Nanfeng lightly tapped her head. This is not a matter of your health. We can always find other opportunities to retaliate against other schemes, but your health is paramount. Should it be jeopardized? What will you do if you wish to continue participating in the competition? Upon hearing this, Tong Tong became indignant, stating, indeed, health is important. Our focus should be on participation in this competition. Besides, you have already made so many acquaintances. Even if you do not claim the championship, they would not dare to act against you. If they truly do, let the insects devour them. And that would be that. What a relief. Gubake felt out of place as his territory was usurped by this newcomer. Excuse me, brother, where did you come from? Shouldn't this be my role as the boss? You do not mean to steal my people, do you? I assure you, my employees would rather die than relinquish their loyalty. Nanfeng cast a glance at Gubake, his nonchalant demeanor only inciting Gubake's ire further. Xizhou, tell me, you do not intend to leave with this fellow, do you? Our friendship has endured for so long. How could you abandon me? Our connection is like a thread woven through the vast sea of people, leading us to become colleagues. You cannot forsake me, otherwise I, as the boss, would lose face. Gubake gazed at her with a pitiful expression, as if Shi Xizhou's abandonment would cause him to lose all dignity. All right. Do not indulge in such thoughts. I've said nothing. If you continue, I may truly decide to leave you behind. Shi Xizhou shook her head in exasperation. Fine. I shall refrain from speaking. Gubake quickly sealed his lips, fearing Shi Xizhou might take his words to heart. Gu Lele chuckled. All right. You both look exhausted from this competition. Come with me to unwind. Today I plan to shoot a film, and I would love for you both to join me in creating a ghost story to lighten our spirits. At last, the topic that piqued his interest emerged, and Leon was the first to respond, exclaiming, all right, I shall take the lead as the ghost. I aim to be the most wicked of all. He did not forget to pull an Yin Yu Hang, adding, he too shall don the guise of ghost. Both of us have long anticipated this role. Very well, anyone who wishes to be a ghost may do so. A murderer has come to the village, and each person has become a victim beneath the blade. How can the ghost allow the sight of their enemy, the one who has harmed them, alive and well? Yet, they have forgotten the appearance of the murderer. Thus, every newcomer to the village ultimately meets their demise. With the haunting words of Gu Ye, the story commenced. Shi Xizhou grasped Ji Nanfeng's arm, saying, brother, I've heard this village is renowned as a ghost village. If we venture here, we must uncover its secrets. If I were to write a novel, it would provide a wealth of material. Ji Nanfeng tousled Shi Xizhou's hair, replying, what ghosts? It's merely marketing orchestrated by people. They either wish to deter visitors or attract more. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall accompany you. Then let us venture into that innermost room. It appears to hold the most intrigue. Shi Xizhou suggested. This was indeed a sound proposal, for in such places, the deeper one goes, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. As they proceeded, the surroundings grew increasingly dilapidated. The trees turned withered and yellow. The iron gates were cloaked in rust, and a chilling breeze whispered through the air. Brother, there surely is nothing here, right? Shi Xizhou inched closer to Ji Nanfeng, sensing the eerie ambience. Do not worry. Even if something happens, I shall protect you, Ji Nanfeng assured, wrapping his arms around her. Although it was merely a performance, Ji Nanfeng found himself uncharacteristically close to a girl, a faint blush creeping onto his face, a moment that seemed to transcend the act, although fortunately, the mask he wore concealed the color. Just as Shi Xizhou pushed open the innermost door, a cloud of dust engulfed them, momentarily blinding both. She blinked rapidly, rubbing her eyes. Brother, are you all right? However, no reply came. Turning swiftly, she discovered she was alone. Ji Nanfeng, who had been her protector, had inexplicably vanished. A frown creased her brow, panic rising within her. What on earth was happening? She stepped back, distancing herself from the strange room, surveying the house before her. It resembled the traditional rural abodes they had encountered upon entering the village. Yet there was something distinctly different. On either side of the door stood 2 willow trees. But they were no ordinary willows. Their leaves were of vivid crimson, a hue reminiscent of blood, provoking suspicions of dark deeds buried beneath. Furthermore, these willows towered ominously, casting eerie shadows over the dwelling. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only the faintest glimmer of light flickering against the walls. The walls were crudely constructed from red bricks, and upon closer inspection, a putrid odor emanated from them. Scattered across the floor were remnants of everyday refuse, yet astonishingly, not a single insect was present, not even a fly or maggot. What sort of place could be devoid of insects? Surely, if the trash were toxic, it would leave behind the corpses of pests, yet remained unnaturally pristine. As Shi Xizhou continued to survey the room, her unease deepened, prompting her to retrieve her camera. However, her primary concern was to locate Ji Nanfeng. In such a mysterious locale, the greatest folly was to become separated from one's companion. Otherwise, one would be ensnared in confusion before realizing it. Scanning the room, she decisively chose to exit. If Ji Nanfeng detected anything amiss, he would likely return to the village entrance to regroup. She needed to escape the village swiftly. Otherwise, given Ji Nanfeng's concern for her, he might rush back to search for her. As Shi Xizhou traversed the path, she pondered her next move. Suddenly, her keen ears caught a faint sound, akin to something snapping beneath foot. Startled, she gazed upward to see a wild chicken fluttering down, landing in the thicket behind her, emitting a sharp cry. The chicken, equally startled, froze in place, seemingly unprepared for the presence of another. Shi Xizhou stared at it in astonishment. How curious. This place was supposed to be devoid of life. Yet here was a chicken, Lian thought to himself, what an absurd turn of events. I came here to play a ghost. And now my role has shifted to that of a defenseless chicken. Shi Xizhou seized the chicken and intended to take it back to the village entrance. However, the return path bore no resemblance to the route they had taken. While the initial journey had been somewhat normal, this path was utterly unrecognizable. The surroundings were engulfed in a pallid haze, and the trees appeared withered, as if ravaged by a tempest overnight, marred and incomplete. Strangely, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard, as though she were the sole inhabitant of this desolate realm. Ah yes, and the chicken in her grasp, which had suddenly assumed a state of feigned death. What a ghastly place! Frowning, Shi Xizhou reached the village entrance, where Nanfeng was nowhere to be seen. Yet, she hesitated to depart, sensing an underlying mystery in the situation. She felt a nagging discomfort, akin to seeking an answer that eluded her grasp. Now that she was on the verge of understanding, she found herself even more perplexed, a sensation both peculiar and unsettling. Suddenly, as Shi Xizhou steadied herself to continue forward, she sensed a faint breath behind her. Who could it be? Instantly, she became alert, feeling a chilling force advancing toward her back. Without a moment's hesitation, a dagger appeared in her hand, and she thrust it backward. Just as the blade was about to pierce the shadowy mass, a tremendous force overturned her arm. Pain surged through her limb, intensifying as if it were being wrenched apart. In that moment, the dark mist dissipated, revealing a grotesque, terrifying visage. The countenance was so horrifying that it could only be described as monstrous. The irises on that visage shimmered in a verdant hue, while the pupils appeared as impenetrable black voids, resembling two blood-red orbs suspended within his gaze. Furthermore, this peculiar being was encrusted with a moss-like substance, akin to a wound inflicted by a venomous serpent, teeming with writhing maggots that suggested something was amiss. Most notably, his entire body was sheathed in a layer of fine scales, reminiscent of armor, with a series of antennae encircling his head. What on earth was this creature? Upon encountering him, cold sweat immediately beaded on Shi Xizhou's forehead, as she sensed that this entity's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary, far from that of a mere human. Moreover, the opponent's strength was formidable enough to withstand a dagger's assault. Ah, finally, you have come to meet your demise. This time, escape is impossible. Just as Shi Xizhou prepared to turn and flee, an eerie laughter echoed around her, followed by a shadow that materialized before her. Upon focusing her gaze, she was startled to see that the creature wore a bizarre mask that was utterly terrifying. Strangely, the mask bore a dark pattern, exuding a palpable malevolence, signaling that it was no benign presence. Who are you? How'd you come to be here? Where exactly is this place? Shi Xizhou scrutinized her adversary, her expression grave, for she could feel the terrifying power emanating from him, a force she could not hope to resist. What is this place? Why has such a situation arisen? Is this an illusion? Is it an illusion or something else entirely? At that moment, a shrill cry pierced the air. Kill! 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 The sound was as harrowing as a banshee's wail, sending chills down her spine. Steeling herself, Shi Xizhou forced down her rising fear and retreated a couple of steps. The monster brandished a sharp dagger, shouting kill, as it lunged toward her with intent to attack. Recognizing her lack of options, Shi Xizhou understood she must resist, or death would surely await her. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength, drawing her laser gun from her waist and pressing the trigger. A fierce beam of laser sliced through the air, obliterating the surrounding trees into fragments. At that moment, Shi Xizhou stood before the creature, poised to deliver a decisive shot. When the monster opened its maw wide, its tongue snaking out to ensnare the weapon and draw it into its belly. Ah! Shi Xizhou shrieked upon witnessing her gun being devoured. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon her, forcing her to stagger backward, and she watched helplessly as she collapsed to the ground. The next instant, her world spun into darkness, and she lost consciousness. Time lost meaning, and when she finally regained awareness, her eyes opened to a stark white expanse. Shi Xizhou surveyed her surroundings, perplexed. as she had been battling the creature at the village entrance moments before. What on earth was happening? If she could steadfastly hold onto her inner beliefs, she would not be easily deceived. Chapter 123. A Ghost Story in 1-1. Are you awake? Hurry and get up. Breakfast is ready. If you don't eat soon, you'll be late. With these words, the scene before Shi Xizhou began to shift, transforming into a girl's bedroom. Startled, she bolted upright in bed, patting the mattress, only to find the sensation utterly real, as if it truly existed. Am I being kidnapped? Shi Xizhou mused anxiously, just as she nervously gazed at the door. It swung open, revealing the elderly yet handsome Yin Yuhang. Wan, why are you just sitting there? If you don't get up, your father will be upset, and I won't be responsible for it. Shi Xizhou regarded the man before her, sensing no malice, and mustered her courage to ask, "Hello, may I inquire where this is?" Upon hearing his daughter's inquiry, Yin Yuhang appeared slightly irritated. Have you been staying up late again? How can you not recognize your own father in the morning? Hurry and wash your face to wake up, then come out for breakfast. Without waiting for Shi Xizhou to inquire further, he exited the room. Confused, she walked into what resembled a washroom. Upon reaching the mirror, she was struck dumb. The reflection staring back at her was unmistakably her youthful visage from her teenage years. Looking remarkably vibrant, though she was now in her 20s, nearing 30. Who are you? The figure in the mirror mouthed in response, echoing her question. Staring at her own reflection, Shi Xizhou's already muddled mind spiraled further into chaos. What is happening? Why am I not myself? No. Why have I reverted to my younger self? Is this the work of that haunted house? Where has that creature gone? Could it be the same man? A torrent of questions swirled through Shi Xizhou's mind, yet she had no answers. To regain her composure, she resigned herself to washing her face, brushing her teeth, and fixing her hair before donning the school uniform from the wardrobe and stepping outside. Beyond the door stood a tall, aged yet handsome man, his eyes filled with affection. Finally, you're up. Hurry and eat. After breakfast, it's time for school. Following the man's guidance, Shi Xizhou obediently sat at the table to eat. Notably, the food prepared here was all made by Shi Xizhou herself, as the other dishes procured by Gulele were now too unpalatable for her to consume. Shi Xizhou thought, don't miss out, everyone. Feel free to follow me, and when I'm happy, come visit my establishment. Am I eating alone? Shi Xizhou ventured tentatively, hoping to ascertain whether Nanfeng existed in this narrative. If he did, it would alleviate some of her concerns and provide a sense of security. Yin Yuhang pulled out a chair and sat down. Of course, you're eating alone. I've already finished my meal. I told you to wake up early. And now look at this. The food is getting cold. Shi Xizhou was not eager to listen to Yin Yuhang's rambling. Swiftly, she consumed her meal and grabbed her bag, heading for the door. Having confirmed that this so-called home did not harbor Nanfeng, perhaps he would be found at school, so Shi Xizhou resolved to search there. This small village housed a school conveniently close to everyone's home, allowing Shi Xizhou to walk without the need for any transportation. Come on, I'll take you to school. Yin Yuhang offered. All right, Shi Xizhou replied, wanting to avoid any mistakes. Running into the wrong school would be quite embarrassing. The electric cart slowly started, heading toward the school. The surroundings buzzed with activity, punctuated by the sounds of conversations, market calls, and the distant chirping of birds, along with the faint meows and barks of cats and dogs. This place is far more vibrant than when Shi Xizhou and Nanfeng first arrived. If that time was filled with an ominous dread, now it presents a typical rural scene, brimming with gentle vitality. Shi Xizhou arrived at the school, which was constructed in a traditional style, featuring a 6-story building that lacked any overt technological sophistication. However, due to its splendid location, surrounded by lush green grass and vibrant flowers, it exuded a warmth that felt more human than elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, Shi Xizhou found herself transported into a classroom. Have you heard? There's a strange person lurking around our school, watching us study from behind the fence every day. Is that true? Why don't we report it? Someone should apprehend him. It's quite frightening. Why didn't we call the police? When they arrived, the strange man claimed he was conducting a practical survey and had the proper paperwork. With everyone carrying phones nowadays, why be afraid? If he has a phone, he must be legitimate. You wouldn't understand. You haven't seen the way he stares at you with those creepy eyes. It terrifies me. Frightened? Since when did you become so timid? Show us your courage. Let us mock you. Inda. It's not as exaggerated as you say. If it were, the school would certainly intervene. As Shi Xizhou listened to her classmates' discussions, an initial understanding began to form within her. Perhaps her arrival here was somehow connected to the stranger they spoke of. Given the peculiarities of this town, it was plausible that this strange man was the perpetrator responsible for the murders throughout the village. This thought deepened her anxiety. She was unaware of what changes might occur in her reality if she were to be harmed or perish here. If she died in this realm, it was likely that she would suffer a mental demise in the real world, leading to ultimate death. The most prudent course of action was to quickly locate Nanfeng. Together they might devise a plan to escape. Observing the teacher at the front of the class, Shi Xizhou bent down and stealthily slipped out. To wait idly would be a tremendous waste of time. In her quest to find her brother, skipping class seemed a small price to pay, especially for a virtual course. She approached the doors of other classrooms, peering through the back windows in search of a familiar face amidst the crowd. Yet, after searching the entire building from the first to the sixth floor, from left to right, she found no one she recognized. The pressing question now was, where had Nanfeng gone? A sense of unease settled in her heart. She could surmise that they were in the early stages of the murderer spree, with no victims claimed yet. Thus, for the next intended prey, the killer would likely conduct a thorough selection to ensure a flawless execution of their plans. Shi Xizhou exited the teaching building and examined it thoroughly from top to bottom, hoping to uncover some clues. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded no results. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly heard hurried and heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively became alert. Slowly turning around, she saw a group of individuals hastily escorting a man towards her. The leader was tall and robust, with a fierce countenance that suggested he was no benign character. She instinctively frowned, but then realized this must be the strange person her classmates had mentioned. His audacity to approach so openly hinted at a deeper conspiracy lurking behind his actions. Just as Shi Xizhou contemplated approaching the stranger, he vanished in an instant, leaving her feeling disoriented and anxious. Without a second thought, she pursued the direction he had taken, yet she could no longer trace his whereabouts. Strange. Why does that man seem so familiar? Yet I've never encountered such a furtive individual. What is this place? Suppressing her bewilderment, Shi Xizhou stared as the figure of the strange man receded into the distance, her brow furrowing in confusion. What was happening? The only person she could clearly recall in this realm was Nanfeng, who had arrived with her. Could it be that Nanfeng had transformed into a deranged murderer? As this thought crossed her mind, Shi Xizhou felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she contemplated her next move, she suddenly found herself back at home. But this time she was ensconced within the closet of the very house she had first arrived in. What was happening? How could one end up in a closet? Confused, Shi Xizhou curled up, peering through the gap to see Yin Yuhang standing before the closet. Her brows knitted slightly. What was going on? Why was he here? Why was she here? Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, a sudden voice interrupted her. So you're hiding here? It was the strange man. He had somehow barged in, brandishing a knife and advancing threateningly towards Yin Yuhang. Yin Yuhang, frightened, stumbled backwards. What do you want? He appeared utterly drained, relying on the wall for support to keep himself upright. What do I want? Are you truly unaware? The stranger's face twisted with malice, his eyes wide and wild, as he pressed the dagger against Yin Yuhang's throat, rendering him immobile. You've seen how I dealt with others. What do you think my intentions are? Of course, I want you all dead. His voice was laced with madness and murderous intent, gravelly and unnerving. You didn't think I'd just leave quietly when you drove me out of the village, did you? A familiar, melodious voice echoed, sending chills down Shi Xizhou's spine. Peering through the gap, she saw a pair of striking eyes staring back at her, disbelief flooding her being. The strange man was none other than Nanfeng. Brother Shi Xizhou felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she retreated deeper into the closet, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. She bit her lip tightly, silently calling out to her brother, who seemed to have descended into madness. She had never imagined their circumstances would take such a drastic turn. Just as Ji Nanfeng plunged the knife towards Yin Yuhang, the latter suddenly seized Ji Nanfeng by the neck, forcing him to the ground. "Let go!" Ji Nanfeng struggled desperately, but could not break free from Yin Yuhang's grasp. He exerted all his strength to push him away, yet it was futile. "Why? How is this possible? Why are you suddenly so strong?" Ji Nanfeng could hardly comprehend the sudden shift in dynamics. Yet the scene before him was undeniably real. It was then that Ji Nanfeng noticed a large rooster perched atop Yin Yuhang's head. Shi Xizhou's gaze was fixated on the rooster, the very same one she had encountered in the dark night alongside the monster. Blood flowed from Yin Yuhang's body, yet he seemed oblivious to his injuries, staring vacantly ahead with hollow eyes. The rooster, perched atop, exuding an unusual vitality, clutched tightly at Yin Yuhang's hair with its two claws, as if it were commanding him from above. In the midst of his struggles, Ji Nanfeng managed to draw a dagger from his ankle, its blade sharp as a razor, poised dangerously against his own throat. Lacking strength in his hands, he resorted to dragging the dagger across Yin Yuhang's neck, causing crimson blood to flow forth. This strike seemed to shatter Yin Yuhang completely, as he collapsed to the ground, pallid and vacant-eyed, muttering incessantly, "A life for a life, a life for a life. Repay my life, repay my life." Ji Nanfeng staggered to his feet, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to focus on his surroundings. Yet he perceived nothing. "Sister, sister, come out quickly, let us leave this place together. Something is amiss here, do not hide." He began to call for Shi Xizhou within the confines of the room. However, no matter how fervently he called, his eyes seemed deprived of sleep, utterly failing to locate the most suspect wardrobe. Shi Xizhou heard his pleas, yet the scene before her rendered her too frightened to emerge. Chapter 124, Progression of Events. Was the figure before her truly her brother, or a murderer bearing his visage? Contemplating this, she stole a few more glances at him. This face bore a slight resemblance to her brother's, yet the aura surrounding him was entirely dissimilar. Her brother's words were imbued with warmth and kindness, always considering her feelings, often sharing jokes, while this man exuded only coldness and brutality. She yearned to clarify what had transpired, but at that moment, the man turned and surveyed the room, his gaze icy, a sinister smile curving his lips. "It seems you are not here, but once I have dispatched everyone in this village, even if you wish to hide, there will be no refuge." "Don't!" The words of protest lodged in her throat, refusing to surface. Shi Xizhou wished to impede him, yet she was powerless to do so. Reduced to a helpless curl within the wardrobe, watching as the man who bore her brother's likeness aimed the blade straight at Yin Yuhang's heart and plunged it mercilessly. Bright crimson poured from the fallen man. "Brother!" She gasped in silent horror, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. She longed to rush forward and embrace Yin Yuhang, but her body remained immobile, helplessly witnessing as Ji Nanfeng pressed the knife deeper and deeper. Only when he observed the prey entirely devoid of breath did Ji Nanfeng depart, satisfied. Outside, silence reigned supreme. Shi Xizhou abruptly flung open the wardrobe door and stepped out, her eyes wide open, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her complexion as pale as death. She touched her cheek and realized she was drenched in perspiration, her clothes thoroughly soaked. She looked around and recognized this as the very room where she had awakened. Confused as to why she found herself here, her immediate priority was to locate her phone and swiftly call for help. Frantically searching through her belongings yielded no results, escalating her anxiety. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from outside, prompting Shi Xizhou to glance warily towards the door. Recalling the guide she had encountered upon her arrival, which described this place as filled with intrigue and terror, she had initially felt a thrill, yet now faced with the reality, Shi Xizhou wished only for oblivion. However, observing her surroundings, she discovered a notebook tucked within her drawer, its pages filled with descriptions and explanations from the guide, including traces of the vengeful spirits and apparitions that once roamed here. Yet, she found it difficult to accept that these were the very horrors depicted in the guide's narratives. How could this be? This defies logic. At this moment, Everything written had morphed into reality. The descriptions instilled a profound fear within her. She could scarcely fathom that such a terrifying place existed. Shi Xizhou attempted to flee, yet an invisible barrier seemed to bind her within the room. The door handle suddenly became unresponsive. No matter how she pushed or pulled, it would not budge. In desperation, she kicked the door, but it remained steadfast. Frustration welled up within her, tears threatening to spill as she struggled to comprehend the situation. She had merely come here seeking inspiration, never intending to risk her and her brother's lives. Panic enveloped her. Just as she prepared to wield an axe, she had found to force her way through the door. The entire space was once again engulfed in fog. A white haze obscured her vision, leaving her disoriented. Was it time to return? Anxiety gnawed at her. She detested this wretched place. If, in the next moment, she could return to reality and find her brother, she would immediately abandon this cursed location, erasing all her previous work related to horror themes, blocking every aspect that involved ghosts and monsters. The further she distanced herself from such realms, the better. Shi Xizhou yearned to escape the chilling terror of such themes. All she desired was to return home, to her warm bed, cocooned in her soft blanket, cradling her beloved teddy bear. Yet, no matter her efforts, the white fog stubbornly lingered. The scene of death replayed incessantly in her mind, tormenting her relentlessly. Chapter 125. Escape. What are you doing? The sudden voice startled Shi Xizhou, causing her to jerk her head up. Before her stood a man clad in a black trench coat, sporting sunglasses, a cap, and a large mask. "Where is this place?" she asked, her voice tinged with trepidation, uncertain of her whereabouts or whether she had indeed escaped the eerie scene. Yet, as soon as she uttered this question, the man vanished. Her heart raced as she scanned her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar landscape. Dense woods enveloped her, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A chill coursed through her, prompting a shiver. She surveyed the area, finding no trace of any other people, leaving her feeling isolated. Anxiety began to creep in, and just then, she heard a rustling sound, amplifying her unease. Turning around, she spotted a small squirrel leaping between branches, eventually alighting on a tall tree, nibbling on a persimmon. Watching it, her mood gradually stabilized. She began to seek an escape route, hoping to distance herself from the unsettling scene. As she wandered through the woods, she soon came upon a gentle stream. Rushing to the water's edge, she quenched her thirst with its refreshing coolness, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. In that moment, she realized her clothes had sustained several tears from the thorns and branches, and she began to dust off the dirt from her attire and body, striving to restore her appearance. As Shi Xizhou began to traverse a small hill, she harbored the hope of discovering a path leading to the outside world. After walking for a while, she noticed a distant clearing and quickened her pace, eager to find a way out. Upon reaching the expansive area, she observed a narrow path before her. With renewed determination, she stepped onto the trail, longing for a swift escape from the eerie surroundings. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically as her brother, Nanfeng, materialized before her. Shi Xizhou looked up in astonishment, only to find his face twisted with malice and fury, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. A wave of panic surged within her, leaving her at a loss. Cautiously, she inquired, "Brother, what are you doing here?" The anger in Nanfeng's eyes seemed to intensify, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, emanating a chilling aura of hatred. Shi Xizhou instinctively stepped back, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Despite her attempts to calm her emotions, they proved futile. Without warning, a fierce storm swept in, engulfing everything around her in a whirlpool of chaos. Shi Xizhou struggled to maintain her footing, but the tempest swept her further away. As she felt herself being carried off by the storm, she cried out, "Brother, save me!" Yet, Nanfeng stood unmoving, coldly observing her plight. Ultimately, she was consumed by the storm, and darkness enveloped her. Alone in the void, she fought against the encroaching unconsciousness. When she finally opened her eyes again, she was confronted by a terrifying sight. Shackled by iron chains in a dim room, She lifted her gaze to meet dozens of vengeful eyes glaring back at her. Those of the vengeful spirits who had perished at Ji Nanfeng's hands. At last, I have caught you, a man before her sneered, his expression grotesque. Shi Xizhou's heart sank. These beings mistook her for Ji Nanfeng. You have mistaken me. I am not the one who harmed you. Please, release me, she implored, striving to remain composed. The spirits tightened their grip, their fingers like iron vices around her arms, inflicting pain. Surveying her surroundings, Shi Xizhou realized she was trapped within a small chamber, flanked by towering walls, with only a solitary door leading to the outside world. The specters were clad in black garments, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their identities unrecognizable. A chill coursed through her as she pondered their intentions. Please, let me go. We can discuss this rationally. If you release me, I will forget everything and leave. I beg you, she pleaded. But her words fell on deaf ears as the spirits tightened their hold further. As their grip grew increasingly constricting, Shi Xizhou's arms began to tingle with numbness. Desperately, she struggled to break free, but her efforts were in vain. A sudden glimpse of a graffiti on the wall caught her attention, a depiction of a soaring bird, igniting memories of her childhood dreams. She longed to soar like that bird, to explore the vastness of the world. Release me, she shouted, her voice hoarse. Despite her struggles, the two spirits remained unyielding. Feeling her heartbeat quicken and her breath hasten, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her vision blurred. Just then, an alarm pierced the air, signaling the approach of police vehicles. The spirits, sensing the disturbance, displayed expressions of shock, as if they had never anticipated such an occurrence. In a frantic rush, they relinquished their hold and fled. Gasping for breath, Shi Xizhou felt a surge of relief wash over her, yet a lingering fear remained. Miss, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? A police officer, having rushed in, inquired. Thank you, Shi Xizhou weakly replied before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital bed, the surroundings eerily familiar. As memories of her recent ordeal flooded back, she realized the peril she had narrowly escaped. Fortunate to be alive, she slowly sat up, feeling drained and her head throbbing as if it might shatter. You're awake? A nurse entered, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. Nurse, where am I? You're in the hospital. You suffered severe injuries and were unconscious for 3 days and nights. Oh, thank you, Shi Xizhou replied, then asked, what about my family? The nurse looked at her quizzically. I don't recall anyone visiting you. Shi Xizhou was taken aback. What could have happened? Had her brother not come for her? Or had she merely imagined it all? The vividness of the dream left her incredulous. As she attempted to recall the details, her memories came in fragments. She could only see a haze of white mist. Sighing, she concluded that perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. Shi Xizhou finished the soup provided by the nurse, realizing she needed sustenance and had to leave the hospital immediately. Time had elapsed, and she could not ascertain her brother's safety. Aware that remaining in the hospital would be perilous, she resolved to gather a search party the following day to locate Ji Nanfeng. However, as she contemplated her next move, she realized she had forgotten the way back to that enigmatic mountain village. Looking around, she saw only a vast expanse of forest, trees thickly clustering around her. She attempted to recall the route, but the path she remembered had vanished. Panic began to set in as she grappled with the uncertainty of how to escape the enigmatic woods and find her brother. As dusk fell, Shi Xizhou hurriedly sought refuge from the rain beneath a tree, hesitating to venture further. The raindrops pattered against the leaves, creating a rhythm akin to a gentle drumbeat. Shi Xizhou listened intently, feeling her heart synchronize with the cadence of the rain. After the storm subsided, the sky gradually cleared. Shi Xizhou pressed onward, determined to find a way back to the strange village. Yet, no matter how diligently she searched, the familiar paths eluded her. She ascended a steep slope, peering down into a dense forest below, devoid of any signs of life. A wave of loneliness and helplessness washed over her. She was lost in this unfamiliar terrain. Desperately, she scoured her surroundings, traversing hill after hill, crossing stream after stream, yet the elusive path remained hidden. Where could that damned road have gone? Has it sprouted legs and run away? Exhausted, Shi Xizhou sank onto the ground beneath a large tree, catching her breath. Suddenly, she spotted a little bird hopping on a branch, singing joyfully. A smile crept onto her face. In that moment, an idea struck her. Perhaps the bird could guide her to the mysterious path she sought. Thus, Shi Xizhou followed the little bird along a familiar path, eventually discovering a well-known trail. Joy surged within her as she sprinted down the path, until she caught sight of the recognizable house number of the eerie mountain village. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, and her mood lightened considerably. Yet, the terrifying atmosphere soon enveloped her once more, casting a shadow over her spirits. Shi Xizhou understood that she must rescue her brother. This strange mountain village could not deter her from her quest. Gazing at the mountain village before her, she sensed a peculiar aura. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her teeth and resolved to move forward. Suddenly, a tranquil field appeared before her, one she had never encountered before, with grass exuding a refreshing fragrance. The distant peaks were shrouded in mist, adding to their mystery. Shi Xizhou traversed the field, heading toward the village. As she passed through several small hamlets, she noticed only the elderly and children, with no sight of the young. This struck her as odd, prompting her to quicken her pace. There were no such people before. Could they all be spirits? If that were the case, Shi Xizhou could hardly fathom how many lives her brother had taken or how many had been acquainted with his actions. At last, she reached the entrance of the village. It was desolate, devoid of inhabitants, save for a few village dogs lazily basking in the sun. A sense of unease crept in her heart, yet she pressed on. She explored every corner of the village, searching for her brother. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of noise. Instinctively alert, she turned and raced toward the source of the commotion. There, a group of young people was assaulting an elderly man, whose face was etched with sorrow and indignation, as if he had endured their torment for far too long. A pang of anguish struck Shi Xizhou's heart, and without a second thought, she resolved to assist the old man. Rushing forward, she shouted, "Stop!" The young assailants halted in astonishment at the sight of Shi Xizhou. She rushed to the elderly man's side, helping him to his feet, and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" The old man looked at her with gratitude and said, "Thank you, young one. They have tormented me relentlessly. I have suffered enough." A flicker of anger ignited within Shi Xizhou's eyes. She determined to rescue the old man while infiltrating the enemy's ranks, using herself as bait to ensure her brother's safe return. She knew she must save her brother. This eerie mountain village would not obstruct her path. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, and her surroundings began to shift, returning her to that familiar, terrifying room. Shi Xizhou stood silently in the center of the ominous chamber, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, with only the sound of her own breath reverberating in the still air. A sudden chill swept over her, as if the entire room had been encased in ice. She shivered and gripped the key tightly in her hand. Uncertain of her location, but resolute in her mission to find her missing brother, she began to search every corner meticulously. Her footsteps echoed in the empty room, resembling a silent dialogue with herself. Abruptly, she heard a familiar voice. It was her brother's voice. Her heart raced. She knew she was nearing her objective. Shi Xizhou quickened her pace, heading toward the source of the sound. Gradually, she sensed a glimmer of light, realizing she had reached the room's end. She pulled open a door, and the sight before her made her gasp in astonishment. "Brother, is that truly you?" she asked, her expression tense as she gazed at the man before her. At that moment, Nanfeng's face appeared untroubled, devoid of the terror she had previously witnessed, as if he were her normal brother once more. Nanfeng stood rigid, nodding slightly. Shi Xizhou was at a loss as to when her brother had been taken over, nor did she know how to rescue him. Holding the stun baton firmly in her left hand, she cautiously approached Nanfeng. His eyes widened in fear as he watched her, frozen in place. The baton in Shi Xizhou's hand slowly moved toward Nanfeng's neck. Just then, a transformation washed over him, his entire demeanor shifting as if thawing from a frozen state, becoming vibrant and alive. "Brother, is that really you? Have you finally returned?" she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes at the sight of his gentle gaze. Nanfeng gently grasped her hands, filling her heart with warmth. However, the ensuing events took an unexpected turn, yet were somehow anticipated. A dagger suddenly appeared in Ji Nanfeng's hand, and with a swift motion, he fatally stabbed Shi Xizhou, the dagger's length inadvertently piercing his own heart as well. Such a conclusion left the audience discontented. What on earth is this plot twist? How did it suddenly take such a turn? Is this a disappointing ending? Isn't this akin to starting to relieve oneself only to be forced to hold it back? At least finish the storyline. What exactly is happening? Why did he suddenly draw the dagger? Exactly. The story started off well, but it grew increasingly chaotic, as if it had been hastily written without thought. Who is the creator of this? I demand an explanation. Oh dear, when did Lele begin crafting such dreadful plots? Chapter 127. The competition continues as the rain began to fall. The weather turned quite chilly. At last, the atmosphere started to cool down. Shi Xizhou soon found herself facing another competition, with only 30 contestants remaining. To proceed with the contest, they would likely need just 1 or 2 more rounds, and the journey of the interstellar culinary competition would reach a successful conclusion. Contestants, the competition is intensifying. You may all become the final victors, but the path ahead will involve a more rigorous elimination process. There is no absolute fairness in this world, only relative competition. Next, we will conduct an unprecedented themed competition, with the theme being strangeness. It is important to note that our competitions have always revolved around the themes of truth, goodness, and beauty. This time, we have chosen this theme for innovation. After continuous suggestions from our sponsors and judges, we realized that while the themes of truth, goodness, and beauty appeal to many, the theme of strangeness also has a significant audience that we had not previously considered. To select contestants capable of broader creative expression, we have decided to embrace this theme. Contestants may explore various subjects they deem peculiar, including supernatural, eerie, horror, grotesque, and repulsive themes, among others. As long as you believe your chosen subject will resonate with a larger audience, you have the freedom to select accordingly. Upon hearing the host's announcement, the expressions of the other contestants shifted dramatically. I didn't expect such innovation. How should we approach this? My audience prefers adorable themes. How can I pivot? How do I create this? I'm completely at a loss. This is ruthless. This is fantastic. I adore crafting such themes. I've always been constrained, but now I can express myself boldly. This brings to mind Chongzi Ge, whose specialty lies in this very domain. Should he choose to participate in this exterior competition, he would undoubtedly create an enormous insect that could repulse onlookers. Upon hearing this request, Shi Xizhou remained relatively unperturbed. In fact, it piqued her curiosity, presenting a bold opportunity for her to experiment once more. Before the other contestants had made their selections, Shi Xizhou had already begun to approach the ingredient stalls. Standing at the center, she was surrounded by a dazzling array of ingredients. Her gaze swept over each stall, gravitating towards the fresh seafood and vibrant green vegetables. She knelt down to meticulously inspect each shrimp and leafy vegetable, gently caressing their texture and moisture. Shi Xizhou resolved to select some fresh shrimp and tender greens to craft an innovative dish. Moving to another stall, she discovered a pile of golden eggs, exuding an enticing aroma. After carefully selecting a few, she placed them into her basket. Next, she approached a small stand where fresh cheese and sausages were displayed. Sampling a piece, she was delighted by their rich flavor and promptly added them to her basket. With her basket in hand, she made her way back to her station and began preparing her ingredients. Shi Xizhou washed the shrimp and vegetables, chopping them into appropriate sizes. She cracked the eggs and whisked them together, cutting the sausages and cheese into small pieces to enhance the dish's texture. Her movements were both light and vigorous, her hands skillfully maneuvering through each step of the cooking process, ensuring that nothing was overcooked or burnt. The enticing aroma wafting from the stove filled her senses, and she savored every detail of her culinary creation. Liu Bei, on the other hand, cast a venomous glare at the effortlessly skilled Shi Xizhou. Why had she abandoned a competition, yet still managed to attract the spotlight in this one? It was clear that Liu Bei, was the most talented participant. Jealousy and hatred surged within her. Her fingers gripped the mouse tightly as she seethed, plotting ways to surpass her opponent, Shi Xizhou. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Xiang Xinxin, who sat in the audience, fully equipped and fixated on the competition. Ever since Xiang Xinxin had been countered by Shug, he had fallen into a state of despondency. Yet, his yearning for the competition was an irresistible force for both his body and mind. Regardless of the competition category, if he could attend, he would. Liu Beibei concealed herself beneath her clothing, like a mouse, observing the contest unfold. She found herself inexplicably drawn to Xiang Xinxin, her attention shifting away from Shi Xizhou as she peered through the crowd at him. Her mood lightened, no longer consumed by anger and jealousy. She began to contemplate how to manipulate Xiang Xinxin for her own gain. The competition was in full swing, with contestants pouring their hearts into their creations. Hay was crafting an ancient dinosaur, with a bloodied Tyrannosaurus rex savoring its meal, its icy gaze hinting at menace. The details of his sculpture were so vivid that it seemed as though the dinosaur might leap forth and devour everyone present. Derwagia was sculpting a creature from the insect tribe, meticulously rendering the insect queen based on historical accounts. Each eye was highlighted in a different hue, emanating a spectrum of colors that, when placed in darkness, projected an even more terrifying presence. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the insect model. To her astonishment, her own form was represented there. She proudly pulled Tong closer, exclaiming, "Look, that's my body. I always knew my magnificent stature would be admired. We, the insect tribe, are the most beautiful species in the universe." "Enough boasting," Tong replied, exasperated. "You shouldn't say such things. If others hear you, you'll struggle to live normally." In Tong's eyes, the sculpture was rather mediocre. "What do you mean? That is only because you haven't seen my body. It is the most stunning," Tong retorted, filled with indignation. Tian chuckled softly. Chapter 128. An intriguing encounter. Liu Beibei stealthily approached Xiang Xinxin. Her eyes filled with malice as she targeted the once-renowned food influencer. He sat on the street, cradling a small bowl filled with steaming hot water. His head bowed in silence, as if oblivious to Liu Beibei's presence. The bustling crowd flowed by, yet Xiang Xinxin seemed to exist in a separate realm, entirely detached from the surrounding clamor. His face bore none of his former confidence or smiles, only a profound sadness and despondency. With a mocking smile, Liu Beibei stepped beside Xiang Xinxin and deliberately kicked his bowl, spilling hot water everywhere. Xiang Xinxin looked up, his haggard visage revealing a flicker of anger and defiance. Liu Beibei sneered, "Look who it is. Our illustrious food influencer. What did you fall so low? You heartless woman, what do you have to boast about?" Xiang Xinxin shouted hoarsely, his hands clenching involuntarily, his expression a battle with his inner turmoil. Liu Beibei gazed at him with disdain, her face a mask of scorn and mockery. Xiang Xinxin seethed, recalling how he had always been adored by fans after rising to fame, never having faced such humiliation. Yet, now he found himself subjected to Liu Beibei's derision. Strangely, he had no words to retort. Seeing his discomfort, Liu Beibei smirked. "Oh, I recall our influencer now. Last competition, you were eliminated due to insufficient points. What a pity." The mention of his downfall left Xiang Xinxin feeling suffocated, his mind ringing with confusion. He could not fathom why the company would treat him so cruelly, favoring the wealthy over him. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Recognizing it as a painful subject, he steeled himself and replied coolly, "That seems to have nothing to do with you." Liu Beibei scoffed, "It doesn't concern me. But don't you want revenge? Don't you resent those who thrive on the stage, yet squander their opportunities? They casually abandon the chance you crave. Don't you feel any hatred? Hate or not is my affair, and has nothing to do with you. What is it that you want?" Xiang Xinxin stood to leave. Liu Beibei was not about to let him go so easily. She continued her mocking remarks from behind him. "No wonder it's so easy for you to be cast aside by your own company. You dare not attempt anything, not even revenge, and merely lurk in the shadows, posing no threat whatsoever. You truly are pathetic. It's a shame I see so many fans adoring you online. It seems they are wasted on you. They will be better off liking me, becoming my tools, rather than showcasing any value. Unable to even accept a little manipulation, what great achievements can you hope for? I urge you to swiftly find a secluded spot to bury yourself, discarding every morsel of food and all culinary remnants within your abode, lest you find yourself retreating to weep in solitude at the sight of them. Ah, and if my memory serves me correctly, it appears you harbor certain matters which are to remain undisclosed. Should you fail to make a splash in this competition, might this very key become a stepping stone for newcomers, ultimately trampled beneath their feet? Liu Beibei relentlessly threatened Xiang Xinxin, seeking to exploit any vulnerability he possessed, thereby wielding his secrets as leverage. Xiang Xinxin stood frozen, the gentle breeze enveloping him, yet it bore an unending chill. He felt ensnared in an interminable tempest, with no avenue for escape. Suddenly, a figure emerged before him. It was Liu Beibei. Her visage was icy, her gaze piercing. Xiang Xinxin's voice trembled with fear and defiance as he implored, "Stay away from me. Should you disregard my counsel, I shall manipulate you. I am well aware of your myriad responsibilities, and I could easily use these as weapons against you." A wave of dread washed over Xiang Xinxin, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Nevertheless, he would not capitulate. He must remain resolute. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his tumultuous emotions. He longed to retaliate against Liu Beibei, yet found himself at a loss for words, standing silently in the face of her threats. I hope you contemplate this matter carefully. Otherwise, we are merely squandering time here. Should you heed my directives, I could devise alternative strategies to aid you in the competition or facilitate your departure from your current company to join ours. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkened night. Xiang Xinxin felt as though his body were being jolted by an electric current, trembling as he struggled to suppress the surging emotions of resentment and jealousy within him. I refuse to be your pawn. I shall uphold my rights in my own manner. I can rely on myself and will not allow you to prevail. His voice resonated with determination and resolve, his gaze imbued with a flicker of courage. Liu Beibei's expression twisted into something more malevolent. She inhaled deeply, striving to rein in her emotions. I trust that you will maintain this unwavering conviction by tomorrow. With a nonchalant shrug, Liu Beibei seemed to have devised a meticulous plan to breach Xiang Xinxin's psychological defenses, and she was confident he would falter at this mental hurdle. A sudden pang of apprehension gripped Xiang Xinxin. While he might seek revenge, it would only be against his adversaries, not innocent competitors. As he watched the retreating figure of Shi Xizhou, his heart brimmed with resentment. He stood on the street, a lamppost illuminating the darkness as if attuned to his inner turmoil, casting a light upon his countenance, which was shrouded in bitterness. Xiang Xinxin pondered, if they were so merciless towards me, there is no reason for me to show them mercy. If they wish to exploit me, then so be it. I shall ensure their downfall, ridding myself of both. He dialed his agent. Brother, I require your assistance with a matter. He approached Shi Xizhou, his curiosity about her intensifying. A sudden entrant into the galactic culinary competition. Her skills rivaled his own seasoned expertise, though traces of naivety remained. Yet, Shi Xizhou displayed a level of proficiency in certain techniques that surpassed even his own, as though she were not of this era, but rather a being from ancient times. Indeed, in that epoch, the art of interstellar cuisine had yet to be entirely forgotten. However, as time progressed, the culinary practices of Shi Xizhou's era had largely been lost in the annals of history, preserved only through the writings of the surviving gastronomes of that time. Each generation passes down knowledge, while an equal number forget it. If one were to liken this skill to a glass of water, each attempt at mastery is akin to transferring water from one cup to another, with spills occurring due to the operator's missteps. He approached her side and softly said, "Congratulations on securing first place once more." "Thank you, teacher He. Your creations are equally exquisite. I hope we may have the opportunity for deeper exchanges and learning together." He found himself increasingly admiring the woman before him. Subsequently, he noticed the enigmatic Nanfeng beside Shi Xizhou. Though masked, Nanfeng's aura was unmistakably extraordinary. Having received numerous invitations from the military to showcase culinary creations at their banquets, he was well acquainted with Nanfeng. He regarded the masked figure thoughtfully, pondering. "May I inquire who you are?" Nanfeng smiled faintly, his demeanor unchanged, stepping forward to gesture a sign of respect. "Greetings, I am Miss Shi's assistant. You may call me Xiaofeng." The name Feng inevitably conjured thoughts of Nanfeng. He scrutinized the mysterious figure. Curiosity piqued to know more about him. The hem of Nanfeng's attire was adorned with a black phoenix, its presence exuding an aura of mystique even in the dim light. Tall and clad in a sleek black ensemble, his stature was imposing. The visage beneath the mask was unremarkable, yet his profound eyes conveyed an essence that set him apart. He nodded in gratitude, contemplating the man before him with the silent acknowledgement that he was no ordinary individual, surely possessing remarkable qualities. Observing Shi Xizhou's hands, he noted the redness from the heat of the utensils, evidence of blisters from the recent competition. A wave of admiration washed over him. He recognized that this woman was not merely a skilled competitor, but also a person of discernment and patience. "Your creation is truly innovative." The mechanical tentacles appear as though two creatures are intertwined, unlike anything from this world. "What inspired your imaginative concept?" He was genuinely intrigued about the origins of Shi Xizhou's dish. Shi Xizhou smiled, preparing to recount her inspiration. "This is a product of two beings, shaped by my observations of unique life forms." "Could you elaborate?" Shi Xizhou hesitated momentarily. How could she explain? After all, the creation was sculpted based on Tongtong's form. She certainly couldn't divulge Tongtong's existence. "Haha, that is a secret." He suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing it on Nanfeng. Couldn't he shake the feeling of familiarity? Scrutinizing him closely, noticing his gaze, Nanfeng offered a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with depth. He approached Nanfeng, who gestured for him to take a seat. He settled into the chair beside Nanfeng and noticed a subtle, enchanting fragrance enveloping Nanfeng, which was quite refreshing. Nanfeng slightly tilted his head to look at his gaze warm. He gently inquired, "Do I seem familiar to you?" He nodded, feeling a hint of confusion. Nanfeng continued, "You may have seen me somewhere, but for now, I am merely Miss Shi's assistant. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." He was taken aback by Nanfeng's words. "I am he smiled at Nanfeng, though his eyes were fixed on his expression, wary of missing any significant information. "But it seems you recognize me as well?" Nanfeng squinted slightly indeed. "You appear familiar, but I cannot recall where we might have met." "Oh." He nodded in understanding, yet he did not abandon his probing. "Could you tell me why you weren't present at the previous matches? Did you just arrive today?" Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. "I believe that is a matter between Miss Shi and myself." Shi Xizhou promptly interrupted the mutual probing. "All right, let's return to our topic. Disregard this fellow. My assistant has quite the temper, and I cannot manage him, alas." Shi Xizhou shrugged helplessly. He cleared his throat when it comes to gourmet food. "I believe there are many aspects that cannot be expressed merely through words. For instance, during the cooking process, there exists a delightful flavor that lingers in one's memory." He continued, "Take the golden thread codfish, for example. Though it is merely a fish, it transforms into an exquisite work of art that is difficult to articulate." Soon, the final match of the interstellar culinary competition was about to commence. This would be a contest infused with intrigue, intellect, gastronomy, and innovation. We're delighted to have you with us for the final match. Today marks the conclusion of the competition's visual segment. After intense competition, we have 5 contestants who will showcase their skills. In this round, participants can unleash their full potential. It will not be a prescribed challenge, allowing contestants to exercise their imagination and creativity, delivering an absolute feast for the world. Let us once again express our gratitude to the organizers and sponsors of this event, and to the Federal Management Center for their oversight and security. We appreciate all the audience members for their participation and feedback. Now, let us introduce the contestants for the final round. As the hosts step back, the 5 contestants enter the stage. The contestants include the dark horse, Shi Xizhou, the frequent competitor, the distinguished contestant Dao Weijia, the fresh entrant Fu Yin, and our apprentice Qian Shaoyue from the Master Apprentice clan. The final match was specifically designed for these 5 contestants to present themselves, enhancing the audience's recognition of them, and ensuring each contestant garnered as much attention as possible. This was a form of positive reinforcement for the competitors. The more attention they received, the more passion and enthusiasm they would bring to the competition, allowing even those who did not win to gain greater visibility. Does any of the 5 contestants wish to say a few words to the audience or share their thoughts about this competition? Let's listen to their voices. At this moment, the contestants stood at center stage, microphones in hand, surveying the audience. The lights gradually brightened, and the atmosphere grew fervent. He was the first to speak. "Friends, I am delighted to stand before you once again. You must be tired of my old face. I have nothing much to say. You likely prefer to see some fresh faces. Come on, young gentlemen and ladies, step forward and introduce yourselves." He enlivened the atmosphere, and as he spoke, the spotlight illuminated the other 4 contestants, all of whom appeared spirited and full of determination for the upcoming competition. Fu Yin was the first to speak. "Do not miss out on this opportunity. I am a fresh-faced little chef, hoping to gain your attention and support for my culinary creations. If you find any shortcomings, please leave me a message, and I will respond during my downtime. If I do not reply, it simply means I have yet to find that time." Fu Yin added a touch of humor. The audience responded with laughter. What a charming little fellow, quite amusing. However, making it to the final round demonstrates considerable skill. Who among us is not an elite? One cannot judge by appearances. The calluses on their hands speak to years of culinary experience. I must contest that statement. Our host possesses soft hands, yet excels in culinary arts. Just admit that your team is lacking. Enough. What does having calluses have to do with cooking ability? You can argue all day long. You're all quite tiresome. The host continued. Contestant Fu Yin is a professional chef from one of the 5 major star systems. What a Ling star. Please give him a warm round of applause. With that, the host nodded towards the right side of the stage. Fu Yin began to perform a street dance, his movements fluid and powerful, and the unique style of his dance electrified the atmosphere, prompting the audience to applaud enthusiastically. This was a small performance he had prepared for everyone. Wow, what a nimble little guy. I had assumed all residents of Huadaling Star were high-tech geniuses working in laboratories. Please, do not harbor such biases. While each of the 5 main stars has its own distinct characteristics, they are fundamentally balanced. If they were not, they would have long been consumed by other stars. The disputes among our stars are not to be taken lightly. It's a constant cycle of conflict. Without the military districts to maintain order, the battles among the 5 major military zones would plunge the entire galaxy into chaos, without any need for the insectoids to intervene. Why do you look down on us from Huadaling Star? Which star are you from, acting so high and mighty? Is that a hint of jealousy I detect? You all sound rather bitter. Does our one chef surpass all of you? Why don't you come forward and speak? Among the 5 of us, who represents your star, why are you even bringing this up? Why do I bother? It's exhausting trying to converse with you when you can't even muster a decent comment. Everyone knows the dynamics of these stars. Enough already. Are we not here to watch the competition? The remaining contestants each introduced themselves, showcasing their unique characteristics and talents, which further heated the atmosphere. The host smiled at the contestants on stage, engaging with them from time to time. They exchanged cheers and smiles, encouraging one another. All contestants displayed their talents, while the host expertly managed the entire event. His words and actions rendered the stage even more captivating. In a moment of excitement, Da Airway Jia grasped the microphone, refraining from speech, merely waving his arms gently before unleashing a slightly hoarse yet seductively charming voice to sing a verse. In the stillness of the night, enveloped in solitude, I find myself alone at home, grasping cutlery, poised to engage with vegetables and fruits. A slice to the left, a cut to the right, a chop forward, a slice backward, and thus emerges a beautiful maiden. Alone in bed, I yearn for the distance, pondering what delights tomorrow may bring. Chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs, chicken, fish, braised pork. Suddenly, the host's expression shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in disbelief as though witnessing a ghost. Upon hearing his deep, alluring voice, the venue fell into an immediate hush. Even the audience below held their breath, anxiously savoring the enchanting melody. It must be said, The phrase "one must speak frankly" is truly overused. In different fields, there exist vast divides. Truly, it is difficult to evaluate. I assert, you are like a fish out of water, and indeed, it is challenging to assess. I recommend you refrain from further attempts. Hilarious. The cooking is acceptable, yet the singing leaves much to be desired. While others engage in music, you find yourself in awkwardness. If Dubai were to falter, I would crown you as the new king. Allow me to introduce an unfamiliar name. Dubai is the most toneless singer on our planet, thriving solely on wealth to maintain a presence on screen. Am I to understand he is his own vocal instructor? Dubai. I feel as though I have always existed in his shadow. Strangely, I find it somewhat melodious. Could this fellow possess some talent? Yet, it feels rather unserious. A suggestion from above. Perhaps one should donate their ears. Now I understand why my singing lacks appeal. This line has so many variations. Unforeseeable, utterly unpredictable. Observing the comments reveals a myriad of divine beings. Listen closely. Does singing at midnight evoke any sensation? Subsequently, the competition commenced in earnest. The contestants eagerly rushed to the ingredient zone, scouring their respective areas for the most suitable ingredients, meticulously selecting each item. The contestant, Fu Yin, scanned the ingredients section with keen eyes, searching for the freshest vegetables and meats. He carefully inhaled the aroma of each ingredient, gently touching their textures, seemingly calculating the optimal combinations in his mind. Meanwhile, another contestant, Qian Xiaoyu, energetically inquired with the staff about the origin and quality of every ingredient. She cradled a basket of fresh fruit, her face radiant with smiles, ready to prepare. At the scene of the competition, beyond the contestants' various actions, many details merited mention. For instance, as contestants selected ingredients, staff continuously replenished supplies to ensure each contestant received the finest materials. All contestants exerted their utmost to choose their ingredients, their eyes filled with determination and passion. In this contest, they aimed to showcase their culinary skills, creating exquisite dishes to present a gastronomic feast to all. Shi Xizhou sat at the dining table, gazing at the cutlery before her. Immersed in her world, she contemplated how to craft the next dish, envisioning perfect ingredient pairings to delight the diner's palates. Her gaze radiated focus and determination, as though the world around her had succumbed to her fervor. Surrounding her were various kitchen utensils, including knives, baking trays, and spice bottles. Shi Xizhou's fingers gently caressed the knife handle, sensing its sharpness. With each movement, the gleam of the cutlery flickered, invoking a profound sense of awe. Her actions were both delicate and powerful, as if she were engaged in a spiritual dialogue with the ingredients. Her eyes revealed an insatiable desire, a longing to create culinary perfection. Shi Xizhou's fingers danced gracefully, symbolizing her passion and dedication to gastronomy. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an array of ingredients. A look of satisfaction graced Shi Xizhou's eyes as she fulfilled her mission, transforming food into something exquisitely refined. Honestly, have you ever considered this? That contestant. Her dishes are consistently unpalatable. Can they truly represent the culinary delights of Jiaozhua? Not every attempt is entirely inedible, though many recent creations have indeed declined in taste while appearing visually appealing. Do the competition rules stipulate that the dishes must be delicious? Yet they cannot be so dreadful as to be life-threatening. I am aware of her past culinary endeavors. Some have led directly to hospitalization. What? Such incidents occurred? Who dares to participate in this competition, treating our lives so lightly? Goodness, if we're to be subjected to such, are we not mere guinea pigs? Whether or not we end up hospitalized is left to chance. Come now, you've never been hospitalized. Do not spread rumors. How can you claim that? After the first meal she prepared, I was ill, dizzy, and nauseous. This conversation instilled terror among the audience. They began to question the safety and quality of Shi Xizhou's culinary creations. Some believed that gastronomy should prioritize the safety of the audience's health over mere visual and performance allure. Conversely, some rational viewers were skeptical of such claims. A discerning "I can see this" as slander. Why did you not notice it earlier? Why only now, at the final moment? Is this not a deliberate provocation? Whose side are you on? You spin this narrative so extravagantly, merely seeking to eliminate Shi Xizhou from the competition, fearing she might outshine the contestant behind you? Who hired this group of trolls? How ruthless! I doubt the other 5 contestants would resort to such tactics. Those who believe this are truly lacking in discernment. Did Shi Xizhou's creations in the comprehensive area not taste good? Indeed, the dishes crafted in the comprehensive area were both visually appealing and delicious. How is it that in the external area, they can only look good but not taste good? Our external presentation is not valued at all. You still have the audacity to speak to others when they see our external area as lacking, not even satisfying the dining desires of the audience. Merely going through the motions. If you consider that carving technique mere pretense, then show me a so-called pretense of your own, and we'll see how well it holds up. Why is it that she can create delicious dishes in the comprehensive area, but not in the external area? How do you explain that? Perhaps she simply does not wish to make them that delectable. Furthermore, which rule in the competition's regulation states that one cannot create unappetizing dishes? No wonder there has been no accountability for those hospitalized. It seems you have already succumbed to her influence. Liu Bei stood proudly in the center of the office, surveying the public sentiment she had orchestrated, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Chapter 130. The War of Public Opinion. The view outside was splendid. Sunlight poured in, warming her entirely. However, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room starkly contrasted this serenity, filled with an intense fervor. Liu Bei subtly lifted the corners of her mouth, fully aware that these were the fruits of her diligent labor. She extended her hands, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, her gaze fixed intently on the scrolling comments on the screen. She skillfully maneuvered her computer, crafting provocative dialogues that would soon ignite a tempestuous storm over the next few hours. Liu Bei lowered her gaze, her fingers pausing, as a triumphant smile graced her face. Meanwhile, Shi Xizhou remained engrossed in the art of culinary creation. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments surged, with a growing discontent among viewers directed towards Shi Xizhou. They felt that a contestant who treated the competition with such indifference displayed a blatant disrespect for life and exhibited an improper attitude, arguing that they should not even be present in the contest. As the positive comments began to dwindle, they were supplanted by an influx of negative critiques and derision. In the eyes of the audience, Shi Xizhou had transformed into a figure of reprehensible notoriety. If it weren't for the situation, they'd be rightfully condemned. Had this matter been addressed sooner, a precious opportunity wouldn't have been squandered. Isn't it obvious that someone is targeting her? How could you not see it? A fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. If she performed as well as the other contestants, who would go after her? Who would speak ill of her? What era are we in? Even in the interstellar age, we still deal with such trivialities. Are you the fly? If you know you are, why not quickly consume some insecticide? It's truly exasperating to exist in a world filled with such minds. Speak more, and take the role of a mouthpiece. You keep speaking incessantly. Why not live for yourself instead? The comments section is going to be a mess if I get my hands on you. Child, it would be wise to refrain from such remarks. My intentions are not malicious. Consider this advice from someone with experience. Whether you heed it or not is irrelevant. But know that such behavior will not attract a partner in a man's eyes. Is this a joke? What era are we in? Such repulsive comments still exist. No way. Buddy, are you joking or being serious? Wait a moment. Are you here to disrupt our focus? We are discussing this blunder, yet you bring up such an ancient topic. It's truly tiresome. On this desolate planet, a fly buzzed about, incessantly circling in search of its next target. Suddenly, the fly alighted on a massive stone, meticulously inspecting its surface, seemingly in search of something. After some time, it discovered a seamless egg. At that moment, a scientist clad in a white lab coat appeared, brandishing a spray bottle, gently misting the fly. The fly began to flap its wings frantically, yet it was ensnared within the cloud of spray. The scientist approached, scrutinizing the fly's intricate details. The fly's eyes shimmered with fear, as if pleading for mercy, yet the scientist callously placed it on the experiment table. Thereafter, the scientist commenced his examination of the seamless egg. He activated a miniature microscope, placing the egg under its lens. Under the microscope, the surface of the egg appeared extraordinarily smooth, with every detail vividly discernible. Ultimately, the scientists concluded that it was merely a good egg, asserting that the fly's inability to reach the grapes led to its bitter remarks, a mere reflection of its existence in a filthy gutter while denigrating the clean. Gubake sat amidst the crowd, his brow furrowed with concern, a grave expression etched upon his face. His eyes sparkled with contemplation, fingers drumming against his thigh as he sought an elusive answer. Gulele, seated among the audience, gazed at the bustling scene on stage, her heart heavy with worry. She was genuinely concerned that the negative sentiments in the live room would adversely affect Shi Xizhou's performance. Anxiously, Gulele understood that she needed to take action to assist Shi Xizhou. Thus, she began to meticulously observe the scene, seeking ways to aid her friend. We cannot allow this situation to persist. We must devise a sound strategy to eliminate those trolls from the live room, Gulele urged Gubake. It's easier said than done. Who exactly hired these trolls? And what they say does hold some truth, Gubake replied, his expression troubled, facing the relentless flood of troll comments on the screen. Both Gulele and Gubake furrowed their brows. The live room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow of the computer screen, rendering their faces pale and weary. Leon observed this scene, his brow furrowed in confusion, yet hesitant to express his thoughts openly. He cleared his throat softly. Gulele glanced at the computer screen, letting out a sigh. The troll's comments were overwhelmingly vexing, each dripping with malice and aggression. She understood deeply that if this situation continued, their broadcast would be severely impacted. What should they do now? Gubake stared into the distance, his gaze filled with resignation and worry. Who were the individuals behind these trolls? He was beset with questions. Yet he recognized that this was not the primary concern at hand. The most pressing matter was to find an effective means to rid themselves of these trolls. Seeing Gubake's expression, Gulele sensed his anxiety and softly reassured him, "Do not fret. We will find a solution." They commenced an urgent discussion, striving to devise a method to effectively eliminate the trolls. Suddenly, an understated yet effective strategy dawned upon Gulele, which she promptly shared with Gubake. Let us not forget the troll's ultimate objective, to disrupt Shi Xizhou's performance. Regardless of who stands behind the trolls, as long as we ensure Shi Xizhou's success, these trolls could be turned into our allies, perhaps even amplifying Shi Xizhou's renown. This is where we must take action. They engage in trolling, and we will infiltrate their ranks, becoming one of them, steering discussions towards Shi Xizhou's multifaceted talents and clarifying the hospitalization issue, ensuring that no safety concerns arose during her competition. We must not shy away from this topic. If they seize upon it, they will unleash a torrent of attacks, leaving us at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Gubake's eyes reflected a glimmer of appreciation, and he nodded in agreement. They promptly set their plans into motion, meticulously strategizing and deploying their ideas. As the atmosphere in the live room intensified, Gubake recognized the formidable adversaries they faced, individuals adept at fabricating rumors and misinformation online, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood. They needed to counteract their tactics, finding ways to infiltrate their ranks and dismantle them from within. Gubake began to type furiously, swiftly registering a troll account online. Throughout the registration process, he contemplated how his voice could resonate within this group. They had to steer the conversation towards Shi Xizhou's multifaceted abilities while clarifying the hospitalization issue, promoting her safety during the competition. This task was imperative, as they needed to gain the upper hand online, ensuring that no vulnerabilities for attacking Shi Xizhou were exposed. Gubake was prudent enough to mobilize the company personnel to support Shi Xizhou and engage actively in this battle against the trolls. As he continued to strategize and execute his plans, Gubake gradually embedded himself within the troll community, gaining insight into their thought processes and behavioral patterns while assimilating their language and actions. Gubake must present himself as a true member of the online legion to secure a place among them. As he prepared to voice his opinions on the internet, a wave of anxiety washed over him. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he contemplated how to render his statements more compelling. He needed to convince not only these legionnaires, but also the broader audience that his perspective was valid and authoritative. Throughout this endeavor, Gubake encountered several obstacles. Some legionnaires expressed skepticism towards his words, questioning his motives and viewpoints. A few even bluntly pointed out that he was affiliated with Shi Xizhou company. Although Gubake was perplexed as to how his adversary had gleaned this information, he persevered, tirelessly articulating and promoting his views online. Eventually, his arguments began to gain traction within the digital sphere. You make a valid point. There are no regulations mandating that the food must be delicious. The very establishment of appearances is to ensure that visually appealing competitors can also attain fame, one remarked. Indeed, if appearances dictated the taste of the food, we might as well merge the categories into one, rendering the division pointless, another added. The competition is structured this way for a reason, reflecting the organizer's intentions. You individuals are fretting unnecessarily, as if winning could satiate your appetites. These individuals seem to overlook the essence of the competition, forgetting the true significance of gastronomy. The contest was not solely about victory. It was also about conveying the beauty of life, cherishing moments of joy, enhancing willpower, and fostering a spirit of teamwork. This competition aimed to embody the essence of deliciousness. The culinary contest is termed as such precisely because it allows for the preparation of diverse delicacies, enabling the audience to savor their flavors. In this process, we must strive to uphold perseverance, innovation, courage in challenges, diligent work, earnest learning, grounded determination, and relentless pursuit of our innermost dreams, seeking a brighter future and a fulfilling life. Amid this vibrant atmosphere, the judges diligently enforced the competition's rules, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Our objective evaluation of the contestants became an indispensable part of the event. Each contestant exerted their utmost effort, and the fleeting challenges and victories bestowed upon them not only honor and a sense of achievement, but also confidence and courage to transcend their limits. In such a setting, respecting the competition equates to respecting the contestants, for this event represents a significant challenge for each participant, a platform for self-expression. Conversely, honoring the contestants is tantamount to honoring the competition, as each individual is a crucial component of the event, and every effort contributes to the pursuit of victory and glory. At this moment, everyone could feel the fervor and authenticity of the competition, an indescribable sensation that could only be truly experienced within the context of the event. What you say sounds grand, but in reality, it is far from the truth. Everyone is here for the competition, the accolades, the monetary gain, and personal benefit. Yet you speak so eloquently, one retorted. And what do you live for? To simply perish? Another chimed in. You speak of lofty ideals. What are your true motivations? Isn't it obvious? People seek fame, profit, power, and pleasure. What else could there be? Perhaps you wish to bask in your own filth? Enough, enough. Let us not tarnish the atmosphere. This is a culinary competition, someone interjected. Amidst the chaos of the competition's live stream, Lian was keenly entertained by the unfolding drama. Nothing was more satisfying than witnessing the turmoil among the participants. As the results approached, Lian brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness this grand gastronomic spectacle. He observed the contestants busily preparing, all filled with eager expectation for the outcome. His heart swelled with delight, hoping for a result that would please him. Relishing the prospect of their fierce rivalry, Lian seemingly caught the gaze of Yin Yuhang, lifting his chin in acknowledgement. What do you predict the outcome of the upcoming competition will be? He inquired. I cannot say what the result will be, Yin Yuhang replied, redirecting the conversation to the nearby Ji Nanfeng. I wonder what your expectations are. You appear utterly unconcerned. Ji Nanfeng raised his head and slowly articulated. I do not know what the outcome will be, but I am certain that as long as she has exerted her utmost effort, she will have no regrets, regardless of the result. Pausing, he continued, there are aspects of this world beyond our control. All we can do is endeavor to the best of our abilities. Even if the result is less than desirable, we must not surrender. After taking a deep breath, Ji Nanfeng seemed to rally support for Shi Xizhou. Yin Yuhang silently observed him, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement and determination, a desire to confront this seemingly ordinary man. As a pirate, his keen instincts quickly identified the man before him as one who donned a human mask as a disguise. What kind of person resorts to such subterfuge? Whose interests align with Shi Xizhou? The answer was evident. Nanfeng. One of the reasons Li Yin and his companions approached Shi Xizhou was undoubtedly due to Nanfeng's presence. As he scrutinized the man before him, Yin Yuhang recognized this as an excellent opportunity for observation. A wicked smile crept across his face. In Chapter 131, The Culinary Creation, Nanfeng regarded Yin Yuhang coldly, lacking any warmth in his tone. If you are so eager to know the outcome, can't you simply observe here? Just watch quietly. Just as Yin Yuhang could swiftly deduce Nanfeng's identity, Nanfeng could also ascertain that these two men were star pirates. Firstly, they had encountered pirates on the spacecraft when Shi Xizhou first arrived for the competition. Pirates do not appear or vanish without reason, suggesting that they likely shared the same route to Tianshan. Yunxing Nanfeng composed himself, adjusting his attire. Secondly, despite their attempts at concealment, the aura they exuded, emanating from the sharpness of blades, was impossible to completely mask. Their relaxed postures belied a constant tension, as if they were perpetually prepared for combat or an escape. Nanfeng, though unaware of the pirates' concealed intentions, hoped for a period of peaceful coexistence. His gaze drifted to the distant competition venue, feeling a sense of unease. This time, the task was to create an oversized spacecraft model. Previous competitions had greatly inspired him, especially the mecha models produced by other contestants. As a resident of Huadoulingxing, he possessed numerous relevant data and images in his mind, which would aid him in this creation. Although mecha has been crafted by others before, further creations may lack novelty. However, an entirely new and creatively designed spaceship remains uncharted territory. This time, Fuyin intends to create a frog spaceship. As the name suggests, the design merges the shape of food without a frog. Compared to a stationary frog, a leaping frog truly challenges the creator's sense of balance. By integrating the frog with the spaceship, it not only embodies creativity, but also exudes a sense of technological advancement, ensuring deliciousness while opting for direct sales. Fuyin cautiously picked up a broad brush, gently dipping it into deep green cake frosting. He glided the brush along the curves of the cake, as if applying green skin to a small frog. With each stroke, the cake gradually transformed into a vividly lifelike frog figure. Fuyin delicately patted the surface of the cake with his petite fingers, smoothing it down further. Then, he employed a small knife to slice the cake into several evenly sized round pieces. Each piece resembled an independent little frog, seemingly poised to leap off the plate. Fuyin meticulously trimmed the edges of the cake before stacking the pieces one atop the other. Next, Fuyin opened the refrigerator and retrieved a box of cream. He poured the cream into a large bowl and whisked it into a soft, frothy consistency with a handheld electric mixer. At that moment, the aroma of the cream wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Fuyin spread the cream over the cake, smoothing it gently. He fashioned the frog's eyes, mouth, and nose from candies and fruits, enhancing the cake's charm. Finally, he placed the entire cake in the refrigerator, awaiting its completion. Given that the food's name includes spaceship, it is only fitting that spaceship elements are incorporated. Fuyin designed the frog's eyes to resemble windows and added engine components to the frog's legs. The spaceships of the cosmos are crafted with cutting-edge technology, where every detail is imbued with a sense of futurism. Inside this spaceship, individuals don lightweight attire, wielding high-tech devices as they traverse exquisite corridors, passing by crystalline glass windows that reveal the dark expanse of space and twinkling stars. Behind Fuyin lay an array of high-tech kitchenware, with various data flashing incessantly on the instrument displays. Holding a small molecular cooking device, he added some mysterious substances, which elicited a brilliant blue glow from within. As time elapsed, the liquid inside the cooking device gradually became opaque. With a gentle wave of his hand, a flash of light signaled that the dish was ready. He presented the creation on a unique plate, its surface smooth and textured, as if forged from the most advanced nanomaterials. Fuyin savored each detail of this dish, his mind awash with delectable imagery, which he transformed into flavors. In the cosmos, every individual is a pinnacle of technological talent, seamlessly integrating technology into every facet of life. The spaceship's interior is bathed in soft, warm light, and the lives of its inhabitants brim with futuristic imagination. Fuin's culinary skills have reached their zenith. His food transcends mere sustenance, evolving into an exquisite form of art. How did such a creation come to be? The ability to craft sugar into a glass-like texture is indeed commendable in the culinary competition, showcasing a plethora of talent. Fuin effortlessly added sugar to the pot and ignited the gas, beginning to heat it. He stirred continuously until the sugar transformed into an amber hue, emanating an enticing sweetness. At this juncture, he poured the sugar into a specialized mold and awaited its cooling. Once the sugar had cooled, he cautiously removed the mold, unveiling a piece of crystalline sugar glass. He placed the sugar glass on a wooden board and picked up a small knife, delicately slicing it. The sugar glass produced a crisp sound, as if responding to him. He carefully poured liquid into a mold, waiting for it to cool and set. When he gently tapped the mold, the sugar glass emitted a clear chime, reminiscent of a pristine crystal cup. The air around the contestants was filled with alluring aromas, and the sweet flavors tantalized the senses. Each contestant poured their heart and soul into the competition, striving for victory. On this stage, brimming with competition and creativity, every participant showcased their unique flair. With their ingenuity and skill, they transformed ordinary ingredients into stunning works of culinary art. Their hands moved with dexterity and grace, akin to magicians conjuring delectable dishes from mere ingredients. The chef's wisdom and artistry birthed mouth-watering delicacies, allowing people to experience the beauty of flavor and the allure of art. Shi Xizhou crafted a representation of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, using ingredients to depict this theme. Standing in the spacious, brightly lit kitchen, she wielded a bamboo knife, focused intently on slicing fresh ingredients. As the knife danced, droplets of water splattered, glistening like morning dew under the summer sun. The pristine fish flesh bent gracefully in her hands, as if narrating the journey of life. Shi Xizhou carefully arranged the sliced fish on a silver plate, artfully aligning them to resemble a flock of soaring birds. She retrieved a thin lotus leaf and gently placed the fish atop it, as though positioning them on clouds in the sky. Flowing through her fingertips was not merely food, but her passion and pursuit of culinary excellence. She then took a vibrant red strawberry, slicing it into delicate pieces, which she sprinkled atop the lotus leaf. The strawberry's ruby hue contrasted beautifully with the fish's pristine white, reminiscent of blooming flowers in a summer garden. Next, she selected a few emerald green mint leaves, skillfully placing them around the fish, as if they were butterflies dancing gracefully. Shi Xizhou procured a glistening egg, carefully pouring the egg white into a bowl while gently placing the yolk atop the lotus leaf. The yolk gleamed like a golden jewel, radiating an intoxicating luster. She delicately picked up a small brush and coated the fish with the egg white, as if draping them in a layer of velvety softness. She placed the ingredients from the plate into a steaming pot, where the water began to boil and steam rose gently from the pot's edge, enveloping the air in a refreshing fragrance. Fixated on the steam pot, she furrowed her brow slightly, occasionally tapping the pot lid with her bamboo knife, as if inquiring whether the ingredients were ready. At last, a hissing sound emanated from the pot, accompanied by the subtle quivering of the ingredients. Shi Xizhou swiftly turned off the heat and slowly lifted the lid. An enticing aroma wafted forth, the fragrant fish mingling with the subtle scent of the lotus leaf, evoking the sensation of a spring breeze. Tenderly, she removed the plate and set it upon the pristine marble countertop. She took a vibrant green bamboo leaf, rolling it into a small flower and placing it at the edge of the ingredients. This small flower seemed to guard the dish, adding a touch of liveliness and vibrancy. With strength, I have earned my admiration. Jiangxi Biao Ge. In my lifetime, I have committed numerous misdeeds. Encountering this photo feels like a form of absolution. Today, I did not wish to engage in temple run. There are times when I truly feel helpless, yet I do not know who can save me. Tears streaming down my face. At this moment, within the live broadcast backstage of the Interstellar Culinary Competition, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Inside the conference room, several judges were seated around a spacious round table, the atmosphere tense and heavy. Their expressions were grave, brows furrowed, as if they were troubled by a perplexing dilemma. What do you think? How should we proceed? The audience is dissatisfied with our evaluation results. A man anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Is it the audience's dissatisfaction or the troll's discontent? Such blatant manipulation. Zhao Lao, do not tell me you have not noticed. Another gentleman among the judges gently furrowed his brow, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Indeed, those online IPs are all from the same place. To claim there's no trickery, who would believe that? Xiao Yang is right. We can see through this, let alone the netizens who can uncover the slightest clue. The judges began to exchange words, one after another. Zhao Lao, the elder among the judges, fell silent for a moment, casting his gaze out the window. His eyes seemed to penetrate the glass, envisioning the competition venue in the distance. Suddenly, he withdrew his gaze. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Perhaps we can involve the audience in the evaluation process. After the program concludes, we could implement a voting segment, allowing the audience to select their favorite chef. This way, the results will be more just and transparent, effectively curbing the interference of trolls. His words plunged the other judges into contemplation. They gradually began to embrace this idea, considering it a viable solution to their predicament. However, we cannot take the lead in this matter. We should discuss it with the audience first. Additionally, we can leverage this aspect to generate some buzz, which may bring about increased attention. That buzz is not to be wasted. They chuckled softly, their eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their expressions. Ha ha, you are quite adept at maneuvering. One person ruffled his hair, smiling. The gray coat, draped over the armchair beside them, accentuated his refined physique. This topic holds tremendous potential. Through in-depth discussion and analysis, we can attract more attention and spark controversy. A glimmer of determination flickered in one individual's eyes, his words revealing a thirst for popularity. Indeed, we can approach it from various angles, presenting their insights and viewpoints. Another enthusiastically remarked, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, creating a rhythmic sound. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually eased as the judges began discussing specific operational details. They unanimously agreed that by increasing audience participation and granting everyone a voice, true fairness and justice could be achieved. The mood of the meeting became vibrant as the judges exchanged their thoughts, continuously refining and optimizing their plans. They realized that only through persistent effort could they ensure the evaluation results genuinely satisfied the audience. Chapter 132. Doubt the judges surveyed their surroundings. Their gaze fixed upon a dish presented on an exquisite porcelain plate, crafted by Shi Xizhou. The crowd focused on the young chef, their brows slightly furrowed, a sense of doubt creeping in. One judge slowly spoke. Do you believe such a creation can be deemed culinary art? His voice was laden with skepticism. I trust that after completing your dish, you have garnered the opinions of the public online, correct? What do you have to say? Shi Xizhou smiled gently, raising her head to meet the judge's gaze, her deep-set eyes revealing a flicker of confidence and resolve. She understood that her response would determine her fate in this culinary competition. Esteemed judges, Shi Xizhou began slowly, her voice clear and assured. I believe that true culinary art does not solely stem from the refinement of ingredients and the perfection of taste. It is also an expression of emotion, an art form that can resonate deeply with the heart. Her words ignited the curiosity of the judges, their attention once again drawn to Shi Xizhou's creation. They began to scrutinize the dish carefully, as if searching for the story hidden within. Shi Xizhou gracefully approached the display table, her fingers gently caressing the edge of the porcelain plate, feeling its subtle warmth. She softly closed her eyes, as if enveloped in a world entirely her own. This dish, Shi Xizhou spoke slowly, her voice imbued with mystery, is my tribute to my hometown. Each ingredient stems from memories of my childhood. Bai Niao Chao Feng is a film set against the backdrop of Huaxia's folk music art. The story unfolds in a mountain village, where the morning sun filters through sparse leaves, casting a warm golden glow upon the village. The villagers rise early, clad in simple garments, their expressions focused as they make their way to the square outside the village. In the square, an elderly artist sits upon a wooden chair, his face etched with the marks of time, yet radiating a steadfast brilliance. He holds an ancient eru, bending low to meticulously tune the strings. A deep affection flickers in his eyes, as if he is in pursuit of memories that have slowly faded with time. The villagers gather around him, their rustic charm and youthful smiles painting vivid images. Some young men, disheveled, hold wooden fish crafted from ebony, gently striking them to create rhythm. Others, elderly women, squat on the ground, holding aged paper, using charcoal to depict lively landscapes. The artist smiles faintly, plucking the strings of the eru, a melodious tune wafting through the air. The villagers, in sync with the music, begin to dance their traditional dance. Their movements are agile and fluid, each face radiating joy and pride. The enchanting music attracts a flock of birds, which soar from the distance, encircling the artist. The birds flutter gracefully, as if conversing with the music. Their song intertwines with the sound of the eru, creating a beautiful tableau. The artist's fingers glide gently over the strings, his body swaying with the melody. His gaze grows resolute. He is no longer merely an aging artist, but a guardian of traditional music. His melodies transcend the sands of time, conveying profound folk sentiments. As the music concludes, the villagers applaud and cheer, their eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. The artist rises with a smile, gently wiping away the tears from his face. He turns to leave the square, leaving behind a flock of birds soaring in the sky, as if they too were moved by his music. This tale is by Niao Chao Feng, a narrative depicting an artist conveying folk emotions through music. In this story, the scenery of the mountain village, the portrayal of the villagers, and the artist's actions are articulated with exquisite detail, allowing the audience to feel profound emotions and cultural immersion. The judges listened intently, as if witnessing Shi Xizhou's growth, sensing her deep affection for her hometown. Shi Xizhou smiled as she picked up a silver spoon, gently scooping a spoonful of soup, slowly bringing it to her lips. The temperature and flavor of the soup intertwined on her tongue, prompting profound reflections on her memories. Her gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. I believe that a true culinary masterpiece is not merely about satisfying the palate. It is also capable of evoking the innermost emotional resonance within people. This dish is a story woven from my heart and creativity, and I hope to offer each taster a unique experience. The judges fell silent, seemingly grasping the profound meaning behind Shi Xizhou's words. They savored the soup they had just tasted, feeling the emotions and stories woven within. One of the judges finally spoke up, stating, "Your explanation has prompted me to re-evaluate this dish. It is indeed more than mere sustenance. It is a conveyance of emotion. I believe that such creations truly deserve to be called gastronomy." The other judges nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Shi Xizhou's response led them to reassess their evaluation of the dish, and they too recognized that in the realm of culinary art, the creator's soul and emotions hold equal significance. At that moment, a burly gentleman rose abruptly, slamming his hands on the table, producing a sharp applause. His eyes sparkled with intensity, revealing a rugged charm. He looked at Shi Xizhou with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, saying, "If Miss Xi's words are to be taken at face value, this dish should be exquisite. However, it does not align with your palate at all. To us, this dish is utterly unpalatable." "How do you explain that?" Shi Xizhou offered a faint smile, her gaze serene, seemingly capable of piercing through to one's very heart. With delicate hands, she gently set down her fork and locked eyes with the gentleman for a moment. She then rose and walked to the center of the stage. With a gentle tone, she articulated, "Who has the authority to define food? For you, it may indeed be unappetizing, yet for others, it can equally be delightful. At least in my heart, I cherish the food I create. If one cannot enjoy their own creations, what meaning does it hold?" She turned to face the gentleman, her voice soft yet resolute, continuing, This dish was crafted specifically for you, in hopes of providing you with a unique gustatory experience. Each ingredient was meticulously chosen, and every step of the cooking process was thoroughly contemplated. Although our tastes may differ, I believe that if you savor it with an open heart, you will discover its hidden beauty. Standing on the stage, Shi Xizhou smiled gently, her gaze sweeping over the judge's discerning eyes, her heart unwavering. Her countenance exuded a sense of composure and confidence, as if she had foreseen this moment's arrival. Shi Xizhou's poise was elegant and steadfast, akin to a tall tree, unshaken by the tempests of the outside world. The judge's gazes lingered momentarily on her before shifting to the neatly arranged ingredients and tools on stage. The fresh and enticing ingredients, vibrant vegetables, and succulent meats were tantalizing to behold. The utensils exuded a refreshing metallic scent, evoking memories of delightful culinary aromas. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xizhou directed her gaze towards the judges. Her eyes sparkled with determination and passion, her voice steady and clear. Cuisine is a unique form of artistry, imbued with boundless meaning and allure. Her voice resonated in the space, like a gentle breeze, uplifting the spirits of those present. Shi Xizhou's hands gracefully caressed the ingredients on stage, as if conversing with them. Her movements were light and deft, each action fluid and purposeful. She transformed the vegetables into exquisite floral shapes and rendered the meats tender and flavorful, captivating her audience. Gastronomy is not merely an indulgence of the palate. It is a unique cultural symbol, Shi Xizhou proclaimed, her voice tinged with passion and reverence. It carries the weight of historical memory, conveys human emotions, and ignites the imagination. With a smile, she continued to elaborate on the essence of cuisine. Her voice was gentle yet powerful, akin to a clear spring, cleansing the dust from the hearts of her listeners. Through her distinctive language, she painted the allure of culinary art, enveloping her audience in a world of gastronomic wonder. As Shi Xizhou concluded her discourse, a profound silence enveloped the stage. The judges' expressions reflected astonishment and admiration. Shi Xizhou bowed slightly, offering a smile of gratitude to the judges. Her heart was resolute in its direction. Regardless of the challenges and skepticism she faced, she would persist, wielding the power of cuisine to touch each soul. One glance, and it's evident that it lacks flavor, for I have never tasted such tears. The training course supervisor. The steps are tedious. I can't manage them. Kafka. I don't know why, but from the beginning, I felt she would be the only one to taste it in the end. Huang. 100 ways to love oneself. MT. Why create so many unpalatable dishes? Haidong Bush. My tongue is unfortunate to follow him. How awkward. Wang Feiyong. This expression of flavor is truly unmatched. Hello. Once consumed, one becomes impervious to toxins. 24 months. Ascariasis. Which deity dares to reside in your belly? 2 sons and a daughter. It looks simple, but once attempted, it fails. And may I ask which regulation states that one cannot create visually unappealing dishes that may taste unpleasant to you? Isn't the appearance zone merely a concession to those who can only craft aesthetics? Is not the brilliance of the appearance zone found solely in its visual appeal? Shi Xizhou's tone shifted, becoming incisive. A hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes as her voice dropped to a low, steely timbre, imbued with unwavering confidence. The corners of her mouth curved upward slightly. Isn't the emergence of the appearance zone intended to offer everyone a visual delight? Before the advent of taste-sharing devices, was not the most immediate impression visual? If I were to craft a dish that resembled true refuse in its ugliness, even if it were as delectable as a divine elixir, few would dare to taste it. Thus, the pursuit of beauty should be the eternal goal and conviction of every chef. Upon encountering disparaging remarks about her from Gubake and Tongtong online, Shi Xizhou was aware that someone was undoubtedly scheming behind the scenes. Seated in the lounge, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her pallid visage. She clutched her device tightly, her gaze fixed on the screen as malicious comments and aggressive critiques flooded in. A heaviness weighed upon her heart, as if enveloped in a thick shroud of gloom. Tongtong sat beside her, his eyes darting across Shi Xizhou's face, filled with concern. He gently patted her shoulder, attempting to offer solace. Yet he knew that he could not directly intervene in the current predicament, cutting off all communication. Had they severed ties with the trolls at the outset, perhaps the situation could have been salvaged. However, now too many were aware, rendering the plan utterly unfeasible. Silencing everyone would only amplify their internal protests. It is better to navigate than to obstruct, a truth that has stood the test of time. The file system cannot resolve issues of data redundancy and independence, whereas a database can. Any two tuples in the same relational model cannot be completely identical. SQL has two modes of usage: interactive SQL and embedded SQL. Database integrity refers to the correctness and compatibility of the database. The deletion anomaly in relational normalization refers to the unintended deletion of data that should not be removed. Natural join is an effective method for forming new relations. Generally, when performing a natural join on relations R and S must share one or more common attributes. What are you doing up there? Welcome to the final examination scope of the e-commerce department of the e-commerce academy. Please memorize the above knowledge, fill your brain with it, and perhaps you might pass. The person upstairs has gone mad, no doubt. Fun. The ethereal essence of the fairy-like alpaca Jie is driving me mad, with a dark expression. Zhu Qing Qing. The main theme is to play unpredictably, disrupting his rhythm. Qiu Feng. Is there anyone cool and edgy interested in joining the mad group? In relational algebra operations, the 5 fundamental operations are union, decomposition, selection, projection, and Cartesian product. No attribute in the relational model can be further decomposed. The operation that consumes the most time in relational operations is the Cartesian product. Mania. Esteemed friend Hu Wei. I have discovered a humorous comment today. Please take a moment to review it when you can. Wishing you well. Chao. Feng. The prosperous version, those who enjoy the whimsical literary style. May I add you? I really like this. Ka Tianqing, rejecting cliches with a mischievous smile. Chapter 133. To Xiang Xin, stirring up trouble. Ha! If you think I possess only this little ability, then you truly underestimate me. Liu Bei observed the situation, feeling somewhat displeased internally. Yet the current scenario was to her satisfaction. After all, Xiang Xin had yet to make a move. I hope you can withstand the impending attacks. Liu Bei sneered, her eyes flashing with confidence and indifference. She slowly surveyed her surroundings, the light casting upon her, highlighting her prominent nose and sharp chin, further accentuating her keen eyes. She slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly contemplating her next course of action. Meanwhile, Xiang Xin naturally recognized that the opportunity to secretly undermine Shi Xizhou had arrived. Do not blame me for being impolite. In the evolution of database management technology, there have been stages of manual management, file systems, and database systems. Among these stages, the database system phase possesses the highest level of independence. The conceptual model of a database is independent of specific machines and DBMS. He opened a keyboard and pressed the Enter key, immediately displaying several videos concerning Xiang Xizhou, including scenes of audience members being hospitalized after consuming food made by Xizhou. Xiang Xin chuckled, uploading this segment online with a caption, "Miss Sure, you truly broaden one's horizons." He vowed that should Xizhou ever reclaim the top position, he would not bear the surname Xiang. After completing these actions, Xiang Xin swiftly composed a message to Liu Bei. The language used to define and describe the logical structure of a database is known as the database schema description language. A database is a structured collection of data stored within a computer. The core of a database system is the database management system. The characteristics of a database system include data sharing, reduced data independence, minimized data redundancy, prevention of data inconsistency, and enhanced data protection. Qin Lu. I am particularly bored at the moment and will respond innocently to any questions. Do not be bored, come study databases with me. A relational system that supports relational database structures, allowing for projection and natural join operations without requiring the definition of any physical access paths, is referred to as a minimal relational system. Attributes in a candidate key can consist of one or more. The decomposition of a relational schema is not unique. A relational schema that eliminates partial functional dependencies must be in 2 nanofarads. Gubakher fixed his gaze upon the screen, displaying the rolling barrage of comments. His brows furrowed, revealing an unmistakable blend of anger and confusion. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the fury within, yet the pent-up frustration churned within his chest. Gubakher's eyes drifted outside the window of the arena, revealing a vast expanse of wilderness. The lush green grass, vibrant flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze created a serene scene. He inhaled the fresh air, attempting to disperse his anger with the wind. Yet the inner turmoil simmered like molten lava, refusing to cool. His fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a sound that was both futile and heavy. He yearned to express his dissatisfaction, to convey to these individuals their ignorance and rashness, yet words seemed inadequate to articulate his inner pain. The person behind this, employing such petty tactics, is utterly ridiculous. It is laughable that so many believe this. Truly, it is beyond absurd. Gubakher turned around, fatigue evident in his demeanor, his eyes reflecting a heaviness and resignation. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and silently prayed for the tempest of anger to subside swiftly. Everyone need not worry. I believe we will resolve this matter. A mere triviality of public opinion. Watch me handle it effortlessly. Gulurlur recognized the urgency of the situation and the suppressed feelings among the others, speaking out to comfort them. If it comes to that, we must first identify who is spreading the rumors. Since Shi Xizhou emerged from the barren star, few are aware of her existence, meaning her enemies are virtually non-existent. Therefore, our next step is to expel the participants from the interstellar culinary competition. While searching, if necessary, we can broaden our scope. This enemy claims to have emerged suddenly. Yet some preparations were evidently made beforehand, suggesting they have been monitoring Shi Xizhou from the start. She has only participated in 2 competitions, the exterior and comprehensive zones. We will first exclude the exterior and then the comprehensive. Gulurlura paused. I have a suspect. Perhaps we should prioritize investigating her. Upon hearing this, Gubakura looked up. Who exactly is it? You have a suspect and did not inform us sooner? Gulurlura shrugged. I am merely speculating, but I believe that person is the most suspicious. Gubakura responded. If that is the case, is there even a need for an investigation? Gulurlura countered, of course. We must investigate thoroughly. Gubakura returned to the computer. The barrage of comments surged once more. However, this time, he was no longer filled with rage, but rather with determination and rationality. He resolved to counter these malicious slanders with his words and perspectives, employing wisdom and knowledge to refute the spread of rumors. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, akin to a dedicated musician playing his composition. Each letter and punctuation mark was meticulously chosen, each sentence imbued with contemplative power. His upright posture radiated the resolute determination in his eyes. He was no longer the enraged Gavakur, but a valiant warrior fighting for the truth. Calmness enveloped Gavakur once more. He understood that with reason and courage, he could conquer the turmoil of rumors and bring the truth to a wider audience. At that moment, the organizer emerged from the office, his countenance dreadfully grim, oblivious to the quietly perceptive Tong Tong who had approached. His mind was consumed by a surge of anger that Xiang Xin dared to exploit his account for mischief. He would undoubtedly uncover the truth and provide them with a spectacle. The organizer never anticipated that in a moment of carelessness, his account would be usurped and used to incite chaos online. While they welcomed debate, the source of this contention, stemming from their internal personnel, was intolerable to the organizer. He had not foreseen that the young boy he once admired, filled with passion for culinary arts, had transformed into this. He vividly recalled that youthful face, still fresh in his memory. He distinctly remembered the words he had spoken. Teacher, I will strive diligently in culinary studies to become a qualified chef. Teacher, what do you think of my sculpture? Does it not look truly beautiful? Teacher, could you please taste this? Should I add more sweetness or more spice? Or perhaps a blend of sweet and spicy or sweet and sour? Teacher, do you think I can become a good chef? Thank you immensely, dear teacher. I am truly grateful to you. Without your guidance, I would have never ventured into the culinary world, and might have starved long ago. Teacher, please accept me as your student. I have called you teacher so many times. Surely you can acknowledge me. Am I not an adorable child? Please take me in. I promise to diligently learn all the culinary knowledge from you. He recalls when he first met that child, back when he was wearing tattered clothes. It is surprising that he has not even passed the preliminary round and is now causing such a commotion. Alas, I truly hope it is not you. He lifted his gaze to survey those around him, his heart growing heavier. Tong Tong caught his words and her eyes darted. Could they still be colluding? How despicable. Devoid of any conscience. All of them are villains, bad people, truly wicked. Tong Tong angrily ran back to where Gu Bake and the others were. I must expose all of you wicked individuals. No one shall bully Zhou Zhou. Those who do are villains, bad people, truly wicked. And I shall become a messenger of justice to judge you all. Observing the escalating online discourse, Shi Xizhou was convinced that he had intentionally exposed this matter. Shi Xizhou would undoubtedly be furious, wishing to exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon them. He eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Shi Xizhou gazed at Shi Xizhou on the screen, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He could almost envision Shi Xizhou's expression of anguish. Just then, he received a message from his agent. Are you still the same? This question left Shi Xizhou somewhat shaken. Indeed, is he still the same? It was known that when Shi Xizhou first sparked interest online, the agent had urged him to swiftly bring Shi Xizhou down, using public opinion to ruin a newcomer. Yet now, despite the absence of any direct benefit between them, he still ruthlessly targeted Shi Xizhou. A sense of confusion washed over Shi Xizhou. Once, he had declared with righteous conviction to his agent that chefs should share knowledge with one another. Yet now he found himself complicit in wrongdoing. If revenge were to be sought, it should be against his company, which had usurped his position and destroyed his reputation, and not against Shi Xizhou, who had no connection to the matter. However, with Liu Beibei's provocation, he found himself overwhelmed with malice, directing it toward a newcomer he had once supported. Having spent many years on the food street, he was well aware of the intricate machinations surrounding the interstellar competition. The judges' scores significantly influenced the overall results. There had been instances of contestants engaging in public opinion battles. However, this was the first time he engaged in such a battle himself. In the past, contestants had even resorted to tearing each other down, exposing personal matters, family situations, and academic standings, with some even going so far as to bring genetics into the fray. A sense of guilt welled up within Shi Xizhou. Shi Xizhou, when did you become this way? If this matter is uncovered, the likelihood of your downfall will only increase. He was acutely aware of the repercussions if this incident were to be exposed. There had been previous contestants who had been caught in similar scandals, facing penalties ranging from disqualification to outright expulsion from the culinary world, rendering them unable to pursue a career as chefs for the rest of their lives. Contemplating this, Shi Xizhou could not help but smile wryly. Even if this matter goes undiscovered, my future in the culinary field would be nearly non-existent, leading to a life devoid of prospects. How could I not harbor resentment? Should this competition conclude, returning to the company would only mean becoming a mere stepping stone. And due to Su Ji's presence, he might even be expelled from the company altogether, facing a complete industry ban. Alas, everyone, look at the forum. There's another new scoop. What? Hurry, let me in on the gossip. It's about Shi Xizhou. Wasn't there someone saying that the food she prepared sent people to the hospital? Now videos of those hospitalized have been leaked on the forum. Don't even say it. After reading the forum, I can't believe it. How could there be food poisoning caused by online data? What online data? This sounds like science fiction. Although I was indeed shocked when I first tried her food, it was never to the extent of needing hospitalization. This rumor is utterly ridiculous. As a fan of Shi Xizhou, I must say this incident is indeed real. While we are equally shocked and unsure of how it happened, it is a fact, and I cannot deny it. Shi Xizhou and her company have issued apologies online. I remember that the troublesome trolls who spread rumors online were also implicated. Didn't they say that Shi Xizhou had someone backing her? Why is the uproar reaching this level now? Where are her supporters? They better come forward and apprehend those who spread these rumors. Why are you fans so contradictory? Weren't you just saying this incident was true? Now you're claiming it's a rumor. Which of your eyes saw me change my stance? I said that aside from this incident, there are others who spread falsehoods. Besides, we all know this matter to be true. We aren't denying it. Since the organizers have invited Shi Xizhou to compete, they certainly will investigate the matter. Organizers. At that time, we truly did not investigate. Who could have predicted this? Chapter 134. The male lead takes action. Nanfeng's gaze fell upon the screen. Knowing full well that the netizens were referring to him, it seemed that if he did not intervene soon, his reputation as an interstellar commander would be tarnished by these online trolls. A resolute determination flickered in Nanfeng's eyes. The light from the holographic device illuminated his steadfast face. He understood the dangers of online harassment. Those dark forces lurking behind the virtual veil should not exploit the lives of any citizen. Such malevolent entities should not wreak havoc on the internet. Today, he would put an end to this phenomenon and unveil the true identities of those manipulating the situation. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng moved to a secluded corner, activating the holographic keyboard. Complex codes sprang onto the screen like a series of silent passwords, awaiting his interpretation. His eyes remained locked on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed, as he knew this was a battle of intellect and technology. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He detected an anomaly. He swiftly analyzed the structure of the code, gradually approaching the core of the truth. Time slipped away in his hands, yet he showed no signs of pausing. His technical skills had reached an extraordinary level, like grasping light in the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes was quietly watching him from behind, but Nanfeng remained oblivious, engrossed in the code. The rapid clicking of his fingertips against the keyboard echoed like a race against time. He sensed that an enemy from the virtual realm behind him was attempting to flee from his pursuit. Finally, amidst the mist of code, Nanfeng discovered a clue. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and a faint smile graced his lips. Now, only one final step remained before he could unveil the true identity of this mysterious individual. With unwavering determination, Nanfeng reached for his phone and pressed the dial key. His voice was resolute and calm. "Call the cyber police. I wish to see who is causing trouble here." After hanging up, Nanfeng immersed himself once more before his luminous screen, entirely focused. He was determined to expose the figure lurking in the shadows and bring them to justice. Soon, an ID appeared on the screen. In another room, Shi Xizhou stood nervously in a corner, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His face was etched with anxiety and fear, his brows furrowed tightly, and his hands clenched into fists. His disheveled black coat hung loosely around him, conveying a sense of urgency. As a large red exclamation mark loomed on the screen, Shi Xizhou realized that he had utterly lost this time. Watching the red mark grow larger, his heart raced, and he gripped the light gun in his pocket, bracing himself for any impending danger. The door creaked open, allowing a sliver of dim light to seep in. A tall figure appeared in the doorway, clad in a black coat, his face obscured by sunglasses. Shi Xizhou stared anxiously at the man before him, his voice trembling. "Who are you and what do you want?" Even at this moment, a flicker of hope lingered within Shi Xizhou, wishing that this man had simply made a wrong turn. The stranger smiled slightly and sauntered into the small room, his gaze holding a hint of mockery, as if toying with the man's fate. Shi Xizhou bit his lip, trembling slightly but showing no signs of retreat. His heart pounded like a drum, and he took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within. His feet instinctively moved back, yet his eyes remained fixed on the stranger, warily awaiting his response. The stranger approached him slowly, his eyes deep and enigmatic. He gently removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of piercing eyes that exuded a chilling aura. The man's heart jolted as he felt the shadow of death gradually enveloping him. The stranger regarded Shi Xizhou with disdain and spoke in a cold, mocking tone. "Did you think you could escape? Rest assured, I will not let you off the hook." Sensing the ominous turn of events, Shi Xizhou drew his light gun and fired. The man effortlessly sidestepped. "Mr. Shi Xizhou, I am a cyber police officer investigating this case. I advise you to surrender immediately and come with us, or we will be forced to arrest you for resisting." Upon hearing the man's identity, Xiang Xinxin felt a chill run down his spine. With the cyber police already involved, no matter how he tried to escape, it would be futile, and he could not possibly evade the authorities. Fine, I'll go with you, he sighed, casting a final, deep glance back at the room as he left. His dreams had ultimately withered here. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the judges once more, Shi Xizhou straightened her posture, gripping her hands tightly, and fixed her resolute gaze upon the assembly. The competition rules do not explicitly state that we must create delicious dishes. Why can't I proceed in this manner? Since there are already regulations in place, why must we seek loopholes within them? If you believe my approach is flawed, why not clearly outline in the rules? Instead, just as I am on the verge of winning, you raise issues. I refuse to be defined, just as culinary art should not be confined to definitions. 1,000 readers may have 1,000 interpretations of Harry Potter, and 1,000 mouths can possess 1,000 different taste preferences. Why impose your perspective to define another S? If you truly care about the flavor of my dish, I must question the logic of this competition, as well as its fairness. If that's the case, then other contestants should cease competing altogether. Regardless of which section they participate in, as long as they produce a dish, they can be scrutinized based on that alone. Why not transform this into a debate or discussion forum instead? Wouldn't that yield higher participation? Shi Xizhou's tone grew increasingly sharp, leaving the audience somewhat speechless. What is happening? Suddenly, they can't find their voices. It hurts. My throat is sore. I can't speak. Chokung. That makes sense. It's quite reasonable. Soon, the host received information from the official side. Ahem, we have received a message from the authorities. Please look at the big screen. And those in the live broadcast room, please check the external video. The man who had arrested Xiang Xinxin appeared on the screen. With a serious tone, he announced, "Hello, everyone. I am a cyber order maintenance officer, and I would like to clarify the recent online incident." Upon seeing that the authorities were finally taking action, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of relief. This competition had already frayed her nerves. She wished she could wield a machine gun and eliminate all the troublesome individuals around her. Each one of them seemed to create chaos instead of contributing meaningfully, deserving of elimination. The cyber officer, with his close-cropped black hair and faintly yellowish pupils, sat straight and solemn, resembling a statue of authority. He revealed that Xiang Xinxin had been behind the orchestration of the online army. However, he refrained from mentioning Liu Bei, as they lacked concrete evidence against her. Without evidence, they could not scrutinize the suspect, and to ensure citizens' safety and privacy, even with their disdain for Liu Bei, they had to uphold individual privacy rights. This revelation ignited a flurry of comments in the chat. Who was he talking about? Xiang Xinxin? Did he not withdraw from the first round? How is there still a follow-up? No way, how could this happen? Is it really that cunning? No wonder the previous comments were so late. It turns out someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Truly despicable. Yet, it has indeed enriched the competition, reducing the control of the online army. In a normal live broadcast, many would have been banned or investigated by now. There is no conflict of interest between the two. Why did it only surface now? One of them has no path left in the competition. Why target them just before the final match? If there was hostility from the start, why not strike when Shi Xizhou chose the appearance-based competition? It feels illogical. I also find that unreasonable. They have had minimal interaction throughout the competition. Even if there were conflicts, it shouldn't have escalated to this point. Furthermore, I feel that the cyber officer alluded to the presence of others who may hold the true reason. Then why not expose that individual? Perhaps there is no evidence? It appears that there is a lack of evidence. To be precise, there is no substantial proof that could condemn him. After all, the internet police are responsible for maintaining order while also safeguarding the rights of individuals, ensuring that those who are victims of online harassment receive protection, and that ordinary people are not subjected to such attacks. If the other person has not yet been uncovered, will similar incidents continue to arise? Rest assured, our police force is quite reliable. Although they may not be able to find evidence swiftly or apprehend the other individual immediately, they will continue their thorough investigation following the conclusion of the competition. Thus, it is only after the competition has ended that we arrive at this conclusion. What intrigues me further is the impact this situation will have on the upcoming matches. Could it potentially alter the outcomes of the competition? Indeed, this matter significantly influences audience sentiment. I find myself somewhat repulsed by her. Even if there is distaste, it is unavoidable. Some individuals come online seeking relaxation. Yet this controversy leaves them emotionally drained. I truly wonder about the mindset of those who lash out. Their own unhappiness drives them to attack others. The internet can be quite terrifying. One can easily fall victim to online harassment due to a single comment or action. Even the slightest misstep can provoke their ire. Would abstaining from the internet and refraining from downloading social media applications shield one from such online vitriol? While technological advancements may present benefits, they are invariably accompanied by certain drawbacks. At times, it feels as though no single snowflake is innocent when an avalanche descends. What a frightening scenario. What purpose does such slander serve? I fail to comprehend why Xiang Xin would engage in such behavior. There have been blemishes in the past, particularly during his tenure as a chef, when certain steps were concealed, resulting in a catastrophic incident that left his peers disfigured. How audacious to act in such a manner. Malicious intentions indeed lurk beneath the surface. As the saying goes, when a wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. I cannot comment further. Yet my sole desire now is to ascertain the results of the competition. In the forthcoming events, it is likely that we will not be permitted to participate in the scoring process. I recall previous instances where online audiences were prohibited from voting to prevent scores from being maliciously manipulated. You are correct. We will not be involved in the scoring this time, but rather we will engage more professional judges to provide critiques. Some judges, whose personal biases might influence their assessments, will be hypnotized beforehand to ensure they forget these matters before giving their evaluations. To ensure fairness in the competition, any such incidents will invoke more stringent remedial measures in the future. This issue is not confined to culinary contests. It extends to various technology competitions and mech battles as well. I can only hope that the upcoming events proceed safely. Closing the light brain, Yin Yuhang held a blade of grass in his mouth, raising a secretive, marked map, his finger tracing a coordinate that had been circled multiple times. This coordinate represents one of their primary objectives for this journey. They must locate energy sources there to assist the pirates' ship operations. While eavesdropping on Nanfeng earlier, Yin Yuhang became increasingly aware of his identity as the commander of the 1st Military District. It would be utterly laughable for such a high-ranking official to venture here solely because of an individual or a culinary competition. Surely, there must be far more significant resources on this planet, perhaps even the most crucial energy source for their expedition. Under hypnosis, Yin Yuhang did not consider another possibility, that there might be even more terrifying entities on this planet, such as the Zerg Queen. He wished to leverage Nanfeng's status to better pinpoint the location of the energy source. Chapter 135, A Journey of 2 or 3 miles soon. The results of the competition were announced. The champion was Shi Xizhou. Upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, she quickly realized a more pressing issue. Tianti was missing. What is Tianti? She is the Zerg Queen. This situation is dire. A chilling thought crossed Shi Xizhou's mind. Had she finally discovered what she sought, only to fall into the hands of the Zerg? As she rushed out to search for Tianti, she felt a sudden chill on her back. Just as she turned, a swift hand struck the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. After spending so long together, I feel a twinge of reluctance. This suggestion was your brainchild. Hee, I was just joking. Shi Xizhou struggled to open her eyes, feeling dizzy. The moment she moved, she realized her entire body was bound. In fact, her movement tightened the restraints further. What was happening? Her eyes were tightly covered, and she attempted to rub the blindfold off through friction. Yet, the bindings held her firmly in place, making escape impossible. She couldn't even lower her head. What was going on? Wasn't she just about to find Tianti? Could this truly be a plot of the Zerg? Shi Xizhou took a moment to calm herself, trying to clarify her thoughts. As she sank deeper into despair, she recalled a familiar voice from the past. Who could it be? Shi Xizhou attempted to call out in her mind, Tong Tong? Tong Tong? Are you there? Tong Tong? Yet, her once vibrant thoughts now echoed with silence, as desolate as a dead sea. She hesitated to contemplate the gravity of the situation. If the Zerg were indeed colluding with the outside world, the ensuing circumstances would be extremely unfavorable. She had been kidnapped, and Tong Tong was unreachable. At that moment, she felt the ropes binding her limbs tighten further, even the cord around her neck constricting alarmingly, making it difficult for her to breathe. Was she truly destined to die here? Shi Xizhou fought against the growing weakness in her body, but ultimately, she could no longer withstand it and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yin Yuhang stroked his chin, watching Shi Xizhou's actions with great interest. Once she fully lost consciousness, he pressed a button to loosen the ropes, remarking, "It seems our esteemed chef harbors quite a few secrets." Lian expressed his disappointment. If it weren't for Nanfeng currently contacting the military, we would have no idea where those two little ones have gone. We truly cannot act so easily. But now we will miss the chance to witness her receive the champion's trophy. If we wait too long, we may not get the opportunity to escape. While I was tracking Nanfeng, he must have noticed. Did you not see how many more eyes suddenly appeared around her? They're definitely watching us. What a pity. We should not have rushed. Yin Yuhang shook his head in regret, though the smile on his lips betrayed no true sense of sorrow. Considering their purpose for being here, Yin Yuhang felt a twinge of worry. Initially, we planned to utilize Nanfeng to find the energy source alongside them, but it seems we must seek it ourselves now. Lian disagreed with his perspective. We can also draw them out, catch them unawares, wait for the right moment, and seize the opportunity. Yin Yuhang was left speechless by Li An's haphazard stringing together of idioms. What is it? Do you have a new idea? Of course. Now we shall simply watch the unfolding drama. How about you? Any news on your end? None. Those two have vanished. Could it be that they're behind this? Increase manpower for the search. We must locate Shi Xizhou. Oh no, those two little ones have also gone missing. What? Nanfeng, who was aware of Tong Tong and Tian Tian's true identities, felt a sudden pang of alarm at this news. Allowing the insectoids to roam freely would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen chaos. However, if he were to openly disclose their existence to others, it would incite unnecessary panic among the populace. Nanfeng furrowed his brow and instructed, "Inform the team to urgently locate that little girl. She harbors certain extraordinary secrets. If found, do not alert the others, as it may provoke unwarranted conflict." Understood. The subordinates replied respectfully before departing. Leaning back in his chair, Nanfeng pondered deeply, his fingers lightly tapping the table. As thoughts of Tian crossed his mind, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. What external force could suddenly have targeted them? Moreover, the two men acquainted with Guye were exceedingly suspicious. If this were indeed the work of the insectoids, there would be no need to abduct two strangers. Was there another motive at play? After a prolonged contemplation, a faint smile crept across his lips. From the moment he encountered those two, he had sensed something amiss about them. Consequently, he had utilized tracking materials developed in the first military district's laboratory to implant a device within each of them. This radioactive element, despite its commonality throughout the galaxy, would remain undetectable as it blended with the surrounding mist. However, the modified version from the lab differed from ordinary radiation. It could be tracked using laboratory scanning equipment to ascertain the whereabouts of those two individuals. Yet, this information could not be disclosed to the subordinates, as it constituted a classified tracking method of the first military district. All he could do now was hope that the insectoid queen would refrain from causing any disturbances. This technology would be of no use to the insectoids. Thus, the queen's current location remained a perilous enigma, the implications of which could detonate at any moment. Meanwhile, the insectoid queen, whom Nanfeng was concerned about, surprisingly exhibited a semblance of restraint. Despite having abducted Tong Tong, she had not inflicted any harm upon him. "What should we do now?" one of her subjects inquired. "I still cannot absorb this one. Perhaps we should dispose of him, but where? It's troubling." Another insectoid reminded their queen, "If we do not decide how to handle him soon, he will awaken." Tian interjected, "Am I not aware of that? I overheard that those two individuals seem to be seeking some kind of energy. Why not follow them and, when the time comes, devour them all for ourselves?" Tian endeavored to strategize for maximum gain, yet her efforts proved futile, as she could not devise a solution. At this moment, Tong Tong regained consciousness, groggily shaking his head. He was bombarded by a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Where is he? It was so noisy and bothersome. He struggled to sit up, utterly bewildered, recalling that he had intended to find Zhou. Ah, he remembered. It was the insectoids. He distinctly remembered how, when he tried to reach out to Zhou, an insect had suddenly appeared, ensnaring him with its mental force and rendering him unconscious. As he attempted to establish a telepathic connection with Zhou, a grotesque insectoid visage loomed before him. This creature, reminiscent of a fly, was dark and covered in enlarged hairs, its eyes adorned with unfamiliar patterns. "You are awake." The insectoid hissed, its sharp voice exacerbating Tong Tong's already throbbing head. "What do you intend to do?" Tong Tong demanded angrily. "Wicked insectoids, you dare to break your promise. Release me at once, or I will unleash all my mental power and perish alongside you." The insectoid seized Tong Tong by his collar and presented him before the queen. "You have one chance to rephrase your words. Please, commence your performance." Tong Tong felt utterly embarrassed. In this predicament, he needed to think quickly. How could he escape? His eyes scanned the dimly lit, sealed stone cavern, the oppressive atmosphere seemingly mocking his plight. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in his ears, each thump echoing within his mind. He clutched a stone tightly, its texture providing a smidgen of reassurance, albeit a fleeting one, as it was merely what he had picked up from the ground. "Where is Zhou?" Tong Tong asked nervously, fearing that she might also have been captured. Suddenly, Tian had an epiphany. "Oh dear, how could they bind you like this? Someone quickly release him." Tong Tong was perplexed by the insectoid's intentions. The nearby insectoid, similarly confused, complied silently and began to unbind him. Tian leaned closer to Tong Tong. "I wanted to return home to find a gift for Cici to congratulate her on her award, but I was unsure what to give. I didn't expect them to bring you here. I'm so sorry about that." She squinted her eyes, inching closer to him, one hand pressing on his arm while the other gently patted his shoulder, whispering softly in his ear. Sensing Tong Tong's rigidity, Tian smiled contentedly. "You agree with me, don't you?" Tong Tong, feeling an ominous aura, widened his eyes in panic. Oh, I see. It's a misunderstanding then. Let us clarify this." "As long as you understand," Tian replied cheerfully. "Absolutely. I completely understand." Tong Tong gulped nervously. At that moment, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, unable to move an inch. "Wicked insectoid, if you dare, release your mental power. Have the audacity to face me one-on-one with all your kind here. I dare you. Then hurry and find it, so we can return quickly. Otherwise, Zhou will be worried. Run. I want to escape. Release me." Tong Tong lamented inwardly. All right, here, what do you think of this gemstone? A blue crystal with mental energy. Keeping it close will sustain your spirit. What do you think?" Tian offered a blue gemstone from her hand, her tone laden with inquiry. Is this creature truly genuine? Tong Tong felt a surge of skepticism. Yet, the unfolding events left him dizzy, and he reluctantly acquiesced. It's truly wonderful. Zhou will surely adore it. The subsequent developments surpassed his expectations, as this creature actually took him along. At that moment, Tong Tong found himself clinging to Tian as she soared towards Shi Xizhou's home. The scenery around him whizzed by in a blur, rendering specific details indistinguishable. Yet, he could feel the wind howling past him, bringing with it a biting chill. Tong Tong attempted to open his eyes, but the force of the wind made him tear up, forcing him to shut them tightly and surrender to the darkness. The swift descent compelled him to cling tightly to Tian's massive form, fearing he might plummet. He nearly wished to embed himself within the insectoid's body. "I will definitely report this to Zhou." A strong resolve surged within Tong Tong. "It seems you are afraid of heights." Tian pondered, feeling the presence of someone behind her. Tian's wings fluttered vigorously, each flutter creating a gentle breeze. Tong Tong felt this gust, nearly losing her balance in the wind. On their way back, Tong Tong attempted to reach Shi Xizhou, but found no response from him. Time ticked away, and her anxiety grew. Despite her discomfort, she signaled Tian to hasten, hoping they could return swiftly. Tian increased her speed, causing Tong Tong's hair, which she had conjured, to be swept away in the wind, flailing wildly. Xizhou, where are you? Xizhou, Xizhou. Tong tried once more to contact Shi Xizhou, yet still received no reply. Her heart sank as she struggled to comprehend why Shi Xizhou had suddenly gone silent. After all, the perilous insect tribe was lurking just beneath her. Tong's thoughts spiraled, filled with worry and unease. Was there an unusual circumstance that prevented Shi Xizhou from responding? She resolved to find Shi Xizhou quickly and uncover what had transpired. As they journeyed home, her tension escalated. She was uncertain of what she would encounter. She simply hoped her fears were unwarranted. Perhaps Xizhou was merely asleep. Perhaps. Chapter 136. A clash at first sight as Nanfeng was organizing the sequence of subsequent searches. An alarm blared. He drew his light gun and moved towards the sound. On Tiantian's back, Tong's hair was disheveled, her eyes glistening with urgency. However, as soon as Tong spoke, Tian flung her off, propelling herself and the insect towards Nanfeng. Nanfeng, donned in his gear, faced Tian without a hint of retreat. The two adversaries, one human and one insect, clashed with hostility. Their long-standing enmity ignited anew, a conflict centuries in the making demanding resolution. Tian struck first. Damn humans, attack. The sight of Nanfeng's attire triggered memories of an irreconcilable hatred between humans and insects, and this time, Tian was unwilling to let the opportunity slip by. Oh, is that so? Then let me see what you are capable of. Nanfeng retorted as he engaged in combat. The battle erupted with crackling sounds. Both combatants moving like lightning toward each other. If you wish to challenge me, you must first prove your worth. Tian was equally unyielding. They swiftly became entangled. Tian's attacks fierce and relentless, while Nanfeng maintained a more relaxed demeanor, opting for ranged assaults to evade direct contact. Tian, endowed with numerous eyes, could observe every move her opponent made without blind spots. Her tough black scales, wings, and 8 legs coordinated seamlessly in their offensive maneuvers. Ascending higher, she surveyed Nanfeng's actions, her eyes meticulously dissecting every subtle movement, akin to a humanoid computer capable of preemptive analysis. Although the insect tribe possessed formidable strength, their moves lacked finesse. While they were tall and robust, their defensive capabilities were impressive. They were outmatched by Nanfeng's mechanized light gun. Bang! Bang! The light gun fired toward her eyes, which served as both a powerful weapon for observing enemies and her greatest vulnerability. Consequently, Tian had to flap her wings to dodge the shots. The light gun transformed light energy into kinetic energy, propelling it towards her adversary. Damn it! Tian seethed, furiously swinging her 8 limbs. Nanfeng sidestepped, redirecting the gun towards the ground, using the recoil to leap and deliver a kick to Tian's body. She quickly raised her arms to block, trying to withstand the force. Yet Tian did not relent. Instead, she utilized the momentum to reposition herself. Nanfeng seized the chance to close in, firing continuously and striking her chest and abdomen, forcing her back. Tian roared in fury, cursed human. I will tear you apart today. Though there is a saying that villains perish from excessive chatter, a sufficiently powerful villain can still frolic about despite their verbosity. Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, reminiscent of a predatory beast. She bared her sharp teeth, the overhead light casting eerie shadows that accentuated her terrifying form. Suddenly, Tian flapped her wings with breathtaking speed, her figure darting like a flash of lightning, astonishingly swift. She lunged at Nanfeng like a fierce tiger, agilely weaving through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. Before Nanfeng could react, an overwhelming force slammed him against the wall. The metallic surface cracked, fissures spiderwebbing across it, stained with crimson blood, vibrant as ink on paper. Nanfeng groaned in agony, his body mercilessly pinned to the wall, the intense pain making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Sweat beaded on his forehead, resembling glistening pearls against his pale complexion, as blood trickled from the corners of his tightly closed mouth, reminiscent of a vivid stream. Damn it! The atmosphere was thick with tension. the air saturated with the metallic scent of blood. Nanfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the torment of his body. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet unable to mask his suffering. Nanfeng's breaths grew heavy and rapid, his chest rising and falling violently with each inhale. He struggled to open his bloodshot eyes, gazing ahead as if searching for a glimmer of hope. Time seemed to stand still, the room filled only with Nanfeng's muffled groans. He wrestled alone in this confined space, akin to a trapped beast, unable to escape the wall's confines. Tian stood before Nanfeng, her gaze icy and filled with disdain and mockery. Her eyes reignited with the fervor of battle, yearning for more bloodshed and the thrill of combat. Transforming into human form, she mercilessly pressed her foot onto Nanfeng's chest, inflicting endless suffering. In that moment, Tian embodied the queen of the battlefield, every action radiating power and authority. A hint of a victorious smile graced her lips, as if proclaiming her triumph. Her fingers twitched slightly, seemingly anticipating her next assault. Nanfeng gasped for breath, his expression a mixture of calm and concern. I never expected this insect queen to have recovered to such a degree. If left unchecked, she will undoubtedly wreak havoc across the stars. His heart brimmed with unyielding resolve. He understood that this galaxy required the protection of all its inhabitants, including himself, and their collective efforts were essential for rejuvenation. Determined, he vowed to eliminate this wretched insect tribe. He subsequently transformed his light gun into a light sword, fiercely launching an attack towards Tian in human form. Caught off guard, Tian found herself pinned to the ground. The tide of battle shifted once more. Tian struggled mightily, writhing in an attempt to break free from Nanfeng's grasp, her throat yearning to emit a growl, but she forcibly swallowed it down. As Nanfeng prepared to strike, the two were on the brink of an endless confrontation. Tong, who had remained silent until now, dashed forward, positioning herself in front of Tian, rapidly activating her protective shield, and shouted, "Stop! Don't fight anymore! Where's Xizhou? Let us first cease hostilities and focus on locating Xizhou. Finding people is of utmost importance. I need people. Listen closely, everyone. Where's my Xizhou? I need people." Tong felt a profound sense of despair. Nanfeng was taken aback. "What do you mean? Do you suggest that Shi Xizhou's disappearance has no connection to her? Then why did you both vanish simultaneously? Isn't that an extraordinary coincidence?" Tong was momentarily stunned. This rhetorical question left his mind blank. Nanfeng coldly remarked, "Insect Queen, what exactly is going on?" Nanfeng pondered internally. If Shi Xizhou's kidnapping was devoid of insect involvement, their troubles would be somewhat alleviated. However, this remained mere speculation, and the truth would eventually unfold in due time. For now, their primary objective was to locate Shi Xizhou. With that thought, Nanfeng directed his gaze toward the insect horde ahead. He spoke in a low voice, uncertain if the queen could enlighten him on Shi Xizhou's current whereabouts. Tian smiled sweetly. "Oh, so now you're willing to retreat? Why didn't you do so earlier?" Although Tian's words suggested a dismissive attitude, she nonetheless employed her psychic abilities to scan the area thoroughly. Yet, no traces were found. "Strange, not here?" Tong said to Tian. "Insect, please deactivate your psychic energy. I need to establish a connection. With you here, I am unable to reach out." Tian scoffed. "If you are incapable, just admit it instead of blaming me. You lot are masters at shirking responsibility." Tong had no desire to engage in further bickering. He concentrated on summoning Shi Xizhou in his mind. "Xizhou, can you hear my voice? Xizhou, please respond if you receive this. Where are you? Speak quickly." At this moment, Shi Xizhou, who had regained consciousness, successfully received Tong's signal and sighed in relief. "I'm fine. I overheard Lian and Yin Yuhang discussing something about energy. They're the pirates we encountered on the spaceship. See if you can locate them based on my signal." "All right, Xizhou, I will try my best." Tong utilized his psychic connection with Shi Xizhou to attempt a positioning function. However, having activated a protective shield earlier to interrupt the conflict, he had depleted a portion of his psychic energy, which hindered the precision of his location tracking. Yielding only a vague area, Tong informed Ji Nanfeng, "I managed to contact Xizhou. She has been kidnapped by those two pirates, seemingly for some energy source. I attempted to link with her, but due to my lack of psychic strength, I could only ascertain a rough location." This revelation illuminated Ji Nanfeng's expression. A general location is still quite valuable. I have other methods to pursue a more accurate tracking. Let us not delay. We must swiftly rescue Shi Xizhou. Yes, Tian, listening to their conversation, refrained from interjecting. The current scene reminded her of words spoken by the previous queen. The former queen had remarked, "Humans are more complex than we insects. They may cooperate over one matter and yet commit heinous acts over another. This planet is pristine, yet it harbors the world's filth. Even before my birth, conflicts between humans and insects had already existed. Child, remember that human nature is inherently greedy. Why should we not exploit it? Humans face mortality, and insects face extinction. There lies a distinction between us. Always keep this truth in mind, and never grow too close to humanity. The human heart is the most unpredictable." At that time, the naive Tian had simply nodded in agreement, vowing to remember those words. Now, she found herself with a deeper understanding. However, the capture of her cherished humans, which deprived her of her sweet treats, made her furious. Tian seethed inwardly. "If I capture those two humans, I shall tear them apart and devour them whole. Is there any movement from my brother's side? From the sounds, there seems to be." Consequently, Zhang Xingxing and Ji Liangsui unwittingly quickened their pace toward Ji Nanfeng's location. Upon reaching the corridor's bend, they unexpectedly spotted two insects standing there. As the insects noticed them, the two humans exchanged glances. Zhang Xingxing signaled Ji Liangsui, who promptly drew a button from his waist, activating his energy gun, tensing his body in readiness for battle. Just as they anticipated an impending confrontation, the two insects, seemingly startled, fled in haste. Their unexpected flight left the duo bewildered. What is happening? Why are there insects here? And why did they run upon seeing us? This is bad. Could my brother be encountering those insects? We must hurry. Agreed. The two hurriedly made their way forward. They soon found Tian, Tong, and Ji Nanfeng, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the interstellar network map, whispering among themselves, without any insects in sight. Ji Liangsui breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing was amiss here. Zhang Xingxing was puzzled, wondering what they were discussing and whether they were aware of the two insects outside. "Commander, did you see the two insects outside?" Upon hearing this, Tian's gaze flickered under Ji Nanfeng and Tong's scrutinizing stares. Internally, she cursed the oblivious insect soldier for not being more cautious. Ji Nanfeng interjected, "I am aware. It is fine. Someone is already handling it. Brother, how did those two show up when we searched thoroughly earlier?" Yi Liangsui attempted to adopt a light-hearted tone. "Are they truly unharmed?" Ji Nanfeng recognized Ji Liangsui's concern, but now was not the time to discuss it. He casually replied to his sister, "They must have just crossed paths with you during your search. In any case, our primary focus remains on locating those three individuals. Please investigate the pirates, specifically, what energy source Li En and Yin Yuhang are seeking on this planet." Chapter 137. Incoming call. Just as Ji Nanfeng and the others planned to unearth hidden enemies based on geographical positions, Ji Nanfeng's light brain chimed. Upon opening it, they saw the name displayed, Shi Xizhou. Given the circumstances, it was impossible for Shi Xizhou to have made the call herself. It must have been the two pirates using her light brain. Tong reacted most fervently. "Quick, answer it. Those rascals are certainly attempting to threaten us with Xizhou. What if they mistreat her on video?" Tian also grew anxious. "That sounds like dreadful news." Ji Nanfeng, in contrast, remained composed. Though the wounds he sustained during his earlier battle with Tian ached subtly, he initially addressed the others, saying, "Everyone, please remain calm. We are already aware of the intentions of those two pirates. They will not harm Shi Xizhou easily. Zhang Xingxing, track the source of this signal and minimize our search area as much as possible." Zhang Xingxing replied, "Understood." Ji Nanfeng connected the call. On the screen, the familiar Carefree smiles of the two individuals appeared. Lian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with excitement. Hello, everyone. It has been a while. It seems one of you is missing. Have you been anxiously searching for our esteemed chef? I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Nanfeng frowned. Get to the point. No need for pleasantries. Ignoring Nanfeng's remark, Lian continued. The good news is you no longer need to search. The chef is right here with us. The bad news? It is quite evident that we are pirates, and the chef has been abducted by us. The better news is, if we can make an exchange, and you help us procure what we need, we will safely return the chef to you. After delivering this message, Lian observed the colorful expressions on the faces of the individuals on the other end with satisfaction. Boasting further, you over there needn't bother with locating us. Without complete certainty, we would not have made this call. Your military excels in tracking and combat, but we pirates are far more adept at evasion and concealment. If you cannot manage even this simple task, you will surely become the laughingstock of all pirates. Nanfeng slightly turned his head to Zhang Xingxing, who shook his head. It's not feasible. This response weighed heavily on Nanfeng's heart, yet it was within his expectations. After all, if interstellar pirates could not even implement such defensive measures, how could they allow Shi Xizhou to be abducted right under their noses without becoming the subject of ridicule from their peers? Whether these pirates would be mocked or not was uncertain, but the internal members would undoubtedly laugh at their own failure. Nanfeng took a deep breath, feeling the faint vibrations at his fingertips, knowing that the light brain was conducting a geographical search. His fingers glided gently over the control panel, touching the cold, smooth buttons as if connecting with his own pulse. His gaze was resolute and calm. He was a member of the 1st Military District, the Guardians of the Universe. Their current responsibility was to protect Shi Xizhou and ensure a safe return. A strong sense of mission ignited within Nanfeng, and he firmly believed he could accomplish this task. He silently vowed to Shi Xizhou, rest assured, since I brought you here, I will ensure your safe return. You think we are unaware of your location? Isn't it just, what on earth is this guy doing? Tong Tong quickly covered Tian Tian's mouth, fearing she would say too much. Tong Tong pulled Tian Tian aside and whispered, what is wrong with you? If you reveal it, what if it gets back to them? That would only complicate matters. Tian An shrugged off her hand, rolling her eyes. I'm not that foolish. I just wanted to rattle him a bit. Look at you, if I don't rattle him, I might end up blowing you up instead. Chicken, Tong Tong retorted angrily. Oh, bold one, Tian Tian replied. Fortunately, the two children's antics did not raise significant suspicion in Lian's eyes. He even teased Nanfeng. Good thing I didn't kidnap these two little rascals. They would have driven me mad. Pressing your demands, Nanfeng stated, no longer interested in idle chatter. Lian straightened his expression. A fair exchange. We hand over the goods, and you hand over the person. There is a source of energy on this planet that can fuel your spacecraft. The approximate location is in the far east of this planet. All you need to do is fill a vehicle with this energy and deliver it to me. And I guarantee Shi Xizhou will return to you unharmed. Nanfeng nodded in agreement, but pressed on, what if we cannot locate this energy you speak of? A smile crept across Lian's face. I cannot say how you will resolve that issue. However, I am confident that someone will know how to find it. There is no other way. As he spoke, Lian pulled out a gun, dragging Shi Xizhou to the side and pressing the barrel against her head. If I find out you are trying any tricks. He coldly squeezed the trigger, and with a loud bang, the bullet grazed Shi Xizhou's hair, piercing through the wall, creating a crack. Take a good look at my gun's muzzle, Lian menaced, scanning the screen with his gaze. My patience is limited. If you do not want anything to happen to your esteemed chef, follow my instructions, where you will be left to collect the remains. Shi Xizhou's expression remained unchanged. In contrast, Tong Tong appeared increasingly anxious, quickly contacting Shi Xizhou in her mind. Zhou, are you okay? Are you hurt? Shi Xizhou shook her head and reassured Tong Tong and the others. Don't worry, I'm fine. Upon hearing Shi Xizhou's voice, Tong Tong felt a bit more at ease. Lian did not prevent Shi Xizhou from speaking. In his view, this woman was bound by them and had no idea where they were, nor could she convey any information to the others. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shi Xizhou unharmed. Fine, we agree. Just give us time to find what you want. Lian smirked. Good child. This is the behavior of a wise person. 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. I believe with Commander Jean Nanfeng's intelligence, you can accomplish it in an even shorter time. I'll look forward to your response. With that, he abruptly ended the call. As Jean Nanfeng listened to the beeping sound in his ear, he narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing across his face. 2 weeks, Lian. You better pray that Shi Xizhou is unharmed. Otherwise, I assure you, you will all pay dearly. Jean Nanfeng suppressed his anger and gazed toward the direction of the address provided by Tong Tong. Pirates. He was currently unable to take action against them, so he could only endure for now. When the time came, those who harmed Shi Xizhou would not be spared. Tong Tong stood frozen, staring blankly at the departing figures, struggling to process the situation. Tong Tong? Tian Tian patted her, pulling her back from her drifting thoughts. She responded, lowering her head, looking somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Tian Tian inquired. Tong Tong shook her head, indicating she was fine. Seeing this, Tian Tian refrained from pressing further, merely stating, you were lost in thought just now. Tong Tong did not respond. After the call ended, Lian's face remained lit with a smile. I give full marks for this act. Yin Yuheng shook his head helplessly. You really are incorrigible. What do you know? Lian retorted. It's said that if one does not act, they will be struck by thunder. Besides, let them worry. We must hurry back. Though to pity our identities have been exposed. There is no way we can return to Gu Leilei's side now. Yin Yuheng pursed his lips. He preferred a more stable life, but his identity destined him to be far removed from such a life. Anyway, we have human skin masks. We could just switch them out, right? After all this time, I don't believe Gu Leilei hasn't suspected our identities, considering how peculiar our leader is. Lian pondered for a moment. You make a compelling point. I find myself unable to refute it. Yin Yuheng intended to inquire whether he was truly certain that the boss would consent to their utilization of the military district personnel to assist in their quest. However, this fellow, known for his penchant for avoiding serious conversation, swallowed back the question that was on the tip of his tongue and instead posed another. What if they truly fail to find it? After all, we're not entirely confident about the energy matter. Upon hearing this, Lian paused for a moment, then fell into contemplation, as if reminiscing about certain events. Observing Lian deep in thought, both of them tacitly maintained silence, awaiting his response. After a brief interval, just as Yin Yuheng was about to lose patience, Lian finally lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his features, and remarked, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Yin Yuheng exclaimed, well, you are quite impressive. Lian replied, I have been bearing the handsome and clever burdens of my age, and I am utterly exhausted. Yin Yuheng retorted, I would give your pretense an 82 out of 100, while the remaining 18 points are awarded in the form of 666. Lian smirked. The recipient has declined your message and even responded with disdain. Shi Xizhou quietly listened to the banter between these two pirates, and her understanding of her abduction began to take shape. These two brigands had seized her for the sake of an illusory objective and were using her as leverage. Yet, it appeared that the situation was not as dire as she had initially feared. At least, these two pirates were courteous in their conversation, and they had not inflicted any harm upon her. From their discourse, it was evident that they were a ruthless pair, reckless in their endeavors, unrestrained by any moral compass. Nevertheless, one could not dismiss the possibility that their motives for abducting her were rooted in other reasons. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The notion of acting on a nebulous goal seemed rather absurd. However, for now, it seemed they had no better alternatives. Although she was unclear about the terms they intended to negotiate, Shi Xizhou believed that the circumstances compelling them to exploit Jean Nanfeng were undoubtedly tied to maximizing their profits, which emboldened them to act so brazenly. Since you have captured me, you must also recognize my significance, Shi Xizhou stated, her tone placid. You did not bring me here merely for the sake of holding me as a hostage, did you? Upon hearing her question, the two pirates exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded, declaring astute. Lian then elaborated. Initially, we indeed intended to leverage you and Gu Yeye to rally your fans to assist in the search, but Yin Yuheng promptly interjected. Yet, it appears that this notion is entirely superfluous. After they concluded their remarks, they exchanged amused glances and erupted into laughter. Shi Xizhou furrowed her brow, observing the peculiar expressions on the pirates' faces, and could not help but ask, "What is so amusing?" "We are laughing because we consider ourselves fortunate," Lian exclaimed. "We were genuinely concerned that this search would be challenging. Who would have anticipated encountering such a stunning beauty who could captivate our commander?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou was momentarily taken aback before she comprehended the implications. These two ruffians had referred to the commander, indicating that they had already deduced Nanfeng's identity, albeit without vocalizing it until now. This information was decidedly unfriendly to her. As the saying goes, where there is one instance, there are bound to be others. Her life would not remain tranquil. Shi Xizhou had not anticipated that while she remained concealed from the military camp, she would instead be exposed before two pirates. She sighed inwardly. Even though Nanfeng had not come to Tianshan Yunqing for her sake, but rather due to the presence of Tian Tian, the Zerg queen, this reason was even more sensitive to divulge. If she provoked Tian Tian, the ensuing conflict between humans and Zerg could spiral out of control. Shi Xizhou was uncertain whether these two pirates had revealed any further information about her, so she cautiously probed, "You two are exceedingly bold, which piques my curiosity about the audacity of your leader. Could it be?" Lian, unable to suppress his words any longer, stammered, "Our leader is quite oblivious." As soon as he uttered this, Lian realized his blunder. Yin Yuhang's expression darkened. "Did you not state that the boss was already aware?" Lian awkwardly scratched his head. Your father." Yin Yuhang coldly shoved away the obnoxious face clinging to his arm, remaining unmoved despite Lian's attempts at subtle gestures. Lian alternated between kneading Yin Yuhang's shoulders and pounding his back. "While I have not spoken to the boss, the boss's intention is primarily focused on this energy. As pirates, profit takes precedence. I am merely advocating for our maximum benefit." Observing Yin Yuhang's impassive countenance, Lian made one final attempt. He clung tightly to one of Yin Yuhang's arms, throwing a childish tantrum as he cried out. However, it was to no avail. With a mere glare from Yin Yuhang, Lian immediately quieted down. Yin Yuhang spoke rather curtly. "I ought to give you some oxalic acid and calcium ions. Let you suffer from kidney stones, and then, once you perish, we can retrieve the stones and erect a monument in your memory." "How splendid. I could help you out, if you dare to eat the northwest wind." Lian, having been chastised by Nanfeng, dared not move, although his ambitions were grand prior to their arrival. The boss had sternly cautioned him, rather, had issued a grave warning, that he must consult with Yin Yuhang before taking any actions and report promptly to headquarters. This time, he had indeed acted impulsively. Lian was acutely aware that if the interstellar military used this as an excuse to besiege them, it would be detrimental for their piracy. Lian gazed at Shi Xizhou, an idea forming in his mind. He attempted to divert Yin Yuhang's attention. "Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you imagine." Maybe even if we report to the boss might agree." Let us think positively. If we only contemplate the negative, wouldn't that bring about a lack of good outcomes?" Lian could no longer defend himself and adopted a pleading expression. Brother, please help me. The situation has escalated to this point. If you do not assist me, I shall be utterly miserable. I have just graduated from university, and after all this time together, you would not turn your back on me, would you? Brother, look at me. Behold the plight and grievances of your little brother. I did not intend any harm. It merely slipped my mind. I implore you, brother, assist me. Once this ordeal passes, I shall be your devoted servant, obeying your every command, and I shall never act recklessly again. Lian's words elicited a shiver down Yin Yuhang's spine. All right, enough. Do not discuss me further. If you continue, I shall strike you. Lian exclaimed, though. His words instantly ignited a spark of hope in his eyes. It appeared that his White Lotus skills were still effective and could be put to use once more. Brother, will you not grant my request? Please take a look at me. I refuse to believe you are entirely unmoved. Very well, I concede. Yin Yuhang begrudgingly agreed through gritted teeth. He agreed far too readily, leaving Lian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then I shall trouble you, brother. Yin Yuhang was acutely aware of how to explain this to the boss. It was by no means a simple task, and even after he had clarified everything, Lian would still be unable to escape a thorough beating upon their return. Nevertheless, Yin Yuhang let out a cold snort, thinking that this guy deserved such punishment, for he would not learn his lesson without experiencing it firsthand. Shi Xizhou quietly listened to the two as they bickered, observing them closely, and his curiosity grew deeper regarding the nature of their leader. Who could command such a diverse group of subordinates? Brother, do you think Nanfeng can really procure what we need? Lian asked earnestly, a hint of worry etched across his face, his brows slightly furrowed. Yin Yuhang stood silently beside Lian, his gaze directed toward the distant horizon, staring into the vast sky. A gentle breeze tousled his dark hair, enhancing his towering stature. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. Memories flooded his mind, and Nanfeng's distinctive face flashed before him. He recalled how Nanfeng had once pursued their spaceship with relentless determination. At that time, Nanfeng's silhouette appeared as a steadfast beacon, instilling a profound sense of despair. Damn it, why do I feel so miserable? Yin Yuhang turned his head to meet Lian's eyes, his voice low and resolute. Lian, I believe in Nanfeng. Not only does he possess the ability to find what we need, but more importantly, he has an unwavering heart that refuses to give up. No matter the obstacles he faces, he will persevere until his goals are achieved. He then shifted his tone. It was this very spirit that left us utterly defeated back then. Don't you remember? Lian's mouth twitched, his expression a complex mix of emotions, ultimately culminating in two simple words. I remember. He recalled the days when he had nearly collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy, and he certainly had not forgotten. But that had been 2 years ago. 2 years. He closed his eyes in anguish. 2 years is ample time for a person to change many things. Thus, if we fail this time, we will undoubtedly face severe consequences. Lian sighed. Why do we end up with such a task? Nearby, Yin Yuhang also sighed, scratching his head with a wry smile. Who knows? But now that we are in it, we must handle it as best we can. Suddenly, Yin Yuhang paused mid-sentence, scanning their surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. Lian, I think I just felt someone watching us, Yin Yuhang said uncertainly. The sensation was strange. It seemed to be non-existent. Lian frowned slightly. Perhaps it was just your imagination. Yeah, Yin Yuhang replied softly, then added, if it truly is a figment of my imagination, I hope it disappears soon. I understand, Lian nodded. Shi Xizhou, lost in thought, was interrupted by Tong Tong calling out to him in his mind. Zhou, are you all right? Shi Xizhou was momentarily stunned before responding. What's the matter? We are currently devising a plan to rescue you, Zhou. Don't worry about being alone. If anything arises, just speak out. I'm here for you. Shi Xizhou felt warmth enveloping his heart. All right, I got it. You all keep at it. I believe in you, Tong Tong. You are the best. Don't go easy on me, just because I'm a delicate flower. Give it your all. Huh. By the way, Tong Tong, these two keep mentioning their boss. Why not try extracting their personal information to uncover their true identities? If we can get a handle on their leader, it might provide us with a new perspective. Face, voice, pupils, fingerprints, anything that can be compared, let us analyze it thoroughly. Even if he is fully armed, there will always be a slip-up, and those vulnerabilities are where we should focus our efforts. Got it. I'll compare right away. Tong Tong thought for a moment. Zhou, try to make eye contact with them as much as possible. This way, I can collect more accurate data from their pupils, and I can connect to your retina through brainwaves, creating an image in my mind. These two are quite cunning. Nanfeng and others previously found that when investigating their paths, both of them were rarely caught on camera, mostly appearing from behind. Shi Xizhou nodded. The next challenge was to achieve that eye contact. He contemplated, and an idea formed in his mind. He understood that as long as the pirates remained fixated on their so-called resources and energy, this planet could never return to a state of stability and peace. However, knowing Lian and Yin Yuhang's identities, and which pirate group they belonged to, could significantly mitigate that crisis. Eventually, they could surround this pirate faction, sever their communication, infiltrate their ranks, capture their leader, and use their information to locate the desired items. Gentlemen, after spending time together at the very least, I would like to know what you look like. Are all pirates such cowardly creatures, hiding from sight? Shi Xizhou provocatively remarked. Yin Yuhang raised an eyebrow at Shi Xizhou, squinting slightly. What was Shi Xizhou thinking? Yin Yuhang pondered, then asked, what? If we reveal our faces, do you think you can recognize us? Looking at the two before her, a surge of excitement coursed through Shi Xizhou. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she wore a confident expression. Speaking earnestly, what if I said I could? What do you say? Care to wager? Yin Yuhang scoffed. What isn't it for me to bet on this? Whether you win or lose, it makes no difference to me. Suddenly, Shi Xizhou recalled knowledge she had learned about emotional intelligence. Emotions consist of subjective experience, external expression, and physiological arousal. If she could manipulate emotions to gauge Yin Yuhang's thoughts, she could provoke him effectively. Shi Xizhou aimed to elicit a reaction from Yin Yuhang through emotional urgency. Her mind raced as she contemplated her strategy. Should she feign distress? No. She would never resort to that trick. Once, to avoid attending a club meeting, she pretended to be ill, only to be called out by the president, who criticized her publicly. Criticism was one thing, but the mockery stung even more. Having a drink makes you arrogant, but feigning distress only brings ridicule. Your acting skills need serious practice. With that face, you just know how to smile. Let me interview you. Who was it that vowed to set a good example for the younger students? Shi Xizhou's friends burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Shi Xizhou thought to herself, let us keep in touch through a message in a bottle. As her recollections came to an end, she was filled with fervor. Passion is intense, fleeting, and explosive, characterized by extreme joy, anger, and sorrow. To break Yin Yuhang's defenses, she needed to delve into the depths of his greatest fears. In Arnold's discourse on evaluating excitement, he elucidates the role of evaluation within emotions. The nature of a stimulus does not directly dictate the emotional response. Rather, the transition from stimulus to emotion necessitates an appraisal and assessment of the stimulus itself. For instance, encountering a tiger in the forest elicits fear. Yet witnessing a tiger in a zoo inspires curiosity and wonder, as it is perceived to pose no threat to human safety. Shi Xizhou seeks to breach the psychological defenses of the two pirates. You all know that I'm close to Nanfeng. Considering his temperament, if I were to discern your identities, you would certainly not fare well. However, your lack of courage suggests you will likely hide away in some obscure corner, trembling in fear. Shi Xizhou's tone was filled with mock seriousness. Yin Yuhang regarded her for a moment, then coolly remarked, the more I hear you speak, the more it seems you have ulterior motives. Lian nodded solemnly, a sudden revelation striking him. Could it be that she possesses some facial recognition device? If we reveal our faces, she could identify us, and then we would be doomed. It must be said that Li An's imagination was indeed vast, and surprisingly, he was correct. Yin Yuhang responded non-committally. That sounds like a fairy tale. Lian shook his head earnestly. Why don't we investigate to see if she carries anything? If she does, we could strike it rich. He continued, just imagine, with such technology, we could scan individuals and instantly know their wealth and properties. Yin Yuhang, unimpressed, retorted, since you are so curious, why not do it yourself? That way, you can ease your own doubts. Lian, taken aback, looked at him incredulously. How can you utter such heartless words? Have you forgotten our fond moments by Daming Lake? Yin Yuhang simply replied, get lost. Lian complied, all right, I shall take my leave. Chapter 139. The escape. Lian approached, retrieving his equipment to examine Shi Xizhou once more. With her eyelids lowered, Shi Xizhou maintained an expression of utter calm, betraying no signs of anxiety. Lian's curiosity grew. Aren't you concerned that I might make a move against you? He scrutinized her face, hoping to detect any unease, but found none. Internally, Shi Xizhou felt a flicker of apprehension, though not about his intentions. Rather, she feared whether the two before her had even disguised their pupils. If they had, could Tong Tong still identify them through their brainwave connections? As for her physical safety, Shi Xizhou doubted they would harm her. Even in the worst-case scenario, she would be at their mercy. Issues of innocence paled in comparison to the value of life. One's existence is paramount, while the concept of innocence is merely a societal construct. Much like when Shi Xizhou participated in culinary competitions on Earth, faced with disparaging remarks. As long as she remained resolute, what could others do to her? Furthermore, should rumors arise, she could simply pursue legal action to seek compensation. Shi Xizhou replied, "Considering various factors, I trust you will not act recklessly. Otherwise, your leader would not send someone so dim-witted for such tasks." Lian grinned. "Did you hear that? In Yu Hang? This is what a clever person sounds like. Unlike those incessant chatterboxes from before who only knew how to shout, it makes one wish to silence them." In Yu Hang rolled his eyes. "They are mute, yet you still refuse to let them go. Isn't it a matter of exchanging money for their release? Moreover, isn't it evident that you possess intelligence? Without brains, one is as good as dead." Lian chose to disengage from the conversation, as In Yu Hang was not pleasant company. He crouched down, leaning closer to Shi Xizhou. If she indeed harbored some small device capable of facial recognition, the collar or buttons on her upper garment would be the most likely locations. If it were hidden elsewhere, one might even suspect it was in her eyes. However, Lian was confident that he and In Yu Hang had disguised themselves exceptionally well. Any installations should not have been executed by a mere chef, but rather by the two pirates themselves. As Lian meticulously searched Shi Xizhou's collar, she hastily attempted to align her gaze with his. In her mind, she called out to Tong Tong, "Be alert, try to scan as much as possible." "Understood, Zhuizhua." At that moment, Lian lifted his head, and their eyes met. In that instant, Tong Tong, through the connection between the retina and the nervous system, constructed a complete identity profile of Lian within her mental network. "Excellent. Collection successful. I will now compare it against the database." Hearing this, Shi Xizhou felt a wave of relief. Lian also noticed her relaxation and raised an eyebrow. "Are you relieved? Does that mean there is indeed a device installed in your pupils?" Upon hearing Lian's words, In Yu Hang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained composure, chuckling. "Then I must say, Miss Shi, you are celebrating too soon. This room is equipped with a signal jammer. Even if you access our data, it will not transmit." Shi Xizhou remained silent, watching them quietly as her spirits lifted. Lian continued to search Shi Xizhou's clothing, but found nothing unusual. Growing increasingly impatient, he even tore at her garments, which were becoming ragged. "Strange, why is there nothing? My sixth sense has always been accurate, sensing something extraordinary here. How can I not find it? No, where could it be hidden?" Lian muttered as he examined every button on Shi Xizhou's clothing. Yet found nothing out of the ordinary, just plain fabric, ordinary buttons, all exceedingly mundane. Lian grasped Shi Xizhou's wrist, his gaze momentarily lingering on her face before he irritably released her. "It appears there truly is nothing. Perhaps you should search again?" he suggested to In Yu Hang. In Yu Hang waved his hand dismissively. "If there is nothing, then so be it. She is merely a hostage. Our priority is to locate the energy source. I will contact the boss to see if there is any other information to assist us." Lian nodded, conceding to this conclusion. As the two finally stepped away from Shi Xizhou, she closed her eyes and exhaled softly. Shi Xizhou looked up, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The earlier struggle had rendered her clothing in tatters. Now, all that remained was to wait for the right opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Tong Tong was diligently scanning the database using the acquired pupil information. In the realm of interstellar travel, individuals are required to submit their genes, pupils, and fingerprints to the state from birth, which establishes a secure and confidential genetic database. To ensure personal information security, only individuals involved in significant criminal cases that pose a substantial threat to public safety and citizens' personal property will undergo genetic database comparisons. In other instances, this procedure will not be initiated. For minor offenses, while data comparisons may occur, an individual's personal information will not be thoroughly excavated. Currently, Lian and his companions are identified as pirates, which justifies the initiation of data comparisons. However, these pirates have implemented corresponding countermeasures, intermittently revealing their true identities while disguising themselves with fake identities, fingerprints, retinal patterns, and voices. Yet, in their lair, after washing his face, Lian neglected to promptly conceal his pupil information, allowing Tong Tong to collect his retinal data. Nanfeng clicked on the comparison data sent by Tong Tong via the Xinguang network and discovered Li An's true identity. It is perplexing whether they possess unwavering confidence or sheer arrogance, as Li An's information revealed a spaceship ticket purchased a few days ago, complete with the arrival time. Zhang Xingxing, witnessing this information, could not help but exclaim, "What a surprise!" Nanfeng ordered, "Quickly dispatch personnel to investigate this location discreetly. Gather more individuals to divert the pirates' attention and prevent the exposure of our embedded informants." Zhang Xingxing replied, "Yes, Commander." Nanfeng, glancing at the personal information of the pirate, furrowed his brow, pondering why Li An would use his true identity to board the spaceship. The line between reality and illusion blurs, raising existential questions about identity. Unless one can access my genetic information, my true identity is more fictitious than my fabricated one, lacking credibility. Even if one confirms that I am indeed myself, what does it matter if I travel? As Tong Tong transmitted the current terrain information of Shi Xizhou into her mind, Shi Xizhou resolved to flee. "Zhou, are you really going to run? They will come to rescue you soon. This plan is too perilous. What if something goes wrong?" Shi Xizhou shook her head, stating, "If I wait for them to arrive, I might become a hostage and their target. The urgency to escape is heightened by their imminent arrival. I must evade their sight, lest I become a liability." Tong Tong affirmed, "I will definitely assist Zhou in escaping swiftly. The initial step to elude the enemy's grasp is to divert their attention." Tong Tong extended her mental energy to its utmost limit, connecting with Shi Xizhou's electronic devices to execute remote control. With a beep, she gained control over the necessary equipment. "Zhou, I will sabotage other electronic devices to lure away two of them, then activate the sleep gas apparatus to fill the space with somnolent gas, rendering you all unconscious. Do not worry, I will awaken you using special methods, allowing you to flee." "All right." As Tong Tong finished speaking, a distant signal light flashed, indicating a fire alert. Li An rushed over, puzzled. What is happening? Where's the fire? Why did the signal light suddenly activate? "Yuhang, stay here and keep an eye on this individual to prevent any deceitful schemes." "Understood." Shortly after Li An departed, a violent explosion erupted from the opposite direction. This explosion was triggered by the gas igniting through the electric spark generated during Tong Tong's connection to the machine. Yuhang, sensing a potential external threat, intended to seize Shi Xizhou. However, Shi Xizhou remained unperturbed. "Zhou, rest assured, I have released the sleep gas in this area. Hold your breath as much as possible and absorb as little as you can." Due to his earlier agitation, Yuhang inhaled a significant amount of the incapacitating gas, and soon his vision began to sparkle with stars. What is happening? Before Yuhang could finish his inquiry, both he and Shi Xizhou succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Li An, who had gone to investigate the signal light, lost consciousness even earlier than the two of them. Seizing the moment, Tong Tong unleashed a strong current through Shi Xizhou's body, awakening her with a jolt of pain. Dazed, Shi Xizhou opened her eyes, realizing her handcuffs. "Tong Tong, can you check this device on my wrist and see if you can release it?" It is an ironic twist of fate that at one point, Shi Xizhou had restrained Nanfeng, only to find herself in a similar predicament. "Let me examine it. This is electronic. Let me think. Cutting off the power should do it." "Done." With a clear sound, Shi Xizhou regained her freedom. The sky darkened, with ominous clouds rolling in, occasionally revealing flashes of light through the gaps. On the winding path, Shi Xizhou sprinted desperately into the distance. Initially, Tong Tong had planned to find a nearby hiding spot and envelop Shi Xizhou with her mental energy to achieve a cloaking effect. However, the earlier events had significantly drained her mental strength, making it impossible to execute the plan effectively, especially if the pirates decided to search physically, rendering the cloaking function useless. A chilling breeze swept through, bringing the scent of weeds to Shi Xizhou's nose, causing her to sneeze several times as pollen invaded her nostrils. Perhaps Shi Xizhou did not anticipate that these sneezes would catalyze a significant turn of events. After Shi Xizhou created a false trail, Tong Tong began urgently calling for her. "Zhou, quickly hide. Otherwise, you'll be caught." All right, give me 10 seconds. Hurry, hurry. Shi Xizhou curled up beside a tree, breathing slowly to minimize her presence. Yu Hang, tracking footprints, inexplicably slowed his pace. What is happening? Why did Yu Hang suddenly stop? Did he discover something? These two have such strong resistance. They even managed to track us here. If I had known, we wouldn't have run so far. We could have stayed closer. Shi Xizhou steadied her breathing, heightening her senses when a sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting her to turn slightly. A slender black arrow nearly grazed her head, its trajectory perilously close. Shi Xizhou's pupils contracted, yet she refrained from reacting. What was going on? Why did he suddenly shoot an arrow? That was so close. Could it be that my cloaking function has failed? No, it should still be operational. He shouldn't be aware of my presence. Why did this happen? This is bad. Chapter 140. Madness. Shi Xizhou stood rigid, his mind plagued by implausible thoughts, such as the existence of beings akin to the Zerg among interstellar pirates, possessing similar psychic abilities. Yu Hang approached step by step, the tension in the atmosphere escalating. Meanwhile, Gu Bake sat morosely in an antique chair, absently rotating the holographic computer in his hands while gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Sunlight cascaded through the glass, illuminating his pallid visage. The small office was suffused with an oppressive sense of despair and helplessness. His grip on the holographic device trembled slightly as he confided to Gu Baowei, "Uncle, how can someone simply vanish without a trace? After finally securing the championship, she disappears. Should I have truly brought her here?" His voice was laden with guilt and helplessness. The view outside failed to distract him from the anguish in his heart, and his vision began to blur. He recalled the moments spent competing with Shi Xizhou, the laughter and sweet memories flooding back, only to be ruthlessly shattered by the harsh reality. She is gone. He trembled as he set down the phone, gradually bending forward, his hands resting on his knees. His head hung low, concealing his sorrowful eyes. A wave of despondency and self-reproach washed over him, overwhelming him with the weight of despair. Nearby, the gleaming trophy sat on the desk, a golden reminder of Shi Xizhou's radiant smile. Gu Bake lifted his gaze toward the trophy, as if seeking solace in its presence. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, brushing his hair and bringing a refreshing chill, reminiscent of a warm embrace. He exhaled softly, resolving to no longer dwell in self-blame. He understood that he must confront reality, striving to maintain her fan base during Shi Xizhou's absence, lest she return to find everything lost. Gu Bake rose, opening the office door and stepping out into the serene space beyond. He gazed at the distant skyscrapers, feeling the cold wind against his skin, and realized that perseverance was the key to hope. Gu Baowei ended the call, his concern for his nephew's emotional state evident. That guy, at this moment, had become Ning Yi, a friend of Gu Baowei. In an effort to prevent him from sinking deeper into sorrow, grasped Gu Baowei's arm. "Let me ask you something. Why did you refer to him as young master when he calls you uncle? Shouldn't you call him nephew?" Gu Baowei paused, ruffling Ning Yi's hair. "When I was younger, I was a steward for the Gu family, acting as Gu Bake's tutor. Over time, I played chess with his father, and one day, after his father had a bit too much to drink, he swore a brotherhood with me." "Oh, I see. That makes you seem even older," she teased. "You're asking for it," Gu Baowei replied, suddenly glaring, his hands clenched into fists, attempting to appear formidable. Yet, his movements were somewhat awkward, as his arms were noticeably stiff, rendering his display of aggression rather ineffectual. Ningyi couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Baowei's expression and antics. "Ha ha ha, you can't catch me. You're too slow." A mischievous smile flickered across her face as she turned and walked away. To think she would travel right after winning the championship. What confidence she must have to believe we would still wait for her. Such arrogance and folly. Isn't it just a break? Must you criticize so harshly, internet trolls? We merely voiced our opinions. Must we be labeled as trolls? Are you anxious? Absolutely. I don't understand. Can someone explain? Huh, I don't get it. Roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted pig trotters, jianbing guozi, grilled cold noodles, hand-grab pancakes, lamb palma, sauerkraut tofu. I'm the little wolf selling vegetables. Come and taste. What are they talking about upstairs? The online community was bewildered by Shi Xizhou's sudden disappearance, especially following her championship win. It implied that she would vanish at the peak of her popularity, risking obscurity among her peers and potentially relegating her to the lower echelons of the online world, with fans abandoning her. While many had come and gone from the screen each year, none had achieved first place only to disappear in such a manner. Speculation ran rampant. What on earth was happening with Shi Xizhou? Why wasn't she even answering calls? In my opinion, her initial victory was mere luck. Now she's terrified, afraid someone will unveil her true self. That's utterly ridiculous. Listen to yourself. How reasonable is that? You've been to so many events, received the trophy, and yet you still fear this and that. It's impossible. Please, think before you speak next time. Then why don't you call her out? Hiding like this is absurd. Whether she chooses to appear is her own business. What does it matter to you? If she shows up, you are nothing, and if she doesn't, you're still nothing. You hold no power over her, and yet you act as if you're significant. It's laughable. One competitor mercilessly mocked another. Simultaneously, the comments section of the culinary competition buzzed with various opinions, all attempting to decipher the mystery behind Shi Xizhou's sudden absence. Do you think something unfortunate has happened to Shi Xizhou? A user inquired. Upon this utterance, the comment section fell into a brief silence, before a torrent of responses began to flood in. How could that be? The security system for the culinary competition is far too robust for such an occurrence. Have you noticed the increase in officials on this planet recently? If nothing significant were happening, they wouldn't be here in such numbers. That's a valid point. My brother received an urgent command to assist in searches on other planets. Could there really be an emergency on the planet? How could an emergency possibly relate to a chef? Perhaps she just happened to be taken hostage. If that's the case, Shi Xizhou is truly unfortunate. Let's not forget, isn't her agency unaware? We could simply ask her manager. Great idea. Who can tell you apart from Zhuge Liang? Ha ha ha. Yahoo Entertainment. Where are your streamers? Yahoo Entertainment. Calling for a response. Calling for a response. Please tell us. We promise not to share it with anyone. If you whisper it, we'll know quietly. Gubake chose not to respond, instead shutting down his social media to avoid being further disturbed by the frenzied comments. His life was already chaotic enough. He feared he might succumb to violent thoughts if it continued. At that moment, a notification popped up. Shi Xizhou's mysterious disappearance. Is there a military connection? The culinary competition champion has inexplicably vanished post-event. Who is the mastermind behind this? What is the profit chain lurking behind her disappearance? And who emerges as the greatest victor? The hidden crisis of the culinary competition. Gubake sat in the car, staring at the news headline through the window. His mood grew increasingly despondent. A throng of reporters besieged the entrance, striving to interview him. Mr. Gubake, what are your thoughts on the disappearance of your employees? Is it related to the military in any way? Could you share your experiences regarding Shi Xizhou? Gubake cast a disinterested glance in their direction and left without hesitation, ignoring the cacophony of voices calling his name behind him. Despite the curious gazes of those around him, he maintained a facade of indifference, as if the crowd held no significance in his eyes. Yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil, crawling in darkness, gnawing at the table. Gnawing at the table. Abby, gnawing at the table, I shout 3 times, arg, go away, damn humanity, detestable humanity. I want to make money. Money is the best, crawling in darkness. Just then, a red sedan slowly rolled up and halted beside him. Young master, greetings. The driver lowered the window and nodded at Gubake. He glanced at the man seated in the passenger seat, his expression tranquil. I am the driver sent by the Gubake family to escort you. The driver introduced himself. My surname is Chun, and you can call me Chunbo. Upon hearing the mention of the Gubake family, Gubake's eyes deepened with realization. He understood that his father was already aware of his misdeeds, and he felt as though he was facing societal death. Without uttering a word, Gubake opened the car door and entered. Chunbo, sensing his demeanor, promptly started the engine and drove towards the Gubake residence. At the Gubake mansion, in the study on the 2nd floor, Chunbo knocked 3 times at the door. Upon hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Young master, the young master has arrived. Hmm, Gubake replied softly, then raised his gaze to Chunbo. How has he been lately? Quite well. Chunbo smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Gubake's lips curled into a faint smile. Then he inquired, is his health good? Remarkably robust. Chunbo interjected, if you have no further questions, you need not fret so unnecessarily. Gubake's expression turned awkward at Chunbo's words. I shall take my leave now, Chunbo said, bowing respectfully as he prepared to exit. Wait, Gubake suddenly called out, then retrieved a check from his pocket and handed it to Chunbo. Thank you for your hard work. Take this and enjoy some tea. Chunbo accepted the check, his smile brightening as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master. After Chunbo left the study, he closed the door behind him. Gubake stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance, his expression contemplative and profound. Gubake sat on the sofa in the center of the living room, gently stroking the teacup beside him. A servant brought him a cup of tea. Young master, this tea was personally brought back by the old lady. Please give it a try. Gubake nodded, his gaze softening as it fell upon the exquisite cup of tea, which emanated a delicate fragrance. He delicately lifted the cup, feeling the smoothness of the porcelain. The tea swayed gently within the cup, small ripples spreading outward. Gubake took a gentle sip, the warm liquid flowing over his tongue, imparting a subtle sweetness. He savored the tea's flavor, as if relishing the nuances of life itself. The servant, standing nearby, hesitated before finally mustering the courage to speak. Young master, perhaps you should soften your stance. It has been quite some time since you visited the old lady and the madam. You know, if you continue to neglect them, how hurt they must feel. Gubake's gaze flickered at the mention of his mother, but it was merely a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. His tone remained indifferent as he replied. Their social circle constantly shares travel updates. They're too preoccupied to think of me, their son. They would rather not have me intrude upon their world of affection. I am perfectly fine. You need not worry about me. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please inform my brother. The maid, sensing his dismissal, sighed softly. You should rest, young master. Do not overexert yourself. After she turned to leave, gently closing the door behind her, Gubake frowned at the now-closed door. Were these people scheming? Do they wish for me to hastily take over my father's enterprise? My career has only just commenced, and they treat me thus. It is infuriating. Gubake found himself alone and somewhat bored, prompting him to contemplate how to maintain Shi Xizhou's current influence. Should I log into Shi Xizhou's account and simulate his presence, messaging them? However, the Xinguang cannot be substituted. What if I told him Shi Xizhou was on a trip? Yet, it seems implausible that he would have no communication at all. If all else fails, I could fabricate a story about Shi Xizhou being captured by pirates? No, the military would surely flay me alive. It would be utterly disastrous. Thus, Gubake cheerfully prepared to flee. He fashioned the bed sheets into a makeshift rope and carefully descended from the window, observing the surveillance displayed on the holographic screen. Gubake's mouth twitched at the sight of his foolish brother. Did he not realize the existence of the cameras? Truly, it seems his intellect has dulled at work. Alas, what can be done? Ultimately, the family's wealth will sustain him. In future choices of offspring, I must exercise caution to avoid such genes. They're laughably foolish. Gubake felt a mix of exasperation and resignation at having such a profoundly dim-witted brother. At present, Shi Xizhou faced a precarious situation, having come face-to-face with Yin Yuhang. What do I do? What do I do? Why have we suddenly come so close? Could he have discovered us? But no matter how I assess it, he appears to be an ordinary person. Tong Tong was in a state of panic, her words tumbling out in confusion. Since arriving here, she had never encountered such circumstances. Tong Tong observed Yin Yuhang, clad in a black shirt and trousers, tall and imposing, exuding a chilling aura. His eyes, sharp like a hawk's, intimidated anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Tong Tong swallowed hard, struggling to avert her eyes from his face. What is happening? Why am I so afraid? Oh no! What should we do? We won't be captured again, will we? Shi Xizhou sighed, acknowledging that it was not a matter of being captured, but rather, they were already ensnared. Yin Yuhang's gaze was fixed directly upon their location. Come out. How much longer do you intend to hide? He called out. Zhou, let's not go out just yet. What if he detonates us? Shi Xizhou shook her head. She understood this was impossible. She instructed Tong Tong to deactivate the mental shield, ensuring there was nothing abnormal about herself before stepping out. I believe my concealment was quite effective. How did you discover me? Yin Yuhang smiled. The scent on you was off. It had a mechanical fuel aroma reminiscent of the base. Although I do not know how you achieve this, no scent can escape my nose. I am the one with the keenest sense of smell among our pirates. In this tense moment, Shi Xizhou knew she must remain composed. Otherwise, she would be at a disadvantage. Since you are aware, I was responsible for the earlier ruse. Do you not fear that I have already transmitted the coordinates to this location? Yin Yuhang's expression remained unperturbed. Fear? Why would I not fear? However, he paused momentarily, suggesting that there exists a more effective method. You shall accompany them in search of what we require. Oh, upon hearing this, Shi Xizhou felt a flicker of curiosity about how the pirate Yin Yuhang could ensure her compliance. I am aware that you possess certain peculiar items that can protect you, yet others lack such advantages. I believe, having previously competed alongside you, with various bonds of friendship, you would not wish to witness their demise before your eyes, would you? At this revelation, Shi Xizhou's heart sank. Have you also taken the others captive? Yin Yuhang replied. Bingo, you guessed correctly. Shi Xizhou retorted, malicious. Yin Yuhang raised an eyebrow. Am I truly malicious? My dear sister, your perspective is rather narrow. Those within the military camps are 100 times more ruthless than I. You still associate with Nanfeng. On that day, should he perish, you would surely regret it. I merely employed a bit of clever trickery to ensure they complied with my demands. How is that malicious? Villain. Thus, when Nanfeng and his men arrived, only Shi Xizhou remained, bound and alone upon a stone. A precaution taken by Yin Yuhang to prevent her from fleeing and becoming prey to other creatures. Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Liangshui reacted swiftly, rushing forward to untie Shi Xizhou and offering her his coat to wear. He gently inquired, Xizhou, how are you? Are you hurt? Come down with me. Do not be afraid. We are all here. If you have suffered any grievances, just tell us. Our first military district will certainly apprehend that pirate for you. Leaning against Liangshui's shoulder, Shi Xizhou felt a warmth in her heart, nuzzling against him as she said, Thanks to your timely arrival, I am unharmed. The pirates had ulterior motives, but they did not harm me. However, she recalled the photographs Yin Yuhang had shown her, her expression darkening. Those rascals still have hostages, and in considerable numbers. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng and the others began to surmise. Nanfeng remarked, rather than viewing it as they kidnapped you, it is more accurate to say they intend to use you to demonstrate their power. They can so easily abduct someone under the watchful eye of the first military district. One can only imagine how simple it would be with ordinary civilians. Rest assured, our first military district will not remain idle. In addition to searching for you and your companions, we have dispatched personnel to bolster starship patrols. Once any trace of the pirates is detected, we will provide real-time reports and tracking. Nanfeng tapped a button on his holographic device, revealing a locator for all to see. He nodded at Liangshui. Let us proceed. We must discover what those pirates are truly after. Subsequently, the group boarded the military vessel. Upon seeing Shi Xizhou, Tongtong's face transformed into a picture of distress as he rushed into her embrace, his voice quivering with tears. Zhou, are you all right? Wu, it is all my fault that you were captured, and I failed to help. Wu, I am so relieved you are safe. Shi Xizhou gently caressed his cheek, speaking softly. Our Tong is the bravest of children. Just look at how remarkable you are. Without you, I would not have even managed to attempt an escape. Do not cry, Tong. Be good. Humph, crybaby, never grows up, Tian interjected, pouting as she observed the two. Shi Xizhou reached out to pat her little head. We are about to depart, so let us find a place to rest, Liangshui said, his gaze fixed on a holographic screen. All right, Shi Xizhou replied, rising to follow her outside. Liangshui smiled gently, conversing as they walked towards the lounge. This incident will surely reach the ears of those old-timers. My brother will likely be delayed in attending to matters. You may discuss it later. Regarding the pirates, We shall set out tomorrow to retrieve what they seek. For now, you all should rest well." Shi Xizhou nodded in understanding. Chapter 142. Departure. When Nanfeng realized that Yu Hang and the others were not excessively concealing themselves, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Pirates are typically on high alert around military districts. Otherwise, an encounter could result in immediate conflict or even death. The mere fact that the pirate leader sent only 2 individuals speaks volumes about their capabilities. Either they possess remarkable intelligence or extraordinary courage, though the former is undoubtedly more vital. Without concrete information, Nanfeng dared not let his guard down, as they were pirates, and should they become aware of this, Shi Xizhou could face dire consequences. The following day, the group swiftly arrived at the location indicated by the pirates. "Where are we?" Liangshui asked, leaning against the table, one hand supporting his weight. Zhang Xinghong frowned, turning to observe the surroundings, confirming, "Yes, this is indeed the place described by the pirates." Their planned route that morning was accurate, yet the sky here was shrouded in darkness, engulfed in mist, evoking an eerie sense of desolation. Confusion and unease filled Liangshui's eyes as he squinted, attempting to pierce through the swirling fog for any clues. The scenery before them resembled a forgotten rural town, tranquil and serene, akin to a sleeping beauty, with the surrounding structures bearing the scars of time. Gazing at the seemingly abandoned natural landscape outside, an unsettling chill crept into the hearts of the group, heightening their vigilance. They disembarked from the military vessel, preparing to conduct a thorough search. For safety, the initial investigation focused on a collective effort, with part of the team remaining aboard while others descended to explore. Remarkably, they encountered neither humans nor insectoids along the way. The tranquility of this place was almost unsettling. Zhang Xinghong furrowed his brow, silently observing the desolate surroundings. This was a forgotten corner, devoid of human presence. Only silence and desolation reigned. In the distance, a range of green mountains stood, appearing as a divine barrier, isolating this place from the clamor of the outside world. Turning to Nanfeng, he met his gaze with determination, nodding slightly to convey his confidence that they had indeed found the location they sought. This place was the pirates' secret stronghold, concealing boundless treasures and tales. An adventurous spirit surged within Nanfeng. He understood that they were on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret, unraveling the buried threads of history. His grip relaxed, his body leaned forward slightly, as if bracing for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of briny sea air. Tension and uncertainty flickered across their faces. "Do you smell that?" "The scent of seafood. But this is inland. Such a smell should not exist here." Due to Tongtong's diminished mental capacity, he returned to Shi Xizhou's mind for safety, while Nanfeng required Tongtong's searching abilities, prompting Shi Xizhou to accompany them rather than stay aboard the vessel. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xizhou rose, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The two exchanged looks, a silent understanding passing between them. Everyone exercised caution. Yes. As they gradually approached the area, they were astonished to discover that it was anything but a reasonable location. For aside from the various buildings, there lay a vast bay, with the distance from the shoreline to those structures being remarkably short. Such an unusual terrain and topography evoked imaginations of a once thriving community. Nanfeng's gaze traversed the bay, landing several hundred meters ahead. There, upon an expansive stretch of beach, lay a dozen dilapidated vessels. Though battered and worn, their original forms could still be discerned. "Head towards that ramshackle house. I believe that's where you will find what you seek," Shi Xizhou relayed Tongtong's words to Nanfeng. Nanfeng withdrew his gaze, taking hold of Liangshui's hand as they approached a weathered wooden staircase on the beach. Ascending the stairs, they arrived at the door of a room on the second floor. He pushed the door open, revealing a compact storage area filled with an array of weapons, submachine guns, grenades, machine guns, and other rare, hard-to-acquire high-tech equipment. "There are so many items here," Shi Xizhou exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "We truly have made a significant discovery." "Indeed," Nanfeng replied with a smile, scanning the warehouse. His attention was suddenly drawn to a corner of the wall where a box was piled high, covered with a piece of red cloth. Curiously, he inquired, "Do you know what might be inside?" "I don't know. Let's take a look," Shi Xizhou said as she approached and lifted the red cloth. Instantly, she gasped in horror. Inside the box was a bloodied heart, still pulsing slowly. The vivid crimson and the stench of death were nauseating. Nanfeng quickly discarded the heart, warning, "Be careful." Shi Xizhou, momentarily stunned, shook her head with a wry smile. "This place is indeed strange. The soil here must be ancient, yet it harbors such things." "What do you mean?" Nanfeng asked with curiosity. Shi Xizhou briefly explained the structure of the human body. Just as they were about to search the area further, the sounds of a struggle erupted from outside. "Let's go take a look," Nanfeng said, his expression darkening as he swiftly drew his light gun, preparing for combat. However, what ensued left them all utterly astonished. It was neither pirates nor soldiers from other military districts, but rather a mass of creeping vines that appeared from nowhere. These grotesquely mutated vines, seemingly driven by some sinister force, extended from afar, their roots intertwining to form a colossal web that loomed overhead like a monstrous spider's lair. The vines writhed with unsettling vitality, slithering like serpents while emitting faint hissing sounds. Their deep purple hue exuded a suffocating stench, their surfaces adorned with sharp thorns that glimmered with malevolent light. The fishy odor emanated from the vines themselves, whose cold, slick texture felt like the tentacles of a lifeless entity yearning to touch the world. They swayed in the air, dancing with the wind like a dark ballet troupe, instilling a sense of dread throughout the region. As the vines spread, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. Structures consumed by the vines began to collapse, massive stones tumbling down with a thunderous crack. Trees in the distance became ensnared, gradually morphing into a decaying wasteland. The once tranquil ruins were now filled with the hisses of the vines and the rumble of falling debris. Chapter 143. Chop, chop. Chop. The terrifying purple vines crawled across the ground, appearing almost sentient as they charged towards the group. "What the hell? Shouldn't our insect tribe be the ones instigating conflict? What is this apocalyptic monstrosity?" Tian exclaimed in disbelief, unable to suppress her quip. Indeed, not only Shi Xizhou and Tong had arrived in this strange place. Tian was there as well, having disguised herself as an adorable kitten, curled up in Shi Xizhou's arms. The fear instilled by the vines nearly overwhelmed Tian, compelling her to revert to her true form for protection. Observant eyes would have noticed that several bizarre eyes had appeared on the once fluffy head of the kitten. Fixated on Shi Xizhou's chin, Liangshui was the first to summon her mech, activating her light blade and striking fiercely at the nearest vine. With a resounding crash, the vine fell to the ground, red sap dripping from the cut, resembling human blood. However, this was merely the beginning. Though the severed vine had lost vitality, the remaining portion surged forward, intent on continuing its assault. Enraged by the pain, the massive roots erupted from the ground, lunging towards Liangshui. Anticipating the attack, she swiftly retreated to evade it. Lu Mu also summoned his mech, aiming to strike down the vine that sought to ensnare him. However, his efforts were not as successful as Liangshui's. The vine deftly dodged a strike. Though their encounter was brief, it was sufficient for Lu Mu to ascertain certain truths about the entity. Its reaction time is remarkably swift, displaying an intelligence inconsistent with that of a mere plant. And its mental energy fluctuations are peculiar, unlike those of a human. Before he could finish his observation, a vine lunged at him. Caught off guard, Lu Mu instinctively moved forward, his body propelled by inertia from the previous attack. A chill ran up his spine as he narrowly evaded the assault, quickly retaliating against the vine. "This is a monster," he concluded. The group commenced their attack on the vines with their mechs. Surroundings were awash in purple, overwhelmed by the incessant vines, driving them to madness. If it were merely the vines, it would be troublesome but not overwhelmingly dangerous. The real threat lay in the thorns that could launch projectiles for ranged attacks. Several vines shot past them, striking the ground and leaving deep scars. Liangshui furrowed her brow, eyeing a vine as thick as an ancient tree. After a vigorous swing of her light blade, she leaped to evade another attack. As she landed, the vine lunged at her once more. With a swift maneuver, she narrowly dodged, retaliating with a kick to the vine. Yet, it seemed unaffected, charging forward with increasing speed. This won't do. What in the world is this? Why can't we defeat it? Zhang Xingxing cursed in frustration. Do you have any other findings? This question was clearly directed at Lu Mu, who was observing through an electronic eye. Lu Mu shook his head solemnly, his expression grave. After sending out a search signal, there was no response, no feedback whatsoever, despite the military ship hovering not far above them. This was evidently abnormal, unless the vines or the area possessed some unique capability to block signals. It seems we can only rely on ourselves, Lu Mu stated gravely. Everyone, stay alert and try to identify its weaknesses without sustaining injuries. Ji Nanfeng nodded in agreement. With the exception of Shi Xizhou, Tong Tong, and Tian Tian, the rest of the group charged towards the vine. The vine seemed aware of their intent to annihilate it, yet it remained unhurried, weaving itself into a vast net overhead, as if attempting to ensnare them in its meticulously crafted trap. The speed of their attacks paled in comparison to the vine's rapid growth. 5 vines simultaneously attacked Zhang Xingxing, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He bore the pain transmitted from his mech, accelerating his movements, disregarding the warnings, and exerting all his strength to wield the light blade in a furious assault. Above the vine, in addition to thorns, there were clusters of tiny bubbles densely packed together. When a bubble burst, a viscous fluid would flow out, creating a sticky liquid that, upon contact with the mecha, emitted a faint sizzling sound. This was the corrosive substance within the slime, eroding the mecha's exterior. Such a substance was a biochemical weapon. Once it touched the mecha, it could corrode its defenses, allowing it to infiltrate the interior and ultimately dismantle the mecha's systems and equipment, leading to its total destruction. Observing the situation, Zhi Liangshui could only free one hand and aim a projectile at the direction of Zhang Xingxing. The immense explosion not only severely damaged the vines in that direction, but also inflicted harm upon Zhang Xingxing's mecha. After all, this was a long-range assault, and in such scenarios, mutual destruction was often the easiest outcome. Powerful attacks were predominantly ranged, making close combat against such adversaries quite disadvantageous. However, this did not imply that ranged combatants were weak. On the contrary, in these moments, maintaining distance rendered them formidable. The explosive sparks danced up the vines, igniting a fierce blaze in midair, crackling loudly as the intense flames leapt and dazzled with breathtaking brilliance. These sparks swiftly spread outward, and the deep purple vines unfurled amidst the flames. As the heat intensified, the purple vines gradually lost their vitality, wilting as if subjected to a torturous demise by fire. The originally sharp thorns became desiccated and feeble, seemingly heralding the end of life. It appeared that fire was the nemesis of these vines. The group felt considerably reassured. At least these vines were not insurmountable. Their gazes fixated on the terrifying vines before them, hearts brimming with anticipation and a hint of joy. Xing, you retreat first. I will handle this. If there's an opportunity, ignite the flames. Liu Mu stepped forward, ready to confront more mutated vines. Be cautious, Zhang Xingxing cautioned, standing beside him. His mecha had sustained significant damage, and rather than risk exposing a vulnerable point in their defensive formation, it was wiser to attack from a position of advantage. I'll go, Liu Mu muttered under his breath, gazing at the dense black vines. How long must we fight these? Frustratingly, the vines seemed endless, an eternal battle. As the bombardment continued, Zhang Xingxing finally grasped a torch, igniting it with a severed piece of vine, and cautiously approached the tendrils. He could feel the intense heat radiating from the flames. This was their most promising weapon and their sole hope. The moment the flames made contact with the vines, a brilliant blaze erupted, swiftly engulfing them. Shi Xizhou could only hide and watch, for such a situation was beyond her capabilities as an ordinary earthling. However, their triumph was short-lived. Just as they began to celebrate, a low rumble resonated through the surrounding forest. Accompanied by this sound, the ground trembled, trees swaying precariously. A colossal creature emerged from the distance, its skin pitch black, eyes gleaming with a ferocious light, resembling a wolf, yet upon closer inspection, it bore the traits of a fish. This was a gigantic beast, larger than any person, its sheer strength instilling dread. This planet truly harbors all manner of creatures. It's no wonder those pirates don't venture here themselves. Zhang Xingxing grimaced. The beast opened its gaping maw and lunged toward the group. They could sense the menacing fangs within. A life-and-death struggle ensued. Yet, the massive creature advanced with astonishing speed. Go! Liu Mu snatched the torch from Zhang Xingxing's hand without hesitation and hurled it at the beast. The torch arced beautifully through the night sky, flames unfurling as it ignited everything in its path. The beast let out a thunderous roar, but could not withstand the power of the flames, ultimately succumbing to the inferno. The group exhaled in relief, astonished that this beast proved easier to vanquish than the vines. Amidst the embers, they basked in the joy of victory and the promise of rebirth. However, it seemed that the beast was merely a diversion orchestrated by the vines. Just as the vines had appeared to diminish, they began to grow wildly again. At this moment, they exhibited an intelligence surpassing their previous state. The vines inched closer to Zhang Xingxing, their sharp, elongated spikes reflecting a dazzling light under the sun, reminiscent of phantoms emerging from the depths of hell. With a resounding thud, the thick roots of the vines crashed on the ground, sending dust flying and causing the earth to quake. Zhang Xingxing, undeterred, swiftly unleashed his light blade, sending it hurtling toward the vines. The clash produced a piercing crack as the main stem of the vine was forcibly severed. The pain intensified the vine's fury, causing it to thrash violently, its roots attempting to drag Zhang Xingxing closer, seeking to devour him. Not to be outdone, Zhang Xingxing's mecha braced against the roots, straining to pull the vine back, striving to break free from its grasp. With a resounding crash, the vine could no longer bear the weight and collapsed entirely, all the tendrils falling to the ground. Zhang Xingxing understood that if these vines were not entirely neutralized, they would continue their assault. The group dismounted from their mechas. Ji Liangshui patted Zhang Xingxing's shoulder. You did well. Zhang Xingxing chuckled, then sat on the ground. Commander, I lack the strength. Do you think we can make it back today? Or can I rest here? The recent battle had drained him of much of his mobility. If he could not return to the healing chamber, he would have to resort to self-repair. Continuing alongside the main group would likely render him a burden. Having a single burden was already challenging enough. Adding another would be a tremendous inconvenience. Ji Liangshui's forehead twitched. What nonsense are you spouting? If we leave you here and something happens, what will we do? You spend your days lost in thought. Ji Liangshui angrily ruffled Zhang Xingxing's hair into a mess. All right, let us find a secure location to rest. Liu Mu maximized communication with the warship while the others remained vigilant. Jean Nanfeng interjected, interrupting their bickering. Shi Xizhou rubbed her temples, feeling overwhelmed by the complications of this world. Originally, they were to partake in a culinary competition within her area of expertise. Yet here they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, contending with monstrous foes. Moreover, the future remained uncertain, with the possibility of encountering more creatures. It was truly exasperating. Unfortunately, this world was not one of ease. Lacking sufficient power and authority, one would remain at the mercy of others. They still needed to find the items required by the pirates and rescue their companions as swiftly as possible. Shi Xizhou surveyed the devastated battlefield before her, sighing repeatedly. They always said that when traversing such realms, one should seek out agents, soldiers, or police officers, individuals who visibly possess strength, rather than rely on a chef like her, who was utterly defenseless. The group quickly located a suitable area, erecting a tent to prepare for a brief respite. Before drifting into slumber, Zhang Xingxing felt his heart racing violently, as if foretelling impending trouble. Liu, do you sense that something feels amiss? Zhang Xingxing inquired, turning to Liu Mu. Liu Mu, eyes closed, inquired softly, which areas do you believe still harbor issues that you can articulate? Zhang Xingxing scratched his head. I can't pinpoint the exact time, but I just feel uncomfortable all over. It's as if I'm being watched, with a prickling sensation coursing through my body. Lu Mu reassured him. I have installed biological monitoring devices in the vicinity. Should any other life forms approach, they will automatically sound an alarm. So, sleep peacefully. No one can keep watch over you. Zhang Xingxing asked, Are you really certain it works? What if it gets disabled? Yu Mu replied, We have our own systems as well. Now, patient, please try to rest. Chapter 144. The abduction upon awakening. Zhang Xingxing's first sight was an expansive grassland, devoid of any human or seemingly sentient beings. How peculiar. Was he dreaming? He had clearly been sleeping in a desolate area, yet now he found himself on a prairie. Confusion engulfed him. A sudden gust of wind chilled him to the bone. Finally, I've got you, a voice cackled. Damn humans, you want to escape unharmed. Zhang Xingxing turned towards the voice and was confronted by a massive purple tree, its trunk robust and covered in small thorns. The striking purple hue instantly reminded him of the vines. What on earth was happening? Where was he? Before Zhang Xingxing could fully grasp the situation, his entire body was ensnared by vines, which then unceremoniously hurled him to the ground, leaving him dazed. Ouch! The pain elicited a groan, yet only deepened his bewilderment. Wasn't he dreaming? How could he feel pain? A chilling thought struck him, causing him to shiver. Help! Save me! However, his cries fell on deaf ears. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects, not a single bird was in sight. Goodness, were these vines truly so formidable? Zhang Xingxing's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. Was he destined to perish like this? Despair washed over him. He had so much youth and beauty yet to experience. How could he resign himself to such an end? Alas, his unwillingness was futile. The vines bound him tightly, rendering him immobile, even unable to utter a word. He felt as if his entire body was frozen, his blood seemingly congealed, limbs stiff and powerless. Just as he believed he was on the brink of death, he suddenly felt the vines retreating like a receding tide, vanishing entirely. Zhang Xingxing then sensed a restoration of sensation in his limbs. Upon opening his eyes in confusion, he discovered that the vines were gone, replaced by a tree ablaze in fiery red, with him now perched on one of its branches. This tree towered into the clouds, its leaves a pale yellow, its trunk thick and its branches lush, with a slender main trunk extending into the distance. What in the world? Who are you? Why have you captured me? Zhang Xingxing, still shaken, scanned his surroundings in search of answers. However, to his dismay, apart from the grand tree, there was not a soul in sight. No human. Not even a ghostly figure. Did I provoke you in some way? Frustrated, he attempted to rise, only to find his legs utterly unresponsive. A scent wafted through the air, and Zhang Xingxing was enveloped in a haze. He recognized it as identical to the odor emitted by the vines that had ensnared him. No, not again. A wave of foul stench hit him, and he suddenly comprehended the predicament he was in, fear coursing through him. He hastily covered his nose and attempted to flee, yet his limbs felt weak and uncooperative, leaving him no choice but to abandon his struggle. Oh no, I'm truly going to die today, Zhang Xingxing lamented, tears welling up. This tree was undeniably bizarre. He attempted to contact Commander Ji Nanfeng for help, but to no avail. His light brain had ceased to function. In desperation, he shook the tree trunk vigorously. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the massive tree. Conversely, the more he struggled, the more he was assailed, and he began to detect strange, nauseating odors. Am I to be suffocated by this stench? No, I cannot. I still have so much youth to enjoy. Zhang Xingxing shouted defiantly, but his strength waned, leaving him barely able to utter a curse. He realized he was truly at the end of his rope. Not only was he doomed, but the presence of this tree meant that his body might never be found. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender, determined to fight until his last breath. Suddenly, amidst this dire situation, a hauntingly beautiful cry echoed. Zhang Xingxing looked up to see the tree above him parting slightly, allowing a beam of radiant sunlight to shine down upon him. To his astonishment, a gigantic red butterfly fluttered down, landing briefly before ascending into the depths of the tree crown. Wait! Upon witnessing the butterfly's disappearance, Zhang Xingxing called out, but it ignored him, continuing its ascent. Frustrated, he leapt from the branch and stumbled after it, shouting, "Hey, big bird, no wait. Great wings, hold on." His words were abruptly cut off as he tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud, seemingly breaking something. With great effort, he managed to prop himself up and survey his surroundings anew. He found himself lying within a tree hollow, approximately 10 meters wide at its deepest point. On the opposite side of the hollow were numerous wooden boxes, their surfaces wrapped in resilient green wood. Zhang Xingxing groaned as he struggled to sit up, realizing his chest and abdomen ached severely, indicating serious injury, and he discovered he was unable to heal himself. What on earth was happening? Was it the tree's influence? He scrutinized the hollow-esque structure and noted its distinct shape. Unlike any ordinary tree, the patterns resembled human skin, with faintly visible veins. It must be. Zhang Xingxing gritted his teeth. Could this be a product of human experimentation from a laboratory? Before his very eyes, the vines began to writhe slowly, resembling a serpent lurking in the shadows. Their leaves shimmered with an eerie glow, casting a ghastly light that enveloped the hollow in a chilling atmosphere. Zhang Xingxing found himself ensnared in a terrifying trap. A wave of cold dread enveloped him, as if an unseen force was tightening its grip. Fear surged within him, causing his heart to race, almost leaping from his chest. The vines had attempted to claim his life multiple times, yet their intentions were far from straightforward. They sought not merely to end his existence, but to subject him to prolonged suffering and torment. They yearned to drag Zhang Xingxing into the abyss of despair, relishing in his anguish and hopelessness. The tendrils of the vine were as sharp as a blade, entwining around Zhang Xinghong's body, binding him in a manner that rendered him nearly immobile. His skin was lacerated by the vine, and blood swiftly stained his sleeves a deep crimson. Pained groans escaped his lips, resonating through the night like ripples in still water. The sunlight filtering through the tree hollow flickered ominously, as if heralding an impending doom. The vine's strength grew more formidable, resembling a ferocious beast, as it dragged Zhang Xinghong towards a shadowy recess. In that dark corner, the vine exuded a potent poison, suffusing the air and rendering it stifling. Zhang Xinghong felt his breath becoming increasingly labored, his vision blurring, as if everything was fading into a hazy distance. Yet, the vine's plans did not unfold as intended. At a critical juncture, a piercing sound cleaved through the night sky. The vine abruptly released its grip on Zhang Xinghong, as if threatened by an unseen force. This sound was none other than the strike of a boomerang, wielded by Zhang Xinghong himself as a means of offense. Clutching the boomerang tightly, his eyes reflected determination and courage. The vine sensed a flicker of fear, its leaves trembling as if subjected to an invisible pressure. However, it was unwilling to concede easily, once more ensnaring Zhang Xinghong in an attempt to drag him into the abyss of death. Undeterred, Zhang Xinghong swung the boomerang, severing tendril after tendril. Blood and leaves intertwined in the air, the acrid scent overwhelming. As the number of vines diminished, Zhang Xinghong finally found an opportunity to breathe. Yet, the battle was far from over. The vine emitted a thunderous roar, akin to an enraged beast. Its power surged, unwilling to accept defeat, determined to pull Zhang Xinghong into the depths of hell. The vine and Zhang Xinghong faced each other within the tree hollow, illuminated by the light filtering through. Zhang Xinghong's gaze was cold and resolute, as if an irresistible force burned within his heart. "I have a proposition for you, human," the vine spoke coldly, its tone laced with an unyielding resolve. Zhang Xinghong raised his head, confusion and fear etched on his face. He realized he had fallen into the vine's scheme, and at that moment, he had no choice but to comply with its terms. Internally, he scoffed. "No way, folks. This tree can talk. Didn't they say, after the establishment of the nation, no sentient beings were allowed? A tree spirit of this size is going to die. As long as you can lucidly fulfill the script of revenge, I shall release you." The vine's voice was deep and steadfast, as if emanating from the depths of hell. "What?" Zhang Xinghong momentarily faltered. "Do not humans relish the trope of rebirth and revenge? This time, on my territory, I shall grant you several chances at rebirth. As long as you can exact your revenge, I will release you and assist your team in departing from this place. Zhang Xinghong understood that this agreement was both an opportunity and a trial for him. He must conquer his inner weakness and fear. Otherwise, everything would be lost. The vine retrieved a complex script from a corner, densely filled with writing, seemingly concealing endless conspiracies. It handed the script to Zhang Xinghong, its tone dripping with deep sarcasm. This is your touchstone, despicable human. The vine's voice carried mockery and provocation, as if ridiculing his inadequacy. Zhang Xinghong accepted the script, his fingers trembling slightly, as if it were a ticking time bomb poised to lead him into the abyss of annihilation. He opened the script, and vivid scenes sprang to life on the pages. He witnessed himself being murdered by his teacher, while his best friend claimed first place in a competition with his work, stepping over his corpse to reach the pinnacle of life. Each page vividly unveiled Zhang Xinghong's inner tragedy, as he felt the endless darkness consuming him, a sense of helplessness and inescapable despair. Yet, he knew he must accept this challenge. He must transform his fear into motivation, bravely confronting all the pain and sorrow that the world had to offer. All right, I accept your terms, but may I ask you a question? How do you possess human intelligence? Zhang Xinghong tentatively posed this crucial inquiry. Once you navigate through this trial, I shall reveal everything to you. Moreover, allow me to entice you further. I am not merely a plant. I am also a person. The voice from the vine uttered these words, sending chills down Zhang Xinghong's spine. Although he had anticipated this revelation as a result of laboratory modifications, hearing it confirmed and witnessing the entity's peculiar nature was more shocking than he had imagined. When did such formidable beings emerge among humanity? Was it the work of a corporate conglomerate, politicians, or military factions engaged in horrific, unlawful experiments that defied humanity? Regardless of the answer, the truth was not what he wished to hear, yet every answer bore its rationale, and any response could lack justification. Time seemed to stand still, and the entire forest plunged into an eerie silence. Zhang Xinghong's mind was filled with the vine's voice, echoing in his ears, ensnaring him in a web of confusion. He felt as though he had fallen into an unknown abyss, unable to extricate himself. Before Zhang Xinghong, the scenery shifted once more, revealing a figure, a man clad in black. Who was this? He scrutinized the dark-clad individual, who also lifted his gaze to meet his own. The two men locked eyes and simultaneously burst into laughter, leaving Zhang Xinghong with an unsettling sense of unreality. How could this be? What was happening? This pig is truly plump. It must be incredibly delicious, Zhang Xinghong thought to himself. Damn it, did I not check the calendar before leaving today? How could I end up feeding pigs? However, soon he realized something was amiss. Chapter 145. The pig is slaughtered. Help! Damn it, he was now a pig. Zhang Xinghong lowered his head, horrified to see his current form, wishing he could gouge out his own eyes. What was happening? How had he transformed into a pig? He was covered in filth, his body caked in mud, shaking his head and even feeling the sound of his large, floppy ears slapping against his face. It was overwhelming, utterly devastating. Where the hell was this place? Yet, no matter how he attempted to speak, only pig-like grunts escaped his lips. If any unforeseen occurrences arise, do not be alarmed. It is merely a glitch. You only need to die once, a voice in his mind informed him. Zhang Xinghong, bewildered, stood on all fours, still grappling with his identity. He had not yet transitioned from a human to a creature solely focused on eating, drinking, and defecating. Zhang Xinghong helplessly gazed at the railing before him. Indeed, it was his helplessness that had given rise to this sincere illusion. Yes, he had transformed into a pig, but his resignation did not falter. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, all that remained was a single tear from Zhang Xinghong's piggy eyes, falling to the ground. How could he possibly end this identity as a pig? What could he do to sever this existence? Zhang Xinghong fell into contemplation. Just then, a person passed by outside the railing, saying, "This year, Wang Erniu's family is getting married. I'll finally get to savor my favorite pig trotters. That large sow has been on my mind for ages." "You glutton," the person beside him mocked. That individual rolled his eyes, What? You don't want to eat pork? If you're so keen, don't come with me. Not going? Who said I'm not going? You indulge in your pig knuckles while I savor my chilled pig ears. Let us depart swiftly. If we linger here any longer, everything will be devoured, and I wonder how you would manage to embrace the banquet. The conversation of the two individuals passing by sent a shiver down the spine of Zhang Xingxing, who, in his current form as a pig, felt as if his trotters and ears were quaking in fear, as though they had already been served on a platter. However, their dialogue ignited a spark of inspiration within him. Indeed, if I can make myself plump enough to entice others, I believe I shall soon find myself on the dining table. Alas, if only that nemesis of tongue man were to arrive for a feast. I could savor a taste of poison and eliminate them all. Thus, from that day forth, Zhang Xingxing opened his mouth wide, held his breath, and voraciously devoured the swine feed. The reason for holding his breath was not due to the unpalatability of the food. On the contrary, it was simply too delectable. The pig owner busily chopped the feed, slicing white radishes to soak in water. Large, vibrant green cabbages were also shredded and submerged. The larger pumpkins were chopped without removing their seeds, and they too were tossed into the water. Carrots, tomatoes, and small potatoes were added, and with a stir and a mix, a fragrant pot of pig feed was concocted. If this food seemed overly fastidious, even the minutiae, cabbage stalks and carrot greens, were tossed in. Conversely, if it were deemed simple fare, a single meal would have incorporated the majority of essential vitamins into that vast pot, meticulously cooked to perfection. Each ingredient had been carefully washed before being chopped. I hope my prolonged stay here does not leave me unaccustomed to human food upon my sudden return to being a pig. This pig feed is truly detestable. My belly has become distended due to it over several days. At this rate, it won't be long before I am either stuffed to death or successfully presented at the banquet. As Zhang Xingxing continued to feast, growing ever fatter, his once indomitable willpower crumbled. Ultimately, the heavens granted his wish. After a drowsy slumber, he awoke to find himself bound tightly, a man before him wielding a dagger, ominously advancing. The man exuded confidence, approaching Zhang Xingxing with an air of ease, before plunging the blade into him with excruciating force. Blood oozed from the wound, pooling on the ground as others held iron basins to collect it, the crimson liquid bubbling forth. It was then that Zhang Xingxing recalled a remarkable culinary invention from his past life as a human: pig's blood sausage. This dish, crafted by chopping the pork within the belly into small pieces, mixing them with salt, cooking wine, and minced ginger, was simple yet meticulous. One must select pork intestines with a balance of fat and lean meat, as they enhance flavor during cooking. The slightly sour taste of the intestines left a lingering aftertaste, and a drizzle of red fat made them visually appealing. At this moment, the man before him had already plunged the knife into Zhang Xingxing. Yet he continued to observe every contour of the pig's form, ensuring perfection in his grim task. The man would stab Zhang Xingxing repeatedly, allowing his blood to flow freely, extracting his intestines, mixing his blood with flour and meat, stuffing it all into Zhang Xingxing's own intestines, followed by fresh vegetables like lettuce, coriander, and scallions. The thought was overwhelming. Zhang Xingxing, as a pig on the verge of sacrifice, felt a tremor in his heart. This pig, when given a single cut while alive, is not merely delectable. It surpasses even the finest pork paired with rice. One could easily consume 3 or 4 bowls. Damn it, who wishes to perish in such a brutal manner? At least grant me a painless end. Zhang Xingxing struggled in anger, pleading, I refuse to die. Let me go. I do not wish to perish. Yet, all was in vain. No one would heed the struggles of meal. As he lay there, on the brink of sacrifice, Zhang Xingxing felt dizzy, as if he had been administered 2 doses of anesthesia, and succumbed to a deep slumber. What transpired? When Zhang Xingxing, now a small pig, opened his eyes, he realized he had successfully detached his soul, becoming a ghost, witnessing his massive pig body being carried into the kitchen. Yet despite this, he was powerless to resist, for he was now a spirit. In the darkness, he heard the voice of Tongue Man. Congratulations, you have successfully died for the first time, achieving the title of being devoured by your nemesis as a pig. Indeed, Zhang Xingxing had not only become a pig, but had also been consumed by the very enemy summoned by the pig owner. No, I cannot accept this. My story cannot end here. Determination flickered in Zhang Xingxing's gaze. He resolved that his life would not conclude in such a dismal manner. Thus, Tung Man released another form of gas. Awaken. A voice echoed in Zhang Xingxing's ears, prompting him to open his eyes to a pair of enchanting, captivating female eyes. Yet, he did not gaze upon her face, but instead looked down. To his astonishment, he discovered he was no longer human. Beneath him lay a sandy expanse, interspersed with plastic weeds scattered around. Zhang Xingxing attempted to move, crawling, feeling a heavy weight on his back. A snail? A turtle? He remained indifferent to the specifics. After all, he was no longer human. Little turtle, you are safe now. Do not fear. Zhang Xingxing raised his head, noticing the girl who had spoken. She appeared to be in her teens, clad in a fluorescent pink outfit, with a fringe obscuring one eye, adorned with purple eyeshadow, exuding an indescribable aura. Yet, none of this could mask the complex expression of surprise and exhaustion on her face. Thank heavens, my little turtle, you have finally awakened. Purple signifies solitude and melancholy. I have been worried for you for several hours. Today I tested my best friend, but my turtle did not pass. You are all I have left. Yesterday I asked my turtle about the candy I ate today. It was neither sweet nor sour, and I sighed in relief. La 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 la. The girl swayed her head, leaving Zhang Xingxing in disbelief. How could she not comprehend such a simple acrostic? I even applied red face paint to hasten her understanding. Yet I was met with disappointment. As a human, Zhang Xingxing could not fathom this, and as a turtle, he understood even less. Zhang Xingxing glanced around. Bewildered, what is happening? Is this the domain of pirates? Someone, please come and translate for me. Yet, Zhang Xingxing could only obediently remain in place, listening to the girl as she continued her whimsical ramblings. Originally, I believed that my turtle was the one who truly understood my sentiments. However, to my dismay, his attention was entirely elsewhere. Turtle, if you have your close friends, do not end up like me, suffering this fate. This serves as a lesson, this is experience. Zhang Xinghong lamented, attempting to bury himself in the sand. Yet, having just transformed into a turtle, he struggled to master the use of his two forelimbs, and his shell would not retract. Frustrated, he exhaled forcefully through his nostrils, directing his ire towards the void ahead. Regardless, he opened his eyes, determined to discern an escape from this predicament. Upon glancing around, he was taken aback, realizing that the fishbowl he occupied seemed to be suspended miles above the ground. If he were to escape from this height, he would either perish from exhaustion or meet his demise from a fall. Alas, there was no alternative. Zhang Xinghong could only resign himself to death. He could not help but scoff. Is this vine truly not intentional? With such an identity and race. Speaking of revenge is absurd. Merely existing is a struggle. Each attempt makes me feel more fragile, as if I'm seeking my own demise. The vine, lurking nearby, whispered. I too am unaware of how so many mistakes occurred. Zhang Xinghong, suppressing a throbbing headache, felt disoriented after the girl's complaints. Remarkable, I have survived another day. His immediate goal was to escape the fishbowl. He gazed at the transparent glass, affirming his resolve, and began to climb. True to its nature, the glass was exceedingly slippery, particularly this one in the girl's home, which sparkled as if someone were perpetually cleaning and polishing it. Zhang Xinghong ascended 2 steps only to fall back down, and again he climbed 2 steps, repeating this cycle. After half an hour of effort, he remained in place, disheartened. He understood the manner of his demise. A swift passage to the next world, yet this glass was too slick for him to escape. Zhang Xinghong felt despair, fearing he might waste all his time in this bathtub. It was essential to note that he was not a fish, but rather a long-lived turtle. A 1,000-year-old turtle. A 10,000-year-old creature. He could not bear to wait even a single day, let alone a millennium. Zhang Xinghong, having just arrived in this world, had yet to breathe the air outside and had instead become a pet, unable to die. How could he be so unfortunate? Staring at the scenery beyond the glass, an idea struck him. Could it be that turtles could die from anger, starvation, or dehydration? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. This meant he had not just one, but multiple methods of demise at his disposal. He prepared himself for a protracted endeavor, with his first attempt being to starve. If he could resist consuming any floating algae or turtle food, he would surely perish from hunger. To his surprise, Zhang Xinghong did not succumb to starvation. Instead, he was electrocuted. This brings us to the following day. The girl returned to him, saying, "Turtle, be my witness. Today, I will test my other turtle." I refuse to believe she does not understand my thoughts. Zhang Xinghong thought, how painful. Chapter 146, after becoming a turtle, testing a close friend. He could not fathom why this girl incessantly conducted tests. Was she a goddess of examination? After so many trials, how had her friends not severed ties with her? The questions posed were so intricate. If it were him, he would have swiftly knocked her out. How could such a person maintain friendships? Surely, this world had gone mad. The girl continued sending voice messages. "Turtle, today at the infusion center, I encountered a striking gentleman, standing at 6'5", wearing glasses, seemingly without a girlfriend." Her friend instinctively inquired, "Really? Did you take a picture? Show me, perhaps he is my type." The girl paused before responding with a tone tinged with sarcasm. "Why do you care? What is it to you?" Her friend then realized something was amiss. "Turtle, why do you sound so downcast? What has happened? Did you go for another infusion? Are you ill? Feverish or cold? Inflammation or infection?" The girl replied coldly, "Please do not ask. From now on, let us maintain our distance. Once I overcome this ordeal, we shall part ways. You are not worth my concern. The one who invests sincere feelings is always the one who suffers the most. I hope you do not grasp the meaning of this statement." She ended the call, tears falling into the bathtub. "Turtle, you're all I have left." Zhang Xinghong muttered, "6." Zhang Xinghong could not comprehend how such a young, beautiful, and seemingly intelligent girl could be so fixated on testing. How had she not received a resounding slap in real life for her behavior? If he were not currently a turtle, he would have leapt from the bowl and given her a good smack for her insolence. Just being around her for these 2 days had nearly diminished his intellect. Before he could finish his thoughts, the girl erupted again. "Those who understand me need not speak. Those who do not need not say anything." She screamed in anguish, considering that if he did not perish soon, he would have to endure more of this torment. Zhang Xinghong wept, his tears mingling with the water. Sadness need not be known by others. Tears were merely a sign of his fragility. He felt himself on the brink of shattering. As Zhang Xinghong resolved to continue enduring hunger and await his demise, the heartbroken girl hurled her phone into the fishbowl. "If my phone is destined to be a vessel for painful memories, I would rather let those memories drift away with the water. No one shall make me weep. I am a proud princess. I know you lack sincerity towards me, but I must protect my fragile heart. No one shall harm me. I shall no longer maintain contact with any of you. The lonely princess can only possess her own solitude. From this day forth, every day shall be spent in my own company. Love yourself well, noble Princess Lily." With a splash, the girl cast her phone into the fishbowl. The fragile device, upon contact with the water, became even more vulnerable. A surge of electricity crackled from the phone. Zhang Xinghong felt a jolt of pain coursing through him, rendering him paralyzed. His vision blurred, and the harsh sound of electricity echoed in his ears. He struggled to rise, yet his limbs felt ensnared by the icy currents. Why was it that the one who had suffered was him? Zhang Xinghong seethed with resentment. Once the electric shock subsided, he felt dazed, unable to meet his end. Zhang Xinghong gazed vacantly at the girl, who continued to spiral into madness. "My life is truly fascinating. I am a harbinger of disaster. Wherever I go, calamity follows. My dearest friend has abandoned me, and no one has offered me genuine affection. This world is but a facade. Everything is non-existent. Am I too an illusion? Is this the punishment bestowed upon me by the ruler of this realm? I shall never find a true confidant in this lifetime. How could the heavens be so cruel? I am merely an ordinary yet stunningly beautiful young lady, empathetic and ever willing to lend a hand. Everything is false. It is all a lie. I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking apart. Everything is a deception. I am overwhelmed with despair, in a fit of frustration." The girl cast another phone into the fish tank. "My lost friendships. Let us depart together. I shall forever hold you in my thoughts. For I cannot bear to see you again, lest my heart shatter. The phone that had just spoken with Gui now contained numerous intimate photographs. Memories that should no longer exist, devoid of any significance, just as no one cares for me. Zhang Xingxing could not fully comprehend the subsequent words, for at that moment, he had already succumbed to the electric shock from the other phone. Yet, even in death, he could not escape the suffocating grasp of the girl. His father gently placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, speaking softly, "My dear, I understand your sorrow at the loss of Gui, but please believe, this is not your fault. Life is fragile and precious. At times, we cannot control everything. Gui enjoyed a wonderful life under our care, receiving our love and attention. Its departure could signify that its purpose has been fulfilled, or perhaps it has found a better home in heaven. Let us cherish the beautiful memories and the time we spent together. Do not blame yourself. We did our utmost to provide it with the best care. Let us gradually accept this reality and continue to nurture other lives, allowing them to feel our warmth and compassion. I will always be here to support you through this painful time." His voice was filled with paternal affection. Although the girl struggled to accept such comfort, she recognized her father's intention to lighten her burden. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed upon her father's kind visage. In her heart, he was the most magnificent person in the world, not only a role model at home, but also her unwavering pillar of strength. She felt incredibly fortunate to have such a father. Reflecting on the recent events, her emotions remained turbulent. Gui, my beloved Gui has departed. Woe is me. The girl replayed her actions in her mind, acknowledging her carelessness. In her haste to grieve, she had overlooked crucial details. She deeply chastised herself for her negligence, for her mistakes had led to Gui's demise. Her father took a deep breath and continued to console her. Remember, life is filled with ups and downs. Every mistake presents an opportunity, allowing you to become stronger and more mature. This incident serves as a valuable lesson. Learn from it, and you shall not repeat the same errors. The girl lifted her head, her gaze resolute. She understood the profound meaning in her father's words. Indeed, she could not remain mired in guilt and sorrow. She must learn from her mistakes and strive for self-improvement. Embracing her father tightly, she expressed her gratitude. "Father, thank you. A proud princess shall not easily surrender. I will have a turtle of my own." In a state of disembodiment, Zhang Xingxing listened to the adult comforting the child, feeling as though his life had lost all significance. What nightmare! Zhang Xingxing exchanged glances with Tang Wan. "Have mercy on me. Look at these people around. Please grant me a normal identity, if you will. I truly do not wish to perish in such absurdity." The more he spoke, the more he felt himself fracturing. Initially, he had thought he might die from the strain, yet he found himself killed and turned into a dish instead. The second time, he had become a turtle. Unable to escape, he thought he might starve himself. Instead, he faced a bizarre existence filled with mental and physical torment. At this rate, I could be showcased at a zoo as a specimen of a mad human from the future. Life is a long yet fleeting journey. We can only traverse this world for a limited time. Throughout this journey, we encounter various challenges, confusions, and joys, all of which shape our character and values. Observing Tang Wan's incessant chatter, Zhang Xingxing harbored no other thoughts but a desire to seize him and roast him over a fire. When he opened his eyes once more, the perspective had shifted considerably. He extended his tiny finger, marveling at his transformation into an infant once again. Reborn as a small baby, Zhang Xingxing blinked his innocent eyes at the couple before him. An indescribable warmth surged within him, as if filled with a complex yet comforting emotion. The couple sat beside his crib, their eyes radiating deep love and anticipation. A wave of warmth enveloped his heart, akin to a blooming flower, exuding boundless beauty and hope. The surroundings were tranquil and serene. Sunlight filtered through translucent curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bed. The room was infused with the fresh scent of baby, filling the space with warmth and purity. Zhang Xingxing gazed at the couple, his heart brimming with discontent towards Tang Wan. What a joke! At this age, I cannot even control my bodily functions, And you expect me to seek revenge? Are you serious? As Zhang Xingxing observed the changing scenery outside, bitterness and helplessness filled his heart. This world seemed a merciless beast to children, ever ready to devour them. The fragility of his body instilled a profound sense of inferiority. For Zhang Xingxing had once been a formidable warrior, commanding a mech with ferocity. Yet now, those days felt like distant memories. He attempted to recall his former glory, but all that remained were fleeting shadows, gradually fading in the relentless flow of time. During this period, he had nearly forgotten the essence of being human, and now, having the rare opportunity to be a person again, he found himself as a powerless infant. As a baby, Zhang Xingxing began contemplating how to exact his revenge. He did not wish to continue this cycle. He certainly did not want to transform into any other grotesque creature. "I have good news for you," Tengwan announced. "This child's parents just happen to be your two enemies. What do you think? I've done you a favor by placing your adversaries right in front of you. Now you have the opportunity to strike." An opportunity to strike? Zhang Xingxing was perplexed by this conclusion. Did Tengwan expect him to frighten them with his infantile cries? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of discomfort rolled through his stomach. To avoid a disgraceful incident, he began to wail fervently, hoping to attract attention for a timely diaper change. Yet he forgot that this body was not capable of holding back like an adult. It was that of an infant, incapable of controlling its bowels. Before his two enemies could rush over to assist him, Zhang Xingxing erupted into an even more frantic cry. Indeed, what he had contemplated had truly transpired. In this age of unbridled impulses, he had failed to restrain his own desires, yielding to the whims of his stomach and his youthful urges. Before him stood two adversaries, deserving of a decisive blow. Zhang Xinghong struggled to maintain a facade of indifference, though his fingers trembled slightly and a faint blush crept upon his ears. Tengwan inquired, "Are you all right?" Silence enveloped the evening at Conchiao. Only after he had regained composure did Zhang Xinghong utter two words, "Guess." His shoulders tensed with an almost unbearable rigidity as he attempted to adopt a more relaxed demeanor, yet found himself instinctively shielding his face. "I want to kill you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you." He admonished himself to remain calm. After all, such matters were beyond his control. His temper often malfunctioned, but he had grown accustomed to it. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to forget the incident through sheer willpower. Yet the memory of his earlier embarrassment lingered. Chapter 147. In an age where one cannot control their bodily functions, let me take my revenge. You had best not grant me the opportunity to retaliate. Ha! Tengwan responded with an awkward chuckle. How was he to fulfill his quest for vengeance? Given his current juvenile guise, revealing any significant information was out of the question. The task at hand was to eliminate these two individuals. How could he execute such a plan with his limited strength? Zhang Xinghong pondered deeply. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Although the likelihood of a child committing murder was nearly non-existent, it was not entirely impossible. A series of chain reactions could ignite a butterfly effect, thereby advancing his agenda. He resolved to embark upon this long-term plan daily. Thus, each morning, Zhang Xinghong arose from his slumber at the appointed hour. He would open his mouth and begin a wail. The two individuals, compelled by his cries, would reluctantly rise from their beds. As soon as they were upright, Zhang Xinghong would turn away and feign a deep sleep, oblivious to their weary gazes. This cycle repeated ad infinitum. Despite having returned to a child's body, Zhang Xinghong, a soldier at heart, understood that this realm was merely an illusion, unable to wholly confine his biological clock. Within him lay a personal alarm clock, capable of dictating his wake-up time. And so it went. Wah wah wah, his cries grew increasingly loud. Wang Wan, observing her child, could no longer contain her despair. Why is it that while I tend to the child all day, you only think of work? No one pays attention to me. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to care for a child all day? Yao Wei rolled his eyes. Isn't that the responsibility of women? Besides, what money do you earn? If you're not at home with the child, where else would you go? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wang Wen's face. The relentless psychological strain had led her to experience symptoms of postpartum depression. You promised we would raise this child together. Yet why is all the burden on me? Do you know how much scorn a woman faces while raising a child? If he had never been born, slap. Before she could finish, Wang Wen received a resounding blow to her face. Stunned, she gazed at Yao Wei, who had never laid a hand on her since childhood, and even her mother and sister had shielded her from any grievances. Yet today, she had been struck by the man she loved most dearly. A pang of sorrow surged within her, and tears finally poured forth. Wang Wen wept bitterly, her cries echoing with anguish. She wiped her tears and turned to the man who stood silently, coldly observing her. A wave of desolation washed over her as she realized that she was truly alone. Her partner had never held her in esteem, even with their only shared blood within her womb. Wang Wen brushed away her tears and stood, intending to leave. Her steps felt heavy, as if each movement weighed down her body with lead. She longed to return to her warm and comfortable room, where she might find solace. "You leave, and do not return," Yao Wei said coldly to his wife. Wang Wen could not comprehend how the man who had once vowed to love her had transformed into such an indifferent figure. "How dare you speak to me like that? Ha! If you leave, I shall suffocate this child and report you to the authorities for the previous murder. I'll claim you're mentally unstable, and let us see how you fare in court." "You? Very well. Is that your threat? Fine. We can both perish together and see who faces harsher judgment." Wang Wen was bewildered by how easily he had turned his back on her. The vows they had exchanged now felt like a mirage. Yao Wei, realizing he had spoken too hastily, understood that such matters should have been kept in reserve, never to be revealed so soon. "Xiaowen, please listen," he pleaded, his eyes filled with remorse. "Is this the reason for your change in attitude towards me?" Wang Wen scoffed. Yao Wei bowed his head, unable to refute her claims. This topic was too sensitive. He could only remain silent. In that moment, Wang Wen crumbled, her sobs erupting as she questioned, "Am I merely a tool for your violent intentions? No, it cannot be. If you never cared for me, why had you gone to such lengths to pursue and marry me?" With that, she stormed away, her words piercing Yao Wei's heart like an icy blade. They had once been lovers, now suddenly estranged. Her words left him feeling embarrassed and powerless, a flicker of regret and confusion in his gaze. "My father treated my mother the same way. How could that be wrong?" Yao Wei chased after her, but she had already vanished. "Wife," he lamented, filled with frustration. In the moonlit streets, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and loss. The moonlight cast a dark shadow upon him, and the anguish within him was inexpressible, as if he were being torn apart by a merciless blade. He had never realized how his indifference and neglect had inflicted such profound wounds upon their love. Upon returning home, Yao Wei turned on the television, yet everything displayed was but an illusion. His thoughts drifted back to his past with Wang Wen, their previous sweetness and warmth replaying like a film in his mind. He recalled their first meeting on a sunlit spring day, their eyes locking, their souls entwined. Tears fell from Yao Wei's cheeks, moistening his spirit. He had never felt such a deep connection to Wang Wen, recognizing too late his foolishness in taking their relationship for granted. The following day, Yao Wei resolved to embark on a romantic endeavor, determined to demonstrate his sincerity through action. He purchased a bouquet of vibrant roses and set forth on his quest to find Wang Wen. "Mr. Yao, this way, please." A long Bentley approached, and the driver graciously opened the door, inviting Yao Wei inside. He settled into the vehicle, the air conditioning providing a comfortable respite as he leaned back to rest, awaiting the upcoming banquet. Half an hour later, the car halted before a hotel. A server escorted Yao Wei to the banquet hall, guiding him up a winding staircase. Upon entering the grand hall, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The entire hall is adorned in a manner that exudes a romantic and ethereal ambience. With tables laden with exquisite delicacies, red wine, fresh flowers, and roses. Under the soft illumination, the atmosphere becomes even more enchanting. Wang Wen stands in a daze, bewildered by the circumstances surrounding her. "Good evening, Ms. Wang. Our esteemed Mr. Yao has invited you to share a dance." A server approaches, holding a bouquet of roses. It takes Wang Wen a moment to recollect that she had been participating in a magazine interview, only to be followed by paparazzi, leading her to this unexpected scene. "Am I allowed to decline?" she asks hesitantly. "I'm afraid not. Mr. Yao has been waiting for quite some time, and he wishes to dance with you. The server replies with a smile, adding, "Moreover, he has instructed me to ensure you do not refuse, or he will promptly call security." Wang glances around. On the dance floor, men and women twirl gracefully, the music resonating joyfully. "If you find it dull, Miss Wang, perhaps you could retire to the lounge after the dance. There are refreshments and snacks available," the attendant suggests. As she spots Yao Wei approaching, a wave of irony washes over her. "Do you truly believe that by orchestrating this spectacle, I would reconsider?" Yao Wei takes Wang Wen's hand gently. "My dear, I recognize my mistakes. Look at the surprise I have prepared for you. Do not attempt to charm me with such tactics. Let go of me. I wish to go home." Wang Wen struggles to break free. "Please forgive me. I genuinely regret my actions," Yao Wei implores, his tone steeped in guilt, though his eyes betray no emotional turbulence. Leaving Wang when uncertain whether his words stem from remorse or mere fear. Despite the absence of anger in his demeanor, Wang Wen feels an instinctive desire to retreat when confronted by his gaze. It has always been this way. Wang Wen once believed that their love could withstand the test of time, yet she now realizes how fragile it truly is. It shatters at the slightest disturbance. Their relationship has grown tense, stretched like a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. Wang Wen has pondered whether she has erred in some way, whether she is insufficient, leading to his change of heart. However, she finds no answers, enduring the anguish in silence as she watches their love slowly fade away. Suddenly, a fragmented image of a head appears in her mind. Yes, that incident. No, you're a monster. You have committed murder. Upon hearing these words, Yao Wei's expression shifts dramatically as he pulls Wang Wen close, scanning their surroundings for any witnesses. Fortunately, due to prior arrangements, they are alone. "Let go of me. Release me now. Calm down. You need to remain composed." Yao Wei stares at her with a darkened expression, attempting to silence her. Wang Wen cries out in desperation. Met only with frantic tugging, Yao Wei drags her into a restroom, ensuring their privacy. "Do you wish for death? If so, do not impede my affairs," he threatens, his gaze menacing. "How can you treat me this way? I have borne your child. Can you truly bear to let our baby grow up without their mother? You promised to love me for a lifetime. How can you act like this?" Wang Wen glares at him, but he merely approaches her, looking down with disdain. "Foolish woman, you believe such sentiments hold any weight? Love?" He scoffs, dismissing the concept as incapable of withstanding trials or temptations. "I do not wish for you to speak of that matter any longer. Come with me now or else." He pauses, his eyes sharpening with menace. "Neither you nor the child will survive." Wang Wen's pupils dilate in terror as she gazes at him. "No, please, you cannot do this. This is our child. Have you forgotten our vows from years ago? We promised to be together, to grow old side by side." Yao Wei smirks mockingly. "You mentioned that was in the past. A true man does not dwell on bygone promises, especially concerning such matters. Enough talk. Return home with me, or I will strike you." Wang Wen breaks down in tears, shaking her head, her eyes blazing with anguish. "I refuse to go with you. Why must you be so cruel? You know that a few kind words would suffice. I will call the police. Yes, I will report you." Yao Wei laughs maniacally. He rises and approaches the vanity, pressing Wang Wen's head against the glass. "Take a good look at yourself, an aging and unattractive woman. Who do you think you are to challenge me? You are courting death." As his words linger, cries echo in the room. "What did you say? Husband, please do not frighten me. I am in pain. I am in agony." Wang Wen screams desperately, "Help. Someone help. Shout all you want. Aren't you known for your pride? Let the world see your current state. Imagine if this were captured for a magazine. Your parents would surely suffer a mental breakdown." Yao Wei's cold gaze drips with resentment. "Do you think that revealing this will grant you safety and comfort? You are mistaken. You will be seen as my accomplice, and we will both be imprisoned. I assure you, the repercussions will be far worse than what you face now. Perhaps some will even come to the prison to confront you. Scoundrel, you think you can silence me? I will see you suffer." Wang Wen's mind races. She realizes he intends to end her life. "No, husband, I beg you, do not kill me. I will disappear. I will never disturb you again. Now you wish to escape? It is too late." Wang Wen watches in horror as he raises a knife to his own neck, blood seeping down the glass. She struggles with all her might, but it is futile. Her world collapses, and she sinks into darkness. Chapter 148, Death Deception. Yahweh never anticipated her fragility. Gazing at the woman lying in a pool of blood, he is at a loss for words. Her body curls on the ground, soaked in crimson, a heart-wrenching tableau. Her face is contorted in pain, her skin pale as if nearly transparent, blood trickling from her lips like a crimson cascade. Yahweh's gaze lingers on her trembling arms, noticing the subtle quiver of her fingers, silently narrating her suffering. Her fingertips, stained with blood, resemble blossoming red flowers. Yet this sight deepens his melancholy. His heart races, each beat striking like a hammer against his chest, leaving him breathless. He feels ensnared in a distorted nightmare, unable to discern reality from illusion. She bore him a son, yet what does it matter? She perished by his hand, yet he feels no joy, for he understands that disposing of Wang Wen's body will not be as simple as the last. How to execute a flawless crime. Yahweh's gaze sharpened, as a tantalizing thought ignited a fervor deep within him. He yearned to orchestrate a crime that would send shockwaves throughout the city, a chilling enigma that would immerse people in awe. His mind began to conjure countless crime stories, those brilliant cases that left onlookers astounded. Yahweh pondered how to craft his transgression into a flawless masterpiece of art. Standing beside his wife's lifeless body, his expression was cold and profound. Her death stirred not a ripple within him. Instead, it kindled his desire for crime. He gazed silently at her, reminiscing about their shared history. The surrounding environment was quiet and desolate, suffused with a somber atmosphere. Yahweh contemplated how to execute this criminal act impeccably, ensuring that all traces would vanish, leaving no evidence of his presence. He approached the mirror, his slightly trembling hand meticulously planning the blueprint of his crime. Every detail flashed in his mind as he vividly described each step he intended to take. First, he must obliterate any evidence that could expose his wrongdoing. He cleaned the bloodstains in the bathroom with fresh water. Yahweh's hands trembled, his eyes flickering with a blend of terror and resolve. This seemingly ordinary bathroom now exuded a stifling and sinister aura. He understood that this was the final barrier to erasing his crime. Only by completely eliminating the evidence could he escape the shadow looming over him. He turned on the faucet, the gentle water trickling down his fingers. In the dim light, the droplets resembled lustrous pearls, tenderly moistening his hands. Yahweh stared at his palms, and through the transparent droplets, he envisioned the color of blood. His movements grew soft and deliberate. He dared not allow even a moment of negligence. The towel glided through his hands, washing away the traces of death, leaving only a semblance of purity. His eyes were filled with sorrow and remorse. He was acutely aware that this world could no longer accommodate him. These bloodstains were testament to his sins and the source of his torment. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely plunged his palm into the water. The clear liquid quickly turned crimson as the blood spread through the water like cruel blossoms blooming on its surface. Yahweh's heart raced erratically, each beat a reminder of his heavy guilt. He rubbed his hands vigorously, feeling the remnants of blood being washed away between his fingers. Those stains had once been the pulse of life, now transformed into his deepest anguish. He clenched his fingers into a fist, his nails digging into his flesh, acutely aware of the pain surging within him. This suffering might serve as his penance for his crime, or perhaps it was a punishment inflicted upon himself. The blood in the water gradually faded, and Yahweh continuously replaced the water, unwilling to leave even a trace behind. His hands had turned red, numbed by the cold water, yet he showed no inclination to cease. He knew that only through this relentless effort could he erase all traces and cleanse his sins entirely. Then he turned to gaze at the body lying still on the floor. The deceased's visage resembled a puppet stripped of all vitality, her pale skin marred by the remnants of death. Yahweh slowly bent down, gently wiping the corpse with a damp towel. His fingers brushed against the cold skin, as if touching the very essence of mortality. He meticulously cleaned every bloodstain from the body and from himself, ensuring that every potential hiding place was addressed. He refused to leave any opportunities for others. Next, he began to devise a strategy to thwart the police investigation. How could he divert their scrutiny away from himself? The woman was already dead, If her time of death could be determined, it might estimate his time of murder, yet he lacked a solid alibi. Thus, he must fabricate a false time of death. He contemplated potential witnesses and clues, methodically eliminating each possibility. He needed an impeccable alibi, one that would convincingly place him far from the scene of the crime at the time of the incident. He scrolled through his phone's call log, searching for potential accomplices. If someone who was supposed to be dead were to remain alive, could he not create a legitimate alibi? Yao Wei's determination solidified. His desire for victory in this crime burned like a fierce flame, propelling him forward. He meticulously considered every detail, every possible scenario, to ensure everything remained within his control. Time, Yao Wei's thoughts began to crystallize. He needed a perfect moment. It would be a time beyond suspicion, devoid of any evidence that could lead back to him. His fingers lightly tapped the table, as if contemplating his fate. Standing beside the mirror, Yao Wei silently regarded his reflection. A sinister smile gradually emerged on his face. He knew that this crime would become the most exquisite endeavor of his life. He would showcase his unparalleled talent in the realm of crime, captivating all with his audacity. His gaze swept across the room, scrutinizing every corner. Then, Yao Wei began to prepare for the twisted charade. He would create a false wife to obscure the whereabouts of his real spouse. He envisioned the plan in his mind. This would be a flawless crime. His scheme was meticulously crafted, leaving virtually no trace. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him. He would become an irreversible shadow in this grim world, eternally concealed in darkness. His eyes glinted with cunning, and he set his plan into motion. In that lonely and eerie factory, Yao Wei would unleash his nefarious scheme, transforming everything into everlasting darkness. "Hello, I require a young and beautiful lady delivered to XXX Hotel as soon as possible," he said as he hung up the phone, already plotting his next steps. On the other end, the woman ended the call, her fingers lingering on the phone with a contemplative expression. Her gaze swept over the women before her, revealing a hint of detached indifference. Her face was striking yet bore the marks of age, wrinkles etched deep in her forehead and cheeks, reminiscent of intricate brushstrokes in a painting. Her eyes fell upon a younger woman nearby, whose features were exquisite, glimmering with desire and determination. The older woman spoke slowly. "A job has come in. Who will take it?" Her voice resonated with authority, akin to a commanding queen. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of tension and oppression, each woman feeling an invisible weight pressing down upon them. An instinctual fear surged within them, as if confronted by a ferocious beast, and they instinctively huddled together. The queenly figure observed them, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. In this world, only she wielded control over these women's fates. They were her puppets. With a mere gesture, they were compelled to obey. She ruled this harsh reality, her decisions determining their destinies. The expression on the young woman's face grew serious. She understood the significance of this opportunity. She yearned for freedom, to escape this grim environment. A flame of hope flickered in her eyes as she resolved to accept the assignment. "Sister Zhao, I will take it." She straightened her back and walked up to the woman, her gaze resolute and profound. The woman nodded lightly, recognizing that this young lady possessed extraordinary potential and deserved an opportunity. "Your husband, the drunkard, has borrowed quite a sum again," she remarked. "Do your best to repay the debt soon, and your family can reunite." Upon hearing these words, the young woman, Song Yu, felt as if a chill enveloped her heart, freezing her in place. Her brows furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend why her husband could never understand her. Despite having borrowed so much money, she was on the verge of repayment. Did that drunken gambler not realize her suffering? Why did he disregard her efforts so callously? To settle the debts, she had toiled endlessly, running from one job to another day and night. Often, she worked late into the night just to make ends meet, sometimes unable to guarantee even a single meal. She thought she could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, to escape the threats of those merciless creditors. Yet, here she was, faced with such harsh reality mocking her endeavors. That man seemed utterly oblivious to her trials, or perhaps he deliberately ignored her plight. His ignorance and indifference filled Song Yu with an overwhelming sense of anger and disappointment. Taking a deep breath, she transformed her fury into motivation. This time, they would surely collaborate effectively to orchestrate a successful escape. Song Yu no longer wished to be a pawn in this game, even if it meant she had to play that role one last time. You should just comply and work here. Your commission will not be lacking. Better yet, divorce that useless man of yours, so he doesn't drag you down any longer. We have quite a few naive men here who have taken a liking to you. Song Yu shook her head. I'm sorry, Zhao Jia, but I prefer to wash my hands of this life. After this one last job, we want Tini to stay in touch. Zhao Jia looked at Song Yu with a mocking smile that sent a shiver down her spine. Zhao Jia spoke slowly and deliberately. He could sell you once. He can sell you again. You may not be so fortunate next time. I have seen many young girls lose their integrity, their very essence reduced to someone else's possession, their very identities stripped away. What makes you think you're any different? Or do you blindly trust in your man's loyalty? Zhao Jia's tone was deliberate, layered with sarcasm. Her eyes reflected a depth of contemplation, as if she saw through it all. Her words flowed steadily, reminiscent of a sage imparting wisdom, yet carried the cold detachment of a stranger. A flicker of unease crossed Song Yu's face as her gaze began to wander, searching for answers. Her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her dress, as if trying to soothe her inner turmoil. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile and shook her head, her heart still racing. I believe in myself. Zhao Jia left her with a final admonition. I don't care how you feel or what you think. Serve these gentlemen well, or you know the consequences. Yes. Song Yu stepped into the spacious, brightly lit dressing room, where an array of cosmetics awaited her. Rows of vibrant lipsticks, eyeshadows, and blushes dazzled her. She gazed into the mirror, a hint of hesitation in her expression. Which shade should she choose? At that moment, her eyes were drawn to a striking crimson lipstick on the counter. It resembled a blossoming flower, radiating an alluring brilliance. Song Yu gently reached out, feeling its smooth texture and warmth, as if it were whispering a story meant just for her. As she twisted the cap off the lipstick, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of roses blooming in a garden. She dipped her brush into the lipstick, poised like an artist preparing her canvas. With meticulous care, she applied it, feeling the warmth of the color as it melded with her lips. Her lips, now adorned in vibrant red, resembled a flower on the cusp of blooming, becoming fuller and more enchanting. In the mirror, Song Yu smiled faintly, her eyes now radiating determination and confidence. This bold lipstick seemed to infuse her with boundless strength, dispelling her confusion and empowering her to face life's challenges. Go. Song Yu, believe in yourself. You can do it. Yao Wei held his breath, gazing at his wife's face, tears blurring his vision. Her beauty remained, a smile lingering at her lips as if she were merely asleep. As he gently brushed her hair, he felt her warmth fading, replaced by an icy chill. His hands trembled, grief crashing over him like a tidal wave, drowning him in darkness. The pain in his heart was ineffable, akin to countless sharp knives slicing through his being, leaving him exhausted. As Yao Wei covered his wife's still form and dragged her into the room, Song Yu arrived just in time. Hello, sir, is Mr. Zhao here? A soft voice called from outside. Yao Wei glanced at the door, a strange glimmer in his eyes. I'm here. When Song Yu pushed the door open, she sensed an odd stillness in the room, as if an invisible barrier separated her from Yao Wei. Is it you who called for service? The woman before him was young and beautiful, and most strikingly, she bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Wang Wan. Yao Wei stared at her, searching for traces of Wang Wan in her features. Her facial contours mirrored those of a masterpiece crafted by the same sculptor. The elegant bridge of her nose, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, and her obsidian-like, deep-set eyes left Yao Wei incredulous. This could be a fortuitous opportunity. He tore his gaze away, realizing it was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to deal with the body promptly. With this in mind, he cast a fierce look at the spot where the body was hidden, cursing inwardly. That damned woman, always stirring up trouble. He pulled Song Yu toward him, forcefully pushing her onto the bed, stating bluntly, I dislike noise during our business. I'll give you a little extra if you remain quiet. Before Song Yu could react, Yao Wei had already yanked down her stockings. Just as their encounter was about to unfold, There was a knock at the door. "Hello, sir. Your takeout has arrived." It was the delivery boy. Song Yu wrapped her arms around the man's neck. "Brother, why order takeout so late? Am I not enough for you?" Yao Wei ignored her, adjusting his clothing to make the evidence he had painstakingly preserved more conspicuous. These pieces of evidence were meticulously saved, destined to serve as irrefutable proof of his innocence. The delivery boy was yet another witness to affirm his alibi. "Sir, your takeout." "Thank you, I appreciate it. If it weren't for my little girlfriend suddenly craving something, I wouldn't have called for takeout at this hour." "You're too kind. It's our duty." Yao Wei continuously initiated conversations, striving to make himself appear more familiar in the presence of the delivery man. "My wife often complains that these meals lack nutrition, safety, and health benefits. However, without takeout, I fear I would scarcely manage a few meals a day." "That woman is utterly lazy. You understand what I mean, right?" "I understand. I truly do." "That's good. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave." "Wait, I forgot to bring that item. Could you help me buy one? I'll pay you extra." Yao Wei's face exhibited a hint of shyness. The delivery man wore an expression of understanding before departing. Sonya was about to speak when Yao Wei patted the edge of the bed, inviting her, "Come sit for a moment. Let's have a chat." Sonya was perplexed, unsure of the man's intentions. Yet, as the saying goes, the customer is king, so she obediently approached. She naturally settled down beside him. Just as she sat, Yao Wei, with a cheerful demeanor yet a sorrowful expression, confided, "My wife and I had another argument. She just gave birth to our child a while ago. Yet she's already frustrated by the baby's cries. Is it not the very purpose of marriage for us men to have children? If she cannot endure even this, what use is she?" Sonya twitched her lips, but ultimately sought to appease him. "You truly are a devoted husband. So devoted, in fact, that he dallies about after his wife has just given birth. Your concern for your wife surely stems from a desire to alleviate her burdens. If needed, I can recommend a suitable nanny, which might save you both from constant quarrels." Yao Wei fell silent. Song Yu internally scorned the man. Were it not for her profession, which required her to engage with men, she would stand up and deliver a sound lesson on responsibility, on the essence of marriage, and the significance of children. The two exchanged banter, when suddenly the delivery man knocked at the door with remarkable speed. "Brother, your items have arrived." "All right, thank you. No problem, enjoy." Hee. After acquiring the tools, they quickly indulged in a delightful evening. Yet, the lifeless body, with eyes wide open, remained ensnared within the cabinet, unable to find peace. At this moment, Zhang Xingxing, alone at home, remained blissfully unaware that his plan had indeed succeeded. His mother's body, one of his enemies, had been slain by the one he cherished most. If the original person were to learn of this, they would likely find it absurdly amusing. After all, those two had conspired to eliminate him due to so-called interests, love, and cooperation. What kind of affection is truly everlasting? What constitutes genuine sentiment? For those of the old era, emotions are far more terrifying and complex than the artificially cultivated economics of today. Even though individuals in the interstellar realm have nearly lost the ability to distinguish between genders, that unnameable feeling remains, especially pertinent to those in such times where interests outweigh emotions, where familial ties are subordinate to profit, and where feudalism prevails over openness. A woman finds herself ensnared in the grave of love, even though she was once a harbinger of death. In the days that followed, Yao Wei chose to persist in this illicit relationship. When he appeared in public, embracing Song Yu, his actions astonished all present. In the resplendent banquet hall, every gaze converged upon them, as if time itself had paused. Yao Wei's expression unabashedly revealed his boundless affection for this mistress, their connection igniting like flames, exuding an intoxicating warmth. Song Yu's figure was slender and graceful, reminiscent of an elegant swan. Her hair flowed smoothly, shining like the purest black pearl in the night. Her eyes, profound and luminous, seemed capable of discerning all secrets. Her delicate lips parted slightly, hinting at a mysterious smile that captivated those around her. Friends regarded Yao Wei's relationship with this mistress with confusion, as he had always been known for his gentility and decorum, maintaining a principled approach to matters of the heart. Yet now, he effortlessly held her close, seemingly indifferent to the onlookers. The atmosphere in the banquet hall felt suspended, as if time had frozen. With all present ensnared by this scene, unable to break free, they attempted to deduce what made this mistress so special that Yao Wei would so recklessly unveil his deep-seated passion. A familiar friend of Yao Wei approached. "What is this?" "My new girlfriend. Isn't your wife upset? Not fighting with you? Who knows where she is gone? Probably off with some pretty boy. If she is unfaithful, why should I endure?" Yao Wei raised his glass, feeling the icy surface contrasting sharply with his heated fingertips. He gazed into the amber liquid, a slightly bitter red wine, which flowed along the rim, creating a crimson arc. Besides, people always change. Song Yu maintained a polite smile, standing beside him, her inner thoughts filled with disdain, a rotten cucumber spoiling itself yet still splattering others, and he continues to have a wife, flaunting such behavior in public. If I were his wife, I would have wielded a knife and turned him into a eunuch. The first eunuch in the world could have a sequel written about him. Song Yu found it laughable. Isn't this Yao Zong, who rose through the ranks thanks to women? Why not rely on them now, but instead embrace one? A voice echoed, dripping with sarcasm. Yao Wei felt a wave of embarrassment. This scene felt all too familiar. Approaching him, Yang Yi scoffed. "Are you bold enough to act, but not take responsibility?" Yao Wei felt a surge of panic, unsure of how to respond. He could only suppress his disgust, forcing a smile as he replied, "Sister, this." "Stop right there. Don't use that nonsense to disgust me. We are not related, and I certainly do not regard that cucumber as a brother. It's revolting." Yang Yi sivifti wavet herhand, her disdain unmistakable. Yao Wei wished to continue, but at that moment his phone rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, he quickly detached himself from Song Yu and hurried to the restroom mirror, answering a call from an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering. "Hello, who is this?" "Boss, where has the lady gone? There's a document for her that requires her signature, but I can't seem to reach her. I'm at the hotel, and I don't know where she is. Just have her sign it." Yao Wei attempted to maintain his composure, but an undercurrent of panic caused a slight tremor within him. "This document must be signed personally, so I'll try to find her again. You focus on what you need to do." "Oh." After hanging up, Yao Wei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to dwell on it, and returned to the banquet hall. The hall remained brightly lit. As Yao Wei entered, he spotted Song Yu sitting on a sofa, her legs crossed, swaying restlessly with an expression of agitation and helplessness. Upon seeing him, Song Yu immediately rose and approached him. "I no longer wish to attend this gathering." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from behind her. "Oh, Miss Song, are you in such a hurry to leave? Why not stay and have a little more fun?" Turning around, Song Yu beheld a young man clad in a red suit striding towards her. He appeared to be in his early 20s, fair-skinned and elegantly handsome, yet his eyes glimmered with a distasteful light, and the smirk playing at the corners of his mouth was exceedingly irksome. His name was Lu Zihong, the third young master of the Lu family, one of the most prominent aristocratic families in S City. Though merely 20 years old, he had already gained notoriety as a notorious playboy within social circles, his romantic conquests numbering in the countless. Song Yu had once crossed paths with him before, during a time when she was to be delivered to another employer. That employer had suddenly suffered a heart attack, compelling everyone present to rush him to the hospital. This peculiar occurrence left Lu Zihong with a rather unique impression of Song Yu. "I apologize, but I truly dislike attending such events. Please, spare me," she implored, before hastily turning to flee. "I've seen many gold diggers like you. They all end up discarded," he sneered, his mocking tone pushing Song Yu to her limits. She halted. Yet this venue was not one where a mere woman could afford to act inappropriately. No one here would stand in her defense, and, if matters escalated, Yao Wei would surely not let her off lightly. Yao Wei approached Song Yu with light steps, a confident smile gracing his features, as if no unusual events were unfolding. "Hello, young Master Lu. There may be some misunderstanding between the two of you, but I must clarify that this woman is my companion for the evening. Perhaps you could discuss it another time? For now, I shall take my leave with her." Chapter 150, Disguise Rebirth begins again. Upon noticing Yao Wei's arrival, Lu Zihong refrained from overstepping. Then, Miss Song, should the opportunity arise, I look forward to our conversation. The stars will soon align in our favor. He remained stationary, quietly observing as Yao Wei enveloped the woman in his embrace, and together they made their way outside. An assistant approached. Young master, if you require it, I can bring her back. Wait a moment. I sense that other events are destined to unfold, and they may prove even more entertaining than this. Lu Zihong scanned the hotel lobby. Do you not find it peculiar? One of the Project S investors has suddenly gone missing, while another heir appears here unscathed, brazenly pursuing an affair. You are right. I shall dispatch others to keep an eye on this man. Go ahead, go ahead. In a dimly lit room, the yellow light cast vague shadows, creating a stifling atmosphere. The space was thick with tension and oppression, as if every corner harbored ominous forebodings. When Song Yu regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see her own hand. Just then, a candle flickered to life. By its glow, she discovered she was confined within a narrow iron cage, her limbs bound with coarse hemp rope, rendering her entirely immobilized. This humiliation gnawed at her, and she gritted her teeth, striving to suppress thoughts of how she had come to such a state. At that moment, a low, familiar male voice pierced the silence. You are quite clever. Startled, Song Yu quickly lifted her gaze, spotting a man standing beyond the dark bars of her cage. Clad in a tailored suit, sporting golden glasses and a neatly trimmed beard, he exuded an air of meticulousness. It was Yao Wei. His eyes, sharp as blades, bore down on the restrained woman before him. Bound tightly by ropes, her skin was pale as parchment, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Terror and despair filled her eyes, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, dampening her pallid complexion. Biting her lip, she struggled to mask her inner fear. The light illuminated Yao Wei's face, accentuating his rigid and menacing features. Not a trace of compassion graced his visage, only coldness and cruelty. Let's converse, shall we? If you wish to engage in this game, we can negotiate the terms. Song Yu attempted to steady her voice, concealing her unusual panic. Her body trembled involuntarily as she sensed the suffocating breath of death drawing ever closer. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, heavy and mournful like a funeral bell. Various peculiar implements adorned the walls: silk ropes, whips, candles, each emanating a chilling aura. Song Yu felt her heart race, as if she were trapped upon a sinister stage. Sweat trickled down her brow, her hands trembling slightly. She gazed at Yao Wei, striving to quell her fear. She understood that only by enduring and burying her emotions deep within could she hope for any chance of salvation. Negotiate the terms, you say? Yao Wei scoffed, his voice laced with derision. Do not mistake me for an easy negotiator. Once you enter my scheme, you must pay the price. Yao Wei took a step forward, his movements light yet powerful, akin to a predator stealthily approaching its prey. He slowly raised a knife, its blade glinting coldly, reminiscent of a hawk poised to strike. Desperately, Song Yu struggled against her bindings, but her strength dissipated in despair. Yao Wei's grip on the knife was unwavering, his expression devoid of any compassion, as if he were utterly indifferent to life itself. He lunged at her, the blade swiftly plunging into her chest. Crimson blood gushed forth, saturating the room. Her body convulsed violently, pain and helplessness flashing in her eyes. Her lips parted slightly, as if to utter something, but ultimately, they fell silent as she closed her eyes for the final time. The room was thick with the stench of blood, and Yao Wei withdrew the knife, gazing at her lifeless form with a sense of satisfaction, devoid of guilt, only pride in his accomplishment. A whore is merely a whore, foolish beyond measure. As he surveyed the corpse before him, another thought flickered in his mind. The disappearance of Wang, one must possess another plausible explanation. Otherwise, the police would inevitably uncover his involvement. At that moment, a gold-digging woman seeking to ascend the social ladder seemed the perfect scapegoat. After disposing of the body, Yao Wei contacted the police to report a crime. Hello, police. I have something to report. Is what you say true? Are you suggesting that the mistress, in a fit of rage over her desire for power, murdered your wife? In the interrogation room, the officer scrutinized the man before him with a serious demeanor. Yao Wei feigned sorrow, I know I'm not a good husband, having betrayed my wife, but I truly do not understand why this woman would kill her. Where could her body possibly be? The officers, skeptical of his claims, sensed he was lying, yet lacked the evidence to prove it. Yao Wei's eyes glinted with an inscrutable shadow, as if harboring a profound secret. The police's wariness intensified, convinced that he harbored ulterior motives. They weighed various possibilities in their minds, striving to uncover any inconsistencies in his words and actions. However, this man seemed to have concealed all his flaws so deeply that not a trace was left behind. A hint of insincerity lingered in his words, yet it was elusive, rendering the truth unattainable. Yao Wei sensed the police's suspicion and distrust, yet he remained unmoved. He understood that the secrets he harbored would accompany him eternally, while the officers could only watch as he navigated the shadows with ease. One of the younger officers, filled with indignation, stood abruptly and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do you even comprehend the gravity of the situation? Your wife is still in the nursing period. Your son has only just been born, and you have lost track of your wife, yet you speak so nonchalantly. Do you have no heart?" Yao Wei, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Do you think I lack sincerity? What more do you expect from me? Should I weep and plead on my knees for the murderer to return my wife to me? Do you think that is realistic? If such theatrics were effective, what need would we have for the police?" The older officer intervened, attempting to temper the younger officer's fervor. "Sir, my colleague is simply overwhelmed with concern for your wife, but rest assured, we will do our utmost to locate her. Our training session has concluded. You may leave now." Yao Wei rose, wiping away a tear, and said, "Very well, I shall await your news." The officers glared at the retreating figure with fury, their eyes seemingly capable of piercing through him. The younger officer, puzzled, turned to his mentor and asked, "Master, why did we allow him to leave so easily? Are there no other options?" The mentor pondered for a moment, then shook his head slowly, responding with a bitter tone, "Solving cases is not a simple task, my child. We must have irrefutable evidence to bring the perpetrator to justice, yet we currently possess nothing that could lead to a conviction." The officer furrowed his brow, his heart laden with frustration. He recalled the scene of the crime. The man's cunning and craftiness were truly astonishing. All clues seemed to evade them like wisps of fog, leaving them a loss. Evidence, evidence, evidence. Are we simply to watch a murderer roam free? The mentor gazed steadily at his student, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with conviction, "Child, we cannot abandon our pursuit due to momentary setbacks. Perhaps we lack evidence now, but that does not render us powerless. We must reassess the case, uncover the subtle clues hidden in the shadows, and then we shall reinitiate our efforts." The air in the precinct was tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant, and under the dim yellow lights, the officers' resolute gazes shone through. The mentor opened the case files, meticulously examining each detail. They began to reevaluate the case, scrutinizing every potential point of suspicion. This time, they were determined to find the elusive criminal and deliver him to justice. The officer's thoughts raced through the intricacies of the case. As he constantly recalled every detail from the crime scene, his mind functioned like a sophisticated machine, analyzing the possibilities of each lead. As time ticked away, the atmosphere among the officers grew increasingly tense. They understood the urgency of apprehending the criminal. Otherwise, he would continue to evade capture, posing an even greater threat to society. Suddenly, the young officer's eyes sparkled with realization as he uncovered a previously overlooked detail. "Master, I found it. This is a crucial lead." The mentor turned, his eyes gleaming with hope. He approached the officer, examining the neglected detail closely. Their hearts raced, for they recognized this clue might be the key they had been seeking. The officers grasped this lead firmly and promptly embarked on a new round of investigation. They returned to the crime scene, pursuing the direction indicated by the clue. The city streets were once again filled with the silhouettes of the police, their gazes firm and resolute. They were determined to uncover the truth and bring the criminal to justice. The officers moved swiftly and purposefully, their hearts ablaze with the desire for justice. They knew that even in the depths of darkness, the light of righteousness would illuminate every corner of evil. Zhang Xingxing, upon listening to this lengthy tale, was left astounded. This illusion is rather elaborate and lengthy. So, can I leave his place now? Tingman replied, not yet. That fellow is still at large, and he remains a threat. So you must continue your efforts. At least grant me a different identity. What can an infant possibly do? Zhang Xingxing expressed his dissatisfaction. In a surreal realm of intertwining dimensions, an adult suddenly found himself inhabiting the body of an infant. Mere months old, yet the limitations imposed upon him were unfathomable. His restrictions extended far beyond merely being unable to feed himself. Zhang Xingxing could not walk unaided. He relied on his mother's assistance to move. His limbs lacked the strength to grasp or explore freely. His language was extremely limited, consisting solely of coos and babbles, making communication nearly impossible. Tingman felt an internal conflict. Rebirth was undoubtedly essential, but I cannot guarantee that you will retain your humanity. Zhang Xingxing rolled his eyes in disbelief and asked, then what do you propose? Perhaps you should attempt to remember as much as you can, he said, his voice trailing off in embarrassment, causing his entire being to flush crimson. Zhang Xingxing found himself powerless against this predicament, resignedly closing his eyes, awaiting rebirth after death. He stood in a void of darkness, surrounded by silence, with only his own breath echoing in his ears. Exhausted, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding his plight, with only a glimmer of vague hope remaining in his heart. As time passed, a mysterious energy enveloped Zhang Xingxing's body, gradually surrounding him. He sensed a powerful force penetrating his skin, coursing through his veins, twisting his very soul. This force brought forth an indescribable agony, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his heart, yet simultaneously filled him with immense anticipation. A look of determination crossed Zhang Xingxing's features. He understood that he was on the brink of life and death, facing the destiny that awaited him. Closing his eyes, he quietly awaited the arrival of death and the commencement of his new life. As time progressed, he felt subtle changes occurring within his body. His skin began to pale, as if vitality were ebbing away. The sound of his blood flowing faded, replaced by a symphony of ethereal music, as if celestial melodies gently rippled in his ears. Chapter 151. Rebirth again as a great dog. Gradually, Zhang Xingxing sensed his soul departing from his body, floating in the void. He beheld a world bathed in light, filled with boundless fields of flowers swaying gracefully in the breeze. Towering snow-capped mountains reached for the heavens, their summits cloaked in shimmering white snow, exuding an aura of tranquility and sanctity. Just as Zhang Xingxing believed he would finally transcend into a remarkable being and swiftly escape this illusion, he heard, "Little puppy, it's a wolf. Little puppy, it's a wolf. Who is uttering such nonsensical words in my ear?" Zhang Xinghong opened his eyes to find himself confronted by an enlarged object, instantly realizing that he was no longer alone in this peculiar existence. In a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, "Must these vines test my patience? Here I am, a dignified officer, reduced to navigating this animal kingdom. My subordinates have lined up from here to the ancient earth, and you present me with this absurdity. Do not be so irate. Take a closer look at your current form. It possesses a certain ferocity. With your combat prowess, I am confident you could infiltrate enemy territory single-handedly and vanquish your foes," a voice replied. Upon lowering his gaze, Zhang Xinghong observed his furry legs. Indeed, it appeared he had transformed into a dog, most likely a husky, judging by his current dim-witted expression. The profanities swirling in his mind could be likened to a telegraphic transmission. Resolving not to engage further with this imbecilic creature, he decided to assess his surroundings and determine how to swiftly escape this place. Two children, appearing to be in the 1st or 2nd grade, were the source of the awkward chatter that reached his ears. As he pondered the connection between these children and the mysterious figure, a boy appeared, fair-skinned and approximately 180 centimeters tall. With a look of exasperation, he lifted the two children and admonished them. "My dear ancestors, be careful. Do not let the dog bite you. Otherwise, my sister will surely reprimand me." "Bad uncle. I'm just petting it. I won't hurt him." "You're so stingy," one child protested. "My little ancestor, Your carefree attitude is misguided. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. If this dog were to bite either of you, both our lives would be forfeit. Please, for your own sake, come here and watch some television instead. I will find something for you to enjoy. Do not place our lives in jeopardy. After dragging the children aside, the boy crouched down and affectionately patted the dog's head, saying, "Old friend, I am grateful for your presence as you soothe my troubled soul. Otherwise, I would be on the verge of collapse from these two mischief makers." Zhang Xinghong turned his head away, unwilling to engage with this scenario, still grappling with the reality of his transformation into a dog. As a reward for my dear companion, let us feast. I have prepared the finest dog food tailored to your discerning palate. It's delicious and fragrant. Do give it a try, the boy urged. Zhang Xinghong thought to himself, what nonsense! If it's so delectable, why don't you eat it yourself? Clumsily, he kicked the dog food away with his paw. The boy, taken aback, questioned what is happening. Why won't you eat? You, a glutton, are actually refusing food? Are you unwell? Hurry and eat. If you skip a meal, you will surely starve. Seeing this, the vines began to counsel Zhang Xinghong, do not deviate from your current persona, otherwise it may raise suspicions. No, I refuse to consume dog food, Zhang Xinghong bellowed, though to the boy's ears, it merely sounded like a series of barks. Open your mouth and swallow it down, the boy insisted. Why won't you eat? As a plant, you should be able to eat anything, even dog food. You wouldn't understand me. The vines retorted, what is this sudden urgency? Are you resorting to personal attacks now? I am not attacking you. I simply refuse to eat dog food. Is that something a good person would consume? The vines countered. Do you understand what it means to be indefinable? By what right do you assert that a good person must refrain from eating dog food? Does abstaining from it guarantee one's goodness? Where lies the fundamental distinction between good and evil? Do you realize that your seemingly casual definition could cause distress to many? If you do not wish to be defined, why impose definitions upon the majority? Zhang Xinghong interjected, enough. Goodness gracious, do you realize that you're only one character away from a Da Vinci-level conundrum? To the boy, Zhang Xinghong's argument appeared as a dog suddenly going mad, barking and howling. Oh heavens, what is happening? Has it gone rabid? Should we seek a veterinarian to neuter it? Zhang Xinghong thought, silence is often the best answer, the most prudent choice. He felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Slumped in a dim corner, he was engulfed by an ineffable sorrow. His eyes reflected disappointment, glistening with unshed tears, as if they were brimming with endless grief, struggling to contain them at the corners. His body trembled slightly, as though bearing the weight of the world. He closed his eyes, attempting to escape this cruel reality. If you continue to feign death, he might think you are gravely ill and decide to have you put down. Then what will you do? Zhang Xinghong clenched his fists, resolute. He knew he could no longer wallow in despair or resist the injustices of fate. He must take responsibility for himself and pursue the truth. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and began to swallow the contemptible dog food, bite by bite. Well, he thought, it's not entirely unpleasant. Li Haoyang, get ready to go to the teacher's house. Class is about to start. If you don't hurry, you'll be late, and don't say I didn't warn you. The boy exclaimed. Li Haoyang quickly diverted his gaze from the dog that had resumed eating. He had to hurry to the teacher's house to avoid a scolding. The vines chimed in. This dog is no ordinary creature. It belongs to a student of your nemesis. If you accompany this boy, you shall encounter that scoundrel, providing you with the opportunity for vengeance. Hearing this, Zhang Xinghong's spirits lifted. A chance to finally confront that vile man had presented itself. He recalled the grievances inflicted by Yao Wei, the memories etched deeply within him, a scar that would not fade. He had exhausted every means to make Yao Wei pay, yet felt ensnared, trapped within an invisible web. Had he not known this realm was but an illusion, Zhang Xinghong might have suspected that Yao Wei was the fabled chosen one from the tales, surviving against all odds, far too resilient for a mere mortal. At last, Zhang Xinghong glimpsed a glimmer of hope. In his mind, he envisioned Yao Wei defeated, utterly crushed, as if a battleground had materialized before him. A surge of vengeance coursed through his veins, and he could hardly contain his anticipation for that moment. He envisioned himself standing in a shadowy alley, the dim light illuminating his cold countenance. The scoundrel Yao Wei regarded him with palpable fear and trepidation. Zhang Xinghong gripped his knife tightly, its blade glinting ominously. With merciless resolve, he struck, the blade slicing through Yao Wei's flesh, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. These vivid scenes played out in Zhang Xinghong's mind like a cinematic reel, his heart racing, blood boiling with exhilaration. Every nerve in his body thrummed with excitement at the prospect of seeking justice for the fallen, transforming past anguish into retribution against that scoundrel. Zhang Xinghong resolved that he would no longer conceal his power. He would relentlessly demonstrate to that scoundrel the might of his vengeance. He will embark on a path strewn with thorns, fighting for the justice of his heart. The unfolding of this tale promises to be enthralling, as he propels the narrative forward in a profoundly moving manner. Li Haoyang cautiously pushed open the door to the study, and a warm glow enveloped him, illuminating the entire room. Yet, before he could fully appreciate the comfort of this environment, a deep voice suddenly emanated from the office chair. "Ah, you've finally arrived." The voice bore a hint of gentle amusement, startling Li Haoyang. His heart raced, as if it were startled by the unexpected sound. Nervously swallowing, he felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. He hesitated for a moment, gently pushing the door open a fraction more, as if seeking additional reassurance. Before him stood Yao Wei, whose eyes conveyed a depth of experience and weariness. A slight smile graced his lips, and his gaze hinted at a sense of relief. As if welcoming the return of a friend, Li Haoyang could not help but sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. His tension gradually dissipated, and thus he resolutely stepped into the study. He entered the room with utmost care, and at the moment the door closed behind him, he felt as though he had crossed into an entirely new realm. The atmosphere of the office was saturated with the rich scent of books. The shelves lined with an array of volumes spanning various eras and disciplines. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the desk. Li Haoyang observed the dust illuminated by the sunlight, dancing in the air like a serene painting. However, he was soon reprimanded for stepping in with his left foot first. "What is the matter with you? You stepped in with your left foot. Do you not know that the Bodhisattva blesses us? How could you use your left foot? Have you no common sense?" Li Haoyang's heart skipped a beat, and his face paled slightly. He felt as though his foot had ventured into a realm fraught with danger and mystery, an invisible pressure enveloping him. He attempted to retreat, but it seemed he was firmly bound by an unseen force. "I'm so sorry, teacher. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have stepped in with my left foot. I should have used my right foot. I promise not to do it again, and I will ensure I arrive early next time. Please give me another chance." Yao Wei exhaled, his internal fear dissipating somewhat. "As long as you know, you're my favorite disciple. I hope you can inherit my skills and flourish. So I do not wish for you to err in such trivial matters. Do you know why I suddenly called you here today?" Yao Wei inquired, turning his head abruptly. Li Haoyang, regaining his composure, shook his head. "I do not know, teacher. I came as you called me. It is my fault for not arriving early. Next time something unexpected occurs, I will definitely come prepared. Do you enjoy painting ceramics?" Yao Wei continued to question. Li Haoyang nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. The ceramic works, under the sunlight, sparkled like radiant stars, illuminating the entire studio. The advantages of ceramics were perfectly showcased. Each piece was meticulously crafted, the artist's skilled hands unleashing boundless creativity upon the clay. Every curve, every texture was so exquisite that one could almost feel the vitality they embodied. Like silent paintings, these ceramic works narrated their own stories. The artist grasped a lump of clay, kneading it carefully, feeling its softness and resilience. His fingers danced upon the clay, as if engaging in an unspoken dialogue with it. The temperature gradually rose, a hint of moisture forming on his hands, while the clay became increasingly firm. In this wondrous process, the artist's gaze was focused and passionate. He envisioned the future, witnessing the ceramic pieces swirling and growing in his mind. In his fingertips, a magnificent city of ceramics began to rise quietly, with towering walls and majestic palaces. The ceramic structures were adorned with intricate textures and splendid decorations, exuding an intoxicating radiance. The artist continued his creation, layers of pigment brushed onto the ceramics, which would become even more vibrant after firing. With exquisite craftsmanship, he brought every detail to life. His fingers trembled slightly as he felt the power of creation, which captivated him and allowed him to forget the clamor of the world. When the last trace of pigment was applied to the piece, the artist experienced an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. He gazed at the ceramic work he had created, as if beholding a new world, a realm where he could roam freely. These creations were imbued with the vigor of life, twinkling like gems, radiating a unique charm. Each piece was a testament to the artist's dedication, destined to illuminate the space and narrate its own tale. This was a sanctuary of art and a paradise of creation. Chapter 152. The Strange Points on the Vines, 580,000. Very well, I shall assign you a task. I have some ceramic vases here. You can use them as references for your painting. Yahweh smiled as he donned gloves and placed a thick, snow-white ceramic piece before him. Observe its exterior carefully, and you will be able to depict it in detail. As for the interior, I have placed a material inside, so do not rummage through it. If it breaks, you will have to compensate. Li Haoyang nodded with utmost trust, assuring him, Teacher, rest assured, I will treat this porcelain vase with the utmost care. No one shall break it in my presence. I will ensure its safety. Li Haoyang approached the threshold of the room assigned by Yahweh. A dilapidated and dimly lit bedroom, its walls covered with faded graffiti and ancient cracks. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the oppressive clouds, rendering the entire scene eerie and foreboding. Li Haoyang felt a twinge of anxiety. What was happening? Why was it so decrepit here? Could there be a presence of ghosts? Those following Li Haoyang noticed his apprehension. But Yahweh offered no further explanation. Instead, he patted Li Haoyang's shoulder and said, Though the conditions may be harsh, rest assured, the ceramics within are exquisite, with contours and layers, design and imagery. If you endure a bit, you will be able to create a captivating portrait. Has the teacher fallen into such dire straits? Li Haoyang refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead obediently positioning himself beside the porcelain piece. The porcelain, as the teacher had described, was bright, lustrous, and of high quality. Clearly an expensive item. Li Haoyang even kindly cleared away some dust surrounding the porcelain to ensure a cleaner workspace. Little did he know that this unintentional act would lead to calamity. Meanwhile, on Zhang Xingxing's side, jump, jump, jump. The vines urged Zhang Xingxing to leap through the window. However, Zhang Xingxing's clumsy canine body felt exceedingly heavy. After 5 or 6 attempts, he still could not make it inside. What the hell? Why are there suddenly limitations on this body? I was never this weak as a baby. Vines, is this your doing? What do you mean, my doing? The vines glared at Zhang Xingxing. It was supposed to be like this. Besides, when you were not human, I maximized your inherent abilities. Otherwise, you would have perished countless times by now. And you dare to blame me? Bad human. I knew humans always shirk responsibility. Regardless, when the time comes, it will not be I who cannot escape. If you love being here, then it suits me just fine. I have not seen anyone for such a long time, and it is quite the diversion. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xinghong was not swayed by the vine's manipulation, but rather seized upon a key phrase. So, are you still claiming it is not you? I'm the first person you have encountered in ages. If you are so bored that you seek entertainment, does that not mean I am being toyed with? Look at what you have said. You have almost revealed your true nature. If I do not doubt you, whom should I doubt? Here, it is just the two of us. It is either me, a human, or you a plant. Are you suggesting your illusions are beyond your control? How absurd. This is not the realm of cultivation. There is no such thing as succumbing to madness. You are still the one in control. The vines grew furious. They were genuinely angered. The vines ensnared Zhang Xinghong's current canine form with a relentless grip, tightening their hold with great force. Their tendrils twisted, resembling the shackles of death, constricting his lifeline. Zhang Xinghong struggled with all his might, but the vines seemed to possess infinite strength, binding him tightly as if held by invisible hands. His body was increasingly constricted, trapped in this deadly snare. As the vines constricted further, his breathing became more labored. It felt as if a pair of icy hands were squeezing his chest, rendering him breathless. The air grew thin. A boulder seemed lodged in his throat, obstructing his ability to breathe. His eyes were filled with trepidation, sensing the gradual fading of life. His thoughts began to blur, the pressure from the vines clouding his mind. The environment morphed into something eerie and terrifying. Sunlight was obstructed by the vines, leaving only a faint glimmer piercing through the dense foliage. The entire space was imbued with the stench of decay and death, as if he had entered a forsaken graveyard. Time appeared to stand still, each second stretching into an eternal torment. Zhang Xinghong's consciousness gradually dulled, his thoughts sluggish, prompting memories of happier times, reflections on his life experiences. In this moment, he yearned for survival, a desperate desire to escape this horrifying fate. He refused to perish here. He had countless unfinished matters, too many dreams and hopes. Yet, the strength of the vines intensified, and he felt his life slipping away bit by bit. His breaths grew weaker, his body gradually losing sensation. Just as he believed he would succumb to darkness completely, the vines released him. How do you like that? Do you recognize my prowess now? No matter how nimble you are, you cannot escape me. Zhang Xinghong gasped for fresh air, his lungs filled once more. Yet, his defiant tongue could not be stilled. Are you not exhibiting classic embarrassment and rage? As he desired, the vines were once again incited to anger. However, witnessing the weakened state of the human they had accompanied for so long, the vines lacked the heart to apply further pressure. They could only lash out in frustration, kicking up a cloud of dust. Since you are aware that I acted with intent, why not utter a few kind words in supplication? You humans are truly stubborn. Zhang Xinghong coughed vigorously, clearing the dust from his throat before responding. Yes, it is all my fault. I should not have spoken of you that way. I beg you, please release me. I can no longer remain here. I have important matters to attend to and no time to play games with you. The vines, with a hint of pride, replied, Of course, I know what you wish to accomplish, but I shall not divulge anything. You must finish this game with me, or else it is not just you. I will capture all those humans outside as well. Zhang Xinghong could not comprehend why the plants in this place possessed such extraordinary intelligence. Even the insect race, perpetually at odds with humanity, only had its leaders endowed with such intellect. The vine-s intellect resembled that of a mischievous child, always prone to causing chaos. Coupled with its prior display of attacking prowess, Zhang Xinghong began to suspect that this place might be an experimental facility for gene recombination or modification. With this thought in mind, he cautiously inquired, Vine, do you know how long you have existed? Upon hearing this question, the vine paused from its fury, its tone laced with confusion. I do not know. I only know I have experienced countless cycles of cold and heat. First cold, then hot, and so on, in a continuous loop. I cannot tell how long I have lived. Zhang Xinghong continued, Since you gained awareness, do you recall the presence of any other humans aside from us? Especially those clad in heavy attire. The vine replied, I cannot remember. From the time I began to have memories, this place was already barren, devoid of life. Each day, there was little to eat, just the occasional small insect or animal, or perhaps some weeds to stave off hunger. Zhang Xinghong pressed on. After gaining your memory, were there any signs of modern structures in the vicinity? The vine responded, I do not know. What do you mean by modern? At this point, Zhang Xinghong suddenly realized something. If the vine had truly lived here in isolation, it should be unfamiliar with human language or possess knowledge of these terms. The creations manifested by the vine in this illusion were not typical of someone lacking memory. It suggested a level of systematic learning, yet the vine's current assertions raised suspicions. Perhaps this was a being with an established set of values and life knowledge, brought here, transformed, and left to slowly lose its rationality due to lack of external contact. Zhang Xinghong felt increasingly convinced that this scenario was highly plausible. Thus, the so-called rumors surrounding this place might have been fabricated by those who created the vine. Zhang Xinghong gazed at the vine, weariness and confusion reflected in his eyes. The vine's expression bore a grave weight, seemingly laden with endless questions and misunderstandings. The atmosphere between them grew heavy and still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Zhang Xinghong's heart swelled with tumultuous emotion, making decisions difficult. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he focused ahead. The confusion within him gradually dissipated, replaced by a surge of determination. Regardless, the primary objective remained. He must leave this place at the earliest opportunity. Let us set aside other matters for now. You must assist me in entering quickly, lest I become trapped here again. All right, Li Haoyang, how is your drawing coming along? Yao Wei emerged, scrutinizing the changes on his student's face, discerning emotions of suspicion or panic. To Yao Wei's satisfaction, his student bore no unusual expressions, appearing as usual. Just as he prepared to relax and return to his room to attend to other matters, Yao Wei paused. Sometimes, minute details could herald disaster. He noticed that a small patch previously located beside the flower bed had vanished. Did Li Haoyang already glimpse the contents of the vase? Yao Wei's eyebrows twitched as he solemnly stated, "Have you truly observed the vase with diligence? It seems you have tampered with it again. The angle I provided is the optimal perspective for your drawing. If you adjust it further, the composition will be ruined. Do you comprehend?" "What?" Li Haoyang widened his eyes in astonishment, staring intently at Yao Wei. "Teacher, rest assured, I did not touch it. I merely wiped it down. Please, could you help me assess if this angle remains appropriate? I believe my work is rather commendable. Kindly examine it for any structural or shadow-related errors, so I may rectify them." Liao Yang asked the gesture in explanation. Yao Wei smiled faintly, having already discerned the answer. He replied, "Your drawing is commendable. I chose to become a teacher because I believe in the power of education and the boundless potential within each child. I shall persist in my efforts to assist you in becoming the best version of yourself." His voice brimmed with conviction and confidence, enveloping Li Haoyang's heart in warmth amidst his confusion. Li Haoyang, elated, cast aside his previous despondency. Yao Wei, too, chuckled, but then slowly turned his head, his gaze chilling. With a cold snort, Yao Wei remarked, "Study diligently, draw patiently, and remember to observe the angles from afar. Consider the overall layout and manage the composition with a broad perspective. Do not confine your vision solely to the vase. You wouldn't want to risk blinding yourself." He pointed at the ceramic vase and added, "This is no ordinary vase. It is an antique from the Ming and Qing dynasties, imbued with a certain charm. Thus, I have brought it here as a reference for you. Be cautious not to touch it. Should it shatter, it would lead to unfortunate consequences. Do you understand?" Li Haoyang initially froze, then revealed a tense expression, anxiously regarding Yao Wei. "Teacher, are you certain I should use this vase? It is so precious. Can someone like me even make use of it? Perhaps you should take it back. I truly fear that if it were damaged, I could not bear the cost. You know my family has many mouths to feed, with the elderly above and children below. If something were to go awry, I would be at a loss." Li Haoyang was not unfamiliar with such porcelain. Recently, he had attended a ceramics exhibition where even the least expensive pieces were valued at 200 to 300, while he had seen one priced at a staggering 580,000. What value is 580,000? It would take an ordinary person years of diligent work to earn that amount. Just focus on your drawing. I have faith in you. Moreover, while it is porcelain, it possesses a certain degree of sturdiness. Do not fidget. It shall remain here undisturbed." Yao Wei reassured him, patting Li Haoyang's shoulder, filled with trust and belief. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Haoyang, a sinister gleam lurked in Yao Wei's eyes. Yao Wei intended to create a significant incident here, but first, he needed to deal with those two women. Li Haoyang's fate would not be much better. Li Haoyang gazed at his teacher with gratitude. "Teacher, you can rest assured, I will draw attentively and strive to bring honor to you in the upcoming competition." Yao Wei exited the room. Zhang Xingxing also entered the room, facilitated by Tung Man's success. However, from here on, he would have to rely on his own abilities. With a nose keen as a dog's, Zhang Xingxing immediately detected the bloody scent emanating from the vase at the center. He inquired of Tung Man, could it be that the bodies of those two individuals are within this vase? If that were the case, they surely could not fit into a single vase. They must have been dismembered and placed in separate vases. If I can assist this student in uncovering the secret within the vase and prompt him to alert the authorities, it would certainly lead to the capture of a murderer. Tung Man replied, "You may give it a try." Zhang Xingxing, wishing to avoid attracting the killer's attention, stealthily nudged against Li Haoyang's leg. Feeling the soft fur at his feet, Li Haoyang suddenly noticed him. Li Haoyang gasped. Where did this dog come from? It looks exactly like my own. The fur, the features, the paws. No, this is indeed my dog. How curious. How did it come to be here? If the teacher discovers my dog has entered his home, he will surely suspect me. Dog, how did you find your way here? How did you get in? Oh no, how can I get you out? Li Haoyang was in a state of panic, realizing his dog had entered someone else's residence. He suddenly recalled the vase and how the dog might bump the table, causing it to shatter. He was unaware that such a disaster could alleviate his immense debt. At this moment, Li Haoyang was utterly frantic, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He intended to grasp the back of the dog's neck and lift it up. Observing the opportunity, Zhang Xingxing promptly leaped up and slipped out of the room through the gap in the door. The door to Li Haoyang's studio had been left ajar, a deliberate choice by Yao Wei to facilitate timely observation of Li Haoyang's actions, lest he uncover any criminal activities. Li Haoyang, unable to catch up, could only watch helplessly as his dog vanished through the slightly open door into the depths of the room. He softly called its name, his voice laced with urgency and concern, yet no matter how he called, the dog did not respond. Li Haoyang had never thoroughly entered Yao Wei's home, only catching glimpses of the dim lights in other rooms during his occasional visits. He had attempted to explore before, but his cowardice always held him back, that trepidation rendering him retreating. Now, however, his beloved dog had boldly intruded into that forbidden realm. Li Haoyang stepped forward, his movements heavy and hesitant. Cautiously, he pushed open the unfamiliar door, entering a completely alien world. A warm aura enveloped him, permeating the air. His eyes searched eagerly, hoping to find his dog. He walked into one of the main chambers, his feet sinking into the soft carpet, producing a gentle creaking sound. The walls of the room were adorned with ancient oil paintings, the figures within seemingly alive, gazing at him through the canvas. Li Haoyang's heart trembled involuntarily, a surge of inexplicable fear spreading through him. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed a grand bed in the center of the room, draped with snow-white silk bedding. His gaze landed on a small cabinet beside the bed, upon which rested an exquisite jade sculpture. He reached out to touch it, but was halted by a seemingly innocuous beam of light emanating from a cabinet. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound emanating from beneath the bed. Instinctively, he crouched down, pressing his ear close to the floor. The sound grew clearer, resembling a whisper, but Li Haoyang could not discern the specific words. A chill coursed up his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. At that moment, his dog suddenly bounded out from beneath the bed, joyfully wagging its tail. Li Haoyang exhaled in relief, his anxiety instantly transforming into joy. He scooped up his dog, feeling its warm fur, his heart swelling with gratitude and comfort. Tightly clutching his dog, Li Haoyang exited that tempting yet perilous room, returning to the studio. Wait, why didn't that person follow me to check beneath the bed? There are so many fragments down there. Zhang Xingxing felt utterly defeated at the failure of his grand plan. Tung Man consoled him. It's not in that room, but this room still has fragments, doesn't it? Could you not let him discover this fragment when the time comes? If that villain attacks you, just bite him. Zhang Xingxing replied. It seems that this is the only way. He barked a few times at the boy and then extended his little paw, gesturing towards the vase. Li Haoyang asked, What's wrong, good dog? Are you hurt by the stones or glass fragments from the other rooms? Let me see. Come here, let me touch your little paw. Nothing is wrong. How strange. What is going on? Why are you extending your paw? At the same time, Zhang Xingxing extended both paws towards the vase, frantically signaling for the boy to quickly look in that direction. Li Haoyang still did not grasp Zhang Xingxing's intention. You just extended your left paw, and now both paws are out. Is there something wrong? Let me check your nails. They aren't long at all, and your fur looks fine. You haven't stepped in anything either. Could it be that you were hurt when you sneaked over here? Come, let me examine you closely. I hope nothing is amiss. Li Haoyang, oblivious to Zhang Xingxing's meaning, anxiously checked the dog's paws for injuries. How foolish, how utterly dim-witted. How can someone be so dense? Does he not realize that there is something wrong with that vase? Here I am, straightforwardly concerned about my paws, yet he fails to look over there. I give up. Can he not smell that foul odor? It's all over. It's all finished. Zhang Xingxing felt compelled to take a bite out of this foolish college student, just to let him experience his power. Tangman interjected, "Enough. Hurry and open your embrace towards that vase. I can feel that the villain is approaching. He has sensed our previous actions, and if you do not prompt this student to call the police, the boy's life may very well be at stake." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingxing struggled to leap towards the vase. In his thoughts, he believed that with his efforts, he could jump onto the vase and knock it over. Once the vase shattered, the corpse within would be revealed. He could then engage with his enemy to delay him while urging the boy to call for help. This villain would likely flee upon hearing the police being called, and afterward, the police could continue tracking his movements. Zhang Xingxing's plan was commendable, and he successfully wriggled free from the embrace and pounced towards the flower pot. However, Li Haoyang's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly used all his might, propelling himself forward to block Zhang Xingxing, causing him to bounce back. Zhang Xingxing was launched like a cannonball, only to be sent crashing to the ground. Damn it! I have never felt so wronged, even when I was a soldier. Do not obstruct me. I wish to bite this little rascal to death. I detest such hindrances during action. Tangman attempted to quell Zhang Xingxing's fury from all angles. All right, calm down for a moment. Your little body is about to be thrown to bits. I see some minor injuries within your body. Otherwise, shall we consider other methods? Damn it. Something must have stirred this villain to make the child act so desperately. Li Haoyang, feeling anxious, glanced back at the vase, which remained intact. Phew, finally sorted. He sighed in relief and moved towards the door. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He hadn't opened the door himself. Abruptly, a harsh scratching sound emanated from the door crack, slicing through his heart like a sharp blade. Zhang Xingxing froze momentarily, instinctively glancing towards the source of the sound. Through the crack, he glimpsed a dark figure outside. It was Yao Wei's arrival. His steps were slow, yet powerful, akin to a leopard gradually closing in. His towering figure was shrouded in darkness, his black attire blending seamlessly with the night. His gaze was chilling and sharp, exuding a sense of threat towards them. "What are you doing? Where did this dog come from?" Yao Wei questioned. "I have no idea. It seems to have jumped in from the window." Li Haoyang dared not admit that this was his dog. Bringing a pet into someone else's home without permission is exceedingly impolite, a flagrant breach of decorum. Li Haoyang pondered how to explain the situation, but found no suitable excuse, for his reasoning was too far-fetched to stand. So he feigned ignorance, "A little dog. I don't know where it came from." As he spoke, Li Haoyang's heart raced, yet he soon composed himself, for he noticed Yao Wei glaring at him with fury. "Do not spout nonsense. You don't know where it came from? You think I'm blind?" "I truly don't know." Li Haoyang shook his head like a rattle drum. Putting on an innocent facade, it likely wandered in by accident. It might have been attracted by something. Upon hearing this, Yao Wei's expression darkened further, his gaze on Li Haoyang resembling that of a predator regarding its prey, sending a shiver down Li Haoyang's spine, a sensation he had never experienced before. "There is nothing in my home that could attract a dog." At this point, he suddenly paused, his eyes flickering as he scrutinized Li Haoyang, seemingly contemplating how to deal with this individual. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang was also devising a strategy, calculating how to avoid taking the blame. However, after much contemplation, he still could not come up with a suitable plan. Thus, he continued to feign ignorance with a smile. "Haha." Yao Wei stated, "Since this dog is not yours, you should hand it over to the teacher for proper handling." Li Haoyang's heart raced with anxiety, yet he maintained his calm demeanor. "What do you intend to do, teacher? Just leave it outside?" Li Haoyang's heart ached. "I am sorry, dear dog. Your owner lacks the ability to protect you continuously. Once I complete my tasks here, I shall rush to retrieve you. I will ensure to buy you several cans as compensation once we return home. May heaven bless. I vow to abstain from meat for a month, just to ensure my dog returns safely to my side." Yao Wei smiled gently. "Do not worry, Zhang Xingxing. The teacher is not cruel. It is not good for the dog to be thrown outside, nor for those outside. I will contact someone. If there is no owner, I will see if anyone can adopt him." Li Haoyang interjected hastily. "Teacher, why not let me handle this? Your time is precious. Let me take care of such trivial matters. Rest assured, I will ensure the dog is handled properly." Its coat appears shiny. It must belong to someone, and I will return it to its owner. This would also allow me to take my dog home. Yao Wei declined his proposal, stating, well, it did appear in our house, so I will ask in the owner's group. You should focus on your painting. I need to take this vase to another location, and you may not have another chance to paint it. Well, if no one claims the dog in the community, then you can hand it over to me. A relative of mine is looking to adopt a dog, and I feel a connection with this one. My relative should like him as well. Upon seeing the determination in the teacher's eyes, Li Haoyang realized that this dog would not easily return to him, causing his heart to sink further. One can only silently pray that no one impersonates the dog owner to deceive him and abscond with his beloved canine, and that next time, he may successfully reclaim his pet. Chapter 154. Supplementary Narrative. Zhang Xingxing remained steadfastly in place, awaiting his opportunity. Just as Li Haoyang intended to extricate the dog from the room, Zhang Xingxing sprang into action. As the two were engaged in the handover, Zhang Xingxing leapt down and hurtled toward the vase, striking it like a cannonball, shattering it instantly. The contents, a dismembered corpse wrapped in a vacuum-sealed bag, were unveiled before them. Yao Wei's expression darkened immediately, yet he attempted to maintain his composure, seeking to divert Li Haoyang's attention. Li Haoyang, astonished, exclaimed, "Old teacher, the vase has shattered. It's an antique." His focus was drawn to the vase, for it held greater value, while the dismembered remains were obscured beyond recognition by their wrappings. "Damn that dog. You should leave. I'll clean up this mess and see if I can repair the vase," Yao Wei insisted, trying to usher him out. Zhang Xingxing would not allow him to evade the topic so easily. He directed his attention to the corpse fragment and began to bark loudly, "Woof, woof," filling the room with the sound. Prompted by Zhang Xingxing's cue, Li Haoyang also noticed the object. "Teacher, what is this? How can there be such a thing inside the vase? It looks so strange." Yao Wei replied, "Let me see." Oh, don't touch that. It's just my wife being careless. She sealed some beef in a vacuum bag and must have forgotten it here." "What nonsense. I'll have a word with her when she gets home." "Your wife?" Li Haoyang inquired. "But teacher, isn't she missing?" Realizing that any further explanation would only raise Li Haoyang's suspicions and potentially lead to police involvement, Yao Wei pulled a folding knife from his pocket, opening it and pointing it at Li Haoyang. "Blame your own insatiable curiosity. Can't you just be obedient? Since you've uncovered my secret, you want to be leaving this room today. Please, teacher, spare me. I swear I saw nothing. Too late for that. No, I admit my wrongs. I truly understand." Li Haoyang's face drained of color, having never witnessed such a sinister smile on Yao Wei's face, reminiscent of a demoness fangs, evoking sheer terror. Yao Wei seized Li Haoyang by the throat, his eyes filled with a frenzied, murderous intent, his grip tightening as if to crush his windpipe. Li Haoyang was paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide, tears welling at the corners. Trapped in the chair, he could only emit whimpers. Yao Wei, with a disdainful huff, released his grip. He looked down at Zhang Xingxing, who was gnawing at his leg. "Damn dog, get lost." Zhang Xingxing was flung across the room, crashing against the wall. Yao Wei discarded Li Haoyang to the ground. He fell, clutching his chest, coughing violently. He raised his gaze toward Yao Wei, who approached slowly with a cruel smile. Sensing danger, Li Haoyang struggled to rise, retreating, but Yao Wei closed the distance, forcing him against the wall. Yao Wei grasped Li Haoyang's collar, and Li Haoyang trembled in terror, too frightened to resist, fully aware of his utter powerlessness. Yao Wei lowered his gaze upon Li Haoyang, who appeared utterly despondent, his eyes hollow like a puddle of mud. Yao Wei scoffed derisively, turning his head aside. A loud crash echoed as glass shattered outside the door, followed by Zhang Xingxing springing up from the floor, charging toward Yao Wei's lower region. Yao Wei's expression shifted. He shielded Li Haoyang, bellowing, "Get away, or I'll deal with you both." Li Haoyang glanced at the dog, astounded by its willingness to go to such lengths to save him, yet aware that danger still lurked. He attempted to flee, but his legs betrayed him, devoid of strength. "Li Haoyang, today you shall meet your end." Yao Wei lunged forward, brandishing the knife at Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But nothing happened. Only a chilling scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Li Haoyang opened his eyes to find Zhang Xingxing had leapt once more, sinking its teeth into Yao Wei's third leg. It was no mystery why the cry was so agonizing. After all, it was as if the very essence of his being had been seized and yanked down. A pain unbearable. Li Haoyang felt a chill beneath him, almost experiencing phantom pain. The vines were astonished, opting to hold their questions until the matter was resolved. Yao Wei, racked with pain in his lower body, curled into himself, beads of sweat dotting his brow, veins bulging on his forehead and back, muffled groans escaping his lips. This scoundrel dared to bite me. Yao Wei seethed with rage, casting a cold, menacing glare at Zhang Xingxing. He redirected his attack, knife in hand, advancing toward Zhang Xingxing. A seasoned fighter, Yao Wei moved with precision, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. His singular target was Zhang Xingxing. Though Zhang Xingxing possessed formidable strength, Yao Wei was no weakling either. Their confrontation was fierce and relentless. Zhang Xingxing, despite being a soldier, found himself constrained within the canine form, unable to capitalize on his training. Moreover, four fists could not contend with a knife. Facing an opponent armed with a dagger, he was limited to evasion, occasionally managing to bite, but needing to release quickly to avoid the blade-esque strike. Yao Wei's fury intensified with each failed attack. He feared for the fate of his lower body, but could not abandon the two of them. If he did, he risked capture by the police, which would spell disaster. Yao Wei resolved to eliminate both the man and the dog before cleaning up the aftermath and rushing to the hospital. Keep biting him, urged the vines from the sidelines. Yao Wei thrust the knife toward Zhang Xingxing's left side. Zhang Xingxing leapt to the right in retaliation. The knife plunged violently into the nearby sofa, causing the springs within to protrude. Li Haoyang was not idle either. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward to collide with Yao Wei. Stumbling, Yao Wei nearly fell. Zhang Xingxing seized the moment, lunging toward a pressure point on Yao Wei's body. Yao Wei felt a sudden jolt, as if struck by electricity. His entire body stiffened, rendering him immobile. Panic surged within him. What was happening? Why could he no longer move? Li Haoyang, observing Yao Wei's paralysis, rushed forward to seize the knife and call the police. Officer, please come quickly. There's a murderer here. Yao Wei's face blanched in an instant, his eyes filled with venomous resentment directed at Li Haoyang. The intensity of Yao Wei's cold glare sent shivers down Li Haoyang's spine, but he knew this was not the time for fear. He steeled himself, declaring, "Teacher, do not blame me. This fate is of your own making. You brought this upon yourself and have no one to blame." Yao Wei let out a cold laugh. "Since that's the case, are you not afraid that I might kill you as well?" Li Haoyang stammered. "I. Uncle Police will protect me." "Oh." A flicker of surprise crossed Yao Wei's eyes, and he burst into laughter. How absurd, truly absurd. Soon after, the police arrived. "Can I speak to my teacher for a moment?" Li Haoyang pleaded. The officer glanced at him, looking somewhat conflicted. "Just 1 minute." "All right. Thank you. Li Haoyang grabbed Yao Wei by the collar, lifting his face. "Teacher, you are the person I admire most, but look at what you have done." Li Haoyang lowered his head, and for a brief moment, their eyes met, and he finally realized he had been captured. Yao Wei, covered in blood, glared fiercely at Li Haoyang, as if he wished to skin him alive. After being interrogated by the police, it was revealed that Yao Wei's plan was to take his students to the countryside for field sketching when the police were momentarily distracted, thereby disposing of the evidence of his crime. Upon reaching the destination, he intended to feed the stones from the vase to the pigs. Merely eliminating the evidence would not suffice to absolve him of suspicion. Yao Wei planned to fabricate false evidence, shifting the blame for his wife's death onto his mistress, or vice versa. Ultimately, this scheme was uncovered, and through the police's meticulous investigation, the true identity of Zhang Xingxing, originally known as Wang Jinxiang, was also revealed. Zhang Xingxing, regaining awareness, looked at the vines before him. "So, has this matter been resolved? Hurry and help me return." The vines, filled with reluctance, replied, "Can you play one more game with me? I want to play again." Zhang Xingxing made a gesture to stop him, firmly refusing. "Be good. I'm truly anxious right now, and I have no idea how Commander and the others are doing." Please return me first. Next time, if the opportunity arises, we can all play together. At that time, we must thoroughly study you to understand where your genes come from that can create such mental illusions. In the realm of interstellar travel, the preservation of mental strength is already widely known. However, most individuals do not exhibit such pronounced mental capabilities. At most, they can assist with mecha operations. The mental power possessed by the vines is exceptionally terrifying. Zhang Xingxing even speculated that it might surpass that of the insect queen. This implies that the creator of the vines could have potentially produced similar entities elsewhere, posing an imminent threat to the security of the entire interstellar community. Wake up! Wake up! Is this guy still unconscious? What is going on? We even used electric shocks, and he still won't wake up. Zhang Xingxing gazed in confusion at the woman before him, whose delicate makeup appeared exceptionally gentle. Yet deep down, he knew she was a pure combat fanatic. Though he felt happy, even finding it somewhat difficult to accept. The sharp pain from his twisted arm unmistakably indicated that he had returned from that virtual world. From being an exceptional soldier in the 1st Military District, he had transformed into countless disordered individuals and other beings. This world felt like a grand chess game. For Zhang Xingxing, it was not the worst reality. What was worse was that he could no longer speak. It must be the vines doing. Why was Zhang Xingxing so certain? Hey, human, how are you? It was indeed the vines speaking. Zhang Xingxing furrowed his brows, his tone serious. Behave yourself and give me my voice back. Oh, take it easy. Having been another creature for so long, you should rest a bit. Enough with the nonsense. All right, let me tell you the story I originally imagined. By the time you finish this story, your body should be back to normal, and then you'll be able to speak. Actually, the main storyline is a common tale of chasing after a wife with a fiery passion. The heroine, Wang Wen, is a delicate flower from a poor family, while the hero, Yao Wei, is a domineering artist of great renown. Wang Wen was violently beaten by her drunken father during high school. And on her solitary journey to the hospital, Yao Wei fortuitously picked her up, thus becoming her savior during her loneliness, and their love story began. From that moment on, Wang Wen secretly admired Yao Wei, and after graduation, she worked hard to become his assistant, quietly taking care of him. During a drinking party, they ended up in an indescribable situation. The vine's tone grew increasingly excited. You have no idea how rich this story is. The dim-witted Wang Wen forgets to take her medication, and when she becomes pregnant, Yao Wei's mother finds her and forcefully insists that he marry her. Yao Wei believes Wang Wen was sent by his mother to monitor him, leading to a dynamic where one is perpetually cold and the other is desperately affectionate. Eventually, when Wang Wen is diagnosed with cancer, Yao Wei finally realizes his feelings and descends into madness, drinking and spiraling into despair. He begins a frantic pursuit to win back his wife, pouring out his heart to her and revealing his tragic past. Wang Wen, disregarding her own past wounds, rekindles her compassion for him, and they embrace in the pouring rain, forgiving one another. Thus, the story concludes with a happy ending. Zhang Xingxing frowned at the absurdity of the heroine falling for the hero merely because he offered her a ride. And when he witnessed her neglecting her medication and failing to clarify matters with him, his expression turned utterly speechless. Chapter 155, concerning mental strength. Vines. Are you certain this is not a story you concocted to annoy me? The vines, filled with curiosity, responded, Why don't you like it? This is what I gleaned from that woman's mind. It is said to be the hottest storyline in offline novels, immensely popular. With genuine earnestness, the vines continued. She even mentioned that the age-old adage holds true. The tried-and-true formula wins hearts. Audiences enjoy such melodramatic plots. Zhang Xingxing remained skeptical, redirecting his gaze back to the women before him. Zhiliang Shui, a military fanatic, hints it must be Shi Xizhou. Contemplating the convoluted plot, Zhang Xingxing sighed once more, casting a complex glance at the tardy Shi Xizhou. How could it be that, despite being of the same species, their thought processes could differ so vastly? As Shi Xizhou approached to assess the situation, he was completely unaware of Zhang Xingxing's internal musings. How are you feeling now? Thank you, Monsieur. I am much better. Ji Liangshui nudged him with his elbow. Lowering his voice, You just woke up. Your head isn't messed up, is it? What kind of look is that? Zhang Xingxing pressed his lips together, raising an eyebrow, manifesting a subtle arc that hinted at some unexpressed emotion, exceedingly complex. He did not wish to embarrass Shi Xizhou, but could not suppress his instinctual reaction. It was an overwhelming sense of shock and fear. Yes, fear. Zhang Xingxing felt somewhat apprehensive of Shi Xizhou's convoluted thoughts, as he had left him with quite a few harrowing experiences, transforming into a pig, then a dog. The vines remarked, "Actually, I am being quite merciful. You have no idea, there were supposed to be many more calamities, like turning into a hamster and running to death on a wheel, or becoming an ant and being crushed." Zhang Xingxing quickly interjected, all right, stop right there. If you keep going, I might just throw up." Zhang Xingxing ran his fingers through his tousled hair, pressing his tongue against the roots of his teeth, feeling somewhat displeased. "Jiliang Shui, was it me who got into trouble, or was it you? What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one with the problem, little girl." Jiliang Shui clearly exhaled a sigh of relief and stuck out her tongue. "I'm not as foolish as you, having been captured by a monster and falling into a coma." Lu Mu glanced at the two miscreants and said to Shi Xizhou, "These two are quite the characters." From Zhang Xinghong's demeanor, it seems there is no major issue. Let's return. Indeed, after the two departed, Zhang Xinghong leisurely sipped some water before speaking softly. "I have made a new discovery." Reclining on the bed, he exuded an aura of confidence, his smile radiating like a victorious general on the battlefield, compelling respect and submission from those around him. "What new discovery?" "I require that locator of yours. I know the commander provided it to you." "The locator?" Ji Liangshui's expression shifted to one of mild exasperation, her eyes warming with concern. "What has prompted this sudden request? Are you facing some threat?" Zhang Xinghong's lips curled into a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Not quite. Rather, I sense that something of great significance is at hand." Intuition is indeed a marvelous thing. The wind rustled outside the tent, striking the broad leaves and creating a heavy echo as they swayed and turned. Zhang Xinghong blinked his weary eyes and fixed a serious gaze upon Ji Liangshui. "This matter is far from ordinary. As you know, we are now in the interstellar age, and the laws of human survival have undergone a profound transformation. This planet is not solely inhabited by humans. It is home to numerous other species." He paused, observing the vines below, which displayed no abnormalities. Zhang Xinghong continued, "Humans are not only intelligent, but also malevolent. Consider the technological advancements of ancient civilizations. They transformed Earth into a battlefield through electromagnetic cannons and optical targeting systems, ultimately leading to their own demise. Many humans are consumed by a relentless desire to alter their race, striving to become stronger. This is how humanity has achieved its current state. Their so-called demise is nothing more than their transformation into monsters. They have become monsters, and their notion of demise is merely a reflection of their selfishness and ignorance. My time in a coma was not true unconsciousness. Rather, I was transported to a realm constructed by the mental energy of that vine we encountered." Upon hearing this, Ji Liangshui furrowed her brow. "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Zhang Xinghong nodded solemnly. "I am fully aware of the implications of my words. Perhaps you may find it difficult to believe, but this is indeed the truth." Zhang Xinghong then recounted in vivid detail the experiences he had within that mental realm. After he finished speaking, Ji Liangshui reached out to touch his forehead. "Strange, it feels normal. No fever." Zhang Xinghong removed her hand from his forehead. "Vine, come forth and reveal your presence." The vine hesitantly emerged from Zhang Xinghong's ear, having concealed itself in such an unusual location. Ji Liangshui was taken aback as a purple vine crawled out from her companion's ear, exuding an aura of malevolence. This scene was too shocking. Even Ji Liangshui's composed demeanor faltered, her heart racing. What on earth was happening? How could this be? She stammered, having never encountered such a creature before. "I never imagined it would be hiding in my ear." Zhang Xinghong chuckled ruefully. Ji Liangshui pointed at the vine and asked, "Can it be removed?" The vine climbed onto Zhang Xinghong's neck, selecting a spot where a mere tug could prove fatal. The vine replied, "No need for you to pull me out. I am already here. Do not harbor any illusions about killing me. If I perish, The human connected to me mentally will also die. What must you do to depart from Zhang Xinghong? Ji Liangshui asked coldly. The vine retorted, "Tsh, as if I desire this. I do not know what to do either. Who would want to remain with someone constantly facing death? I fear for my own life." Ji Liangshui attempted to glean some insight from the vine, but found nothing. Zhang Xinghong sighed deeply. Enough. You should inform the commander and ascertain our course of action. Should we eliminate this creature first, or leave it be and deal with the pirates? Both Zhang Xinghong and Ji Liangshui understood that no matter the choice, the other option loomed over them like a sword, inevitably to fall. But which one, only fate could determine. Ji Liangshui's heart sank as she scrutinized his expression, seeking to discern his thoughts. She had never contemplated that someone could be so unfortunate as to be entangled with such a creature. Zhang Xinghong opened his eyes and locked gazes with her. Enough. Go now. If you delay further, the next time you see me may be a lifetime away. Take care of yourself. Call us if you need anything. Ji Liangshui rose and exited. Upon learning of the events surrounding Zhang Xinghong, Ji Nanfeng and Shi Xizhou were momentarily stunned, as were their companions. The insectoid Queen Tian and Tong Tong, who were equally astonished. The two began to communicate through their mental network. Tong Tong, what is happening? Is that also your kind? Tian, you ask me? I want to ask you. Our insect race has no such peculiar creatures. Insectoids are just that. Bugs, not plants. Use your brain. Neither from your side nor mine. Then where did it come from? Forget about where it originates. Once it enters my territory, it must obey my commands. If it dares to cause trouble, I shall consume it and see who is truly formidable. Tong Tong shook his head. Do not be so impulsive. We must first ascertain the enemy's details. Tian replied curtly. Even if we uncover its secrets, it cannot match my prowess. I am the insectoid queen. Shi Xizhou regarded the two with contemplation and inquired of Ji Nanfeng. What is the extent of research on mental energy in your interstellar realm? Ji Nanfeng furrowed his brow. Perhaps the old-timers would know more. My time in the military district has been too brief, and if it were not for the commander's injury, I would not have ascended to the rank of commander so quickly. Liangshui, aside from the commander, who in the first military district is most likely to possess knowledge on this matter. Ji Liangshui pondered, recalling individuals from tall to short, young to old, male to female. She took considerable time to think, so long that the others began to grow weary. I have it, Ji Liangshui exclaimed with surprise. Though our military district may not have many older members, there is one person who will certainly know about this. He may lack other abilities, but he excels at gathering intelligence. Be it major or minor news, he is exceptionally well informed. Ji Nanfeng's eyes brightened. Are you referring to Ulysses Tuo? However, his expression grew serious again. That fellow is not a stable presence in the first military district. If he learns of our actions, his loose tongue will ensure the news spreads to other military districts swiftly. Ji Liangshui saw nothing amiss and nodded. Yes, that is him. Although his mouth may be quite large, it is undeniable that his ability to acquire information is second to none. It seems we have no other choice. Nanfeng. The interstellar video connection was swiftly established, and fortunately, this region was currently devoid of rampant vines. The previously malfunctioning network had been restored. Hello. Esteemed commander and two distinguished officers, what brings you to me? A seemingly carefree man on the other end inquired with a cheerful smile. He appeared to be a rather youthful and handsome fellow, radiating vitality. Ji Nanfeng cleared his throat lightly. Let us be serious. I have something to ask you. Oh, what could possibly prompt the renowned commander of the first military district to seek out someone as insignificant as me? The smile on Ulysses Tuo's face betrayed no hint of anxiety. Ji Liangshui interjected, enough of the frivolity. We wish to inquire if you know anything about mental powers and related experiments. Upon hearing the term mental power, Ulysses Tuo's expression momentarily darkened. Then he feigned innocence, stating, Commander, what are you referring to? I'm unaware. Such matters should be known only to your superiors, correct? Perhaps you have mistaken your source? Ji Liangshui remained skeptical. I do not know. Who are you? You are the foremost information gatherer in our military district. We all have some understanding of these matters. It is implausible that you are entirely uninformed. Are you merely a braggart who only peddles gossip and fabrications? Ji Liangshui deliberately provoked him. Noticing Wu Si-Tuo's silence, Ji Liangshui continued on his own. Brother, I knew that someone like him, always grinning and unprofessional, would not possess any serious information. You made me ask him, and now it's clear he knows nothing. Alas, I had anticipated that such confidential matters would be beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. She became increasingly animated as she spoke. Though young and somewhat cunning, Wu Si-Tuo could not withstand such provocation. Who said I don't know? Of course I know. The gaze of Ji Nanfeng and Ji Liangshui upon Wu Si-Tuo was laden with meaning. The latter's face flushed. Wu Si-Tuo stubbornly replied, "Oh dear. I hadn't thought of it until now. Now that you mention it, it comes rushing back to me. All right, let me quickly tell you. Commander, it's not that I truly wish to withhold information." Wu Si-Tuo sighed in resignation. Regarding mental powers, I heard a story about it long ago from a madman. He lowered his voice. What I am about to share with you must remain between us. Otherwise, I will be finished. Ji Liangshui and Ji Nanfeng exchanged glances. Ji Nanfeng assured, "Rest easy. We shall keep this secret well. Please proceed." Wu Si-Tuo took a deep breath and slowly recounted what he knew. Chapter 156. The Battle with the Strange Fish. It turned out that long ago, humanity was in the midst of developing the brain. At that time, mental powers were more widespread and formidable than they are now. However, due to humanity's thought processes being at a rudimentary stage, their ability to utilize mental powers was severely limited. Moreover, the application of these powers consumed one's own energy. Consequently, once mental power reached a certain threshold, it would gradually deplete. During this period, some radical scientists emerged, advocating for the fusion of human consciousness with that of other beings to transcend the limitations of mental power usage. Through human experimentation, they believed they could render human consciousness remarkably resilient and keen, allowing the complete release of one's mental powers. Wu Si-Tuo remarked, "From our current understanding of mental power, it is evident that those past experiments were undoubtedly failures. Repeated failures drove these scientists to madness. They sought to merge human mental power with that of animals, plants, and even robots. These mad scientists invested considerable resources and time, ultimately halted only by governmental intervention. The insanity of a subset of individuals led to numerous direct or indirect fatalities in mental power research experiments, and a lack of progress in this field incited public outrage, culminating in protests. Consequently, the government was compelled to intervene, enacting laws prohibiting experiments related to the fusion of mental powers. However, those driven to madness lacked reason. They secretly conducted related research in other regions, even attracting the attention of the insectoid species. The result was a massive assault by the insectoid forces. Their clandestine research base was destroyed, and the concocted agents designed to suppress mental powers spilled into the ocean. From that point onward, the utilization of mental powers began to wane. Even to this day, only a select few possess the slightest mental capacity to operate mechas, while the majority remain entirely oblivious to the existence of mental powers. "Commander, that is all I know," Wu Si-Tuo concluded. "Is there nothing more?" Ji Nanfeng raised his gaze to him, his eyes brimming with inquiry. "Nothing." Wu Si-Tuo shook his head. "Impossible. You must be concealing something from us. Please tell us. This matter is of great importance." Ji Liangshui's expression turned grave. "If we discover that you have withheld information, there will be consequences." Wu Si-Tuo's eyes widened at Ji Liangshui's words, his face darkening immediately. "You are too heartless. Let me share another tidbit. I suspect that one of the major military districts is still conducting research in this area, but I cannot pinpoint which one." Nanfeng replied, "Understood." The video call ended. "Excellent." Wu Si-Tuo released the holographic interface, which displayed the location of Ji Nanfeng. He placed a hand on the small cat that had been obediently resting on his lap, pressing down firmly. The reluctant little creature stretched its tiny paws and curled up at his feet. Its head rested against the man's abdomen, producing a soft, contented sound. Meow meow. Shi Xizhou squinted, pressing down on one side of the cat's head, a playful glint in his eyes as he softly mused. Do you think something interesting will happen next? The cat glanced up at him and playfully swiped its paw across his cheek. Shi Xizhou gently teased the exposed pink paw and patted his sturdy thigh. Let us go, little cat. We must continue spreading the news. Shi Xizhou stood before his desk, gazing out through the glass window at the expansive military district. He lifted the cat slightly, pausing momentarily before speaking. Here's to a day filled with delightful surprises. You're eager to hear more amusing tales, aren't you? Ji Liangshui turned to Ji Nanfeng and asked, Brother, do you believe what Shi Xizhou said is true? Ji Nanfeng pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He felt a bit disoriented, and within the recesses of his memory, there seemed to linger a tale regarding experiments on mental power recounted to him by the commander of the 1st Military District when he was merely 4 years old, a time before his injuries. However, his youthful age had rendered the details somewhat unclear. Ji Nanfeng suggested, let us inquire with Zhang Xingxing to ascertain his thoughts on this matter, as well as the vine. Ji Liangshui nodded in agreement. After listening to their discussion, Zhang Xingxing fell into contemplation, realizing that the vine indeed possessed a semblance of human thought, potentially a product of mental merging with humanity. The vine, in a daze, remarked, So I have aged so much. How unfortunate I am. Ji Nanfeng solemnly addressed the vine. Can you now depart from his body? We have further inquiries to conduct. Rest assured, I guarantee, as the commander of the 1st Military District, that we will return to resolve your situation. The vine scoffed, I do not believe you. Though I am no longer human, I know that human words are the least trustworthy. Why can you take me along? I must inform you that I am bound to this human. If you attempt to separate us forcibly, even those 2 little ones beside, you would be incapable of achieving that. Ji Nanfeng understood precisely who the 2 little ones were. Thus, the identities of the insect queen and the extraterrestrial being were not lost on the vine. Consequently, they acquiesced to the vine accompanying them on their journey. Ji Nanfeng and the others continued their search, the duration of their trek unknown. At last, they arrived at the banks of a river, precisely the one hinted at by the pirates. Ji Nanfeng approached the river, where seemingly endless aquatic plants carpeted the riverbed, casting a verdant hue over its surface. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples across the water. In this tranquil and harmonious noon, a peculiar fish quietly surfaced. Just as the group prepared to cross the river, a large fish leaped into the air, soaring over them. This was no ordinary fish. It possessed a single body but bore 3 heads, each adorned with 3 eyes. Its scales shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a rainbow. Cloaked in darkness, it emanated a mysterious and dangerous aura. Though its form was difficult to articulate, it evoked a profound sense of fear. The monstrous fish appeared to be forged from a colossal stone, its surface adorned with hard scales that glinted like sharp blades, each engraved with peculiar patterns reminiscent of ancient script, harboring endless secrets. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, radiating heat and ferocity. When it opened its mouth, it revealed sharp fangs, each capable of tearing through steel. Bubbles escaped from its gills, carrying a foul odor that was nauseating. Just as Ji Liangshui prepared to take aim and shoot this monstrous fish, the vine interjected, by the way. I forgot to mention that if you wish to develop mental power, it is best to engage this fish using your own body, though the fish lacks any mental power. In this place, pushing one's physical limits is conducive to the development of mental abilities. Upon hearing this, Ji Liangshui lowered her energy weapon. She glanced at Ji Nanfeng, who nodded in encouragement, signaling her to proceed. Meanwhile, Shi Xizhou fixed his gaze upon the bizarre fish, its multicolored scales glimmering with an eerie light. A chill creeping into his heart. This would not be a mere skirmish. It was a perilous battle for survival. The enormous fish glided through the water, exuding a unique aura that made Ji Liangshui's body tremble involuntarily. Its rainbow-hued scales resembled battle armor, cold and fierce, as its fins sliced through the water's surface. The splashes sparkled in the sunlight, akin to sharp blades. Ji Liangshui focused on the fish's eyes, which brimmed with murderous intent and a thirst for blood, resembling unfathomable black holes that devoured all vitality and hope. The surrounding environment began to grow increasingly ominous. The water's surface churned violently, waves splashing with a strong humidity, as if a colossal water dragon had ascended. The trees along the riverbank swayed unpredictably, seemingly drawn by some invisible force, rustling in the wind. Ji Liangshui took a deep breath, dispelling her hesitation in an instant, leaving only resolve and determination. She understood that only by conquering this monstrous fish could she advance further. She decided to throw herself into this deadly struggle. Gripping the wooden stick she had picked up from the ground, she took firm steps onto the battlefield. The river surged beside her, as if heralding an impending clash. Ji Liangshui quickly shifted her gaze, locking onto the monstrous fish in the river. Its form flickered in and out of view, emanating an evil aura reminiscent of a messenger from hell. Shi Xizhou and the others could sense its malice. Its eyes revealed a cunning and cruel intent, sending shivers down their spines. The monstrous fish sensed Ji Liangshui as formidable presence, emitting a low growl as it surged upward from the water. Its razor-sharp claws lunged at Ji Liangshui with terrifying speed, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. However, Ji Liangshui was undaunted. She swiftly dodged, skillfully evading the fish's assault. Her figure flickered, akin to a bolt of lightning, striking at the fish. The wooden stick collided with its claws, producing a resounding bang. All of Ji Liangshui's strength converged into the stick, her gaze resolute and determined. The battle unfolded at the riverbank, the sounds of the wooden stick clashing with claws, the rushing waters, and the howling wind intertwining. Ji Liangshui moved gracefully across the battlefield. Agile and fierce, her martial prowess was exquisite and swift. Each strike was precise and merciless. The monstrous fish grew increasingly furious, its eyes reflecting ferocity and cunning. It swayed, transforming into a shadowy figure, lunging at Ji Liangshui. She instinctively evaded, but this time the fish did not attack with its claws. Instead, it employed its other two heads. One head viciously bit down on the wooden stick, snapping it in two. As the other head aimed to bite Ji Liangshui's head, she quickly braced herself, gripping one of its sharp teeth with her left hand and the other with her right, preventing its jaws from closing. With a powerful kick from her legs, she sent a third head flying. The battle reached a fever pitch, with Ji Liangshui and the monstrous fish locked in a fierce struggle. They maneuvered along the riverbank, their silhouettes intertwining in a breathtaking spectacle. The fish's tail was adorned with countless spines, each sharp and rigid. As it swam, it pierced the water's surface, emitting a high-pitched wail akin to a ferocious arrow. Its broad and powerful tail, when swung, sent waves crashing and splashing violently. The monstrous fish glided away slowly, resembling a predatory devil, transforming the entire river into its hunting ground. Each movement it made brought with it an aura of death, causing nearby fish to flee in terror from this horrifying presence. Ji Nanfeng shouted to Ji Liangshui, "Liangshui, end this quickly and strive to surpass your physical limits." Hearing this, Ji Liangshui felt a pang of confusion. How could one truly transcend their physical limitations? Is it that my body has grown sufficiently weary, or has it reached the brink of collapse? Ji Liangshui resolved to launch a more ferocious, bare-handed assault. Strange fish, take this punch. With the aid of a stone for momentum, Ji Liangshui delivered a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen. Thanks to the robust physical constitution of the interstellar beings, her punch was comparable to that of a heavy truck, causing the strange fish to plummet from a great height and crash heavily onto the river surface. Ji Liangshui, too, was thrown to the ground by the impact, propping herself up with her hands as she rose. The pain coursing through her body made her grit her teeth in frustration. Damn strange fish, my rear end aches terribly. Wait, hold on. I can no longer sense that ethereal mental energy. No matter how much you beat it, it won't break through. Chapter 157. Live cooking fish. Upon hearing the vine's words, Ji Liangshui was rendered speechless. She clapped her hands to brush off the small stones, then drew her energy gun and dispatched the strange fish with a single shot. "Brother, let's catch a few fish for a feast," she called out to Ji Nanfeng. Ji Nanfeng shook his head in resignation and turned to Shi Xizhou, inquiring, "Xizhou, could you please check if this fish is edible? If it is, I would appreciate your assistance in processing it." Shi Xizhou nodded in agreement. "Sure, let me take a look," Tong Tong remarked. "According to my scans, this fish is devoid of toxins, though there are some radiation levels. However, you need not worry, as this radiation poses no threat to interstellar beings. They're already accustomed to it." Hearing this, Shi Xizhou felt a sense of admiration. It is noteworthy that on Earth, following the sewage discharge incident, the populace has become exceedingly sensitive to the terms radiation, to the extent that even she harbors concerns when selecting seafood. Little did she expect that here in the interstellar realm, they would be immune to it, or rather, it has become omnipresent. "No toxins, it's safe to eat," Shi Xizhou declared, suddenly remembering the live stream. "I will send a message to our boss and see how things are on his end." "All right, please do," Ji Nanfeng replied. Shi Xizhou sent a message to Gubake, "Boss, how are things? Any instructions?" Gubake, upon seeing the long-lost Shi Xizhou, burst into tears. "Oh, my ancestors, you finally messaged me. If you hadn't tea, I would have gone mad. You have no idea how frantically the viewers have been asking where you went. Were you on the run?" "Hold on," Shi Xizhou interjected. "Your tears are about to drip onto your teeth." Gubake froze, quickly turning away to wipe his nose with a handkerchief before returning with an air of composure. "Forget the previous me. That was not the real me," Gubake asserted resolutely. "Uh-huh," Shi Xizhou replied dismissively. Gubake cleared his throat, switching to a serious tone. "Xizhou, are you available now? If so, it will be best to proceed with the live stream as soon as possible. Otherwise, according to our contract, I will have to deduct your salary. This is a company we have worked hard to establish. We cannot afford to be so despondent." He thumped his chest and turned away to apply a couple of drops of our medication. Observing his demeanor, Shi Xizhou turned to Ji Nanfeng. "Is it all right?" Ji Nanfeng glanced at his device and retrieved a pre-prepared piece of equipment. "With this, we can shield our location and automatically filter the live stream content." Shi Xizhou looked at Ji Nanfeng with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. "By the way, have you decided what content you wish to stream?" Gubake inquired. Shi Xizhou glanced at the corpse of the strange fish, tilting her head as she pondered. "I have decided to prepare a whole fish banquet." Ji Nanfeng was not particularly surprised, merely responding with a soft "all right." Shi Xizhou initiated the live stream, addressing the audience. "Hello, everyone, it's been a while. Oh my gosh, she finally appeared. The missing streamer my grandmother has been following has finally returned. Yuan Fang, what do you think? I'm ready to feast. This is my unbeatable wife, Rose. It's time to cook, isn't it? What are we having today?" Shi Xizhou gestured toward the fish beside her and continued. "Today we are preparing a whole fish banquet, which includes boiled fish slices, grape fish, squirrel fish, fish noodles, hometown grilled fish lips, tomato fish, and fish head soup." She added, "This is a large fish. Although it may look unappealing, it is not toxic and its flesh is quite commendable. Wow, there is so much. We are in for a treat. Wait, are you making normal food, or is it your dark cuisine?" Shi Xizhou's smile faltered momentarily as she recalled that interstellar beings had a penchant for dark cuisine, which did not align with the taste of Earthlings. While Shi Xizhou was deep in thought, Tian Tian climbed up to her ear and whispered, "I can secrete toxins that will alter your taste perception. Thus, what may taste bad to you will taste good to them, and vice versa. You can cook normally again." Shi Xizhou was taken aback, realizing Tian Tian possessed such a skill. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of doubt about whether she could succeed. Regardless, she decided to take the plunge. "First, we'll prepare boiled fish. Begin by slicing garlic and ginger for later use. Next, make incisions along the fish's spine, carefully separating the flesh from the bones. When removing the flesh from the belly, remember to scrape off the thin black membrane inside to eliminate any fishy odor. Then, remove the rib bones and wash the fish skeleton. Cut the bones into small segments. Slice the fish flesh into pieces, aiming for a thickness of about 0.3 cm. While boiling water, Coat the fish slices with a marinade and add seasonings. Nanfeng raised his gaze to Shi Xizhou, the corner of his lips curving into a smile. Very good. Noticing Nanfeng's reaction, Shi Xizhou casually asked, "Does anyone have any questions? Could you specify the amount of seasonings? I'm struggling to keep up with this step. Having me directly gnaw on raw fish seems rather clumsy," another viewer commented. "To be honest, your skills are inferior to my sister's. She can whip up a plate of sweet and sour shredded potatoes that could leave me in a food coma on a hospital bed, fantasizing about delicacies. Those are all calorie bombs, unhealthy, and I wouldn't recommend them for your friends. You can serve them to anonymous viewers like me. Folks, what would you like to order? Why did you suddenly disappear from the awards ceremony? Do you look down on the interstellar culinary competition? Where exactly are you now? And why haven't you provided an explanation? Slice the 3 pieces finely from minced fish, and for the 5 pieces, select the 3 largest fish heads. For the 6 pieces, clean them thoroughly. I want to eat the ribs." Shi Xizhou calmly completed all the dishes. "Boss, look." The audience's viewership seems to have diminished compared to before. Many individuals began to question the whereabouts of Miss Shi. "How could this happen? Boss, should we guide her? Or perhaps let Miss Shi explain herself?" Gu Baka furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion as he gestured for the staff to let her be. The peculiar structure of this strange fish was undeniably more intricate than that of typical fish found on Earth. Consequently, as Shi Xizhou attempted to manage the fish, she inevitably became somewhat flustered, with blood splattering onto her face. Nanfeng, standing nearby, pointed to her face, prompting Shi Xizhou to absent-mindedly wipe it with the back of her hand. However, this only served to leave a faint mark from the blood, rendering her appearance a tad disheveled. Nanfeng, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shi Xizhou tilted her head in inquiry, her eyes silently asking, "What's the matter?" Nanfeng, barely containing his amusement, calmly mouthed, "You've turned into a little calico cat." Tong Tong exclaimed, "What an image!" Shi Xizhou offered an apologetic smile to the camera before accepting a wet wipe from Tong Tong to clean her face. Although this fish was rather unattractive, its scales were undeniably beautiful, inciting a desire within me to pluck them all off. Where did this fish originate? I yearn for the day when I can catch a fish of such magnitude. With that, I would surely gain renown in the angling circles. Host, could you possibly send me the scales of this fish? I wish to transform them into an exquisite piece of art. A lamp radiating sunlight in a spectrum as vibrant as a rainbow. Speak up. Why are you not responding to my inquiries? Are you mute? An admonition came from above. My darling is the best in the world. My darling is inherently wonderful, deserving of admiration. Let me ponder. This truly is a splendid concept. Even if the food is not exceptional, displaying these scales would undoubtedly evoke surprise. My vision is to craft these scales into a stunning hairpin, adorned with colorful leaves or flowers, harmoniously themed with the ocean, ensuring it would stand out as the most striking accessory in any crowd. It's meant to be worn on the head, I added. If worn on the head, you might meet your demise. Help! I made a typo. Laughter erupted. Shi Xizhou, her eyes twinkling with mirth, remarked, "The grape fish is a traditional delicacy made primarily from green fish, grape juice, and eggs. It boasts a crispy exterior, tender flesh, and a delightful sweet and sour flavor, rich in aroma. As we lack green fish here, we shall use this fish as a substitute." The preparation involves shaping the fish into a trapezoid, marinating it in spices for 20 minutes, coating it in egg batter, followed by breadcrumbs, and frying it in oil until golden brown, resembling grape clusters. The accompanying greens are blanched and shaped to mimic grape leaves, placed beside the fish, and drizzled with a sauce made from white sugar, white vinegar, salt, and grape juice. As each dish was completed, the eyes of everyone around sparkled with delight, including Shi Xizhou, whose face radiated excitement. Finally, she could enjoy the same flavors as the interstellar beings. It's done. Shi Xizhou exhaled a sigh of relief. Look, so many delicious dishes. Zhang Xinghang and the others eagerly gathered around the table, their eyes wide with anticipation. Ahem. Shi Xizhou cleared her throat. Everyone, please remain quiet. We cannot eat just yet. Instantly, Silence fell upon the group, and Shi Xizhou continued. What follows is of utmost importance. A palpable tension filled the air. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. I'm so hungry. I could devour a whole person. What a show-off. Don't eat the sour radish. This very important matter is. Shi Xizhou deliberately elongated her words, and under the anxious gazes of the crowd, she declared, today we can finally eat. Laughter erupted. You startled me. Let's eat. Finally, I get to taste the food prepared by the host. And it retains that delightful balance of sour, sweet, bitter, and salty, all incredibly palatable. This fish is a bit salty. This one is somewhat sour. This fish seems undercooked. That one doesn't taste particularly fresh. This one still has a fishy odor. What kind of skill is this? It's merely average. Everyone, join me in chanting, don't eat the sour radish. What? Am I not allowed to voice my opinion? Have you tasted it? I didn't see you click on taste sharing. You're critiquing this meal without participating. What a game player. Indeed, this is a championship dish. Yet, a champion is merely a facade. Who knows what lies beneath? Come at me if you dare. All right, stop arguing with him. Let us eat quickly. Otherwise, if we close the live stream, we might miss out. Oh, how I long for those scales. Zhang Xinghang and the others internally urged Shi Xizhou to conclude the live broadcast so they could finally savor the food. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of pride, knowing that while the online viewers could only experience the flavors vicariously, they could indulge fully. Eventually, as Shi Xizhou observed that most had sampled the dishes, she prepared to end the live stream. Wait, don't close it just yet. Let us chat for another 5 minutes. Yes, we haven't seen each other in ages. Let us converse. Don't end the stream. Gubaku also chimed in with a message. If you anticipate having prolonged periods without being able to stream in the future, let the session be as lengthy as possible. Shi Xizhou contemplated for a few moments, then proposed, I will end the stream now, and after we finish our meal, I will resume to share stories with everyone. How does that sound? Sounds great. I love hearing stories. What tales will you tell? Will it be about your recent disappearance? Perhaps recounting a tragic tale of lost parents? The onlookers above remained silent, choosing not to engage. Shi Xizhou, growing weary of the trolls, declared, when I resume my stream, I will activate the blocking feature. Those who wish to disrupt my broadcast can spare themselves. Chapter 158, The Story of Little Red Riding Hood. Nanfeng gazed at the food before him, unable to suppress his appetite. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and, in an instant, his mouth felt like a mine exploding into a pit of filth, a repugnant aroma overwhelming him, leaving even the flies with no refuge. Nanfeng promptly spat it out. Shi Xizhou, noticing this, recalled that Nanfeng's palate was akin to that of Earth, a realization dawning upon her as to why she felt as if she had overlooked something significant. Nanfeng cast a resentful glance at Shi Xizhou. Tong laughed heartily. This guy is absolutely hilarious. Doesn't Tia feel like he just ate something vile? As she observed Zhang Xinghang enjoying his meal more and more, Nanfeng's resentment deepened. Shi Xizhou felt a pang of guilt arise within her. Sweet, Shi Xizhou implored. Could you possibly alter his taste perception? I can certainly do that, Sweet replied, but I must make physical contact with him. Have him come over, and I will effect the transformation. Shi Xizhou approached Nanfeng. I sincerely apologize for almost forgetting you. Would you kindly extend your hand? Despite some hesitation, Nanfeng complied, placing his hand in Shi Xizhou's. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain emanating from his palm, radiating through to his brain. Aware that this was likely related to him, Nanfeng resisted the urge to withdraw. One sweet's toxin was injected. Nanfeng felt a foul taste in his mouth transform into a rich sweetness. The transformation left Nanfeng quite intrigued. How did you accomplish that? Shi Xizhou softly inquired. It's Tian Sweet, she replied. Tian Sweet? Upon hearing those two words, Nanfeng's brows furrowed. Is that the insect queen? So, this is a form of mental toxin? Shi Xizhou, anxious that Nanfeng might have an aversion to mental toxins, quickly clarified, although it is indeed a mental toxin. Tian Sweet informed me that it has a time limit. It can only last for an hour before dissipating. Nanfeng merely shook her head. My concern lies not with that aspect. The insect clan possesses mental prowess and also wields toxins that can influence mental states. That is what truly alarms me. Shi Xizhou was at a loss for words. Liangshui patted her shoulder, saying, It's all right. I will handle the rest. The food is getting cold. Let us eat quickly. All right. The delectable dishes were gradually consumed through their collective efforts. Eventually, they all reclined on the grass, rubbing their round bellies in a state of laziness. Shi Xizhou initiated a live stream. Now, let us commence our storytelling session. So what story would be told? Perhaps an ancient legend? Although I have heard many versions, I would still be captivated if you were to share it again. Is it an adventure tale? I have a fondness for sweet romance stories, particularly those involving a princess and her prince. Shi Xizhou shook her head, sighing. The story I wish to tell this time is an unconventional one. Traditional narratives have lost their novelty. That sounds wonderful. Unconventional tales can be quite captivating. If they are sufficiently intricate, they can turn into a mystery plot. Overly dramatic tales can be just as entertaining. Ahem. Shi Xizhou cleared her throat and began. The first story I will tell is about a mutated Little Red Riding Hood. Everyone knows the tale of Little Red Riding Hood. But wouldn't it be more intriguing if she were to undergo a transformation? In Shi Xizhou's narrative, Little Red Riding Hood was a 16-year-old girl in a rebellious phase. Her mother often found herself exasperated while educating her, yet Little Red Riding Hood relished learning. She had mastered a plethora of seemingly useless skills. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, obeying her mother's instructions, she set out with gifts for her grandmother, who resided deep within the forest, a forest teeming with various creatures, including adorable puppies, chirping birds, and of course the ferocious big bad wolf. As Little Red Riding Hood merrily bounced along towards her grandmother's house, the big bad wolf appeared. The wolf scrutinized the seemingly petite girl, standing at only 1.60 meters. Although her face appeared soft and delectable, the wolf still seemed unsatisfied. With a wide grin, the wolf mocked, Humans can be so short and ugly. If my brother were to encounter you, he wouldn't even bother to eat you. Little Red Riding Hood, infuriated, retorted, What did you say, you wicked wolf? The wolf stepped forward, forcefully pressing down on her head. Wearing a red hood, are you trying to stand out? Humans are the most foolish beings. To venture into such a perilous place, without hiding, you deserve to be eaten. It's just unfortunate that you're so ugly and short. I really don't want to eat you. The more she listened, the angrier she became, shouting, You vile wolf. I'm human. If you want to eat me, then go ahead. Your mockery means nothing to me. The wolf dismissed her fury, continuing, My poor stomach. Having to consume such an ugly, short human. When will I be granted a tall, plump, and beautiful child to feast upon? At last, Little Red Riding Hood could no longer endure it. You despicable, big bad wolf. It's one thing to insult me, but to covet other children as well? From this day forth, I shall rid the world of your kind. After declaring this, she pulled out an AK-47 from her satchel and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Little Red Riding Hood's aim was remarkably precise, bullets striking the wolf and splattering blood, yet the wolf did not fall. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the wolf's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere as its body collapsed. A smile spread across Little Red Riding Hood's face. Your shooting skills remain impeccable. Just then, a young man dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, exuding an air of mischief, approached with a nonchalant smile. He appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and handsome, a striking figure indeed. Green Hat Brother, what brings you here? Little Red Riding Hood inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity as she scanned the surroundings. Relieved to find no witnesses. Put down the gun. I want to say a word, I swear. Little Red Riding Hood smiled politely, inching the gun closer to him. The expression on Green Hat Brother's face twisted in fear as he clumsily contorted his body to evade her shots. Realizing she had missed, Little Red Riding Hood blew on the barrel of her gun, regretfully saying, My apologies, Green Hat Brother. Accidentally fired. You'll forgive me, won't you? Green Hat Brother's lips twitched. Refusing to forgive would only earn him more bullets. Of course I forgive you. I must for the sake of my life. He sidestepped, gesturing respectfully. Please, you should continue on your way to visit your grandmother. Don't waste time here. Little Red Riding Hood maintained her smile, replying, Then come along with me. I'm sure grandmother would appreciate the lively company. Green Hat Brother swallowed hard. All right, I'm coming. Oh, and don't forget to bring that dead wolf. Its pelt should be quite warm, she added. Green Hat Brother cast a sympathetic glance at the lifeless big bad wolf. The sun is shining bright. The flowers smile at me. The birds chirp. Why are you carrying the big bad wolf? I'm off to my grandmother's house. She doesn't know. If I drop the wolf, I'll run, and with a bang my grandmother will smile wide. Little Red Riding Hood hummed a tune as she walked. Finally, they arrived at her grandmother's house. You finally decided to return? Grandmother exclaimed, throwing a broom forcefully at Little Red Riding Hood, causing dust to billow and eliciting cough from both her and Green Hat Brother. All you do is play. Is it never ending? What do you need me for? Little Red Riding Hood gestured to Green Hat Brother to present the wolf. Upon seeing the gruesome sight of the big bad wolf, Grandmother's expression darkened. You wretched child, look at what you've done. You've killed the big bad wolf. Do you have any idea what consequences this will bring upon our family? How could a girl like you commit such an act? Do you even know what it means to be a lady? Little Red Riding Hood rolled her eyes disdainfully. A lady? Is it someone who, after losing her husband, lives alone in the depths of the forest under the guise of mourning, starving day by day? Is that what you call being a lady? Grandmother, in a fit of rage, spat at Little Red Riding Hood and exclaimed, I knew you were a petty child. I merely spoke a few words to you back then. And look at your attitude today. Do you not understand what it means to respect your elders? It is not Little Red's fault, chimed in Green Hat Brother. You were the one who scolded her first. How else would it have come to this? Indeed, Little Red Riding Hood concurred. You dare to retort? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Grandmother's face contorted with anger as she reached for the firewood stick on the ground to strike her. However, the blow was deftly redirected by Little Red Riding Hood, who not only evaded the strike, but caused Grandmother to wince in pain. Little Red Riding Hood, maintaining her distance, tilted her head and continued, Grandmother, are you certain you wish to strike me? Grandmother's expression shifted again, and she felt an urge to flee. The thought of killing her that had occupied her mind for so long dissipated upon seeing Little Red Riding Hood. Yet in broad daylight, she could not believe Little Red would dare act so boldly against her. With a flick of her eyes, Grandmother called out Little Red Riding Hood, Why don't you come help me? Little Red Riding Hood remained unmoved. Seeing no one to assist her, Grandmother shouted, You heartless child, are you abandoning your grandmother? You have such a cruel heart. You are going to drive me to my grave. I always knew you would not care for me. One day, your actions will cause my demise. As she spoke, tears began to flow from her eyes. Little Red Riding Hood stood at a distance, unmoved, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. Grandmother, witnessing her indifference, felt even more sorrowful and aggrieved, and thus she covered her face and wept. Green Hat Brother approached and supported Grandmother, saying, Grandmother, do not cry. You should go home. It is not proper to behave this way during the festival. Grandmother attempted to berate Little Red Riding Hood again. You are not even a woman. How can there be such a venomous woman in this world? You are truly a harbinger of death. Little Red Riding Hood could no longer bear it. She brandished a gun at Grandmother and declared, Step aside. If you keep babbling, do not blame me for being ruthless. Grandmother was taken aback, and tears streamed down her face. You wretched creature. At this juncture, Shi Xizhou ceased his narration. The audience, eager and anxious, urged him to continue. Please, why have you stopped? Did she end up being shot? No, it does not seem so simple. Could there be an unexpected twist? Surely, Grandmother would not shoot Little Red Riding Hood, would she? That would be too unsatisfactory. She must be shot. Gratitude was expressed for the lollipop gift from UNZ Diary. I reflected, what a high-risk tale, truly terrifying. As Shi Xizhou took a sip of water and resumed. Green Hat Brother stepped forward to intercept Little Red Riding Hood, saying, Calm down, calm down. This is a human being, not to be harmed. Little Red Riding Hood remained still, as though she had more say. Green Hat Brother seized the firewood stick from Grandmother's grasp and, with flattery, remarked, Little Red Riding Hood, you may use this. It is not excessive. With a sweet smile, Little Red Riding Hood took the stick and began to chase Grandmother while hurling insults. You old hag. All you do is complain day in and day out. You have no time to be quiet. I tell you, as long as I live, you shall not manipulate me. I will put an end to you, you shameless creature. With such ferocity, the stick in Little Red Riding Hood's hand began to bend. Grandmother, clutching her head, fled in panic, pleading, "Do not strike me." "Are you still a woman?" "Oh, it pains me, my old back." Green Hat Brother, observing the situation, could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow, thinking, "Fortunately, I yielded early. Otherwise, it would have escalated to gunfire." Chapter 159. A host of people arrive. If the story were to end here, it would lack sincerity. Shi Xizhou continued. Later, Little Red Riding Hood sewed together the skin of the wolf with grandmother's flesh. Looking at her once formidable grandmother, Little Red Riding Hood scoffed. "Little Red Riding Hood, you are not human. How could I witness such inhumanity?" Her shrill laughter echoed ominously. Little Red Riding Hood gazed at her coldly. "Have you not been lamenting about being a woman? Why do you now claim humanity? Since you detest women and humanity so much, I shall transform you into a wolf, more aligned with your desires. When the time comes, should you wish to find a wolf husband, we shall not impede you." From then on, the world lost a wolf and gained a wolf grandmother. Oh, my ears, bow on my ears. I am quite alarmed. This twist is truly remarkable. As the tale unfolded, Nanfeng and the others fell into silence, pondering the bizarre nature of the story, questioning its sanity. Shi Xizhou, noticing their silence, felt awkward. For it is often said that the best way to resolve awkwardness is to distance oneself from it. Goodbye, everyone. This story concludes here. I must sign off now. Shi Xizhou earnestly addressed the audience. It is getting late. We should depart. Nanfeng sighed, "All right." Zhang Xingxing remarked, "Oh. Ji Liangshui added, "Well, they have given us a perfunctory farewell. Had I known today would come, I would have remained silent." Shi Xizhou could not endure their sarcasm any longer. Yet he had no other recourse but to offer a feeble smile. Nanfeng looked toward the forest ahead. "Let us go." Simultaneously, another group of individuals arrived at the scene. The main party halted at the forest's edge, where trees stood tall and imposing. "I do not know. I have never heard of such a peculiar place within the forest. That stone seems a bit eerie, does it not? Do you think it is dangerous if we venture in? It should be fine, right? But I have a strange feeling about this." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, casting glances at their companions. Some displayed flickering eyes, while others remained resolute. "Let us proceed. Now that we are here, we cannot retreat. Indeed, regardless, this is our mission," a female warrior boldly declared and stepped forward. The others followed suit. The group established camp at the forest's edge as darkness fell, enveloping the woods in shadow, with only a few faint stars illuminating the sky. The team members sat around the campfire, consuming rations and drinking water. "Boss, are there really monsters here?" a young man asked the nearby leader. The leader chuckled. "Fear not. As long as you do not wander off, you will be fine. Moreover, this forest surely harbors many treasures. Once we find them, we shall bring them home." The crowd's faces lit up with excitement at his words. At that moment, a rustling sound reached their ears. "Who goes there? Come out," someone shouted. Yet the only response was silence. "Boss." Some attempted to retreat, but a companion restrained them. "Something is amiss." The leader's face paled. "Boss, what is it?" "Listen, there are insects here." Suddenly, a massive insect charged toward them from a distance. Its size comparable to 3 or 4 cars. It opened its mouth and spewed forth a torrent of viscous fluid, corroding all vegetation within several dozen meters and even gouging deep trenches into the earth. "Oh my goodness!" The sight of the creature sent the crowd into a frenzy. "Run!" a voice suddenly cried out, prompting the crowd to flee in terror. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, and one by one, people fell, yet they could not deter the relentless pursuit of the insects. A small girl, unable to evade their grasp, was viciously bitten, losing her arm and half of her forearm, blood gushing forth as she cried out in pure fright. "Help me, please! Save me!" Her desperate wails attracted even more insects, filling the forest with shrill screams of despair. At some point, the boss stood before the swarm, brandishing a long knife. "You all need to leave now," he shouted, plunging the blade into the neck of one insect, forcefully lifting it away. Boss! The crowd stood frozen in shock at the sight. Run! Do you wish to perish here? The boss yelled. Go! In an instant, the crowd snapped back to reality, fleeing toward the distant mountain path. Suddenly, an insect lunged at the boss, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Ah! He cried out, raising the knife and hacking furiously, yet the insects continued to slip from his grasp. A gruesome wound appeared on his chest, blood pouring forth and staining his shirt a vivid red, a sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. Gritting his teeth, the boss swung the knife again and again. But the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. He could slay one after another, yet they seemed inexhaustible. Run! He shouted, turning to the little girl. She froze. Her cries abruptly halted. Her gaze fell upon the swarm, and in sheer terror, she screamed and fled. The boss watched helplessly as she escaped, his face pale, his eyes vacant as he collapsed to the ground. No, boss! A voice rang through the forest. I will not let you die. I swear it. The voice lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above, delivering a crushing kick to the boss's head, shattering it. His severed head rolled away, blood splattering onto the girl, drenching her face. Ah, boss! Boss! The girl trembled with fear, her eyes vacant, tears still glistening on her cheeks, a fresh cascade spilling forth. Her body shook uncontrollably, her eyes filled with dread and sorrow. Boss, I hate myself. Why did I run? If I hadn't, would he still be alive? She collapsed to the ground, her shoulders shaking as she buried her face in her hands, weeping in agony. A sleepless night passed. As dawn broke in the east, Zhang Xingxing and the others finally succumbed to slumber. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the group. Ouch! My waist! They slowly opened their eyes. Stretching one by one, Zhang Xingxing scratched his head. Did you hear anything last night? Ji Liangshui replied. It seemed like there was a sound, but it quickly faded away. Ji Nanfeng pondered. Let's go check it out. Although this place should be deserted, one can never be too sure. Suddenly, a cockroach scuttled past Zhang Xingxing's feet, startling him. What the hell? Why is this thing so ugly? Oh no, that is not a cockroach. My backside. Zhang Xingxing jumped up, clutching his rear. Ji Liangshui glanced over and laughed. Huh. Where did this creature come from, specifically targeting your backside, huh? Ha. His relentless teasing turned Zhang Xingxing's face a deep shade of red. Ji Liangshui, don't get too smug. Ji Liangshui shrugged nonchalantly, embodying a say what you will demeanor. Damn it, why are these pests so disgusting? Ji Nanfeng interjected. All right, let's south head to the place where we heard the noise yesterday. In the forest. The air was filled with the melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The group meandered through the woods, occasionally gasping in amazement. Have we reached the heart of the forest? Yes. We've finally found the exit. Wow, it's beautiful. Is this the Qilin Mountains? Absolutely stunning. They marveled, their eyes brimming with excitement. I've heard there are many treasures here. Do you know what they are? A young man inquired. No idea. The crowd shook their heads. I've heard it's an energy mine. No way. We haven't even seen a shadow of an energy stone. Exactly. Energy stones are elusive. They wouldn't appear in a place like this. The group collectively shook their heads, expressions tinged with skepticism. Not energy stones. I've heard the items within are even rarer and can help cultivate mental strength. Is that for real? Of course. It's written in my great-grandfather's notes. A middle-aged man clad in green said, his eyes glinting with greed. Oh, I get it. You mean you're just trying to deceive us into coming here to see whatever unverifiable nonsense your grandfather wrote about? A girl beside him scolded, tears welling in her eyes. Do you realize that because of you, the boss is dead? Let's not go further. I've heard there are many unknown dangers inside. A burly man hastily interjected, his face a mask of concern. All right, let us take a break, Zhao Yinshan said, his expression darkening. It's not like I brought you here. You chose to come, didn't you? Hewen, do you dare say you didn't deceive us? Wait, stop arguing for a moment. Ouch, my stomach. Why does my stomach hurt so much? My stomach. Me too. The crowd began to murmur, each clutching their abdomen. Their faces pale and sweating profusely, their bodies twitching. What is happening? Have we contracted some strange illness? What is going on? The group exchanged anxious glances, their faces painted with disbelief. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave, a younger boy declared through gritted teeth. But how we get out? The crowd's gaze shifted to Zhao Yinshan, who, despite also clutching his stomach in pain, remained silent. Don't worry, I know how to escape. A young woman in sunglasses and a long black robe spoke up. Oh, then tell me, what method do you have? Isn't it simple? She smiled, flipping her right hand to reveal a silver dagger. Pointing the dagger at Zhao Yunshan's neck, she demanded, speak quickly. If you don't comply, we'll let you die right here. You dare? Zhao Yunshan's voice was laced with fury. I do dare. Why wouldn't I? Someone has already died. We can bind you and let everyone take a turn to stab you. After that, no one will reveal our secrets. Her tone remained disturbingly calm. She drew another dagger from her sleeve and threw it into the forest. Swish! The dagger glinted silver as it pierced a tree trunk, the sound echoing through the woods. The trunk was severed in two, leaving the onlookers in a state of horror, their gazes towards the woman akin to that of observing a monster. With a cold huff, she remarked, Are you still unable to speak? Just as the tension among the crowd reached a stalemate, Nanfeng and his companions made their entrance. What are you doing? Instantly, the attention of the gathered individuals shifted to Nanfeng and his group. Nanfeng stepped forward, scrutinizing the peculiar assembly before him. Their attire varied significantly, and their personalities seemed to clash, indicating that they were not part of a cohesive unit like an army or organized team. Nanfeng's assessment proved accurate. Those before him were indeed not military personnel or trained operatives, but rather ordinary individuals who had merely gathered together to avoid being recognized. Nanfeng and his companions were fully equipped and donned disguises. Who are you, and how did you arrive here? Zhang Yinshan, despite being equally unaware of the newcomers' identities, urgently called out, Come help me. They are going to kill. Siasiki drew closer, her knife pressed against Zhang Yinshan. I advise you not to interfere. Chapter 160. Encountering the mutated hedgehog, I care not for your personal vendettas. This place is perilous. Please leave at once. Nanfeng's expression was grave. For the sake of these individuals' safety, he needed them to vacate the area promptly. Zhang Xingxing stepped forward, asserting, We are from the military district. This area is under temporary military control. I urge you all to leave immediately, or we will be forced to take coercive measures. The sight of Zhang Xingxing's identification rendered the group uneasy. What's going on? How can there be military personnel here? What should we do now? Should we leave? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Hey, just because you claim to be from the military doesn't mean we have to comply. Where we go is our choice. Even if you are from the military, it is not a military base. One restless individual shouted loudly. Zhang Xingxing, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, drew his energy pistol. If you continue to hesitate, I will shoot. Please leave here quickly. He swept the gun's muzzle across each person's head. This place is hazardous. I don't care. We've come all this way. You expect us to just turn back? It's not that simple. Zhang Yinshan shouted, disregarding the dagger at his throat. In the midst of the standoff, a sudden commotion erupted. Bang! The sound of hurried footsteps startled the forest's wild creatures. Their eyes wide with alarm as they fixated on the source of the noise, emitting low growls that hinted at imminent aggression. Howls of wolves reverberated through the dark woods, creating an ominous atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows, the very group that had managed to escape earlier, including the boss. The girl saved by the boss rushed forward, exclaiming, Thank goodness, boss, you are unharmed. The boss scanned everyone with a cold gaze. I previously mentioned that there would be unexpected treasures here. It seems I was mistaken. There are no treasures, only dangers and attacks from mutated creatures. Therefore, I have decided to leave. Those who wish to accompany me may do so. Zhang Yinshan pushed past the dazed Siasiki. No, you cannot leave. There are treasures here. My great-grandfather's notes would not deceive me. There must be something else. The boss did not deny him. Did your great-grandfather's notes not also warn of dangers that are exponentially greater than those outside? You seek to make everyone your scapegoat. Upon hearing this, the others directed their gazes at Zhang Yinshan, but his expression remained devoid of guilt. Instead, it twisted into a more ferocious snarl. What do you know? The path to success inevitably demands sacrifices. So, you are the one who succeeds while we perish? Why can't we succeed and you die? The boss countered. Why should I die? If anyone must perish, it should be you. Xizhou, now exasperated, retorted, get lost. With a swift kick, she sent Zhang Yinshan sprawling. You piece of trash. She spat, seething. Don't think you can rid yourself of me so easily, Xizhou. I assure you, that is impossible. I will make you aware of the consequences. Zhang Yinshan glared menacingly at her. You little wretch, he lunged towards her. Get away. Xizhou brandished her dagger, hurling it towards Zhang Yinshan. The blade struck his arm, instantly drawing forth a torrent of blood. Zhang Yinshan cried out in agony. Observing that the others were at an impasse, the boss turned to Nanfeng and inquired, could you assist us in returning to the main star or any place with transportation? We wish to leave this place. Rest assured, we will summon assistance, Nanfeng sighed. Connecting with others through his holographic communicator. The contact was with Ji Ka, his cousin, who, although not directly involved with the 1st Military District, served as an interstellar transportation liaison, facilitating the movement of personnel, and was currently patrolling the vicinity of this star domain. The connection was quickly established, revealing a man of entirely unremarkable appearance on the holographic screen, so ordinary that one might forget him after a mere glance. However, this was merely Ji Ka's disguise. His true visage bore some resemblance to Ji Nanfeng and Ji Liangshui, yet his demeanor was distinctly different. Ji Nanfeng exuded an aura of coldness that deterred proximity, while Ji Ka radiated warmth and kindness. Upon seeing Ji Nanfeng appear in disguise, Ji Ka's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Ji Nanfeng would venture into such a place, yet he remained silent, waiting for Ji Nanfeng to speak first. I have other outsiders with me. We need to arrange for their departure. How should we proceed? Ji Ka felt a twinge of difficulty, but maintained his composure as he surveyed the group, concluding, this area will take at least 2 hours to clear. We can escort them out afterward. The thought of managing these individuals for an additional 2 hours left Zhang Xingxing visibly reluctant. What brings you all to this location? The boss dragged the disheveled Zhang Yinshan forward. It is all our fault for believing this fool. He claimed there were treasures as per his great-grandfather's writings. And in a moment of folly, we believed him. Had we not encountered you, we would have left here swiftly. Zhang Xingxing stroked his chin. Great-grandfather? What great-grandfather? Let me see. Zhang Yinshan struggled to retreat. However, the boss wasted no time, seizing Zhang Yinshan's chin and delivering a swift kick that brought him to his knees. Behave yourself. There are so many of us. Zhang Yinshan spat out the saliva pooling in his mouth. Damn it, you fools. I've already made myself clear. And yet you still believe. I've stated there are treasures. You refuse to listen. This is the location of my great-grandfather's laboratory. What kind of laboratory would conduct experiments in such a place if not something highly confidential? Zhang Xingxing recognized the necessity of cutting him off. Enough. You're losing your mind. Your life is at stake, and you still think of treasures. Do not let your foolish mind remain idle. Are you unaware that the writings of your ancestors could be known to the military? The vastness of the galaxy is not as expansive as you might think. Tingman whispered stealthily into his ear. Perhaps the laboratory he mentioned is the very one from which I originated. However, the fact that such classified information is inscribed in a diary, coinciding perfectly with your presence, is indeed a stroke of misfortune. Zhang Xingxing chose not to respond to Tingman. His primary concern was to ensure the departure of the group before him. Ji Nanfeng inquired of the boss, how many individuals can your team guarantee are present? Are all the people here accounted for? Have any left the group without permission? The boss replied, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can confirm that everyone is here, except for the 2 who perished while trying to save me. Dead? How did that happen? The boss recounted the events they had just endured to Ji Nanfeng in detail. Understood. You should rest well and avoid any unnecessary movements. Ji Nanfeng advised the injured boss. Just as the 2 teams intended to rest and await the arrival of the spacecraft, Xizhou, preparing to use the restroom, was taken aback by the sight of a mutated hedgehog before her, her face paling in terror as she stumbled back 2 steps. The giant mutated hedgehog was as thick as an adult man, with sharp spikes adorning its head and a body covered in heavy black scales. Its eyes gleamed blue, and its fangs were similarly colored. The creature was drenched in venom, with barbed hooks protruding from its back, thrashing menacingly, evoking a sense of dread. Confronted by the mutated hedgehog, Shi felt an overwhelming aura of danger, more intense than the previous threat. Faced with this creature, her only option was to flee. Fearing combat. Just as she turned to escape, the mutated hedgehog seized her collar and dragged her back, slamming her to the ground. The hedgehog's tail whipped like a firecracker, striking Shi with a dull thud. She cried out in agony as the creature's tail left numerous bloody marks on her body, causing her to tremble with pain. Shi was tall and possessed an elegant figure, yet her flexibility was poor, and under the onslaught of the hedgehog's strikes, she could barely rise, forced to endure passively. Each lash from the creature was excruciating, making her bones feel as if they were shattering. "Help! Help!" Shi shouted, but for reasons unknown. No one around heard her cries. Unsure of the hedgehog's strength and afraid to act recklessly, she gritted her teeth and held on. At that moment, the mutated hedgehog suddenly ceased its assault. Breathing heavily, it seemed to have exhausted itself, its size shrinking significantly to that of a large dog. Lowering its head, it fixed its crimson gaze upon the prostrate Shi. With an enraged howl, the hedgehog raised its tail once more, aiming a fierce blow at her. Terrified, Shi shut her eyes, bracing for the impending pain. Yet, contrary to her expectations, no agony followed. Instead, she heard a sickening crack as the hedgehog's tail severed. The hedgehog howled in pain, struggling to rise. Shi opened her eyes to see a piece of the tail clutched in her hand, her face draining of color. What had just transpired was indeed real. She had aimed her gun at the mutated hedgehog and shattered its tail, unable to believe her eyes. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The hedgehog struggled to regain its footing, lifting its head to glare fiercely at Shi, as if poised to attack. At that moment, the wounds on its body began to heal rapidly, its severed tail mending at an astonishing rate. What manner of creature was this mutated hedgehog? Just then, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged towards Shi. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly dodged. The hedgehog missed its mark, pivoting sharply to pursue her again, its menacing teeth glinting in the sunlight. Shi rolled away repeatedly to evade the creature's assault, but was ultimately struck by its tail, sent flying backward. With a thud, she collided with a tree, blood spilling from her mouth as she hit the ground. Struggling to rise, despair filled her heart. The hedgehog's massive form, combined with its formidable strength and agility, left her with no chance of escape unless she utilized her weapon. Shi yearned for a strategy to confront the mutated hedgehog, urgently calling for help. This was her second time signaling for assistance while teetering on the brink of death. She could not resign herself to perish here. At that moment, 2 figures rushed toward her. "Shi, are you all right?" Zhang Xingxing inquired. The vine residing in Zhang Xingxing's ear sensed the abnormal psychic energy surrounding them and quickly alerted him. This allowed Zhang Xingxing and Lu Mu to reach Shi in time. Suddenly, a smaller, yet agile mutated hedgehog appeared beside them, spitting venom. "Watch out," Shi warned. The 2 immediately leaped back, narrowly avoiding the hedgehog's attack. "This place is dangerous. We must leave," Zhang Xingxing insisted. "No," Shi shook her head, unwilling to abandon her post. Zhang Xingxing grasped her clothing. "What are you waiting for? We must flee now, or we will die here." Tears streamed down Shi's face. "But I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom." "But," Zhang Xingxing hesitated. A living person should not suffer from such an urgent need. Yet this was hardly the time for such matters. Exchanging a glance with the girl, Zhang Xingxing ultimately nodded. "We will protect you. Hurry." Lu Mu swiftly drew a silver handgun, aiming at the mutated hedgehog without hesitation as he pulled the trigger. The creature's head exploded, blood splattering. But many more mutated hedgehogs were still lurking nearby. Shi felt her legs weaken, unable to speak or see, Her entire focus narrowed to her immediate need. Once she finished, she quickly pulled up her pants. Let's go. Quickly. I'm done. Let us move. Chapter 161. Wounded and departing. All right, let us leave at once. Zhang Xingxing urged, simultaneously attacking while signaling for everyone to retreat. Just then, a breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of blood, and Zhang Xingxing suddenly realized something. Siesiki might have been injured. After the three had retreated to a safe distance, Zhang Xingxing crouched down to examine Siesiki's wounds. They were deep, some already seeping blood, indicating a severe infection. Hastily, he applied a hemostatic agent to her wounds, continuously applying pressure. Pain etched across Siesiki's face as she clenched her teeth, seemingly enduring immense suffering. You needn't bite your lip. That will only cause you more pain. I can manage, Zhang Xingxing remarked, momentarily taken aback by the determination reflected in Siesiki's expression. Lu Mu was devising a way to escape the area. But no matter how hard he tried, it proved futile. The grasslands beyond were teeming with beasts, their aggression inexplicably intense. Zhang Xingxing and his companions dared not act recklessly. They could only conceal themselves, biding their time for prey to draw near. This tense interlude did not endure for long. Lu Mu's gaze swept across the surroundings, and to his astonishment, he discovered an area with sparse trees devoid of any fauna or flora. What could possibly be the cause? Had the vegetation been devoured? Observing his environment, he felt a curious sense of wonder. At that moment, a melodious bird call pierced the air, and the three men turned towards its source, spotting two small, delicate white birds perched on a large tree, their bright, inquisitive eyes fixed upon them. Lu Mu rose and approached the pair of white birds. The little creatures, seemingly aware of his approach, took flight just as he neared them. Hey, don't fly away, Lu Mu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and he hurriedly pursued them. However, their speed was such that he could hardly keep up. Wait, you're so clever. You must know how to get out of here. Lu Mu's voice echoed through the forest, and as he lifted his gaze again, he saw that the two birds had settled about 5 meters away. He hastened toward them. Following the birds, the three men successfully navigated their way out of that area and back into the safety of the group. Upon seeing the breathless trio, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Nanfeng, noticing their condition, inquired what happened. Zhang Xingxing gasped, "Boss, you wouldn't believe it. A horde of mutated hedgehogs suddenly appeared over there. This forest is rife with mutated creatures. A moment's carelessness could cost us dearly." Siesiki added, "Moreover, in some places, without the assistance of the birds, we wouldn't have made it back." "Ha, so you really brought us here to meet our doom." A fierce-looking man glared at Zhang Yinshan, his eyes brimming with menace. Terrified, Zhang Yinshan forced a smile. "But you're all fine, aren't you?" "What do you mean fine? What about those who died before? Go tell them they're fine. If they hadn't spoken up, would you have let us keep dying?" Zhang Yinshan lowered his head, rendered speechless. Observing the still fuming crowd, Siesiki took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let's not quarrel any further. Continuing this argument serves no purpose. Let us await the return of the spaceship together." She rejoined her group. Zhang Xingxing and Lu Mu then approached Nanfeng for a quiet report. Zhang Xingxing stated, "Commander, it appears that many creatures here possess mental capabilities. Earlier, when we encountered the mutated hedgehogs, a girl's cries for help could not be conveyed. It was only through the vines that we were alerted." Lu Mu added, "Furthermore, this place is quite intricate. I believe the notes held by that man, Zhang Yinshan, could prove invaluable to us. The situation is becoming increasingly complex." Liang Sui mused. "How can we obtain such information from that man?" Just as Zhang Xingxing pondered the act of theft, the vine spoke up. "I can do it. Just confirm where he has hidden it, and when they leave, I will stealthily take it." Hearing this, Zhang Xingxing wore a mischievous grin. He approached Zhang Yinshan with an air of suspicion. "You brought them here. Yet the information seems to benefit only you. Is it true, or are you perhaps in league with those over there, deliberately conveying some intelligence?" If they had merely stumbled into this place, Zhang Xingxing and his companions had no reason to suspect them. At worst, they would just be driven away. However, if they were linked to pirates, the implications would be dire, potentially classifying them as spies. Upon hearing himself accused of being a pirate, Zhang Yunshan's expression shifted to one of alarm. I am not a pirate. The information is genuine. It truly comes from my ancestor. Zhang Xingxing retorted. How can we trust word from the dead? You are merely spinning tales. We have received reports of pirates in this area. Zhang Yunshan insisted. I am not fabricating stories. I have evidence. He eagerly began rummaging through his clothes. If you thought he had tucked the information in his pocket, you would be mistaken. Zhang Xingxing was astonished to discover that this individual had sewn the information into his garment, making their task significantly more challenging. Losing a book might be manageable, but losing a worn garment would be conspicuous. Zhang Xingxing discreetly inquired of the vines, Do you have a plan for this? The vines, unfazed, replied, This way does not solely involve me. The embroidery must have patterns, and I can replicate it with my pliable vines. It is far more convenient than stealing a book. With this, as the group departed, the vines stealthily slithered to Zhang Yunshan's back to make their imprint. To prevent Zhang Yunshan from raising an alarm, the vines exerted a bit of mental energy to cloud his thoughts. Meanwhile, on Higher Kongxing, a man lay with closed eyes, his face pale, indicating a serious ailment. The second young lady, and the madam have returned. A servant rushed in, interrupting Su Momo's reverie. Su Momo looked up, noticing the butler hastily entering. The young lady and madam have returned. Su Momo raised her brows in response. Understood, butler. She stood, dusted off her clothing, and turned towards the living room. Su Ningning and her mother were seated on the sofa, awaiting Su Momo. Su mother observed the house with a contemplative expression. Today seems rather unusual, she remarked. Su Ningning nodded in agreement. It is indeed strange, but perhaps it is merely that we have been away for too long. Su mother concurred, perhaps. Next time, no one should let us leave. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Su Momo, who smiled slightly and sat down opposite them. Annie, my dear sister, she greeted. Su Ningning turned to her, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. Su mother asked, Momo, we were unable to find the medicinal herbs your father needs. You may have to go in person. Su Momo contemplated for a moment before nodding. All right, that works perfectly. The inheritance of the Su family rests with me, so I should be doing more. Oh, such matters, do not trouble yourself. We shall handle it. Exactly. Su mother's nails dug into her flesh. Rising, she took Su Ningning's hand and said, Come, let us go see your father. As Su Ningning was led away by her mother towards the stairs, she couldn't help but glance back at Su Momo, who remained with her eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything. Su Lai looked at the two women. You've returned? Have you found the mental serum? Su mother wore a pitiful expression. Darling, we truly apologize. We sent someone out based on your diary. But those damned military personnel returned are carefully hypnotized individuals. Su Lai's expression was neutral, as if all of this had been anticipated. You say you encountered military personnel? Indeed, that Zhang Yunshan and his team have suffered casualties, which is truly troublesome. Su Ningning pouted as she spoke. Since the military has already arrived at that location, it must not be a mere coincidence. You need not go. I will send someone else to investigate on behalf of the military, Su Lai stated. Su Ningning's eyes darted around. Father, why does my sister do nothing? She shows such little concern for you. Su Lai deftly sidestepped the topic. You may leave now. I require some rest. Su Mu held back Su Ningning, who was eager to continue her complaints, and the two departed. As they exited, they made eye contact with Su Momo, who observed them with a smirk. Mother, look at how my sister is acting. It's infuriating. Su Ningning voiced her displeasure. Su Mu shot her a glare. Silence, or you will regret it. But I cannot help myself. Su Ningning murmured. You must endure. We are currently relying on her. What nonsense. She clearly has no money, yet insists on taking over father as company. Be quiet. Do not mention this again. Do you not realize your sister suspects we're trying to entrap her? Su Mu warned in a hushed tone. What? Su Ningning's eyes widened in shock. Shoo. Do not speak. Be careful not to be overheard. Su Mu hurriedly gestured for her to be silent. Su Ningning immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Let's go. Su Mu sighed, taking Su Ningning's hand as they returned, her mind racing with thoughts on how to send her daughter abroad. Otherwise, remaining at home would only bring them trouble. Tangman proudly stood upright, displaying the imprinted map. This was a map detailing the locations of several mountain ranges and lakes. Zhang Xingxing patted his vine-like head and playfully remarked, "Well done." The group then resolved to continue their search. However, they had come to a near certainty that the energy source mentioned by the interstellar pirates was undeniably linked to the Psychic Research Institute. Perhaps if they found it, both issues could be resolved effortlessly. Next, we must accelerate our progress. Otherwise, I fear the hostages may suffer under the pirates' influence, Ji Nanfeng asserted. Shi Xizhou voiced her concerns. Why have the pirates not contacted us for so long? This curiosity was shared among the others as well. Ji Liangshui nudged Zhang Xingxing, inquiring with a tone neither too loud nor too soft. "Star, use that brilliant mind of yours and ponder the reason." Zhang Xingxing scratched his head in confusion. "I do not know. Surely the pirates have not all perished?" "Ha ha. If that were the case, it would be splendid, ridding the stars of a great scourge." Yi Liang Sui Chukel de Heartily. "Do not tease him," Ji Nanfeng admonished, steadying her sister's posture. "Behave." Ji Liangshui pouted, "Brother, you know me, I adore fighting. It's so dull walking around here aimlessly." Zhang Xingxing quipped, "If you want to fight, it's easy. Just grab a stick and head into the forest where a horde of mutated creatures awaits your challenge." Ji Liangshui rolled her eyes at him. "I meant using mechas." "Mecha? Do you know?" Yes, I understand. I am well aware of you, the loud and brash female mecha engineer, the brute. You asked for a fight. Not going to happen, not going to happen, heh heh. Laughter erupted among the others, the tension that had enveloped them momentarily easing. At this moment, Lu Mu raised a crucial point. Could it be that the pirates are aware of our current progress? All eyes turned to Lu Mu, filled with curiosity. Lu Mu shrugged. "Do not forget, Shi Xizhou has conducted a live broadcast. Those two pirates have interacted with her. Even if they do not recognize us, they would certainly remember Shi Xizhou. That is indeed a possibility." Chapter 162. Love and Revenge. In that case, Xizhou, you still need to conduct a live broadcast, allowing the pirates to be aware of our developments while urging the search teams to expedite their efforts to locate them, Ji Nanfeng stated, her gaze darkening slightly. Shi Xizhou nodded, understood. Next, we must swiftly locate the whereabouts of that laboratory. Having walked a distance while examining the map, the group lifted their eyes to survey the area. It appeared to be an exceedingly strange locale. Aside from the bizarre stones, the magnetic field here was equally peculiar. The massive stones stood as if they had sprouted from the ground, surrounded by verdant foliage that showed no signs of growth upon them. It was as though these stones had been deliberately cleansed. Ji Nanfeng took out binoculars and observed that the tops of the stones seemed to possess something akin to cameras. After seemingly scanning the group, the camera-like object vanished. Ji Nanfeng shared this observation with everyone. "If my guess is correct, this should be the location of the laboratory. Perhaps this stone holds the secret." "I feel the same," the group agreed, deciding to study the strange stone thoroughly. Zhang Xingxing utilized the detection device to examine the stone, discovering that it emitted no radiation, a stark contrast to the surrounding debris. Could this be the effect of psychic energy? Zhang Xingxing pondered. In this desolate area, the group carefully utilized their instruments for a meticulous investigation, but found no signs of any possible passage. How odd. What is the meaning of this? The ground is solid, and there are no signs of soil disturbance. Zhang Xingxing raised his question. Perhaps the passage is not on the ground, but rather leads upwards. Everyone, activate your mechas. Let us ascend and investigate the stone, Ji Nanfeng suggested. We are in unfamiliar territory, so we must remain cautious and vigilant against potential psychic attacks. Report any issues immediately. Everyone nodded, retrieving their mechas to commence their ascent. Shi Xizhou, lacking a mecha, remained behind. At that moment, she recalled Ji Nanfeng's words and activated her light brain to contact Ji Nanfeng, who was already searching above. "You continue searching. I will start a live broadcast to attract the pirates' attention." Ji Nanfeng pondered briefly before agreeing. Shi Xizhou cleared her throat and initiated the live broadcast. "Who? We are live again. Last time, the story made me so angry. How could it end like that? As punishment, I will continue to tell a story. Wait, why does the surrounding environment look like this? It seems barren. Is there no food to eat today? What story shall I tell?" This is clearly a food broadcast. Are you changing careers? If so, I will unfollow. Unfollow if you wish. Who cares? All right, everyone, please do not argue. The current environment I find myself in is rather unfavorable. Thus, I am unable to share culinary delights with everyone in a timely manner. Engaging in live storytelling serves merely as a means of interacting with everyone, ensuring that I am not easily forgotten. As Shi Xizhou playfully tilted her head, she announced, "Today, we shall recount the tale of Bai Shui Gongzhu." Su Momo was in her office, conducting a meeting with her subordinates. The interplay of light and shadow cast a mysterious aura around her. Once the meeting concluded, the crowd filed out, yet Su Momo lingered until her subordinates had departed, before rising and moving toward the window. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside her office, followed by the voice of her assistant, Shaolin. "President Su?" Upon hearing the call, Su Momo turned and gestured for him to enter. As Shaolin stepped in, he ensured the door was properly closed. He placed a document on Su Momo's desk, stating, "You must have seen this morning's newspaper, correct?" "Yes, I have," Su Momo replied coolly. "When did this happen?" "A few days ago. Why didn't you inform me? I thought you would manage the situation." Shaolin spoke cautiously, perplexed by Su Momo's reaction to the newspaper content. He couldn't fathom why, knowing about the incident, she would allow the media to continue its dissemination. He was equally bewildered as to why the scandal involving Su Momo's father, Su Lai, was making headlines. "My handling of this matter is of little consequence. What truly matters is that everyone is now eager to know who the heir will be." Su Momo shook her right index finger and remarked, "Shaolin, if even you do not believe in me, then there is indeed no one else in this world who will." Shaolin was taken aback, sensing a profound solitude in her words that tugged at his heartstrings. "Miss, please do not worry. I have faith in you." "Thank you," Su Momo replied with a soft smile. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly inquired, "By the way, Shaolin, how do you think a man would change after meeting an optimistic and cheerful girl?" "President Su, I believe the master loves his wife," Shaolin stated without hesitation, adding, "Although I do not understand why he initially chose to abandon her, I can assure you he has never wronged her." Su Momo's lips twisted in a bitter smile. "So you believe that having a mistress absolves him of wrongdoing towards my mother? But that is not your fault," Shaolin asserted firmly. Su Momo raised her gaze to him, an expression of resignation crossing her face. "Shaolin, who in this world understands her better than I? Regardless of the multitude of reasons Su Lai may have, betrayal is betrayal." Her tone was calm, yet Shaolin could sense the unwavering resolve behind her words. He fell silent, recognizing that Su Momo had made her decision, and further persuasion would be futile. "How do you plan to handle this matter?" "Do not concern yourself with it. President Su, this is not a trivial issue," Shaolin began, but Su Momo interrupted. "You need not say more. I am well aware." "But there are no buts. I will manage this," she cut him off. With a sigh, Shaolin conceded, "Very well." He understood Su Momo was resolute, and nothing he said would alter her mind. However, if she failed to resolve this issue, the days ahead might prove tumultuous. The thought of Su Lai's family left him anxious for her. "President Su, I shall take my leave." Su Momo nodded in acknowledgement. As Shaolin turned to depart, he paused and glanced back at her. "No matter how you choose to proceed, I will stand by your side." "Thank you," Su Momo said, her eyes concealing emotions that were indecipherable to others. Meanwhile, Su Ningning sat on the living room sofa, her legs crossed, her gaze fixed on a mobile phone on the coffee table, her mind racing with the news she had just seen on television. She pondered repeatedly, unable to ascertain who had exposed the matter. Furthermore, she could not fathom why Su Lai had not intervened to halt the spread of this news. With these thoughts swirling, she picked up the mobile phone and swiftly dialed another number. The phone rang twice before being answered, revealing the deep, magnetic voice of a man. "Hello, Ning Er." There was a hint of surprise in the man's tone, though Su Ning paid no heed. Her entire focus was on his utterance of Ning Er, leaving her oblivious to its implications. "I saw today's news. Please do not take it too seriously." Mu Xujing interrupted her. This matter was indeed significant, particularly concerning Su Ning. It felt like adding fuel to the fire. He was uncertain whether his impulsiveness would inadvertently harm her. However, one thing was clear. No matter the circumstances, he must ensure Su Ningning remained uninvolved in the family strife. I understand, Su Ningning nodded. Do you have anything else to discuss? I wanted to ask you. Ning'er, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for hesitation. Do you have any plans to address this situation? Su Ningning hesitated before finally posing the question. I have a plan. Mu Xizhou responded promptly and decisively. Since the news has surfaced, we need not pay attention to the baseless rumors. Rest assured, I will handle it. Su Ningning beat Philippe. All right. If you encounter any difficulties, do let me know. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Understood. Hearing Mu Xizhou's affirmation, she felt a slight relief. Though the situation was dire, it also presented a rare opportunity. An idea began to form in Su Ningning's mind. If she could shift the blame entirely on Su Momo, thereby provoking public scrutiny toward her, it would serve as an effective distraction. She contemplated the specifics of how to execute this plan with meticulous care. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a beautiful princess. Her skin was as white as snow, thus she was named by Shui Gongzhu. However, if you believe that Bai Shui Gongzhu was merely a delicate, kind-hearted princess, you are mistaken. As Bai Shui Gongzhu, her favorite pastime was sneaking into her stepmother's bed each night. Bai Shui Gongzhu's stepmother was a stunning beauty, with alluring curves and fiery red lips. Standing at 7 meters tall, she possessed an exquisite figure and flawless features, exuding an irresistible charm. The stepmother gazed at Bai Shui Gongzhu with a mix of exasperation and amusement. My little ancestor, what brings you here again? Bai Shui Gongzhu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her stepmother with a hint of spoiled affection. Stepmother, why not join me? What is there to admire in that old man? Is it his lack of dental hygiene, his age, or the scent of old age that attracts you? Let us push him aside. This kingdom shall belong to us too. The stepmother raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Shui Gongzhu's boldness. Is it appropriate for you to speak of him in such a manner? After all, he is your father. Bai Shui Gongzhu replied nonchalantly. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves in front, while the front waves crash upon the shore. Entrust yourself to me. I am certain he will be more than willing, the stepmother remarked, offering no further commentary as she extended her slender finger towards the back of Bai Shui Gongzhu. Upon turning, Bai Shui Gongzhu found herself facing a king with a countenance as dark as thunderclouds. Hello, if I claimed I was jesting, would you believe me? She ventured. The king's expression softened momentarily, but soon returned to its icy demeanor. Do you truly not wish for my well-being? Day after day, you seem intent on stealing my women. Are you not deserving of a good thrashing? The stepmother crossed her arms, watching the exchange with an air of curiosity. Bai Shui Gongzhu gritted her teeth and solemnly addressed her stepmother. You see how this fellow is perpetually enraged. Does that not make matters worse? Before the stepmother could respond, the king erupted in fury, unable to tolerate Bai Shui Gongzhu's playful demeanor any longer. Leave my castle at once. Return only when you have matured and gained some decorum. Now be gone. In a fit of rage, the king summoned his guards, who promptly seized Bai Shui Gongzhu and dragged her away. Old man, truly an old man. His temperament is as fickle as the wind. Stepmother, did you witness that? Not at all commendable. I shall return to retrieve you once you have changed your mind. Make haste. Even as she was taken away, Bai Shui Gongzhu continued to express her sentiments to her stepmother. The stepmother bit her lip, her expression tinged with resignation. I truly hope this child can mature outside and cease behaving like a little ruffian. The king watched Bai Shui Gongzhu's retreating figure, fearful of missing the moment she might escape. However, she soon vanished from their sight entirely. At that instant, the king exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart a tumult of emotions. May this child endure the trials of the world and finally rectify that foolish mind of hers, thus sparing me from her incessant whims of usurping my position. Chapter 163. A twisted tale by Shui Gongzhu gazed at a photograph of her stepmother, her eyes sparkling. I shall take this, is the only thing I desire. The hunter, with a serious expression, responded, Bai Shui Gongzhu. It is already against the rules for me to bring you back. You must not take anything else. Bai Shui Gongzhu tilted her head and earnestly replied, If you do not speak of it, who will know it is just the two of us here? If you remain silent, who will discover it? The hunter, overwhelmed by her words, found himself at a loss. Bai Shu at Gongzhu cleared her throat. Let us make accommodations. Everyone has needs. You assist me, and I will aid you in return. After a moment of awkward silence, the hunter, bewildered, asked, What could I possibly need help with, dear princess? Bai Shu at Gongzhu pondered for a brief moment. Promotion, wealth, a wife? The hunter scoffed. I'm already a hunter, living outside like a wild monkey. I hardly care about such matters. Seeing that the hunter was unyielding, Bai Shu at Gongzhu withdrew a dagger, pointing it at his neck. Is this reason satisfactory now? Yes, yes. Whatever you desire. The hunter conceded, capitulating to her intimidation. Life in exile was unbearable, and Bai Shu at Gongzhu wandered through the forest with a long sword in hand, while the hunter stealthily trailed behind her. He had not intended to play the role of a rogue. The queen had assigned him a new task. The king had decreed that no one should assist Bai Shu at Gongzhu, and any who did would be rewarded for reporting her. The queen recalled the historical event known as the Cobra Effect. It was said that during the colonial era, the city was overrun with cobras, causing great distress to the residents. Wealth was often viewed as a universal key to resolving issues, particularly for the rulers of the time. Thus, the authorities devised a straightforward yet brutal method, offering a bounty to incite the populace to exterminate the snakes. As anticipated, the population of cobras dwindled rapidly. Yet the government's expenditure on bounties remained exorbitantly high. Many residents, eager to continue earning rewards, began to breed cobras at home, transforming it into a lucrative enterprise. Consequently, the government halted the bounty program, leading to a resurgence of the snake problem, which became even more severe than before. This phenomenon was termed the Cobra Effect, highlighting how a solution intended to resolve an issue instead exacerbated it. Similarly, should reports of Bai Shu at Gongzhu emerge, it might incite individuals to conceal, imprison, or harm her. The queen's malice towards the child was not particularly pronounced. To the hunter's surprise, Bai Shu at Gongzhu had long been aware of his presence. She merely wished to challenge him by remaining silent. Finally, as the hunter's legs grew weary, Bai Shu at Gongzhu turned to him and said, Will you now open that precious mouth of yours and share what else you have to say? Her sarcastic tone exacerbated the hunter's already strained heart. How can you run so swiftly? No matter how hard I chase, I cannot catch you. Let us get straight to the point, Bai Shu at Gongzhu urged. Very well. Here is a letter from the queen addressed to you. Upon hearing the word queen, Bai Shu at Gongzhu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hurry, hand it over. As she beheld the fragrant letter, her eyes sparkled with delight. I suspect it contains my beloved mother's most sincere affections. The hunter remained silent, indifferent to her excitement. The stepmother's letter read, My dear child, by the time you read this, I trust you are in a safe environment. I understand your father's decision to cast you aside, and I can only express my sympathy. Perhaps we shall reunite and discuss it further when the opportunity arises. Bai Shu at Gongzhu's face radiated happiness as she clutched the hunter's arm, her gaze filled with gratitude. Dear old friend, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. This letter has reinvigorated my spirit. Please return to inform my stepmother that I shall soon return, and she must promptly rid herself of that old fool. The hunter's mouth twitched. Did she truly disregard her father as a person? Bai Shu at Gongzhu raised her chin defiantly. I am merely engaging in fair competition. If he is weak, he should admit it. He constantly seeks to criticize me. One day, I shall unseat him. What does he expect? That my stepmother would marry him for his age, his looks, or his stench? The hunter, weary of her tirade, waved goodbye to Bai Shu at Gongzhu. Very well, my princess. Our conversation must end here. I must return swiftly to report. Do not forget to return home in good time. Bai Shu at Gongzhu dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Go on. I have adventures to pursue. In a wild forest, branches intertwined above, and occasionally birds fluttered overhead, producing a series of crisp sounds. A child, donned in a baseball cap and camouflage attire, appeared nearby, skillfully wielding a tool. Snow White gazed curiously at the individual before her, resembling a little potato, and approached him. Hello, young one. Do you know how to return to the royal city? The child looked up at Snow White and retorted, "You are the child here. Your entire family is comprised of children. Take a look, if you will. I am an adult, a grown man." Snow White scrutinized the boy once more. Fine lines had already formed around his eyes, giving him the appearance of an elderly person. Moreover, his face bore no trace of a smile, instead wearing a somber expression reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "What is your name?" Snow White inquired. "Iarison," the boy replied, his voice low, even rasping. Snow White frowned, pondering why this name sounded akin to Dwarf 3. She pressed on. "Do you know how to return to the city?" Iarison revealed a set of yellowed teeth. "Woman, if you wish to know how to return, you must first come home with me. Once I have rested, I will tell you." Snow White felt a twinge of discontent. What nonsense was this? Did he truly think himself some sort of overlord? She stifled her urge to judge him harshly. Before long, the two arrived at Iarison's home. If a typical household was filled with various candies, then Iarison's abode was a dark place, reeking of stinky tofu and containing the sourness of Losophan. The house was in disarray, with dust lightly coating everything. The corners were laden with fragmented cobwebs, some spiders having long since perished within them. The dust on the windows had accumulated to a considerable thickness. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Snow White's lips twitched. She mused that one must possess considerable skill to maintain such a mess. Iarison set down the tools in his hands, appraising Snow White from head to toe, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "So you've come. Perfect. Household chores are the domain of women. We, the 7 brothers, assure you that as long as you serve us well, you shall dine in luxury. Your mind is a tool. Do not treat it as mere decoration." Snow White replied with a roll of her eyes. Iarison rubbed his hands together and bent toward her. "You've come to my home. Do you think you can escape? Submit to me, and I may speak kindly to you. If my brothers find out, they will not be as merciful." Snow White regarded Iarison's frail physique with disdain. "You?" Iarison chuckled dismissively. "Little beauty, even if you scream for help, no one will come to your aid." Snow White, uninterested in further banter with this lecherous man, kicked him to the ground, causing him to groan in pain. "You wretched woman, how dare you strike me?" Iarison glared at her, grinding his teeth. "I will make you wish for death." With that, he drew a sharp dagger from his waistband and lunged toward her chest. Filled with greed and rage at the sight of the beautiful yet cold woman before him, Iarison's resolve hardened. Snow White was unfazed. Did he truly believe she was an untrained heir to the throne? Her martial arts training had prepared her well for encounters with knights. Iarison, increasingly enraged, thrust the dagger toward her. Yet at that moment, a searing pain coursed through him, halting his motion. A slender hand, wielding a sword, had plunged into his abdomen. Bending over in agony, he clutched his stomach. Snow White flicked her sword, bemused by his foolishness in attempting to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Before she could depart, shocked shouts echoed from the entrance. "Brother, what has happened? Brothers!" Snow White turned to see 6 dwarfs, similar to Iarison, glaring at her with fury, as if they wished to tear her apart. "Who are you? Why are you in our home? Brother, what is wrong?" Iarison's excitement surged as he beheld his siblings. "Quick, capture this woman," he commanded, venom flashing in his eyes. "This wretched woman dared to harm me. She is my wife now, and you all must teach her a lesson, so she understands who the true master is." The others noticed the sword, realizing they were not foolish enough to confront it with mere flesh. The eldest seized a sickle from the corner, the second grabbed a long wooden stick, the fourth wielded a pot lid as a shield. The fifth hoisted a stone to crush Snow White, and the sixth fetched a sharp wolf's fawn club. The first to attack was the eldest, raising the sickle high, aiming to cleave off one of Snow White's arms from below. His tremendous force contorted his face, revealing all his teeth in a menacing display. Snow White, sword in hand, retaliated against the sickle's arc with a fierce kick. The sword she wielded was no ordinary blade. It had been forged from the finest iron by the king's best craftsmen, selected from countless swords for its unparalleled quality. Under the immense impact, the already rusted sickle shattered, the broken piece soaring through the air and crashing down upon Iarison's left leg. A blood-curdling scream erupted. The eldest gaped at the now fragmented sickle in his grasp. then turned to witness the gruesome state of his third brother, shock evident on his face. As if a mouse had crawled onto a crocodile's head to battle a tiger, Snow White shook her sword, her tone dripping with disdain. With such capability, you dare challenge me? Come now, all of you together. Once this is done, I must find my little mother. Seeing his elder brother fail, the second rushed in to attack. He did not approach head-on, but attempted to strike from behind to hit Snow White's back. In a swift motion, Snow White stepped forward, seizing the wooden stick from Iarizen's hand while gripping his arm, twisting it forcefully until a sharp crack echoed as his shoulder dislocated, unleashing his cries of agony. Snow White's grip was like iron. One hand firmly grasped his arm while her sharp nails pierced deeply into his skin. Still want to play this game? Snow White exerted more pressure, forcing Iarizen down to his knees. Though her attire and hairstyle remained impeccably arranged, suitable for an audience with the populace, the other three were disheveled and unfit. The remaining attackers surged forward, yet whether through ranged or close combat, Snow White deftly neutralized their every attempt. Despite their failure, Iarizen's brothers remained defiant. If you beg for mercy now, we might let you go. Once we rise, we shall make you pay. Upon hearing this, Snow White could not help but laugh. I was wondering why it stopped raining. It appears you have rendered me speechless. Clearly, this is your first encounter. You lack experience and have perfectly evaded all the expected outcomes. Chapter 164. The Maid Snow White, unwilling to waste further words on them, drew the gun concealed at her waist. Indeed, Snow White possessed a firearm. She aimed it at the 6 men, her gaze sharp. This is your final opportunity. Iarizen remained obstinate. If you dare, come at me. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck Iarizen, blood splattering forth. You dare to kill me? Ai-san gazed in disbelief at Bai Xizhou, his eyes betraying a profound terror. He could hardly fathom that Bai Xizhou truly dared to wield a firearm. These dwarves, seasoned renegades since childhood, had engaged in petty thefts and violent altercations, yet they had never met such a gruesome fate as today. For Ai-san had been slain. His lifeless body sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open in a bitter expression of resignation. The others fell silent, subdued by the horror of the scene. Bai Xizhou proceeded to bind the remaining dwarves, severing their tendons, rendering them utterly incapacitated. In her disdain for their vile utterances, she even dislocated their jaws to silence them completely. As Bai Xizhou prepared to depart, she noticed a cluster of vividly red apples at the doorway, their brilliant hue reminiscent of a beautiful woman's scarlet lips, irresistibly alluring. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet wary. How peculiar, what an ominous sight, she mused. Just as she contemplated the apples, a voice rang out, "Do not eat." She turned to see a man clad in white, adorned with a matching hat, riding a white steed towards her. Seizing the moment, Bai Xizhou's playful spirit ignited. "Good sir, have you partaken of this apple?" A gentle voice resonated from above, and the charming baritone sent shivers down her spine. Upon gazing at his visage, however, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Yet, she restrained her emotions. She had been dreadfully bored and was merely warming up to the situation. "Sir," she called softly, her eyes twinkling mischievously, though not a single tear fell. The prince, witnessing her demeanor, felt a pang of empathy and hastily dismounted, eager to embrace her. Alas, upon dismounting, he found himself suddenly a head shorter than Bai Xizhou. The inertia of his descent caused him to collapse against the rear of his horse, his mouth comically colliding with the steed's posterior, leaving him momentarily stunned as he instinctively pushed the horse away. The white horse, unamused, promptly snatched his hat away. "Return my hat, you wretched beast!" the prince cried in desperation. Bai Xizhou crossed her arms, observing the two with amusement, as if watching a circus performance. Once the prince retrieved his tattered hat, he dusted himself off and turned to her, his profile angled with a hint of embarrassment. "My dear lady, I sincerely apologize for presenting myself in such a disheveled state." He anticipated flattery from her in return, expecting a mutual exchange of pleasantries. Instead, Bai Xizhou simply remarked, "You are indeed quite the sight." The The princess' face turned a shade of green. Curse this oily fellow, she thought, her gaze fixed intently on the apple as she envisioned inflicting 1,000 tortures upon him. It is sweltering. Perhaps I should strike him again to alleviate my boredom. However, the image of the prince's frail form deterred her from such thoughts. The prince, undeterred, continued, "Fair maiden, this apple is no ordinary fruit. It was crafted by a witch and possesses the power to hasten childbirth. Its flavor is exquisite, yet should you wish to indulge, it will be prudent to wed me first. Fear not, my abode is vast enough to accommodate many children, and should you find yourself weary, there will be other maidens to amuse you." Bai Xizhou scoffed inwardly at his words, interpreting them as an implication of his many concubines. While the apple may not be entirely appealing, he continued, his tone rising with enthusiasm, it offers the prospect of delightful offspring. Intrigued, she inquired, "Pray, how so?" His voice grew resolute, standing tall, yet still shorter than her. "Children, what a joy they are! Should you become my consort, I would be obliged to consider this greatly." The notion was indeed enticing, and Bai Xizhou contemplated it as a fitting form of retribution. Feigning distress, she addressed the prince. "How does one consume this apple? It has been ages since I last enjoyed one, and I am quite at a loss." The prince, taken aback by her apparent folly, marveled at her beauty, her snow-white complexion, enchanting eyes, and rosy lips. With a hint of disdain, he replied, "Simply eat it as you would any other fruit." Her expression exaggerated, she exclaimed, "Oh, how astute of you! You must be a particularly wealthy gentleman to possess such knowledge of this extraordinary fruit." She brought the apple closer to his lips and whispered, "I fear my mind is too dull to comprehend. Would you kindly demonstrate? Alas, I have never encountered someone so clever. When I first beheld your visage at the palace gates, I wept inconsolably. When a soldier inquired about my tears, I pointed to your face, and he too was moved to tears, beseeching the heavens to take you away. Such beauty! I pondered why you had not yet been deified. As spring returns, households weep for your face. On this momentous day, I implore you, divine being, consume this apple." Flattered by Bai Xizhou's extravagant praise, the prince momentarily forgot the apple's true purpose, biting into it with fervor. Instantly regretting his impulsive action, he attempted to spit it out. But Bai Xizhou would not grant him the chance to retract. With a swift punch to his abdomen, she forced him to swallow, the apple sliding down his throat with ease. The prince's expression transformed to one of fury as he struggled to expel the apple, but his efforts proved futile. The fruit morphed into an energy that surged within him, and before their astonished eyes, his belly swelled like a balloon. Staring in shock at his burgeoning form, the prince's eyes bulged as he grappled with disbelief. "This defies all reason. How is this even possible? How can I bear a child?" Bai Xizhou, reveling in her triumph, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! It seems this apple is indeed remarkable. How does it feel to be pregnant? I recall your pride in being a man. Now, as a man who can bear children, your pride must surely have multiplied. Alas, you alone must provide for these children." She added, her gaze sharpening, "It is time to bid farewell, though should the opportunity arise, becoming their godmother would not be unappealing, provided their lineage is of high quality." Subsequently, Bai Xizhou returned to her palace, continuing her intellectual duel with her stepmother and the king. At this juncture, Shi Xizhou also concluded his tale. After determining the next course of action, Shi Xizhou smiled as he ended the live broadcast. "Are you certain this cave holds what we seek?" he inquired, a note of curiosity lacing his voice. Before them loomed a cave, overgrown with weeds outside, yet revealing an expansive and astonishing interior, at the heart of which stood an enormous black stone tablet. The towering stone tablet reaches a height of 100 jong. Its surface intricately adorned with countless enigmatic symbols and ancient patterns. A profound aura of antiquity emanates from the stone, imparting a sense of solemnity and weightiness, akin to a majestic mountain that stands unwavering, commanding respect. At this moment, Zhang Xinghong and his companions gazed intently at the colossal black stone, their eyes alight with excitement. Ji Nanfeng surveyed the scene before him, seemingly striving to discern something, yet they could not uncover any clues. "All right, let us proceed inside," Nanfeng declared with a serious demeanor. "Since we have come this far, we might as well explore, as we have nowhere else to go," Zhang Xinghong remarked, stretching lazily and sporting a mischievous grin. Upon entering the mountain's entrance, they were greeted by a labyrinthine pathway. Here, a seemingly smooth trail led towards a cave. It was fraught with numerous traps and mechanisms. Every 5 zhong, a trap would manifest. The stone walls within the traps bore carvings of various ferocious monsters, some so lifelike that it seemed they might leap forth at any moment. Along the narrow path, hundreds of skeletal remains lay scattered. Some had long since desiccated, while others had not fully decayed, still bearing traces of blood. When Shi Xizhou beheld this sight at the entrance, she was yanked inside before she could even gasp. "Quickly, let's see," she urged, her curiosity piqued by the scene before her. Uncertain of the circumstances, she glanced at the person beside her. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, a few words suddenly leapt forth from the wall. "Every path offers a new way of existence. We hope you choose wisely and survive." Shi Xizhou was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the appearance of such text. It seems that this existence is artificially created. Liu surmised. Shi Xizhou remained bewildered, unable to fathom why the words resonated with a sense of familiarity, yet unable to articulate it. "What is the matter with you, Xizhou? Speak up." Hearing the call, Shi Xizhou finally regained her senses and turned to Ji Liangshui beside her, saying, "I am fine. Shall we proceed?" Ji Liangshui glanced at her brother. "Brother, we now face 3 paths. How should we choose, or who should accompany whom?" Ji Nanfeng closed his eyes, contemplating each person's characteristics before speaking. "I shall go with Shi Xizhou, Zhang Xinghong with Tengman, and Lu Mu with Ji Liangshui. Everyone must be prepared and remain vigilant. If any issues arise, contact me immediately." "Understood. We will ensure the task is completed." "Well, it seems I must stick with this fellow," Zhang Xinghong commented. "All right." Ji Nanfeng said to Shi Xizhou, "You may choose." Without hesitation, Shi Xizhou recalled the earlier words, which indicated that each path could lead to an exit, suggesting that the traps might not be present at the initial juncture, but rather further along the way. A phrase suddenly surfaced in her mind. "May the Bodhisattva bless us." She shook her head and smiled wryly. "In that case, I choose the right path." Ji Liangshui, conflicted, scrutinized the other 2 paths, experiencing a moment of choice paralysis. After considerable deliberation, she resolved, "Then we shall take the middle path." Zhang Xinghong shrugged nonchalantly. "I will go left. They are all quite similar." Subsequently, the group ventured into their chosen paths in search of answers. The ancient tunnel's walls were overgrown with weeds sprouting through the stones, transforming the once smooth surface into a mottled facade. In the dim light of the cave, the atmosphere felt particularly desolate and forlorn. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind, accompanied by a cloud of dust, and with a resounding crash, the entrance through which they had entered was blocked by fallen stones. Ji Nanfeng turned abruptly, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. "It appears there exists a mechanism here. I wonder how the others are faring?" He cast a glance at Shi Xizhou. "Should those 2 come out?" Shi Xizhou calmly replied, "Since there are other entities present, it is best to keep them inside for now and reassess later." Agreed. The 2 continued forward in a straight line, reaching yet another fork in the path. It seemed the intention was to separate them completely. Ji Nanfeng pondered silently for a moment before nodding. "Regrettably, we cannot simply acquiesce to its design." Chapter 165. "The forest, have you all encountered a fork in the road?" Zhang Xinghong inquired. "Earlier, over here, Tengman elongated its body to explore the area and discovered many forks, most of which lead to dead ends. I suspect your situation is similar," he explained while Tengman affectionately nudged Zhang Xinghong's arm, seeking praise. After a brief pause, Zhang Xinghong added, "Moreover, the walls in this area are exceedingly fragile, and we cannot use mechas to break through, as it might trigger a collapse." Ji Liangshui interjected, "Indeed, we have reached a dead end and are contemplating a return." Lu Mu, recalling Zhang Xinghong's previous comments, probed further. if Tangman can scout your area. Why didn't you consider having it explore the entire region? That way, we could find the optimal path. Zhang Xinghong scratched his head. I did think of that. But it likely wouldn't be feasible, as Tangman-esque growth is limited in certain areas, and it mentioned feeling restrained here, possibly due to some form of mental pressure. He is not mistaken. We too sense a certain mental restraint here. Hence, it is more likely this is some sort of laboratory. Tong Tong communicated within Shi Xizhou's mind. She relayed this information to Ji Nanfeng. After reflecting for a moment, Ji Nanfeng realized that merely repeating actions would waste time. How could they expedite their escape from this labyrinth and reach their destination? Ji Nanfeng said, Zhang Xinghong, please describe the routes ahead that Tangman has indicated. Well, there are various forks, some equipped with traps, such as poison gas mechanisms, boulder traps, and swamp traps, just as the names imply. Many peculiar traps exist, and there may be others we have yet to detect. Zhang Xinghong sent a rough sketch of the route, based on Tangman's descriptions. To the others, take a look at this map. It outlines a general path. What is the situation on your end? I cannot ascertain that right now. Tian directly linked her mental energy with Ji Nanfeng, stating, you need not complicate matters. There are numerous small insects here that I can control to scout the way for you. What that feeble plant cannot achieve, I can. Although Ji Nanfeng felt some doubt, he ultimately consented to this approach. Tian gathered all the small insects in this space. With her mental prowess, she directed their movements and emotions, systematically organizing them into groups. Before long, one insect led the others to disperse into the surroundings. However, a significant drawback remained. Tian's actions within this passage could not influence the team that lacked any external aid, namely Jiliang Shui and Liu Mu's group. Jiliang Shui's brother had expressed his concerns, but she brushed them off. Brother, don't worry. You know me well enough, right? If worst comes to worst, we can just keep walking. Eventually, we will reach our destination. When you get there, you can find us along the way. Although Ji Nanfeng shared his concerns for his sister, he was primarily filled with trust, having witnessed her capability to stand on her own throughout their upbringing. Liu Mu, Liang Shui, please exercise caution. Rest assured, Commander, Jiliang Shui replied, licking her lips as a bold idea sparked in her mind. What if we select some particularly sturdy areas and bombard them? Would that work? This place was indeed aged. However, considering that this space was also constructed by interstellar beings, it was plausible that the artificial elements were more resilient than the natural ones. If they could find an appropriate angle, perhaps this approach could yield results. Liu Mu did not immediately dismiss the idea. After all, their group would undoubtedly be the slowest. So it would be prudent to allow Jiliang Shui to explore this possibility. If they could uncover additional secrets, all the better. We must conduct thorough research to prevent any collapses that could affect others. Don't worry, I'm aware of that. With her resolve solidified, Jiliang Shui approached the wall, tracing its patterns while retrieving measurement instruments for quality testing. Liu Mu also stepped forward to assist in the measurements. Unqualified, unqualified, unqualified. The detection device repeatedly reported disheartening news. Jiliang Shui's brow furrowed with confusion. It was strange. Why were so many areas deemed unqualified? This entire location seemed perilous. Unless the inhabitants possessed some form of prophetic ability, how could they calculate the risks with such precision? Pondering deeply, she decided to inform her brother. Brother, I've just conducted a scan, and many rocks here are on the verge of collapsing. If we arrive a day late, it could turn into ruins. Could it be that the inhabitants possess prophetic capabilities? Otherwise, how could they be so accurate? Upon hearing his sister, Ji Nanfeng scrutinized the cave with a discerning gaze. He then inquired of Shi Xizhou, do your two friends have any additional information about this place? I don't know. Shi Xizhou shook his head. Ji Nanfeng's curiosity deepened. Could there be humans from the future who constructed this? He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, contemplating the nature of this place. You all must refrain from acting recklessly. He cautioned Jiliang Shui and Liu Mu. Especially you, Liang Shui, do not overexert yourself. Stay cautious. The indicator on Jiliang Shui's device shifted from unqualified to qualified. Although she felt confident in attempting further exploration, caution was paramount. After all, they were venturing into the unknown, and they could not afford any mishaps. Brother, you need not worry. I will not act rashly. Indeed, Zhiliang Shui retracted the detection instrument and sighed softly. The winding paths are as convoluted as a person's devious intentions, making it quite vexing. We cannot simply blast our way through. The labyrinth before them resembled a monstrous maw, poised to devour any unwary traveler. Every step within this maze required utmost care. A moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable disaster. Taking a deep breath, Zhiliang Shui lightly tapped the ground with her toes and surged forward. Liu Mu followed closely. With remarkable speed, they traversed the labyrinth, reaching the end of the path in just 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the stone pit mechanism, they found that its position had been altered. How could it be here? What is going on? Zhiliang Shui gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, perplexed as to why the description given by Zhang Xinghong had transformed upon her arrival. After pondering for some time, without any clarity, she observed the stone pit, where various sized stones were meticulously embedded along the tunnel's sides. On the stone walls, several unknown rocks glimmered dully, resembling discarded refuse. Liu Mu pressed a stone with his protective gloves, and suddenly, a massive spike erupted from the opposite side, nearly impaling him. Fortunately, he dodged in time, or his hand would have been ensnared. The mechanism activated, triggering a series of chain reactions. With a thunderous rumble, the stones began to shift, sealing the path behind them with a stone door. Liu Mu and Zhiliang Shui exchanged glances. We need to hurry through here. They propelled themselves forward, skillfully navigating the swiftly approaching spikes, their clothes tattered, yet their expressions resolute, unyielding in the face of danger. This long stone pathway led to an unknown exit, shrouded in darkness. At last they emerged. Zhiliang Shui exhaled in relief, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she scanned the area. What are you looking for? There is nothing here. Liu Mu frowned, glancing at the scars on his body and then ahead, his face etched with confusion. Zhiliang Shui shook her head. I merely find it strange. According to the rules, there should be numerous perils upon entering a checkpoint, yet we have not encountered any. Wait, do you feel something amiss with your body? Liu Mu quickly held his breath. Zhiliang Shui followed suit, her gaze fixed ahead, wary of any missteps. The odorless, colorless essence in the air rendered them weak, as if they were succumbing to poison. Zhiliang Shui's vision blurred, and she lost her sense of reality. Pain surged through her body. Why did everything hurt so much? Helplessly, she collapsed to the ground, her mind a blank slate, with only a vague recollection of her identity. Struggling to rise, she beheld the eerie forest before her, a voice in her mind urging her that she had come to find something. Her heart raced with trepidation. An orphan, she had grown up in such an environment, isolated from others and unaware of the world beyond. She ventured into the woods, gazing skyward. Today a sun seemed particularly harsh, scorching her face painfully. In such weather, lingering too long in this place could drive one to madness. Creak! A sound came from behind, drawing Zhiliang Shui back to reality. She turned to see an elderly woman clad in black standing before her, wielding a broom and a dustpan, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze. Startled, Zhiliang Shui took 2 steps back and asked, "What do you want?" The old woman tossed the broom to the ground and replied in a frigid tone, "Follow me. This is 100 acres of land." Zhiliang Shui was momentarily taken aback. "What?" The old woman repeated, "You will work in the 100 acres. Why?" Zhiliang Shui inquired urgently. The old woman ignored her, turning to walk deeper into the forest. With each few steps, she paused to point the way, saying, "Follow this small path to the end, and you will find a clearing. That is where you will work. From now on, you are responsible for cleaning there and cooking for the family." Upon hearing this, Zhiliang Shui's face fell. What is this? This is not farming. It is akin to a death sentence. However, since she had already come this far and spent so much money, turning back was not a feasible option. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and decided to follow. As she walked, she discreetly observed her surroundings. This was a hillside, the base cluttered with debris, and not far away stood a row of wooden houses along with a towering tree. Suddenly, she stumbled over something and nearly fell. Looking up, she saw it was a stick. Just as she managed to avoid the stick, She found her ankle inexplicably bound by a rope, rendering her immobile. The rope was not thick, but it was sturdy and long, and despite her struggles, she could not free herself. The old woman, observing her predicament, smirked with derision, her eyes glinting with contempt. "Little girl, this is the deep forest. No one is here to assist you, so do not think of playing tricks." Ji Liangshui was incensed by her words, nearly spitting blood. "You are talking nonsense. I'm not trying to play tricks." The more agitated she became, the more the old woman reveled in her mockery. "Oh, you dare to curse? Little girl, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that I truly cannot. Everyone in this mountain village yearns for a better life, but who would risk their safety for money? Moreover, the esteemed gentleman resides here. If I anger him, the consequences would be dire." Ji Liangshui paused, pondering who this esteemed gentleman was. "Old woman, could you loosen your grip? My leg hurts." The old woman glanced at her. "Are you begging me? Can I beg you?" Yi Liangshui replied helplessly. The old woman huffed and slowly released her grip. "This time, I am doing it for the sake of the payment. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I will break your legs." Ji Liangshui rubbed her numb ankle and said, "Thank you, old woman." She stood and glanced down at her attire. It was old, covered in dust, with numerous holes. For some unknown reason, there were very few women residing in this village, making her appearance seem particularly shabby. Ji Liangshui felt an odd sensation about herself. Something is amiss. Her slender fingers brushed the fabric. Looking down and then back at the old woman, she asked, "Could you lend me a piece of clothing?" The old woman frowned. "Aren't you afraid of getting dirty? This is my old attire. If you don't mind, consider it a gift from me. However, if you marry into the city, you must buy me a new one." After saying this, the old woman turned to leave. She walked a couple of meters before suddenly stopping. "Remember, work diligently." Ji Liangshui scratched her head in confusion, pondering the old woman's meaning. Had she truly been sold? Were they not concerned about her escaping? Although Ji Liangshui had lost her memories, an inner voice told her that she could easily defeat the humans here. Unable to comprehend, she shook her head and continued forward. The 100 acres were not far, and soon she arrived. Ji Liangshui gazed at the barren land before her, her heart heavy. She reached out and forcefully slapped the weeds. The sounds echoed: slap, 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 rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted around her. "Hey, isn't that Ji Liangshui?" A group of 2 or 3 women gathered around her, pointing and sneering. She frowned, ready to reprimand them, but they clapped their hands mockingly. "You little hussy, trying to seduce someone else's husband. And now you dare to attract the esteemed gentleman? Do you not know he already has grandchildren waiting to hold theirs? Indeed, I also heard that he has already transferred the property deed to the eldest lady. TSK, TSK, how shameless you are." Ji Liangshui was utterly bewildered. Well, had she ever seized property? And who was this eldest lady? What was happening? Her head felt as if it might explode, rendering her unable to think. "Ji Liangshui, I wonder how you plan to seduce men now. You wicked women." Ji Liangshui finally erupted. The women were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure and charged at her. In a flurry of panic, Ji Liangshui bolted, running faster than a rabbit, while the women pursued her relentlessly, their demeanor fierce. "Yi Liangshui, don't think we don't know about your affairs with those men. Even if you marry into a wealthy family, it will mean nothing if you are cast out. I warn you, if you are sensible, bow down to the old lady. I may allow you to accompany her. If you don't heed my warning, do not blame us for being unkind." One of the younger girls threatened fiercely. "Yi Liangshui, bunting heavily retorted, nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. You cannot slander me. Innocent?" One woman scoffed. "I don't even know those people you speak of." Upon hearing this, the women burst into laughter, mocking her. "Oh, we don't believe you. Ji Liangshui, you little flirt. You enjoy flirting with men yet deny it vehemently." Just as Ji Liangshui considered grabbing a stick to defend herself, a wave of dizziness washed over her. In the eerie forest, a group of people was running frantically. They wore tattered clothes, their bodies marred with wounds, resembling a horde of beggars fleeing for their lives. There were both men and women, perhaps a dozen in total. Unfortunately, they did not escape. All were bound to a tree stump, their bodies shackled with iron chains, enduring daily beatings and whippings. A piercing wail echoed as a girl lay trembling on the ground. Another dull thud reverberated, and a girl on the ground convulsed, blood trickling from her mouth. She had perished. From another direction, anguished cries erupted, one face contorted in agony. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced the heart of a young boy, crimson blood pouring from his mouth as his eyes grew vacant. With one final wail, the young boy closed his eyes and fell to the ground, devoid of life. An elderly man knelt before the boy, tears streaming from his aged eyes. Another anguished cry emerged as a middle-aged woman collapsed, her palm clenched tightly around a dagger embedded in her abdomen, blood dripping slowly from the blade. A young man knelt beside the girl, his fists clenched, his teeth grinding in rage. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream emanated from the depths of the forest. Those kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably, unsure how to position their hands and feet. Ah! Another mournful wail echoed through the trees as a man clad in white garments and black trousers emerged, bearing a long sword as dark as ink, from which droplets of vivid crimson blood fell. Concurrently, 7 or 8 other men stepped forth from the forest, their fierce gazes fixated on the prostrate individuals, their faces adorned with cruel, bloodthirsty smiles. Damn those two-legged sheep, they dare to flee. Boss, why not just slaughter them right here? It would save us the trouble. Kill them, kill them. The others fervently shook their heads, shouting in unison. Kill them, kill them. The remaining men echoed the cries, yet their eyes betrayed no fear, only an exhilarating thrill. The man hailed as the boss cast a cold glance over the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. What is this place? You command death as you please, but those just now were sufficient for our consumption. If you continue to slay, will we not be left with stale meat for days? At this moment, they were deep in the mountains, having come in search of treasures recorded on a map. Among them was Jiliang Shui, bound and helpless. Her memories informed her that, for some inexplicable reason, she had become one of these two-legged sheep. When food was available, they were thrust forth as expendable pawns. But in times of scarcity, they would be slaughtered for sustenance. They had just attempted an escape, but unfortunately, it had failed. Indeed, the boss is right. A subordinate fawned. So, which direction shall we head on this mountain? We shall proceed forward. There is no other path. Boss, let me take 2 brothers to scout the situation and return with a report. Very well, go ahead. Yes, boss. Wait, remember this. If any of you dare to entertain other thoughts, do not blame me for being merciless. Among those present, some bandits felt a surge of indignation. How dare you rabble act defiantly before us? Truly, you have grown weary of life. The speaker was a towering figure, muscles rippling like a bull. Oomph. A scrawny man scoffed, disdainfully glancing at the burly giant before coldly retorting, "You will certainly suffer. You will be captured, just wait." The thin man's words dripped with menace. Smack! Before the scrawny man could finish, the hulking figure swung his fist, sending the man crashing to the ground. Crack! The bandit twisted forcefully, and the sound of bones snapping echoed sharply. Thud! The scrawny man fell to the ground in agony. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the bandit. Hey, hith! The bandit sneered, turning to the others, grinning as he asked, "Do any of you share this sentiment? Do you wish to step forward and compete with us?" Ji Liangshui cast a cold glance at the bandit, then turned her gaze elsewhere, ignoring him. Hith, hith! The bandit smiled at Ji Liangshui, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and said with a grin, "My beauty, I have refrained from touching you all this time. How about you simply yield to me?" Ji Liangshui still paid him no mind. TSK, TSK, TSK. The bandit stroked his chin, leering as he added, "But in this desolate wilderness, whether you wish to yield or not matters little to me. Ultimately, you will yield." The bandit chuckled, his gaze roving over Ji Liangshui. She suppressed her inner turmoil, feeling a profound sense of disorientation, as though this place were not real. Ji Liangshui was unaware that the scene was a result of her inhalation of a hallucinogenic gas, causing repeated illusions. However, the setting of this illusion clashed with her own character, leaving her feeling deeply uncomfortable and conflicted. As the bandit approached her, Ji Liangshui swiftly extracted her hand from the ropes and struck his face with force. As a soldier, she had long since ingrained the skill of self-rescue from bindings into her muscle memory, having practiced this since her arrival in this place. Her punch landed squarely on the bandit's left eye, leaving him with a bruised orb. Clutching his face in pain, he twisted in agony, shouting, "Boss, boss! This woman must be killed. Kill her!" The bandit leader brandished his large knife, eyeing Ji Liangshui warily. "Who are you?" Ji Liangshui's suppressed fervor erupted forth. "Scoundrels! Come forth! Watch as I make you bleed and force you to kneel, calling for your mothers. I will not back down." With that, she taunted, "Why do you all hesitate? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Where is your previous bravado?" The bandit leader, unable to withstand the provocation, swung his knife toward Ji Liangshui's head. "You bastard!" As the steel blade descended toward her, Ji Liangshui kicked, sending the bandit leader sprawling to the ground. She then placed her foot on his back, and he writhed in pain, gasping, "You dare strike me? You dare strike me?" Ji Liangshui seized his hair, sneering, "What is there for me to fear? Today, not only will I strike you, but I will also end your life." With that, she plunged the reclaimed knife downward. A stream of blood gushed from the bandit leader's mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Ji Liangshui. You actually before he could finish. His body began to fade into transparency. Ji Liangshui released her grip, watching as the man's corpse vanished completely, and her inner suspicions were finally laid to rest. "So that's it. No wonder I felt something was amiss. This place is not reality." Ji Liangshui turned to see the remaining bandits frozen in place, and with ease, she dispatched them. As the final bandit fell, the space around her began to fracture. Ji Liangshui seized the large knife and hurled it into the crevice, shattering the space. Upon opening her eyes, she met Lu Mu's gaze. Ji Liangshui shot him a look. "What kind of gaze is that?" Lu Mu, looking aggrieved, replied, "What do you want me to say? You turned the illusion into your personal stage, and here I am, getting pummeled. Look at my back, it's all bruised." Ji Liangshui glanced at the bruises on his fair skin and felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that her actions in the illusion had inadvertently affected Lu Mu in reality. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself in the illusion." Lu Mu wiped his face with his sleeve. "The stars called you a violent man, and it seems they were right. The illusion was anything but sweet, and you resorted to violence. Shall we discuss your experiences in the illusion?" Ji Liangshui's lips twitched. "In short, it's a long story and not a continuous one. It began with an old woman asking me to farm, and then a group of women arrived, accusing me of seducing someone. There were various insults hurled at me. Before I could retaliate, it abruptly shifted to bandits seeking treasure, where I was taken hostage, and then I ended up fighting them." As he continued, he suddenly awoke from his reverie. Chapter 167. This time, it has truly come to an end. Ji Liangshui wished to evade the distressing memories, so he curiously asked Lu Mu, "What about you? What's going on with you? You just mentioned something about your father leaving. Did your father depart?" Lu Mu looked exasperated. "What sort of ears do you have? I was referring to the domineering CEO, the head of a company, the boss. Do you understand? Not about my father leaving. Where could he possibly go?" Lu Mu cleared his throat and began to narrate his tale. He started off sitting in a lavish office atop a skyscraper, evidently exuding the aura of a powerful president. A series of knocks at the door interrupted his train of thought. "Mean, President, someone is here to see you." "Who?" "He claims to be your brother." Lu Mu furrowed his brow. "Who would seek him out at this time?" "My brother." He stood up and swiftly moved to the door, pulling it open to reveal a man in a gray suit standing outside, gazing at him. This man was none other than his biological brother, Zhang Xingxing. Although perplexed as to why they had different surnames, one Lu and the other Zhang, he inquired, "Brother, what brings you here?" Zhang Xingxing smiled faintly and patted his brother's shoulder. "I heard you've been doing quite well at the company lately, so I came to check on you. I never expected you to have a sense of humor." Lu Mu shrugged helplessly. Zhang Xingxing observed his brother and, with a hint of a smile, said, "You know I'm not one for jokes. All right, since it's you, what do you need from me today?" Lu Mu asked. Zhang Xingxing's gaze flickered momentarily before he slowly spoke. "It's about a small matter. I heard you were pursuing Ji Liangshui." Lu Mu was taken aback. "Brother, who told you that?" "No need to doubt me. I heard it from others, Zhang Xingxing sighed. I've always known how deeply you care for Ji Liangshui, but I never imagined it had escalated to the point where you visibly miss her. No, brother, you misunderstand. Lu Mu hurriedly explained. Zhang Xingxing gestured for him to stop. I understand you wish to clarify, and you might think I'm being overly sensitive. But I want to say that Ji Liangshui is a wonderful girl, and I hope for her happiness. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu felt a surge of emotion. He knew his brother's words were spoken out of concern for Ji Liangshui. Regardless of the reason, Zhang Xingxing had indeed aided him greatly, a kindness he would forever remember. He understood that his brother would not want to see his beloved sister suffer. Thus, he decided to confide in him completely. I'm with her, Zhang Xingxing interrupted. All right, I don't want to hear about your story with her. I only want to tell you that I hope neither of you makes a mistake. It's not worth it. But there are no buts. Zhang Xingxing interrupted again. Ji Liangshui is already engaged. If you continue to pursue her, it will only bring her distress. You can see she is happy. You cannot hurt her further. Lu Mu fell silent, fully aware of the truth. I want to hear it from Ji Liangshui herself. Brother, please allow me this one act of defiance. Zhang Xingxing looked at his brother and slowly stated, we both understand your feelings, and you know Ji Liangshui's feelings too. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. No matter how hard you think, you cannot fathom that Ji Liangshui's fiancé is your enemy. Such an outcome would cause irreparable harm to her, to you, and to the Zhang family. Yet, in matters of the heart, he found himself unable to restrain himself, though Lu Mu could not comprehend why. Have you made up your mind? Zhang Xingxing asked again. Lu Mu clenched his jaw and resolutely replied, I have made up my mind. Then go. Zhang Xingxing sighed. Lu Mu turned and exited the room. As he pushed open the door, he spotted Ji Liangshui standing calmly at the staircase corner, her gaze cold and unyielding. You heard everything. Do you think I wouldn't hear your loud voice? Ji Liangshui retorted. So what do you think? Lu Mu cautiously inquired. Life is fleeting. I simply want to live freely. You, always so aloof and distant, who would dare approach you with such a stern demeanor? I would be foolish to get involved with you. Ji Liangshui scoffed, her arms crossed, and her eyes ablaze with indignation. When 10 individuals are mad, the one sane person becomes the anomaly. When 9 are mad, the one sane person is the outlier. No one can define what is normal or abnormal. Lu Mu gazed at Ji Liangshui with a sorrowful expression. The final decision he made was to leave. Lu Mu's expression, ever-changing like the winds, settled into a stoic demeanor as he let out a cold snort. Ji Liangshui's lips curled slightly upward before quickly dropping again. She cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mu. Oh, so you want to play this game? Lu Mu sensed impending trouble. With a mischievous smile, Ji Liangshui remarked, You are quite unique. You are unlike any other boy I have known. You exude a sense of detachment and loneliness, an elusive presence. I have heard many claim to be lonely, but your solitude feels genuine. It seems as though you are always masking your true self. You crave a hint of thrill, a dash of danger, something unfathomable, perhaps even a touch of torment. You yearn for excess, an inexplicable obsession, a love that consumes your very essence. You give the impression reminiscent of Borges' words, You are merely every fleeting moment of solitude. Your presence captivates me, even when your face betrays no emotion. Often, I find myself wanting to understand you, to grasp your thoughts, yet I sense a protective barrier surrounding you that I hesitate to breach. After all, I fear that if I shatter it, you would burst like a balloon, but compared to your intact self, I am more eager to witness the fragments of you. Listening to this lengthy monologue, Lu Mu felt utterly at a loss. Your words remind me of Borges, that Latin American literary giant whose works brim with fantasy, philosophy, and metaphor. His language is succinct and precise, his style unmistakably unique. I do not know whether you have genuinely read his works or merely mimic his tone, but I sense a profound understanding and respect towards him from you. You attempt to express your feelings for me through his pen, employing intricate and beautiful imagery, subtle and profound implications, and intricate and bizarre metaphors. You evoke feelings of both strangeness and familiarity, confusion and fascination, fear and longing. You render me unable to resist the enigma that you are, an irresistible temptation, an unforgettable dream. I wish to respond to you, yet I am uncertain how. I cannot be sure whether you truly love me or simply view me as a subject of literary experimentation. I cannot ascertain whether your loneliness is genuine or merely a facade. At that gathering, while others engaged in conversation, you gazed out the window at the cold rain. When I looked at you, the moment our eyes met, I felt as though you were on the verge of shattering. I understand you believe the pain has dulled, but that pain seems to be the only thing alive within you, forever vibrant and fiery. Once ignited, it grants you no respite. That feeling is one of unbearable agony. Yet it has given rise to your astonishing beauty. I ache for you in your pain, yet I find myself irresistibly drawn to you, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. I am enamored by your grace, yet I feel a sense of guilt, knowing that my admiration is built upon despair. Am I wrong? Lu Mu remarked. 6. 6 nanometer pineapples, pulling you to 6. Why? A look of anguish flickered across Lu Mu's face. In an instant, his complexion turned pale. He could not fathom why Ji Liangshui had transformed into such a terrifying figure. All he understood was that Ji Liangshui had become unrecognizable to him. You're using my own words, sob, sob, sob. He never anticipated that things would unfold in such a manner. He merely wished to be with Ji Liangshui, yet he overlooked the ferociousness of Ji Liangshui's tongue. It felt as though countless swords had been launched at him, piercing his very being. The current predicament left him utterly bewildered. Ji Liangshui cast a glance at Lu Mu before turning to leave. Lu Mu stood there in a daze, unsure of how to proceed. Zhang Xinghong patted his brother's shoulder. Be good, there are company matters awaiting your attention. Ji Liangshui, since you show no kindness, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. A strange smile crept onto Lu Mu's lips as he entered the office, intending to numb his pain with work, forcing himself to complete his tasks in anguish, making Ji Liangshui aware of how excruciating it is for a person in suffering to work. A pain so profound that even paid time off or paid restroom breaks cannot assuage it. Secretary, what companies does one have? President, it is difficult to tally as there are too many. Lu Mu smirked. No matter how difficult, it is merely a task. Once you find them, I shall acquire them, imposing upon them the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, limiting their leave to a maximum of 15 days a week, compelling pregnant women to rest at home with pay, and assigning each person an animal, coldly forcing cat-loving employees to engage in cat petting without compensation, slyly making dogs serve their devoted owners. Everyone must work for me, and everyone must allow me to pay to observe your labor. Just as Lu Mu was speaking, a sudden sharp pain surged from behind him, and he quickly broke free from that space through the intensity of the sensation. Upon seeing Ji Liangshui collapsed on the ground, frowning in distress, Lu Mu's lips twitched. How could his illusion manifest in such a way? Why must the object of his dreams take such a form? Could he not be assigned a more favorable figure? After hearing Lu Mu's words, Ji Liangshui's fists clenched harder. Lu Mu hurriedly interrupted and shifted the topic. If we were caught in an illusion and fell into unconsciousness. Yet look around, doesn't this space seem different from before? Ji Liangshui, upon hearing this, began to scrutinize the walls. Although they appeared equally dilapidated, there were subtle distinctions in the state of decay and the growth of weeds. What is happening? Could it be that someone has moved us both here? What about the others? Lu Mu shook his head, preventing Ji Liangshui from using the communication device. Wait a moment. Let us observe further. If the commander brought us here, it is unlikely that we would be left alone in this state. Our clothing shows no signs of being dragged. Moreover, if you observe closely, the walls and ceiling may have changed, yet the floor beneath us remains largely unchanged. No, to be precise, the section of the floor we walked upon shows signs of our passage, and only we have left traces. Ji Liangshui paused at this revelation, then surveyed the surroundings once more. If that is the case, it does indeed seem so. It is as if the floor of these 2 spaces has shifted, transporting us from an illusory realm to this one. What should we do next? If this room contains mechanisms, It is likely that the master of this maze intends for us not merely to wander and explore, but to locate the mechanisms within and find our way out. Lu Mu furrowed his brow, lips pressed tightly together, his expression grave. Yes, if our conjecture holds true, there must be mechanisms within the floor, altering gravity and triggering these devices. The stones on the wall were not arranged neatly, resembling a certain pattern that Lu Mu found increasingly familiar, evoking a sense of déjà vu. I wonder what the situation is for the others on their path. Ji Lianshui's words sparked a thought in Lu Mu. He inquired, "Do you not sense it?" The patterns on the walls bear a resemblance to what Zhang Xinghong described earlier, as if this wall embodies the entire map of the maze. The stones intertwined, some connections abruptly vanishing, while others featured small stones, resembling mechanisms of stone and vines. The more they spoke, the more it seemed that this fissure in the stones was indeed the maze itself. Ji Lianshui captured images of the information on the walls and sent them to the others. They began to communicate, if my guess is correct. This is a rough map of the space we currently inhabit. Furthermore, we have discovered that the runes here can move relative to each other, meaning we may activate a mechanism and directly reach the exit. Zhang Xinghong's resentful voice came through. Why did you not say so earlier? My legs are about to give out. In the ensuing moments, whether they could escape the maze and uncover the secrets hidden within the galaxy remained an unknown challenge.